Recently, a man poisoned his entire family through their meals. He posted the entire process online, claiming it was for the purpose of cultivating immortality. The truth of the incident is still under investigation. However, what's disturbing is that several recent murders are related to the pursuit of immortality. Just when you were relieved that your family was normal, you suddenly woke up sitting in a chair, covered in strange symbols, and even missing one of your eyeballs. Meanwhile, you hear your father's voice saying, "Heaven bless you. May I be blessed in this life." Suddenly, everything went dark, and your body lost all vitality. Yet, in the moment of losing consciousness, you felt yourself surrounded by thick fog. Despair and sorrow welled up within you, but before you, the words "Heavenly Mother" appeared. Tasting the pain within, the path of suffering drew the shrine's attention, changing the vessel's laws. Ascetic, you haven't yet realized what has happened. A flash of light appeared before you. Your junior sister was already prepared. You can now invite the master to possess you. In the room, your father and mother wore grotesque smiles. Then, your mother suddenly knelt before a corpse, calling out for the immortal master. Meanwhile, the eyes on the chair slowly opened. Your gaze struggled to turn, revealing your kneeling mother and father, in a place resembling a sinister cult. In your peripheral vision, you noticed a knife on the table, the very knife your father used to slit his own throat. Suddenly, you jumped off the chair, grabbed the knife, and plunged it directly into the neck of the person in front of you, blood splattering everywhere. You then remembered your furious shout, "Where are my parents? Who are you?" Your father, witnessing this scene, looked pale and indifferent, reaching out to grab the person before him. Seeing this, you quickly turned, gritting your teeth, and ran towards the door. Just as you reached the stairs, you heard hurried footsteps behind you. It was your parents. Your mother had a knife stuck in her neck, blood gushing out, and she shouted, "Son, where are you going?" You gritted your teeth and rushed out of the community, but just as you reached the entrance, you were suddenly knocked to the ground by a force from behind. Your mother, chasing after you, grabbed your collar and desperately pulled you back, saying, "Son, come home with me. Help! Someone's trying to kill me. Call the police." In a panic, you struggled while shouting at the top of your lungs. Passers-by, hearing the commotion, curiously turned to look, and some even pulled out their phones to record. However, in the blink of an eye, your mother's neck wound had miraculously healed. Your father caught up from behind, sweating profusely, saying, "It's just that we didn't let you play video games. There was no need to lay hands on your parents. They're not my family. They want to kill me. Call the police." You screamed desperately, struggling with all your might. The crowd around you looked increasingly strange, and more people began pulling out their phones. Seeing this, you seized the opportunity and snatched the knife from your mother's hand. "Son, we are your parents." Your mother sounded utterly distraught. You felt anxious and tense, but your mind became clearer. They were clearly wary. The louder the commotion, the safer you felt. Are you really his parents? Finally, someone in the crowd couldn't hold back, as the three blood-soaked figures before them looked utterly abnormal. Hearing this, your mother cried, "Of course we are his parents. The doctor said our son has cognitive issues and sometimes can't even recognize his family." The more she spoke, the more she cried, while your father wiped his tears behind her. "How can you prove that?" The person seemed unconvinced, pressing for an answer. "Even traffickers say that now. Who knows if you're telling the truth? Just wait for the police." The crowd around you started chiming in. The crowd was immediately dispersed, and suddenly a deafening voice rang out as several uniformed individuals approached. One of them executed a takedown on you, who was holding the knife, flipping you over and pinning you to the ground, loudly declaring, "Target has been secured." However, you noticed that these individuals weren't wearing police uniforms. They wore white trench coats with a strange emblem. Before you could take a closer look, your mother, standing behind, suddenly had a cold and sinister expression. She quickly walked over, and just as you were about to warn that person to be careful, your mother's hand pierced through the person's back, emerging from their chest, still holding a heart. The heart, almost touching your cheek, left your mind blank, and you even forgot to breathe. "Senior brother, there's no need to pretend, just act." Your mother, with a chilling expression, tossed the heart onto the ground. The crowd instantly erupted in piercing screams, fleeing in a frenzy. "I've waited for this moment for a long time. These people are all valuable for cultivation," your father cackled from behind. Then, your belly swelled like an inflated balloon, instantly exceeding the size of a truck. A few seconds later, with a loud bang, that enormous abdomen exploded without warning. It was as if a giant beast's mouth was directly swallowing towards you. You felt yourself falling endlessly, surrounded by a corrosive liquid that eroded your body, leaving you weak and heavy-lidded, giving a sense of release. Suddenly, a series of white mist symbols appeared in your mind, and the Heavenly Mother savored pleasure, successfully taking over the vessel by violating the laws. You heard yourself laughing, though you were sure you weren't trying to. then everything went black, and you lost consciousness. When you opened your eyes again, you were met with a blinding light, and just as you were confused, a woman's voice rang in your ears. I am your attending physician, Bai Jian. This is the city's special psychiatric facility, one of the safest places in the world. You mumbled about your previous experiences, your mind in chaos, leading you to believe you were going insane. However, Bai Jian calmly took out her phone and spoke of recent murders related to the pursuit of immortality, then seriously stated, our world has been invaded. The moment you heard this, your heartbeat intensified. Then, Bai Jian continued, we don't know who the invaders are, we can only confirm that they will take people's bodies and memories. We refer to them as the usurpers, who cultivate something related to the laws. At this point, Bai Jian's tone grew serious, your parents have been usurped, and you are currently the only one who, after being invaded, can still maintain self-awareness. We consider you a fortunate rebel. Hearing this, you gave a bitter smile but still asked hopefully, are my parents dead after being usurped? Bai Jian patiently continued, if they were usurpers, they would have already been locked away by us. However, your parents' words and personal thoughts still exist in your mind, it's just that your body doesn't belong to you. Wen Yin was taken aback for a moment, as if realizing something, his expression froze in astonishment. At this moment, Bai Qian's voice became low, this matter is very cruel, as they occupy your parents' bodies while also making your parents watch how they hurt, even kill you, yet they can do nothing. Hearing this, you suddenly excitedly said that since these possessors can come in, can they also be driven out? Bai Qian was silent for a moment, there is currently no such case. But if you want to do this, we are willing to help you, as long as it involves dealing with the possession incidents. You didn't respond immediately, and after a moment you asked, I can't fight, and those possessors are very difficult to kill. Bai Qian shook her head. In fact, they would die just like being shot in the head by a bullet. It's just that some people, under the influence of the laws, find it very difficult for a bullet to pierce their head. As for the fact that you cannot fight, it recounts the events at the entrance of the community, and you, as if mad, crawled out from your father's belly. Upon hearing this, your expression was somewhat astonished, and I have no impression of what you said. Bai Qian stared at you, then sighed, regarding my proposal, I hope you can consider it seriously, after all, for your parents, it should be tried. After speaking, he opened the gate, paused for a moment, and suggested that before giving an answer, you could move around freely here, but you cannot leave for the time being. Half a day later, you walked out of the room, and the long corridor was lined with patient rooms. You took a few steps forward. Suddenly, with a bang, in a hospital room, a girl with pink hair pressed her cheek against the gap, looking extremely agitated, even a bit crazy. I am the way of the sea, now following 5 rules, but the 2 do not match. I won't live long, he said to himself a bunch of things. You frowned upon hearing this, very confused, and asked, what does it mean that death is the answer? Then, from a speaker above, suddenly came Bai Qian's voice, regarding the issue of the path of the soul snatcher, I will tell you more later. You glanced at the speaker and the camera, curled your lips, and indeed, you were still on guard. You continue to walk forward, and almost every room has someone locked up. These possessors seem to have mental issues, and I can't figure out how Bai Jian and the others are restricting them. Just when you were extremely puzzled, you suddenly stopped in front of a hospital room. Through the fence, you see your mother, and he is also quickly walking towards you, the sound of mother's voice pleading with a cry. Pull the gate hard with both hands and let mom out, they keep hurting mom. Li Mura looked at the other person like dead ashes, stop pretending, you are not him. The expression of despair on the mother's face instantly turned ferocious as she ominously asked, why haven't you died? We clearly cut open your neck. This is a good question, but you can't answer it yourself, you can only silently watch him. However, my mother laughed strangely and said, when I took over his body, he was struggling desperately at that time. I tortured him and harmed him when I fed you the poison. He is desperately pleading in my mind, and the more he does this, the more I feed him. When he cut open your neck, how loud was his cry? I've never heard such a painful cry. These words make your heart feel like it's being cut by a knife, and through the fence, you grab his collar tightly, clenching your fists, extremely angry. You'd better stab me to death with a knife, after all, this is your mother's body. Hearing this, you no longer continued to be angry. On the contrary, it became calm, expressionless, let go of your hand, you are afraid of this place. Upon hearing this, my mother's face suddenly changed, and her lips trembled imperceptibly. I will definitely take back my parents' bodies, and then continue to keep you locked up here until the day you perish. After saying that, you gritted your teeth and left without looking back, while behind came the tearing cries of your mother. If you don't let me go, I will harm your mother's body. The sound of him with his head came from the ward. Listening to the sounds behind you, you don't turn your head, just walk forward with a gloomy expression. I smashed your mother's head, her eyeballs fell out, and I will torture her every day." The sound is still continuing. "And you are walking faster and faster, even starting to run wildly." An hour later, when Bai Jian appeared again in front of the fence gate, he saw the pristine white ward. The boy is squatting in the corner of the wall, hugging himself, his body slightly trembling, and there is a faint sound of sobbing in the air. "Is there really a way to save them?" "I believe there is," Bai Jian replied, but the expression on his face remained calm. In an office at night, a man looks at your information and says that theoretically, he has a happy family and should have a good life. Such a person suffering from such an illness, from the psychological perspective of our risk bureau, few can get through it. But he got through it, Bai Jian suddenly interjected, her tone somewhat firm. "I do not deny his physical condition, but without proper guidance psychologically, such a person may head in a more extreme direction," the man said, tapping the document with his finger, his brow furrowed. "Moreover, he is still an ascetic. The rules are simply a torment within torment." When it comes to the rules, Bai Jian seems a bit frustrated, and in a faint voice says, "This rule is indeed somewhat unexpected." The man's gaze is like a torch. If he loses control in the subsequent process or exhibits any behavior that poses a threat to humanity, the Risk Bureau will not hesitate to choose to eliminate him. I hope you can understand this. Bai Jian's expression returned to calm and indifference. After knowing that I was leaving first, he turned around and left the office. At this moment in the hospital room, you have put on the exclusive size of the white coat, and it fits just right. Welcome to join. Bai Jian smiles and reaches out his hand to you. Next, I briefly explained the White Robe Bureau, which is mainly a department dealing with possession incidents, belonging to the frontline law enforcement personnel. You look at the clothes, lost in thought, and nod slightly. "Come with me, I'll take you to a place and let you understand our progress first." After speaking, he led you out, and after turning a few corners, he stopped in front of a door with very strong ceiling. "We still have many mysteries. Including your parents, we have captured a total of 5 people. We have conducted experiments on them, and we hope you are mentally prepared." Upon hearing this, you opened your mouth but ultimately only made a sound of After entering, there are many people in uniforms like yours in the room, coming and going, looking very busy. And several possessors are locked in hospital beds, their bodies filled with tubes, and their mental state is not very normal, but their parents are not here. After entering the glass office above, Bai Jian closed the door and frowned tightly. "We currently have very little information. These people can't ask anything, and the only thing that can control them is sedatives." Wan Yen, you have thought of a question. Since these possessors understand disguise, they can still inherit our memories, so if they blend into the crowd, how do we distinguish them? White Cocoon's lips slightly curled up, pulling up a video screen in front of a computer. You curiously leaned over. "This is the pink-haired girl who talked to herself yesterday. She sat in the room, her whole body tied up with a book placed in front of her. One of the team members in a white coat was holding a gun in his hand and said sternly to read the content above. The girl stared at the books in front of her and began to read. There was a fast-moving moon in front of the door, and after the Bluetooth on Mars was extinguished by water, the bull-headed horse-faced figure no longer cared about this matter. Hearing him read word by word, your brows gradually furrowed. You simply couldn't understand. Looking back at Bai Jian, he found a mysterious smile on his face. They have a kind of reading disability. That book is just the lyrics of a children's song, and they can't read our text. And they are not even aware that this is currently the best weapon to distinguish each other. You are looking straight at the video, and the scene seems to have thought of something. Immediately picked up a book next to the table and started reading quickly. After it ended, I turned my head and looked at Bai Jian with an uneasy gaze. Did I read everything correctly? Bai Jian laughed and said, his Mandarin was not very standard, but he didn't make any mistakes with other words. I have said that you are the most special one. You silently let out a sigh of relief, and then slowly put down the book. Bai Jian sat down and said firmly, from now on, as long as you do not break the law, you will have the highest degree of freedom of action, and can participate in the event of the usurper in the name of the White Robe Chrysanthemum, being the only one who resists. Return to the empty home, cleaning the room with a heavy heart. The white symbols of the ascetic's law keep appearing in front of me. 2 physical pains, 1 mental pain, pleasure is forbidden. Thinking about the painful experiences before, this reduces the number of times above, and I don't know what will happen when everything is completed. Then, when I picked up the trash can, I suddenly saw a crumpled note inside, which seemed to have some sample essays written on it. After the user of the snake pearl consumes it, when facing the first speaker, the other party must believe it to be true within 3 sentences. Using the cost, the user will vow a stick of incense. Time matches materials, half a parrot tongue, a drop of toad venom, half a gecko tail, and 10 centipede legs. You were stunned by the content above. These are likely left behind by parents who have been possessed, but they are closely related to cultivation. Then suddenly thought of the previous incident of being poisoned. I had never doubted what medicine my mother had given me. Thinking of this, you head straight to the flower and bird market. An hour later, you have prepared the materials as instructed above. Although the production method is complicated, as a medical student, you can also complete it. You looked at the pill in your hand with confusion. Just thinking about it won't yield results, so you decided to give it a try. After swallowing it in one go, you called by Jian and said hello. This world has not been invaded, everything is fake. There was no response on the phone, but after a moment of silence, they spoke up, and I understood. You opened your mouth and continued to wait for Qin Shi Huang, who actually did not die. He achieved immortality, and the person next to you is. There was a moment of silence on the phone, and a few seconds later, a sudden noisy commotion erupted, capturing him. He could possibly be Qin Shi Huang. What's the situation with Director Bai? I didn't do anything. You heard the situation over there, felt sorry for this big victim for 3 seconds, and then said that actually all of this is a dream. Take a nap, everything will be fine after dawn. I understand. There was a sound on the phone and then it went silent. What else do you want to say, only to realize that you can't make a sound? In the time of an incense stick, you will face muteness, which means you won't be able to speak for half an hour. You used the remaining materials to make another snake pearl, then went downstairs to find a place to buy a parrot. The item is useful, but it consumes too much parrot. At this moment, the phone in my pocket suddenly rang. It was my good brother Wang Zi calling, a wealthy second generation who had fallen out with his father. The only bond between the two of us is a cold bank card. After you answered the phone, a prince's excited voice immediately came through. I heard you had an accident. Do you need money? Just tell me how much. I'm fine. You opened your mouth and asked in confusion where you heard that I had an accident. The prince sent you a video. It's a scene of you at the entrance of the community that day, lasting only a few seconds. Holding a knife in hand, with a fierce expression, the title reads Mental Patient, confronting parents with a knife, unable to distinguish between reality and events. After watching the video, you had A on your face and briefly explained it. On the other end of the phone suddenly said at 4 p.m., go to the airport to pick up my dad, come to see the prince and the fire in the wind, leave a sentence and hang up the phone. You looked at it, and the time is now noon, just getting ready to go out to eat something. The phone suddenly rang again, and when I picked it up, I found it was Li Chanshan. After the call was connected, a worried voice came through. Are you okay? I saw your video, are you alright? I'm fine, at least I'm fine now, feeling a bit embarrassed. The White Robe Bureau just helped me handle things like this, claiming to the outside world that I am a mentally ill person. Li Chanshan and the prince seem like people from two different worlds, but they have never given up in the face of life's difficulties. You also like him very much, but it feels like he won't spend time on love. You can only explain it to him again. On the phone, Li Chanshan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and said, I didn't go home during the summer vacation, I found a summer job, and today I'm treating you to a nice meal. How about you laughed? Then let's go to the self-service barbecue next to the airport, it's $599 per person. The other end of the phone fell silent in an instant. Half a day later, Li Chanshan seemed to be biting her molars. Fine, $599 is $599, I'll wait to see you at the airport. After thinking it over, I decided to go directly to the airport. You didn't really let Li Chanshan treat you to a meal. This money is enough for him to eat in the school cafeteria for half a month. At 4 p.m., in a buffet restaurant near the airport, 3 people are sitting at a table, surrounded by plates of meat. Li Chanshan just kept eating, buried in her food for half a day, and when she looked up, she found 2 people in front of her staring at her. Am I eating too much? Li Chanshan puffed her cheeks and asked in a teasing tone. Let's go get 10 more plates of meat, the prince, and I will drag you to get things. Later, Li Chanshan anxiously said, really, we don't need it. How about we change to a different grill first? He can eat more than both of us boys. Why is he still saying that? Wang Zi asked with great confusion. You calmly replied that he has been making money all along, and it's hard for him to gain weight. When he can't see, he simply can't bear to eat so much. The prince did not continue this topic, said with a bad smile, don't you like him? Today is an opportunity. Don't make a scene, you let out A. The prince and the bad smile kept going. In fact, I was already prepared. As he spoke, with a flick of his hand you only then realized. His own phone was in his hand without him knowing when it happened, and he suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. I just sent him a message saying that you like him, and Wang Zi he looked excited and giddy. You turn around and see Li Chanshan sitting in a chair, already taking out her phone, and hurriedly running back. Shallow, that is the prince and the chaotic you. Don't think that Li Chanshan is looking at the words on the phone, chewing on meat, and slowly reading. The Martians have turned into high-protein excavators, without blooming. After high-speed operation, you disconnect. Your outstretched hand is stunned and stiff in midair, and the whole person stands still. After Li Qian finished reading, her cheeks slightly flushed, she smiled at you shyly and said, "You like me, why don't you tell me in person?" Aphasia, possessors, cannot read our words. They themselves are even unaware that what they read is wrong. Bai Jian's words echoed in Chen's mind. He stood before the dining table, his face as pale as paper, looking worse than a corpse. His gaze was fixed on the smiling Li Qian, mouth agape, unable to utter a word. "Xingha, what's wrong? Your face looks so strange." No, it's nothing. I suddenly feel a bit uncomfortable in my stomach. I need to go to the restroom. And Chen swallowed hard, his expression tense. He turned and left. He hurried to the food pickup corridor. Wang Zai was still holding up his phone, showing off. "Ha ha ha, Holden, how is it? Did she agree? Hurry up, don't look back." And Chen's breathing had become strained, head down. He grabbed Wang Zai and quickly walked out of the dining room. The rich second-generation heir looked confused. "Ha, what are you doing? We haven't settled the bill yet. Shanxian is still inside." "No, she isn't. She isn't Li Shanxian." And Chen swallowed again, gritting his teeth, his whole body tense as he kept his head down and moved forward. "What are you talking about?" Wang Zai was baffled, struggling to pull Chen to a stop. "What's going on, Olden? Did she reject you? Why are you so scared? It can't be that bad." And Chen said nothing, just looked up, his gaze fixed on Wang Zai, filled with an indescribable despair. He had seen his mother and father's faces. He knew how terrifying these possessors were. This was definitely not a joke. "Zai, are we brothers?" "Of course. Thick as thieves." "Then do you believe me? No matter what I say, do you believe me?" Hearing this, Wang Zai froze. He was somewhat frightened by Chen's expression. Having known Chen for 3 years, he could usually tell whether he was joking or serious at a glance. He could see that this was definitely not a joke. Wang Zai furrowed his brows. "You're my brother, of course I believe you, but you have to tell me what's going on. That person is not Li Shanxian. She has been possessed by someone else. The one controlling her body is another person, just like what happened to my parents." And Chen's lips trembled, his tone agitated. Wang Zai, however, was bewildered, his head buzzing. "What are you talking about? Get out of here. Leave here first. I'll explain later." Without time to explain further, Chen snatched the phone back from him and quickly dialed Bai Jian's number. "Hello, Director Bai." Just as he was about to speak, a hand reached from behind and took the phone away. Beep! At the same time, the hang-up button was pressed. Immediately, a clean voice rang out. "Xingha, Zai, what are you two doing?" And Chen suddenly turned around, his pupils dilating as he looked at Li Shanxian, who had appeared behind him without him noticing. His heart raced, breath caught in his throat. She really looked beautiful when she smiled, and she was very attractive. As she leaned closer, there was even a faint fragrance about her, like grape scent. But this wasn't her. Staring into her eyes for a few seconds, Chen thought of this, and his heart ached uncontrollably. What should one do when the person they like is replaced in appearance and body by someone else? In that moment, Chen suddenly laughed. "Zai stole my phone. I'm chasing him." "Xingha, you're lying." Li Qian turned around on her tiptoes, hands behind her back, gently swaying her body. Her long hair fluttered slightly, the tips brushed against Chen's cheek. At the same time, Chen felt a dry, cold hand moving across his face along with the hair. It seemed like a hand was growing from the back of Li Qian's head. His face turned pale, and he swallowed hard. The nails of that hand felt cold and sharp, and Chen saw Li Qian give him a strange smile. "Xingha, did you have something to say to me just now?" I stared at the familiar face in front of me, unable to speak. And Chen's mind was racing, thinking about what to do. First, the possessor could be killed. If I directly cut off her head, she would definitely die. But the original body would also die. So far, there seemed to be no way to kill the possessor without killing the original body. So, do I have to kill Li Qian? But can I really do it? What I should consider now is, even if I can take action, do I have the ability to kill her? And Chen suppressed his fear, his mind racing. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise. Li Qian's body jolted forward. It was as if she had been struck hard, crashing to the ground, blood oozing from the back of her head. "Run!" Behind him, Wang Zi he was holding a stone, his face tense and sweating, shouting at the top of his lungs. He turned and ran wildly. And Chen was momentarily stunned, unsure of what was happening, but he gritted his teeth and followed. "What are you doing? Didn't you say that wasn't Li Qian? Why are you wasting time talking to her?" Wang Zi he stared wide-eyed. "But you Olden, you are my best brother. I believe everything you say. But you have to tell me what's going on afterward. Otherwise, I won't be able to face Li Qian." Hearing this, Chen looked at him blankly, his suppressed emotions unable to hold back a wave of gratitude. "Okay, I promise you, I will explain." Before he could finish his sentence, a chaotic array of white mist symbols suddenly appeared before him. The Tianmo seemed to sense joy, stirring restlessly. Seeing this string of characters, and Shen's face turned ugly, gritting his teeth tightly. He had only felt a slight emotional stir, but the characters immediately appeared as a reminder. Like a deathly spirit, they stared at him. You really won't let me be happy at all. Ha! Wang Zi, he looked confused, not understanding what it meant. And Shen didn't explain, just gritted his teeth and ran wildly along the road. Turning back, he saw Li Qianqian, who had been knocked to the ground, slowly getting up. She began to mumble indistinct words. How could you bear to lay a hand on me, my friend? Heaven and earth, spirits clear, Mazu manifests, blood beads condense in the palm, all things return to the heart. As she continued to chant, and Shen suddenly felt a choking sensation in his throat. At first, he couldn't react to what was happening, but soon, his body felt very strange, as if a force was desperately pulling him upward. Olden, blood, we're bleeding. Wang Zi, he screamed in terror. His body went limp and fell to the ground. At the same time, and Shen saw that from the pores of their skin, glistening blood beads were continuously seeping out. Like sweat after exercise, they hung on the skin, reflecting light, and the blood vessels and muscles of their bodies seemed to be pulled upward by an unknown force, becoming tight and unable to breathe. And Shen could clearly feel his eyeballs moving outward, millimeter by millimeter. This sensation was like being thrown into the deep sea, unable to withstand the immense pressure, about to be crushed to pieces. Olden, save me! Wang Zi, he lay on the ground, his voice hoarse, blood continuously oozing from his eyes, nostrils, and ear holes. The surface of his skin was completely stained red with blood, his eyes rolling back, looking extremely pained and unable to breathe. Interesting, really interesting. How did you discover me? Suddenly, a strange tone came from in front of him, and Shen turned sharply and saw Li Qianqian standing in front of him with a half-smile. The blood beads floating from their bodies seemed to be drawn by some force, drifting to her side. They continuously gathered in her palm, gradually forming a larger and larger blood ball, and Shen gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and did not answer. Li Qianqian's expression remained unchanged, but her tone sounded very mature and steady, like an older person. Kid, I saw your original video online and recognized you at a glance. You're from our side. This place, the Land of Strange Cores, is currently a mix of fish and dragons. You do have some strength in the video, so I came to find you, hoping to make a friend. But after getting in touch, I found that something seems off. She paused, her expression heavy. You should just be a vessel, having your body taken away, yet you haven't. So, where did the one who took over your body go? What did you do? Did you kill him? Or do you have another way to resist? Speak up, and I'll consider not killing you. The other party fired off a barrage of questions. However, and Shen didn't answer any of them. He kept moving his arm down, secretly reaching into his pocket. Not willing to speak? Heh, that's fine. I have plenty of ways to make you talk. Li Qianqian's lips curled into a chilling smile. The blood in her hands suddenly swelled larger, and Shen saw one of his arms instantly look like it was dehydrating, blood gushing out. Ignoring the bleeding, he quickly pulled out a pill from his pocket, opened his mouth, and swallowed it without hesitation. What did you take? Li Qianqian was momentarily stunned, still processing what had just happened, and Shen gritted his teeth and spoke up. We've surrounded you. If you don't stop attacking, you'll die immediately. Upon hearing this, Li Qianqian's expression clearly froze. Then, she really did stop her attack. The blood sphere in her hand burst with a pop, scattering blood everywhere as she looked around with a serious expression. Did the other party have helpers? When? Where were they ambushed? Her mind raced until she looked up and saw Shen carrying the unconscious Wang Zihe, running further away from her, and suddenly realized something. Is this the effect of the Wangshi Pearl? I remember. This thing seems to be from that group of Buddhist practitioners, right? How could this kid have it? Li Qianqian's face darkened. He clearly hasn't been possessed, yet he can see through my disguise and even refine strange core objects. How is that possible? The Wangshi Pearl, the first 3 sentences must be believed without a doubt. This is troublesome. Li Qianqian gritted her teeth and chased after him. Not far away, and Shen was desperately running forward with the unconscious Wang Zihe on his back. He was using almost all his strength, forcing the other party to stop attacking for self-preservation after swallowing the Wangshi Pearl, just to say what he had said earlier. When he turned back and saw Li Qianqian chasing after him, and Shen quickly stopped and turned, shouting, "If you dare to move, you'll die too." Li Qianqian's foot, which had just stepped forward, froze in midair, her whole body standing still, her face alternating between green and white. She felt that the other party was lying to her, but her brain uncontrollably chose to believe, causing her to hesitate and not dare to move recklessly. Watching the other party run further away, Li Qianqian's gaze gradually turned cold. The 3 sentences of the Wangshi Pearl acted like commands, even if the listener was aware, they would still choose to believe. Realizing this, she immediately pulled out a shell-shaped object from her pocket. I didn't want to use it. Li Qianxian paused, holding the shell in her hand, gently prying it open with her nail. With a snap, the shell opened, and a thick, scarlet tongue suddenly extended out. The surface of the tongue was covered in damp green moss, looking like sores on skin. Once the tongue emerged, it began to move rapidly up and down, accompanied by the shell opening and closing, making a series of urgent sounds. From inside, a chant-like incantation emerged. Sea Mouth Water God, spit out curses and accept spirits, let the ghosts perish, I become a true person. Sea Mouth Water God, spit out curses and accept spirits, let the ghosts perish, I become a true person. Repeated over and over at a rapid pace, like a tape recorder. And Shen turned back to see this thing, his face stunned, and while running, suddenly felt his foot give way. Thud! He hadn't reacted to what was happening when a sudden chill enveloped him, a wave of suffocation hit, and he was instantly surrounded by flowing water, plunging into it. How could there be water here? No, wait, the ground had turned into water. As he sank, and Shen immediately realized what was happening, desperately clawing with his hands, trying to swim up, but his body kept sinking rapidly. Above him, a hole the size of a well emitted a faint light, growing farther away, and Shen felt as if he had fallen into the sea, surrounded by darkness. He saw Wang Zihe floating beside him and hurriedly reached out to grab him, but couldn't hold on. Gradually, he began to feel an intense sense of oppression and suffocation, his vision darkening further. He wanted to swim desperately upwards, but it felt as if there was no end to it. Not good, and Shen sank deeper, his vision becoming increasingly blurred. To stay awake, he fixed his gaze on the faint light above, swimming with all his might. Meanwhile, by the roadside, Li Qianxian watched the water hole on the ground with a cold smile. The surface of the hole was covered with a layer of light blue seawater, while below it was unfathomably deep, as if a passage had been dug to connect with the sea. A shell just happened to crawl into the mouth of a sailor who died in the ocean, and stayed there for 49 days. When it came out, it turned into the sea tongue cursed shell. Li Qianxian pinched the shell between her fingers, a half-smile on her face. It will chant a spell as soon as it opens its mouth, and anyone facing it will be affected, dragged into the water to suffocate and die. Qinghe, oh Qinghe, you really shouldn't have looked back just now, otherwise you could have avoided this calamity. Now that you can't speak, I wonder what use your delusional tongue pearl has. She called out Changhe, mimicking Li Qianxian's tone. After saying that, she looked at the person struggling in the hole. Li Qianxian fell silent for a few seconds, as if contemplating, then began to talk to herself again. People like you can't live. Living is a great threat to us. It's a pity that if I kill you directly, I won't be able to know why your body wasn't occupied. Oh well. She pinched the shell, and after speaking, turned away silently. Then, suddenly, there was a loud thud from the sea hole on the ground. It vanished without a trace, as if sealed away. It returned to being flat ground, as if nothing had happened. And the two people in the sea hole seemed to be sealed underground as well. Li Qianxian shook her head and walked forward, murmuring to herself, "We are just trying to survive, forced to come to this strange core land. If you had just made a friend with me earlier, perhaps you wouldn't have to die. But, thinking about it, that's impossible. Forget it, why think about these things? Everything in the world has its cause and effect, why should I?" Bang! She had just taken a few steps when she bumped into someone. Frowning, she hadn't spoken yet when she looked up and saw the person's face, her body froze in shock, her mind buzzing. A blank slate. "And Chen?" Li Qianxian instinctively called out, forgetting to breathe, her brain buzzing. She saw An Chen standing right in front of her, unharmed, and lying on the ground beside them was the unconscious Wang Zihe. Both of them were drenched, as if they had just swum back from the water. Li Qianxian thought she was hallucinating, her face turning pale. She hurriedly rubbed her eyes, looked back, the ground was flat, then turned back, and there was indeed a person in front of her. A wave of unease surged within her, and she instinctively stepped back. "How could you be here?" "Shoo!" The suddenly appearing An Chen placed his index finger on his lips, making a shushing gesture. In the next second, Li Qianxian felt a sharp pain in her throat. She couldn't make a sound anymore. I was silenced. Li Qianxian's pupils trembled, still unable to grasp what was happening. An Chen's lips curled into a chilling smile. "Don't wake my vessel." He tilted his head, the curve of his mouth stretching wider and wider, almost reaching his ears, his entire appearance transforming into that of another person. "I finally found a rare container in this world, something I've dreamed of for so long." "What are you doing? Do you want to kill him?" He suddenly reached out, directly gripping the lower half of Li Qianxian's face. With a forceful squeeze, bang! A startling sound echoed. Li Qianxian's cheeks caved in from both sides. Her entire facial bones shattered on the spot. Teeth were crushed, instantly bursting out of her mouth, blood gushing forth. Ugh! Li Qianxian let out a painful grunt, her eyes wide open, twisting as she tried to struggle, but no sound came out. Blood flowed from inside her skull, seeping into the whites of her eyes, and Shen squeezed her cheeks, still applying pressure. The sound of her facial bones cracking echoed in his palms. One of her eyeballs bulged out, as if it would explode at any moment, and Shen's frowning expression looked somewhat deranged, a strange, cold laugh escaping his throat. I finally tricked him, fooled those people, even deceived the shrine. What do you want to do? Ha! This strange Coreland is so vast, with so many living people, why did you have to find him? His voice grew increasingly strange and shrill. As he spoke, he extended a finger and poked forward. Snap! He directly plucked one of Li Qianxian's eyeballs out. The speed was astonishing, tossing it into his mouth. His lips smacked together. In an instant, blood, flesh, and the sound of chewing mixed chaotically. Hiss! You're not even a low-grade inferior product. How dare you stir up trouble on the head of the Tai Sui? Did our Qinghe provoke you? Ha! Speak! Did I provoke you? Speak! Did you hear me? And Shen seemed somewhat agitated. As he spoke, he swung his hand and slapped her. Bang! A mass of flesh exploded before him. Li Qianxian's jaw was brutally broken. Without the support of her lower jaw, her tongue hung in midair, looking terrifying. You're just too forceful. I just wanted to ask something? Just kill me already. At that moment, Li Qianxian couldn't make a sound. Hearing this, she struggled desperately. Seeing this, and Shen was about to act, but suddenly his expression changed, as if he thought of something, revealing a chilling smile. Instead of killing you, I suddenly thought of a more entertaining idea. Hee, just right to use you to refine the purity of my container. As he spoke, he opened his mouth, his cheeks suddenly splitting apart, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged at Li Qianxian's face. Xingha! Xingha! A familiar voice echoed in his ears, and Shen painfully opened his eyes, first seeing the blue sky and clouds. Then, the worried face of Li Qianxian came into view. Am I dead? He struggled to turn his gaze, his head buzzing, his lungs subtly aching with each breath. He tried to move his mouth, only to feel a sour, bitter dryness, as if he had swallowed sand. Xinghe, you finally woke up. That's great. When Li Qianxian's voice came again, and Shen saw her face, and his head buzzed with shock, he almost reflexively sat up, pushing her away, gritting his teeth and snarling, "Back off, or you'll die." After saying this, he realized that the delusional tongue pearl seemed to have already lost its effect. The side effects of the delusional tongue pearl would leave the user in a state of speechlessness for half an hour. And now that he could speak, it meant he had been unconscious for more than half an hour. Realizing this, and Shen hurriedly picked up a stone from the ground for self-defense, preparing to strike. But he heard Li Qianxian's choked sobs. Xinghe, it really died. It's already dead. Hearing the crying, and Shen froze in place, his hand gripping the stone stiffening. Xinghe, you saved me. The person inside my body has disappeared. It's gone. No, impossible. I don't believe it. And Shen's eyes turned blood red, raising the stone with a fierce tone. Prove it. How? How do I prove it? Li Qianxian sat on the ground, her hair disheveled in the wind, looking utterly panicked. Her chin was covered in blood, as if she had been injured. And Shen gritted his teeth at the words, paused for half a second, remembered something, and threw his phone at her, saying fiercely, "Read the words on it." Li Qianxian picked up the phone, her face pale, but she still unlocked the screen, looked at the content, and choked on her words as she read it out loud, word by word. I and Shen, like Li Qianxian. This was the message that Wang Zi he had previously typed on the phone. At the moment she read it, and Shen felt a wave of oppression in his heart, his breath caught in his throat. He stared blankly at the person in front of him, as if he couldn't believe it. Is it really you, Qianxian? Xinghe is me. It really is me, Li Qianxian cried out, painfully covering her face. But it's impossible. How did I do it? What exactly happened? And Shen's mind was still buzzing, his pupils trembling. How did he manage to kill the possessor inside Li Qianxian without hurting her? Did this also mean that his parents could be saved? Li Qianxian was now able to read the text smoothly, without showing any signs of aphasia. This indicated that she was indeed back to normal. I don't know, I only know that for these past few days, that person has been inside my body, controlling everything. I watched her hurt you all, but I couldn't do anything. Xinghe, you seemed like a different person just now. I fainted, and when I woke up, that person had already disappeared. Hearing this, and Shen's expression changed unpredictably. Like a different person? He recalled some situations. Was it the same as when they were in front of the community gate before? But this time he didn't feel any so-called pleasure. On the contrary, the moment he fell into the sea, all he thought about was swimming up to survive. This made no sense. Xinghe, Zihe is still unconscious. Shouldn't we go to the hospital first? Okay, let's go to the hospital. And Shen's train of thought was interrupted, his expression dazed. He came back to his senses, picked up the phone, and quickly dialed for an ambulance. Then he walked over to Wang Zihe. checked his pulse with his hand, which was still beating, but very weak. Xinghe, this thing was left by that person. I don't know what it is, so I'll leave it to you. Li Qianxian's voice was very anxious as she handed over 2 items. One was a scroll-like piece of paper, the other was a shell. Seeing the shell, and Shen's expression changed slightly. He took it, hesitated for a few seconds, and gently pried open a gap with his fingernail. Suddenly, half a tongue shot out from inside, whimpering rapidly and making strange sounds. Sea mouth water god, spit out the curse. Slap! And Shen's heart trembled, and he immediately pressed the shell shut tightly, pinching that tongue inside. It spasmed in pain and retracted. I remember that person said this is called the sea tongue curse shell, formed when a shell crawled out of the mouth of a dead sailor. If aimed at someone else, it can drown them as if they fell into the sea. Li Qianxian recalled her painful experience with a pale face, as if she couldn't believe such things existed in the world. And Shen, however, stared intently at the shell. To him, this shell resembled the delusional tongue pearl, both having been refined in some way to possess special rules. Or it could be said to be more like a magical artifact from a novel. It seems their world has many such strange things. Using these things to kill is as easy as squashing an ant. And Shen gritted his teeth, his tone filled with hatred. Hearing this, Li Qianxian added anxiously, I remember, they seem to call these things strange core objects. Strange core objects? And Shen suddenly thought of something. Here, we are also referred to as the land of strange cores. The name has strange core in it. What does strange core actually mean? And these people treat us as materials for cultivation. His inner rage continued to grow as he stared at the sea tongue curse shell, grinding his teeth and muttering to himself for a long time before suddenly reaching out. Qianxian, lend me your hair tie for a moment. Li Qianxian was momentarily stunned by the words, then quickly reacted. Oh, okay. She immediately took off her hair tie, letting her hair fall loosely on both sides. And Shen used the hair tie to securely bind the shell, ensuring it wouldn't open its mouth and start talking on its own, which made him feel at ease. Then he noticed the girl's slightly messy hair and hesitated, stammering, I'll buy you another one. It's okay, I have plenty, Li Qianxian replied softly, lowering her head and nodding, a bit shyly, before changing the subject. By the way, what was written on that paper? And Shen stuffed the shell into his pocket and opened the paper, discovering it was filled with twisted symbols resembling tadpoles. It wasn't Sanskrit. It looked more like a distorted variant of Chinese characters, very twisted and hard to recognize. Yet he could still glean some information from it and unconsciously began to read aloud. Blood droplet, I've heard that the ocean is a desert filled with water. I used to not believe it, but after losing my water source, I looked at the sea, and the more I drank, the thirstier I became. Only when a person is about to die of thirst do they understand what water represents. I tried to drink my companion's blood. It was too sweet, their taste was too sweet. When Shen finished reading the story left by someone on the paper, a white mist symbol suddenly appeared before him. Blood droplet nuclear technique has merged with the victim. Rule change, physical pain one time, mental pain one time, pleasure prohibited. It changed again. And Shen stared at the symbol in mid-air, his breathing becoming heavier. Physical pain had changed from 2 times to 1 time. This meant that nearly dying after falling into the sea counted as 1 instance of physical pain. Every change is a test of life and death. Xinghe, what are you talking about? Li Qianxian suddenly asked curiously. You can't see this white mist symbol? What white mist symbol? Li Qianxian stared blankly at the air, looking confused. It's nothing, and Shen paused, shook his head. I thought your situation would be the same as mine, becoming a rebel. What is a rebel? At that moment, the sound of an ambulance could be heard not far away. Let's go to the hospital first, and we'll talk later. Okay. When the ambulance stopped in front of them, the paramedics got out, quickly understanding the basic situation and immediately lifted Wang Zai onto a stretcher. And Shen helped beside them, and when they got into the ambulance, the paramedics were about to close the door when he hurriedly stopped them. Wait, I have a friend who hasn't gotten on yet. He turned around and saw Li Qianxian standing by the roadside, her expression dazed, staring in a certain direction, completely motionless. It was as if she was looking at the grass by the road, as if something was hidden within it. However, her expression clearly showed she was in a daze. Qianxian, let's go. And Chen called out to her. Oh, okay, coming. Li Qianxian was snapped out of her thoughts, momentarily stunned, and climbed onto the ambulance. All right, close the door, and Shen said as he sat inside. The paramedics glanced at him, frowned slightly, and said nothing as they closed the door. In the hospital, and Shen also underwent an examination to ensure he was fine. He was now sitting in the corridor, looking somewhat tired. In the opposite ward lay Wang Zai, who had already escaped danger but was still asleep. Beside him was Li Qianxian, her face full of worry as she kept watch. At this moment, the night was deep. Next to Chen in the corridor stood Bai Jian. Director Bai leaned against the bed, gazing out at the city lights, and sighed. I apologize to you, the incident happened suddenly, and I couldn't get there in time. It's my fault. And Chen lowered his head, looking at the floor of the corridor, remaining silent. The light reflected in his pupils, and he felt somewhat downcast. It's okay, at least Qianqian has recovered. Qianqian? Upon hearing this, Bai Jian was momentarily taken aback, frowning, and was about to say something. And Shen suddenly spoke in a trembling, hoarse voice, Director Bai, today, I almost lost two of my best friends. One almost drowned, and the other wanted to kill me with her own hands, or, it's possible I could have killed her with my own hands, and she is still the person I like. But I don't even know what I did. I don't remember anything, the last memory is of me falling into the sea, and I desperately tried to swim up. At this point, Shen suddenly paused, his trembling growing more intense. Will the people around me just leave one by one? My parents, and my friends, and I, can only watch all of this helplessly? Is this what the law wants? It wants me to suffer, both mentally and physically, only by losing everything, experiencing life and death. Can I fulfill its demands to satisfy it? But why is there such a law? What is its meaning? What is it for? Is it just to toy with me for fun? Why is it me specifically? And Shen spoke a lot in one breath, clearly losing control of his emotions. Bai Jian listened, her gaze heavy, not responding immediately. Finally, she spoke earnestly. I don't know. There are many things for which I, like you, want an answer, but life only presents us with difficult questions, never telling us what the answers are. She paused at this. The hospital corridor at night was somewhat quiet. The wind blew in through the window, the night breeze slightly cool. After a moment, Bai Jian continued, however, I always believe that what kind of person you want to become ultimately depends on yourself. And Shen, to me, the law is like a tool, like a knife, you can use it to kill, or you can use it to save. So, the key is, when facing the law, what kind of person do you want to become? You need to be clear about this in your heart. What kind of person do I want to become? Upon hearing this, Shen lowered his head, not responding. Suddenly, the door to the ward was pushed open, and he saw Li Qianqian walking out. Xinghe. Li Qianqian looked very tired, clearly exhausted, and when she saw Bai Jian standing beside him, her expression was somewhat curious. She is my superior, Director Bai Jian, and Shen explained to her. He thought the name, White Robe Bureau, shouldn't be mentioned casually. After all, not many knew of the existence of this mysterious organization. He was still pondering this when Bai Jian smiled and extended her hand. Hello, I am the director of the White Robe Bureau. My name is Bai Jian. Hello, I'm Li Qianqian, Xinghe's friend. Li Qianqian hurriedly shook her hand, while becoming even more puzzled. What is the White Robe Bureau? A department that specializes in resolving situations like today. Bai Jian replied with a smile. I heard Xinghe say you've returned to normal? You don't remember many things? Yes, I don't remember a lot, but I still remember one very important thing. Li Qianqian quickly said, I just remembered, Xinghe, I still recall some. About that person's cultivation. Upon hearing this, Bai Jian seemed even more interested, her eyes lighting up as she immediately asked, can you elaborate? Only some fragmented memories. I have an impression that cultivation seems to be related to paths. Li Qianqian tried to recall. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a total of 8 paths, divided into 5 major paths, and 3 minor paths. The 5 major paths are Buddhist path, Taoist path, Deep Sea path, Green Mountain path, and Thick Earth path. And the 3 minor paths are Path of Suffering, Path of Deities, and Path of Malice. The most crucial thing is that each path corresponds to many different shrines. Li Qianqian recalled, speaking excitedly. Shrines? Yes. Shrines are like the representative deities of each path, or guiding deities, Li Qianqian explained. For example, the person occupying my body, she is from the Deep Sea path, and the initial shrine of the Deep Sea path is Mazu. When a person chooses a path, a corresponding initial shrine will emerge, which in turn triggers laws, and each law has its own name and rules. Just like the ascetic law of Xinghe, that person is the sea demon law. At this point, Li Qianqian paused for a moment, thought for a while, and continued, moreover, different laws have different rule contents under different paths and shrines. Let me think of an example. She furrowed her brows, as if contemplating how to explain. For instance, the ascetic law of Xinghe is related to suffering because Xinghe practices the path of suffering. If it were under the Deep Sea path, the ascetic law might not be about suffering. I understand now, Shen said, suddenly enlightened. Suffering is not due to the ascetic law itself, but because the path of suffering is inherently painful, so no matter what law it is, as long as you walk this path, it will transform into something related to suffering, right? Exactly. So choosing a path, seems very important. But I have no choice, and Shen said with a bitter smile. Did he have a choice? From the beginning until now, he felt like a puppet being pushed along, his heart oppressed and suffocated. He was a rebel, yet he couldn't resist anything. And the shrine is not unchanging. After a practitioner completes 3 laws, or more, they will reach a critical point, and then the shrine will take notice, and after gaining recognition, they can enter the next shrine. As the number of shrines increases, their strength will also grow, ultimately reaching the end of this path. Being noticed by the shrine, gaining the recognition of the divine? And Shen thought of his shrine, Tianma. It seems that when recognized by the shrine, there is also a chance to gain the power of the divine. Bai Jian listened for a long time and finally summarized, I think I understand. She said, in simple terms, the cultivation method is to first choose a path, which then produces a corresponding initial shrine and initial law. After completing 3 laws step by step, one can gain a new shrine. At the same time, there is also a possibility of gaining the power of the previous shrine. In this way, continuously accumulating shrines, and ultimately reaching the end of the path, is that right? Li Chanxian nodded seriously. Yes, so what is the end of the path? Each path is different. For example, the Buddhist path aims for the ultimate achievement of the golden body, while the Taoist path aims for ascension to immortality. Got it, Bai Jian nodded. So, the strength of a possessor is actually assessed based on the number of shrines they possess. The more shrines, the stronger the power. Upon hearing this, Shen lowered his head in contemplation. Each time he passed a shrine, he had to cultivate through at least 3 laws, or even more. And I only have 1 ascetic law now, which I can no longer endure. In other words, can I smoothly survive to the next law? If I complete 1 law, how do I know what kind of law I will experience next? The new law is something you can choose for yourself, Li Chanxian said. Whatever law you want to experience, just look for the written records of that law, or have someone inform you. So Shen is walking that path of suffering, with the initial shrine being Tianma, and the initial law being ascetic. Bai Jian stated in Shen's situation, her brows tightly knitted. From this perspective, it seems you've stepped onto a not-so-good path. And Shen, upon hearing this, gave a bitter smile and remained silent. Beside him, Li Chanxian bit her lip, sat down next to him, suddenly held his hand, and said seriously, It's okay, Xinghe, I will be with you. Thank you. And Shen's heart trembled as he looked up into Li Chanxian's eyes. What a pure face and eyes she had. His nose felt a bit sour, but he quickly suppressed the emotions rising within him, forcing himself to calm down. He feared that this joy might provoke the rejection of the law. Alright, I have something to attend to, I'll leave first. If anything comes up, contact me in time. Okay. Bai Jian seemed reluctant to disturb the two, leaving behind a sentence before turning to leave. When she reached the end of the corridor and waited for the elevator, she paused, looked back at Shen, hesitated for a few seconds, took out her phone, and dialed a number. Hello, Director? You need to immediately verify the location of the incident today. The body found next to the bushes on the airport road, was it a girl named Li Chanxian? Yes. She hung up the phone. Bai Jian took a deep breath, her expression quite serious. She turned to look down the dimly lit corridor, and Shen was sitting alone on a chair, reaching out to embrace the air, tears streaming down his face in the psychiatric hospital's holding area. Director, the identification results for the body have come out. The deceased is indeed Li Chanxian. In front of the body collection table, Bai Jian's gaze was heavy. Looking at the body covered with a white cloth, she reached out to lift it. A nearby team member in a white coat hurriedly reminded her. Director, have you eaten dinner yet? I have. Why? I'm worried you might throw up. The expression of the white-coated team member was somewhat unpleasant. The body is severely mutilated. Even we doctors have vomited upon seeing it. Is it really that outrageous? Her hand paused slightly. However, as the director, could she be afraid of this? She suddenly lifted the white cloth. But the moment she saw the body, she was stunned, frozen in place. Her pupils trembled. Despite having mentally prepared herself, the sight before her was still completely unexpected. It could no longer be described as simply horrific, it had reached a level that was appalling. The body was bitten to death. These chaotic bite marks on her skin are from human teeth. The white-coated team member holding the report stood together, struggling to contain their emotions. In addition, we found many fragments at the scene while searching for the body. After examination, we believe that after she was bitten to death, the perpetrator, for convenience in eating, also tore her apart, just like a tiger would when eating meat. I know, you don't need to describe it in such detail. Bai Jian waved her hand to interrupt the team member, her brow furrowed. She had seen many bodies over the years, but the brutality of the one before her had reached an unprecedented level. Is there anything else? Yes. The white-coated team member immediately responded. The process of piecing together the body was very difficult. Based on the current reconstruction, most parts have been found, but one heart is missing. Heart? Bai Jian frowned, staring at the body before her. The bite marks on the face were particularly numerous, the flesh a chaotic mess. It was completely impossible to discern what it originally looked like. For one person to bite so many times on a face was more frenzied than a mad beast. It was hard to imagine how brutal the scene must have been at that time. Why is the heart missing? Have you searched the area around the body? We have searched, but still found nothing, so we believe the heart may have been. The white-coated team member trailed off, noticing the director's serious expression, and stopped. But Bai Jian already knew what he was implying. The heart might have been eaten, and the person who ate the heart, if nothing unexpected happened, could very well be in Chen. After all, at the scene, it was only them. Bai Jian stared at the body for a while, then covered it with the white cloth again, sitting down on a nearby chair as if lost in thought. Director, should we intervene within Chen? The Risk Bureau already knows about this matter. What did they say? They believe in Chen is uncontrollable and must be eliminated. Upon hearing this, Bai Jian fell silent, and after a long while, she suddenly let out a bitter laugh. I was at the hospital today, accompanying in Chen as he acted for half a day. Do you know? He kept talking to the air. Sometimes he even played two roles himself, one being him and the other Li Chanxian, but strangely, he wasn't even aware of it. He told me some things about the Soul Snatcher's cultivation, but it was all in Li Chanxian's tone. The man in the white coat was stunned, feeling a chill run down his spine. So he doesn't know that he killed Li Chanxian? He might have even eaten her, and her body was just thrown in the bushes, and he didn't see it? He might not want to see it himself. Bai Jian expressed his speculation. In certain extreme situations, a person can deceive themselves. The current situation is that Li Chanxian is already dead, but Chen thinks she is still alive, so his mental state must be problematic. But there's one thing I can't understand. If Li Chanxian is dead, how does Chen know about the cultivator's path? Where did he get that information? Who told him? As Bai Jian pondered, his gaze gradually deepened. Should we tell him the truth? The man in the white coat asked uneasily. Hearing this, Bai Jian looked up at the team member and suddenly asked, Are you living with your family now? Yes. Then if I tell you that your family has actually been dead for a long time, and they are just figments of your imagination, and the cause of death is that you ate them, what would you think? The man in the white coat opened his mouth in shock, unable to speak, his throat dry, struggling to make a sound. I might go crazy. A normal person would go crazy, let alone someone who was already half crazy. Bai Jian shook his head, his tone resolute. So this matter must not be revealed to him, at least not now. Understood. The man in the white coat took a deep breath to calm himself. How should we respond to the Risk Bureau? Tell them everything is under control. Yes. In the hospital. And Chen woke up. Although he was lying on a chair, he had slept very soundly. The sunlight streamed through the white window, casting light in the corridor. And Chen felt very strong, and his mind was exceptionally clear. He saw Li Chanxian sitting beside him, staring blankly at the sky. He didn't know what she was thinking. You're awake? Li Chanxian turned her head and smiled. Xingyi, are you hungry? I don't seem to be that hungry, and Chen said, touching his stomach. It's strange, he hadn't eaten anything since noon yesterday. He didn't even feel hungry, and his stomach was a bit bloated. I'm not hungry either. Xingyi, where do you think people go after they die? If it were before, I would think they go nowhere, and Shen thought, but now I'm not so sure. I have an idea, maybe after people die, they go into the stomach. Ha? Into the stomach? And Shen looked up in confusion, not understanding. But Li Chanxian smiled and changed the subject. Go check on Zihe, he should be awake. After saying that, she ran into the ward. What stomach? And Shen mumbled in confusion as he followed her into the room. As soon as he entered, he noticed a middle-aged man in a suit standing by the hospital bed. Wang Zi he had not yet woken up. The man stood straight in front of the bed, his eyes lowered, silently watching the unconscious Wang Zihe, without any movement. Hearing the noise behind him, the man slowly turned his head, his eyes deep like an eagle's. Who are you? I am Wang Zihe's father. The man's voice was slow, deep, and authoritative. I came to see my son. Hearing this, and Shen's heart jolted in shock. This was the father that Wang Zihe cursed all day? How could he be here? But then he thought that perhaps the hospital had notified the family. And Chen quickly bowed politely. Hello, uncle, my name is Chen. So you are Chen. Zihe has mentioned you many times on the phone, the man said calmly. After speaking, he ignored the other person's response and turned back to look at the unconscious Prince He on the hospital bed. The atmosphere felt a bit strange. Will he never wake up again? The man suddenly asked. What kind of question was that? Would a father really ask such a thing? Of course he will. The doctor said Zihe is already better. He might just be sleeping too deeply. Perhaps he was pretending to sleep, and Shen thought, after all, he might not want to see you. And Shen, can you do me a favor? The man turned back. What is it, uncle? Please persuade Zihe to come home. He can't die out there. And Shen was taken aback. Uncle, I don't understand what you mean by dying out there. Zihe will be fine. He has already. You are his best friend, didn't he tell you? Tell me what? Interrupted in the conversation, and Shen suddenly had a bad premonition. He has cancer. He can live for at most 4 years. It's been 3 years since he started university. In the last year, let him come home. I can provide him with the best treatment in the world. Perhaps he can live even longer, maybe even have a chance of recovery. The man spoke, but his tone revealed no emotion. It was as if he were talking about an ordinary person, not his son. And Shen couldn't understand how a father could remain so calm in the face of his son's critical illness. His mind was buzzing. Staring blankly at Prince He, his best friend, his mouth opened but no sound came out. This is a hereditary disease, inherited from his mother. When his mother died, I was busy with my career and didn't even know she was sick. At that time, we were too poor, so poor that we couldn't afford to eat. It was Zihe who took care of his mother, accompanying her through her last moments. In the end, he was the one who carried his mother's body alone, digging a pit in our hometown's field to bury her. He was only 11 that year. Zihe hated me for many years. The man's tone still revealed no emotion. I never expected him to forgive me. He never listened to me. His mother was the love of my life. I have a lot of money now, but no amount of money can take me back to the past. Being poor is death. Being rich is also death. But at least a rich person can die with dignity, lying in a coffin. His tone was too calm, devoid of emotion, yet it seemed to hide endless sadness. After hearing this, Shen didn't know what to say. He had known Prince He for 3 years, only hearing him curse his father, but he had never mentioned the reason. He hadn't even brought up that he had cancer. This is my phone number. Talk to him when he wakes up. The man handed over a business card. Whatever choice he makes, I will respect it. But living a little longer means he can see the people he wants to see more, right? And Shen's hand trembled slightly as he took the card. The man turned and walked away. A few seconds later, Shen saw Prince He slowly open his eyes, looking at his friend, his eyes red but smiling broadly. Ha, Olden, you found me. I guess I can't hide anymore. Don't be mad at me, okay? I was just afraid you'd be sad. And Shen stared at him, unable to speak. Sniff, sniff, beside the airport street. A man with a backpack held a phone in his hand, sniffing the air with his nose. The smell of blood is strong, and the strange nuclear smell is even stronger. I'm afraid the master was right. The black butterfly is dead, the man said. A muffled voice came from the phone. Can you determine how he died? I'm trying. The man held the phone with one hand and pulled out a bowl from his bag with the other. He also had a bottle of water. He poured half a bowl of water. Then, from his pocket, he pinched out a talisman with 2 fingers. It seemed to have strange runes written in blood. He gently shook the talisman. Boom! The entire piece of talisman paper instantly burned to ashes, floating down into the bowl of water. Then, the man tilted his head back and drank the talisman water in one go. He closed his eyes and suddenly opened them wide. In his eyes, the pupils suddenly began to move on their own. Following that, 2 additional pupils of different colors grew unnaturally from the eyeball. 4 pupils crowded in the eyes, slowly rotating in different directions. They stared into the air in front of them, as if observing something. Gradually, shadows began to reflect in the man's eyes. 1 shadow, 2 shadows, 3, 4. Dark figures slowly emerged on the road. A battle took place here. It's the aura of the black butterfly, and there are others as well, also cultivators, but not very strong, the man said. A voice in the phone inquired. How many shrines does the opponent have? How many laws? Only 1 shrine, 1 law. Beginner? The voice on the phone paused, seemingly confused. A beginner can kill the black butterfly? She possesses 2 shrines and has experienced 4 laws. She is an excellent newcomer personally trained by a respected master. No, it wasn't him who killed her. The man's pupils continued to rotate. There were others present. Who? The shadows in front were moving quickly. The previous scene seemed to be replaying, until a strange shadow suddenly joined the battlefield. Who is that? The man was taken aback. He saw the strange shadow grab his companion, the black butterfly, tearing her apart and throwing her into the grass. Then it quickly stuffed something into its mouth. The man stared at this scene, his brow twitching, his expression gradually becoming serious. There is another person, and they are very strong. How many shrines? How many laws? The voice on the phone repeated the earlier question. No shrines and laws. The man's 4 pupils rotated once. Upon hearing this, the voice on the phone clearly paused. Before it could react, the man continued, or rather, they are hidden. I can't tell how many shrines and laws there are. Are you sure that person killed the black butterfly? Yes, and they even ate her heart. Immediately, a questioning voice came from the phone. Ate the heart? Look again, this is no joke. Do you doubt my purple gold eyes? That's called dog eyes. What purple gold eyes? You've changed the name so many times, if the respected master hears it, he'll be really angry. He hates it when others change his things. Is it my fault for changing it? The man's mouth twitched. Is it appropriate for the respected master to have a name like Dog Eyes? But the core technique was also your own choice, the voice on the phone retorted. The man wanted to argue further, but the other party interrupted. Look closely, even if it's someone from our world, needing a heart doesn't mean eating it. There's no such cultivation method. I said, that shadow ate the heart. Upon hearing this, the phone fell silent. After a moment, it slowly spoke again. Shiyuan, does eating hearts remind you of anything? The man named Shiyuan frowned at the words. The voice on the phone continued, the respected master once told a story. Do you remember it? I remember, but that thing doesn't exist. Even if it did, it has nothing to do with us. Logically, that's the case. But now that we are in this strange core land, who can guarantee that everything is the same as before? The voice on the phone said slowly. The respected master said that humans have their cultivation methods, and ghosts have theirs. That shadow can directly kill the black butterfly. Its strength is evidently not low. Perhaps it's an opportunity. Upon hearing this, the man fell silent. The phone also fell silent. A few seconds later, it spoke again. I will report this matter to the respected master immediately. You continue to investigate. I understand. Shiyuan hung up the phone. He looked up again. The strange shadow had gradually dissipated, making it unlikely to track. However, the shadow of the beginner was exceptionally clear. A beginner is just a beginner. Ultimately, they lack experience and cannot hide their tracks. As long as I find him, I can learn what exactly happened. The man muttered to himself as he picked up the bowl from the ground and stood up. No one can provoke the Inshan sect, not even in this land of strange kernels. In the hospital, Wang Zihe leaped up from the bed, put on his coat, and smiled. Olden, you don't need to persuade me. I definitely won't go back. If I really only had a year to live, I would choose to be with you. You don't need to look so gloomy. What my dad said isn't necessarily true. I've seen other doctors before, and they said I could only live for 2 years. But haven't I lived for 3 years already? Hearing Wang Zihe's words, Shen felt an overwhelming heaviness in his heart. Although it was meant to be comforting, he couldn't feel happy at all. How long and how much courage would it take to calmly accept the departure of those around him? Alright, I'm fine now. Shen, let's go. I'll take you all to eat barbecue again. Wang Zihe waved his hand. We didn't eat well last time, so let's do it again. Then I won't hold back. Li Qianxian smiled. She turned around and took Shen's hand, making his face flush slightly. Eat as much as you want. You are my best friends. As long as you like it, I'll treat you every day from now on. Wang Zihe laughed and ran out. Shen was also pulled by Li Qianxian, rushing out of the ward. The sunlight shone on the three of them. Looking at their smiling faces, Shen felt as if he were dreaming. After running a few steps, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps coming from the corridor behind him. Turning around, Shen saw many doctors and nurses rushing into the ward with anxious expressions. Jihe, is there anyone else in your ward? Shen was momentarily stunned by the scene at the end of the corridor, feeling puzzled. No. Then why are the doctors and nurses all rushing into your ward in a panic? I don't know, maybe they're clearing space for other patients. Why care about that? Let's go eat barbecue. Shen was pulled into the elevator. At the moment the door closed, he looked at the smiling faces of the two and suddenly felt a strange sensation. But he couldn't quite pinpoint what was strange. Xingyi, in this chaotic world, it's really nice to have each other's company. Li Qianxian smiled at him. Wang Zihe patted his chest and said loudly, from now on, the three of us will always be together. You two are responsible for being beautiful, and I'll take care of you both. Shen looked at them and smiled. He was very happy, but at the same time, he felt a bit surprised. Why didn't the rules remind him at this moment to refrain from joy? Forget it. Happiness should be shared with those around him, right? Enjoy this moment. After Shen left, in the ward, the attending physician let out an uncontrollable roar of anger. The patient has been dead for 7 hours. 7 hours. He died last night. What were you on-duty medical staff doing? Didn't anyone notice? How could this happen? The medical staff stared blankly at the scene before them, their expressions shocked and pale. On the bed lay the body of a young boy. The name on the bed card read, Wang Zihe. Our city's famous billionaire entrepreneur Wang Liangcheng committed suicide by poisoning at home 3 days ago. Cause of death unknown. He left a suicide note stating he hoped to see his son one last time. It is rumored that Wang Liangcheng and his son Wang Zihe had a troubled relationship. His mother died of cancer many years ago. On the hospital's television, the latest breaking news was playing. Bai Jian looked at the body before him, his face grim, speechless. Director Bai, this matter is our oversight. The attending physician stood before him, leading a group of medical staff, heads bowed in apology. Each of them looked tense and uneasy. Wasn't he already out of danger yesterday? How could something still happen? What was the cause of death? Bai Jian asked heavily. Cause of death. When it came to this point, the doctor stammered nervously, I'm afraid it was natural causes. Natural causes? Upon hearing this, Bai Jian immediately looked at him with a piercing gaze. The doctor was too frightened to meet his eyes. It really was natural causes. It's just that. He had cancer. Cancer? Why didn't you mention this when you examined him yesterday? Bai Jian said impatiently. But he didn't have cancer yesterday. The doctor's tone sounded even more flustered. Bai Jian's brows were almost knitted together. Clarify your words. What exactly happened? We just discovered it. During the examination yesterday, he was only unconscious from drowning. His body was very healthy, there were no issues, but today, we found cancer in him, and the cancer is already in the late stage. The doctor's voice trembled as if he were speaking about something he couldn't comprehend himself. A person suddenly develops late-stage cancer overnight. Director Bai, don't say you don't believe it. I've been a doctor for so long. I don't even know what to make of it. The doctor's expression looked like it was on the verge of breaking down. He didn't seem to be lying, but Bai Jian still couldn't fully understand. So, he just fell asleep, woke up with late-stage cancer, and then died without any warning. Is that right? The doctor lowered his head even further. Although he didn't speak, it seemed he had already tacitly agreed. Bai Jian sighed, her head ached a bit, and rubbing her temples, she asked, where is Chen? Chen? The young man who came with him yesterday. I saw him rush into the elevator in a hurry today. A young nurse said nervously. He looked a bit strange when he ran away, as if someone was pulling him. Upon hearing this, Bai Jian suddenly had a bad premonition. She immediately asked, how many people did you see? Just him alone. Bai Jian furrowed her brows tightly and shouted, Zhao Gang, director. A white-coated team member immediately came over. Immediately send people to search the entire city, retrieve all surveillance footage, and look for Chen. Hurry. Yes. Wait a moment, director? The white-coated team member stopped and turned back. Bai Jian was silent for half a second, as if she were thinking quickly, then spoke with a heavier tone, go notify Wang Jian, have him on standby at all times. If codename Yin Yang goes completely out of control, have him proceed with the erasure immediately. Upon hearing the name Wang Jian, the white-coated team member's expression changed, then he saluted as if facing a great enemy. Yes. He turned and ran off, leaving the doctors looking uneasy, standing in place, glancing at each other, not daring to speak. At this moment, Bai Jian had no mood to pay attention to them. She instinctively reached into her pocket, wanting to pull out a cigarette. When she felt it was empty, she remembered she had quit smoking for several years. In these years, there had been few situations that could make her anxious enough to want to smoke. Staring at the corpse in the room, her expression darkened, and a few seconds later, she suddenly turned and left the hospital. Chen, I'm betting on you one last time. A clean office. A man in a suit stared at the news on his phone, speaking into his Bluetooth headset. The richest man, Wang Liang, committed suicide. His son is Wang Zihe, the friend of the rebel, found by the White Coat Bureau? Came a response from the headset. I can't believe you still remember such a person. The person wearing the Bluetooth headset had a grim expression. I'm getting older, but my memory isn't so bad that I forget something this important. That rebel's codename is Yin Yang, right? Yes. The man nodded. Last time I represented the Risk Bureau to talk with Bai Jian, she seemed a bit biased towards that person. Why? Do they know each other? No, the Sky Eye Bureau provided me with the information. There's no relationship between them. Then why does Bai Jian favor him? Who knows? Anyway, it's already been made clear that if this rebel goes out of control, our Risk Bureau. Just as he was speaking, bang, the door was suddenly pushed open, startling the man. Captain Xiaosong, are you trying to get yourself killed by not knocking? A young man in a black suit, his face anxious, exclaimed, Captain, it's bad. We've received intel that the codename Yin Yang may have gone out of control. What? I heard that the director of the White Robe Bureau, Bai Jian, sent someone to find Wang Jian. That rebel has had a mental breakdown. Upon hearing this, a man called Xiaosong nearly fell off his chair, his mouth agape. When did this happen? Just now. Bai Jian is taking a gamble. The man's expression darkened as he quickly thought, and an elderly voice came through his earpiece. This kind of thing should have been handled by our Risk Bureau. Bai Jian has ulterior motives. You should take your people and head over there. Don't hesitate to kill if necessary. I understand. The man hung up the earpiece, gritting his teeth. I knew these people couldn't be trusted. He grabbed his coat from the chair and strode out. You immediately gather the personnel and initiate action. The plan is, eliminate the rebels. Yes. In the restaurant, several waiters were able to take a moment's rest. One of them whispered, "Did you see that customer?" "I did. That person is really strange, right? Ever since he came in, he's been talking to himself, laughing and chatting with the air. Not just that, he takes 3 portions of everything. Look at what's on the table. He's even putting meat on the other 2 plates." The waiters chatted, their tone uneasy. At that moment, the customer they were discussing suddenly waved over and called out, "Waiter, you go." "I'm not going. He looks scary." "You go." "I won't go either. Let the new girl handle it." The waiters quietly pushed each other, just as a new young female waiter passed by. "Xiao Kai, go check on the customer at table 9. Oh, okay." Xiao Kai, sweating profusely, put down the plates she had just collected and walked over to table 9. The older waiters peeked at her from behind. "Hello, may I help you with something?" Xiao Kai approached the table and politely asked the customer, "Can you take a picture of me and my friends?" "Thank you." And Shen smiled as he handed over his phone. Xiao Kai paused for a moment. "Friends?" She looked around, but there was no one. Meanwhile, the customer leaned back in his chair, arms wide open as if embracing the people on either side. "Just one picture will do." And Shen said with a smile, glancing to his left, "Zihi, your pose is so ugly." The waiter Xiao Kai stared blankly at this scene, suddenly feeling a bit scared, but she suppressed her fear and did not refuse. The manager had said that the customer's needs were paramount. Do not ask too many questions or think too much. Just take the picture. She aimed the camera at the table. Click. She pressed the shutter. The moment was captured. "Is it done?" It's done." Xiao Kai nervously handed over the phone, and Shen took it, opened it to look, and was stunned. "Why did you only take a picture of me?" "See, customer, there's only you at the table." Upon hearing this, and Shen froze, then laughed. "What are you talking about?" Turning his head, he saw the empty chairs. The reflection in the restaurant's glass showed his solitary figure. How could this be? And Shen suddenly stood up from his chair, his face pale, looking around. Xian, Zihi, where did you go?" The waiter Xiao Kai was so frightened that she quickly hid to the side. The older waiters, sensing something was off, hurried over. "Hello, is there a problem? My friends are missing. Have you seen them? I can't find them." "Friends?" "The ones who were just sitting with me, a boy and a girl, about my age. They were right next to me." And Shen's heart raced as he scanned the entire restaurant, searching for familiar figures. He rushed into the men's restroom, no one. He dashed into the women's restroom, where angry voices erupted. "Are you a pervert? Get out!" And Shen was frantically searching and shouting throughout the restaurant. Xian, Zihi. His unusual behavior instantly drew the curious gazes of the surrounding customers, each with a puzzled expression, unsure of what was happening. "Hello, I'm the manager here. Is there something you need?" A somewhat overweight middle-aged man hurried out from the back upon hearing the commotion. Seeing that the situation was off, several waitstaff dared not approach and quietly reminded him from the side. "Manager, he's looking for his friends, but he came alone from the start and insists someone is dining with him." Upon hearing this, the manager was taken aback. He had never encountered such a situation before. "Have you seen my friends? They came with me and now they're gone. Where did they go?" And Shen asked the man, his tone frantic. "Please don't panic, sir. You could call your friends to check if they left early for some reason," the manager suggested, trying to stabilize the situation to avoid alarming other customers. "That's impossible." And Shen shook his head in confusion. "They wouldn't just leave without saying anything. We agreed to eat together. They were just here. They would never just abandon me. We are the best of friends." And Shen muttered to himself, pushing past the man and rushing out of the restaurant. "Manager, he hasn't paid," a waiter quickly reminded from behind. The manager furrowed his brow, unsure whether to chase after him or not. "Let's call the police." And Shen ran into the hallway, shouting to both sides, Xian, Zihi, where are you?" People around him looked at him with strange expressions. Bang! In a moment of distraction, and Shen bumped into someone. "Hey, little brother, what's the rush?" The man he collided with took a step back, his tone somewhat heavy. A backpack fell to the ground with a clatter. "I'm sorry, I'm looking for my friends, I'm sorry," and Shen hurriedly apologized, picking up the bag for the other man. It made a clattering sound inside, like porcelain clinking together. The man took it without saying a word, and Shen was already in a panic, running ahead. Xian, Zihi? The man stood still, holding the bag, not moving. After a few seconds, he took out his phone and sent a message. "I've tracked down that beginner." Ding, soon a reply came. "Make sure to get the information about that shadow." "What next?" "It's up to you, whether to kill it or refine it, you decide." By the way, don't you still need a few more bug shells for your slave goo technique? Looking at the message, the man didn't reply further and put his phone away. He turned and walked towards the boy ahead, and Chen was weaving through the crowd. After calling out a few times, he suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. Turning around, he saw the waitress who had helped him take pictures chasing after him. "Hello, this is the surveillance footage from our restaurant. The manager asked me to show it to you," she said, holding out a phone, her face tense and fearful. She stopped 3 meters away from Chen, extending her hand but not daring to move closer. This task should have been handled by the senior staff, but evidently, it had been pushed onto her. Chen snatched the phone and stared blankly at the surveillance footage. From the moment he entered the restaurant, to sitting down, to eating, to taking pictures, he was alone, talking to the air. "No, it's impossible." Chen's eyes were bloodshot, and he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, as if it were about to explode. Bang! The phone fell to the ground, the screen shattered. Xiaokai's pupils widened in shock as she rushed over to pick up the phone and then turned to flee. Chen heard a chaotic noise ringing in his ears. It felt as if countless shadows were flashing before his eyes. "Xinghe, it's really me. I'm fine now, he's already gone." "Xinghe, are you hungry? What do you think happens to people after they die? Maybe they go into the stomach." "Olden, if I only had a year left, I would definitely choose to be with you. You're my brother, I believe whatever you say. Go, you two go eat barbecue. From now on, you two are responsible for being beautiful, and I'll take care of you both." No, this can't be real." Chen's legs went weak, and he knelt directly on the ground. "We clearly agreed to be together, so how did it end up with just me talking to myself?" Chen's eyes turned red, and he suddenly felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He instinctively licked his lips, lowered his head, and suddenly saw what seemed to be a heart in his hand. Immediately, chaotic and bloody images began to surface. Flesh, teeth, biting screams. Xian? Chen's face turned as stiff as a corpse. "What have I done?" At that moment, Li Xian's laughter echoed in his mind. "Xinghe, am I delicious?" Chen collapsed to the ground, violently starting to vomit. He kept digging his fingers into his throat. Filthy food, chunks spewed onto the ground. Was it the barbecue he ate, the water he drank, or a few strands of long hair? Chen's mind went blank, his mouth opened stiffly, unable to make a sound. At that moment, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder from behind. "Little brother, can I ask you something?" Just as the words were about to leave his mouth, the boy in front suddenly turned his head, his eyes blood-red. The flesh on his face twisted into a grotesque form, no longer resembling a human. With a strange smile at the corner of his mouth, his face was streaked with tears. "It really hurts. Why are you doing this to me?" The man saw several twisted, tentacle-like things suddenly extend from the boy's mouth. Bang! They plunged into the spot where his heart was. "Damn! It's a mutant core limb." The man's eyes widened in an instant, his face pale, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. In pain he exclaimed, "Is this a beginner?" The situation unfolded too suddenly. The man hurriedly swung his hand, forcefully pulling out the twisted tentacle embedded in his chest, gritting his teeth as he jumped back. At the same time, he quickly removed his suit and vest in midair, revealing a chest adorned with a set of copper armor that reflected a yellow glow. It blocked the fatal attack. But even so, for deep imprints appeared on the copper armor, as if it were about to be pierced, looking horrifying. He wasn't dead, but after taking that hit through the armor, his ribs were definitely broken. The man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze dark as he looked at the seemingly irrational boy in front of him. The boy looked strange at that moment, tilting his head, standing still, his gaze blankly scanning around. For bizarre, crimson tentacles were slowly writhing in his mouth, looking like they were blooming. This suddenly reminded Qi Yuan that after arriving in this world, in order to learn about it, he had seen a movie called Resident Evil, which featured a type of zombie with 4 twisted tentacles growing from its mouth. It resembled the boy's current appearance. How could this kid have mutant core limbs? Just as Qi Yuan took a deep breath, a sharp pain shot through his lungs. He couldn't help but cough. Gritting his teeth, he adjusted his emotions, unable to stop himself from guessing. Could it be that he's not human? While he was still pondering, the boy suddenly charged at him. The 4 tentacles whipped through the air like blades. "It's just like a dog biting wildly. Such an undisciplined thing. Let me show you the true, Taoist path," Qi Yuan said as he spoke. His palm grasped the air. Boom! From his backpack, several human bones suddenly flew out, floating in midair. He pinched a gesture with his fingers. Those bones began to rapidly grow outward, each one sprouting decaying flesh from the center to the sides. The speed was astonishing. In an instant, a human bone became the center, growing limbs, transforming into a twisted humanoid figure, charging forward. Nuclear technique, human goo, extract the bones of the living. Bang! Qi Yuan looked proudly at his human goo, just about to speak. Suddenly, a tentacle stretched several meters, piercing through the bizarre figure formed from the bones, striking heavily against his chest. The man let out a terrible scream, flying backward and crashing into the wall. With a gasp, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn! A sneak attack? Chi Yuan gritted his teeth and got up, his face dark and gloomy. The human goo was one of the core techniques he was most proud of, something he had researched himself. Almost every time before he took action, he would habitually explain it to his opponent. But at this moment, Shen was shaking his head, his behavior extremely bizarre. Clearly, he couldn't understand human speech. The strange tentacles lashed out like whips, wildly striking at the humanoid form made of bones. Bang! 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 In just a few strikes, the humanoid form was completely shattered. However, in the next second, the bones and flesh of the human goo quickly wriggled on the ground, reassembling and gathering together, restoring itself once again. It was like an undead creature. Humph! The bones and flesh of the human goo are indestructible. Even if you turn them to dust, they can still regenerate. I want to see whether your strength is greater or my technique lasts longer. Shen seemed not to hear, the tentacles in his mouth flailing. Bang! Once again, the human goo was shattered. Useless is just useless. Chi Yuan sneered, just about to step forward. Suddenly, he saw the other party step on a piece of flesh that was wriggling on the ground. Before he could react, he saw Shen crouching down, grabbing the piece of flesh, and chewing and swallowing it. After finishing one piece, he quickly grabbed another, devouring it hungrily. Chi Yuan was instantly dumbfounded, his mind buzzing in a blank state, as if he had been struck by a stick, unable to comprehend what was happening. What does this mean? By the time he came to his senses, Shen had already swallowed 5 or 6 pieces of flesh. With the flesh gone, one of the human goo was left with only a bone, trembling in place, unable to form a complete body. Chi Yuan was on the verge of collapse. Spit it out. With a flick of his fingers, a flying talisman suddenly struck Shen's stomach. The immense impact sent him flying, crashing to the ground. The blow to his abdomen made Shen's face pale, as if he was about to vomit, but suddenly, his expression twisted, and he gritted his teeth. With a gulp, he forcefully swallowed back the urge to vomit. Damn it! Chi Yuan watched this scene, his eyes wide in disbelief, unable to speak. He had killed many people with the human goo in his life. The human goo was always about a war of attrition. After all, it could regenerate infinitely. But this was the first time he encountered someone who ate the human goo. Did this kid have consciousness or not? Just as Chi Yuan was lost in thought, Shen had already opened his mouth and sprinted towards the other human goo, like a hungry beast. Frightened, Chi Yuan hurriedly waved his hands, immediately retrieving the remaining flesh and bones, stuffing them into his backpack. Shen pounced at empty air, standing still, looking around at the empty surroundings, scratching his head in confusion. Do you think this is a meal? It seems not killing you is truly a disgrace to my master. Chi Yuan gritted his teeth, flicked his clothes, and turned around gracefully, sitting cross-legged on the ground. At the same time, he spread his hands out to the sides. As his fingers swept through the air, a series of bronze bells strung together with red ropes suddenly appeared in midair. Strange core object, bronze 9 bells. 9 bronze bells floated slowly, arranged like a chime, emitting a deep glow. Chi Yuan sneered, raised his finger, and struck the first bell. Ding! Fire snake bell. With a crisp sound, suddenly, a ball of flame erupted from thin air, twisting and writhing like a giant snake in the air. It quickly coiled around Shen's body, binding his arms, rendering him unable to move. It blazed fiercely. Chi Yuan sat cross-legged, a slight smirk on his lips, feeling proud. This fire snake is. Just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, Shen suddenly lowered his head and bit down hard on the fire snake's head. The fire snake was bitten in half. The flames extinguished. Chi Yuan's face turned pale. Is this guy impossible to kill? He hurriedly struck the second bell, soul-capturing bell. Ding! As the bell rang, Shen's body suddenly shook as if struck by electricity. After a few seconds, there was a loud snap. From his body, another Shen gradually emerged. At the same time, Chi Yuan flicked his finger, and the separated Shen floated towards him like a puppet. I will take your soul and capture your heart's fire. Without your soul, let's see how you resist. Chi Yuan gritted his teeth, his tone clearly filled with hatred. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly saw the real Shen, like a ghost, swiftly float to his side. Chi Yuan's mind buzzed in shock. Without a soul, how is that possible? Hey, this little bell is quite interesting. A strange voice suddenly came from Shen's mouth, sounding as if he had become a different person. Then, he extended 2 fingers and pinched one of the bells. With a slight exertion, snap, the bronze bell shattered into powder. Not worth playing with. Shen blew away the powder from his palm and waved his hand. Shi Yuan stared blankly at the shattered bell in front of him, his face as pale as a corpse, unable to speak. He looked as if his lifeline had been crushed. Hey, interesting. Just too fragile. After crushing one bell, and Shen turned his hand and with a snap, crushed the second one. Stop. You stop right now. Shi Yuan let out a heart-wrenching scream. Unable to sit still, he suddenly jumped up from the ground, wrapping his arms around the remaining bell in front of him, frantically stuffing it into his bag. At the same time, he jumped back as if he had seen a ghost, creating distance between himself and Chen. His eyes were bloodshot, hair disheveled, staring at the boy in front of him. His voice trembled almost uncontrollably. Who the hell are you? Since just now, Shi Yuan had clearly felt. This kid seemed to have become a different person. He felt an unprecedented fear. A minute ago, this guy was just a strange monster core object, capable of using monster core limbs. But after having his soul taken, he suddenly transformed into another person. Could this kid be a vessel? Was there already another person controlling him from within? No, wait. How could a vessel use monster core limbs? This thing could only be used by monster core objects. But if he wasn't a vessel, how could there be another person inside him? Wait, could it be that this kid is both a vessel and a monster core object? What the hell are you? Shi Yuan's eyes widened, feeling like his head was about to explode. He no longer wanted to think and knew he couldn't win. Being able to crush 2 bronze bells with ease was no longer a matter of strength. One must know that the bronze 9 bells were one of the top-tier monster core objects passed down to him by his master. Ordinary people who encountered them would either die or be maimed. To crush them directly? Cold sweat dripped down Shi Yuan's face as he turned and ran. After just 2 steps, he suddenly felt a sinking sensation beneath his feet. Looking down in shock, he found himself standing on a pitch-black lotus throne. Raising his head again, the street scenes on both sides had vanished. In their place stood towering, imposing golden Buddha statues, lining both sides and surrounding him. These statues seemed to have been altered, their forms twisted and bizarre. They glared with fury, blood continuously oozing from their eyes. Some held prayer beads, others raised human heads, and some were even wrapped in bloody, mangled intestines. At the base of the lotus throne, a straight staircase led upward. Above, on a massive golden Dharma seat, sat a Buddha as large as a mountain. The Buddha's body shimmered with golden light, surrounded by countless corpses, blood flowing like a river. Oil lamps made from human skulls floated in midair. He bore a compassionate smile and extended his hand. See the past, see the present, see the future, see me. You have seen me, why not escape the sea of suffering? As that enormous hand hovered in midair, forming a gesture of picking flowers, Shi Yuan felt an unprecedented fear and shock. This is the Dharma realm. He forgot to breathe. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged in his head, as if a force was pushing upwards, threatening to lift the crown of his skull. So that was how those floating skull lamps came to be. He did not struggle, did not resist. He even crawled and knelt on the ground, as if he could not think, or even was unable to think, merely reacting instinctively. I am willing to escape the sea of suffering. Boom! Everything went black before his eyes. Shi Yuan knew nothing anymore. Chen! As Chen played with Shi Yuan in some abstract way, a shout suddenly came from behind. He instinctively turned around and saw Bai Jian leading a large group of people in white rushing towards him. TSK, it seems today I can only play until this point. Chen let out a strange laugh from his throat. Then, his body trembled. His gaze began to grow vacant and restless, ultimately filled with shock and pain. It was as if he had transformed into another person. He stared blankly at the man lying on the ground before him. His mind buzzed. What had happened? Chen? A piercing voice came from behind again. In his dazed state, he turned back and saw Bai Jian and many members of the white-robed team standing about 10 meters away. Their eyes were filled with vigilance, unease, and even a hint of hostility. In an instant, painful memories surged to the forefront of his mind. Bloody scenes and suffocating words boiled continuously in his brain. The uncontrollable suffocation made Chen feel as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Chen, can you hear me? Do you recognize me? Bai Jian asked nervously. Director Bai is dead, they are all dead. Who died? Chen. He. Chen was in so much pain he could hardly breathe. After saying this, he looked up and realized that Bai Jian's face showed no signs of shock. In that moment, he seemed to realize something, his pupils dilating, tears streaming down his face. You knew all along? You knew they were dead but didn't tell me? Why? Chen, you need to listen to me first. Did you know I was talking to the air? You also knew it was me. Who ate Chen? Chen's voice was hoarse to the point of suffocation. What else are you hiding from me? Are you using me? Or did you just watch as I killed her? Yet you did nothing to stop me? You treated me like a test subject, just like those in your lab. I clearly chose to trust you. No, It's not like that. Bai Jian gritted his teeth tightly. I didn't know what was happening at first. As for not telling you later, it was because I was afraid you would have problems. And Shen, your mental state isn't right, so I didn't dare to say it, but I never treated you as a test subject. And Shen suddenly let out a miserable laugh, looking at everyone behind him. I must look like a madman in your eyes now, right? Does anyone dare to come near me? His voice was clear and resonant, reaching every corner of the room. Yet no one dared to respond. I know you all fear me, just that you haven't said it out loud. But in your hearts, you never regarded me as a normal person. After all, I almost got killed by my own parents, two best friends, one inside me, the other in my imagination. Ah, life, how beautiful it is. You say I am a rebel, but why should I rebel? And Shen raised his head, spreading his hands. Tears streamed down his face. He saw the white mist symbols floating in the air. Ascetic rule, physical pain 1 time, mental pain 0 times, pleasure prohibited. Physical pain? Good. I will satisfy you. It's just pain, come. The moment he saw that white mist symbol, his expression suddenly turned ferocious. He turned around, grabbed the unconscious Chi Yuan, and dumped everything from his backpack onto the ground. A porcelain bowl shattered, and Shen picked up a sharp shard, a twisted smile on his face, and suddenly plunged it into his own neck. Put! Blood splattered out. He pulled it out and stabbed it back in. Pull it out again, stab it in again. One after another, blood sprayed like a faucet. Pain. Physical pain. This is the physical pain you wanted. Take it away. How much do you want? I have as much as you need. And Shen laughed madly. After stabbing his neck with the shards, he began to cut his own wrists. 1 hand, 2 hands. The shards weren't sharp, requiring many cuts, even rolling the skin and flesh out. It was extremely bloody. Then he took the shards to stab his abdomen and chest. Chen, stop it now. Bai Jian's face was already extremely pale at this moment. The director has gone mad. Quick, look, the people from the Risk Bureau are here. Suddenly, a low, cold voice came from behind. Everyone, step aside, the Risk Bureau is here to clear the scene. As the words fell, a man in a suit, draped in a black trench coat, appeared at the scene without anyone noticing. He swept past Bai Jian like the wind. Immediately after, he raised his hand and drew his gun. Bang! He fired, then holstered his gun. A gunshot rang out, clean and neat. The bullet pierced through Shen's head. His skull exploded. Lying on the ground, he was instantly silent. The corner of his black trench coat slowly floated down. Xiao Song turned around, his hand slipped into his pocket, skillfully pulled out a box of Zhonghua cigarettes, bit one out, and lit it. Then, with a smile in his eyes, he offered the cigarette box forward. Director Bai, want one? Bai Jian looked at the offered cigarette, his gaze icy, and directly pushed it away. Director Qiao, let's resolve the matter first before smoking. Hearing this, Xiao Song was taken aback. Isn't it already resolved? Just as he was halfway through his sentence, a hoarse groan came from behind. Are you satisfied? Are you satisfied? Xiao Song's face turned pale with shock, and his mouth, holding the cigarette, trembled. The freshly lit cigarette fell to the ground. He suddenly turned around and saw Shen swing as he stood up. The bullet-pierced head was rapidly merging back together. This, Captain Xiao, I mentioned in my report about the possessors experiment that some possessors can be killed by bullets, while others cannot. Didn't you read it? I did. Xiao Song took a deep breath to calm himself, but his palm still trembled as he pulled out another cigarette to light. But I thought you were just trying to scare me. Bai Jian looked at him speechlessly. This is not a human. Xiao Song nervously tried to light the cigarette 3 times but failed, finally giving up. His understanding was simple. Humans are all flesh and blood. As long as they are human, bullets can definitely kill them. If bullets can't kill them, then they must not be human. Director Bai, you have experience. What should we do now? Xiao Song was indeed a bit nervous at this point. His purpose for coming was simple. Kill, eliminate the threat. He had done just that. But if the opponent couldn't be killed, then his mission was effectively over. Bai Jian looked heavily at Shen, gritting his teeth. First, let our people surround him. Don't let him escape. As long as we can communicate, there is still a chance. You still think about communication? Xiao Song's eyes widened. Then can you kill him? Xiao Song was stunned, and in the end, he could only grit his teeth and wave his hand, instructing the Risk Bureau team members in black trench coats to quickly surround him with their guns. At the same time, the White Robe Bureau team members also acted swiftly, surrounding the other half. The entire encirclement was half white, half black. It resembled yin-yang, and Shen was surrounded in the middle, like a point at the center of yin and yang. His vision was stained red with blood, becoming blurry, but he could still barely see the white mist symbols floating in front of him. Ascetic monk rule, physical pain 0 times, mental pain 0 times, pleasure prohibited. The rule has been refined. Comprehend the ascetic monk core technique Heartfire. Heartfire, the suffering in the world comes from within. Without a heart, there would be no pain. Burn the heart, destroy others. As one segment of the white mist symbol dissipated, new symbols immediately appeared. Current rule, none. The heavenly maiden awaited the taste of the new law. When Enshen saw the law nothing, he first showed a puzzled expression, but quickly remembered. Li Chanxian had once said that the law needed to be sought out by oneself or revealed by others. However, it didn't matter now. He struggled to shift his gaze, looking at the crowd forming a circle in front of him, and stopped moving. Finally, his eyes fell on Bai Jian. Director Bai, am I unable to even die now? Chen. He suddenly gritted his teeth and charged forward, snatching a gun from a team member and pressing it against his own head. Bang! There was almost no hesitation. He pulled the trigger directly. The deafening gunshot rang out, the bullet instantly piercing his skull, blood and fragments of bone splattering out. And Chen experienced a buzzing in his ears. Blood flowed from his temple, and he stood there in a daze. A few seconds later, he realized his mind was exceptionally clear. Not dead. He even felt the bullet passing through his brain. But why? Why was he not dead? Die. Die. Why am I not dead? Bang bang bang. And Chen suddenly seemed to go mad, pulling the trigger repeatedly. The violent gunfire erupted. Bullet after bullet struck his skull. The surrounding crowd turned pale, and the guns they had raised were gradually lowered. What was the point of this encirclement? Every time a bullet pierced his skull, seconds later, the wound began to heal rapidly. After several attempts, Shen's eyes were filled with red veins. He gasped for breath, his gaze fierce, as if he couldn't understand why he couldn't die. Then, his expression changed suddenly as he thought of something, lowering the gun and quickly aiming at his heart. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, his fingers suddenly froze. No, it wasn't frozen. It was immovable, as if something was stopping him. Before Shen could react, he seemed to hear a voice in his ear. Are you crazy? Who is speaking? He immediately looked around. He tried to pull the trigger, but his finger wouldn't obey. In a panic, he aimed the gun back at his head and pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound echoed. The bullet once again pierced his brain. I can't shoot my own heart? What is on my heart? He was stunned. Someone was stopping him? Only the heart couldn't be shot. And Shen gritted his teeth, trying again and again. Die! Let me die! If you have the ability, then let me die! Bai Jian and Xiaosong stared blankly at the absurd scene before them, exchanging glances, unsure of what was happening. Until Bai Jian came to her senses, looking at Shen's painful expression, her tone uneasy and complex. Shen, for the death of your friend, I can do nothing but apologize. Yes, I admit, I can't say it doesn't matter to comfort you, because it is a damn painful thing. Upon hearing this, Shen turned to look at her. Bai Jian gritted her teeth, her tone filled with an anger and sorrow she had never shown before. Life is so damn foolish, playing tricks on us again and again. From the moment we are born, we are destined to die, so what is the meaning of life? None. Living means not being able to do what we like, not being able to keep the people we love. Dreams can never be realized, yet we can only comfort ourselves by saying everything will be fine. No, it won't be fine. Nothing will be fine. It will never be. I understand, because I have also wanted to die again and again. I have also thought about ending it all. This world is damn terrible. Bai Jian shouted in anger. Xiaosong stood by, listening, his expression fluctuating. Director Bai, isn't your persuasive speech a bit negative? You want to die. Fine, but the sad thing is, you can't even die. Don't you find that ridiculous? Now even death doesn't belong to you, and Shen, things have come to this point. Haven't you thought about reclaiming a little bit of your life, even if it's just a little, something that belongs to you? Even if this thing is death, then I can consider myself having won once. In her last words, Bai Jian's voice was almost too weak to hear. Her face was contorted with pain, emotions surging violently, biting her lip hard, her body trembling slightly. And Shen, holding the gun, stared at her in a daze, speechless. That sentence echoed in his mind. To reclaim what belongs to oneself, even if it's just a little, can be considered a victory. Even if this thing is called death. Bang! The gun fell to the ground, and Shen's body suddenly went limp, as if he had lost all strength. He collapsed to the ground, and through his blurred vision, he saw Li Chanxian and Wang Zai squatting beside him. They looked at him, as if waving. Xinghe, let's go. Olden, you're the last one. And Shen looked at them, his vision gradually fading until he could see nothing, still murmuring, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I stayed in place. When When Chen woke up again, the first thing he saw was a ceiling as white as snow. There was a half-open window on one side, a gentle breeze lightly brushing the white curtains. The slight arc of the curtain's edge resembled the hem of her skirt in his memory. This was a hospital room, a special psychiatric confinement center. Awake? How do you feel? A voice came, and Chen rubbed his head and sat up from the bed. Turning his head, he saw Bai Jian leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, looking at him calmly. Is there anywhere uncomfortable? He shook his head. His body felt normal, but his consciousness seemed a bit hazy. How did I end up here? I had someone bring you back. Originally, the Risk Bureau wanted to cremate you on the spot. I believe you still want to communicate. You've been unconscious for 2 days, and during these 2 days, the whole world has changed. And Chen, you are now a world-famous figure. As Bai Jian spoke, she handed him a tablet through the bars, saying, Forgive me for locking you in the hospital again, but now I must ensure your mental state is stable. And Chen numbly nodded at her words, not speaking. He took the tablet and saw a news article on it. Possessors invade the world, feeding on humanity. Human civilization is on the brink. Currently, possessor phenomena are occurring worldwide, and some countries have already launched special operations. The only resistor in Chen, is he friend or foe? Seeing the content, especially his name, and Chen was taken aback for a moment. He swiped his finger down and found the entire page filled with news. Different media outlets and netizens seemed to be discussing the possessors and himself all over the internet. Possessor incident has leaked, Bai Jian explained gravely. Now it has been fully disclosed. Of course, we can only blame ourselves for making too much noise on the streets, and we can no longer use mental illness as an excuse to brush it off. As the resistor, you have also been. Before she could finish, Chen said, Oh, put down the tablet, and looked up. What about my parents? He seemed completely unconcerned about these matters. Bai Jian was taken aback for a moment, took back the tablet, looked at him with a heavy gaze, paused for a few seconds, fiddled with it, and opened the camera to hand it over. You can see for yourself. Through the camera's view, Chen saw the scene in the hospital room. Mother was sitting on the edge of the bed with disheveled hair, her complexion and demeanor looking even worse than before, haggard as if she had suffered a serious illness. She sat motionless, like a corpse. A few seconds later, as if sensing someone was staring at her through the camera, she suddenly looked up, a strange smile appearing on her pale face. Xingha, is that you? Are you watching Mom? Please let Mom out, I'm begging you, Mom is in so much pain here, they keep tormenting her. The camera captured Mother's pleading voice, and Chen just stared silently, not saying a word. Mother pleaded a few times, but received no response, as if her emotions had shifted. Suddenly, she jumped to the wall and began to madly bang her head against it. Bang! 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 The sharp, piercing sounds started to come through the camera. Ha ha ha! Xingha, Mommy hurts so much. If you don't let Mommy out, Mommy is going to kill herself. Soon, the wall was covered in blood, and Chen watched quietly, his face expressionless. After a long while, he moved his finger and turned off the screen. He then opened the camera in Father's hospital room. Father's condition seemed to be somewhat more stable than Mother's. He never claimed to be Chen's dad. Instead, he kept pacing back and forth in the room, muttering curses to himself. Damn, I should have killed him back then. Can you shut up? Stop talking. What? Don't hurt your son? Heh, who do you think you are? Once I get the chance, I will definitely skin him alive. And Chen was puzzled. Who is he talking to? Bai Jian explained. We conducted 2 experiments on your mother and father and found an issue. Your mother has been trying hard to play her role, seemingly convinced that she is your mother, while having almost no thoughts about her original identity as the possessor. And your father is currently uncertain if he has developed multiple personalities. His self-talk, we suspect, might be him communicating with your real father. Hearing this, Chen's heart trembled as if it had died. Are you saying my parents are really still alive? Uncertain, just a guess, but based on the experimental results, there's an 80% chance. Bai Jian's tone was heavy. However, there are still many reasons that haven't been investigated. For example, why does your mother keep playing her role? What caused her to do this? We don't know if she is acting or if it's real. And Chen lowered his head, looking at the camera, and stopped speaking. Bai Jian looked at him, also falling into silence. After a few seconds, she finally asked, Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. He returned the tablet, his expression still calm. However, the calmer he was, the more uneasy Bai Jian felt inside. If a person experiences heart-wrenching pain and screams out, that's a good thing. The most terrifying thing is when he looks ashen, with no reaction. The body is not dead, but the heart is. That is the scariest part. You don't know what kind of thoughts he is hiding behind that facade. I'm sorry for initially hiding the matter about your friends from you, Bai Jian said, lowering her head, her expression complex, wanting to say something but stopping short, ultimately not knowing what to say, falling into silence. "I don't blame you," and Shen interrupted her. Bai Jian was taken aback. "After all, it wasn't you who killed them. Your position requires you to consider the safety of more people. I understand, the blame can only be placed on those possessors. They are the ones who harmed me. I will definitely settle this score with them." And Shen looked out the window, his tone calmer than ever. While Bai Jian felt guilty, she also sensed an unease. Indeed, as the head of the White Robe Bureau, she had to consider more. It was impossible to favor people she didn't know at all, like Li Chanxian and Wang Zai, from the very beginning. These two were in Shen's friends, but not Bai Jian's. Therefore, human joys and sorrows sometimes do not resonate. "The person you fought with, after he fell into a coma, we brought him back as well," Bai Jian said, changing the subject after a moment of silence. "He has been locked in the hospital room, and after waking up, he has been asking to see you, saying he has something to discuss with you, but he refuses to talk to us." Hearing this, and Shen got up from the bed. "Take me to him." Following Bai Jian, they walked out of the hospital room and stopped in front of another room. And Shen looked through the barred door and saw a man in a tattered suit, doing push-ups on the floor. 998, 999, 1000. "You seem to be in good shape." A voice suddenly came from behind, and the man in the suit immediately reflexively stood up from the ground, staring at the two people in front of him. At the same time, one hand went to wipe the sweat from his forehead, but Shen saw that there was actually no sweat on his forehead. He glanced down at the tablet and rewound the camera footage, revealing that this guy had been leaning against the fence, pressing his face against it to look outside. As if he knew they were coming, he hurriedly lay down and started doing push-ups. Was this guy trying to create a strong image for himself by starting to count from 998? And Shen stared at the screen, momentarily unable to discern the other party's intentions. "I thought you were dead, but I didn't expect." There's no need for sarcastic remarks. "What do you want from me?" The man's words were cut off mercilessly by Shen. His mouth twitched a few times, and he snorted coldly. "I just wanted to see you and know what kind of thing you really are." Upon hearing this, not only Shen but also Bai Jian showed a puzzled expression. The two exchanged glances, seemingly not understanding the meaning of the words. Seeing their bewildered expressions, Shi Yuan was momentarily stunned, then seemed to understand something, revealing a smug expression. "So you didn't know either. Kid, don't you realize you're not even human?" In terms of cultivation abilities, they are divided into two types: core techniques and monster core objects. Core techniques refer to abilities that the cultivator can use and learn themselves. For example, Shen's mastery of blood droplet and the heart fire he comprehended after completing the ascetic principle, although he hasn't officially used these two core techniques yet. As for monster core objects, they are abilities that must be manifested through a certain object, like delusional tongue pearl, see tongue spell shell, etc. Monster core objects, theoretically, must be objects, but you have made me change this view. I now think that monster core objects could also be people. Shi Yuan sneered. "You can use monster core limbs, those things that grow out of your mouth, but only monster core objects possess this. They are things they create in a self-aware fantasy to mimic humans." Upon hearing this explanation, Shen's mouth fell open, his expression somewhat dazed. "So you mean he is a humanoid monster core object?" Bai Jian frowned and asked, trying to understand, clearly more advanced. Shi Yuan sat on the bed and picked up a paper cup from the table. "No matter how powerful a monster core object is, it can't act like a human, so that's also what I don't understand. This guy retains all human traits but also possesses the limbs of a monster core object. Besides that, he might even be a vessel." As he said this, Shi Yuan seemed to fall into deep thought, as if recalling something. "Vessel?" Shen felt a wave of unease at this word. He knew that his parents had once refined him to become a vessel for someone. It just so happened that the ritual had failed. So logically, he shouldn't have become anyone's vessel. Seeing his expression of confusion, Shi Yuan's eyes moved slightly, then he waved his hand and changed the subject. "I was just talking nonsense. You don't look like one." And Shen took a deep breath upon hearing this. "Even if I believe what you say, I still have a question I don't understand. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? You killed my junior sister, how could I not kill you?" Shi Yuan seemed to hear a joke, his face full of mockery. "Your junior sister? Li Chanxian, Black Butterfly." And Shen was momentarily stunned, fell silent, then said calmly, "Then she deserved to die." He. Shi Yuan's expression turned ugly. "Kid, you're quite ruthless, even willing to eat your own lover." Bai Jian, standing aside, immediately observed Shen's state secretly upon hearing this. However, he was calmer than expected, slowly saying, "You're right, I'm a bit hungry right now." As he spoke, he pulled open the door to the hospital room and walked in. Shi Yuan was instantly stunned, almost reflexively standing up. What do you want? Bai Jian was also taken aback, his expression changing as he instinctively tightened his grip on the button in his pocket, ready to release a calming spray through the room's vent at any moment. And Shen moved a chair over and sat down beside him, calmly saying, "I'm really hungry right now. I've been unconscious for 2 days, without food or water. This place has water and food. Who's stopping you?" Qi Yuan shouted as he retreated to the corner. And Shen shook his head. "I want to eat something healthier and more nutritious. Recently, I watched a movie called Hannibal and have been wanting to try how to be a person." "Are you talking about being a person in the physical sense?" Bai Jian didn't dare to speak up from behind. He heard Shen continue, "Now, you answer my questions, or I might not be able to hold back my hunger." Following that, Qi Yuan was very cooperative. The two engaged in a very friendly exchange. And Shen asked about cultivation, especially the rules. Through Qi Yuan's explanations, he finally gained a deeper understanding of cultivation. First of all, every cultivation path has an initial rule. Once the initial rule is completed, the cultivator goes to the divine altar to submit the next rule to the current deity. The divine altar refers to the strange place filled with white mist that Shen had visited before. The only problem here is that the cultivator does not know the specific content of the rule before submitting it. Unless someone has walked the same path as the cultivator and chosen the same rule, they can inquire from each other. However, due to the multitude of rules and the different requirements on different paths, in most cases, it is rare for two people to walk the exact same road. And Shen understood this very clearly. Simply put, it's like someone else is on the same path of suffering as him, with the initial rule being ascetic. After completing the initial rule, the next rule they choose could be completely different. Like a multiple-choice question, and Shen might choose one option while the other chooses another. This leads to both being on the path of suffering, but having taken two completely different paths. As for who can go further, that remains unknown. So, everyone's cultivation path is almost unique. At the same time, not every rule can be successfully followed. On any path, choosing a new rule may lead to success or a dead end. When the requirement of the new rule is just the word death, it means failure. That is, the cultivator cannot fulfill the rule's requirements unless they die as required. But if they die, then everything is lost. And Shen summarized in his heart. So, the cultivation path is like a maze, and the rules are every corner in the maze. You never know if the corner you turn leads to the exit or a dead end. Therefore, every time you choose a rule, you must have enough information and try to walk the paths others have already taken, which at least ensures you won't walk into a dead end. I see, and Shen suddenly understood. After that, he learned from Qi Yuan that after completing the initial ascetic rule on the path of suffering, one cannot choose the Deadpool rule, because that is a dead end. And Shen asked how he knew. Qi Yuan smiled wryly. A senior brother tried it before and failed. So, there are others like me on the path of suffering? Of course, there are people on every path, but you're the least among them. Why? And Shen asked in confusion. No kidding. What normal person would choose the path of suffering? Isn't this just torturing yourself for no reason? It seems that way, but Shen thought of his own experiences. If he had the chance to choose, he probably wouldn't have taken this path willingly. But the problem is, I don't remember ever choosing. And Shen recalled his previous encounters. He had no experience of choosing a path. Then it means the path of suffering chose you, Qi Yuan said. Anyway, it won't just appear for no reason. The only advantage of the path of suffering is the rapid growth in cultivation. Almost every time you complete a law, you can comprehend a core technique. Other paths can't do that? Of course not. In other paths, sometimes even completing 3 laws may not yield any comprehension. I see. And Shen suddenly remembered a saying he had seen a long time ago. Those who are unwilling to give up anything are destined to gain nothing. It seemed to resonate quite well with the path of suffering. After thinking for a few seconds, he felt his lips were a bit dry and instinctively licked them a few times before asking again, what are all the laws currently? There are many. Laws are not static, they are dynamic and may even give rise to entirely new laws. Qi Yuan stared at his mouth, looking tense and uneasy. However, the most well-known ones are still the 24 laws. A normal person can't complete them all. If you can go through all 24 laws and not die, your strength would probably be comparable to that of a deity. Can you stop licking your lips? I feel uncomfortable. And Shen silently glanced at him, took the tablet from Bai Jian's hands, opened the handwriting mode, and handed it over. Write down all the names of these laws. Qi Yuan cooperated very well, sliding his finger across the screen, writing out one curvy tadpole symbol after another. What is this? Bai Jian took it, completely unable to understand, looking bewildered. And Shen, however, recognized all of it. This is their script, called Core Trace. This is also the reason they can't read our writing, The two worlds we come from don't use the same script at all. Upon hearing this, Bai Jian's eyes gradually widened, staring at Chen. Her gaze seemed to say, "You're not a vessel, nor are you one of them. How can you understand?" Opposite them, Shi Yuan also looked at this scene with a strange expression, not saying anything. Chen didn't notice the oddity between the two. He was just focused on the names of the 24 laws, lost in thought. Except for Death's Messenger, the rest could be chosen freely. Because each law has different requirements under different paths, there is no distinction of high or low strength. It seems I can only gamble on luck. His gaze swept across, finally landing on the two characters Walk in Shadow. This one. Tian-mo tastes the new law Walk in Shadow. Walk in Shadow law, use the core technique Pain Refinement to extract others' pain, becoming a vessel of pain once, prohibiting madness. Integrated core technique, Pain Refinement, in the Divine Altar realm, Chen was enveloped in white mist. He could see a strange, hunched figure hidden in the mist, sitting on the ground, motionless. It seemed to be waiting for something. Beside it was a half-person high divine altar, with an incense burner in front, where a stick of incense was lit, emitting wisps of white smoke. That hunched figure, which he had seen last time, was probably the deity Tian-mo in the altar. Chen looked up into the distance. The green mountains were shrouded in mist, and birds flew through the forest. The valley was deep, the trees lush and green, and it was incredibly quiet. Occasionally, the calls of spirit birds echoed around. Every time Chen came here, he felt as if he was the only one left between heaven and earth. He held a wooden stick in his hand and slowly wrote the two characters Walk in Shadow on the ground in front of him. This was the method Shi Yuan had told him to submit a new law. Entering the divine altar realm, facing the altar, he just needed to write down the name of the law. As the characters fell, white mist symbols immediately appeared before him. At the same time, the deity Tian-mo, who had been sitting still, seemed to respond as well, beginning to rise and wander around. This thing made Chen think of the electronic pets raised online. Charge it up, click the mouse, and it would move. If left unattended for a long time, it would be like it was dead. Looking at the spinning Tian-mo, Chen silently cursed its mother. If it weren't for it, how would he have ended up like this? When Tian-mo moved away, Chen finally regained his focus and stared at the white mist symbol, beginning to ponder. Refine the pain of others, become a vessel of pain twice. From the literal meaning, it seems that this time the source of pain isn't me, but others. But what does the prohibit madness at the end mean? Having had the previous experience, Chen clearly remembered the requirement of prohibit pleasure. After all, he had violated it, especially when he felt happy and relaxed with Li Chanshan and Wang Zai. Those 4 words would pop up to remind him. The rules won't provide useless information for no reason. Theoretically, it should correspond to the previous content. Could this rule make me fall into a state of obvious emotional instability and madness? Chen furrowed his brows. After thinking for a while, he finally gave up on pondering. He couldn't come up with an answer out of thin air. The surroundings were very quiet, and he could hear his own heartbeat. Suddenly, Chen remembered something. He had previously tried to pull the trigger on his heart to end his life but was stopped by a force. Although he hadn't succeeded, it made him realize at that moment that the heart seemed to be his vital point. But the question is, what is stopping me from pulling the trigger? Is it the body's instinct? Or is there something else? If the heart is pierced, will I die? Or will something else happen? Many things had no answers, and there were too many mysteries regarding the possessor. After thinking for a while, Chen finally exited the Shrine of the Gods. In the hospital room, Shi Yuan was already asleep. Outside, the sky had darkened. Have I been gone for so long? About 10 hours. Bai Jian, who had been waiting outside, also looked a bit tired at that moment, and Chen was somewhat surprised. It seemed that time passed much slower in that place. Did you succeed? Bai Jian inquired about the rules, and Chen nodded. The shadow walking rule, using the nuclear technique Pain Refinement to extract the pain of others, becoming a vessel of pain twice, prohibiting madness. Sounds tough. Wait, what does prohibit madness mean? Bai Jian raised an eyebrow. Those 4 words clearly felt a bit abnormal. It probably means I should try to stay rational, but I'm not someone who enjoys going mad. Chen rubbed his nose. Bai Jian looked at him with a heavy gaze, opened his mouth as if to say something, but didn't speak. What do you plan to do? With him? Chen pointed at the sleeping Shi Yuan. Let's keep him locked up for now. I still need to gather some information from him. At this point, Bai Jian paused and continued. For safety reasons, you can't leave for the time being. I've arranged a new room for you, a real bedroom, but you can only use it tomorrow. For today, you'll have to stay in the hospital room one more night. It's fine, I can sleep anywhere. Chen nodded. He left the room and walked toward his hospital room. As he passed by his parents' room, he wanted to stop and take a look, but ultimately gave up. They are not my parents, at least not now, Chen told himself. He didn't need to burden himself with unnecessary emotions. His goal was clear, he just needed to move forward. And Shen quickened his pace, returned to the hospital room, and lay down on the bed. He closed his eyes, trying to fall asleep as quickly as possible. But just as he settled down, a dull pain began to throb within him. Pain always chose to invade during moments of silence. And Shen felt a constriction in his breathing, and scenes began to flash before his eyes. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from beside him. "Olden, what time is it that you're already asleep? Xinghe, are you going out to play?" He heard a sound, hazily opened his eyes, and saw two blurry figures standing by the window, waving at him. But this time, Shen just looked at them, without responding or speaking. At most, he only smiled, because he knew they did not exist. What existed was only his unwillingness. Wang Zai picked up a cup from the table, as if deliberately looking for trouble, and said, "If you don't get up, I'm going to drink all the water. You'll die of thirst at night." As he spoke, he raised the cup and drank it all in one go. And Shen closed his eyes, listening to their noise, a smile on his lips, not responding, and gradually fell asleep. He murmured, "Thank you for lulling me to sleep." Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Bai Jian and the team were discussing something. She inadvertently glanced back at the screen and suddenly felt something was off, immediately stopping and frowning, asking, "Was there water in Shen's cup just now?" "It seems there wasn't." A team member stared at the cup, seemingly unsure. "Rewind and check." Yes. The video recording was quickly rewound. A few seconds later, everyone in the monitoring room froze in place, forgetting to breathe. They saw the cup float into the air as if someone was holding it to drink. From mid-air, it fell to the ground. The only known rebel at present is a medical student from the city medical college named Chen. With the announcement of the possessor incident, chaotic events are doubling every day, and public emotions are escalating. A solution to the safety issue is urgently needed. The possessor announcement reiterates that they cannot read text, which is currently the only method of identification. In a dark, gloomy sewer, a pair of small hands was holding a mobile phone. The light emitted from the screen looked particularly glaring in the darkness, simultaneously illuminating a tender cheek. A little girl. She wore a tattered white dress, and her cheeks were muddy with many small wounds. Her whole body was wrapped in white bandages, her eyes wide open, filled with panic and unease. She stared intently at the news about the rebels being reported on the phone screen, opened her mouth, and a hoarse sound came from her throat. It sounded very strange, as if her vocal cords had been damaged. "An Chen brother." Tap 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 tap. Suddenly, a hurried sound of footsteps came from deep within the sewer. Hearing the noise, the little girl turned pale with shock, quickly looked back, and saw several blurry figures rushing towards the entrance of the sewer. In a panic, she turned off the phone screen and ran to the other side of the sewer. "Search quickly! One of her tendons is broken, she definitely can't run far." A man's angry roar came from among the blurry figures. "Boss, not here. Not here either. Split up and search. There are many pipes down here, who knows where she could be hiding? Surround this whole area. Damn it, you can't even keep track of a 10-year-old girl. What a bunch of useless people." The man's voice sounded extremely furious. "If her old man finds out, we're all dead." "Longo," another voice chimed in awkwardly, "isn't it a bit much? That little girl's brother and her dad are already dead, right? Even if she runs, no one can help her." "What the hell do you know?" With a loud slap, the man seemed to have struck the other person hard. "Do you know what her identity is to talk nonsense here? You shouldn't be saying this, keep your mouth shut." "Yes." The chaotic footsteps scattered throughout the sewer. The little girl hid in the shadows, taking advantage of the distraction, tiptoeing out from the narrow pipe, gradually disappearing from sight. The sky was drizzling with gloomy rain. In a gray cemetery, the rain fell like needles, densely beating against the towering black tombstones. And Chen held 2 bouquets of flowers. To his left was Li Chanxian's grave, and to his right was Wang Zai's tombstone. Next to them was an empty grave. That was the one Chen bought for himself. He always felt that he would need it someday. Putting down the flowers, Chen stood in the rain with an umbrella for a while. He saw Wang Zihe sitting on his tombstone, carefully observing something. Beside him, Li Chen looked at the fresh flowers on the ground and laughed. Next time, switch to roses. Who sends roses in front of a grave? "Olden, you're still alive and you're buying yourself a grave. That's bad luck. Tear it down." As Wang Zihe spoke, he walked over and kicked the tombstone, and Li Chen laughed and followed suit, kicking it too. "Stop messing around." And Chen quickly pulled the 2 of them back. "They all cost money." "Do I lack money?" Wang Zihe said as he rummaged through his pockets. And Chen looked at him and suddenly froze for a moment, then lowered his head and smiled helplessly. "What am I doing? Talking to myself and laughing." He turned and walked away with the umbrella. Behind him, in front of the grave, Li Chen and Wang Zihe stood still in the rain. Not long after Chen left the cemetery, A crack suddenly appeared on the tombstone he had bought. Why do you want to join the White Robe Bureau? Report to the director. I want to be a rebel like In Chen. To give my heart for humanity. Tada Kai. In the recruitment room of the White Robe Bureau, Bai Jian looked speechlessly at the child in front of him who had just turned 18 and was shouting passionately, marking an X on the resume. Next, what kind of delusional youth is this? An old man with graying hair, clearly a bit aged, walked in. Bai Jian glanced at him and shook her head. Sorry, we don't accept anyone over 50. Ha, I'm only 28 this year. The man sat down with his bag. Bai Jian was taken aback, looking down at the resume. 28 years old, industry personnel. Suddenly, she understood. You must be under a lot of work pressure, right? Not really. I think it's okay. The man scratched his head. Aren't we all like this? Bai Jian wrote a pending on the resume. Next, she helplessly rubbed her forehead. Ever since the possessor incident was made public, the existence of the White Robe Bureau had also been exposed. In order to cope with various situations that might arise, they had to expand their personnel scale, hoping to recruit those who were capable or had some understanding of the possessors. However, after opening recruitment, all kinds of people showed up. Although they did manage to recruit a few decent ones, the ratio was still poor. You take care of this, I'm going to handle something else. Bai Jian handed the work to a nearby team member and turned to leave. Just as she returned to the studio, a team member rushed over in a panic. Director, according to the investigation by the Heavenly Eye Bureau, there may be dangerous possessors on Chang'an Street. Have we sent someone over? We sent someone 4 hours ago, but they haven't returned yet. The drone following them was destroyed, and we can't contact them. Hearing this, Bai Jian frowned. Where's Wang Jian? Get him over there immediately. We contacted him, but he has read the message and not replied. Read and not reply? Bai Jian, rarely angry, slammed the table. He did the same thing last time when we captured In Chen and didn't participate in the operation. He doesn't want to do it anymore, does he? After saying this, Bai Jian realized that In Chen had been sitting in the corner. His face suddenly became a bit awkward. I'll go. In Chen stood up. If it's a possessor, I actually have the advantage. Hearing this, Bai Jian stared at him, and after a few seconds, said in a deep voice, You can't go alone, pick a team to follow you. Who would want to come along? And Shen stood up, leaving behind a sentence, and directly walked out. The team members looked at each other, and for a moment, no one dared to volunteer. After all, the scene from that day was still fresh in their minds. That was In Chen, the In Chen who ate hearts, and now the whole White Robe Bureau knew about it. Who knew if this guy would suddenly go crazy and eat himself? I'll go. Suddenly, a girl in the crowd raised her hand. Bai Jian turned to look at her and recognized from her outfit that she was a new intern who had just joined not long ago. She was about to refuse when she suddenly recognized the other person, fell silent for half a second, and then spoke. Li Si, she's in your team, right? Yes. A man in his 30s immediately stood up upon hearing this, his gaze complex as he looked at the girl. She's the new director, she doesn't understand the rules, so please don't. Before he could finish, Bai Jian shook her head. You take your team and follow her, provide cover, and bring her along. After saying this, she turned and walked away. Li Si's expression instantly darkened, his mouth agape, and after a long pause, he finally managed to say, yes. He gritted his teeth and shot a fierce glare at the girl, but she didn't notice this scene. She seemed a bit surprised, and after receiving the affirmative order, she intended to chase after In Chen outside. However, before she could move, a figure blocked her path. Captain, I remember you. Your name is Xiao Kai, right? You were a waitress at the airport restaurant, just joined, and you're in such a hurry to go die? In Chen walked out of the shelter and hailed a cab to Chang'an Street. The driver was a middle-aged man in his 40s who asked through the rearview mirror, Little brother, from the White Robe Bureau? Yeah, how's the treatment inside? I see you guys have been making quite a stir lately. Heard you're recruiting everywhere. Are you short on drivers? And Shen glanced at the uncle and shook his head with a wry smile. I don't know. I'm not in charge of recruitment. All right then. The uncle lit a cigarette and drove with one hand. I saw the sign at your entrance. The slogan sounds pretty good. Sacrificing for humanity, very noble. I heard Sky Eye Bureau and Risk Bureau have similar slogans. The uncle scratched his head, as if reminiscing. I think the slogan for Sky Eye Bureau is something like to help humanity see the truth of the world, and Risk Bureau, as slogan is I will become the glory of humanity. At this point, the uncle paused and let out a helpless laugh. The world is changing too fast, our generation can't keep up at all. My son has been shouting for the past few days that he wants to join you guys after graduation, and now he doesn't even want to study. We've argued about it a few times, and he dropped out directly. Damn, that little brat. I originally wanted him to become a doctor. I heard doctors earn a lot and have stable jobs. Who knew aliens would come now? Aliens? And Shen knew he was referring to the possessors. However, for many people, calling the possessors aliens was indeed easier to understand. It was evident that the emergence of the possessors forced human society to accept the disintegration of its previous order. A new order would be established, but the process would likely be extremely painful. As Shen listened to the uncle's complaints, he put on a wireless earpiece. He connected to the communication signal from the shelter and then saw through the rearview mirror that a white-robed team vehicle was following behind. So there was a car, and Shen thought to himself, why didn't anyone tell me? If I had known, I wouldn't have taken a taxi. He considered whether he should also apply for a car, but these people all had teams, while he was alone. Speaking of which, since joining the White Robe Bureau, and Shen still didn't know how many people were here, apart from Bai Jian, he didn't know anyone else. Above the White Robe team vehicle, a drone responsible for filming and recording followed closely. This was a regulation of the White Robe Bureau. Drones needed to film at all times. On one hand, it was to ensure the safety of the team members, and on the other, it was to document the mission situation. Beep! Suddenly a voice came through the earpiece. Communication established. This is Black Wolf Team. I am Intern Intelligence Officer Xiao Kai, codename Rose. May I ask if you received? In the back seat of the car, Xiao Kai wore headphones, holding a tablet-like device, her tone somewhat tense as she spoke. Beside her sat a member of the team, but everyone looked at her with noticeably unfriendly expressions, more or less filled with resentment and anger. After Xiao Kai finished speaking, she quietly waited for a response. She felt a bit anxious inside, unsure if Shen still remembered her. Although she had only taken a photo of him, perhaps he would have some impression of her? After all, it was only after learning he was a rebel that she decided to join the White Robe team. To be honest, there was a bit of admiration in her thoughts when a calm voice came through her headphones. Codename Yin Yang, received. No unnecessary mentions. It seemed he didn't remember her. Well, Xiao Kai took a deep breath, looked at the content on the screen, and continued to report. Next, I will provide known intelligence. No. 32 Chang'an Street is a standalone old apartment building, part of an old community. 4 hours ago, 3 team members went there, followed by a drone. At first, everything went smoothly, but after the team members entered the corridor, the drone suddenly lost signal, and about half an hour later, the team members lost contact. Next, we will play the last recorded sounds from the drone. Then, Shen heard a noisy commotion in his headphones. It sounded like some kind of recording. We can't hold them back. They're about to break out. Captain, what should we do? A boy's anxious scream rang out first. Captain, we can still make it if we leave now. Followed by a girl's voice, even more terrified. Wait, if we leave, no one will stop them, won't they all rush out? Suddenly, the recording fell silent for a few seconds. Then, a heavy voice spoke. Then we won't leave. After that, the audio became chaotic and noisy. There were even some intense, strange sounds, but due to the noisy environment, it was impossible to hear what was being said. Until finally, Shen suddenly heard a suffocating voice, gasping weakly. Zhang Wenzhong, for humanity, sacrifice oneself. Zzz, only the sound of electrical static remained in the audio. Shen listened from beginning to end, staring out the window, not saying a word the entire time. Zhang Wenzhong is the captain of the Red Wolf team. A voice came from the headphones, and Shen remained silent. When the car stopped at No. 32 Chang'an Street, Shen got out, and the curious driver asked, by the way, little brother, what are you doing in this old community? There are possessors here, people have died, uncle, you should leave quickly. Upon hearing this, the driver, who was about to light a cigarette, froze in place, the cigarette falling from his mouth to the ground. After a long while, he snapped back to reality, slammed the steering wheel, and stepped on the gas, leaving it lightning speed. Shen could see from the driver's last lip movements that he was cursing his mother. I've arrived, I'm going in first, Shen said into the headphones, then stepped into the community gate in front of him. Behind, in the white robe team vehicle, Xiao Kai was about to say something when Captain Li Si suddenly pressed down on her shoulder, his face grim as he whispered, let him go in by himself. Tell him we'll be waiting outside to support. But Captain, shouldn't we? Are you going to listen to me or yourself? Li Si glared at her. If you don't want to do this, believe it or not, I'll kick you out tomorrow. Xiao Kai dared not defy him, biting her lip, responding anxiously into the headphones. All right, we will be waiting for you outside. A calm voice came from the headphones. A few seconds later, that voice suddenly added, also, thank you for helping me take that photo the other day. Inside the car, Xiao Cai's face showed an expression of pleasant surprise, and Shen stood in front of the building, looking up. The entire building was about 10 stories high, with yellowing walls, showing its age. The exterior was covered in climbing ivy, looking eerie. It was clear that this place was quite old. He walked into the staircase, dust floating in the air, the houses on both sides in a state of disrepair. Clearly, no one had lived here for a long time. As he climbed up floor by floor, he suddenly caught a whiff of a bloody smell. He immediately perked up. It's a lie to say I'm not nervous. After all, this is the first time he has actively sought out a possessor, uncertain of the other's level and strength. The more shrines there are, the stronger the power, and Shen reminded himself as he climbed higher. When he reached the 8th floor, his steps froze awkwardly. The entire corridor was densely woven with many chaotic red threads, like a spider's web, connecting one end to the other in midair. Every half meter along the red threads, there was a knot, with strange objects hanging from them, and Shen leaned in to take a closer look and discovered that they were fragments of stones. Why were there so many red threads and so many stones hanging? And Shen was puzzled. He tried not to touch these things and continued up the stairs. The situation on the 9th floor was the same, only the red threads were even more densely packed. Upon reaching the top floor, the red threads actually decreased. As Shen looked around, confused by the situation, he suddenly heard a roar from the end of the corridor, coming from a household. Yes, I was wrong. I fucking degraded myself. I shouldn't have agreed to marry in the first place. Can you stop yelling? I really don't want to hear it, a woman coldly responded, accompanied by another man's angry shout. Damn it, have I had a single good day since marrying you? I've lost my freedom. Even finding time to smoke feels like squeezing out a shit. Every day, I have to be responsible for your life. Who the hell is responsible for mine? I didn't force you to marry. The woman seemed to be holding back, her voice restrained. You didn't force me? Didn't I say I wouldn't marry back then? I was pregnant at the time. You wanted me to abort the child. Did you ever think about me? The arguing voices grew louder, and Shen stood across the corridor, seeing two figures in the room. Meanwhile, a little girl seemed to be accustomed to this life, crouching on the floor, drawing with colored pens on paper. After finishing her drawing, she happily held it up. Daddy, do you think my drawing is pretty? Get lost. The man shouted angrily, you're the one who ruined my life. What's the use of drawing these things? The little girl was startled, shrinking back, and the woman walked over, sighed, and hugged her. Yeah, why don't you go play outside for a bit? The little girl nodded fearfully and turned to run out of the room. The door was shut. Inside, the man and woman continued their intense argument. Outside, the girl squatted alone in the corridor, starting to write and draw again with her colored pens. It felt like two different worlds, and Shen watched the scene, hesitating for a few seconds before walking over to the girl. He crouched down curiously and asked, "What are you drawing?" The little girl looked up at the stranger upon hearing his voice. "I'm drawing a butterfly." "Oh," and Shen looked at the pattern, "I thought it was a bee. Bees don't have such pretty wings." The girl argued seriously. The noise inside grew louder, even the sound of things being thrown could be heard, creating a somewhat oppressive and suffocating atmosphere. And Shen glanced back and asked the little girl, "Are you scared when your mom and dad argue?" "I'm not scared at all." She shook her head. "I'm used to it, they argue every day." "I see," and Shen stood up. "Hey, big brother, who are you?" After chatting for a while, the little girl seemed to realize that the person in front of her was a stranger. "You're not going to kidnap me, are you? My mom said not to talk to strangers." And Shen couldn't help but laugh a little. "Your mom is right, but I'm not here to kidnap you. I'm just here to investigate something. Have you seen anything scary? Scary things? Do mice count?" Mice don't count." "Then there's nothing. I think mice are the scariest. For children, sometimes the truly scary things aren't really scary at all. They are just new and interesting." And Shen looked around and saw that this place didn't seem like it had any possessors at all. He had no intention of getting involved in the domestic disputes and turned to leave. The little girl suddenly said, "Big brother, do you like candy?" And Shen was taken aback for a moment, then looked down to see her hesitantly pulling a piece of candy from her pocket and offering it to him. "I'll give you a piece of candy, but if you eat my candy, you have to be my friend. You have to come play with me often from now on." "Okay." And Shen smiled and held it in his hand. At the same time, he turned around and walked towards the stairs, speaking into his earpiece. "I didn't find any problems here. Is the address wrong?" As he spoke, he unwrapped the candy, preparing to pop it into his mouth. Suddenly, a tense voice came through the earpiece. "What are you eating?" "Candy." The candy he brought to his mouth paused for a moment. He heard Shao Kai's voice growing increasingly anxious. "But that's not candy. That's a mouse's head." Hearing this, and Shen's body jolted in shock. The drone was hovering in the air, able to capture his location. He suddenly looked down, staring intently at the candy in his hand. There was no candy, only a black, hairy mouse's head. Its teeth were protruding, and its neck looked as if it had been violently torn off, blood dripping everywhere. And Shen stared blankly at this scene, as if realizing something, and hurriedly turned back to look at the house. "They have a problem." Who has a problem? Xiao Kai's voice in the earpiece was uneasy. You've been talking to yourself since just now. Talking to myself? Didn't you see the people inside? He pointed to the end of the corridor. There's no one there. And Shen frowned at her words. The first thought that popped into his mind was that he was hallucinating. But why would he hallucinate? Without hesitation, and Shen retraced his steps. The little girl was still squatting by the wall, doodling. The arguing inside the house continued. Big brother, you're back. The little girl smiled when she saw him, and Shen nodded and spoke into the earpiece. Do you see it now? There's a girl squatting in front of me, and there are still people arguing in the house. No, the drone didn't capture anything. And Shen looked at the little girl, his brows gradually knitting together. What is going on? Is it only I who can see this? Or is the drone unable to capture it? He squatted down and opened his hand, asking, What did you just give me? Candy. The little girl replied. And Shen looked down and found that he was indeed holding a piece of candy. The mouse's head had vanished without a trace. He was momentarily stunned. No, this isn't candy. And Shen was sure he hadn't seen it wrong. Even if he had, Xiao Kai and the drone couldn't have been mistaken. There must be something wrong with this candy. It couldn't be that the child was also a problem. You eat the candy. And Shen handed it over. The little girl paused for a moment, looked up in confusion, then shook her head. I already gave it to you. You can't take back a gift. Stop talking nonsense. Eat the candy. And Shen shouted impatiently. The little girl was instantly frightened and began to cry. As soon as the crying started, and Shen was also taken aback. Why did I inexplicably yell at a child? His emotions felt uncontrollable. He shook his head vigorously, and at that moment, the arguing in the house grew even more intense. Die. Just die. Isn't dying a release? What are you doing? Accompanied by a woman's scream, the door suddenly swung open. A man stood behind the door, covered in blood, holding a fruit knife. When he saw Shen standing at the door, he was clearly taken aback, as if he hadn't expected anyone to be there. The expression on his face shifted from terror to despair. He suddenly plunged the knife into his own neck. Dying is good. Dying is a release. Bang! He fell to the ground, motionless, and Shen stared blankly at this scene, forgetting to breathe. The little girl's cries grew louder. Are these also illusions? He frowned. The little girl clutched his clothes, crying out, My mommy and daddy are dead, big brother. My mommy and daddy are dead. Shut up. Stop crying. And Shen felt inexplicably irritated by her voice. He realized that his emotions seemed off. Looking around, his mind was in chaos. What is interfering with me? And Shen hesitated for a few seconds, then suddenly raised his palm, his brow furrowing. The blood dripper. He directly used the nuclear technique. He held his palm up in the air. At first, there was no reaction, but a few seconds later, he saw a thread of blood floating out from a corner, coalescing in his palm into a blood ball the size of a thumb. Indeed, there is something, and Shen immediately stepped into the room. This time, the scene was completely different. He saw the room in ruins, an old man sitting on a dust-covered chair, with a long beard, looking at him with a strange smile on his face. Little brother, you have some skill to see through my illusion. Why not sit down and have a cup of tea together? The old man sat on a stool inside the room, with a long white beard under his forehead, dark circles around his eyes, and a thin, weary appearance. He wore a tattered ancient yellow robe, covered with many strange symbols drawn in red cinnabar. However, what was unsettling was that both his arms and legs seemed to be severed, leaving only a frail body sitting in the chair. His expression was fatigued, his face sallow, his pupils murky, and his disheveled white hair hung loosely on both sides, resembling a dying man. Seeing the person at the door, the old man let out a hoarse, eerie laugh. Little brother, come sit down, have a bowl of tea. And Shen stood at the door, while simultaneously noticing that the scene inside the room was rapidly changing. The tables and chairs vanished, and the originally clean and tidy room was now in disarray and ruin. On the back wall, a huge yellow cloth hung, almost covering the entire wall. However, what was puzzling was that the yellow cloth seemed alive, sometimes billowing up, sometimes falling down. At first glance, it looked as if someone was standing behind the cloth, breathing slowly. There were no corpses on the ground, and the previously crying little girl had also disappeared. Only the strange old man remained sitting in the room. And Shen watched the scene warily, touching his wireless earphone, and whispered, Xiao Kai, can the drone capture this person? Yes. Xiao Kai's nervous response came immediately through the earpiece. Hearing this, Shen fixed his gaze on the old man. It seemed that the possessor was indeed him, but this was clearly not right. To take the blood of an old man upon meeting, little brother, you are rather unkind to not spare even this dying person, the old man croaked weakly. Yet his gaze was fixed like dead ashes on the blood bead that continued to condense in Shen's palm. From the surface of his body, countless blood beads were being sucked out, floating in the air like dense raindrops. We are of the same root. Why the rush to harm each other, little brother? You and I have come to this land of strange kernels to seek a way to survive, merely to live. This place is vast and rich, yet you choose to kill me, a dying man. How about sparing my life?" Upon hearing this, Shen did not respond but instead asked, "What was that about earlier? Was it your illusion?" "Indeed, just a few souls from before," the old man replied with a weak smile. "They were a family living here, 4 in total, including me." "Where are they?" "Dead." "Did you kill them? If I say I didn't, would you believe me?" The old man in the yellow robe smiled faintly, but Shen frowned. Although he didn't speak, it was clear he didn't believe him. "Forget it," the old man said, seemingly too lazy to explain, his voice weak and his eyes murky, as if he might breathe his last at any moment. "Little brother, how many shrines do you have now?" "I am all alone here, with no friends or sect. Although I possess some unique cultivation methods, my time is short. Before I die, my skills will be of no use. Why not pass them on to you?" And Shen, upon hearing this, ignored him and looked at the wall, asking, "What is behind the wall?" At the mention of this, the old man's expression suddenly turned tense. "Little brother, if you don't want my nuclear technique, you'd better leave quickly and not entertain any ideas about what's behind the wall." The old man's inexplicably nervous demeanor only deepened in Shen's confusion. It felt like a case of wanting to cover up something that was already obvious. "This strange thing is what turned me into this ghastly appearance. You'd best keep your distance. This wall devours people without spitting out bones. I was drawn here by it." Upon hearing this, Shen hesitated for a few seconds. He moved around the old man's position and approached the wall. Reaching out, he grabbed the yellow cloth, but before he could pull it, the old man's face turned pale as he urgently exclaimed, "Don't touch it. Little brother, heed my advice, either leave or let go. This thing really eats people." And Shen glanced at him, his expression calm. "It's fine, I eat too." The old man's expression froze in shock. However, for safety's sake, Shen did not fully lift the yellow cloth, only revealing a corner. Through that corner, he saw a strikingly fleshy red on the wall behind the cloth. His breathing involuntarily quickened. What lay behind the cloth was not a wall, or rather, it was not a normal wall. It looked as if a massive piece of flesh was stuffed into the wall. Since he hadn't lifted the cloth completely, Shen could only see a small part, but he could vaguely make out that the flesh was slowly undulating, as if it were breathing. Before he could collect his thoughts, the old man in the yellow robe, who had no hands or feet, suddenly sprang up from his chair. Following that, he thrust his body forward, and his head slammed heavily against Shen's chest. Shen was caught off guard and had no time to dodge. He lost his balance, his body leaning back, crashing against the yellow cloth meat wall. Suddenly, he felt a sticky and moist softness against his back. Instinctively wanting to break free, he found that his back was being held by an immense force, as if glued in place, unable to move. I've been waiting for you to take the bait." The old man in the yellow robe fell to the ground, rolling a few times, shaking like a weeble. In an instant, from the severed arms and legs, 2 monstrous hands and legs rapidly grew, quickly crawling up from the ground. The shape of his body was half human on the upper half, but the lower half resembled a 4-legged beast. With a sinister grin on his face, he lunged forward, reaching out to grab Shen's neck, forcefully pressing him into the wall. "Aha, you're just a wet behind the ears kid, easily fooled by a trick. I was just lamenting the lack of kindred spirits to help me complete the same root principle, and here you are, delivered right to my door." And Shen felt his head being pressed down, struggling to breathe. His body seemed to sink into the mud, slowly being drawn into the wall. "This meat wall is eating me." Realizing this, he struggled, his wrist twisting as he gritted his teeth and silently chanted, "Blood droplet." Suddenly, blood spheres began to float from the old man's body, each the size of a soybean, densely raining down. However, before it could last even half a second, the old man suddenly swung his hand, striking Shen's wrist heavily. With a crack, the sound of bones breaking echoed, and his wrist was directly shattered, hanging limply in the air. Shen let out a muffled groan of pain, unable to continue using the blood droplet. "Still hoping to suck my blood? Little brother, you have quite the audacity. I just need you, a kindred spirit, to complete the same root principle and ascend to the 3rd shrine. If you help me, once I become a god in the future, I will surely remember your kindness." As he spoke, he released his grip, and Shen hurriedly struggled forward, but the suction from behind was incredibly strong, and he found himself unable to move despite his efforts. "Humph, give up. You can't break free. The slime of this meat wall is more solid than gold or stone." The old man in the yellow robe sneered, his gaze fixated on the meat wall, his expression excited. "If you're hungry, just eat. The more you eat, the better." Cold sweat dripped from Shen's forehead as he felt himself being drawn deeper and deeper, while his mind raced to devise a countermeasure. One of his wrists was broken. In this situation, the delusional pearl was useless, the sea-tongue curse shell couldn't be used, and the blood droplet seemed ineffective. The only thing left was Heartfire, and Shen still remembered the symbols he saw when he comprehended the Heartfire. Heartfire, the suffering in the world comes solely from within. Without a heart, there would be no pain. Burn the heart, destroy others. Just from the text alone, it was impossible to guess the specific function of this Heartfire, but there was no choice at the moment. It seemed to be related to the heart. Could it be about burning someone else's heart? And Shen couldn't think any further, gritting his teeth and silently chanting, Heartfire. Boom! The moment the words left his mouth, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, followed by an overwhelming heat engulfing his entire body. It was as if he had been thrown into the alchemical furnace of the Supreme Old Lord, his whole body turning a deep red, with wisps of white smoke beginning to emanate from the surface of his skin. As he opened his mouth, waves of hot air surged forth. He looked like a piece of iron heated to glowing red. The old man in the yellow robe, seeing this, reached out to grab him, but as soon as his hand clasped around Shen's neck, he gasped in pain and quickly withdrew, stepping back repeatedly. And Shen's eyes turned blood red, his head buzzing. This Heartfire is burning my own heart? And Shen felt his entire body was scalding hot, an unbearable pain, as if he were being roasted on a fire. Smoke billowed from his body. The old man in the yellow robe, burned by the heat, dared not approach. It hurt so much. He gritted his teeth and struggled forward, his back continuously consuming his own flesh, suddenly beginning to tremble violently and contract. It was as if a piece of meat was being cooked, twisting and writhing, emitting a series of sizzling sounds. In an instant, the suction relaxed, and Shen hurriedly tried to break free, using all his strength. A crisp sound. The flesh on his back was torn apart under the immense pulling force, blood and flesh mingling. Pain. Excruciating pain. Yet it felt as if he had boundless strength, and Shen's eyes were blood red as he half knelt on the ground. His body had an extremely strange sensation. The pain seemed to threaten his sanity, yet it continuously stimulated every pore in his body. It was as if the more it hurt, the more infinite strength he had. Strange, the old man in the yellow robe observed this scene, his gaze cold and sinister. He looked down at his burned hand, frowning. He had retracted his hand quickly enough, but he hadn't expected that just a touch would result in a burn. Little brother, are you planning to roast yourself to be eaten? And Shen heard the voice and looked up at the old man before him. His wireless earphones had melted and fallen to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he lunged at the old man. Seeing this, the old man quickly dodged while moving his hand, snorting coldly. Nuclear technique, 5-star needle. As his words fell, several embroidery needles suddenly shot out from his palm, floating in midair, swiftly darting like blades. The 5 silver embroidery needles, each half the length of a finger, whizzed back and forth, creating dazzling silver light as they spun in the air. In the blink of an eye, the flying silver light formed a 5-pointed star pattern, piercing directly towards Shen's body. Put! Blood splattered out, and Shen's arm was pierced by 5 needle holes, blood gushing uncontrollably. Though the needles were thin, the damage they caused was more severe than he had imagined. Before he could regain his senses, the 5-star needles flew back again, and Shen instinctively tried to dodge, but when he focused on the needle shadows, he suddenly saw that their speed had become extremely slow. The path and direction were clear as day, as if a slow-motion effect had been applied. It slowed down? No, wait, it seems like I've become faster. And Shen realized something. The moment the Heartfire ignited, in addition to the power brought by the pain, he also felt an unprecedented speed. Watching the slowly approaching silver needles, and Shen furrowed his brows, slightly tilted his body, and extended his fingers, gently pinching 2 of them. Whoosh, the remaining 3 zipped past him at high speed. A cold laugh came from the old man in the yellow robe. Little brother, do you think these 5-star needles just make a few holes in your body? Wrong. Every needle that enters your body carries an invisible thread. After weaving back and forth a few times, I can stitch your organs together, and once it's done, all I need to do is give a gentle tug, and I can pull your insides right out. The old man in the yellow robe spoke, suddenly pausing mid-sentence as he looked down. He noticed that 2 needles were missing from the ones floating in his palm. Are you looking for these? A cold voice came from in front of him. He looked up sharply to see Shen pinching 2 needles between his fingers, not knowing when he had taken them. How could this be? The old man's face turned pale with shock, and before he could stop it, Shen flicked his fingers, causing the 2 needles to melt away. Those were the needles I used to sew clothes for my daughter. The old man's face twisted in rage as he let out a heart-wrenching roar, gritting his teeth and waving his hand. At the same time, Shen threw a punch, and with a thud, the old man suddenly vanished into thin air. Shen was momentarily stunned, still trying to process what had just happened when a familiar voice called out from beside him. Olden, hurry up, it's starting. Turning his head, Shen saw Wang Zihe sitting in front of a drum set, dressed in a black trench coat, his hair styled with gel standing upright. Xingyi? Beside him stood Li Qianxian, nervously holding a bass guitar and looking at him with anticipation. What is this? And Shen was taken aback, looking down to find he was still carrying a guitar. The familiar scene, the familiar voices. Wait, he remembered this place. It was the performance stage at school. They had formed a rock band for an event. The song they sang that day was, if he recalled correctly, Shanghai. And Shen remembered he didn't sing very well and almost lost his voice from shouting. How did I end up here? He stared blankly at the stage lights and the familiar faces, along with the enthusiastic crowd below. The background strings began to play, buzzing in his ears. For a moment, and Shen felt a bit dazed. It's an illusion, he realized. It must be an illusion. But the strange thing was, at this moment, he didn't want to leave. I listened to the voice of that young man, yearning for a beautiful ending in the past that still has a future. And Shen instinctively hummed along with the strings. Then, he suddenly looked up at the curtain at the back of the stage, as if he had discovered something. The curtain billowed and fell, like the breath of a person, and Shen stopped playing. The sound of the guitar came to an abrupt halt. Olden? Xingyi? Confused voices came from beside him, and Shen didn't answer. In front of everyone, he stepped forward. He walked straight to the yellow curtain, reached out, and grabbed the massive fabric, just as he was about to pull it. Li Qianxian suddenly grabbed him, her face tense and shaking her head anxiously. Xingyi, don't do this. You're not real, none of you are. And Shen's voice was choked. If you stay, then it's real. No, no. And Shen gritted his teeth, pushing Li Qianxian away with force. He tore down the enormous curtain in front of him. Whoosh, the curtain slowly fell. Behind it, a massive, bloody wall of flesh appeared before his eyes. It was the most grotesque thing Shen had ever seen in his life. It was a deep crimson, enormous beyond measure, and at first glance, it looked like a grotesque mural embedded in the wall. The surface was covered with chaotic strips of flesh, tangled together like spider webs and flowing clouds. Each strip of flesh had a dark hole from which thick, viscous liquid continuously oozed out. It was as if the cloud-like flesh had been crushed by a giant hand and carelessly flung against the wall. And Shen stared blankly at this thing, the music still playing in his ears. Xingyi, stay. Wang Zihe and Li Qianxian's voices came from the side, and Shen gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and forced the words out through clenched teeth. Heart fire. Boom! A deafening roar filled his ears. In an instant, his body ignited once more. Without looking back, he lunged toward the massive wall of flesh. Come on! Bang! When the searing body slammed against the flesh wall, suddenly, the entire wall began to convulse violently, like ants about to be scalded to death, the strips of flesh writhing grotesquely. It was as if a torrent of worms was spilling out, being roasted in the fire, dense clumps of flesh and liquid starting to fall from the wall, crashing to the ground. And Shen gritted his teeth, continuously pushing inward, step by step, the pain in his body growing stronger. He grasped the strips of flesh with both hands, as if pulling on a rope. It was as if he could hear the wails and agony of the meat chunks. Enough! Enough! Suddenly, a loud noise came from behind. The stage, instruments, and music before him all vanished into thin air, and Shen found himself back in the room. He was yanked by a tremendous force, his hair grabbed from behind, and he was forcibly pulled out from the wall, crashing to the ground. The old man in the yellow robe stood before him, covered in blood, his face pale and twisted, his voice trembling. Don't hurt it. You can leave. I won't kill you, nor will I harm you, and I won't trouble you in the future. But don't ever appear before me again. Upon hearing this, Shen slowly got up from the ground, looking at the other person coldly. You have it wrong. What? I'm here to kill you. He spoke calmly. Did you think I came here to chat with you? Hearing this, the old man's face turned ugly. Little brother, don't be ungrateful. And Shen said nothing, only glanced back at the flesh wall, murmuring, you seem quite fond of this thing. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his scalding palm, without hesitation, and plunged it directly into the flesh wall. PFF, an odd sound of meat being burned echoed instantly. You! The old man's pupils dilated, his face twisted. Just as he was about to step forward, suddenly, a terrified voice came from within the flesh wall. Daddy, it hurts. I'm so hungry. And Shen heard the voice and turned back abruptly, staring blankly at the flesh wall before him. In an instant, a baby-like face slowly squeezed out from the flesh wall, hovering in midair. It was a twisted, grotesque face, covered with a crimson skin layer, looking like an unhatched silkworm cocoon. The moment this face appeared, the old man in the yellow robe suddenly seemed to transform into another person, hurriedly stumbling forward, arms outstretched, running ahead, murmuring in panic. Nuan Nuan, my Nuan Nuan. He seemed to want to embrace the strange entity before him. However, just half a meter away, he suddenly stopped, his face alternating between green and white. No, I can't hug you, the timing isn't right, you're not my daughter yet. He began to mutter to himself like a madman, pacing in place. The baby face in the wall started to emit piercing sounds. "Daddy, hug me, Daddy, I'm so hungry." The baby face in the wall kept making shrill cries. The old man in the yellow robe hesitated, pacing back and forth, seemingly very anxious, yet afraid to move recklessly. And Shen looked at the nauseating face, took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. This flesh wall was his daughter? But from what he just said, it seemed not to be. The baby face struggled continuously, as if trying to break through the crimson thin membrane on its skin to crawl out. In his hesitation, Shen's arm, which was inserted into the flesh wall, suddenly touched something. He grasped at the flesh wall, pulling outward with force. With a loud splash, a decayed corpse was pulled out from within. It fell scattered on the ground. The corpse was already in tatters, unrecognizable, but from its clothing, it was easy to see that it belonged to the 3 members of the white-robed team mentioned earlier. So the strange thing they spoke of was this wall. "Daddy is hungry." The baby face kept emitting strange sounds from within the wall. "Good Moan, Daddy will find you something to eat, don't worry, the old man in the yellow robe said, a smile on his face that seemed both pained and twisted, his gaze turning to Shen. "You feed this thing with human lives, and you treat it as your daughter?" And Shen looked at the corpse on the ground, then at the old man, and understood everything. "My daughter is still growing. What's wrong with her eating a few people? The art of life refinement cannot be practiced over there, but here in this land of strange kernels, there are people everywhere. This is the opportunity. It is our chance to break the heavenly path." "Heavenly path?" And Shen looked at his frenzied expression, frowning in confusion. "What? Didn't you come here to break the heavenly path as well?" The old man in the yellow robe scoffed. "Shrines, pathways, laws, what does it matter how strong they are? Human life is limited. Once dead, one cannot be reborn, and though one may walk the 24 laws to become the strongest in the world, in the end, one still has to die. There are only 2 things in this world that are the truth. One is the art of life refinement, which allows for death and rebirth, endless and infinite. The other is the art of longevity, which grants life equal to the heavenly path, immortal and indestructible. Aren't you also after this?" As the old man in the yellow robe spoke, he suddenly launched an attack. "I used the art of life refinement to bring back my dead daughter. What's wrong with that?" And Shen, seeing this, quickly recited the heart fire in his mind and suddenly sidestepped. The old man's movements in front of him were slow, as if in slow motion. He did not panic. He simply turned to the side and gently pushed against the old man's back. Bang! The old man in the yellow robe crashed into the flesh wall. "No, no!" The old man snapped back to reality, his face changing in shock as he struggled desperately. The flesh wall, however, seemed to respond to the food, emitting excited sounds. "Daddy, hug me. Daddy, I'm hungry." "No, you can't eat. Nuan, you can't eat. I am your father. I am your father." The old man struggled with all his might, but the more he fought, the stronger the pull of the flesh wall seemed to become. His face turned pale as he turned back to Shen, extending his hand. "Little brother, I just saw your illusion. We are fated. Why not save my life, and I will teach you the art of life refinement. Don't you have regrets? Don't you want your dead daughter back?" The old man in the yellow robe shouted in a twisted voice, his body already swallowed by the flesh wall. And Shen was momentarily stunned. The thought of death and rebirth reminded him of Qian and Ziyi. His heart trembled. However, as he looked up and saw the crimson wall, he suddenly understood something. He looked at the old man in the yellow robe and asked, "How was your daughter to you when she was alive? Isn't it said that a daughter is a father's warm coat? Nuan cared for me, looked after me, and died to save me. Otherwise, how could I let go?" And Shen gazed at the red flesh wall and calmly asked, "If that is the case, if it truly were your daughter here, would she eat you?" The old man in the yellow robe froze in shock at these words, as if he had forgotten to breathe. His body was slowly merging into the flesh wall. When a person dies, everything is gone. But the living cannot let go. Thus, obsession comes from the living. You used the art of life refinement to bring her back, but she is not your daughter. How could the daughter who died for you end up eating you? And Shen's words seemed to sever the old man's last thought. His raised arm froze in midair, and after a moment, it seemed he finally came to his senses. He suddenly began to laugh, but the laughter was mournful. "Ha ha 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 ha, according to you, my daughter cannot possibly be alive? You have no idea what I went through to come here. You are unwilling to accept it. I am too. I just faced the unwillingness, while you have avoided it, yet you speak of obsession. Do you think you are right? Little brother, one day you will understand that there are some things in this world that death cannot separate," the old man in the yellow robe said, gradually melting away completely, until finally, there was no more movement. After the flesh wall swallowed his body, it seemed to be satisfied and returned to its original state, breathing steadily. For a moment, the entire room fell into silence. Only Shen remained, standing in place, watching this scene. He reached out to touch his ear, wanting to respond through his earpiece. Finding nothing, he realized that the earpiece had already melted away. Looking up at the massive wall of flesh in front of him, Shen fell silent for a few seconds before turning around and walking out of the room. Captain. At the entrance of the hallway, a flustered Shao Kai was rushing up the stairs, nearly colliding with him. The signal was cut off and I couldn't reach you. I was worried, so I came over. What happened? Are you okay? She looked at Shen, who was covered in blood, her breath trembling slightly. I'm fine. Go report to the director. There's still something in the room that hasn't been dealt with. Tell them not to touch it up close. That thing will eat people. After saying this, he turned and went downstairs, leaving a somewhat anxious Shao Kai standing there, her mouth open as if to say something, but ultimately she couldn't bring herself to speak. The sky had unknowingly started to rain. In the rain, pedestrians hurried along with umbrellas, their faces obscured by the white mist of the downpour. Only dark shadows rushed about at street corners and intersections, scattered in all directions. Above, the dim lights flickered on and off, illuminating the raindrops that fell like countless silver needles. Shen did not open an umbrella. As he walked out of the old residential area, he saw a vehicle from the White Robe Bureau parked by the roadside, where a few people were whispering among themselves. Captain Li, Shao Kai went up alone. Should we also go? Isn't it a bit inappropriate to let an intern do this? Shut up, a man in the back row growled. She went willingly, no one forced her. She's just asking for trouble, knowing there's danger inside and still rushing in. But what's there to be afraid of for a new intern? If she dies, it doesn't matter. Bang! Just as Lee was halfway through his sentence, a loud crash came from the back window of the car. Startled, he stiffened, his face turning pale as he turned to see Shen standing by the car window, staring at him coldly through the rain. His mouth fell open in shock, unable to speak. The situation has been resolved. You can notify the director now. Shen left this sentence, turned, and walked away in the rain. Seeing him turn, Li suddenly breathed a sigh of relief but couldn't help muttering a curse under his breath. Damn it. Before he could finish, he looked up and saw Shen turning back again. His heart leaped. Captain? Shen walked to the car, ignoring him, and reached into the window. Can I borrow an umbrella? Oh, here. Li quickly handed him the umbrella from the seat, awkwardly smiling. Captain, why not sit in the car and go back together? I have some other matters to attend to. Shen opened the umbrella and walked away. He couldn't be bothered with someone like Li. The White Robe Bureau shouted their slogans loudly, but that didn't mean everyone was truly willing to sacrifice themselves. Inevitably, some people appeared fierce but were cowardly at heart. In this world, some fear death while others sacrifice themselves for justice. It is the fickleness of humanity. Shen walked forward with the umbrella, the wounds on his body healing rapidly. In a way, it was really hard to kill him. He didn't plan to rush back, mainly because he was a bit hungry and wanted to stop by the dessert shop at the corner to buy a couple of yogurt-filled cakes. The streets were sparsely populated. As he passed a corner, he suddenly heard a commotion from a nearby alley. Hold her down. Let me go. Let me go. Damn it. This little brat actually bit me. Shut her mouth. Let me go. Hearing the noise, Shen turned to take a look. In the pouring rain of the alley, several burly men were pinning down a frail little girl, tying her up with ropes. The moment he turned his head, he locked eyes with the little girl through the rain. Before he could react, the girl looked at him, her eyes suddenly brightening as she shouted, "Brother in Xing, woo woo." Bang! A dull thud echoed. The little girl in the alley was knocked unconscious, falling silent. Damn it! Hurry up and tie her up and take her away. The men quickly bound her, hoisting her onto their shoulders, and turned to run. After just a few steps, they suddenly collided with Shen, who was standing at the mouth of the alley, momentarily stunned. The big man looked at Shen, and Shen looked at them, creating a somewhat strange atmosphere. Shen glanced at the unconscious little girl, furrowing his brows. Did she just call my name? The sound of the rain was too loud, and the environment was chaotic, so he couldn't hear clearly. All Shen caught was the word brother. Kid, get lost. Seeing that the man had no intention of moving aside, a burly man immediately pulled out a fruit knife from his waist, waving it in the rain, reflecting a cold light. If you want to live, pretend you didn't see anything. Hurry up and get out, one of them said, while another directly shoved Shen, forcing a path through. Several men carried the little girl and walked straight out. Shen witnessed this scene but did not resist. After a few men had walked a few meters away, he took out his phone and called out, "Hey, turn around." The men instinctively turned their heads at the sound. Click. The phone's flash went off. The burly men froze in place. What are you doing? Taking a picture for evidence. What? The men doubted they heard correctly, and Enshen replied nonchalantly, taking a picture for evidence, so you can't say later that I intentionally harmed someone. Upon hearing this, the leading burly man couldn't help but laugh and curse, damn it, you really have guts, you really aren't afraid of dying. As he spoke, he signaled to the men beside him. The two burly men immediately understood, Dragon brother, you guys go ahead, we'll take care of this kid. As they spoke, the two burly men approached with knives, while the others turned to leave. Both men were not only taller but also more muscular than Enshen, standing before him like two massive stone pillars. Enshen closed his umbrella. Pretty good, you two are shielding me from the rain. Damn, your mouth is pretty sharp. One of the burly men snatched Enshen's umbrella and smashed it down on his head. Bang! The umbrella hit his skull, blood splattered. The handle broke off. Aren't you pretty arrogant? Still taking pictures for evidence. I'll give you evidence. The burly man cursed as he struck. He kept hitting until the umbrella was destroyed. Then, with a kick, he knocked Enshen down into the rain. Another burly man held his head down in a puddle, pressing the blade against his ear, sneering, showing off. Today, I'll cut off one of your ears to teach you a lesson. With a swift cut, zing, suddenly, a loud sound erupted. Immediately after, a cloud of white smoke appeared. The burly man was momentarily stunned, not realizing what was happening, and looked down at the knife in his hand, only to find it had melted in half. What the hell? What's going on? Suddenly, a shadow flashed before him. By the time he reacted, he realized he was no longer holding a knife but an ear. His own ear. Ah! The man let out a piercing scream, terrified, causing the ear to drop to the ground. Turning his head, he saw Enshen standing beside him, staring at the knife and muttering to himself, "This knife isn't good, I had to cut a few times to get your ear off. Damn it, I'll kill you." Seeing his companion injured, the other burly man lunged forward with his knife. Whoosh, and Shen's figure vanished again. The burly man stabbed into thin air, suddenly looking up in shock. Is this kid a possessor? Retreat! Quick, retreat! The two men turned pale, ready to run. Suddenly, their feet stumbled, as if losing support, and they fell flat on the ground. Looking back, they saw blood flowing from their heels, flesh torn out. He cut our Achilles tendons. Damn it! The two men lay in the rain, unable to move, struggling, and letting out desperate cries. Until a pair of feet stopped in front of them, they trembled and raised their heads, filled with despair. In the rain, Enshen held a knife, his gaze icy cold. Take a nap. Bang bang! He struck the knife handle heavily against the back of their heads, and they immediately fell unconscious. Then, Enshen took out his phone again, snapped another photo, and sent it to Bai Jian, adding a message, "Human traffickers, I caught them and knocked them out. Send someone to handle it." In the shelter, Bai Jian looked at the text messages and photos, his mouth twitching for a long time. At the street corner, Brother Long had finished a cigarette, his brow furrowed. After waiting for a long time, he still hadn't seen those two subordinates return. Damn it! How can these two useless fools be so slow? A burly man beside him glanced at the time and cursed impatiently, "Brother Long, let me go see what's going on." No need. Brother Long called his subordinate to stop, looked up at the overcast sky, and said irritably, "We're not waiting anymore, let's go." All right. The remaining 4 or 5 people just turned around when suddenly, a voice came from behind in the rain, "Who allowed you to leave?" Hearing the voice, several people turned back at once and saw a figure slowly walking out of the rain. What the hell? It's this kid, those two useless fools didn't kill him? A burly man saw Enshen and immediately wanted to rush forward, but was suddenly pulled back. Brother Long? He turned back to see his boss shaking his head with a dark expression. Only then did he snort coldly and stop. Brother Long frowned as he looked at the person in the rain, saying nothing, just observing. He wasn't looking at the other's appearance but at the blood. This kid was covered in blood, yet there were no wounds on him. Even his clothes weren't torn, and he looked to be in good condition. This wasn't his blood. Brother Long smiled slightly. "Little brother, did you kill my 2 brothers?" Upon hearing this, several subordinates beside him were taken aback, staring wide-eyed at Enshen. The young man said nothing, just flicked the blood off the knife in his hand. Brother Long immediately understood, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. "All right, you're a tough guy. Brother, let's talk. What do you want?" Enshen pointed at the little girl slung over the burly man's shoulder. Brother Long was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. "Brother, this is my business. I really can't give her to you. How about this? I'll give you 2 options. First, I have 10,000 yuan here, all for you. You just pretend you didn't see this, and we can be friends. After I finish this business, I'll come to get to know you. Second." Brother Long glanced at his eager subordinates, sneering coldly. "We can have a real fight. To be honest, my brothers are not pushovers." The intention behind this was clear. "I'll give you money, just don't get in my way. After all, being able to kill 2 people, This kid was clearly not to be trifled with. It was best to avoid trouble if possible. Brother Long had been in this line of work for so many years, priding himself on not having seen many things that money couldn't settle. If there were, it was simply because the money wasn't enough. If the other party didn't accept, he would just add a bit more money. Moreover, he had many people on his side, not afraid of this kid being uncooperative. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly saw Chen unexpectedly flick his knife, then step forward. Boom! Suddenly, the whole person shot forward like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Brother Long. Before he could react, a thick white smoke rose in the rain. It was the countless raindrops evaporating into intense steam under high temperature, rapidly dispersing in front of him. At the same time, the blade pierced through the rain curtain, slicing through the raindrops, and pressed against Brother Long's neck. Chen's gaze was cold and calm. I also give you two options, either hand over the girl, or you die. After so many years, it was the first time Brother Long was threatened with a knife against his neck by a young kid. His face turned extremely dark. When Chen charged over, several subordinates nearby immediately surrounded him. One of them reached out to grab Chen's clothes. Whoosh! Suddenly, a shadow flashed by. That person was momentarily stunned, then felt a chill in his fingers and hurriedly looked down, his face changing dramatically. He saw that all 5 of his fingers had been cleanly severed, falling to the ground, blood gushing. Ah! He let out a piercing scream, fearfully looking up to see Chen holding the knife, his cold gaze fixed on him. Damn it! Kill him! The crowd erupted in angry shouts, rushing forward. Chen gently exhaled, white smoke billowing from his body. The raindrops falling from the sky dissolved instantly before they could even touch him. The heart fire was indeed effective. Not only did it enhance his strength, but it also brought about a qualitative leap in speed, and he wouldn't feel fatigued afterward. The only issue was the unbearable pain in his body during its use, enduring immense pressure every second. Chen didn't want to waste time. He looked at the people rushing towards him and slowly exhaled. The heart fire was burning wildly, and the movements of everyone in front of him became extremely slow. He directly circled behind one of them, crouched down, and with a swift motion, cut the tendons in the opponent's ankle. Then he moved to another person's back, replicating the same method. In just 1 second, the tendons of 4 people were all severed. Bang! 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 Almost simultaneously, they crashed heavily to the ground, splashing a huge spray of water and letting out miserable cries. Help! Ah! My tendons are cut! Brother Long, save me! Damn it! But Brother Long, standing still in front, saw nothing clearly in that brief second. If he had to say, he only saw a flash of white light. Immediately after, all 4 of his subordinates were sprawled on the ground, blood staining the puddles, looking extremely brutal and chaotic. How is this possible? Brother Long's face turned pale in shock. Before he could gather his thoughts, a cold voice came from beside him. It's just you left. Turning his head, Brother Long met Chen's soul-stirring gaze, his expression changing drastically as he hurriedly stepped back, waving his hands in panic. Wait, brother, let's talk. Whoosh! Before he could finish his sentence, he felt his feet suddenly give way, losing all support in an instant. Bang! With a muffled sound, his left leg uncontrollably knelt straight to the ground. He knelt on one knee, his pupils dilated, staring blankly at the crimson rainwater on the ground, his head buzzing. In terror, he glanced sideways and saw his severed tendons. When did he move so fast? There was no time to react. Damn it, who the hell is this kid? Brother Long gritted his teeth against the intense pain and raised his head. He knew he might be done for today, but he had to know who was killing him. With that thought, he clenched his jaw and spoke through the pain. Brother, if you want to kill me, fine, but I don't want to die unjustly. At least tell me your name? Chen. The young man across from him replied calmly. Hearing that name, Brother Long's heart trembled, and his pupils widened as if he remembered something. Chen, is it you? Damn it, you're the rebel reported on the news? Chen neither confirmed nor denied it. He simply gripped his knife and stepped forward. But Brother Long suddenly let out a cold laugh. Damn it, I'm really unlucky. Being bullied by those possessors is one thing, but I can't even escape from the rebels. Chen frowned at his words, sensing something deeper. What possessors? But Brother Long didn't answer, still wearing a sinister smile. Brother, I'm a bad person, deserving of death. I've known this for a long time and never thought I'd live long. But before I die, let me tell you the truth. Even if you have strength, you won't live long. What nonsense, rebel! I advise you to choose a side early. You know nothing of how terrifying those people are. What do you mean? Just as Chen was about to press further, Brother Long suddenly slid a knife from his sleeve, raised it abruptly, and without hesitation, plunged it directly into his own neck. Chen's heart jolted. The sudden turn of events caught him off guard. He didn't even have time to use the heart fire. Brother Long had already collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, motionless. His action showed no hesitation, clearly having prepared to end it himself. But the question was, why did he choose to commit suicide? And Shen had never intended to kill anyone. He only aimed to sever their tendons, at most incapacitating them. After all, he joined the White Robe Bureau, and Bai Jian had given him a final bottom line: he could not kill the innocent indiscriminately. Moreover, and Shen himself was not a murderer. For these kidnappers, it was enough to sever their Achilles tendons and leave the rest to Bai Jian. He stood there, watching the scene, momentarily feeling a bit dazed. The few strong men with severed tendons were now too frightened to make a sound, and Shen crouched down to check their pulse, confirming they were dead, and sighed before looking at the little girl tied up on the ground, who had fallen into a coma. He walked over and untied the ropes. Taking out his phone, he dialed 120, the White Robe Bureau, also known as the Special Mental Illness Detention Center. Of course, this name was something Bai Jian had casually fabricated to deceive In Shen. After receiving In Shen's message, Bai Jian immediately brought people to the scene. By the time they arrived, everything was already over. The strong men had been captured. Although they would not die from their severed tendons, they would likely be left permanently disabled. As for the unconscious little girl, she was taken directly to the hospital, and Shen followed along. At the hospital, after examination, many disturbing, dense scars were found on the little girl's body. The doctor's conclusion was that she had suffered some inhuman abuse. There are many needle marks at her arm's pulse, clearly indicating she has had a lot of blood drawn. In addition, there are obvious scars on her scalp, abdomen, back, and legs, varying in depth and appearing chaotic and irregular. So it doesn't seem like they were intentionally left. Rather, it looks more like the perpetrator acted on a whim, randomly cutting and scratching her. Moreover, the most concerning thing is the depth of the scars on her abdomen, which are astonishing. Such scars are typically only left after surgical incisions. Hearing this, In Shen's expression changed slightly. Are you saying she might have undergone surgery? Not necessarily surgery, the doctor said, his tone more anxious. Because after examination, there are no missing organs or injuries in her body, so we don't know why there is a scar on her abdomen. We can only wait until she wakes up to ask. And Shen nodded at this, not asking further questions. He just looked at the unconscious little girl. It was hard to imagine what she had gone through to end up like this. He was certain that in the rain, the little girl had called his name, so she knew him? Who exactly is she? And Shen's heart was filled with confusion. After a brief period of stability here, he was taken back to the headquarters of the White Robe Bureau by Bai Jian. On the way, Bai Jian inquired about the situation of this operation, and Shen roughly recounted what had happened. After listening, Director Bai frowned tightly. The art of refining life, the art of longevity. So you're saying these possessors have some means to resurrect the dead and keep the living from dying? Is that possible? I don't know, I only heard him say that, but it seems he clearly failed. Remembering that wall of flesh, and Shen still felt a bit nauseous. Bai Jian remained silent, as if pondering something, and after a moment, glanced at him through the rearview mirror. You've worked hard. To be honest, I was a bit worried and hesitated about whether to send you over, but given the current situation, it seems to be better than I thought. You were afraid I would lose control, right? And Shen retorted. Bai Jian smiled but did not directly answer the question, only saying, you should know, there are not just me watching you now, we are all in the same boat. If you run into trouble again, not only will I be dismissed but I will also bear the blame. Hearing this, and Shen was taken aback. He did not expect Bai Jian to vouch for him. Although the incident involving the possessors had been made public, the world largely remained in a hostile state regarding their existence. Even the treatment of the resistors was the same. People's emotions were quite pessimistic, despite multiple declarations that the resistors were on the side of humanity. But the outliers are ultimately outliers, whether good or evil, they are never of the same kind. In the eyes of many, the rebels and the possessors are actually no different. Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. Humanity is just such an existence. So, does that mean I've implicated you? No. Bai Jian shook her head. It's because I believe in you. They say I'm gambling, but I feel I can win. And Shen, you just need to remember, our lives and deaths are now one. Upon hearing this, and Shen turned to look at Bai Jian. This woman had been exuding a powerful aura from the moment they met until now. To be honest, his perseverance until now was indeed greatly encouraged and comforted by Bai Jian. Back at headquarters, Bai Jian held a meeting to give a brief summary of this operation. She then introduced In Shen to the internal members of the White Robe Bureau. Currently, the White Robe Bureau is divided into 12 teams. Each team is responsible for different areas and streets, handling incidents related to the possessors. The possession incidents are also categorized into different stages based on their danger levels. The lowest level is called white incident. The medium level is the black incident. The highest level is the red incident. And Chen couldn't help but interject, "The incident I participated in should be a red incident, right?" Bai Jian shook her head. "At most, it's a black incident." Hearing this, he was somewhat surprised. This incident killed 3 team members, and it's just a black incident? What level does a red incident have to reach? You are the red incident. And Chen was stunned. Bai Jian explained, although this incident is complex, as long as there are enough personnel and firepower, killing that old man in the yellow robe is not difficult. It's just a bit tricky, but you are different. At this point, she paused and then said meaningfully, "You simply cannot be killed." And Chen hesitated, unsure of what to say. It's not that he couldn't be killed, but the way to kill him was quite different from that of a normal person. Moreover, the destructive power you cause when you lose control is incalculable. In fact, most of the current possessor incidents are relatively simple to handle. Basically, a single shot can take them down. Bai Jian said, "So not everyone needs to have strong abilities. But what if they can't be killed?" And Chen couldn't help but ask again. Bai Jian smiled slightly. "That's the problem. To deal with more complex situations, in addition to the 12 small teams, we have a special team, the 13th team, specifically responsible for handling black or red level incidents." At this point, she paused and then continued, "This is also what I wanted to tell you. After this incident assessment, you have been officially assigned to the 13th special team. Originally, there was only one special member in the team. Now, including you, there are a total of 2. Additionally, the name of the 13th team is called Dream Core. The Dream Core team. The name sounded a bit strange. Bai Jian seemed to notice in Chen's confusion and explained, "This name was given by the team leader, Wang Jian." Wang Jian? And Chen was taken aback for a moment, quickly recalling something. "Is he the one who read your orders but didn't respond?" Bai Jian's mouth twitched slightly, and her expression clearly became a bit unpleasant. "He is a bit unruly. I hope you won't be like him after you join." "Oh," and Chen nodded. He had heard Wang Jian's name several times but had never met the person. "He is not here right now. I've already informed him about your joining the team, and I'll introduce you when he returns." Bai Jian said, "Wang Jian is a bit special. I can't say much about it, but you'll know when you meet him." "I understand." And Chen nodded. The White Robe Bureau has different teams constantly driving out to handle possessor incidents. As a member of a special team, most events did not involve Chen. Bai Jian had arranged a new place for him to stay, and before packing up to leave, he decided to visit his parents in the hospital one last time. First, he saw his mother, who looked noticeably more haggard than before, her hair disheveled, resembling a madwoman. However, this time, upon seeing Chen, she did not bang her head against the wall. It seemed she felt this was pointless, so she merely continued to smile coldly, not saying a word. Through the bars, Chen looked at his mother and took a deep breath. "Mom, just hang in there. I will definitely find a way to save you and Dad." "Good son, Mama's waiting for you." His mother suddenly smiled coldly, and Chen's heart stirred, and he bit his lip, recalling what Bai Jian had said before. His mother had been desperately playing the role of a mother. Could it be that she really saw him as her son? This terrifying thought made Chen shiver involuntarily. He quickly shook his head, refusing to think further. He turned around and went to his father's ward. Upon seeing him, his father immediately rushed over with red eyes, grabbing the bars and shaking them violently. "I will kill you. I must kill you, then skin you alive. Just wait until I get out. I will kill all of you." After saying this, his expression suddenly changed, as if he were asking and answering himself. "Did you kill him? How did you kill him? You're locked up now. You can't even get out. A sedative could take care of you, and you still talk about killing? Shut up. Everyone shut up." And Chen watched this bizarre scene, opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he couldn't find the words and turned to leave. After that day, when he had confirmed that Wang Zihe and Li Chen had left his side, only his parents remained. Finding a way to save his parents was his only motivation. Leaving the headquarters and heading to his new place, once he arrived, Chen settled his things and, taking advantage of his free time, went to buy some materials to refine the delusional tongue pearl, half a parrot's tongue, a drop of toad venom, half a gecko's tail, and 10 centipede legs. He made a few delusional tongue pearls to keep as backups. After that, he entered the Shrine of the Gods again to observe the current rules. Shadow Walking Rule used the nuclear technique pain refinement to extract others' pain, becoming a pain vessel once, prohibiting madness. Speaking of the nuclear technique pain refinement, Chen had not tried it yet. Unlike the previous ascetic rule that passively endured, this rule leaned more towards the active. He could decide when to use it. there was no suitable opportunity at the moment. Moreover, he was somewhat worried about what would happen after becoming the so-called pain vessel. He felt that the phrase prohibiting madness held deeper meaning. While pondering, drowsiness washed over him, and lying on the bed, he unknowingly fell asleep. At the same time, he had a dream. First, he dreamed of the old man in the yellow robe, grabbing his hand and pointing at the flesh wall, crying, "That's my daughter. Don't kill me, I saved her. How about I give you the life refinement technique? Don't you have someone you want to resurrect? Don't you have any regrets?" The dream shifted, and he dreamed of Wang Zihe and Li Qianxian, as if questioning him. "Why don't you use the life refinement technique to bring us back to life?" He desperately tried to explain in the dream but couldn't make a sound, only feeling suffocated. Immediately after, the scene changed. He dreamed of a little girl, grabbing his hand and repeatedly saying, "I'm so scared." Suddenly, a ringtone jolted him awake, and Shen groggily answered, and Bai Jian's anxious voice came through. "Hurry to the hospital, that little girl was taken away by someone disguised as a doctor." Hearing this, he suddenly woke up. "When did this happen?" "Just now, the person shouldn't have gone far. I'm on my way." He hurriedly rushed out of the house and got into a car heading to the hospital. At the same time, Bai Jian sent him a message with a location shared. "The drone tracked that person to Phoenix Street, go intercept him. I've already sent support." "Okay." And Shen glanced at the address, told the driver, turned around, and immediately headed for Phoenix Street. "Faster, faster, drive faster." A pitch-black van, with a fat man in the passenger seat, was constantly tearing at the white coat he was wearing. "Damn it, this outfit is so uncomfortable. Making me play a doctor. Thank goodness for the mask, otherwise this big beard would definitely give me away." Enough with the nonsense. The thin man in the driver's seat had a cold gaze. "Hurry up and get the person delivered. Once the money is in hand, we can consider this done." As he spoke, he glanced back at the unconscious little girl in the back compartment, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. "By the way, wasn't it Lonzi handling the capture of the little girl before? Why is it our turn now?" "You don't know? Lonzi is already dead." The fat man in the passenger seat sneered, "Otherwise, this kid would have been caught long ago." Hearing this, the thin man in the driver's seat was taken aback. "Dead? Who killed him?" "Suicide." The fat man gritted his teeth. "I suspect he ran into trouble, got scared of things getting exposed, and killed himself." "What about his subordinates?" "I heard they had their Achilles tendons cut and were all captured by those from the White Robe Bureau." "Hiss, was this done by the White Robe Bureau?" "Not necessarily, it could also be someone else, and only informed the White Robe Bureau to clean up afterward." The thin man gasped again. "Then this is troublesome. If his subordinates are caught, once they are interrogated, won't the whole thing be exposed?" The fat man shook his head. "I heard the old man had already arranged a backup plan. Those people being caught doesn't matter, they are probably dead by now. Captured by the White Robe Bureau, and they can still die? What the hell is the White Robe Bureau?" The fat man sneered. "Do you not know who is behind the old man? If he wants to, crushing the White Robe Bureau is a piece of cake." "True." The thin man nodded in agreement, then added, "But I heard that this little girl seems to be related to those who take over bodies?" "Don't ask what you shouldn't." The fat man pulled out a pack of cigarettes from the car, opened it, lit one, and put it in his mouth. "The world is chaotic now. Just earn your money. Knowing too much is not beneficial." The thin man smiled awkwardly and stopped asking. Then the fat man stuck his head out of the car window, looked ahead, and revealed an excited smile. "All right, once we get out of this street, there will be someone outside to pick us up, hand over the little girl to him, and we can consider it done, and the money will be in hand. This job is really easy." The thin man laughed a couple of times in excitement, lowering his head to grab a cigarette. Suddenly, the fat man shouted, "Damn it, watch out." Hearing the shout, the thin man suddenly looked up and saw a person standing right in the middle of the road ahead. "What the hell?" He had no time to dodge, hurriedly slammed the brakes and wildly turned the steering wheel. Screech, the tires made a piercing screech on the midnight street. Under the immense inertia, the entire vehicle began to shake violently. The person in the middle of the road was brushed past by the wind. Bang! A loud crash. The front of the car collided with a utility pole, billowing out thick white smoke. Damn it! Are we going to die?" The thin man was knocked and bleeding from his head, kicked open the car door in anger, and pulled out a knife, seemingly ready to attack. "Forget him, quickly check on the person in the back." "Damn!" On the other side, the fat man covered his broken teeth, blood filling his mouth, and stumbled out of the car. The two of them staggered to the back compartment, opened the door, and seeing the still unconscious little girl, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before they could turn back, a voice filled with anger suddenly came from behind. "You two really have guts. Do you want to die?" The two turned around to see a young man walking over slowly under the moonlight. "Who the hell are you?" The two gripped their knives and stepped forward. They heard the young man speak clearly, word by word. The White Robe Bureau, Dream Core Team's new member, Yin Yang. As he spoke, he opened his palm, revealing a delusional tongue pearl. He stuffed it directly into his mouth and swallowed it, then turned to the fat man beside him. That person next to you is leaking information to the White Robe Bureau. You'd better deal with it. What the hell are you talking about? The thin man exclaimed, his eyes wide with anger, just as he was about to make a move. Suddenly, the fat man threw a punch that landed heavily on his temple. Instantly, the thin man felt dizzy, collapsing to the ground, his vision blurring. Damn it, I thought of you as a brother, and you actually betrayed me. The fat man shouted fiercely, gripping a knife and stabbing down. Are you crazy? You believe what he said? The thin man struggled, but he was clearly no match for the fat man's strength, pinned to the ground as the knife plunged into his stomach, letting out a piercing scream. Soon, there was silence. After stabbing, the fat man was covered in blood, and after about a minute, his expression went blank, as if he had just come to his senses, staring at the scene before him, his face turning pale as paper. What have I done? You did a good thing, came a boy's voice, half laughing, half serious. I'm your boss, hand over that little girl in the car to me, and your task will be complete. The second sentence of the delusional tongue pearl. And Shen was certain that actions like theirs were definitely being manipulated by someone behind the scenes, so saying this was not wrong. After hearing this, the fat man's expression changed unpredictably, sometimes angry, sometimes calm. Oh, fine. He immediately turned and went to the car, carrying the unconscious little girl out and handing her to the boy in front of him. What about the remaining money, boss? The money is all in your stomach. And Shen suddenly interrupted him, coldly saying, you can cut it out, it won't hurt at all. The fat man was momentarily stunned, then seemed to really believe it, even showing an excited smile. He pressed the knife against his own belly, hesitating not at all, and stabbed it in. Blood gushed out suddenly, and just as he was about to cut to the side, a slightly seductive voice echoed from the darkness. What a delusional tongue pearl, young master. What good is the White Robe Bureau? Why not join my harmonious union sect? You and I can cultivate together, desiring immortality and ecstasy. Wouldn't that be delightful? This voice seemed to carry a certain influence, abruptly interrupting the fat man's actions, making him instantly sober. He stared blankly at his bleeding abdomen, kneeling on the ground, clutching his stomach and unable to suppress his wretched cries. At the same time, Shen suddenly turned his head and saw a woman standing in the dim light at the street corner. The woman was like a ghost, her figure enchanting and graceful, dressed in a long red qipao, draped with a fur shawl. On her face, she wore a red smiling fox mask. Her hair was elegantly styled, yet under the yellow streetlight, she appeared quite eerie and sinister. Upon seeing her, Shen frowned, and before he could act, he noticed that the woman stood still, suddenly poof, transforming into a swirl of red smoke. She appeared right behind him. Immediately, a pair of snow-white hands rested on his shoulders from behind. At the same time, a fox mask slowly leaned in close to his ear, whispering sweetly, Young master, if you hand this girl over to me, I will let you do as you please with her, alright? Do you prefer soft or hard? I have both. Fighting and killing is so unpolite, don't you think? Her words were incredibly soft, piercing straight to the bone. Shen caught a whiff of a fragrance wafting into his nose, and with the sound of her voice, his legs inexplicably felt weak. The side effects of the delusional tongue pearl rendered him temporarily unable to speak. In a moment of panic, he hurriedly picked up the unconscious girl, turning to escape, but his legs lacked strength, his whole body felt weak, unable to move. Young master, are you in such a hurry to leave? Don't you want to see my face? Not at all tender-hearted. The woman with the fox mask spoke seductively, turning her shoulder to face him, standing right in front of him. Then she raised her delicate hand and slightly lifted a corner of the fox mask, revealing half of her face. The moment Shen saw her features, his mind went blank with a buzzing sound. He had seen women before, but he had never encountered such a breathtaking beauty. Her appearance was truly beyond description, simply beautiful. Her features seemed like naturally formed jade, with just the right amount of detail, neither excessive nor lacking, simply perfect. So beautiful it was beyond comprehension. Shen could only see half of her face, yet his mind had already forgotten to think about anything else. An uncontrollable impulse surged within him, wanting nothing more than to lose himself in this moment with the woman before him. Bang! He unconsciously let go of his hand, and the little girl in his arms suddenly fell to the ground, letting out a cry of pain and waking up. Qingha Gij? Shen seemed not to hear, merely staring blankly as he reached out his hand toward the woman in front of him. You filthy woman, trying to seduce my brother. The little girl, awakened by the fall, gritted her teeth and immediately shouted in anger upon seeing this scene. She jumped up from the ground, picked up the short knife that had fallen from the chubby boy, and thrust it fiercely into the leg of the woman in the fox mask. Ah! The smiling fox woman was caught off guard, letting out a scream as she hurriedly stepped back a few paces. At the same time, Shen suddenly felt as if he had been splashed with cold water, jolting him awake. He saw the fox mask slap tightly against the woman's face, as if it had grown into her flesh, bizarrely sticking there. He broke out in a cold sweat on the spot, feeling a wave of suffocation. Don't look at her face, Xinghagij, she has magic. Men who look at her will be seduced. The little girl, holding the knife, spoke through gritted teeth. Magic? And Shen frowned at her words but quickly realized that what the girl meant was nuclear technique. He. The smiling fox let out a strange laugh, her voice sharp and thin. Little girl, why are you running? Is your sister not good to you? You don't understand the benefits of being a fellow practitioner now, but you will in the future. If you don't like those men, your sister can accompany you. Come back with me, okay? Go to hell, you ugly hag. The little girl shouted angrily, still gripping the knife and wanting to charge forward, as if only by stabbing this woman could she feel satisfied. And Shen hurriedly stopped her, wanting to speak but unable to. The little girl, anxious and crying, said in rage, Xinghagij, it's her. She seduced my dad and caused his death. She's a bad person. She wants to kill me too. Hearing this, Shen was filled with confusion. Who is your brother? What is your name? He wanted to ask, but unfortunately, he couldn't make a sound. He quickly took out his phone, typed a line of text, and handed it over. The little girl was taken aback, blinking at Shen. Xinghagij, so you're a mute? My brother never mentioned it. Can you answer my question first? My brother is Wang Zai. I'm his sister. My name is Wang Mingwa. Upon hearing this, Shen was suddenly stunned in place. 2 years ago, one evening during dinner, Shen had asked Wang Zai a question. Zai, I'm a bit curious. You don't have a good relationship with your dad, so why do you have to go back to see him every holiday? You think I go to see that old man? If it weren't for Mingwa, I wouldn't go back at all. Mingwa? Who is that? Your lover? My sister. Wang Zai raised his voice. What the hell are you talking about? Don't spout nonsense. You have a sister? She just started middle school this year. Let me tell you, my sister is the cutest girl in the world, no exceptions. When talking about his sister, Wang Zai clearly became a bit emotional. On the day my mom passed away, she cried so sadly. She was only 6 or 7 years old, didn't understand anything, just kept asking me to hold her. I remember clearly, she asked me if everyone grows up and dies. I said yes, and she said growing up is really scary, can't we not grow up? I said it's hard to avoid, but brother will be with you as you grow up, so there's nothing to be afraid of. From that day on, I promised to accompany her as she grew up, but I really can't stand my father's personality, so now I try to go back to see Mingwa every year during the holidays. At this point, Wang Zi he suddenly sighed. Sigh, human life is truly fragile. If one day I step out and get hit by a car, Mingwa will definitely collapse. Hearing this, Shen joked, it's okay, if you die, there's still me, I count as her brother too. I'll accompany her as she grows up. You really wish for my death, don't you? Ha ha ha. In his mind, distant memories churned, and Shen's heart ached faintly. He felt a heavy, oppressive weight in his chest. He looked at the little girl in front of him. Who would have thought that a casual remark from the past would come true today? But how could she recognize me? Did Wang Zi he mention me to her? How did she end up like this? Wang Mingwa gripped the knife, her face bearing a fierce expression. Clearly just an 11 or 12-year-old girl, yet her hands were covered in blood, showing no sign of retreat. Xingyi Gugu, I can't contact my brother, so I ran away and could only find you. Do you know where my brother is? Wang Mingwa asked, her voice trembling slightly. Upon hearing this, Shen's heart jolted. His mind went blank. He couldn't breathe. Did she not know that her brother, Wang Zihe, was already dead? Shen couldn't speak, his face pale and lips trembling. Even if he could speak at that moment, he didn't think he could utter the words. 5 meters away, the smiling fox suddenly cackled. Little girl, it seems you've been locked in a cage for too long. You don't even know what's happening outside. Your brother, he's already dead. He went to find your mother. As soon as the words left her mouth, Wang Mingwa clearly froze. She blinked, her body seeming to petrify, unable to react for a long time. After a moment, she suddenly gritted her teeth and said, Impossible. Ugly woman, I don't believe what you say. After saying that, she turned to Shen, her eyes filled with hope. Xingyi Gugu, can you take me to find my brother? I have something very important to tell him. Shen felt a sharp pain in his throat. He opened his mouth but still couldn't make a sound. The smiling fox woman coldly interrupted. He can't speak right now. The false tongue pearl will keep him silent for at least half an hour. Little girl, why don't you come with your sister? I'll take you to find your brother, okay? As she spoke, she traced her finger across her mask. With a puff, accompanied by a cloud of smoke, she transformed into Wang Zihe, cackling. Or look, do I look like your good brother? Wang Migui was instantly stunned by this scene, then reacted and gritted her teeth, cursing, "Ugly woman, fox spirit, you can't turn into him." Before she could finish cursing, suddenly, a flash of light shot forward. Heart fire. And Shen, with lightning speed, rushed directly in front of the woman. Without any hesitation, he grabbed her by the neck. Ah! The intense heat instantly burned her skin. The smiling fox let out a scream, reverting to her original enchanting form. And Shen's eyes seemed to spit fire. "Who allowed you to turn into his likeness?" He directly punched her in the abdomen. However, the next moment, with a strange sound, the smoke that the smiling fox had transformed into flashed 2 meters away, and Chen missed. Cough cough cough, the smiling fox let out a painful cough. "Young master, such speed. But as a man, you can't be too fast." She brushed her hand over her neck, where she had been burned, and it quickly healed, her skin returning to normal. Then, her eyes moved, and her pupils flashed with a purple light. "Nuclear technique," Fox thought. As the words fell, she transformed into a shadow, floating in midair, her form invisible, only the sound of eerie laughter could be heard. "Little girl, the one who killed your brother is standing right in front of you. Don't you want revenge? Then go ahead and kill him." And Shen furrowed his brows at the words, still in a daze, when suddenly, Wang Migwa beside him thrust a knife directly into his abdomen. And Shen's face changed drastically as he hurriedly covered the wound and stepped back. He saw Wang Migwa's pupils turn red, her gaze vacant, continuously shouting, "I will kill you! I will kill you!" Controlled? Realizing this, he quickly distanced himself. The eerie and sinister voice of the smiling fox echoed again. "Is hiding useful? If I can't kill you, can I not kill myself? Little girl, as the saying goes, hatred arises from the heart. You just stabbed me. Why not let me return the favor?" As the words fell, Wang Migwa suddenly raised the knife and, catching him off guard, plunged it into her own belly. Poof! Blood sprayed out instantly. She collapsed to the ground, her face pale, trembling incessantly, like a marionette under control, staring wide-eyed. Tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. "Ha ha 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 ha, this little girl, you look so pitiful. If I can't take you back, I might as well kill you here." The laughing fox's harsh voice twisted in the air. At that moment, Shen stared blankly at the scene before him. His heart suddenly stopped beating. Breathing became constricted. His mind went blank. He felt the world spinning. "Megwa?" He opened his mouth, but no sound came from his throat. Suddenly, he seemed to see Prince He standing beside him, his voice filled with pain. "Olden, that's my sister. You said that if I die, you would help her grow up. You can't go back on your word." No, I didn't go back on my word. How could I go back on my word?" And Shen couldn't breathe, his cheeks growing redder, a surge of guilt and pain overwhelming him in an instant. He felt as if a fire was about to erupt in his chest. Almost uncontrollably, he lunged toward the mist before him. He lunged, but grasped at nothing and fell to the ground. The laughing fox let out a mocking laugh. "You think you can catch me out of thin air? You really are too naive." Before she finished speaking, her body suddenly froze. Bang! Immediately after, a loud crash sounded, and her body fell uncontrollably to the ground, revealing her true form. "What is happening?" She sat on the ground, her tone somewhat shocked. Before she could react, she suddenly heard strange noises coming from behind. She quickly turned her head to see a twisted, gaping mouth, splitting into a grotesque petal shape. On either side were long, flesh-colored tentacles with sharp fangs, stretching toward her like a man-eating flower. Slap! Caught off guard, one bit down hard on her head and mask. Ah! The laughing fox let out a miserable scream. Blood instantly flowed from her cheek. She struggled desperately, while Shen stood still, the split tentacle biting down hard on the opponent's head, kicking it into the air. "Is this the monster core limb? I will eat you. I will eat you." And Shen's mouth widened more and more, his eyes bloodshot, a sinister and excited smile on his face. "I'm so hungry. I will eat you." He seemed somewhat out of control, shaking his head and acting madly. At the same time, a line of text suddenly appeared in the air. Tian Mo tasted madness, his violation of rules. Tian Mo attempted to take over the vessel. Tian Mo successfully took over the vessel. This kid in Shan really has poor self-control. He couldn't handle seeing that girl stab herself. She didn't even die. The moment the white mist symbol appeared, Shen seemed to transform into a different person. His split mouth instantly healed. He muttered a few words to himself, standing still, twisting his neck a few times, and stretching his limbs, the sound of bones cracking echoing from within. The laughing fox lay on the ground, a prominent crack appearing on her mask, blood continuously flowing down. You are not human? You are actually a monster core being?" She suddenly looked up, disbelief in her eyes as she stared at Shen, then, as if sensing something, she panicked and shook her head. No, that's not right. You were clearly human just now, but now you've turned into a container monster. Who are you? What exactly are you?" She struggled to get up, her body swaying unsteadily. As if injured, she limped and jumped up, puffing into smoke, rapidly drifting into the air. Trying to escape? And Shen sneered at the sight, glancing over. While digging in his ear, he extended a finger and pointed downwards. Bang! The smoke seemed to be forcibly torn down by an invisible force, crashing heavily to the ground with a painful cry. He flicked the dust from his nails, walked up to the smiling fox and squatted down, reaching out to press the mask on her face. Tilting his head, he seemed to observe her. You can turn into mist, but unfortunately, that trick won't work on me. This fox mask is quite interesting. Let me play with it. No, don't. As she spoke, he didn't wait for her to resist, standing up and stepping on the smiling fox's head. Then he bent down, grasped the mask with 5 fingers, and pulled it upwards with force. A tearing sound echoed. Ah! Accompanied by a tragic scream, the mask was forcibly ripped from the woman's face, blood gushing out along with chunks of flesh. Beneath the mask was a bloody, disfigured face. So it wasn't a mask, but your human skin face. And Shen held the fox's human skin face in his hand, observing it with great interest. I remember there are rules for transformation and cross-gender cultivation, only the path of malice. Tell me, what is your rule? What does it entail? How many altars are there now? The woman, whose human skin face had been torn off, had long lost her once stunning beauty. Now her face was a bloody mess, completely unrecognizable, with her teeth exposed. She sounded as if she were trembling. One altar, the 4th rule made, uses fox techniques to break the young bodies of 10 men. Upon hearing this, Shen let out a strange laugh. So the maid in that path of malice is actually so pathetic. The 5 major paths and 3 minor paths combine to form the 8 major paths. These 3 minor paths are not taken seriously and belong to the unorthodox. Among the 3 minor paths, the most contemptible is the path of malice, which is filled with nothing but filthy, unclean things. As he spoke, he kicked the woman's bloody face. The pain made her wail in agony. And Shen, however, laughed with delight. You previously called yourself Hahuan sect. I remember there are 7 major evil sects corresponding to anger, ignorance, love, hatred, greed, evil, and desire. Your Hahuan sect is probably the desire, right? The smiling fox woman lay on the ground, trembling in pain, not speaking, clearly acquiescing. The path of malice is probably only cultivated by your 7 major evil sects, all of which are worthless trash. In the past, they wouldn't even be worthy of licking my feet. As Shen spoke, he lifted the mask and tried it on his face. Puff! A cloud of smoke rose, and he actually transformed into the appearance of the smiling fox woman, her figure graceful and enchanting. Interesting, he took off the mask and returned to his original form, laughing excitedly. This fox face human skin can be considered a monster core. I'll give it to this kid in Shen. Ah, turning this kid into a top-notch item is truly not easy. After saying that, he squatted down, looking at the smiling fox woman, observing her from side to side, suddenly grinning widely and laughing strangely. Where on you is delicious. This sentence frightened the woman, turning her pale as she rolled and crawled on the ground, starting to bow her head. Please don't kill me, God. I will do anything. At this point, she had realized that within Shen, there was another person. A very powerful and terrifying person. And Shen was a container, but he himself did not know. To survive, she could only save this person. And Shen looked at her for a while, then glanced at the unconscious little girl on the ground, as if pondering something. After a moment, he suddenly sneered. I have a great idea. You take this little girl away, leave a message for Shen so he can find you, and then in front of him, torture this little girl and kill her, making Shen suffer immensely. How about that? Upon hearing this, the smiling fox-faced woman trembled, unable to respond. No, he shook his head in denial. Too cliché, that kind of pain isn't deep enough. Let me think about what you want to do with this little girl. To turn her into a vessel? The smiling fox nodded uneasily. I see. You take her away, turn her into a host, and then force Shen to kill her with his own hands. Now that kind of pain would be intense. It seemed he had found a satisfactory idea, and he clapped his hands immediately. Let's do it. He then yanked the woman up from the ground and dragged her to the unconscious Wang Migua, sneering, I won't return this human skin mask to you. You can take the person, but leave me an address. The woman trembled as she picked up Wang Migua, and after stating the address, she quickly transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished. And Shen stood on the street, contemplating how to leave himself a noticeable yet unintentional reminder of where to find Wang Migua. Suddenly, he noticed a knife lying on the ground, picked it up, and saw some words engraved on the handle. Upon seeing the words, Shen connected them with the address he had just heard and chuckled. Got it! He gripped the knife in his hand. When Shen woke up and saw the words on the handle, he would know where to go. Just then, he suddenly sensed something. He turned his head sharply to the side. Under the pitch-black night, It seemed something was rushing towards him at high speed. Looks like a troublesome guy is coming, and Chen frowned slightly, paused for 2 seconds, then shook his body, and as his expression changed, everything went dark, causing him to faint. He collapsed on the ground, motionless. A few minutes later, the sound of shoes stepping on the ground echoed around. Soon after, a foot appeared, flipping Chen over. In the moonlight, a man looked at the person on the ground and spoke in a somewhat deep voice. "Is this my new team member? I found the person, but he's unconscious." The man released his foot and touched the wireless communication earpiece in his ear. After a moment's pause, he added, "There's no one around, the little girl is gone, but there's residual energy from the host." "What? I'm not a dog, how can I just sniff around and chase after it? I can't chase." His tone became somewhat impatient. "I'll take him back first, and we'll talk about the rest later." Ignoring the angry shouts from the earpiece, he directly hung up the communication. Looking at the unconscious person on the ground, the man squatted down and observed for a while. Then he took out a transparent plastic bag from his pocket and put the knife and the fox-faced human skin inside. After securing them, he lifted Chen with one hand, slinging him over his shoulder, and walked towards the street corner. Turning a corner, a taxi slowly approached from behind. "Need a ride? I'll give you a discount at night." A man in his 40s leaned out of the car window and asked. The car slowly followed behind. The man glanced at him and stopped to ask, "How much to the headquarters of the White Robe Bureau?" "Not far, just 30 will do." "I don't have that much, 20, or I'm leaving." The driver gave him a lingering look. "Get in." The man got into the car, tossed Chen onto the back seat, and sat in the passenger seat, asking, "Aren't you using the meter?" "I am." The driver pressed the meter button, then glanced through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but say, "Did you drink too much?" "No, I was beaten." Hearing this, the driver uncle was taken aback for a moment, glancing at the two people in white trench coats. "With your outfits, you must be from the White Robe Bureau, right? Who would dare to hit you?" "The possessor, of course." The driver's expression changed slightly. Before he could respond, the man shook the transparent bag in his hand and continued, "I just arrived, and it seems the fight was quite intense. He even tore the opponent's face off." Seeing the fox-faced human skin in the transparent bag, the driver uncle broke out in a cold sweat, nervously rubbing his hands on the steering wheel. He glanced in the rearview mirror again and changed the subject. "I think he looks a bit familiar, like I've seen him somewhere." "The resistor, and Chen, the one that's been all over the news lately." "Oh, now I remember." The driver uncle suddenly realized, he's a celebrity. "Can I get his autograph later? My son has been." "Just get mine," the man suddenly interrupted, pulling a pen from the car and grabbing a piece of paper, quickly writing 2 characters and handing it over. "Wang Jian? Who's that?" The driver uncle was taken aback when he saw the name on the paper. In the passenger seat, Wang Jian sneered, "No one, just someone who wants your life." Saying this, he suddenly spun the pen in his hand and lunged it toward the driver's neck. The speed was lightning fast. The driver, caught off guard, instinctively raised his hand to block it, but the pen pierced through his palm, blood gushing out. "What are you doing?" the driver uncle shouted angrily. "Still pretending?" Wang Jian raised an eyebrow, yanking the pen out and aiming for the driver's neck again. Clearly, this strike was meant to kill. Seeing this, the driver uncle quickly slammed on the brakes, using the car's momentum to dodge the deadly blow. He then pressed both hands on the steering wheel to support himself and kicked hard at Wang Jian's chest. Bang! The immense force hit Wang Jian like a stone, sending him crashing out of the car and onto the road. "You overestimate yourself." The driver uncle snorted coldly from inside the car, reaching for the gear shift and stepping on the gas, ready to leave. He felt around and found it was empty. He quickly looked down and was stunned, the gear shift was gone. At the same time, he saw Wang Jian slowly getting up from the road, a cold smile on his face, shaking the gear shift in his hand. When did this kid pull out the gear shift? Damn it! The driver uncle's eyes widened as he pushed the car door open, flexing his fists and feet, staring intently at Wang Jian. "Give me the gear shift. Otherwise, don't blame me." Thud! Wang Jian didn't even look at him, simply tossing the gear shift into the moat behind him. The driver uncle's words were cut off, and the next moment he turned red with anger. "You're asking for death." He threw a punch. Wang Jian effortlessly sidestepped. Bang! The punch hit the hard sandstone railing by the river, shattering the bricks and sending debris flying. "With a fist that hard, no wonder you could kick me out of the car. What kind of power technique is this?" Hearing this, the driver uncle stopped, staring at Wang Jian without answering, his face darkening as he countered. "When did you figure it out?" "The moment you said you were only charging me $30, Wang Jian replied casually, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "What's wrong with charging you $30? The driver uncle was clearly taken aback, looking puzzled. Wang Jian rolled his eyes, seeming too lazy to explain. "It's nighttime, the fare doubles." You charged me, then turned on the meter. Clearly, you just arrived in this strange core land not long ago, and you're inexperienced. It's hard not to be suspicious. Remember, next time you drive at night, don't turn on the meter, rip off the passengers, at least start at 60. The driver uncle's mouth twitched in anger. So, you're blaming me for following the rules? He swung his fist again. Using fists and feet, he moved like a tiger, swift and fierce, clearly trained. Wang Jian did not confront him head-on but quickly dodged. In no time, the opponent had dismantled nearly 10 meters of the railing beside the moat. Vandalizing public property, you'll pay for this. Do you have the leisure to worry about that? Worry about your own life first. The driver uncle roared, grabbing the opponent's collar and throwing a punch at his face. Bang! The punch landed on the opponent's cheek, and just as he felt triumphant, something felt off. Suddenly, he saw his fist pass straight through the opponent's body. It was as if he had struck a shadow, causing no ripple at all. What is this? He was momentarily stunned, still processing when a voice suddenly came from behind. Are you blind? You hit the wrong place. Turning around abruptly, the driver uncle saw another Wang Jian standing behind him, who had appeared out of nowhere. Before he could speak, he turned back and saw a third Wang Jian to the side, staring at him with a mocking expression. Did you skip your meal before throwing that punch? Even a 90-year-old grandma is stronger than you. To his surprise, there was even another one. The driver uncle's face went blank, unable to distinguish between the real and the fake. For Wang Jian surrounded him, all simultaneously mocking and jeering. With this skill, you dare to rob someone? You really have the nerve to show your face. Go back and drive your car properly. For mouths, each taking turns, like a symphony rising and falling. The driver uncle's face gradually turned red, and he could no longer hold back, roaring, "Shut up!" He pinched his fingers into a seal and chanted, "Nuclear technique, 3 heads and 6 arms." As the words fell, the driver uncle's head and arms suddenly tilted to one side. Following that, 2 new heads forced their way out from his neck, glaring with wide eyes. And from his armpits, 4 new arms sprouted. Surrounding his body, 3 heads and 6 arms struck at the 4 clones in front of him. Die! Die! His punches became faster and faster, able to strike not only in front but also behind him. With both hands swinging punches in front, the 2 hands on the right picked up large stones from the ground and hurled them at another clone. In an instant, countless shadows of fists and overlapping lights filled the air. The 4 Wang Jian clones, after being hit multiple times, seemed to suffer heavy damage and vanished with a puff, leaving only the real one standing beside the car, watching the scene calmly. Come on, keep going. The driver uncle seemed to be on a high, laughing wildly, his hands never stopping as he swung the large stones, one after another, smashing them down. Bang bang bang! Wang Jian performed a backflip, landing beside the car, quickly dodging. A series of stones crashed against the car, denting the entire door. He brushed off the dust from his clothes and glanced at the unharmed Shen inside the car. As long as he's not hurt. Then he turned his gaze to the driver. Your target is this kid. Let me guess, either you're his enemy, or you're deliberately targeting the resistors. So tell me, who exactly are you? Hearing this, the driver uncle sneered coldly. This kid captured my senior brother. As long as he releases my senior brother, this matter will be settled. Otherwise, even if it's the White Robe Bureau, I will flatten it. Upon hearing this, Wang Jian was momentarily stunned, then seemed to think of something and sneered. So you're from the Inshan sect. He had heard that Shen had fought with someone claiming to be Qi Yuan by the airport road, and that guy had been captured, saying he was from the Inshan sect. So they were trying to rescue someone. Since you can use nuclear techniques, you must also be a possessor, one of our people. Haven't you heard of the Inshan sect? Why are you helping these core members? Isn't that betraying your kind? The driver uncle gritted his teeth in anger. Kind? Upon hearing these 2 words, Wang Jian suddenly let out a cold, sinister laugh. How ridiculous. You can fool others with that, but in our world, is there anyone who would still call each other kind? Whoever sees each other isn't thinking about skinning, pulling tendons, refining into elixirs or relics, or swallowing whole to achieve immortality? As he spoke, he pointed to the top of his head. Clang! A crisp sound echoed. Where he pointed, a long sword hung suspended in midair. Then he pointed to the other side. Clang! Another sound rang out. He quickly pointed dozens of times at the air. In less than a few seconds, more than 10 swords floated above their heads. Then, with a twist of his palm, the swords simultaneously changed direction, their tips aimed directly at the driver. 300 miles without a trace of humanity, only bones remain. 10 cities combined have fewer than 100 living souls. This is our kind. We consume each other, leaving nothing behind, and now we plan to do the same to the people here. If you ask me, there's really no hope. Wang Jian's tone returned to calm. Alright, no more games, I'll send you on your way. Taoist path, heroic, rule, use flying swords to leave 3,666 sword marks on a practitioner with at least one shrine, completing it 3 times. This rule, I've dragged on for a long time without completing it. It's not that I can't kill 3 people, but there really isn't anyone who can withstand 3,666 sword marks if they have a shrine. Looking at your combat strength, you should at least have 1 shrine, right? I hope you can help me complete one of them. As his words fell, Wang Jian flicked his fingers downward. Whoosh! More than 10 swords shot forward at high speed. The driver, seeing this, suddenly turned pale and gritted his teeth. Nuclear technique, iron bones. His skin suddenly cracked like soil, revealing clear patterns. Immediately, the sword blades struck, making a crisp clang. At the same time, more than 10 swords began to form a sword formation above, directly surrounding the driver in the center. Then, the blades intertwined and darted at an invisible speed. Clang, 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 an overwhelming sound filled the air. The driver held his hands tightly in front of him, gritting his teeth, unable to see the swords weaving around him. His body trembled continuously, with no chance to counterattack or catch his breath. Wang Jian jumped down from the taxi roof and shouted, "Hang in there, uncle, you've already taken 800 hits." As he spoke, he opened the car door and saw Chen still in a stable, unconscious state, chuckling helplessly. "You sure are sleeping comfortably." He lifted him onto his shoulder. Turning around, he looked at the person trapped in the sword formation. At first, the opponent's tough skin could resist, but as the blades sped up, the cracks widened, until with a pop, the driver clearly couldn't hold on any longer, collapsing to his knees, gasping for breath, his eyes wide, his face extremely pale. More than 10 swords simultaneously struck, aiming for his back. On the other side, Wang Jian laughed mockingly. "Uncle, this is only 1,400 hits, just hold on a bit longer. Come on, get up, you can do it, bastard." The driver nearly ground his teeth to dust, repeatedly provoked, his inner fury erupting like flames. But he knew that if he continued to fight, he would surely die. This kid's strength was unfathomable. Why hadn't he heard of such a person before? It seemed he could only temporarily give up. "I'll spare you today, but this grudge, the Inshan sect, will definitely repay. When the time comes, I will trample your white robe bureau." After saying this, he pulled out a pill from his pocket and swallowed it whole. Poof! He transformed into a gust of wind and vanished into thin air. Wang Jian, seeing this, sneered and muttered to himself, "Isn't the Inshan sect the one that gets beaten up wherever they go, ranking last in strength but first in stubbornness? If you hadn't come, I would have forgotten that your senior brother is still locked up in the White Robe Bureau. When I get back, I need to have a good chat with him." As he spoke, he carried in Chen and slowly walked towards the headquarters of the White Robe Bureau under the streetlight. At the same time, he began to chant, "The Tao produces one, one produces two, two produces three, three produces all things bear yin and embrace yang. The mountains are high and the road is long, the night is deep and dreams are long. Travelers, be cautious of the spirits and monsters in the night." And Chen woke up in a daze, realizing he was lying in a familiar hospital room. He had lost count of how many times he had woken up in this place. "You're awake?" A familiar voice suddenly came from outside the door. He looked up to see Xiao Kai. She was standing nervously at the door, holding a cup. "I brought you some water, drink a bit." "Thank you," and Chen took the cup, took a sip, feeling dizzy and still not quite awake. "How did I end up here?" "It was Captain Wang Jian who brought you back," Xiao Kai said softly, looking uneasy. "I heard you encountered the possessor again last night, and you were seriously injured?" And Chen frowned at her words, ignoring the latter part, and asked back, "Wang Jian? He went over yesterday too? Why didn't I see him?" "Yes, Director Bai sent him to help you. You must have been unconscious by then. Where is he now?" "He's beating someone." "Beating someone?" And Chen didn't understand what she meant. Suddenly, he heard a series of pig-like screams coming from the corridor. "Ah, it hurts, that's not my person, why are you hitting me?" "Yes, I'm from the Yin Mountain sect, but I didn't ask them to come save me." "Ah, you bastard. No more cursing, no more cursing. I was wrong. And Chen recognized that it was Qi Yuan's scream. He hurriedly left the hospital room and walked forward, arriving at the door where Qi Yuan was being held. Inside, he saw a man standing there, rubbing his fists with a cold smile on his face. In the corner was a bruised and battered Qi Yuan, curled up, looking like he was about to cry. Upon seeing Chen appear at the door, he quickly reached out, crying out for help. "Brother, save me. The Buddha says saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Let's wipe the slate clean of our past grievances. You, a cultivator, what are you chanting Buddhist scriptures for?" The man kicked Qi Yuan, who howled in pain, wanting to curse but too afraid to do so, only able to grit his teeth and endure. "Awake? I'm Wang Jian, codenamed Death God, and I'm your captain. The man turned around, saw the young man at the door, walked over, and extended his hand. And Chen immediately shook it. And Chen, codenaming Yang, come with me to the office, I have questions to ask you. He patted the other's shoulder and walked straight ahead, glancing back at Xiao Kai, pointing, the new one, go tell the director and bring her over too. Yes, Xiao Kai responded nervously, then immediately went to inform Bai Jian. And Chen looked at Wang Jian's back, then at the very aggrieved Shi Yuan, and followed along. After the two left, in the hospital room, Shi Yuan suddenly got up, wiped the blood from his nose, and quickly began to write strange symbols on the ground, nuclear trace. At the same time, he chanted aloud, blessings are boundless, the golden gate opens. I, Shi Yuan, as the senior brother of the Yin Mountain sect, encountering this calamity, truly dishonors the sect. I am ashamed to be the senior brother. Therefore, I call upon the spirit master here, earnestly requesting the master to come out of the mountain and save me. After writing, he nervously sat cross-legged, staring intently at the ground, his face anxious, as if waiting for something. After a moment, following the bloodstain, two characters slowly appeared on the ground. No rescue. Seeing these two words, Shi Yuan froze on the spot, thinking he had read it wrong. After confirming several times, he almost cried out, collapsing to the ground. Master! Master! I'm the only senior brother of the Yin Mountain sect, how can it be without me? Immediately after, the writing began to extend backward, then establish another senior brother. Shi Yuan's head buzzed. Had he been expelled from the sect? You not only failed to avenge your junior sister, but also put yourself in danger. The Yinshan sect truly cannot afford to lose face like this. If you want me to save you, then you must atone for your sins through merit. Find a way to gather information on the next moves of the rebel. Once I have killed that rebel, I will come to rescue you and punish you. Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan quickly wiped away his tears and knelt down, bowing his head. I am willing to atone for my sins through merit. In the office, Wang Jian was lounging with his legs crossed, facing In Shen, while Bai Jian sat on the other side. In Shen recounted the events of last night in detail, leaving nothing out, including Wang Migua's identity. However, he was completely unaware of how he had lost consciousness afterward. After listening, Bai Jian frowned and pondered for a moment before speaking. It's similar to your previous situation, but unfortunately, we couldn't capture what exactly happened this time. However, it can be confirmed that every time you lose control, it awakens some unpredictable power. It seems that something else is sleeping within you, but we cannot determine what this power actually is. As long as you do not lose control, you will be safe. And Chen felt somewhat at a loss. In fact, he had a vague suspicion. Before losing control, he had seen the content that emerged from the white mist symbol. Tianma attempts to take over the vessel. Tianma successfully takes over the vessel. Could this loss of control power possibly be related to Tianma? In other words, the so-called divine shrine? But hadn't Shi Yuan said earlier that only by completing 3 or more laws and passing through the divine shrine, could one possibly possess such power? Or is this something unique to the path of suffering? Does losing control mean being possessed by the divine shrine? And Chen couldn't figure it out. He was still contemplating. Bai Jian took out a transparent plastic bag containing a knife and said, after Wang Migua was taken away, the knife handle left by the other party was engraved with Ichin Industry. I have already sent someone to investigate, and this is a factory under the wine group. So, that little girl was indeed taken back by someone sent from her own family. Wang Jian pulled out an ear scoop from somewhere and changed his posture. It seems that the Wang group is clearly colluding with the possessor. I really don't know what conditions they provided to make the people of Hawan sect willing to work for them. What exactly is this Hawan sect? And Chen couldn't help but ask. The fox woman from last night had also mentioned this name. In our world, or rather in the strange land, there are 7 major evil sects, corresponding to anger, ignorance, love, hatred, greed, evil, and desire, Wang Jian explained, glancing at him. Hawan sect corresponds to desire. Everyone inside is focused on sensual cultivation, with men and women complementing each other, turning the world upside down. Oh, to put it in your terms, it's like having orgies every day for cultivation. This explanation was clear and straightforward. You're not from here, are you? And Chen noticed the wording he had just used. It was strange land, not strange core land. It was the first time he had heard this name, and he couldn't help but ask further. Upon hearing this, Wang Jian smirked coldly. You want to ask if I'm a possessor, right? Yes, I am a possessor. Hearing this, and Chen frowned. To be honest, he was somewhat surprised. He never expected that Wang Jian was actually a possessor. So why would he be willing to help the White Robe Bureau? Or rather, help the people of Strange Core Land? Could he be trusted? Seemingly sensing in Chen's doubts, Bai Jian said, you can trust Wang Jian just as you trust me. Wang Jian, sitting nearby, chuckled while cleaning his ears. Speaking of which, I was the first to find Bai Jian. I told her about the impending invasion of the possessors. At first, she didn't believe it, but of course, she believed it later. As for my reasons for doing this, he smiled slightly, his gaze burning as he stared at Shen, speaking each word deliberately. I said I want to save this world. Do you believe me? Shen's palm froze in surprise, momentarily lost in thought. He stared at the other person. The phrase save the world had come from the lips of a possessor from another world. Did he believe it? To be honest, he didn't know. But for some reason, those words stirred a complex feeling within him. Bai Jian interrupted their conversation. Let's get to the point. I have some bad news regarding the mission to save Wang Migua. It may have to be temporarily shelved. Upon hearing this, Shen was taken aback and instinctively asked, why? Last night, I sent someone to investigate Yiqian Industrial, but the progress hasn't been smooth. We ran into some trouble, and the investigation was halted by the higher-ups. Higher-ups? Shen was somewhat puzzled. Do we still have higher-ups? He had thought the White Robe Bureau was independent, with Bai Jian being the highest authority. Bai Jian shook his head, helplessly saying, the Risk Bureau, the Sky Eye Bureau, and the White Robe Bureau are all under unified management. The higher-ups issued an order last night, prohibiting the three major bureaus from continuing this investigation. Hearing this, Shen's brows nearly knitted together. What's the reason? There must be a justification, right? They said it would interfere with industrial production. Shen finally understood. Nonsense about industrial production. Clearly, it was an excuse. The more direct reason was likely that this so-called higher-up had colluded with the wine group. The claim about interfering with production was just a fear that the investigation might backfire on them. Realizing this, Shen gritted his teeth and said, so we're just going to give up? Bai Jian fell silent for a few seconds, her tone low, as if weary. I've thought about it for a long time. Right now, it seems we have no other choice but to give up. My position prevents me from opposing the higher-ups, and besides, this order isn't just about us. Other bureaus are in the same situation. Even if I insist on investigating, if problems arise involving the higher-ups, we could all be in trouble, and we can't afford the consequences. At this point, she sighed. People must survive first before they can continue to dream. Shen, I know you're hurting inside, but this time, we really might not be able to save her. Moreover, logically speaking, Wang Migua is part of the Wang group. This is their family matter. We can't interfere in other people's family matters. Bai Jian said a lot. Shen listened, several times opening his mouth to say something but ultimately holding back. In the end, he simply lowered his head. Wang Jian snorted coldly, tossing the ear scoop aside, sneering, all crows are black under heaven. The difficulty lies in the fact that we happen to be one of the crows in the nest. Bai Jian said nothing, her face showing fatigue. In the office, the atmosphere became somewhat heavy. Shen seemed unable to comprehend that after fighting desperately last night, he woke up today expecting to see many people ready to set out for a rescue, only to be met with this harsh reality. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke up. But she called for my help. What? Bai Jian looked up sharply, as if she hadn't heard correctly. She called for my help. Shen met her gaze, his eyes becoming calm. Director Bai, you said before that I am a rebel. What do you think I am rebelling against? What should I be rebelling against? Or is it just a title? The White Robe Bureau is managed by higher-ups, I understand. You can't do anything in your position, I get that, but I can't tolerate it. I have my own way. As he spoke, he suddenly stood up. With a flick of his hand, without warning, he took off his black trench coat and declared, Shen, applying to withdraw from the White Robe Bureau. Upon hearing this, Bai Jian was stunned on the spot. Her mouth fell open, her pupils dilated, as if she couldn't process it. In contrast, Wang Jian's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Shen, what are you doing? Bai Jian's eyes widened as she stood up, her expression shifting as if she had thought of something. Just then, Shen spoke. From now on, I am no longer a member of the White Robe Bureau. Everything I do has nothing to do with the White Robe Bureau. As he said this, he took out his phone and even recorded a short video for himself. Bai Jian stared blankly at this scene, and within a few seconds, she quickly understood what was happening. Are you really planning to take on the entire Wang group by yourself? You're thinking too simply, Shen. Just because you leave the White Robe Bureau doesn't mean you can act freely. Bai Jian gritted her teeth. If you do this, it won't just be the Wang group. Even the higher-ups will issue orders for the three major bureaus to join forces and hunt you down. Can you really resist the Wang group, the three major bureaus, and the higher-ups all by yourself? Bai Jian's tone was somewhat agitated, and Shen just listened silently. After she finished speaking, he nodded, his tone calm as he replied with a single word, I can. Bai Jian was once again taken aback. They looked at each other, and neither spoke. After a long pause, she took a deep breath to calm herself down. Is it because Wang Nigua is Wang Zai's sister? That's just one of the reasons, and Shen said calmly. The more important reason is that she sought my help at that time, and I had the ability to save her. At this point, he paused, looked up at her, and took a deep breath. Director Bai, I am very grateful for the support and comfort you gave me during my most painful times, preventing me from taking another path to death. You can say I'm impulsive or thoughtless, but I've already made my decision. I only ask one thing from you. My parents are still here. If the higher-ups issue an order, I hope you can help me keep them alive as much as possible. After rescuing Nigua, if an explanation is absolutely necessary, then I am willing to die in their place. But before I die, no one can stop me. When one person is in trouble, I don't know, so I don't go to save them. It doesn't matter, the ignorant are not guilty. When one person is in trouble, I know, but I don't have the ability to save them. It doesn't matter, life is about doing your best. When one person is in trouble, I know, and I have the ability to save them, but I don't want to save them. It also doesn't matter, everyone has their own choices. But when one person is in trouble, I know, I have the ability to save them, and I want to save them. Yet, because of more malicious people stopping me, I give up on saving them. If I truly give up because of this, I fear I will regret it for a lifetime. This is what Shen thought in his heart. Resolutely, he left the headquarters of the White Robe Bureau under the gaze of many. In the team, some were discussing, some were sneering. He didn't care. As he left the headquarters building and was about to hail a cab by the roadside, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Turning around, he found it was Wang Jian. He sighed and shook his head. Captain, you don't need to persuade me. I won't go back. Wang Jian, however, laughed and looked ahead. Don't call me captain anymore. I've quit the team. From now on, call me Brother Jian. As he spoke, he took off his trench coat and threw it on the ground. And Shen was taken aback, then looked at him with a complex expression. You don't need to do this. You don't need to either. But aren't you doing it? Wang Jian sneered. You don't have to worry about me. Just take care of yourself. If we leave now, we might be wanted right after. We're isolated and helpless. If we run into someone from the Hehuan sect, we could even die. Kid, you better be mentally prepared. It's good to have a passionate heart, but don't be reckless. After Wang Jian finished speaking, without waiting for Shen to respond, he reached out to hail a cab and pulled him along. Get in the car. No need to go to Yiqian Industrial. I know where they are. I found them during yesterday's investigation. They are very bold and have no intention of hiding. And Shen got into the car. Wang Jian sat in the passenger seat, glanced at the driver, and asked, to the Wang Group building, how much? The driver looked back at him and quoted a high price. 80. No meter. I'll give you 100. Let's go. Wang Jian said decisively, leaving the driver stunned. Is there still a reverse price increase? He slammed the accelerator, fearing that the passenger he had just picked up would run away. Wang Jian fastened his seatbelt and turned to Shen. If you want to roll with Brother Jian, let me teach you the first trick. If you encounter a taxi driver who offers a low fare and still uses the meter, there's a high probability they're a possessor. And Shen? What kind of logic is that? The car drove on, quickly arriving at the Wang Group building. The two got out, and Wang Jian paid the fare. Standing in front of the building, they looked up at the towering 100-story skyscraper, reaching into the clouds. Not to mention anything else, your strange core land really has superior technological development compared to us, Wang Jian said, shielding his eyes from the sunlight. It's a pity that the people here lack spiritual energy. It's so lifeless. And Shen looked at the building in silence. This was his first time here. His previous impressions of this place were limited to what he had seen in the news, or he would sigh and think that Wang Zi he would inherit this place in the future. He never expected that he would be the one to arrive here first. Are you sure Wang Migui is here? And Chen asked. Wang Jian pointed upwards. On the top floor of this building, there's a laboratory that isn't open to the public. Based on last night's investigation, it's highly likely that she's here. After Wang Zihe's father, Wang Liang Chang, hanged himself, who was managing the Wang Group now. Wang Linfeng, Wang Liang Cheng's brother, and also Wang Zihe's uncle. Uncle? And Chen frowned at this. I heard that privately. They all call him Old Father. Wang Jian sneered, such ridiculous titles, they sound disgusting. And Shen remained silent, looking at the building, and after a few seconds of silence, he spoke. Let's go up. He was about to walk away when Wang Jian hurriedly grabbed him, exasperated. You're really reckless. It's not that you're hard to kill, but I value my life. Didn't you see the security personnel at the entrance? They know you're coming and must have prepared for it. And Shen followed his gaze and indeed saw several armed personnel at the entrance, with daggers at their waists and electric batons in hand. This surprised him. Isn't it a bit too blatant for a group to have such armed forces? Now you understand how terrifying the higher-ups that Bai Jian mentioned are, right? Wang Jian sighed and pulled something out of his pocket, handing it over. This is yours. I'm returning it to you. Wear it, and sneaking in won't be a problem. And Shen looked at the item, momentarily stunned, then took it and felt it. The surface was like a fox's skin, but it felt like human skin. What is this? It's a strange core item, fox mask skin. This thing is made by mixing 100 fox skins with 50 human face skins, and it requires skilled craftsmen to mold it. The manufacturing process is extremely complex. Once worn, it can transform into the face of any past wearer, so the more people have worn it, the more forms it can take, like wine that gets better with age, Wang Jian explained. This is what you tore off that woman's face yesterday. Hearing this, and Shen's expression shifted, and he opened his mouth. I tore it? Of course, who else would have done it? Wang Jian rolled his eyes. But I don't remember at all. Wang Jian snorted coldly. You have too many strange things happening to you. Violating the laws has a high probability of backfiring and getting you killed, yet you violated them several times without any consequences. Although I don't know why, it's still better to play it safe. Put on the fox mask and sneak in first. Also, here's this wireless earpiece. I'll contact you at any time. And Shen took it, put on the earpiece, and then asked in confusion, but there's only one of these. What about you? Don't worry about me. I have my own ways. Also, take this knife just in case. As he spoke, Wang Jian bent down and pulled out a small spring knife, about the length of a finger, from the side of his shoe and handed it over. And Shen was dumbfounded. Is that where you hide your knife? But he held back his question, took the knife, and tucked it at his waist. He then lifted the fox-faced mask, and slowly placed it over his face. Bang! Suddenly, a sound echoed. A ring of tiny fangs sprouted from the edge of the mask, and immediately, it automatically latched onto the flesh around in Shen's cheeks. A sharp pain surged through him, leaving no time to react. Images of faces flashed through in Shen's mind, men, women, old and young, each with different expressions, bizarre and surreal. They flickered before him like a series of photographs, until his gaze landed on the face of an extraordinarily beautiful woman, pausing for a moment. It's that woman from yesterday. He hesitated for half a second. Since this woman was from the wine group, it should be easier to move around with her face, so he chose this visage. Whoosh, like a gust of wind, and Shen suddenly felt his bones, muscles, contours, cheeks, and everything about his body rapidly reorganizing and changing. In less than 3 seconds, he transformed into the appearance of a stunning woman. Not just the face, but even the physical features. Wang Jian beside him glanced at his chest and teased, "Isn't it heavy carrying those?" And Shen rolled his eyes, ignoring him, and walked towards the skyscraper. Halfway there, he couldn't help but look down at his now ample chest. What a strange feeling. Arriving at the entrance, the few armed guards at the gate saw her and immediately tensed up, first bowing, then asking, "Miss Fox, what brings you here?" "I came to take care of some business. Can't I go in?" "That's not the case." One of them quickly smiled awkwardly. "It's just that since last night, the chairman ordered to strengthen security measures, saying that there might be some criminals coming to harass our company." "Criminals?" And Shen frowned upon hearing this, seeing them pull out their phones and hold them up, revealing his own photo. He didn't expect the Wang group to act so swiftly. "It's this person," one of them said. "Miss Fox, you should be careful. After all, you." As he spoke, his eyes quickly scanned Shen, the greed and desire in his gaze almost impossible to hide. And Shen felt a wave of nausea. "So this is what it feels like for a girl to be harassed by a thug." "I understand," he replied coldly, lifting his foot to walk inside. Just as he passed through the security gate, suddenly, beep beep beep, an urgent sound rang out. And Shen's heart sank. Not good. Beep beep beep, the security gate continued to sound. "Miss Fox, wait." The security personnel rushed over upon hearing the noise. And Shen frowned, feigning confusion. "What's wrong?" "Hee, Miss Fox, this item isn't allowed inside, sorry," one of the security personnel said as he reached out and patted Shen's waist. It seemed intentional as he pulled out the short knife from his waist. Then he revealed a sheepish grin. "All right, now it's fine. Miss Fox, please." And Shen glanced at him without saying a word and stepped inside. The few security personnel returned to their positions, looking overly excited. "Hey, you lucky brat, you got a good deal and even got to touch her. Miss Fox's knife, after being held by her, must smell nice. Let me have a whiff." "What are you in such a hurry for, you loser? I go first." "Damn, why does it smell like a man's stinky feet?" As Shen entered the elevator, the moment the door closed, he couldn't help but sneer at the sight of the few people outside. If they like to smell, they should get a whiff of Brother Jian's feet. In the elevator, he pressed the button for the top floor, a total of 121 floors. It would take some time to ascend, and it would stop every few floors for people to come in and out, slowing the speed considerably. When they reached the 34th floor, the door opened, and a man walked in. He paused upon seeing In Shen, then frowned and said, "Fox Xin? What are you doing here? I've been looking for you, where have you been?" Hearing this, In Shen turned to look at him. The man was dressed in a suit, but his figure was thin, his complexion pale, and his eyes were sunken. He looked as if he were suffering from kidney deficiency. He hesitated for 2 seconds before responding. "I just went downstairs for a stroll. What's the matter?" "We just received orders. The kid you met yesterday is the rebel. His name is In Shen." The man walked over to In Shen and stood straight. "I heard he has already withdrawn from the White Robe Bureau and is very likely to come here." Upon hearing this, In Shen frowned. The news spread so quickly? It had been less than 2 hours since he left the White Robe Bureau, and they already knew. There must be a mole in the White Robe Bureau, he thought. Just then, the man suddenly wrapped an arm around his waist. And Shen looked down. Suddenly, the man's voice dropped. "Junior sister Xin, when will we cultivate together again? Last time, senior brother didn't perform well and couldn't make you happy. Give me another chance, this time it will definitely work." Hearing this, In Shen couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. How did he end up surrounded by such people after becoming this woman? He maintained a stern face and did not respond. The man continued to cling to him. "Junior sister, why aren't you speaking? If you don't speak, senior brother will take it as your agreement." The elevator was still slowly ascending. Suddenly, the man pressed the button for the 48th floor. Ding! The elevator stopped, and the doors opened. Before In Shen could react, the man grabbed him and pulled him out of the elevator, quickly walking towards a room. "Come on, junior sister, there's no time like the present. This floor is empty, let's find a room and cultivate directly. You and I complement each other in yin and yang, rising and falling, understanding the great method in the midst of clouds and rain. Isn't that wonderful?" As he spoke, he casually pushed open a door, turned on the light, and locked it. He picked up In Shen, preparing to place him on the desk. "Hey, junior sister, why have you become so heavy lately?" However, he couldn't lift him up and almost fell himself. Sweat was already starting to bead on his forehead. Seeing this, In Shen let out a cold laugh. Even in such a state, he was still thinking about that matter. This Yihuan sect truly opened one's eyes. It took the man 2 tries to finally lift In Shen onto the desk, and then he began to take off his clothes, his face flushed with excitement, his body trembling. In Shen frowned at the sight and, lying down, kicked directly at the man's groin. Bang! Ouch! What the hell? He let out a startled cry. The hard object almost got kicked off. "Junior sister, what are you doing?" "You, senior brother, I have a question for you." And Shen rolled over, grabbed his hair, and pressed his forehead against the corner of the desk, his tone icy. "Answer me, where is that girl from yesterday?" "Girl? What girl?" "Oh, you mean the old man's niece?" "Junior sister, you wouldn't be thinking of that girl, would you?" The man gasped in pain, his face as white as paper. "If you don't want to cultivate with men, you can go find a woman, but that girl is off limits. The old man has his eyes on her to help him achieve his golden body. I asked you, where is she?" And Shen repeated the question, applying a bit more pressure. The man's eyeball was pressed against the corner of the desk, and under the pressure, he began to bleed. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. She's on the top floor, on the top floor. The old man is there too." And Shen fell silent for a second, just as he was about to let go. He looked up and suddenly saw a camera flashing in the corner of the room. Someone was watching him? He froze for a moment. Before he could react, the screen on the office wall suddenly lit up. Following that, an elderly voice came through. "You must be In Shen. I didn't expect you to actually come." As the voice spoke, several dark figures slowly appeared on the screen. In a large room, 8 people stood in front of the camera, each in different poses. Some held knives, some held fans, some squatted, and some crossed their arms. There were both men and women, standing in various positions. Behind the 8 people, an elderly man with graying hair sat sideways in a wheelchair. The room was somewhat dim, and the camera couldn't clearly capture the details of these individuals. One could barely see that the old man turned his face slightly, his head slightly bowed, as if looking at the camera, and spoke slowly. "I often hear Zihi mention you." Upon hearing this, In Shen furrowed his brows. The men under him were clearly stunned by this scene, and then one reacted with a shout, "In Shen? You're not my junior sister Xin. You are In Shen, you damned thing, bastard, daring to impersonate my junior sister, I will kill you." Bang! And Shen remained expressionless, pressing his palm down forcefully. The corner of the table smashed into the man's eye, blood splattering on the spot, and he lay on the ground, motionless. On the screen, the old man continued to speak in a steady, slow voice. Are you here to befriend this old man, or like others, to take my life? And Shen did not answer but said, I am here to save Mingguo. Save? That word makes it sound like she is in danger. The old man chuckled lightly, but she is not in danger, so why save her? If she is not in danger, why did she say you killed her father? Children say things recklessly. The old man shook his head. You don't understand, and Shen, human life is very fragile. For thousands of years, the limit we can reach through scientific methods is just about 100 years. But death is an eternal topic. Death makes living itself meaningless. Think about it, the people you love, your dreams, the places you go, should leave something behind. But after you die, everything loses its meaning. What is the point of doing these things while alive? Do you understand, Shen? After saying a lot, Shen remained silent for a long time and shook his head, saying, Return Mingguo to me, and I will leave. The old man was silent for a moment and sighed deeply. Another person who doesn't understand, so be it. Then, he turned his gaze, his eyes fixed on the camera. He raised a finger, pointing at the 8 people in front of him, coldly stating, These are the 8 desires of the Hehuan sect. Defeat them, and then come see me. After the old man finished speaking, the screen went black with a snap. The camera in the corner also stopped blinking. The room fell into dead silence, and Shen stood in place, his gaze heavy. He kicked aside the corpse next to him, reached out, and slowly removed the fox mask from his face. He returned to his original appearance. Since he had already been exposed, there was no need for this thing anymore. He put it away and pressed a button on the wireless earpiece in his ear. Jian Guo? There was silence in the earpiece, with no response. Wang Jian? He called out again. Still no response. Just as he was about to curse, You damn thing, are you messing with me? A voice suddenly came through. You say, I'm listening. And Shen paused his breath and changed his words. What are the 8 desires of the Hehuan sect? 8 desires? Did you run into them? Wang Jian's tone sounded somewhat whiny and unclear. Not yet, but my disguise has been seen through. There's an old man, and something about the 8 desires, he will probably come looking for me. Are you eating something? No. In the earpiece, Wang Jian's words were intermittent and increasingly unclear. The 8 desires, if I remember correctly, should be the 8 people of the Hehuan sect. If I'm not mistaken, they should be the desires for killing, survival, possession, performance, voyeurism, sexuality, love, and curiosity. I didn't expect these 8 people to gather together. Their personalities are all different. As he spoke, the sound of a straw drinking something was heard. You still say you haven't eaten anything? But you don't need to worry. These guys only sound scary by name, but in reality, they are not worth mentioning. If you kill them, we will meet on the top floor. Upon hearing this, Shen opened his mouth. How do they compare to that fox-faced woman? They are indeed stronger than her. Shen was momentarily at a loss for words. In his eyes, the strength of that fox-faced woman was actually not bad. If it came to a real fight, he might even be considered the weaker side. And with 8 people, let alone winning, it would be difficult to even survive. Wang Jian said it was not worth mentioning, which indirectly suggested that his strength was quite formidable. And Shen couldn't help but ask, if it were you, could you win? Me? Wang Jian chuckled. Hard to say, but if it were me, I definitely wouldn't fight. Why not? 1 person against 8. Are you stupid? You didn't say that just now. And Shen was somewhat speechless. This Wang Jian seemed rather unreliable. If it really comes to it, just try to avoid them. I should be on the 25th floor now, let's meet at the top. After saying that, the other party ended the communication. And Shen was taken aback. You don't even know what floor you're on. His mouth twitched a few times. Taking a deep breath, he could only brace himself and walk out of the room, re-entering the elevator. Meanwhile, outside the skyscraper, a figure was walking along the glass wall on the outside of the building. The body was parallel to the ground, as if walking on the ground itself. After walking along the wall for a moment, Wang Jian stopped, looked down at the inverted view below, then looked up at the towering top floor. He sighed and took a sip of his drink. If I had known walking on walls was so tiring, I might as well have taken the elevator. On the top floor, outside a room, a figure stood at the elevator entrance, seemingly waiting for the elevator. Shall we go together? Suddenly, a child-sized figure, somewhat hunched, emitted a strange sound from its throat, sounding half laughing, half serious. Let's just go our separate ways, otherwise, who will take the blame if someone gets killed? Beside him, a woman with a sultry tone sighed. Besides, I want to taste that rebel on my own. He, just as I like it, the hunched little man said, clenching his hands. With a thud, he directly penetrated through the wall beneath him, as if using some kind of wall-passing technique. He fell to the lower level and disappeared. Seeing this, the woman did not hesitate, waving her folding fan. Suddenly, hundreds of butterflies of various colors flew out from beneath her feet, surrounding her in midair. Half a second later, she too vanished without a trace. The remaining few people nearby either transformed into a puff of smoke and drifted away, turned into a puddle of water flowing down, or became a flying insect. Each displayed their unique abilities, all rushing downward. And Shen sat in the elevator, his gaze fixed on the floor indicator. The higher he went, the more nervous he became, pondering how to deal with the 8 desires. Just then, a shadow suddenly fell rapidly from above. Bang! A loud sound echoed. The shadow pierced straight through the wall above the elevator like air. Without any obstruction, it landed heavily inside the elevator. The immense force caused the entire elevator shaft to shake, producing a series of screeching sounds, and Shen hurriedly braced himself against one side, still not comprehending what was happening when the shadow suddenly reached out and grabbed his neck. With tremendous strength, it slammed him against one side of the elevator, suspending him in midair. At the same time, a strange voice echoed, "He, I got here first. I got here first." As Shen struggled, he saw a child-sized figure standing in front of him. This person was bare-chested, wearing only a pair of work shorts. The whole figure looked extremely emaciated, with a pronounced hunchback. He appeared to be skin and bones, with a pale complexion and bulging eyes. The whites of his eyes were filled with crimson blood vessels. This image inexplicably reminded Shen of Gollum from The Lord of the Rings. "I want to see what this clueless rebel is capable of. I'm curious. I'm really curious," the childlike monster said with a sinister grin. Suddenly, he raised his fist and swung it towards Shen's head. Seeing this, Shen's expression changed. He almost used all his strength to desperately turn his head aside. Bang! A loud sound erupted. A fist slammed against the side of the elevator, creating a large hole in the wall. The entire elevator began to shake violently, as if it would fall at any moment. What immense power! Shen was taken aback, quickly biting his tongue and shouting in his heart, "Heartfire!" Boom! A sudden, intense pain shot through his body, accompanied by an overwhelming heat. White smoke began to rise. Burn, heart, hiss, so hot, so hot. The small man was instantly burned, his face changing dramatically. He quickly cried out and let go. Looking down, he realized that in just that 1 second, his palm was already torn and bloody. Interesting. Is there more? Is there more? What else is fun? Let me see. I'm very curious. He laughed excitedly, as if he didn't feel any pain. His eyes darted around, swinging his hands in strange motions. Shen's foot hit the ground, and he quickly rubbed his neck, which had almost been twisted off. He moved his aching back and stared at the other man. Seeing the other's behavior, jumping around like a monkey, shouting curious without any distinction, he couldn't help but speculate. Could this guy be one of the 8 desires, the desire of curiosity? Just as he was thinking this, before he could speak, a sudden sound came from his pocket, and Shen had no time to react. The other man, quick as lightning, bent down and picked it up. Holding it in his hand as if he had found treasure, he examined it back and forth. What is this? A shell? What's it for? Is it fun? Shen frowned at the sight, remaining silent. In the next second, the small man suddenly snapped the shell against his own face. Suddenly, a damp, sticky tongue shot out from inside, reciting rapidly, "See God of Haikau, spit out the curse and accept the spirit, let the ghost perish, I become a true person. See God of Haikau, spit out the curse and accept the spirit, let the ghost perish, I become a true person." Fun. He was so excited to see the tongue and shell together that he wanted to clap his hands. Suddenly, there was a thud. A sea cave opened up on the elevator floor. Immediately, the desire of curiosity was caught off guard, unable to react in time, and fell straight in. There's water, there's water. I can't swim, help me. In an instant, the desire of curiosity struggled violently, letting out terrified cries, flailing wildly. Shen stood there, stunned, unable to react for a long time. He thought the other was just putting on a show. But after a few seconds, he realized this guy really couldn't swim. Shen came to his senses, stepped forward, and picked up the sea tongue curse shell. Help me, don't kill me. The small man desperately reached out to him, struggling in fear. Shen revealed a chilling smile. But I want to kill you. With a snap, he closed the shell. The hole in the ground suddenly vanished. The entire elevator returned to silence in an instant, as if nothing had ever happened. A few seconds later, Shen felt a dreamlike illusion, standing in the elevator, taking a deep breath to calm himself. With a blank expression, he pressed the button for the top floor again. The elevator began to rise slowly once more. Curiosity kills. Old 7 is dead. On the 108th floor of the building, 2 men sat on a sofa. One of them had a white bandage wrapped around his eyes, looking like a blind man. He wore a loose-fitting traditional outfit. After saying this, the other man, holding a wine glass, clearly froze for a moment. Then he put down his glass and frowned. Are you sure? It hasn't even been 5 minutes. My perception is never wrong, the blind man with the bandage said, his tone leaving no room for doubt. The man beside him couldn't help but gasp. The strength of that rebel is actually this strong? Old Seven may not be exceptional, but he has always been agile. He couldn't even last 5 minutes. The gap is just too vast. It seems that this time we, the Hawan sect, have encountered a rival. The blind man's tone revealed no emotion. If that's the case, it won't be easy to deal with. By the way, what exactly is this rebel? It is said that he survived a failed possession, and not only can he cultivate but is also quite difficult to kill. Upon hearing this, the man raised his wine cup and took a sip, sneering. So, he's truly a rare stroke of luck. Aside from him, I haven't seen anyone else survive a failed possession. The blind man nodded in agreement. The people from this strange core land have no spiritual energy, they are all just ordinary folks. Taking their bodies and killing their souls is easy, so it's indeed rare to have someone like him emerge. At this point, the man nodded, as if recalling something, and then asked, Third brother, did anything interesting happen when you possessed this body? The blind man thought for a few seconds and shook his head. Just a blind man, quite boring. What a pity for you. I had quite the fun, heh. The man chuckled darkly. When I possessed him, the original owner of this body was in bed with his woman, completely unaware that the person inside him was already gone. I just went with the flow and enjoyed that woman thoroughly. After a few times, I had her begging for mercy, but I found it uninteresting, so during the last time, I simply refined her through dual cultivation. Saying this, the man paused to take a sip of water. The blind man chuckled softly. You certainly had a good time. Speaking of which, the customs in this strange core land are quite different. After I became a handsome man, I could easily attract many women to share a bed with me. They willingly fell for the deception, unaware of how tragic their fate would be. The people here, lacking spiritual energy, are indeed too superficial. They dare to share a bed with someone based solely on looks, even forming marital bonds. I haven't been here long, but I've seen quite a few couples who just got married the day before and ran off with money the next day. Everyone seems to be like they've been injected with chicken blood, lost in a fantasy, devoid of reason. They seem unaware of what they truly need, not even understanding that looks are actually quite a cheap thing compared to the heart. The man crossed his legs, feeling proud. In our bizarre land, although the world isn't so peaceful, the women are all quite shrewd. If you dare to deceive them, they could have you hung up on a tree for days, sun-drying you into jerky. The blind man nodded, calmly saying, That's true. In this strange core land, just look at Fox Heart. How many men has she refined based solely on her looks? Here, men and women are the same, only seeking pleasure, not true feelings. Tisk, as the ancients said, a character of lust is a knife above the head. Lust is a bone-scraping knife. I used to find this saying laughable, but I didn't expect it to be true in this strange core land. However, their lustfulness helps us cultivate, so that's not a problem? He. The blind man smiled and fell silent. The man glanced at the time, set down his wine cup, and stood up. Alright, I won't chat with you any longer. I'll go join the fun. Be careful, don't forget that seventh brother only lasted 5 minutes. Got it. The elevator slowly ascended. Halfway up, and Chen was already feeling a bit tired standing. He really couldn't imagine how painful it must be for those who work here, going up and down the elevator every day, especially for those on the higher floors. Just then, ding, a sound rang out. The elevator suddenly stopped. Following that, the doors slowly opened to the sides, and he was momentarily stunned. Through the door, he saw a spacious, dimly lit room, decorated with a distinct style, appearing before him. The rooms on this floor were all furnished with wooden decor, exuding an ancient Chinese simplicity. There were folding screens, tea tables, and intricately carved paper windows, all radiating a heavy sense of pressure. And Chen had yet to regain his composure. In the depths of the room, a low voice suddenly emerged. Since you're here, why not come in, have a seat, and enjoy a cup of tea? Hearing the voice, he turned to look. Behind the screen, there was a mysterious dark figure. It was a person, seemingly sitting cross-legged, waiting for him. One hand held a teacup, slowly pouring out tea. In an instant, the aroma of tea filled the air, creating a thick atmosphere. And Chen stared at the figure for a few seconds, unable to see the face or discern what they looked like. But he could sense that the visitor was not friendly. He stood in the elevator, hesitating for a few seconds. Then, suddenly, he reached out and pressed the close door button. With a sound, the elevator doors slowly began to close. In the depths of the room, the person seemed completely unprepared for this scene. Upon hearing the noise, they visibly froze for a moment. Then they immediately got up and rushed over. Reaching out, they attempted to stop the elevator doors. Bang! However, they were still a step too late. The elevator doors slammed shut and began to rise rapidly. Meanwhile, inside the elevator, Shen suddenly heard a roar from below. "The tea is ready, come and taste it." Not even a greeting. "Do you know how much effort I put in? Do you understand manners?" Shen's mouth twitched a few times. "Just because they asked me to go, I should go?" The appearance of that room clearly indicated a trap. "Do they think I'm foolish?" Brother Jian said to avoid if possible. Shen completely ignored the angry shouts from below. As the elevator ascended, it reached the 73rd floor. Ding! Suddenly, it stopped again. Someone outside had pressed the elevator button. He hadn't reacted yet when a hand suddenly reached through the gap in the door, blocking the center. Immediately after, a cold voice rang out. "One of the 8 desires, the desire for slaughter, has been waiting here for a long time. If you wish to see my old father, you must first pass my test." As they spoke, bang! The elevator doors were forcefully pushed open, and Shen saw a muscular man standing outside the door. The man wore tight black clothing, his bulging muscles seemingly ready to burst through the fabric. He looked fierce and exuded a wild aura. Standing at the door, his large palm blocked the elevator, his head lowered, expressionless. At his waist hung a long knife, and Shen frowned slightly at the sight. However, the man was even more polite than expected. With his other hand, he made a gesture. "Please, sir." He hesitated for half a second. With no choice left, he finally stepped outside. Upon exiting, he found the floor to be very empty, devoid of anything. It was as if it hadn't been renovated yet. Only one side of the wall was lined with a dense array of various weapons. Short knives, long knives, clubs, hooks, and all sorts of weaponry were present. The man walked to the wall and calmly said, "Feel free to choose a weapon. If you win against me, you can go up. If you lose, please accept your death calmly." Is this the most polite way to say the harshest thing? Shen frowned at the words, his gaze heavy. The man, calling himself the desire for slaughter, was indeed ruthless and spoke little. He glanced at the weapons on the wall, most of which he recognized. But unfortunately, he didn't know how to use them, so he simply shook his head. "I don't need one." Upon hearing this, the desire for slaughter raised an eyebrow, looked at him, and seemed to nod in appreciation, not speaking further. Then, with a whoosh, he drew the long knife from his waist and spun it in his hand. The blade scraped against the ground, creating sparks. It was a tang knife, straight and sharp, exuding an imposing aura. He took a stance and said in a deep voice, "I heard that you killed the 7th, the desire for curiosity, in less than 5 minutes, and just passed the 4th, the desire for performance, on the 62nd floor. It seems your strength is indeed not weak. I, the desire for slaughter, will give it my all." Shen was stunned upon hearing this. "But I haven't done anything." "Sir, watch the knife." Before he could react, the man suddenly swung the knife at him. Clang! A loud sound echoed. The blade struck the wall, sending a shower of debris flying, and Shen rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding this deadly blow. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The personalities of the 8 desires were indeed vastly different, and the gap between them was too great. He had not yet managed to utter the word fire. Whoosh! The opponent's blade had already reversed at high speed, striking again, and Shen instinctively lowered his head, his face turning pale as the blade grazed his scalp, cutting off a tuft of hair. Such speed! Fire! His heart raced, gritting his teeth as he pronounced the last word. Whoosh! Thick white smoke erupted from his body, pain surged, and power flowed endlessly. When the opponent's blade came down again, Shen was already able to respond with ease. All of the opponent's movements, at this moment, appeared extremely slow in his eyes. It was as if the playback had been slowed down. He dodged left and right, easily evading. When another strike came, he immediately sidestepped, grabbing the opponent's wrist. With a forceful twist, clang! The blade struck heavily against the opponent's shoulder. In an instant, blood splattered out. At the same time, Shen quickly retreated, creating distance between them. The killer stood still, glancing at his bleeding shoulder, expressionless. After a long pause, he slowly spoke. "You indeed have some strength." After saying this, with a clang, he forcefully drove the blade into the floor, his brow furrowed. "Since arriving in this monster core land, I have rarely encountered an opponent. I practiced the thick earth path, and currently, I have reached the 5th rule, borrowed blade. By consuming a part of my own body once, I can temporarily gain attached flesh. Each time I use attached flesh to kill one person, I must do it 6 times to complete it." Shen watched as the opponent spoke to himself. Suddenly, he raised his palm. At that moment, he noticed that the opponent was missing a ring finger on each hand. A total of 2 fingers were gone. "You are the 3rd. The killer's voice was low, and Shen had not yet grasped the meaning. The opponent suddenly bit down on his left hand's pinky finger. Then, with a sudden force, crack! A crisp sound. He actually bit off his pinky finger, quickly swallowing it down. Immediately after, smoke began to rise from his mouth, as if his stomach were on fire. At the same time, he softly chanted, "Core technique, attached flesh." As the words fell, the killer suddenly drew his knife, carrying a large amount of debris, charging forward. He raised the blade, striking straight down. The speed was far greater than before, the force even stronger. At the same time, he shouted, "Fire!" Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound erupted. The blade transformed into a blazing flame at the moment it fell, crashing down heavily. And Shen's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly used Heartfire to dodge. Bang! The blade smashed into the ground, kicking up a large amount of debris, and the entire ground actually caught fire. The ground turned into a ball of flames after being touched by the blade, and Chen frowned at this sight, deep in thought. The opponent shouted again, "Ice!" The blade turned, the original flaming knife instantly transforming into an ice blade. Without any pause, it struck again. Whoosh! The blade swept past in Chen's arm, hitting the wall. With a crack, the wall struck by the ice blade instantly turned into an ice wall, beginning to crack and crumble. This is... At the same time, and Shen looked down to see his shoulder, grazed by the blade, rapidly freezing at the wound. The ice was spreading throughout his body. Seeing this scene, and Shen's expression turned anxious. In a moment of desperation, he gritted his teeth and pulled a knife from the wall. Without hesitation, he aimed directly at his arm and struck down hard. With a bang, chunks of ice and flesh fell to the ground. "You have some guts," the opponent snorted coldly, flicking the knife. "It's just an arm, it can grow back." After Shen finished cutting, his expression was quite calm. He shrugged the arm he had severed. Gurgle, gurgle, where the arm had been cut off, it began to rapidly regenerate. Seeing this, the killer was clearly stunned. Regeneration? Immediately after, a somewhat twisted, excited expression appeared on his face. Good, 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 now I can really enjoy this. Saying this, he charged forward to strike again. Thunder! This time, the blade transformed directly into a flash of lightning, flickering with a purple glow. With unstoppable momentum, as the blade came down, and Shen looked up at the scene but did not dodge. Heartfire! He gritted his teeth and uttered. Bang! The blade struck his chest. Suddenly, a strong electric shock coursed through his body. He felt as if he would faint at any moment. Gritting his teeth against the intense pain, and Shen immediately reached out, gripping the blade tightly, while his other hand clutched the opponent's shoulder. Nuclear technique, blood droplet. Let me see, is your thunder fiercer, or is my heart hotter? The two nuclear techniques activated simultaneously, and with the continuous pain from the lightning strikes, and Shen could only hold his breath. He could feel that as long as he released that breath, he would definitely faint. But he endured. Or rather, he was enduring with his life. He was not afraid of death. Then he had nothing to fear. In less than a second after the blood droplet was unleashed, the blood in one of the opponent's arms was instantly drained. The entire arm turned into a withered branch, hanging limply to one side. After losing an arm, the downward force of the lightning blade diminished significantly. Seizing the opportunity, Shen forcefully severed the blade in front of him, splitting it in two, which fell to the ground. The killing desire's expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly retreated. Looking at his powerless, drooping, withered arm, his expression was heavy. In contrast, Shen faced the other way, with a huge wound on his chest, the flesh charred from the electric shock, emitting white smoke and a burnt smell. His ribs were clearly visible. It seemed that if the blade went any deeper, it would touch his heart. And Shen stood still, head bowed, staring at the wound on his chest. This time, why didn't the power within him help? Was it not afraid of heart damage? You truly are fearless, using such a desperate method to fight me. I admire you. Killing Desire adjusted his breathing, glanced at the severed blade in his hand, and said solemnly, "This blade has been with me for many years, and now it dies at your hands. It is worth it. I have lost an arm, but you seem to have no strength left?" Upon hearing this, Shen struggled to lift his head, his eyes bloodshot from the bleeding. The wound on his chest was slowly healing. This was a good sign. As long as there was enough time, he could recover and might still be able to fight. But the problem was, the opponent clearly would not give him that chance. This was troublesome. He couldn't really die here. Shen gritted his teeth, using all his strength, and while the opponent was not paying attention, he suddenly moved his fingers. He pulled out the sea tongue spell shell and held it in his palm. Then, he gently pried it open with his thumb. With a snap, a tongue shot out, emitting a rapid incantation. "Sea god of the mouth, spit out the curse and accept the spirit, let the ghosts perish, I become a true person. Sea god of the mouth, spit out the curse and accept the spirit, let the ghosts perish, I become a true person." Boom! Immediately after, a loud sound erupted. The opponent was caught off guard, unable to react, and fell directly into the sea cave. In the next second, Shen quickly closed the shell, and the sea cave vanished. The surroundings returned to calm. He instantly exhaled, his legs going weak, and he knelt on one knee on the ground. That was close, finally. The stone in his heart finally fell. Bang! The ground suddenly exploded, and stones flew everywhere. A pitch-black figure actually jumped out from the rubble, and Shen was dumbfounded, his expression one of shock. It didn't die? You are truly unscrupulous, using such insidious methods. Killing Desire, drenched in water, had suffered a loss, and his face was clearly darker. He was genuinely angry. That gaze, gripping the blade, was clearly intent on killing, and Shen realized the situation was dire. He had no ability to act and could not withstand the onslaught. At this moment, he could not care about anything else. He gritted his teeth and immediately pulled out the delusional tongue pearl, swallowing it. Still want to play tricks? At the same time, upon seeing this, the opponent stomped his foot and angrily swung the broken blade, shouting, "Fire!" The delusional tongue pearl was swallowed, and Shen no longer thought, using all his strength, regardless of everything, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. "I am your father. Do you dare to kill me?" Suddenly, the killing intent froze, and he stood there in shock. And Shen originally didn't want to use the Wangshi pearl. After all, the backlash from this thing was too troublesome. He would be silenced for nearly a stick of incense, which is about half an hour. Not being able to speak in this place was a very tricky situation. He couldn't communicate with Wang Jian, nor could he inquire about Wang Nigua's situation from the enemy, but he had no choice but to use it now. In front of him, after hearing that heart-wrenching shout, the killing intent was stunned. Holding the knife and staring at the person in front of him, his pupils trembled, as if he couldn't believe it. The voice was almost trembling. "Father?" He really believed it. "Father, is it really you? You didn't die? You're alive again? But how could you?" And Shen hadn't even spoken yet. The killing intent actually started to cry, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground. "The child is unfilial. It is the child who should die. I couldn't collect your body back then. Father, it's not that I didn't save you, it's just that I was too scared at that time. Please forgive me." This man, over 6 feet tall, was ruthless when killing, yet at this moment, he was weeping uncontrollably, crying like a child. And Shen was taken aback, not knowing what was really going on, but still angrily bared his teeth and said, "Since you know you were wrong, why don't you die to atone?" Upon hearing this, the killing intent suddenly raised his head, tears streaming down his face. It seemed he couldn't believe it, yet he had to. Trembling, he asked, "Father, do you really want me to die?" His eyes were red from crying. "I have been having nightmares all these years, dreaming of you being tortured to death by those things. They are evil spirits, they are Rakshasas, they are the kings of hell. They still won't let us go. Father, damn, why are you saying so much nonsense? If you want to die, just die already." And Shen gritted his teeth, his anger rising. The Wangshi pearl only had one last sentence left. If he didn't say it well and couldn't make this guy end it himself, then when he reacted, it would be him who would die. However, his previous words clearly carried a lot of remorse. It seemed there was an unknown past between him and his father. Could he use his regret for a moral kidnapping? And Shen's mind raced with thoughts. This was a life and death struggle. The killing intent was still crying, constantly bowing and apologizing. "Father, the child is guilty, the child is unfilial. Are you okay now? What must I do for you to forgive me?" And Shen listened to his words and thought for a moment. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he immediately said, "I am still being tortured by them day and night. This is all your fault. Only when you die can I be freed." After saying this, and Shen felt his throat tighten suddenly. He was silenced. Turning to look at the killing intent, the whole person was stiff in place. His gaze was blank, his face covered in tears. "Is it really all my fault? Did I harm you? Did I harm my family? I thought that by escaping to this monster core land, I could get rid of the past. It seems I was just being delusional. Father, I will relieve you of your pain. Without me in this world, it would be a blessing." After saying this, he pressed the knife against his neck. Without hesitation, he applied force and made a cut. Put! Bright red blood sprayed out. His body fell to the ground, motionless, and Shen suddenly collapsed to the ground, his head buzzing. Blood flowed to his feet, and he was completely unaware. He felt as if he were drained of energy, unable to speak. He just stared at the corpse in front of him, sitting there for about 5 minutes, and as his body gradually recovered, he finally felt some strength. He stood up, swaying, and walked to the corpse. He slightly opened his mouth, letting out a silent sigh. At that moment, Shen suddenly saw something in the other person's pocket. He crouched down to take it out, opened it, and found a piece of core trace. It was the writing of the Soul Snatcher. Shen recognized it and read it aloud in his heart. "Attached flesh, I always feel that it would be better if I were dead. I killed my father, I can't escape the nightmare. Day and night, they won't let me go. I don't know when it started, but I began to enjoy biting myself. I bit my fingers until they were raw, and I bit my lips and tongue. Anywhere I could bite, I liked. Eating my own flesh makes me feel relaxed and at ease, so I won't hate myself. I know that perhaps the world would be better off without me. The moment Shen finished reading, suddenly, a whiteness symbol appeared before him. Nuclear technique integrated, flesh attachment, a new nuclear technique? Shen muttered to himself. He remembered Qi Yuan saying that nuclear techniques could be researched and understood on one's own, just like martial arts. Aside from the fixed rules that grant nuclear techniques, most people are different. Like abilities, they are endless. This, flesh attachment, based on its content, was clearly something he accidentally comprehended in the depths of his remorse. What exactly happened between him and his father that made him like this? Guilt, unease, even thinking that it would be better if he were dead. In today's world, it's a depression forced out of him. After understanding, Shen didn't rush to try flesh attachment. He rested in place for a while longer. Once his body fully recovered, he stood up and walked toward the elevator. After taking a couple of steps, he suddenly stopped, as if remembering something. He turned to look at the weapons on the wall, hesitating for a few seconds. He walked over, picked a knife that wasn't too long, and held it in his hand. It's better to be prepared. A knife kills faster than bare hands. He sat in the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. It slowly ascended. Just after going up 2 floors, suddenly, there was a ding. The elevator stopped, and Shen's heart sank in shock. Here it comes again. He quickly gripped the knife, his expression serious, ready to act at any moment. As the elevator stopped, the door slowly opened. Outside stood a woman. Upon seeing her, Shen was instantly stunned, surprised in his heart. Is it her? The woman with the fox mask. However, at this moment, her face was devoid of the mask. The area around her cheeks was covered in dense, small scars. It was clear that these were left from the last time her mask was forcibly torn off. Last time I didn't kill you, and now you're here to seek death again? Shen gripped the knife, preparing to unleash heartfire. Suddenly, the woman with the fox mask smiled gently and said, "Young master, you look well. No need to be nervous, I'm here to help you." Hearing this, Shen was taken aback, his expression growing even more serious. Before he could respond, a strange laughter echoed in his ear, accompanied by a weak, aged voice. Hee, this little girl knows her place. Who is speaking? He instinctively looked around, then realized that the voice seemed to be coming from within his own body. Who was talking? Shen was sure he heard a strange voice. He stared at the air, turning his head to look around. He ignored the person in front of him. The woman with the fox mask stood awkwardly in place, trying to find a way to ease the tension. "Young master, what are you looking for?" She smiled softly. "Perhaps I can help." Shen glanced at her but still ignored her. With a blank expression, he pressed the button to go up in the elevator. The fox mask thought, "Yesterday you wanted to kill me, and today you say you want to help? Who would believe that?" The elevator doors closed and began to ascend slowly. Suddenly, a sigh came from behind. "Young master, do you really dislike me that much?" Shen was startled and turned around abruptly. He found that the woman had somehow moved to the back of the elevator. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Only the white smoke rising from his body indicated that he had activated heart fire. The intense heat instantly made the surrounding elevator feel vaguely hot. It forced the woman with the fox mask back into a corner, panic-stricken. "Young master, I really am here to help you. Above, on the 83rd floor, there are 3 people among the 8 desires waiting to kill you. You'd better stop the elevator." Upon hearing this, Shen showed an even more puzzled expression. Not only did he not stop the elevator, but he also turned around and pressed the button for the 83rd floor. The woman with the fox mask was stunned. He took out his phone, quickly typed a line of text, and turned the screen around. It read, "If you want to kill me, just do it directly, no need to go through all this trouble. When I reach the 83rd floor, I will use the Wangshi Pearl to tell them you have betrayed, and you will die just the same." Fox Heart was completely stunned, her head buzzing. This was not what she had expected. Seeing that Shen did not believe her, she hurriedly knelt down and said, "If the young master does not believe me, I am willing to prove myself." As she spoke, she suddenly pressed the button for the 82nd floor elevator and added, "The young master can wait in the stairwell on the 82nd floor. If you hear any commotion, you will know whether what I said is true or false." After saying this, she transformed into a puff of smoke and disappeared. The elevator ascended slowly, and Shen frowned, feeling even more confused. What on earth did this woman want? When they reached the 82nd floor, the elevator stopped, and the door opened to reveal an empty floor. Shen hesitated for a few seconds and decided to take a gamble. He stepped out, turned towards the stairs, and after half a flight up, hid behind the door at the stairwell entrance, listening to the sounds from the 83rd floor above. At first, it was very quiet. Aside from his own breathing, there was nothing, and Chen began to doubt whether he had been played by that vixen. Suddenly, he heard faint voices from above. Foxheart? What are you doing here? When Foxheart arrived on the 83rd floor, she found two men and a woman standing in front of her, representing survival instinct, possessiveness, and lust. I want to see my father, I have something to say. Foxheart slightly lowered her head, her attitude sincere. If you have something to say, just tell us, Survival Instinct said coldly. Father is very busy and has no time for you. Don't think that just because father appreciates you, you can really consider yourself something special. The woman representing lust suddenly spoke in a harsh tone. You were given a fox mask human skin, and you lost it. Useless thing, no matter what you are given, you still can't do anything. Know your place. If you are meant to be a dog, then be a good dog and don't overstep, understand? Upon hearing this, Foxheart bit her lip, her face slightly pale, and lowered her head. It's about the rebel. Speak. Suddenly, possessiveness spoke coldly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. He has already defeated curiosity, desire for recognition, and killing instinct. Where is he? I don't know. Don't know? Bang! Possessiveness suddenly floated over and kicked Foxheart hard in the knee. She lost control and fell to the ground. With possessiveness pressing her head down, he leaned in and gritted his teeth. Don't know. And you won't look for him? You need to see father for such a trivial matter? Aren't you afraid of dying? Or should I refine you right now? How about that? As he spoke, he moved his hand slightly and gently touched Foxheart's face. A piece of flesh was stripped away. Foxheart's face was covered in blood, terrified as she knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Foxheart was wrong. Foxheart knows her mistake. I beg the senior brothers and sisters to spare me. Foxheart will go find him right away. Humph. Look at your pathetic state. Lust kicked her. Always remember your position in Huan sect. If you are a dog, then be a good dog, and don't foolishly think of becoming one of the 8 desires. There is no place for you here, remember? Foxheart remembers. Kneeling on the ground, Foxheart gritted her teeth tightly, her face pale, her body shaking. The hatred within her continued to rise. She glanced furtively towards the door at the side of the stairs, unsure if someone was standing there. Get ready, that kid should be arriving soon. Just kill him here, it will save father some trouble. As for you, hurry up and get lost. Yes. Foxheart lowered her head, reluctantly turning to leave. She entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 82nd floor. The moment the door closed, she suddenly clenched her fists, her teeth grinding together in anger. Her face was filled with extreme rage. I am a dog, but so are you. The hatred within her continued to fester. She could no longer remember how many times it had been, just because her master had rewarded her with a fox mask human skin, which had slightly elevated her status. This had incited the jealousy of the 8 desires, who targeted her at every turn. Yet, her strength was no match for the 8 desires, and she could not resist. She faced humiliation, insults, beatings, and even the threat of being refined. You all forced me into this. Helping in Chen, she was indeed sincere. The reason was simple. She had personally witnessed how Chen had torn off his own mask last night and had let her off lightly. The pressure and fear that emanated from him, from within to without, was not something the 8 desires could compare to. Moreover, she was merely a favored disciple of her master. If her master were to become displeased one day, he could easily discard her like trash, or even kill her, or refine her. Currently, she only had a shrine, and was cultivating the path of malice. She had just reached the 4th rule, made. The rule states, use fox techniques to break the young bodies of 10 men. Speaking of which, this rule was not difficult to accomplish in this land of monster cores. But the problem was, after passing through multiple rules, she had neither comprehended the power of the shrine, nor received the favor of the deities. She had to find a way for herself. I will step back on this foot sooner or later. She gritted her teeth, harboring resentment. Ding! The elevator suddenly stopped, and the door opened. Outside the door, Chen stood there, looking at her with a strange expression. He suddenly opened his mouth, and his throat was able to produce sound. Chen? What are you doing here? Chen? Who is that? Foxheart was momentarily stunned. Before she could react, she saw Chen frowning, and she shook her head. No, you're not real, it's my illusion. Where's that fox woman? He leaned closer to the elevator, as if he couldn't see Foxheart, looking around. He began to mutter to himself. I seem to be able to talk now. That fox woman hasn't come down? Young master, you Foxheart's expression froze as she just opened her mouth. And Chen heard the voice, turned to look at her, and smiled. Don't mess around, Chen, I know you're not real. Besides, there's nothing to eat here, you only think about eating. When did I say anything about food? Foxheart looked puzzled, blocking the elevator door with her hand. In her hesitation and unease, she cautiously stepped out. She lowered her voice and called out, "Young master, don't you recognize me? You said you didn't eat enough at the last barbecue? You could finish the portions for both of us by yourself. This is completely off topic. We can't communicate at all." Foxheart dared not speak anymore, and Shen began to mutter to himself again. "But that fox spirit didn't lie to me. There really is someone upstairs. I originally planned to wait here for her to come down, kill her, and then find another way up, but why hasn't she come down? Could it be that she noticed?" Foxheart, upon hearing this, immediately gasped. She instinctively retreated back into the elevator. "Forget it, I'll just go up the stairs directly." As he spoke, he turned and walked forward. Looking back, he smiled and said, Shen, I'll go first." Before he could finish, his expression changed in shock and his words froze. Immediately, he drew out a knife, his face twisted in rage. "When did you come down?" Foxheart's face turned pale, her tone urgent. "Young master, I was just here." "Just now?" And Shen was taken aback, his expression slightly changing. "Did you hear everything I said?" Foxheart instinctively nodded. Suddenly, she thought of something, her expression changed, and she shook her head vigorously like a rattledrum. No, I didn't hear anything. I just came down and saw you walking forward." "Shut the hell up, how dare you lie to me?" And Shen shouted angrily, scaring Foxheart into kneeling on the ground, desperately begging for mercy. "Young master, please spare me. I just sent a warning, and I didn't deceive you, did I? I genuinely want to help you. You just can't survive on your own anymore and want to switch sides," and Shen scoffed. However, compared to killing this vixen, there were indeed better methods. He thought for a moment and said coldly, "Get up. As long as you find a way to get me to the top floor, I won't kill you." Huaxian opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something more, but upon seeing the gleaming knife in Shen's hand, she could only lower her head uneasily. "Yes, young master, please follow me." Turning around, she went upstairs, with Shen following behind. With each step Huaxian took, it felt like walking on thin ice. When they passed the 83rd floor and continued forward to the 89th floor, she glanced back and saw Shen smiling at her. Shen, you're climbing so high too, aren't you tired?" Huaxian's throat tightened. An uneasy feeling surged up instantly. Not good. She saw Shen looking around suspiciously, gasping in surprise, muttering to himself, strange, when did that woman disappear? In the blink of an eye, she's gone. Could she be playing tricks on me? Hearing this, Huaxian gritted her teeth and took the opportunity to run forward. Shen, what are you doing?" Ignoring him, she immediately transformed into a wisp of smoke. Suddenly disappearing, she hid in the shadows, drenched in cold sweat. She saw Shen chase a couple of steps but not catch up, stopping in place to sigh, self-reproachfully shaking his head. Forget it, why chase? You just don't understand that she isn't real. Even if you catch up, it's useless. It's a pity I don't know when that woman ran off. I'll ask her for an explanation when I see her." Saying this, he climbed up the stairs. Huaxian, hiding in the corner, anxiously watched the scene, swallowing hard, extremely tense. This kid is actually a madman. Outside the skyscraper, Wang Jian wiped the sweat from his face and took a deep breath. Through the glass window, he glanced at the floor sign. Almost there. Walking so many floors along the wall on foot was indeed not easy. The last sip of his drink was gone, and he had finished eating as well. He was actually feeling a bit regretful, mainly because the sun was too hot today, and he hadn't brought an umbrella for shade. After being exposed for so long, he was really struggling to endure it. He thought about whether to find an open window to sneak in and take the elevator. Still, I should ask about that kid's situation first, he decided. It never hurts to show a little concern. He stood against the wall, pressed a button on his wireless earpiece, and spoke. "What floor are you on?" A few seconds later, a response came from inside. "I'm on the 90th floor, Brother Jin, what about you?" 78. "Brother Jin, you can take a break on the 83rd floor, there's no one there." 83? Are you sure? Wang Jian wiped his sweat. He really wanted to rest. "Yeah, I just came from there." And Chen replied sincerely. "Alright, remember to wait for me when you reach the top." "Okay." After hanging up the communication, Wang Jian gritted his teeth, braving the sun, and continued upward. At this moment, he felt a bit pleased. This kid, to be honest, is really nice. Calling him Brother Jian made him feel quite comfortable inside. This is what it means to be sensible. After everything is over, he must take good care of him. Upon reaching the 83rd floor, Wang Jian didn't hesitate, kicking the glass to shatter it, flipping over and jumping inside sideways. He rolled on the ground to gain momentum. Before he could stand up, 3 dark figures suddenly blocked his way, rushing towards him. Wang Jian froze in place. Looking up, 3 cold gazes were fixed on him, rubbing their fists in anticipation. This kid is the rebel in Chen? Don't know, looks a bit old. Who cares if he is or not? He's not a normal person anyway, just kill him. Wang Jian stared blankly at this scene, and after a long while, his mouth began to twitch uncontrollably. Alright, and Chen, so you wanna play this way, huh? After this is over, if I don't carve out 3,666 lines to honor my hero code, I won't be surnamed Wang. He gritted his teeth, quickly darting back, waving his hand, and a long sword appeared out of thin air, gripped tightly in his hand. Staring at the 3 people in front of him, he shouted angrily, so it's the 8 desires, huh? Let's do this together. I'm in a hurry. And Chen hung up the communication, letting out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Wang Jian had contacted him before reaching the 83rd floor. He was able to remind him in time not to go to the 83rd floor. After all, there were 3 people waiting there. If Brother Jian doesn't go to the 83rd floor, he should be able to move much faster. Upon reaching the 100th floor, and Chen pondered for a moment, planning to stop and wait. He walked in, confirmed that there was no one here, and found a chair to sit down. He poured himself a glass of water, turned around, and saw Wang Zihe and Li Qinshan sitting beside him. He smiled at the two. Want some water? Wang Zihe looked a bit heavy-hearted as he picked up his cup. Olden, I'm counting on you for my sister. Don't worry, even if I die, I will rescue her. Li Qinshan poured herself a glass of water as well, encouraging herself. Zihe, you have to believe in Qinghe, he will definitely save me. Gua. Sigh, Wang Zihe kept sighing. The 3 of them chatted about him, completely unaware that at the elevator entrance, a person was standing there. The man was dressed in a black suit, holding a wineglass in his hand. He neither moved forward nor backward, just standing still, watching Chen talk to the air, his brow slightly furrowed. Does he like chatting with the air? This kid is quite interesting, the man chuckled, just about to take a sip of his drink when suddenly, he noticed the cup in front of Chen. It moved on its own, floating in mid-air. With a splash, the water tilted to one side, spilling into the air and disappearing. The man was instantly stunned. What's going on? His expression changed dramatically. Can this kid manipulate objects with his mind? Not understanding for a moment, he hurriedly continued to observe. He saw that after the cup emptied, it slowly floated back to the table. It looked as if an invisible person was holding the cup and drinking water. Could it be that there really is someone there? I just can't see them? Seeing Chen talking to the air, the man's mind stirred. He put down his wineglass, flipped his fingers, and a bug the size of a small insect crawled out from beneath the flesh of his wrist, dripping with blood. Flesh bug, go take a look for me. Floating in midair, the bug's surface was red, resembling a golden cicada, with antennae. It buzzed forward. The man simultaneously closed his eyes. In an instant, his vision and sense of touch shifted entirely to the flesh bug. It flew straight toward the air. If there was indeed someone, it should collide with them. As the bug approached, it accelerated and suddenly swept through the air. The man was instantly stunned. No one. How could the cup fly by itself? Where did the spilled water go? As he pondered, he suddenly saw Chen seemingly sensing something, quickly reaching out to grab beside him. With a snap, he crushed the bug directly in his hand. Ah! The man behind couldn't help but let out a painful cry. One eye bled profusely as if it had been poked. This was the downside of the flesh bug. Once the bug died, the user would also suffer some harm and effects. Who's there? And Chen heard the noise, his face changing dramatically as he suddenly stood up, drawing a short knife in the direction of the sound. He, a cold laugh echoed like a ghost. Little thing, you're quite clever. As the voice sounded, and Chen saw a man with a high ponytail stepping out from the darkness, one eye bleeding. The other party coldly sneered, let me introduce myself. I am one of the 8 desires. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, and Chen had already rushed over, slashing at his neck with a knife. The man's expression changed dramatically as he immediately turned his head to dodge, jumping back to create distance, angrily saying, how rude. On the way here, too many people have introduced themselves. I can't be bothered to listen. Just kill them. Alright, just kill them. Ha! The man's expression was filled with anger as he flicked his sleeve. Then let me show you that you died at the hands of one of the 8 desires, lust. Do you really have to introduce yourself like this? And Chen looked at him expressionlessly, raising his knife and murmuring, Heartfire. In that moment when his heart ignited, he charged forward at an incredible speed. What a fast speed. I like it. The lust man chuckled, standing still without dodging. Instead, he waved his hands and chanted, nuclear technique, transplanting flowers. Bang! And Chen's knife flashed like lightning, striking heavily at his neck. In the next second, splat! Blood sprayed out, but it wasn't the other's blood, it was his own. And Chen was momentarily stunned, then felt a chill at his neck and instinctively reached to touch it. he found it was already drenched in blood. What's going on? He saw the blade had sunk into the other's neck, but there was no blood. Instead, he was the one who was injured. Little thing, do you understand what love is? Love is giving, it is tolerance, it is mutual support. The lust man let out a strange laugh. In love, hurting the other is also hurting oneself. Listening to the mad ramblings, and Shen ignored him, frowning as he pulled the knife out. He swung it backhandedly, striking the other's shoulder. Splat! His own arm suddenly gushed blood. A rebound? Seeing this scene, he seemed to understand something. He slowly retreated, creating distance. The wounds on his neck and shoulder were slowly healing. It's not a rebound, it's a binding. The lust man shook his head frivolously. From the moment I laid eyes on you, we were bound together. Hurting me is also hurting you, like the red thread of fate tying us together, sharing life and death. Tell me, is there anything more romantic than this in the world? So disgusting. And Chen twitched the corners of his mouth. Cursing aside, dealing with this was indeed a bit tricky. The knife wound was useless now, he could only try other methods. Moreover, this nuclear technique was quite interesting, capable of countering the enemy more effectively. And Chen pondered, a thought suddenly striking him. Gritting his teeth, he turned the knife and plunged it into his own abdomen. Splat! Blood instantly sprayed out. The lust man was momentarily stunned, his mind buzzing. Looking down, he saw his own abdomen drenched in crimson. He immediately clutched his stomach, his face pale with pain as he stepped back. You just said that hurting you is also hurting me, so conversely, hurting me is also hurting you. And Shen slowly pulled out the blood-stained knife, a cold smile on his face. The difference is that I can take a stab and not die, but you will die. With that, he turned the knife again, stabbing it into his own belly without hesitation. Stop! Stop! The lust man's face changed dramatically at the sight, and he immediately waved his hand. Release! The knife pierced his abdomen. With this stab, only Chen was injured, while the other showed no effect. It seemed that in that instant, the connection between them was severed. What a madman! The lust man gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down his face. Since the body is hard to kill, then the soul, is it also indestructible? I will refine you right now. Saying this, he flicked his long sleeve. Suddenly, a silvery object flew out from within. Bronze tooth furnace. As the words fell, a fist-sized object flew out. With a loud clap, it landed on the ground. The moment Chen saw the object, his breath caught. Its shape was quite bizarre and twisted. It was actually a cauldron made up of countless teeth fused together. It had a bronze lid on top and 3 bronze legs below. The body of the furnace was made entirely of uneven broken teeth, a mix of black and yellow, varying in size, crowded together. What was even more unsettling was that these teeth seemed to be alive. They wriggled continuously, rubbing against each other, producing a screeching sound. And Chen looked at this object, his expression uneasy. He saw the lust man sitting cross-legged, pointing with 2 fingers, chanting, "Rise!" Bang! With a loud sound, the bronze lid immediately flew off. Grab! Following closely. From within, twisted, sausage-like appendages suddenly shot out, dripping with blood, rushing towards him. In an instant, they wrapped around Chen's limbs, suspending him in midair. Let's see where you can escape to. Aiyu sat in place, snorting coldly, clasping his hands together and shouting, "Refine." As the word refine echoed, Chen suddenly felt something strange in his body. His head buzzed and spun, his expression dazed. In his hazy vision, he saw the twisted appendages binding his limbs suddenly sprout teeth at their tips. They bit down, tearing through his flesh. Following that, as if going mad, they burrowed through the gaping wounds into his wrists and ankles. They looked like intravenous tubes inserted in a hospital. Meanwhile, Chen felt chaos within his body. It was as if a stick was stirring him up. The 2 sausage-like things on his wrists seemed to be frantically sucking his blood and tissue. Streams of liquid flowed through the appendages into the furnace. Conversely, the 2 on his ankles were continuously delivering something into him. In and out, day and night reversed, his vision blurred, and yin and yang were thrown off balance. And Chen felt his entire body grow weak. His upper body was icy, while his lower body burned hot. It felt as if he was being roasted in fire and frozen in ice at the same time. This sensation was extremely bizarre, completely different from when he was fighting. He could hardly resist, and even his consciousness couldn't think. What was happening? Suddenly, a strange and sinister laugh echoed in his ears. 3 tufts of hair, half a chunk of flesh from the abdomen, 4 fingernails from the left hand. And Chen struggled to turn his eyes and saw Aiyu standing in front of the furnace, quickly fiddling with something. He was using a knife to scrape off his own fingernails and tossing them into the furnace. Meanwhile, he excitedly chanted, "Internal refinement into elixir, external use for methods, reverse to become immortal, returning to the cosmos. If I don't refine you into an elixir, Wouldn't that be a waste of your excellent quality? Those from the Taoist path are right, since the physical body can't be killed, let's just refine him. Although I haven't mastered path refinement yet, fortunately, I have those Taoist furnaces. Using external objects, I can still refine you, hee. And Shen couldn't understand what he was saying. He only felt his limbs growing heavier. His body was visibly melting away, shrinking and becoming rounder. It was as if he was slowly turning into an elixir. This was bad. If this continued, he might really die. And Shen struggled to stay awake, fighting desperately. However, the 4 strange appendages extending from the furnace felt as solid as iron. He couldn't break free at all. Heart fire. He gritted his teeth, activating his core technique, and his body suddenly became scalding hot. A puff of white smoke rose from the connection points. However, strangely, the appendages seemed completely oblivious. Not only did they not melt away, but there were no signs of loosening either. He couldn't use the false tongue pearl or the sea tongue spell shell. At that moment, Shen had become a mere pawn. Aiyu sat cross-legged, watching Shen dissolve bit by bit, a smug expression growing on his face. What nonsense, rebel, making such a fuss, thinking he's so powerful. In the end, he's just a wet behind the ears kid. Once I refine this kid, I'll help my old man complete his golden body, and this, strange core land, will change. As the saying goes, first come, first served. Many people haven't arrived here yet, and the longer it takes, the more people there will probably be. We, Heavenly Harmony Sect, will establish our foothold here first. Later arrivals will naturally have no chance. He thought to himself, a cold smile on his face. Just then, he looked up and suddenly saw Shen talking to the air beside him, muttering to himself. Shen, I know you want to help me, but how can you help? Stab him with a knife? I actually hope you can do that. It would be even better if you could kick over his stove. But you're not really good. Good. I won't say anymore, you really are. Seeing this scene, the man of desire couldn't help but tremble, his brows immediately furrowing. Here we go again? He instantly recalled the situation with the cup just now, feeling a wave of unease in his heart. This kid is really strange, I should just shut him up first. The man of desire stood up, ready to act. Suddenly, bang! A startling sound. The stove in front of him seemed to be struck by an invisible force. It instantly toppled over, rolling a few times on the ground. The teeth that had grown on it shattered everywhere. What is this? His face changed, and before he could react, a knife on the ground flew up straight. Whoosh! It pierced directly into his neck. Put! Blood splattered out. The man of desire immediately clutched his neck, his eyes wide open, as if he couldn't believe it, stumbling backward. Bang! He crashed to the ground. How is this possible? What on earth is happening? His eyes were filled with despair and confusion, completely not understanding what had just occurred. Blood gushed out from his neck in spurts, incredibly bloody. Clinging desperately to his last breath, he gritted his teeth, his hands gripping the ground tightly, refusing to let go. Impossible! This can't be happening! Turning his head suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a slender figure in the haze. It was a girl. He didn't know when she had appeared, standing beside him, holding a knife, smiling at him. Who? When? His throat couldn't make a sound, his heart gradually stopping. He saw that the girl's hands were covered in blood, but her face showed some excitement. She shouted, Xinghe, I did it! I succeeded! Are you human or a ghost? The man of desire's eyes widened, and with his last breath, he fell silent. Bang! At the same time, Shen fell from midair, crashing to the ground, unable to move. His limbs, having been refined, began to slowly recover. He lay on the ground, his eyes bloodshot, his body trembling slightly. Like seeing a ghost, he stared fixedly at Li Qianqian beside him. His throat felt blocked, unable to breathe. He didn't know if it was due to the refining, but he felt dazed, dizzy. Who are you? He managed to voice. I'm Qianqian. Xinghe, what's wrong with you? Li Qianqian ran over with the knife, squatting beside him, her face full of confusion. And Chen swallowed hard. His heart raced wildly. He looked at the corpse on the ground and the overturned alchemical furnace. Everything proved one thing. The person in front of him truly existed. She had influenced the surrounding environment, even helped him kill the man of desire. But this was impossible. If you are real, then who is the one that died? Who did I consume? No, you aren't real. Who exactly are you? And Shen gritted his teeth, wanting to struggle, but his limbs hadn't fully recovered, unable to move. Just a slight effort made his head buzz. Xinghe, he heard Qianqian's strange laugh. I've always said I'm real. It's you who kept treating me as fake. You should rest for a bit. We still need to go save Mingguo later, right? And Shen's vision went black, and he fainted. Director Bai, is this your doing? The resistor you protected, in the end, the first to resist was actually us humans? You guaranteed he wouldn't have any problems, Now, how do you explain this? And how do you explain it to so many citizens? The white-robed bureau. On the huge electronic screen, a dark pattern emitted an unsettling pressure. It was an old voice. It sounded about 50 or 60 years old. It was the superior. Bai Jian lowered his head, biting his lip tightly, his expression more serious than ever. It was my miscalculation. I am willing to accept punishment. I said before, there was no need to investigate the wine group. It was Chen who wanted to save people. Save people? The old voice suddenly became deep and oppressive, causing unease. To save one and harm 10, can this really be called saving people? The possessor invasion incident is not simple, but one must understand that everything has two sides. Good and evil are relative, and so are right and wrong. Upon hearing this, Bai Jian slowly furrowed her brows, her heart stirred. The superior was clearly hinting at something. She couldn't quite grasp it yet. The aged voice spoke again. Those who are not of my kind will surely have different hearts. I have already instructed the Risk Bureau and the Sky Eye Bureau to capture Chen at the wine group. We must apprehend him before he harms the board members of the wine group. You immediately commence action. Yes, Bai Jian respectfully responded, about to turn away. The voice suddenly continued, Bai Jian, you must understand, if you fail, the White Robe Bureau will no longer have any reason to exist. For some people, living or dying makes no difference. Snap! The image on the electronic screen cut off. Bai Jian stood frozen in place, her body slightly trembling. Was this a threat? The superior was using the lives of everyone in the White Robe Bureau to threaten her? Bai Jian's eyes widened, almost unable to believe what she had just heard. But she had to believe. It seemed the superior was saying that if Chen was not captured, the outcome for everyone in the White Robe Bureau would not be good. Just this point made Bai Jian certain that the superior was colluding with the Wang group, and the collusion ran deep. She gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and took a deep breath, yet it did not alleviate the heavy feeling in her heart. Turning around, she donned the black garment and issued orders through her phone. Everyone, head to the Wang group and capture Chen. Outside the skyscraper, a dense mass of vehicles blocked all exits of the building, including the underground parking garage. No strangers were allowed within 100 meters. Members of the Risk Bureau, dressed in black trench coats, were fully armed, holding firearms and equipment. Xiao Song stood at the back, lighting a cigarette. With a gun tucked at his waist, he looked up at the towering building, slowly exhaling smoke with a bitter smile. What a mess! The situation changes daily. Yesterday, we all swore to resist foreign enemies, and today we're sent to capture Chen. This world is truly unpredictable. A man in a blue trench coat approached, his expression calm and steady. I heard Bai Jian is here too. She only just arrived? She's really composed. The superior is genuinely angry this time, and Chen is completely finished. Xiao Song offered a cigarette to the man beside him. The other shook his head. Quit? Even you quit? I'm getting older. Had a checkup a couple of days ago, my lungs have some issues, can't smoke anymore. Xiao Song rolled his eyes. If it were me, I'd smoke a couple more, using poison to fight poison. The man ignored him, frowning and pausing for a moment before asking, Xiao Song, don't you find this situation a bit strange? Strange? Lao Xiao, what are you trying to say? As the director of the Sky Eye Bureau, Jia Yin was in his 40s, his brow furrowed, looking deeply serious. For many years, he had dealt with information, but this time, there were many details that made him uneasy. After a moment of silence, he shook his head. I can't quite put my finger on it, but it feels off. While the two were conversing, suddenly, a team member rushed over in a panic, looking distressed. Director, something's happened. What is it? Director Bai has been killed. Upon hearing this, the two were stunned. The cigarette in Xiao Song's hand fell to the ground, as if he had misheard. What did you say? Director Bai has been killed. When? Just now, on the way here. The team member's face was pale. We just received orders that we encountered a sudden attack from the possessor, and then, before he could finish, Xiao Song suddenly turned, shouldered his gun, and got into the car to head back. What are you doing? Zhao Yan hurriedly grabbed him. To save people. What else can I do? I don't believe that woman is dead. Zhao Yan was about to say something when suddenly another team member ran over, holding a tablet display, looking anxious. Director, the higher-ups just issued an order for us to immediately enter the building and capture Chen. Tell the higher-ups that Director Bai has encountered an accident, and we need to go support. Xiao Song gritted his teeth and started the car. The higher-ups know about this. Upon hearing this, Xiao Song and Zhao Yan were both stunned. The higher-ups know? Yes. Then did the higher-ups say anything? The team member's face grew increasingly uneasy. The higher-ups told us not to worry about it and that capturing Chen is more important. They asked us to make sure we complete the mission. The two directors stood frozen in place, staring at each other, unable to speak. Their minds buzzed. Old Zhao, you really hit the nail on the head. This matter is probably not simple at all. So what should we do? Although Zhao Yan had years of experience, he frowned tightly, feeling at a loss. Now we can only take it one step at a time. But Bai Jian. Xiao Song swallowed hard, unable to finish his sentence. He often argued with Bai Jian, but those were just work-related disputes. Truth be told, he admired and liked this woman. Zhao Yan gritted his teeth and said softly, "There's too little information. We're in a passive state and have no way to act. Moreover, to be honest, I always feel that the news of Bai Jian possibly not being dead came too quickly. It feels more like a test." "Test? Test for what?" Xiao Song asked, puzzled. "It's like they're testing whether we know something like Chan or Bai Jian does." Zhao Yan and Xiao Song exchanged glances, both feeling a weight in their hearts. It was as if, at that moment, they realized something. The higher-ups seemed to be looking for their enemies and then proceeded to eliminate them. Xiao Song's hand trembled as he lit another cigarette. "But old Zhao, who is our enemy now?" "It's Chen." Zhao Yan gritted his teeth. "It can only be Chen. Go upstairs and capture him." "Wake up! Wake up!" Slap! Slap! 2 rough slaps hit his face, and Chen slowly opened his eyes. His cheeks burned with pain. He was lying in a room on the 100th floor, and in front of him was an extremely indifferent face. "Brother Jian." And Chen saw that face and hurriedly tried to sit up from the ground. "Don't rush." Wang Jian extended his hand, throwing a sword that pressed against Chen's shoulder, pushing him back down, his tone icy. "Kid, let me ask you a question first. What do you think of me?" And Chen was taken aback. In his mind, he involuntarily recalled Wang Jian taking off his black uniform and saying he was also quitting the White Robe Bureau, which was so moving. He nodded and said, "Brother Jian is a good person, very righteous. Whether I'm good or not is not the point. At least we have no grudges, right?" "Grudge?" And Chen suddenly looked confused. "Of course not. Why do you ask that? Since there's no grudge, then why did you make me go to the 83rd floor?" Wang Jian lightly poked the blade of his sword forward, immediately piercing Chen's clothing. And Chen was momentarily stunned, then frowned and shook his head. "Brother Jian, you must have heard wrong. I didn't tell you to go to the 83rd floor. I told you not to go to the 83rd floor." Wang Jian's mind buzzed. "Damn it, only blame the headphones for not recording. Otherwise, I would have made you hear it in person." He twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "Kid, are you messing with me? They all say you can't be killed. Should I give it a try?" And Chen opened his mouth but said nothing. A few seconds later, he gently pushed the sword tip away with his finger and climbed up again, saying, "Brother Jian, what did I say to you in the headphones? You told me to go to the 83rd floor, saying there was no one there, convenient for resting." Wang Jian sneered. "What, don't remember? Lost your memory again?" "I remember." And Shen's expression was heavy. "But that's not what I said. I said not to go to the 83rd floor because there are people there." Wang Jian's face grew increasingly grim, his gaze fixed heavily on Chen. And Chen's expression was quite serious, not at all like he was joking. And to be honest, there was no need to play around with such matters. After all, they were here to save Wang Nigua. Thoughts swirled in his mind, growing increasingly complex. Wang Jian impatiently waved his sword. "So, you think what you're saying is telling me not to go, but what you're actually saying is for me to go? Is it your brain that's malfunctioning? Or your mouth? Amnesia, hallucinations, auditory hallucinations, and now you're hallucinating speech. Kid, why do I suddenly feel like I want to kill you? Could it be that you are the enemy?" And Chen rubbed his throbbing temples, looking distressed. "Honestly, I want to know what's going on too, but I swear, I never intended to take advantage." Wang Jian stared at him and waved his hand. "Forget it, those 3 are useless anyway. I've already killed them. There should only be one last desire left now, the desire to observe." As he spoke, he turned his head and found that Chen wasn't listening at all. Instead, he was crouched on the ground, frantically rummaging through the corpse of desire for love. "What are you doing?" Wang Jian was taken aback, looking for something to see if there are any scrolls. "Scrolls? What scrolls?" "Some of them carry scrolls on them, with words written in nuclear trace. As long as I read them, I can learn a type of nuclear technique." Upon hearing this, Wang Jian's mind buzzed, his expression as if he had seen a ghost. "Kid, do you know what you're talking about? What's wrong? Is there a problem?" And Chen sensed something off in his tone and asked in confusion, "What do the scrolls look like?" "Just a piece of paper with words on it. Have you found any before?" "I've found many times. Every time I read one, I can comprehend a new nuclear technique." Hearing this, Wang Jian's pupils widened. "Where are the scrolls you found before? Show them to me." Just as Chen was about to rummage, he suddenly froze. Wait, he finally realized something was off. He hadn't paid attention to where those scrolls went after he read them. He had never noticed this before but was certain he had not put the scrolls away. No, something seemed wrong. Seeing him like this, Wang Jian seemed to understand something, his mouth twitching again. "That's not called a scroll. that's the manifestation of the nuclear technique left behind in a cultivator's body after death, called residual core. But this thing can only be seen by two types of people. As he spoke, his breath noticeably paused, and his tone became extremely heavy. First, gods. Second, the dead. As the words left his mouth, the two stared at each other. For a moment, neither spoke, and the atmosphere grew quiet and somewhat strange. Of course, the dead doesn't refer to actual corpses, but to those who have left the mortal realm, lost their souls, and fallen into hell, the walking dead. They can see residual cores because they are in the same state as the deceased cultivators. As for the divine laws corresponding to the shrine, that's the gods. There are many gods, but all gods are the same, they do not visit the mortal realm. Upon hearing this, Shen's mouth slowly opened. So, Brother Jian, are you saying that I am actually a dead person? Wang Jian furrowed his brows, thinking for a long time, finally scratching his head, looking somewhat irritated. I don't know, you are just too strange. I've never seen a case like yours. Forget it, if you lose control, I'll just kill you. I don't want to think about this. You say it so lightly, but this is my life. And Shen was somewhat speechless. He didn't stop his hands, flipping through the body. Suddenly, he saw that a scroll indeed fell out from Desire for Love. This time, Shen paid special attention. He really couldn't tell where the scroll had come from. Holding it in his hand, he hesitated for a few seconds, opened it, and began to read slowly. Transplanting flowers and trees, in love, to hurt me is also to hurt you. I fell in love with someone, she is like the bright moon and the gentle breeze, like the red wax before the Buddha. The moment I saw her, I realized that in this life, I might never overcome the barrier of love. Day and night, I pondered, thinking of a thread to bind me and her together. However, on the day she hanged herself, that thread snapped. Life is indeed filled with infatuation. This hatred has nothing to do with the wind and the moon. The moment Shen finished reading, suddenly, the white mist symbol appeared before him. Nuclear technique integrated, flower transplantation, counting the flesh attachment, learned from Killing Desire, plus flower transplantation. He had already learned 2 more nuclear techniques. However, every time he finished reading, Shen felt slightly troubled because he did not know the specific effects of the nuclear techniques. The white mist symbol did not explain either, so he could only speculate. For example, with flower transplantation, when using desire, it binds oneself and the enemy together. If one gets hurt, the enemy also gets hurt. But desire itself is easily killed, so he only used this ability as a form of rebound. But he was different, and Shen frowned in thought, because it was hard to kill himself. That meant, as long as he was bound to the enemy, he could just keep stabbing himself with a knife. Thinking of this, he felt a surge of excitement and couldn't help but laugh silently. Wang Jian, beside him, saw his manic state and silently drew his sword. As for the effect of flesh attachment, Shen was even less clear. He only remembered that during the battle with Killing Desire, he saw him swing his knife several times, and the knife would change into different forms. But the premise was that Killing Desire had eaten one of his little fingers. Could this flesh attachment also require self-harm? And Shen was still pondering. A cold voice came from behind. Did you find the remnant core? Yeah, I've finished reading. So fast? Wang Jian looked at him with a hint of pity. Since earlier, he had been secretly observing this kid. He saw Shen squatting there, not speaking, just staring blankly at the air. He hadn't seen any remnant core or scrolls, but he had finished reading. It seemed he really could see what was going on. Wang Jian frowned, thought for a while, then felt irritated and stopped thinking about it. He turned and walked toward the elevator. After taking 2 steps, he turned back and saw Shen squatting inexplicably to the side, as if searching for something. What are you doing again? He was really a bit impatient. Where did a furnace go? And Shen looked around. What furnace? A bronze furnace with teeth. It looked very strange. I almost got refined by it just now. You mean the refining furnace, right? Wang Jian frowned and explained, that thing is integrated with the cultivator. When the cultivator dies, it disappears too. Hearing this, Shen was stunned for a moment. A furnace can have life and death? All furnaces can. As he spoke, Wang Jian pulled Shen into the elevator. If they didn't leave soon, there would be no time left. After pressing the top floor, he finally began to explain. You people from this land of strange cores have no spiritual energy, so you don't understand anything and can't perceive the living beings in the world. In our place, a furnace is an essential item for everyone's cultivation. Of course, if one's strength is too low, there won't be one because it won't be needed. Generally speaking, after passing 3 laws and comprehending a divine shrine, cultivators can then seek their own furnace. At this point, Wang Jian glanced at him and said, the furnace I mentioned is just a metaphor. Not everyone's furnace is the same. Those on the Taoist path use alchemical furnaces, but those on the Buddhist path use scriptures as their furnace. Divine path practitioners mostly use incense burners. Each path is different, and the reason for this is that each path has its own exclusive path refinement. Path refinement? And Shen suddenly remembered that when desire was refining itself, it also mentioned this term. Wang Jian thought for a moment, organized his words, and spoke. To put it simply, the Taoist path refines people and objects using a cauldron, while the Buddhist path uses scriptures to transcend and refine them. For example, the divine path uses incense burners for refinement. This is path refinement. Each path has a different method of refinement. Desire used the Taoist path method to try to refine you, but it failed. At this point, Wang Jian glanced at him and shook his head. Knowing this now is useless. You haven't crossed your second law yet. Even if I give it to you, you won't be able to master the cauldron. I see, and Shen nodded thoughtfully. He then curiously asked, so if I master path refinement, what use is it? Wang Jian seemed to be both amused and exasperated. You might think you're unique, but you understand nothing. You might seem foolish, yet you can steal techniques from others. He helplessly said, only by mastering path refinement can you truly step onto this path. Once you learn to refine, you can create techniques yourself, craft strange core objects, and even comprehend more. At this point, Wang Jian sighed, looking at him with what seemed like envy. Do you think learning a technique is easy? Not everyone can see the techniques materialized as residual cores, like you do. Most people rely on their own understanding of techniques or learn by stealth from others. This process is very difficult. I see, and Shen was taken aback, finally realizing. He had thought that techniques were everywhere, like picking up scraps. It turned out to be so complex. This thing is somewhat like alchemy, he said in a way he could easily understand. Alchemy? Wang Jian was momentarily stunned. That term fits quite well. The two continued their conversation as the elevator slowly ascended. Meanwhile, downstairs, the Risk Bureau and the Heavenly Eye Bureau had already brought people and were entering different elevator rooms in batches, heading to the upper floors. Xiao Song lit a cigarette, but Zhao Yan snatched it away and threw it on the ground, extinguishing it. No smoking in the elevator. Are you still worried about that at a time like this? Xiao Song was somewhat frustrated, wanting to reach for another cigarette, only to find that his pack was already gone. You've already smoked nearly a pack in this short time. Are you that nervous? Zhao Yan stood beside him, watching the elevator floors rise, his tone sounding very calm. Aren't you nervous? Xiao Song retorted. I'm not nervous. Then why is there so much sweat on your face? It's hot. Xiao Song glanced at the elevator display showing a temperature of 20 degrees, opened his mouth, and turned his head. I'm hot too. When I get hot, I want to smoke. The two bureau chiefs fell into silence in the elevator. Just then, Xiao Song's phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He was taken aback, realizing it was an unfamiliar number. Hesitating, he answered, and a familiar voice suddenly came through. Xiao Song, it's Bai Jian. Bai. Xiao Song instinctively called out, suddenly remembering something and immediately lowering his voice. You really didn't die. What on earth is going on? Listen to me, the situation is urgent. There are moles in our 3 bureaus. Moles? Moles sent by the higher-ups to monitor us? No. Bai Jian's voice on the phone was somewhat suppressed. It was clear she didn't dare to speak loudly. It's the moles of the possessors. Hearing this, Xiao Song was stunned. Before he could react, Bai Jian anxiously continued, I overheard their conversation. Those people have found a way to kill In Chen, and they will act as soon as he rescues the person. Xiao Song, you must help him once. Help In Chen? His mind buzzed. I don't understand. Didn't In Chen withdraw from the White Robe Bureau? Why do they want to kill him? Who is the mole? I don't know. I only know they have their sights set on In Chen. It seems to be related to something about him. No, or rather, it's not just about In Chen. There are also the 3 major bureaus. They know your every move. Someone is reporting, just waiting for you to walk into the trap. Bai Jian's tone grew increasingly urgent and anxious. Their goal is definitely not just In Chen. They are planning a huge conspiracy. As long as it's a possessor, we can kill them. Xiao Song first reassured her. However, Bai Jian's next words left him stunned. They are not quite like the possessors we've encountered. I'm not even sure if they are human. It's bad. Someone is coming. I have to hang up. Wait, Bai Jian, hello? Director Bai. Beep, the call had already been disconnected. Xiao Song held the phone, standing in the elevator lobby, his expression dazed, his hand trembling slightly. Zhao Yan looked at him, increasingly anxious. Is it Bai Jian? What exactly is going on? Xiao Song swallowed hard. She asked us to help In Chen. She said there are moles in our 3 major bureaus. After saying this, the two looked at each other, their expressions suddenly becoming a bit strange. Old Zhao, I have a wife and kids. I can't be a mole. If you don't believe me, I'll find something to read right now. Without hesitation, Zhao Yan pulled out a piece of text from his phone and began to read quickly. His pace was steady, the words clear. It wasn't aphasia. Xiao Song listened intently until he finished, finally feeling a sense of relief, deeply exhaling. But he was already covered in cold sweat. Then, he immediately used the same method to prove his identity. After both confirmed there was no mistake, they looked at each other, a mix of emotions flooding in, a sense of surviving a disaster. If the person across from him was indeed a possessor, then he would already be dead, and the manner of death would be quite brutal. The consequences of the director becoming a possessor were unimaginable. Quick, gather the team immediately. Zhao Yan came back to his senses and issued the command. All personnel quickly assembled on the 58th floor. The densely packed team members crowded on one floor, each looking at each other, unsure of what was happening. Xiao Song gritted his teeth, took out his phone, and then pulled out a novel. He handed it to the first person in the front row. At the same time, the shotgun in his hand clicked as it was loaded. He gritted his teeth, his face anxious, and said, "Read. Everyone read from where the previous person left off. Continue down. No repeating. If anyone can't read it on the spot, kill them." All the team members looked at the director in front of them, and for a moment, a tense and anxious atmosphere began to spread among the team. The first team member to receive the phone took a deep breath and nervously read the first line aloud. "Speaking of the great trends of the world, what has been divided must unite, and what has been united must divide, layer by layer." Ding, a crisp sound. The elevator stopped at the top floor, and Shen immediately took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and clenched his fists. As the elevator door slowly opened, he stepped out and was startled to see a person standing outside the door. The person stood in the center of the glass corridor, with a bandage wrapped around his eyes. It seemed he couldn't see. He wore a loose traditional Chinese outfit, standing there calmly like a statue. As if he had heard the sound, he slowly spoke. "Welcome, both of you. I am one of the 8 desires, the desire to peep." Wush Huangjian directly conjured a sword out of thin air, impatiently saying, "Stop the nonsense, let's get straight to it. How do you want to die?" The other party smiled, his tone still calm. "You jest, sir. I do not engage in combat. I usually only enjoy listening to some Guqin music. I am here specifically to welcome you on behalf of my father." Hearing this, and Shen frowned slightly. He was sure the other party was blind. However, still too lazy to waste words, he asked, "Where is Migua?" "The little princess is currently sleeping. Please follow me, I will take you to see my father." After saying this, the desire to peep turned and walked deeper into the corridor, and Shen and Wang Jian exchanged a glance, remaining silent as they followed. The corridor was deep and dim, with various beast-head lanterns hanging on both sides. Each beast's mouth was wide open, embedded with light, and the carved beams and painted rafters showed a style that was clearly different from before. "A person of taste," Wang Jian remarked, observing his surroundings with a cold smile. "But what use is it? With the land of the grotesque gone, they've fled to the core of the grotesque, to burn, kill, and plunder. When the core of the grotesque is gone one day, where will they go next?" As he spoke, the figure ahead, desire to peep, chuckled softly, continuing without pause. "It seems you have quite an insight into the cycle of reincarnation in the mortal realm." "No insight at all. Once people like you are gone, it will be peaceful." "Ha!" The other chuckled again, falling silent. After turning a few corners, they arrived at a large room. The other pushed the door open. Upon entering, he respectfully gestured for them to proceed, and Shen saw an elderly man sitting in a wheelchair before a massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the neon-lit city. After a long while, the man slowly turned to face them, and Shen frowned as he looked at the man's face. He had seen it on television. "Hello, En Chen. I am Wang Zai's uncle. My name is Wang Minghui. This should be our first meeting, right?" In the dimly lit, antiquely decorated room, the old man's voice was frail, creating a somewhat oppressive silence. And Shen glanced around, his expression heavy. "No need for pleasantries. Where is Migua?" "The little girl is sleeping in the room," Wang Minghui said, extending his pale, withered hand to point at a wooden door on the side. His tone was calm. "I want to talk to you." "Talk?" And Shen drew his knife. "You let me win against the 8 desires to see you again. Now that I've won, isn't it your turn?" He gripped the knife and stepped forward. Desire to peep stood aside, making no move to stop him. Wang Minghui lowered his eyelids, calmly watching the approaching youth, speaking each word deliberately. "And Shen, what if I told you that Zai is not dead? Death is irreversible. That is the way of heaven. It is the only unchanging law since ancient times. I watched him be buried with my own eyes," and Shen replied, his grip on the knife steady, his expression unervingly calm, responding word for word. "I brought him flowers, I touched his gravestone, and the inscription on it bears his name. He is dead. I know this better than anyone, even though I can't accept it more than anyone else. Wang Minghui looked at him, reached out, and opened a drawer on the table in front of him, pulling out an album and tossing it over. And Chen caught it. There were 4 people in the photo, a man, a woman, Wang Zai, and Wang Mingua. In the photo, the man on the left is Zai's father, my brother, Wang Liangcheng. The woman on the right is Zai's mother, my brother's beloved, who passed away from cancer years ago. You should have heard that not long ago, Zai's father hanged himself. The outside world says I forced him to do it. Wang Minghui suddenly sighed deeply. In reality, he was the one who forced me. He wanted to save Zai. Hearing this, and Chen frowned. After Zai's mother died, Liangchen's mental state deteriorated. No one outside knew about this, only I, as his brother, was aware. He couldn't accept the death of his beloved and attempted suicide several times, but I discovered him in time and saved him. And Zai, due to his mother's passing, harbored a deep hatred for him. Later, Liangcheng found out that the cancer was hereditary. After testing, Zai was diagnosed with the disease. Fortunately, Migua did not. Then, the usurper came. This happened 3 years ago. At this point, Wang Minghui paused, and Chen's expression suddenly turned grim. A year ago? Was the possessor already in existence then? He abruptly looked at Wang Jian, only to find that Wang Jian's face showed no reaction, as if he tacitly accepted this notion. After the possessor appeared, I don't know how they found my brother, I only know that they brought something with them. Something that can bring the dead back to life, called refining life technique. Again, this thing made in Chen's heart tremble. He recalled the old man in the yellow robe from last time. Liang Cheng seemed to be very obsessed with this thing. Over the course of 3 years, he established many connections with the possessor, wanting to use the refining life technique to resurrect his beloved. At the same time, he could also save Ziyi. But the problem is, he didn't succeed. Wang Minghui let out a long sigh. His breath seemed to contain endless regret. In the end, he didn't know what he discovered. Not long ago, one night, he suddenly came to me, looking very uneasy. He said that without breaking everything, there was no way to reshape everything. This was the key to the refining life technique. And breaking meant letting everything perish. I didn't understand what he meant. Wang Minghui's voice grew heavier. He only said that he must die, Ziyi must die, and Miguo must die as well. He would hang himself to die, Ziyi would die of illness, and finally, Miguo would have to die in another way, called refining. But after he died, no one could do this, so he entrusted it to me. He asked me to definitely work with the possessor to end Miguo's life, because only in this way could their family be reborn. And Shen, I just want to save my brother's family. At this point, the entire room had fallen into a dead silence. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Only the clock on the wall moved slowly. No one spoke again. And Shen looked at the old man, then glanced at the wooden door on the side of the room. A few seconds later, he suddenly lifted his foot and walked towards the wooden door. I'm just here to save Miguo. And Shen interrupted without looking back. If she wants to die and be reborn, or if she doesn't want to, it should be her own decision, not her father's, and certainly not yours. Have you asked her if she agrees? Wang Minghui was clearly taken aback, then shook his head. Even if I ask, if she disagrees, wouldn't my brother and his family have died in vain? If they can be reborn after death, what difference does it make? And Chen did not answer, just kept walking forward. Chen, Wang Minghui suddenly called out from behind. What do you want to do? What does this matter have to do with you? Whatever you want, I can give you. You have an immortal body. Isn't it good to live freely for a lifetime? Why must you get involved in this mess? And Chen lowered his head, letting the shouting from behind echo. His steps quickened, and his voice grew softer. I just want to save people. You all come and go without saying anything, just appearing beside me, leaving a memory, and then casually leaving. Did you ask for my opinion? Clearly, it's my life, yet I have no say in it. I don't even have the right to decide who can stay. Is it fun? It's really not fun. And Chen spoke each word clearly. He had already reached the door. He stopped, reached out, and gently pushed the door open. Inside the room was warm light and a pristine environment. Wang Miguo lay on a soft bed, sound asleep. She looked obedient and peaceful. He walked forward, passing through the light, and came to the bedside, gently nudging the dreamer. Miguo? After a moment, Wang Miguo drowsily opened her eyes, looking at the person in front of her, her little head still a bit dazed. Qingyi Gij? How come you're here? Miguo, I'm here to take you away. And Chen reached out and picked her up. Wang Miguo was taken aback, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Qingyi Gij, I'm so tired. I feel so uncomfortable. Uncomfortable? Where do you feel uncomfortable? My back hurts. And Chen was momentarily stunned. He hurriedly looked down and gently lifted Wang Miguo's clothing. Then, he was dumbfounded. The entire upper half of her back was hollow. There was no blood, no flesh, only a stark white spine supporting everything, like an empty shell. As Shen stared blankly at the girl in his arms, an old voice suddenly came from behind. Shen, put her down, it's too late. Wang Minghui sat in a wheelchair, his voice hoarse and aged, yet carrying a certain, barely perceptible excitement. The refining has already begun since last night, we just need the final moments. Let us witness the rebirth of life together. Xinghe Gij, am I going to die? After waking up, Wang Nigua's face quickly turned pale. Like a red leaf fading, she became as white as paper. Even speaking had become extremely weak. Her body, seemingly hollowed out, continued to wither bit by bit. Shen was at a loss for words, trembling all over. Xinghe Gij, can you hold my head? I like being close to your chest. Wang Nigua wanted to move, but she couldn't muster the strength. Hearing her, Shen could only numbly press her head against himself. Her breathing grew heavier, the thin gasps between her lips sounding cruel like falling petals. When I was little, I attended my mother's funeral. I was so scared, and my brother held me like this. Dad died, and my brother died too. I know, it's almost my turn. Uncle told me that if you die, you can come back to life. Xinghe Gij, is that true? Will I see you again? Is it true? Shen looked at her, his throat felt blocked, unable to speak or make a sound. Speak, Shen. Tell her what the truth of life is. Tell her if it's true. For some reason, he suddenly thought of that old man in the yellow robe, and that detestable wall made of human flesh. The old man cried out, saying that it was his daughter, not some flesh-eating thing. That was also the art of refining life. The old man in the yellow robe had failed, but could Wang Liangcheng and Wang Minghui succeed? If they failed, Ziyi, Nigua, would all become like the flesh wall. What would he do then? He didn't know. Uncle told me that Dad wanted Mom to come back to life, so Dad had to die, and my brother had to die, and I have to too. In the past, when my brother wasn't home, Dad would often crash into the walls at night like a patient. He would often cry a lot. I would go comfort Dad. Sometimes he would even treat me like Mom, saying a lot of things. To make Dad a little happier, I stopped going to school, but he seemed not to see me, just like my brother, always thinking about Mom. I just wanted to be with him so he wouldn't be so sad. I would take Dad's phone and send messages to my brother, pretending Dad missed him and wanted him to come home, but my brother could guess it was me every time. Nigua's voice grew weaker and weaker, so weak that Shen had to lean close to her mouth to hear. I envy others, who don't have to work as hard as I do, yet can't help Dad or save my brother. Xinghe Gij, I actually don't want to die. I haven't had the chance to do the things I like. I haven't even met someone I like. Thud! A piece of flesh fell from her back. Wang Nigua felt as if she was about to faint from the pain. Her body continued to melt and dissolve. No, Shen gritted his teeth, his temples suddenly throbbing with pain. The pain made his eyes dizzy. Soon after, he realized he couldn't hear clearly. Everything around him was chaotic. This refining is wrong. Suddenly, Wang Jian's anxious voice came from the side. It sounded like he wanted to say something, but the voice was jumbled and intermittent. This refining has problems, you need to retreat, Xinghe. There was also Wang Minghui's aged shout. Rebirth, everything starts over, humanity, hope. What were they talking about? Shen turned his head, his ears ringing, feeling dizzy. The feeling of suffocation surged up continuously. Unable to breathe, he saw Wang Jian suddenly rushing towards him, his face filled with an unprecedented anxiety and panic. He was shouting incessantly, Xinghe, run! This is not the way to cultivate life. Nigua is a vessel. Go! In a flash, he saw Wang Jian draw his knife, as if to cut him down. What happened? Shen turned his head and suddenly saw a twisted human face slowly growing on Wang Nigua's back. The flesh that had originally dissolved was rapidly regenerating. It was as if someone was trying to break through her skin and crawl out. The vessel can't hold that thing. Wang Nigua is going to be torn apart. Run! Wang Jian had already rushed to the front. Beside him, Wang Minghui was laughing maniacally, his face turning grotesque. The eternity of rebirth. However, in the next moment, it seemed as if they were all slowed down. Everything became extremely slow, almost as if frozen in time. Shen couldn't understand or see the situation clearly. He suddenly felt Wang Minghui grasping his hand. The little girl seemed to use her last bit of strength to show him a pale smile. Xinghe, brother, Dad said that as long as people are alive, there is endless suffering. If everyone has no suffering, can we be happy? No suffering? Yes, if there is no suffering, wouldn't we be happy? Shen suddenly thought of something. His body trembled violently. He lowered his head and quietly asked, Nigua, do you want to be happy? I do, Xinghe brother, tell me a joke. Okay, once upon a time, there was a matchstick. As Shen spoke, he reached out a hand and placed it on her cheek. It felt a bit itchy on its head, so it scratched it, and while scratching, its head actually caught fire. The edge of that hand began to glow faintly, so it went to the hospital to get bandaged. The glow gradually covered the girl's body. In the end, it wrapped itself up like a cotton swab. Ah, the girl laughed. At that moment, the light surrounded them both. And Chen also smiled. Migwa, let me bear your pain for you. Nuclear technique, pain refinement. Shadow law, use pain to refine others once, become a pain vessel once. Madness prohibited the moment and Chen's voice fell. His body trembled suddenly. Immediately after, dark, shadowy things floated out from Wang Migwa's body, rapidly drilling into Wen Chen's own. Her pain, persistence, and the anxiety and hope hidden deep within her heart intertwined to form a web. It tightly bound the girl's heart. Unable to speak, unable to break free. Can one exchange their own death for everything to return to normal? And Chen gritted his teeth, enduring, his heart feeling as if it were bleeding. Under the endless pressure of emotions, suddenly, a buzzing sound rang out. All sounds around him disappeared. His eyes gradually turned blood red. He became Wang Migwa's pain vessel. Ha, Migwa, the things you dare not do, I will do for you. And Shen suddenly let out a strange, chilling laugh. The burdens you can't let go of, the obstacles you can't overcome, the suffering you encounter, why should Wang Migwa bear them? Since you believe so much in the art of cultivating life, old man, then let me send you on your way first. As he spoke, he suddenly drew his knife without warning. Without hesitation, he plunged it directly into Wang Mingwei's neck. Put! Blood sprayed out. In the next second, a segment of white mist symbols suddenly appeared before his eyes. Tianmao tasted madness. Violation of the law. Tianmao attempted to take over the vessel. Tianmao refused to take over the vessel. Refused to take over the vessel? This was the first time An Shen had seen such words appear in the white mist symbols. For a moment, he was stunned. He had already prepared to faint. He didn't expect this to happen. However, he couldn't afford to think about the reason right now. He pulled the blade out of Wang Mingwei's neck, blood splattering everywhere. The elderly man, after being pierced, desperately covered his neck with both hands, his eyes bloodshot. A harsh, unpleasant sound came from his throat. His gaze was filled with unwillingness. What have I done wrong? I just wanted to help Liang Chang fulfill his wish. Why not use this nuclear technique? Bang! He lost his balance and fell from the wheelchair. Struggling to crawl on the ground, he grabbed the pant leg of the voyeur beside him, pleading incessantly. Save me, you promised. Your Hawan sect will protect our Wang family. You said we wouldn't really die, the Wang group could still help you more. The voyeur, with bandages wrapped around his eyes, stood still, unmoving. It was unclear if he could see at all. Suddenly, he lowered his head slightly moving as if he caught a glimpse. Then, he lifted his foot. Bang! He stomped heavily on Wang Mingwei's head. The old man let out a series of painful ugh sounds from his throat, his eyes wide open, as if in disbelief. You, the master said, strike when they least expect it, attack when they are unprepared. Befriending wolves will ultimately lead to being eaten. The voyeur spoke slowly. As he said this, he kicked the old man aside and walked towards Wang Mingwa, who was now motionless, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Approaching him, he suddenly knelt down on the ground. Immediately, with a pious expression, he knocked his head heavily on the floor. His voice trembled uncontrollably. Master, please accept your disciple's bow. Everyone present was stunned by this scene. They had yet to grasp the situation. They saw the voyeur kneeling on the ground, speaking clearly and loudly. To welcome the arrival of the master, the 8 desires have painstakingly crafted this performance through twists and turns, enduring hardships to present this fine play. Under the pretense of the refining life technique, it is actually to refine a vessel. Please, master, descend. Now, of the 8 desires, 7 have died, but this sacrifice is all for the master. For the great path of our Hawan sect to be realized. The bright voice echoed in every corner of the room. Wang Mingwei's body stiffened in shock, his expression fluctuating between dark and light. The blood from his neck flowed more and more. Are you deceiving us? Finally, it seemed he understood something, and in his aged voice, he let out a heart-wrenching roar. So, there is no refining life technique at all? This is all fake. You are deceiving us? Refining life technique? The voyeur suddenly turned his head and sneered. If such a thing existed, to die and come back to life, to live without dying, wouldn't that throw the heavenly order into chaos? You beasts! Wang Mingwei spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back, his body convulsing. My brother's entire family died because they believed you, and you are actually deceiving us. You actually turned my relatives' flesh and blood into vessels for your own selfish gain. You will not die a good death. Liang Chang, have you gone blind, believing in these beasts? My Wang family died unjustly, wrongfully. He gasped, unable to catch his breath. With a bang, Wang Mingwei fell to the ground, his eyes wide open, motionless. The people of this place of the strange core are truly laughable. clearly devoid of spiritual energy, yet each one has deep desires, wanting everything. The voyeur stood up, his tone indifferent. Not satisfied with being well-fed and warm, not content with gold, silver, and jade, not enough with a prominent reputation, still unsatisfied even with beautiful women. They even want to be reborn? To live forever? Simply the embodiment of greed. They don't even ask themselves on what basis. He was mocking coldly. Suddenly, a hoarse voice came from behind. So that's how it is, so that's how it is. The voyeur turned his head to see Shen, red-eyed, holding a knife, swaying as he walked slowly towards him, using a refining life technique to deceive everyone, just to turn Wang Migua into a vessel to welcome your so-called master. And Shen suddenly let out a hoarse laugh. If that's the case, why not just directly use Wang Liancheng as a vessel? Why go through so much trouble? The voyeur looked at him, showing no signs of unease or fear. His expression remained calm as he explained. Containers come in various qualities, with superior and inferior products. Wang Liancheng and Wang Zihe are both inferior products. Only Wang Migui is a superior product. Birds choose good trees to perch on. You should understand this, right? At this point, he paused, as if recalling something, and let out a strange laugh. I forgot to tell you, although Wang Zihe inherited the illness, we used some methods to hide it while he was in the hospital, so it couldn't be detected at that time. In fact, he wasn't so easy to kill, we just accidentally went too hard. And Shen's body stiffened, and he suddenly looked up, the veins on his forehead bulging. Heart fire. In the next second, thick white smoke began to rise. Whoosh, a shadow darted past, piercing straight into the chest of the voyeuristic desire. The other party couldn't dodge, or rather, he just stood there, seemingly having no intention of evading. Whether I live or die is no longer important. Once my master arrives, everything will be fine. Blood trickled from the corner of the voyeuristic desire's mouth, his voice tinged with a kind of obsessive madness. He spread his hands, tilted his head back, as if he had already found liberation and could accept everything. Come on, use your anger to tear me apart. Just as the words fell, suddenly, a hesitant voice came from the side. Sorry bro, can I interrupt? It seems your master has kicked the bucket. The voyeuristic desire suddenly turned his head. He saw Wang Jian, who had appeared out of nowhere, standing to the side, holding the unconscious Wang Migua. The little girl's previously hollow back was now rapidly restoring, new flesh growing continuously. The twisted, strange face that seemed to want to break free had vanished, replaced by rosy cheeks and shiny skin that appeared completely normal. Seeing this scene, the voyeuristic desire froze in shock, as if struck by lightning. Master, where is he? Where is my master? Where is my master? He suddenly pushed Shen away, as if going mad, and lunged at Wang Migua. Where have you taken my master? Why is he not in this container? Whoosh! Wang Jian suddenly extended his finger, and a sword flew out of thin air. With a clang, it pierced the opponent's arm, nailing him hard against the wall. Why are you shouting so loudly? Don't you know my sister is asleep? Wang Jian said coldly, raising his hand to gently pat the sleeping Wang Migua, as if to soothe her. No, this is impossible. The container has clearly been refined. How could my master not have descended? The voyeuristic desire struggled incessantly, his tone filled with unparalleled fear. We, the Hawan sect, have put in so much effort. It can't end like this. Not long ago, I clearly saw my master's face. How could it suddenly disappear? Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and immediately turned to Shen. I know. What did you do? Shen stared at him, his face cold and silent, gripping his knife, ready to walk over and give him a quick end. However, as he lifted his foot, his legs suddenly felt heavy. Immediately after, something felt off inside him. His chest began to hurt more and more, as if something was trying to break free. He hurriedly tore open his clothes, and was instantly stunned. There, on his chest, was a twisted human face, seemingly growing from within, like a newborn baby struggling to break free. It seemed to want to burst through his ribs and skin. This, Shen stared blankly at this scene, his breath constricted, still not coming to his senses. The twisted face on his chest began to move its mouth up and down, opening and closing, producing a harsh, aged voice. Disciple, I am here. Master. At the moment he heard that strange, aged voice, the voyeuristic desire, pinned to the wall by the sword, let out a mad laugh. I knew it. You wouldn't die. Great. Wonderful. Good disciple, you have a kind heart. But this container, something is wrong. The aged voice sounded somewhat strained, writhing continuously on Shen's chest. A few times he wanted to break free, but it seemed he had not succeeded. What's going on? Shen stared blankly at the strange face on his chest, unable to speak. Beside him, Wang Jian furrowed his brows upon seeing this, holding Wang Mingguo and quickly stepping back to keep his distance. It was better to stay away from this strange kid. At the same time, he glanced down at Wang Mingguo, and his face softened with a motherly smile. The little girl looked so cute while sleeping. Speaking of which, that face was indeed on Migua's body just now. How did it suddenly end up inside Chen? Could it be related to the technique he used, pain refinement? The question was, how could he help him? While Wang Jian was curiously observing and thinking, he suddenly saw Chen draw a knife, without hesitation, and stab it into his own chest. With a splatter, blood sprayed out. Wang Jian was startled and quickly turned with Wang Nigui in another direction. This kid! Chen stabbed in, pulled out the knife, and was about to stab again. Suddenly, his body stiffened, unable to move. Immediately after, the twisted cheek emitted a strange sound. Kid, your vessel isn't bad. Why not let me use it? As he spoke, Chen suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. His limbs began to feel numb and hollow, out of control. This feeling was quite familiar. He had experienced it once before, just like when his father and mother tied him to a chair and called their master to descend. He was about to be possessed. Chen gritted his teeth and struggled desperately, but his body was completely beyond his control. At that moment, he felt like a marionette. When the vessel had already been occupied by the possessor, the vessel itself had no right or ability to resist. It could only be slaughtered. Jiangu, run! Take me Guat and go! Hurry! With the last bit of rationality, Chen shouted at Wang Jian with blood-red eyes. Once he lost control, Wang Jian would undoubtedly be in danger. There was still a chance now, but upon hearing this, Wang Jian frowned, paused for half a second, and shook his head. He drew a sword and held it in his hand. It's impossible to leave. I told you before, if you lose control and I can't bring you back, I can only kill you. Take me Guai out. Chen felt increasingly oppressed and in pain. He could clearly feel the sensation of being invaded from the soles of his feet to his limbs. So this is what it feels like to be possessed. Chen realized this was a forced occupation, and he could not resist at all. He looked at Wang Jian, took a deep breath, and with his last bit of strength said, Jiangu, kill me, don't be soft-hearted. I know. Wang Jian tightened his grip on the sword. His expression was heavier than ever. A few seconds later, Chen's expression suddenly became calm, his eyes slightly closed, and his demeanor relaxed. It was as if he had become a different person. Good disciple, your master is here. Master, Supreme, save me, please save me. The voyeuristic voice, upon hearing this, immediately became excited and shouted. Don't rush, let me refine this person first. Chen's tone was steady as he turned, his gaze coldly fixed on Wang Jian. Clearly, at this moment, he was already another person inside. Wang Jian sighed deeply upon seeing this scene. This kid was not bad. To be honest, he liked him a bit. He had been hoping that perhaps Chen would surprise him by resisting the possession, but he never expected the outcome to be the same. I'm sorry, kid. Wang Jian's expression was emotionless, like a swordsman who had killed for years. In my life, I've seen many farewells and killed quite a few acquaintances. You can be considered someone who left me with a memory. As he spoke, he exerted force with his palm, and with a clang, more than 10 swords appeared in mid-air, hovering above his head. You're a good person, but it's a pity that I, Jin Gu, don't have time to teach you more. Maybe in your next life, I hope you won't suffer like this. Wang Jian muttered to himself, as if speaking to someone who couldn't hear. He took a deep breath, stepped forward, raised his hand, and aimed the 10 swords in unison. He was about to make his move. However, at that moment, Chen's body suddenly paused, as if he had been electrocuted. Immediately, his face turned pale, fluctuating between sunny and gloomy, with expressions changing dramatically. This container, it's actually pushing me out? Chen emitted a strange sound. As soon as he finished speaking, his voice suddenly shifted to another tone, sounding as if he had transformed into a different person. You filthy thing, dare to snatch the container of the Divine Lord? Who is speaking? I, the Divine Lord, was just lazily taking a nap, and didn't expect to wake up to find you trash almost stealing my place to reside. You scoundrel, and Chen is also a useless brat. There are actually others inside this body? How is that possible? And Chen stood still, his expression bizarre. He kept talking to himself, asking and answering his own questions. It was as if he were suffering from a split personality, conversing with himself. His tone switched back and forth. One moment he was furious, the next moment he was surprised. It was as if there were two people inside him, simultaneously fighting for a mouth to speak. The scene was chaotic, his movements and expressions absurd to the extreme. Wang Jian, facing this strange sight, was completely stunned. With his mouth agape, he momentarily didn't know whether to intervene. Even the voyeuristic gaze hanging on the wall had a complex expression, staring in shock. Master? The two looked at Chen in disbelief, unable to speak. There's actually someone in this container. How can one container hold two souls? You bastard dare to step on the head of the Divine Lord. Get lost. Bang! And Chen's body suddenly seemed to lose control. It was as if a force was pulling him, and he crashed headfirst into the edge of the table. His head caved in, brain matter oozing out, blood splattering. Then, his tone changed again. Alright, since it's like this, don't blame me for being ruthless. This container, whoever has the ability to take it will keep it. Nuclear technique, burn. And Shen raised a finger on his right hand and poked at his own body. Boom! Immediately, he actually caught fire. Dare to duel with the Divine Lord? You overestimate yourself. Nuclear technique, gentle breeze. Put. With a flick of his left finger, and Shen extinguished the flames himself. Nuclear technique, flesh and blood. He shouted, swinging his right hand again. As the nuclear technique activated, he began to peel the flesh from his own body bit by bit. Nuclear technique, evil spirit. At the same time, his left finger spun again. The flesh that had been stripped away suddenly flew back to the wounds and fused back to its original state. While peeling his own flesh, he rapidly restored himself, two forces battling fiercely within him. For a moment, around in Shen's body, bizarre lights and strange phenomena erupted. Pain and laughter intertwined as he shook his head, his body going mad. Sometimes he crashed into walls, sometimes he jumped around, his voice constantly changing in pitch. His body stumbled and swayed. Suddenly, he flew up, bang, with tremendous force. He smashed through the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window. Like a bullet, he fell from the 121st floor of the skyscraper. At the same time, he saw a series of white mist symbols appear in mid-air. Walking the shadow law, use pain to refine others 0 times, become a pain carrier 0 times, prohibit madness. The law has been refined. Comprehend the walking shadow nuclear technique sewing. You have experienced too much pain, some from others, some from yourself. You finally understand that pain cannot be eliminated, but it can be repaired. Stitching together, just like a shattered life. How much pain can you repair in your limited life? Current law, none. The heavenly maiden awaits to taste the new law. And Shen fell down, leaving behind Wang Jian and the voyeuristic gaze in the room, both staring at each other in shock, unable to speak for a moment. The room fell into a brief silence. After a long pause, Wang Jian slowly came back to his senses from the bizarre scene. That was so damn terrifying. He looked anxious, thankful that Wang Mingwei was still unconscious. Otherwise, witnessing this scene would surely leave a huge shadow on the little girl. He took a deep breath, regained his composure, and then, sword in hand, walked up to the voyeur. Don't kill me just yet. Just as the other party opened their mouth, Wang Jian flicked his wrist, driving the sword tip straight into their mouth, piercing through to the back of the head. Blood erupted, and they fell silent on the spot. These things are dead for good now. He casually tossed the sword aside. The blade vanished into a puff of smoke, dissipating into thin air. He walked to the broken glass and looked down, but In Shen's figure was no longer visible. So high. Even with the strongest regeneration ability, they probably wouldn't survive. Speaking of which, and, my dear brother, in such pain, death might actually be a relief. Wang Jian sighed and hoisted Wang Miguo onto his back. I'll take this little girl away for you. Turning around, he approached the elevator. He pressed the button. Ding! The doors opened, and just as he was about to step inside, someone suddenly jumped out in a panic, their tone tense and anxious. Old man, and Chen is coming up killing everyone. I was going to stop him, but, the person stammered, their voice faltering as they finally took in the scene inside the room. Their mouth gradually fell silent. Turning their head, they saw Wang Jian standing coldly to the side, along with the corpse hanging on the wall, and they froze. A few seconds later, as if realizing something, they swallowed hard and forced a smile. Sorry, I'm just delivering a package. I must have come to the wrong place. They turned to run. Wang Jian reached out and grabbed the person's collar, yanking them back. He kicked them down against the wall and then stepped on their shoulder. Holding the sword, he spoke coldly. Who are you? State your name. One of the 8 desires, desire for expression. Upon hearing this, Wang Jian was slightly taken aback. I just said it was hard to kill all of you. How did one slip through? Didn't you go to kill In Chen? I did, the person said, looking a bit shifty and anxious. I waited for him on the 62nd floor, but he never came in. He stopped at the door for a while and then just took the elevator up without acknowledging me. Wang Jian's face darkened at this. You're not doing your job properly. Why didn't you chase after him to kill him? I tried, but the elevator kept stopping. I couldn't catch up, so I climbed the stairs, but it was too tiring. I only made it to the 110th floor before I took the elevator. Wang Jian opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. You really are something. He felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. You've worked hard, but you're too late. Your fellow disciples are dead, and your master is also dead. Climbing up here, you might as well be dead too. The desire for expression was stunned. Just as Wang Jian was about to act, the person suddenly changed their expression, hurriedly kneeling down, hands on the ground, begging for mercy. No, 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 great master, don't kill me. Spare my life, I might be of use. Of use? Wang Jian paused. What use could you possibly have? I may not be able to fight in battle, but I know a kind of nuclear technique. I might be able to help you in the future. Oh, what nuclear technique? Tell me. Wang Jian couldn't help but feel curious. When I was young, my family was poor, and I begged on the streets for a few years. To survive a few more days, my eyes and hands were quicker and more diligent than others. As a result, I was envied by my peers. They took advantage of my absence to kill my family and even roasted them to eat. Get to the point. Wang Jian kicked him impatiently. The desire for expression quickly replied, yes, yes, yes. Later, to survive, I was fortunate enough to receive the favor of a deity and accidentally comprehended the nuclear technique, questioning rice. Since then, I can see in all directions, hear in all directions, and can even distinguish my kind at a glance, helping you find people and things. I can even divine fortunes, predict blessings and misfortunes, and find opportunities in desperate situations. Great master, spare my life, I will definitely be of use. He kept bowing his head. It was clear he was genuinely desperate to live. He should be called the desire for survival, not the desire for expression. Wang Jian, after hearing him out, was momentarily stunned. You mean to say, you can not only divine fortunes and seek guidance but also distinguish between truth and falsehood? Yes, yes, yes. Great master, I beg you, spare my life. Wang Jian couldn't help but straighten his body, taking a sharp breath. This was not as simple as nuclear techniques. Or rather, this ability had nothing to do with nuclear techniques. In the bizarre land, those who could intuitively comprehend divination hexagrams, reach the will of heaven, hear the sounds from all directions, and observe the colors from all paths were called Xingguan, divine officials. Although this Xingguan was not strong in combat, their metaphysical level was extremely high. The most important thing was that this Xingguan was not cultivated but was innate. There is a saying that it represents a deity entering the mortal realm. Moreover, Xingguan is extremely rare. Once it appears in the bizarre land, it is usually controlled by major powers and used as a unique tool. Having a Xingguan can be crucial for the survival of a faction in certain aspects. You are actually a Xingguan? Wang Jian never expected that such a person existed among the 8 desires. The one with a desire for performance was momentarily stunned, then lowered his head anxiously and said, I do not understand what the Great One means by Xingguan. I am just a small person. You don't know what a Xingguan is? I do not know, the one with a desire for performance said, looking nervous and uneasy. It didn't seem like he was lying. Wang Jian was amused. Great One, spare my life. My ability, to some extent, can help you. Seeing that Wang Jian had no intention of attacking, the one with a desire for performance hurriedly bowed his head repeatedly. His movements and demeanor clearly resembled someone who had spent years on the streets, full of a commoner's air. Spare your life is not difficult. Wang Jian sheathed his sword inside. You will atone for your sins by helping me divine the fate of Chen. Is there still a chance for salvation? If you calculate it well, I will spare your life. If not, just wait for death honestly. Upon hearing this, the one with a desire for performance quickly bowed his head. Thank you, Great One. I will divine right away. Saying this, he raised his head, hesitated, and gave a sheepish smile. However, Great One, there are requirements for divination. I need a bit of your blood. Blood? What do you need blood for? This hexagram must be drawn with blood to be effective. Can't you use your own? No. The one with a desire for performance shook his head reluctantly. The blood of the person divining cannot be used. Wang Jian's mouth twitched slightly, somewhat unwillingly saying, All right, how much do you need? Seeing this, the one with a desire for performance hurriedly ran to the side. Great One, wait a moment, I will find a container. He rummaged through the room. After a moment, he returned, holding something and jogging back. Great One, just fill it up. Wang Jian turned his head, and his eyes went dark. He almost drew his sword to kill the other. 2 empty mineral water bottles. One was 500 milliliters, together making a full liter. Are you divining or draining blood? Wang Jian's eyes widened in anger. If you want to kill me, just say so. What kind of hexagram requires a liter of blood? The one with a desire for performance lowered his head in fear, panicking. I wouldn't dare deceive the Great One. This is the difficulty of this hexagram. The amount used each time is extremely large, and because of this, my senior brothers and master have never let me use it. Wang Jian was stunned. To divine once and drain half a life, who would dare to use it? He frowned, suddenly remembering something, and pointed behind him. Over there, your fellow disciple is still warm. Take as much as you need. The one with a desire for performance froze on the spot, looking up to see the dead voyeur hanging on the wall. For a moment, his legs trembled. Under Wang Jian's gaze, he shakily walked over to draw blood. Seeing the other's demeanor, Wang Jian was somewhat speechless. With such courage and ability, he didn't know how he managed to mix in with the 8 desires. Fortunately, he didn't run into Wen Shen, otherwise, if he killed him, a Xingwan would be gone just like that. He sat down on a chair to rest, and after a moment, the one with a desire for performance returned, holding 2 filled mineral water bottles, shaking them nervously as he ran back. Great one, we can divine now. The one with a desire for performance cleared a large space in the room. He poured some blood onto his hands. After dyeing his hands red, he began to sketch the hexagram on the ground. The Bagua diagram is quite detailed, with the 4 inner circular directions of heaven and earth at its center. The outer layer corresponds to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Expanding further outward, there are the 8 trigrams: Xian, Dui, Li, Jin, Sun, Ken, Zhen, and Kuan. Continuing outward, it even outlines the 24 heavenly stems and earthly branches. In the outermost layer, the 28 lunar mansions are depicted. Meanwhile, the one filled with desire keeps chanting, "Auspicious day and good time, heaven and earth open up. I beseech to seek the person whose spirit has been passed down through generations. With blood as proof, I bow and request." After muttering a few phrases, a large blood-red Bagua diagram is drawn on the ground. Just for this diagram, more than half a bottle of blood was used. Then, he sits cross-legged in the center of the Bagua, pouring out the blood. With both hands stained, he rubs it on his eyes. With blood to blind the eyes, one can connect with yin and yang. Following that, he tilts his head back and drinks a mouthful of blood. With blood to moisten the throat, one can speak the truth. He then applies blood to his ears and nose. With blood to cover the ears, one can hear from all directions. With blood to block the nose, one can smell life and death. Once all this is done, he sits there quietly, motionless. Wang Jian watches closely, thinking to himself that this group of bastards is truly a mix of fish and dragons, clearly practicing the path of calamity, yet using the techniques of the path of Tao. Just as he is pondering, he sees the one filled with desire pour the remaining blood all over the ground with a splash. Then he shouts, "Raise the hexagram." The blood actually begins to float in strands in mid-air. "Ask about life and death." He shouts again. The blood starts to move and swirl. In their intertwining, a complex symbol forms, resembling 2 characters pieced together. Wang Jian cannot understand and asks him, "What does this mean? Is it life or death?" Great Immortal, this hexagram is quite complex. It is both life and death." Wang Jian raises an eyebrow. "Life is life, death is death. What do you mean it is both?" This situation is somewhat rare, but the hexagram indeed shows it is so. "Let me try again." He hurriedly rearranges the setup. After several attempts, using up all the blood, the hexagram remains the same. Turning his head, he sees Wang Jian has already drawn his sword with a blank expression. Suddenly, he breaks into a cold sweat. "Great Immortal, don't worry, multiple hexagrams showing the same result cannot be wrong." But strangely, the position of the diviner keeps moving. It seems he should be alive. Upon hearing this, Wang Jian furrows his brow and says, "Are you saying Yin Chen is still running around?" The hexagram indicates so. The one filled with desire seems at a loss for how to explain. Even the hexagram itself appears somewhat chaotic. "In that case, take me to find him. If we can't find him, you know the consequences." Wang Jian stands up, carrying Wang Nigua, and enters the elevator. Yes, the one filled with desire hurriedly follows, jogging a bit. He picks up 2 mineral water bottles and runs to the side. First, he fills them with blood from the one filled with desire before following into the elevator. Meanwhile, downstairs, Xiaosong and Zhao Yan are tense, cold sweat continuously dripping from their foreheads. In the depths of the queue, team members are still passing around phones, reciting aloud. That person said, "I am a descendant of the Han Dynasty, surname Liu, name Bei." The number of people decreases as they go further back. Xiaosong can't help but start to doubt the authenticity of what Bai Jian said on the phone. No possessor is naturally a good thing, but this raises questions about Bai Jian's motives. It even seems to hint at sowing discord. "We 3 do not seek to be born on the same year, month, and day, but only to die on the same year, month, and day. Captain, I finished reading, there's no one left." The last team member finishes reading and nervously hands over the phone. Xiaosong takes it, frowning deeply, and exchanges a glance with Zhao Yan. "Everyone, stand by. Old Zhao, you come." The 2 directors walk to a secluded corner. Xiaosong, anxious, wants to light a cigarette, but unfortunately, he has none left, and impatiently says, "But there are no possessors." "Old Zhao, what's going on?" Zhao Yan thinks for a moment and suddenly says, "Bai Jian is deceiving us." Now that I think about it, she must have said that on purpose during the call, trying to slow us down to buy time for Yin Chen. So, does that mean there really isn't an insider? Xiaosong's eyes widened, nearly cursing in anger. Zhao Yan thought for a moment, then furrowed his brows. It's not certain that Bai Jian is definitely in trouble, otherwise, she could have come to the scene herself, but she didn't, which must have a reason. She wouldn't bring up the insider issue without cause. The higher-ups must have someone tipping them off to act so quickly to stop her. I think there is an insider, but it might not be between the Risk Bureau and the Sky Eye Bureau. It's very likely within the White Robe Bureau. At this point, Xiao Song's expression grew serious and even more confused. If we can think of this, then Bai Jian, being in the midst of it, would want to understand even more. So what is her true purpose? The two fell into silence. After a moment, Zhao Yan spoke heavily. Now that I think about it, the whole situation is very problematic. After Bai Jian was attacked, she could still contact us and told us not to stop in Chen, while the higher-ups instructed us not to rescue Bai Jian. These two orders together feel like they are meant to hold us back. The two matters are inherently contradictory, but if there's an insider involved, it suddenly makes sense. What do you mean? Xiao Song was taken aback, his confused expression clearly showing he didn't quite understand. I feel like this is the work of one person. Xiao, have you heard the story of the thief shouting to catch the thief? Upon hearing this, Xiao Song frowned, and then, as if he understood something, his expression froze. You mean Bai Jin planned all of this herself? She wasn't intercepted by the possessor at all? I don't know, this is just a guess. If she orchestrated a scheme involving the possessor while also sending a command from the higher-ups to hold us back, doesn't that seem too coincidental? Zhao Yan took a deep breath. I always feel that command from the higher-ups was also forged by her. That would explain it. She faked her own incident and then used the excuse of an insider and the higher-ups' command to stall us, allowing Chen to escape. At this point, the three major bureaus have lost their effectiveness. If the real insider still wants to kill Chen now, what do you think they would do? Xiao Song was momentarily stunned, and the next moment, he understood. His breath became a bit tense and anxious. The insider would take action while the three major bureaus are unable to move. So Bai Jian's purpose is very simple. She wants to find out the insider hidden within the White Robe Bureau, to keep us from moving. At this time, whoever approaches Chen is, in fact, the true insider of the possessor. Hey, let me touch. I can't wait until tonight. Oh no, I can't. I have to go to work soon. If someone sees and takes a picture, and my husband finds out, it would be a problem. Don't worry, no one is working here, and no one walks by. It won't take long. Then hurry up. 1 minute, 1 minute. Under the skyscraper, a man and a woman were hiding in the shadows behind a tree, sneaking around. The two were in a passionate moment. Suddenly, bang! A loud sound erupted like thunder. What the hell? The man was so startled that he softened, pulling up his pants and stepping back. What kind of noise is that? The two hurriedly turned around and saw a blinding pool of blood red on the ground behind them. It looked as if a watermelon had fallen from the sky and smashed on the ground. The pulp and rind were scattered everywhere. However, upon looking closer, they immediately realized something was wrong. The pulp was mixed with stark white bones and bloodied organs. This was human. Ah! The woman, who reacted first, let out a scream. The man beside her was so scared that his legs went weak, his face pale. The two rolled and crawled, turning to run wildly. Moments later, that messy pool of blood and flesh, resembling a watermelon, suddenly emitted a strange gurgling sound and began to slowly writhe. Like flowing mud gradually gathering together, it reformed into a human shape. His damn old thing actually jumped off the building to die together. Luckily, I, the Divine Master, left a hand. A hoarse, aged voice emerged from his throat. The bones in his body creaked and crackled as they reassembled. He took 2 steps forward, initially swaying, but soon, aside from his still pale complexion, he looked no different from an ordinary person. That kid in Chen is truly strange. I clearly entered his body. How could someone else possess him? Could it be that this vessel can accommodate multiple people at once? The figure muttered to itself, walking to a tree, leaning against it, and stopping to catch its breath. Its actions appeared quite weak. This time was luck. If I hadn't timely used my power, I would have probably fallen to my death like that old thing from the Hahuan sect. If this happens again, I might not be so fortunate. It seems I can't delay any longer. He leaned against the tree and slowly sat down. Sweat broke out on his face, and his breathing was weak. That little girl wasn't possessed, and Chen didn't fall into painful chaos. After violating the law, the divine altar even directly refused to take over. This time, I miscalculated and lost. Forget it. As the saying goes, failure is the mother of success. Life is long. Who hasn't miscalculated a couple of times? He looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. The road is long and obstructed. Only by becoming more resilient can one reach the end. But right now, the garbage coming from the bizarre land is increasing. Everyone wants to take a share without weighing their own worth. As he spoke, he exhaled a long breath. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, as if he saw something. Immediately, his expression changed slightly. Not good, someone is coming. Xing He. how are you?" A familiar voice and figure rushed over. The Divine Master hurriedly supported himself against the tree to stand up, but his body was too weak. After 2 attempts, he couldn't get up. He could only grit his teeth and quickly retreat back into the vessel. And Shen felt as if he had been dreaming. He dreamed of being at home, sitting together with his parents for a meal, and halfway through, Chen Shen and Zihe also arrived. Everyone sat together, looking at him. The scene in the dream was filled with laughter and warmth, happiness. This emotion had not been experienced for too long. It turned out that people could be happy. In the dream, and Shen even realized he was dreaming. But he really didn't want to wake up. There was just a familiar voice calling in his ear. Xing He. Under the repeated urging calls, and Shen was forced to painfully open his eyes and saw a familiar face. Xiao Kai? A hoarse voice came from his throat. His mind was hazy, buzzing. Xing He, how are you? Are you okay? In front of him, Xiao Kai, who had appeared he didn't know when, looked worried and anxious. She squatted beside him, her eyes seemingly a bit red, as if she had been crying. Seeing her like this, and Shen was momentarily stunned. How did you get here? He wanted to get up. However, his whole body felt weak, as if he had been numbed, and he couldn't muster any strength. Looking up, the towering skyscraper loomed, dazzling. Before he fainted, he had some impression of falling from the 121st floor, but he never expected that he wouldn't even die. Was dying this hard? Director Bai sent me to find you. Xiao Kai's voice was a bit choked. I used a drone to locate you and rushed over immediately. As she spoke, she suddenly began to sob. Xinghe, Director Bai, she might have been killed by the possessor. Hearing this, and Shen's mind went blank with a buzzing sound. What did you say? We received orders from superiors to go to the skyscraper to capture you, but on the way, the director said there was a traitor among us. She refused to carry out the capture order and wanted us to help you, but before we could go far, we were attacked by the possessor. The director fought desperately to protect me. I was the only one who escaped. Her voice grew increasingly choked with pain. After listening, and Shen gritted his teeth tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging. Deep down, he always felt that if it weren't for Bai Jian, he wouldn't have made it through back then. It felt like he owed her a favor. Even when saving Migua, Bai Jian had stepped back and didn't help him, but Shen understood. He wasn't someone who didn't understand the ways of the world. Bai Jian had no choice. If he were in her position, perhaps he wouldn't have done any better. At least one thing remained unchanged. Bai Jian wanted to protect more people, and Shen braced himself, using all his strength to stand up from the ground. Despite feeling incredibly weak, he still gritted his teeth and said, "Tell me the address, I'll go save her." "You, hurry and find Brother Jian, you must ensure Migua's safety." As he spoke, he was about to move forward when suddenly everything went black, and he couldn't breathe, collapsing unconscious again. Xinghe. Xiao Kai hurriedly supported him. She called out several times but received no response. After a moment, as if confirming that the person in front of her wouldn't wake up, her tearful face suddenly turned cold. Then, her expression became quite calm. She took out a phone from her pocket, found a number, and dialed. It was quickly connected. "I found him. Yes, he's in front of me. Okay, I'll take him over now." After hanging up, Xiao Kai's gaze was heavy as she sighed and lifted Shen onto her back. She walked towards a car that had long been parked by the roadside. Inside the skyscraper, the elevator dinged as the doors opened. Wang Jian was about to step out with Wang Migui on his back when he looked up and saw dozens of black gun muzzles pointed at him at the entrance. Startled, he instinctively shivered and quickly hid behind Wang Jian, raising his hands. Don't shoot. I've already turned over a new leaf and want to start anew. I'm one of you now." The atmosphere became somewhat strange. Is this how the two directors welcome frontline personnel? Wang Jian's tone was icy as he glanced at Xiao Song and Zhao Yan, who stood in the front row. "The young girl is still on my back. Aren't you afraid of shooting her?" "Don't shoot yet." Xiao Song's brow furrowed as he quickly made a stopping gesture. He exchanged glances with Zhao Yan, nodded in understanding, and then signaled the team to step back, creating space. "You can come out now." Xiao Song licked his lips. "I thought you were the enemy." "The enemy is all dead, and Shen killed them," Wang Jian said, glancing at the person beside him. "He's the only one left, and now he's surrendered." He, the one seeking attention, immediately smiled awkwardly upon hearing himself mentioned, quickly nodding and bowing. "Hello, leaders. I will definitely perform well in the future." "You surrendered. Who gave you permission?" Xiao Song's mouth twitched slightly. His gaze returned to Wang Jian. They had met before, but their interactions were minimal. Xiao Song only knew that Wang Jian had always worked under Bai Jian. The most he had heard was that this person never followed orders, did things his own way, and had a unique style. It was said that with Bai Jian, he had the power of executing first and reporting later. Of course, after withdrawing from the White Robe Bureau, his authority not only didn't diminish but seemed to have transformed into executing without needing to report, which appeared to make things more convenient for Wang Jian. Looking at the crowd of fully armed individuals, he placed the unconscious Wang Migua down inside. There's no need for pleasantries, directors, we both know the situation. The higher-ups don't treat us as people, I don't want to be a dog. This young girl, I'll leave her to you, if anything happens, I'll wipe out the Heavenly Eye and Risk Bureaus. You, surnamed Biao, come with me to find someone. Alright, great master. The one seeking attention immediately followed behind eagerly. The two walked away confidently, leaving Qiao Song and Zhao Yan standing in place, looking at each other, momentarily speechless. After a while, Qiao Song's mouth twitched again. The higher-ups don't treat us as people, I don't want to be a dog. How does it feel like this statement is insulting us? Zhao Yan chuckled, even if we are dogs, we aren't loyal good dogs. You adapted to the role quite quickly. Xiao Song sighed helplessly, looking up and already imagining how chaotic the upper floors must be. We are both department heads, and now we've turned into cleaners responsible for tidying up the mess. At least we're still alive, so let's be content, Zhao Yan said as he walked into the elevator. He instructed the team to enter in batches, heading to different floors to begin the cleanup operation. Wang Jian emerged from the building, filled with a desire to show off. Just as he reached the door, he tilted his head, as if he could smell something in the air. After sniffing for a few seconds, his expression shifted slightly, and he immediately dashed in a certain direction. Master, the person is over here, Wang Jian called out, following him. Watching the other's nimble legs as he jumped around, he couldn't help but comment, you're quite agile. Hee, what you don't know, master, is that before I came to this place, I lived in the mountains, and the paths up and down were much harder to navigate than this. So you were a nimble dog in the mountains, Wang Jian muttered. The desire to show off didn't catch that, and curiously asked, Master, what did you say? Nothing, just saying, desire to show off can't be your name, what do you call yourself? I don't have a fixed name, just a surname, Su. The desire to show off chuckled. Back when I was wandering the streets, I followed a beggar leader who gave me a name, Su Duotao, hoping I could beg for more food each time. Later, I followed my master, and because of my lively personality, I got a new name, Su Dang Jing, hoping I could calm down. If master has any expectations, you can give me a new name. Wang Jian felt that this desire to show off was a bit too sensible and down-to-earth. There was an indescribable carefree air about him. As long as there was food to eat and he could live, names and wealth seemed unimportant. But I have no expectations for you, so you might as well choose a name that rolls off the tongue. Calling him desire to show off is really uncomfortable. Hearing this, as he walked forward, he thought for a moment and awkwardly smiled. Master just called me a divine official, but I really can't bear the title of divine. As for official, it's just a bit of a shine, so I'll just call myself Su Guan. Su Guan, that works. Wang Jian nodded, no longer dwelling on the matter. The two circled around the building and arrived at the back, where Su Guan's expression suddenly changed. Master, we're here, he said, suddenly stopping, as if sensing something. His gaze turned towards a tree ahead. Without waiting to speak, he jogged over, circled behind the shade of the tree, and called out, Master, there are bloodstains here, but the person is gone. Wang Jian followed and saw that there was indeed a conspicuous pool of blood under the tree, and the amount was shocking. The soil beneath the tree was stained red. Falling from the top floor, even if Chen is tough enough to survive, he couldn't have recovered this quickly. Where is he? Su Guan hurriedly squatted down, using his hand to scrape off a piece of dried blood and directly put it in his mouth. Smacking his lips, he tasted it a few times and frowned. Master, this is definitely Chen's blood. Of course, a normal person would have bled out by now. By the way, can you really tell whose blood this is? Wang Jian raised his eyebrows, his expression astonished. If I taste it, I can see what this person looks like right away. It's not hard to recognize. Su Guan smiled shyly. Hearing this, Wang Jian opened his mouth, his eyes wide in shock. This guy was simply a walking multifunctional treasure chest. He had previously thought that if he really found Chen, he would kill him. Now he felt a bit reluctant. Can you find out where he went? I can, Su Guan nodded with a complex expression. But I need to cast a divination first. Then cast it. Don't you happen to have your master's blood with you? Su Guan's expression changed slightly. Then please wait a moment, master, I'll prepare. No time to lose, cast the divination right here. Yes. Su Guan didn't dare refuse. He originally wanted to say that casting divination required blood, but it wasn't enough to just have blood. The physical toll on those who perform divination is immense. Each time a divination is cast, they basically need to rest for a day. As a result, just a few hours later, having to cast a second divination makes it hard for him to guarantee that he can endure it. He only stole a glance at Wang Jian's expression, but Su Guan did not voice this thought. The only thing he could be sure of was that if he dared to refuse, he might not be able to hold on any longer. Gritting his teeth, he took out 2 bottles of blood and began to draw on the ground. His speed was even faster than before. The blood-red Bagua diagram was quickly completed. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to chant incantations. Wang Jian leaned against a tree, calmly watching this scene. However, at that moment, a cold voice suddenly came from the side. Is he in Chen? No, he isn't. But he was the one who attacked me last time. He is also from the White Robe Bureau. He. Hearing the noise, Wang Jian instinctively turned his head and saw 2 people standing nearby, who had appeared without him noticing. One was a robust man, and the other was an elderly man with graying hair. The 2 of them stood one in front of the other, their gazes filled with hostility as they stared at him. Upon seeing one of them, Wang Jian was momentarily stunned, then recalled something and couldn't help but sneer. Isn't this the driver uncle who got 1,000 cuts last time? What, you didn't get enough, and you want to try again? Young man, don't be too arrogant. The driver uncle remained silent. Instead, it was the elderly man beside him who curled his lips into a cold smile. I heard that you injured my good disciple last time, the leader of the Yinshan sect, Qin Xingshu, and came to seek advice. Upon hearing the words Yinshan sect, Wang Jian couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Meanwhile, Su Guan, who was in the midst of casting divination, changed his expression instantly and hurriedly whispered anxiously, Master, why don't we slip away first? I've heard about the Yinshan sect before. These people are known for their vengefulness. There's a saying that goes, a grudge for a drop of water is repaid with a vast ocean. What a vengeful Yinshan sect. I want to see what they can do to me. Wang Jian was unconcerned, shaking his hand while turning back to glare at him. You focus on your divination. Hurry up and find the person. Yes. Su Guan quickly straightened his posture. The man who claimed to be the leader of the Yinshan sect, Qin Xingshu, wore a loose white Tai Chi suit. He looked to be at least 70 years old. With his hands behind his back, he resembled an old man who enjoyed practicing Tai Chi in the park with a Bluetooth speaker in the morning. He wondered how they had found this place. Young man, I have never been one to hold grudges, nor do I like to fight with the younger generation. How about this? You hand over in Chen, and I will spare your life. How does that sound? No need, I happen to want to die. Wang Jian waved his hand dismissively. Please, do take it easy on me, old man. Qin Xingshu's lips twitched slightly, and he let out a cold laugh. What a mouth you have. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being merciless. I'll give you 3 moves, if you can. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Jian took a deep breath, flicked his palm, and chanted, Nuclear Technique, Sword Formation. Suddenly, countless sword blades appeared in the sky, densely packed together, almost instantly covering the surroundings. A total of 3,666 blades. Old man, catch them. As the words fell, Wang Jian's finger moved. The dense sword blades suddenly flew towards the opponent. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded him, light and shadow flickering, the sound of swords whistling into the air. Qin Xingshu was momentarily stunned, staring at the flashing white light and sword blades before him, unable to react in time. Not good, nuclear. He had just wanted to protect himself. However, in the next second, swish, 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 the sword blades swept in simultaneously. They pierced through his body, his limbs, and all over him, blood spraying out in an instant. Master! The driver uncle behind him, seeing this, turned pale with shock, unable to think, and immediately shouted in alarm. Nuclear technique, iron bones. As the words fell, his skin began to crack like soil, revealing clear patterns, becoming incredibly hard. Gritting his teeth, he braced himself against the dense sword blades and charged into the sword formation. Ding ding ding, the frenzied attack struck him, the sword blades grinding against each other, constantly sparking. The driver uncle yanked the master back, turning to retreat while gritting his teeth, leaving behind a sentence. If you dare to harm my master, I, the Yinshan sect, swear I will not live as a human. After saying this, the 2 of them quickly transformed into a puff of smoke and vanished. Only Wang Jian, with an expressionless face, and Su Guan, who stood dumbfounded beside him, remained. What are you looking at? I asked you to find someone. Did you find them? Right away, Su Guan hurriedly swallowed, turning to continue his divination. He formed hand seals, murmuring, Jai, Eastern Wood, Southern Fire is Bing Ding, Rengui, Northern Water, I think I've found it. Su Guan was filled with excitement, as if he had discovered something, just about to speak when suddenly, wow! His face twisted in agony. A pool of pitch-black substance erupted from his throat, splattering onto the ground like thick black phlegm. Wang Jian's expression changed, and he quickly sidestepped. Following that, he saw Su Guan's mouth wide open, and from his throat, a dry, gnarled claw emerged. It forcibly pried his mouth open, and with a crack, his entire jaw dislocated. Su Guan's face turned pale from the pain, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He emitted sounds of painful struggle. Slap! The claw that had emerged from his mouth suddenly gripped his neck tightly. Great Immortal, save me! Sugwon had no time to call out, and his whole body rolled into the blood-red 8 trigrams array. He desperately clawed at the monstrous hand in his mouth, as if engaged in a fierce battle. Wang Jian, witnessing this scene, furrowed his brow, unsure of what was happening. He hesitated for half a second, then immediately took his sword and walked over, swinging it down in one motion. Swish! The claw in Sugwon's mouth was instantly severed, falling to the ground and oozing thick black water. The severed arm twisted and writhed on the ground like a snake until it gradually withered and fell silent. Thank you, Great Immortal, for saving my life. Sugwon, now saved, trembled all over from the pain but immediately knelt on the ground, bowing his head. What happened? Wang Jian stared at the blackened claw, pointing at it with his sword, utterly perplexed. The divination was countered. Great Immortal. Someone has set up a method specifically targeting diviners. Method? Upon hearing this term, Wang Jian suddenly recalled something. He saw Sugwon, enduring the intense pain in his jaw, trembling as he explained. Someone has set up a formation against In Chen. If we want to gather information, we must engage in a battle of methods, but my abilities are truly limited. At this point, Sugwon was in so much pain he could say no more. Wang Jian glanced at him without responding, deep in thought. He knew about battles of methods. He recalled two types. One was formations, and the other was divination. In formations, there are those who set up the formation and those who break it. The one who sets up the formation connects their life with the formation, and the breaker does the same. If the breaker can break through, the one who set up the formation dies. If the breaker cannot, then they die instead. Divination works similarly but in reverse. The difference is that divination does not involve offense and defense but relies on divination techniques, where both sides alternate moves within the 8 gates of the 8 trigrams. Within the 8 gates, whoever kills the other first wins. Formations and divination combined are called breaking formations and battling divination. Once initiated, one side must die for it to end. This is a fight to the death. Wang Jin thought of this and looked at Sugwon, who shrank back in fear, as if he understood something, quickly begging for mercy. Great Immortal, if I go to break the formation, I will definitely die. You still have other uses for me. You should really call it a survival instinct rather than a desire for performance. Wang Jian sighed. The current problem was that he did not possess the perception of a divine official, making it impossible to break formations and battle divination from a distance. Sugwon had this ability, but unfortunately, his strength was severely lacking. Now, with no way to find a position, wasn't this just falling into a deadlock? It seems someone doesn't want us to find In Chen. This kid is likely in serious trouble this time. Let's head back and see if there's another way. Yes. Sugwon, with one hand propping up his chin, staggered behind Wang Jian, unable to speak due to the pain in the dark corner. 2 wisps of smoke quickly descended, followed by a loud bang. Shin Shinchuan crashed heavily to the ground, covered in blood, looking extremely weak. Master! The driver uncle, who followed closely behind, hurriedly supported him, his face looking quite grim. Shin Shinchuan struggled to wave his hand, leaning against the wall, closing his eyes and shaking his head, his voice hoarse. It's nothing, this little injury won't kill me. The driver uncle looked at the 30+ stab wounds on his master and nearly choked up. Master, why didn't you guard against that little man? How was I to know he would come at me like that? Mentioning this, Shin Shinchuan's anger flared, causing him to cough violently again. A miscalculation, truly a miscalculation. The younger generation nowadays has no sense of propriety. Master, what should we do now? When has my Inshan sect ever suffered such humiliation? I intended to settle this matter simply, but I didn't expect the other party to be so ungrateful. Shin Shinchuan gritted his teeth. Time and again, they have insulted my sect. It is unworthy of a gentleman not to take revenge. Taizhu, help me up. We must return immediately and gather the sect members to attack the White Robe Bureau. It's time for the people of this strange core land to hear the name of the Inshan sect. Hearing this, the driver uncle's eyes turned red, and he immediately knelt on one knee, his tone excited. I will obey your command. This kid's body is truly strange and rare. Wonderful, wonderful. I can't help but want to taste it. How about we ask the young master for a piece of meat for both of us? Shut your mouth. The young master said this kid has great use. Don't forget our purpose. I wouldn't dare forget, but the strange Coreland is currently a mix of fish and dragons. Before there was news of the rebels, everyone hid and kept quiet. Now that the rebels have been announced, all factions are stirring. Based on the current situation, I estimate it won't be long before half of the people in this strange Coreland are refined away. That's not something for you and me to consider. According to orders, hurry and complete the task. If we directly cut open this kid's head, he won't die? The young master said he won't die, so he won't die. And Shen felt as if he were in a haze, as if dreaming. There was a strange conversation in his ears. He wanted to open his eyes, but no matter what, he couldn't. He could only squint open a small crack, struggling to see what seemed to be shadows moving in front of him. But he couldn't see clearly. Were they people? It didn't seem like it. Those two people were covered in hair, as if they had animal heads, yet they wore ancient clothes, behaving quite bizarrely. Where am I? And Shen instinctively wanted to ask. He didn't know if he had made a sound, but he still heard the shadow respond to him. Oh, little brother, you're awake? This place is the abode of immortals, and we are all immortals. Immortals? Pah! You lying dog, calling yourself an immortal, how shameless. Ha! If you're an immortal, then I'm the Jade Emperor. Another harsh laugh rang out. Hee hee, little brother, we really are immortals. We sensed your sincerity and kindness, and specially summoned you here to give you some rewards. What do you want? Speak up. The immortal will surely reward you. Ha ha ha. Rewards? And Shen's head was spinning, his vision blurry, unable to hear or see clearly. It felt like he was about to faint again. Are they really immortals? He struggled to breathe. When he was a child, he made wishes while watching shooting stars streak across the sky. He had burned incense and prayed to deities during festivals. Although he didn't truly believe in these things, now he found himself hoping that there really were immortals in the world. If I could, I want my parents to return to normal. I want Ziyi and Shen to still be by my side. Alright, I'll satisfy you. Come on, open your mouth and eat this thing, then everything will come true. That strange voice sounded again. Immediately, and Shen felt something odd about his body. Someone pried open his mouth. He had no time to react or refuse. Then, a slippery thing, like a loach, crazily burrowed in. This strange bug given by the young master is really scary. Of course, you don't want to think about how much dead infant flesh was used to refine this. Alright, just the brain is left. Hurry and put it in, this kid's brain matter is about to flow out. I can't hold it anymore. Don't rush. The two voices conversed oddly, back and forth. And Shen's consciousness was unclear. He only felt his head tighten as if bound by something. What's going on? He didn't have time to gather his thoughts. Suddenly, the other party patted his face and said with a strange smile, Hee hee, little brother, sleep well. When you wake up, remember one thing, all your previous experiences were a dream, it was fake. Now, I, the Immortal Lord, have helped you. When you wake up, what you see and remember will be real. Don't confuse reality with illusion, and don't get trapped in a dream you can't wake up from. As Shen listened to the words, his eyelids began to droop. Gradually, he fainted again. With a sudden exclamation, Shen jolted awake from the bed, drenched in cold sweat. He stared wide-eyed, gasping for breath. Xingyi? An anxious voice suddenly came from beside him. You're awake? In his anxiety, he quickly turned his head. He saw a girl sitting next to him, sporting dark circles under her eyes, her face full of worry. Is this the hospital? And Shen instinctively looked around. A pristine white room, walls, curtains, and he was lying on a hospital bed. Was everything just now a dream? He held his head, murmuring to himself. At this moment, he could no longer distinguish between reality and illusion, nor did he know what was happening. His face was drenched in cold sweat. Xingyi, you finally woke up. How do you feel? The girl anxiously grasped his hand. And Shen was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at the person in front of him. For a moment, she felt somewhat unfamiliar. But soon, images that seemed distant yet close began to flash in his mind. Scenes kept flickering. The people and landscapes in the images overlapped and played out. All of them were moments shared between him and this girl. He remembered her name was Xiao Kai. She was his girlfriend. And Shen stared at the girl in front of him, his mind a tangled mess. Breathing heavily. Xiao Kai? It's me, Shangyi. Upon hearing her call, the girl grabbed his hand and placed it on her chest, crying tears of joy. Thank goodness, you really scared me. What happened to me? My head hurts so much. And Shen tried to continue recalling. However, his mind suddenly felt like it was being torn apart, and he began to tremble uncontrollably. Xingyi, don't you remember? You were seriously injured, but fortunately, you're not in life-threatening danger. Injured? How could I be injured? Do you not remember the Wang Group incident? Upon hearing this, Shen paused. Then, his mind throbbed again. Another scene flashed madly. He began to quickly remember something, trembling uncontrollably. His name was Shen. He was an undergraduate medical student, working at the Wang Group during the summer vacation. Not long ago, the possessor invasion incident occurred, and his parents were possessed. he also suffered a terrible fate at their hands. At that time, the White Robe Bureau appeared, capturing his parents and him, locking them in a hospital room, conducting all sorts of inhumane experiments. The people from the White Robe Bureau tortured him day and night. By a stroke of luck, he managed to escape, but those people relentlessly attacked the Wang group again, killing Chairman Wang Minghui, and his best friend, Wang Zihe, also died at the hands of the White Robe Bureau. In order to take revenge, Chen engaged in battle with the people from the Wang Group and the White Robe Bureau. Scenes of bloody and frenzied memories flashed continuously in his mind as he fell from the top floor. Chen gradually recalled everything. His breath became suffocatingly painful, and his body trembled uncontrollably. How could this happen? He clutched the bedsheet tightly, feeling as if a stone was pressing down on his chest, choking him. My parents are still in their hands. I must save them. Xiaokai seemed to sense his sorrow and shook her head, choking back tears. Xingyi, they killed Zihe and tormented you and your parents for so long. We can't win against them. Please don't seek revenge anymore. I'm afraid I might lose you too. And Shen's eyes were vacant. He turned to look at Xiaokai, gritting his teeth. No, I can't just give up. My parents are still in their hands. Am I supposed to just ignore that? I have to save them. As he spoke, suddenly, a series of white mist symbols appeared in midair. Current rule, none. Tian Mo is waiting to taste a new rule. And Shen stared at the white mist symbols, stunned for a moment. Gradually, he calmed his emotions. More and more memories surfaced. The walking in shadows rule was completed. Including the previous, ascetic, this was the second one. He still remembered comprehending the new core techniques, flesh attachment, and flower and tree exchange, during the battle with the Wine Group and the White Robe Bureau. However, he had not yet tried these two core techniques. He had some impression of flower and tree exchange, which connected himself with others. If others hurt him, they would also hurt each other. As for flesh attachment, Chen was temporarily unclear about its specific function, as well as the recently comprehended mending. But at the moment, it seemed more important to offer the next rule to Tian Mo. As long as he completed one more rule, he should be able to have a divine altar. Thinking of this, Chen looked at Xiaokai. His emotions had calmed down. He smiled. I'm fine now, Xiaokai, don't worry. I will save my parents, but I also know that my current strength is not enough to defeat them. Wait for me to cultivate another rule, gain a divine altar, and become stronger before I go to save them. I promise you, nothing will happen. Hearing this, Xiaokai lifted her head, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. Have you thought about which rule you want to choose? And Chen frowned and shook his head. He didn't know all 24 rules. The path of suffering cannot choose the Deadpool rule after the ascetic rule. Otherwise, it would lead to a dead end, completely impassable. But he didn't know if, after walking in shadows, he could choose Deadpool. And Chen was uncertain. However, he didn't dare to take that risk. This was not like playing chess where one could change their mind at any time. Once a wrong choice was made, there would be no chance left. It would be great if he could meet someone else cultivating the path of suffering. And Chen thought of this and shook his head again. The probability was very low. After all, who among normal people would choose to cultivate the path of suffering? He let out a helpless, bitter laugh. Seeing this, Xiaokai held his hand, her tone filled with concern. Xingyi, if you can't think of anything, then don't force it. Just let yourself be calm. What do you want to eat for lunch? You've been unconscious for a long time, you must be hungry. I'll go buy you some food. Looking at his girlfriend Xiaokai's warm smile, and Chen's heavy heart gradually eased. Then I'll have a serving of fish-flavored shredded pork over rice. He smiled. Okay, I'll go buy it for you. Just lie down in bed and don't move around. Xiaokai patted his head, giving him a reminder before getting up and leaving. She closed the door to the hospital room, and Chen sat alone on the hospital bed, recalling what had happened before. He felt a lingering fear. Some memories felt like they belonged to another world, yet they had truly happened. Fortunately, Xiaokai was with him, he thought to himself. Suddenly, from the corner of the hospital room, an eerie laugh echoed without warning. Hee. The tone of that voice seemed to carry a sense of mockery, cold and disdainful, suddenly ringing out. He immediately turned his gaze toward the sound instinctively. The hospital room was empty, with no one else but myself. Where did the laughter come from? Did I hear it wrong? And Chen was taken aback. How heartless. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed again. Someone was speaking, and it was coming from the corner. Who's talking? And Chen hurriedly got up, but the room was still empty. Just as he felt confused, he noticed a pitch-black shadow on the wall in the corner, standing there quietly, though he didn't know when it had appeared. At first, Chen thought he was mistaken. He rubbed his eyes, but soon realized that the shadow indeed existed. It looked as if it was imprinted on the wall, with clear patterns visible. Judging by its shape, it was obviously a human figure, slim, like a woman. How could there be a shadow on the wall? And Shen stared at it, puzzled. The strange voice came again. Now you can't even see me, and Shen, you can't even recognize my voice? It was a woman's voice. Who are you? Are you a person or a ghost? And Shen's eyes widened, his heart racing. He instinctively clenched his fists, ready to strike. But he didn't know who to attack. Who am I? Who else could I be? I am Li Chanxian. You can't see me or recognize me anymore. Here one moment, gone the next. How ungrateful of you after I accompanied you for so long. Li Chanxian? The moment he heard that name, and Shen didn't even have time to think before a sharp pain shot through his head. He couldn't help but cry out, hurriedly covering his head. Who is Li Chanxian? Such a strange name. It hurt. It felt like there were bugs crawling in his brain. Who is it? The pain made it impossible for him to think, and he didn't remember knowing anyone named Li Chanxian. The shadow seemed to sense something and laughed coldly. Living people are just more useful than dead ones. Living people even know to buy you fish-flavored shredded pork rice, don't you think? What are you talking about? And Shen's expression was dazed, not understanding the meaning of the words. I may not have bought you meals, but I have fed you myself, and I didn't let you go hungry, did I? He couldn't understand what was being said, and Shen frantically pounded his head. He really felt like something was crawling inside his brain. The more he hit, the more it hurt. Just then, there was a sound of a door opening. The hospital room door was pushed open. It was Xiao Kai, holding a lunchbox, walking in. Xinghe, I brought back the food. Okay, and Shen's face looked a bit pale. He looked up again, only to find that there was no shadow on the wall. It was empty. He was stunned. What's wrong? Xiao Kai noticed he was staring at the corner of the wall, his expression clearly off, and couldn't help but ask. And Shen frowned, feeling it was quite unreal, and he wasn't sure. I might have seen it wrong. It seemed like there was someone else in the room just now. Hearing this, Xiao Kai looked at him without saying a word. And Shen took the lunchbox, and seeing Xiao Kai's serious expression staring at him, he quickly reassured her with a smile. It's really nothing. I might have just woken up, and my mind isn't clear yet. Xinghe, listen to me. Xiao Kai shook her head, her expression serious. When you were unconscious, the doctor told me that your brain was severely injured, and after waking up, you might experience hallucinations, auditory hallucinations, or even distorted memories. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, and Shen paused with the lunchbox in his hand. Hallucinations, auditory hallucinations, I can understand, but what does distorted memories mean? I don't know the specifics either. The doctor's meaning is that you might misremember something. For example, I accompanied you to the amusement park, but when you recall it, the person in your memory might not be me but someone else. And Shen's mouth opened slightly in surprise, unable to speak. But soon, he came to his senses and shook his head firmly. Impossible. I wouldn't misremember. You're my girlfriend. Hearing this, Xiao Kai smiled slightly but still looked uneasy. In any case, no matter what you see or hear, you must tell me, okay? Okay. Don't worry. I'm very awake now. And Shen opened the lunchbox and started eating heartily. He was indeed a bit hungry. He devoured his food, while Xiao Kai helped by passing him water. Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you. Xiao Kai, you're so good to me. Idiot, I'm your girlfriend, of course I'm good to you. Xiao Kai rolled her eyes, as if answering a question that was self-evident. So when can I be discharged? After you finish eating, I'll go ask the doctor. Okay. And Shen quickly finished his meal. Xiao Kai stood up, walked out of the ward, and gently closed the door. She made her way to a corner of the empty corridor and dialed a number. Soon, a low voice came through. Hello, how's the situation? Reporting back, young master, it's a success. I am now his girlfriend, Xiao Kai. Very good. The voice on the phone let out a chilling laugh. But young master, I have a question I don't understand. Go ahead. Xiao Kai took a deep breath. Why arrange for him to have a girlfriend? Wouldn't it be faster to use other methods? Upon hearing this question, the voice on the phone fell silent for a moment, then laughed. You still don't understand someone like Shen. I indeed don't know much about him. Let me tell you, it's because Shen doesn't care about money, power, or fame. He is someone who takes life too seriously. The only thing he cares about is emotions, which is why he suffers. Family, friendship, love, these are more important to him than his own life. The voice paused for a moment before continuing. He is very loyal to love, but he loves someone he cannot have, so he feels a deep regret. Since his dead girlfriend Li Chanxian is gone, we arrange for a living Xiao Kai to let him fall into emotions, which is much easier to control than giving him something else. In fact, it doesn't even need to be controlled, he will fall for it himself. For someone who values emotions deeply, you only need to give him a bit of affection to torment him endlessly. I see, young master is brilliant. Xiao Kai understood as if a light bulb had gone off in her head. Hee, you just need to play your part well and not let him notice anything unusual. Understood. Also, guide him to perform the incense offering ceremony as soon as possible. The voice on the phone said coldly. As long as he willingly participates in the incense offering ceremony, nothing else that happens is important, understand? Understood. Xiao Kai hung up the phone and turned to look in the direction of the ward. Her expression was heavy. Through the glass, she saw Chen still devouring his food. So this is how deeply emotional people are. It truly makes one feel as if life and death are inseparable. Inside the ward, after Chen finished his lunch and drank a cup of water, feeling stronger, he began to ponder the new rules selection issue. 24 rules can be combined in any way. He tried to list all the known rules, but since he didn't know which choice would lead to a dead end, knowing more rules was useless if he couldn't choose. It seems I must obtain more information about the rules, and Chen thought to himself. Wanting to rescue his parents was not an easy task. The White Robe Bureau was difficult to deal with. If I can pass through one more rule and have a shrine, my chances will increase significantly. But the problem is, where can I find information about the rules? He continued to ponder. Suddenly, Xiao Kai pushed the door open and walked in, followed by a middle-aged doctor. Qinghe, I called the doctor over. Hello. The doctor entered, smiling friendly, and Chen noticed that he had a lot of cold sweat on his face. Sorry, I just finished a surgery, so I'm a bit tired. Seeing Chen staring at him, the doctor smiled slightly to ease the atmosphere. Young man, there's nothing seriously wrong with you, it's just that your brain has suffered some trauma. You may experience auditory hallucinations and delusions in the short term, as well as some memory confusion, the doctor said. But you don't need to worry too much. Keep a calm mindset, and over time, these issues will gradually disappear. Additionally, I've prescribed some medication to stabilize your nerves. If you take it consistently, it will effectively stabilize your emotions. And Chen hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, doctor. When can I be discharged? You can leave anytime. If you want to go, just handle the discharge procedures. Okay. After the doctor reminded him of some trivial matters, he turned and left the ward. Then I'll go take care of the procedures. Xiao Kai followed him out and closed the door. As soon as they were outside, the doctor suddenly exhaled sharply, cold sweat pouring down his face, his voice trembling. Is this really enough? Xiao Kai looked at him expressionlessly. Yes, it's enough. That's great. Can you let me go now, please? Xiao Kai said nothing, extending her index finger and giving it a slight movement. The doctor's face instantly froze, his eyes widening. Crimson blood vessels surfaced on his skin. He stiffened as if struck by lightning. Then, a strange gurgling sound came from his mouth. A centipede-like creature, as thick as a finger, crawled out of his nostrils. It plopped onto the ground and began to wriggle rapidly. Xiao Kai stepped forward and crushed the creature into a pulp, staring at the doctor. I've taken the brain bug out of you, you're safe now. But remember to keep your mouth shut. Don't say what you shouldn't say. If I can take it out, I can also put another one back in. Yes, I understand. The crimson blood vessels on the doctor's skin faded, and he nervously lowered his head. There's still one thing you promised me. I know, Xiao Kai replied coldly. Then, she slightly opened her mouth. Suddenly, a sound of came from her throat. From beneath her tongue, a pitch-black bug crawled out at high speed, jumping onto her fingertip and writhing back and forth. The bug looked quite strange. It had a large head and a long body, resembling a bee's stinger, a cicada's head, and a beetle's body. Its surface was covered with various sized pustules, exuding a slimy substance. Its size was about half the length of a thumb. Its appearance was grotesque and ugly, filled with an indescribable bizarre deformity. Find an opportunity to feed this brain bug to that little nurse you can't stop thinking about, and she'll be completely devoted to you. Xiao Kai tossed the bug over. The doctor, startled, hurriedly caught it, his expression one of extreme trepidation, as if he had found a treasure, his eyes shining. Really, as long as she eats it, no matter what I do, she won't leave me? She'll listen to me? Even if I ask her for a divorce, she'll agree? Yes. Xiao Kai's expression remained unchanged. This is called the desire brain bug. Regardless of gender, once consumed, the other person will be infatuated with you, obedient to your every command, willing to die for you. That's wonderful. The doctor's face revealed an extremely excited smile, his expression somewhat twisted. He quickly stored the bug away, bowing repeatedly in thanks. As long as it can make her divorce and be with me, I'm willing to do anything. I really like her. I can't live without her. Thank you, Immortal. He excitedly turned and left. Watching his retreating figure, Xiao Kai sneered coldly. The people from this land of monsters are truly interesting, the young master was right, their desires run deep. Lacking spiritual energy, they are overflowing with greed. They are no better than those from the land of the bazaar. As a doctor, he covets beauty, commits adultery, and even collaborates with possessors to harm patients for personal gain. He, clearly dressed in white, yet with a black heart. Xiao Kai sneered a few times, went to handle the procedures, and when she returned to the ward, Shen had already gotten out of bed, eagerly changing out of his hospital gown and into his own clothes. After a quick tidy up, the two of them left the hospital together. Before leaving, Xiao Kai took out a few bottles of medicine and handed them over, reminding him, "This is the medicine prescribed by the doctor. Remember to take it every day." "Okay." And Shen took the bottle, glancing at it. The medicine had no name on it, and the white transparent bottle contained black pills. He was looking at the pills, just as curiosity struck him. Xiao Kai interrupted his thoughts. "Xinghe, there's something I need to tell you about the rules." "What is it?" "If you're unsure how to choose, I know a special method that can skip one rule and allow you to advance," Xiao Kai said seriously. "This way, you can directly obtain a shrine." Hearing this, Shen was stunned. "Is there such a method?" "Yes, but it's a forbidden technique, very dangerous, and the process will be extremely painful, so it's better not to try it if you can take it slow," Xiao Kai said, as if self-doubting, shaking her head. "Forget it. I shouldn't have told you. Let's take it slow." "No," Shen hurriedly said. "Pain is a part of my life. Just tell me, what is this forbidden technique?" Xiao Kai looked up and met his gaze. Her eyes seemed hesitant, and after a sigh, as if she had made a significant decision, she took out her phone and began searching. After a moment, she handed the phone over. "It's written on this." And Shen quickly took it and saw a photo of a piece of paper. The paper was filled with dense, core marks. He began to read. "Forbidden technique, incense offering ceremony, a clean room. Place the incense burner against the wall, with the left side posting a couplet that reads, 3 bows at dawn and dusk. On the right side, write the couplet, 1 incense burner morning and night." The horizontal inscription in the middle should read, "Incense position of the 3 officials of heaven, earth, and water. Each time you enter to offer, half a bowl of blood. Chant, with a sincere heart, I worship the kitchen god, providing us with the necessities of life. As the sun rises and the moon sets, life continues endlessly." After reading, Shen frowned. "Does this really work? Can it really help me skip a rule and directly obtain a shrine? Don't you trust me, Shangyi?" Xiao Kai suddenly retorted, "I've been through so much with you, I would never lie to you. If you don't believe it, then don't use it. I was worried about you." No, I do believe you." And Shen said awkwardly, lowering his head to look at the core marks on the phone. His mind raced. He needed this. If it could really skip a rule and directly grant him a shrine, it meant he could quickly become stronger in a short time. This would greatly increase his chances of rescuing his parents. After all, going through a rule was a lengthy process. He didn't have that much time. "I believe you, Xiao Kai." And Shen gritted his teeth. "I want to use this method." "Are you sure? Or should you think it over?" "No, even if I don't use it, there are no better options left for me, right?" And Shen stared at the phone as if he had grasped a lifeline. Xiao Kai sighed. "So, do you want to do it now? I'm not in a hurry right now." As Shen spoke, his fierce expression suddenly changed, and he seemed to pause, shaking his head repeatedly. "Compared to this, I suddenly want to go somewhere." "Where to?" "I want to see the sea." "Ha!" The topic shifted abruptly, catching Xiao Kai off guard. She was stunned and couldn't react to what was happening. And Shen, however, seemed to have an epiphany, his mood visibly becoming excited. "How about we go watch a movie first, then have hot pot, and afterward drive to the outskirts to see the sea? What do you think? I've always wanted to see the sea. We can even stay at a nearby guest house and watch the sunrise together. How about that?" Xiao Kai stared at him, her mouth slightly open, unable to speak. "Are you?" She wanted to say, "Are you joking? Aren't you going to save your parents?" However, she could see that Shen's expression was anything but a joke. He was serious, very serious. It was as if he had to do this. But at this moment, he actually has the mind to do such a thing? What's going on? Xiao Kai was completely confused, and Shen suddenly took her hand, smiling, and ran towards the street. Let's go, just like that. Why do I always feel like there's something I can't remember? It seems like I haven't been happy for a long time. I always feel like I've wanted to do these things. Didn't I do them before? Sigh, forget it. My mind is all muddled. Every time I think about something, I get a headache. Let's not think about it. Let's go see the sea. Watching Shen, who seemed to have transformed into someone excited, Xiao Kai was pulled along behind him, her brows furrowed. Something was off. Her mind raced to analyze the situation. Suddenly, she realized something. Could it be that Shen has mistaken me for someone else? He doesn't seem to be thinking right now, instead, he seems to be acting on emotion. Is this a scene he has rehearsed countless times in his mind, still driving him to instinctively do this at this moment? But why does he want to see the sea so badly? Who does he want to go with? No, this is not the time for such things. I must make him perform the incense offering ceremony. Looking at Shen's excited expression, Xiao Kai hurriedly grabbed his hand and said anxiously, Changyi, calm down for a moment. We will go see the sea sooner or later, but right now we have more important things to do, don't we? At least we need to save Mom and Dad. Mentioning their parents, Shen paused. His gaze immediately darkened. Then, his expression became quite complex and tangled. Right, you're right. How could I forget something so important? He seemed a bit guilty, as if his emotions were unclear. I don't know what happened just now. As soon as I thought about seeing the sea, I couldn't help but want to go immediately. Maybe it's like the doctor said, your brain hasn't fully recovered yet. Xiao Kai forced a stiff smile. You should take a pill first. Okay. And Shen took out a bottle of medicine, poured one out, and swallowed it. Then, he asked with a serious expression, Xiao Kai, do I seem like a lunatic to you right now? Is there something wrong with me? Xiao Kai's face grew increasingly stiff. You don't just seem like one, you are one. However, she didn't have time to speak, and Shen suddenly gritted his teeth and, with a fierce expression, slapped himself, speaking angrily, No, I'm not the one with a problem. Damn it, how could I have a problem? The one with a problem is the White Robe Bureau. Once I have the shrine, I will save Mom and Dad. I will definitely kill them all. Let's go, we need to buy the things needed for the incense offering ceremony. The two of them came out of the hospital, and the street was bustling with traffic. They headed straight for the incense shop, and Shen's emotions fluctuated, sometimes high, sometimes low. It seemed like whatever came to his mind was what he felt, with joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness all unpredictable. He would suddenly talk to himself. Xiao Kai followed behind, feeling like she was about to break down. Once inside the incense shop, the owner was very enthusiastic, welcoming the two of them. And Shen wandered around and suddenly picked up an incense burner, sniffing it repeatedly. What are you doing? The owner was taken aback by his strange behavior. And Shen frowned and said, I was thinking, the incense used for burning is made from a mixture of wood powder and spices, and the smell is very strong. What if we made an incense stick from human flesh? Wouldn't it smell even stronger when burned? The owner was stunned, his face suddenly paling. Human flesh? Brother, you can't make jokes like that in an incense shop. The gods are watching. He hurriedly pointed to the numerous Buddha statues in the shop. And Chen, however, laughed strangely. What's wrong with the gods? Have you ever seen a god? Maybe they eat too? The owner's mouth dropped open, his face growing even paler, unable to speak. Staring at Chen, he suddenly felt that this person looked a bit familiar. Why you are Chen? Though, rebel, you know me? And Shen was taken aback for a moment. Since you know me, this incense burner is too expensive at over 200. Give me a discount. And no, it's free. I'll give it to you. The owner was so frightened that his mouth trembled, his legs went weak. Recently, the news has been reporting a lot about Shen's attack on the Wang group. This person has already been wanted by the three major bureaus. How dare he swagger into his own store to buy incense burners? Xiao Kai watched this scene with a furrowed brow. She circled behind the boss and whispered to him, Don't think about reporting to the three major bureaus. Don't move or speak recklessly, or I'll peel your skin off. Hearing this, the boss nearly sat down on the ground in shock. A soul snatcher. Although everyone knew about the soul snatcher invasion incidents, people privately said that the numbers were not many. A city could have only a few at most. Moreover, the three major bureaus were specifically handling it. Normal people still had to live their lives, right? They still had to eat, and children had to be supported. The boss never imagined that such a thing would happen to him. He dared not move. Seeing this, Xiao Kai confirmed that the boss wouldn't speak out of turn and turned to say, Changyi, you and the boss can discuss it. I'll go to the bathroom. Okay, you go ahead. I'll take a look for a bit longer. She found an excuse to leave. Afterward, she went to the bathroom, closed the door, took out her phone, and dialed a number. It was quickly connected, and a low voice came from the phone. Hello? What's up? Young master, and Shen is acting a bit strange. Normal? It's not normal if he's acting normal. The voice on the phone sounded a bit lazy. Xiao Kai paused for half a second and said with a heavier tone, His current mental state is quite unstable. I feel it might be related to his memories. What do you mean? His emotions keep changing, like a madman, and he does whatever comes to his mind. It's as if he's being sliced apart continuously, sometimes reverting to the original Chen, and sometimes being the current Chen. After hearing this, there was silence on the other end for a moment. What is he doing now? He's buying an incense burner. I've already told him about the incense offering ritual, saying it could skip a rule and directly have a shrine. He believed it and is preparing to try. Very good. The young master's tone sounded somewhat satisfied. You did well. His consciousness is unclear now, and he can't discern whether what you said is true or false. As long as he performs the incense offering ritual voluntarily, you don't need to worry about anything else. What about his condition? Medicate him. Just medicate him. As long as his memories are confused, keep medicating him and increase the dosage. Don't let him remember anything else. Understood. The young master sounded a bit angry on the phone. Those old fools cooperating with us want us to kill Chen, Bai Jian, and that Wang Jian. But Chen is such a rare core, hard to find among thousands. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill him? Since ordinary means can't refine him, this young master can only resort to superior methods. Young master is wise. Xiao Kai's heart raced wildly. She felt a chill, an indescribable horror. She was about to hang up when suddenly, the young master said, "By the way, there's one more thing." What else does the young master command? Right now, the White Robe Bureau should know you are an insider, but they don't know exactly who you are. They also have no way of knowing what happened to the original owner named Xiao Kai. At this point, the young master paused, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. Aphasia is the most troublesome thing for us to identify. You must be cautious about this. However, this young master is currently trying a new method, which might be able to break through aphasia. This young master will read you a passage. Listen carefully. Yes. Soon, the sound of pages turning came from the phone. After a moment, the young master's slow reading voice came through. Oh, dear Romeo. As soon as the words were spoken, Xiao Kai's heart trembled. The young master actually read it correctly? Romeo, oh Romeo, I am not some dog charging with an ant while flying a plane. My screen is flashing because the moonlighted night cannot shine brighter than the sun, so the king of hell won't care if you are a pair of royal bombs. If you have a card, just play it. What do you think? Did this young master read it correctly? On the phone, the young master's voice was somewhat smug. Xiao Kai held the phone, unsure how to respond. The aphasia issue of the possessor was something others could hear, yet only she could not. Even if a fellow possessor stood beside her, they could discern right from wrong, because listening and reading are two different things. If a possessor were to hold a book and read aloud, the listeners would quickly experience the chaotic beauty of language in the silence of the phone. The young master clearly realized something and asked tentatively, "Did you not read it correctly? It seems only the first sentence was right." The first sentence is something I memorized after watching it on TV several times. The young master's voice was filled with astonished anger. "Young master, please calm down," Xiao Kai quickly whispered in anxious apology. "If we can't break through this, we will always be passive, with nowhere to hide, like piglets being watched and waiting to be slaughtered. I'll research it myself. You just keep an eye on Anshin." After saying this, the call was angrily hung up. Xiao Kai held her phone, looking bewildered. How did the conversation turn into her getting anxious with herself? She sighed and adjusted her emotions. All she needed to do was follow what the young master said, keep an eye on Anshin, and play the role she was supposed to play. Coming out of the bathroom, she saw Anshin standing at the shop's entrance, holding a large pile of items, his face beaming with joy. Incense burners, paper money, incense sticks, aromatics, all sorts of things, densely packed. "Why did you buy so much?" She approached, her face full of confusion. Anshin chuckled. "The boss is enthusiastic, kind-hearted, and gave it for free." Xiao Kai turned around and saw the boss standing there like a statue, his eyes already hollow. "Let's go, Shanshan. We need to find a place and quickly hold the incense offering ceremony." "Okay," Xiao Kai casually responded, following behind. Suddenly, she felt something was off. The Wang Group incident now has solid evidence, internal collusion with possessors practicing dark arts. The newly appointed director, Wang Minghuai, died in the building, leaving only Wang Migua, the daughter of the Wang family, currently under protection by the Risk Bureau. The director of the White Robe Bureau, Bai Jian, was suspended for forging orders and sabotaging operations. The new director is Sun Tzu. The video on her phone played recent big news. In a small noodle shop in a bustling alley, 3 people were sitting, Wang Jian, Su Guan, and Bai Jian. Bai Jian wore a baseball cap and sunglasses to avoid being recognized. "Be careful, don't burn yourselves. Here are the Taiha flat noodles you ordered." The noodle shop owner cheerfully placed 3 bowls of noodles on the table, topped with spicy sauce. They looked very tempting. The so-called sauce refers to a broth made from simmered chili. Once the noodles are cooked and taken out, the sauce is poured over them, glistening and red, with a spicy aroma. Originally, flat noodles did not have sauce. Later, people added it to enhance the flavor. This sauce is the soul of the flat noodles. "Boss, bring garlic." Wang Jian picked up his chopsticks and tapped the table with the bottom. "Sure thing." The owner went to the kitchen and brought out garlic cloves, smiling as he asked, "Young handsome, where are you from that you eat flat noodles with garlic?" "From Anhui." Wang Jian replied lightly. "I knew it, I could tell at a glance you were from the same place. Don't worry, our flat noodles are the most authentic. If you don't have enough, you can get more for free." The owner laughed and went back to the kitchen. Bai Jian glanced at Wang Jian and said with a faint smile, "That Anhui you just said came out quite naturally, you fit in well." Wang Jian peeled the garlic and tossed it into the noodles, shaking his head. "It's not that I fit in well, it's just that we do have Anhui." Hearing this, Bai Jian was taken aback. "Your bazaar land is the same as this region? Some parts are the same, and some are different." Wang Jian picked up the noodles and blew on them before bringing them to his mouth. "Although there was Anhui, it ceased to exist when I was 12, but here, everything still exists, and it's quite good." Bai Jian's brow furrowed slightly. "What do you mean it doesn't exist anymore?" Wang Jian ate his noodles in silence, while Su Guan chuckled and explained, "Chief Bai, in our place, the existence of all living beings is itself a catastrophe. It's not that the land is gone, but that all the people living on that land are gone, all dead." Bai Jian paused slightly, holding her chopsticks. She didn't ask why the people on the land were gone, because she already had the answer. Beings like the possessors can refine anything. It's just a matter of you eating me eating you, and him eating you and me. One can imagine how scarred that world must be. Will we eventually become like that here? That's why I said I want to save this world, Wang Jian said, picking up a garlic clove and staring at the table. Here we have the Wan region, but it's not just the Wan region. There are good people and bad people, but at least they are all alive, so there is still time. Bai Jian always felt that when Wang Jian spoke about such matters, his tone carried a lot of regret. However, she didn't press further. She had asked before, but Wang Jian didn't want to talk, and she couldn't force him. If he wanted to say something, he would say it himself. The current issue is that the Bureau has investigated and already knows that Xiao Kai is the mole. Finding her is easy, but how to deal with her and who is behind her must be considered carefully. And you forged orders, faking that you were framed by the possessor, which led to your dismissal. I estimate that the superiors won't let you off so easily. On the surface, it's a punishment for you, but privately they might take action. Wang Jian said seriously. Regarding the Wang group, there must be more behind it. The superiors will definitely eliminate all of us who are involved and know the details to ensure safety. Upon hearing this, Bai Jian looked at the noodles in front of her, fell silent for a moment, and suddenly asked, "Have you found In Chen?" Su Guan quickly nodded and bowed in response. Almost. He has been trapped in a magic array. My divination is not easy to approach, but it's not far now. I have a guess. What guess? Wang Jian asked curiously. If the superiors really want to conceal something, the first person they would want to kill is definitely not you or me, but In Chen. He has the most contact with the Hahuan sect in Wangmigua, so he should know the most information. But the current problem is that I don't understand why In Chen hasn't appeared. At this point, the three of them fell silent, showing serious expressions. Wang Jian and Bai Jian were silent, deep in thought. Su Guan, seeing the two silent, felt he should also remain quiet as a little follower. This is indeed strange. Why is he hiding? Normally, he would definitely come to find us, at least to check on Wang Migua. After all, his parents are also in the White Robe Bureau. It feels like he has forgotten about us, Bai Jian said, lowering her head in contemplation. As soon as this was said, Wang Jian paused for a moment, suddenly seeming to think of something. Is that Xiao Kai a possessor? Bai Jian shook her head. I don't know now, at least she definitely wasn't when she first joined. But thinking back, I should have noticed earlier that she was the mole. What do you mean? Previously, In Chen took action once to deal with the possessor incident involving the old man in the yellow robe, which was when you read my command but didn't respond. Do you remember? Get to the point. Wang Jian lowered his head and ate his noodles in silence. Bai Jian spoke rapidly. Here's the thing. After that operation, Xiao Kai's captain, Li Si, came to me. He reported to me that Xiao Kai had issues and didn't fit in. At the time, I thought he just didn't like her. But now that I think about it, his expression was very complicated, as if he wanted to say something but never did. I was too busy and didn't ask in detail, but it seems he must know something. Upon hearing this, Wang Jian put down his chopsticks and said, Let's go find Li Si now. Do you know where he lives? Of course, the accommodations were assigned to me before. Although I'm not the director now, Sun Tzu definitely won't easily reclaim the team members' houses. Let's go find him. After paying, the three of them left the noodle shop and got into a car by the roadside, heading straight to their destination. Have you heard? After Director Sun took office, the first adjustment might very well be to reclaim the houses we were previously assigned. What the hell? Is that true? Where will we live then? They say all team members will have to rent their own places and won't be assigned houses for free anymore to prevent many people from just coasting along without any motivation. Isn't that nonsense? Without a house, I have even less motivation. In the interrogation room, Li Si heard the quiet discussions of the team members outside. At that moment, he was tense all over, his palms rubbing against his knees incessantly. His mind was buzzing. The lights in the interrogation room were somewhat blinding. This was the first time he was being interrogated. The door was pushed open. A few people walked in, led by the newly appointed director Sun Tzu. Seeing the new director in his 40s with a big belly, Lee Si quickly stood up. "Hello, Director Sun. Sit down, no need to be nervous, hee. I just want to ask you a few simple questions." Sun Tzu waved his hand to have the door closed. Then he lit a cigarette for himself, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "I just arrived, and there are many things I'm not clear about. Although I was given this position in a hurry, I do have a task. The White Robe Bureau had an insider before, and I am investigating according to the higher-ups' instructions to find out the underlying issues. You were the captain of Shao Kai's team, right?" Hearing this, Lee Si's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Yes, but I have nothing to do with her. I never agreed to let her join the team from the very beginning. I had no idea she was an insider." "Why?" Sun Tzu leaned back in his chair, squinting at the person in front of him. "Because she never listens to instructions, always acts on her own, and is very close to that in Shen. She knows nothing and always loves to cause trouble." Lee Si's voice sounded quite tense. At this moment, the only thing he could do was to keep throwing dirt and push all the blame onto Shao Kai to ensure his own safety. After he finished speaking, Sun Tzu's gaze turned somewhat sinister, and he sneered, suddenly countering, "I know Shao Kai is an insider. By the way, is Director Bai close to Shao Kai?" "I don't know about that." Lee Si was about to answer when Sun Tzu suddenly tapped the table lightly with his finger. Bang! The sound interrupted him. He spoke, "Captain Lee, you must answer this question carefully. I am here on a mission, do you understand? You've been a captain for quite a while, right? Completing this mission might give you a chance to rise higher." Lee Si was stunned. Through the gaze of the new director in front of him, his heart raced, gradually realizing something. This was an opportunity. If he answered correctly, he could rise higher. If he answered incorrectly, he might face dire consequences. Lee Si took a deep breath and then gritted his teeth, saying, "Director Bai is very close to Shao Kai. She must know that Shao Kai is an insider, and maybe she is involved too." Upon hearing this, Sun Tzu smiled at the corner of his mouth. "Good, very good, Captain Lee. You can go back now." Bang! The door closed. Lee Si, exhausted, returned to his small, dim home, letting out a long breath. He felt as if he had been drained of all energy, slumping onto the sofa. He didn't turn on the light, just closed his eyes, allowing himself to sit in the darkness for a moment. It seemed that only in this way could he ease the pressure in his heart. Just then, something cold suddenly pressed against his neck. He froze for a moment, not yet reacting. In the darkness, a cold voice came from behind his ear. "Captain Lee, don't turn around. I'm Bai Jian." Bai Jian? This was clearly a man's voice. Lee Si instinctively reached for his leg, preparing to draw his service pistol. Suddenly, a second figure flashed out beside him, moving extremely quickly. In one swift motion, it snatched the gun away, crouched on the sofa, and chuckled, "Don't blame me, officer. I'm just following orders." "Who? Are you looking to die by daring to barge into the residence of the White Robe Bureau's captain?" Lee Si suppressed his fear, his face contorted with anger. As soon as he finished speaking, a click sounded. The lights in the room were turned on. In the living room stood a woman. Upon seeing her, he froze on the spot, forgetting to breathe. "Director Bai? How could you be here?" "No need to call me director anymore. I am no longer your director," Bai Jian said with a calm smile. "You don't need to be afraid. I'm just here to ask a few questions. As a former team member, I don't wish to make things difficult for you. Just answer truthfully, and we can both go our separate ways." Hearing this, Lee Si nervously glanced at the blade at his neck. He had already guessed who was behind him. "What do you want to ask? Do you remember in Chen's first mission? The old man in the yellow robe, after that incident, you mentioned to me that Shao Kai had issues." Upon hearing this, Lee Si had already started to piece things together. "I said she didn't fit in. Besides not fitting in, what else? You clearly had more to say at the time." Lee Si frowned and lowered his head. I can't remember." "Then let me help you remember." Behind him, Wang Jian's cold voice rang out, and the blade in his hand moved. It immediately sank a few millimeters into his neck, blood gushing out in an instant. Lee Si's face turned pale with fright. I really can't remember." "Is it that you can't remember, or you don't want to say? If I kill you now, no one will know it was me. So, just because Director Bai has just stepped down from the White Robe Bureau, you treat us as enemies?" Hearing this, Lee Si gritted his teeth, his expression shifting between anger and fear, growing increasingly grim. The implication of the words from the superior was already very clear. They would definitely find a way to kill Bai Jian. Since it was like this, telling her wouldn't hurt. He took a deep breath and could only admit defeat. "I said that at the time, and Shen was alone upstairs. After the drone was destroyed, Shao Kai was worried about him and went upstairs by herself. Not long after, Shen came down and said the danger had been cleared, leaving Xiao Kai upstairs to keep watch and telling us to call for support immediately. As he spoke, Li Si's expression changed, but Xiao Kai stayed up there longer than expected. At that time, she was the only one upstairs, and after she came down, something seemed off. What was off? Bai Jian immediately pressed for more details. Li Si furrowed his brow, as if struggling to recall. I can't quite say, everything seemed normal, but the aura she gave off changed, as if she had matured a bit. How many minutes did Xiao Kai stay up there alone? About 10 minutes, I guess, Li Si said uneasily. In any case, it wasn't a short time. So the question is, what exactly happened during the time she was alone upstairs? Bai Jian lowered her head, lost in thought. Did you conduct a mutism test on her afterward? No, Li Si shook his head. Do you think she could be a possessor? Upon hearing this, Li Si froze, his expression shifting. Director Bai, are you suggesting that she was possessed at that time? Bai Jian did not answer his question but instead presented her analysis. Xiao Kai is the mole. If she isn't a possessor and is normal like us, then what are her reasons and motives for working for the possessor? The most reasonable guess now is that during the time she stayed alone upstairs, she was taken over by another possessor. But Shen was still upstairs at that time. If there were other possessors, wouldn't he know? Would he really leave Xiao Kai alone there? Li Si seemed somewhat unable to comprehend. After all, Shen was someone who dared to take action against the entire Wang family and the superior for a Wang Nigua. Perhaps in Shen's eyes, he was just doing what he was supposed to do. But for people like them, relying on the superior to survive, crawling forward under rules and regulations, Shen was an unimaginable existence. Maybe Shen didn't know that there were other possessors present at that time. Wang Jian suddenly spoke up. Perhaps after that kid left, the possessor, hidden in the darkness, came out and took over Xiao Kai. After all, it's quite easy for the possessor to hide. Bai Jian fell silent, lowering her head and saying nothing more. She had to admit that this was a very reasonable explanation. During Shen's battle with the old man in the yellow robe, there was a third party involved, and this third party occupied Xiao Kai after Shen left. If that were the case, the original Xiao Kai would not be able to return, and Bai Jian suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart. She seemed a bit tired, sitting down in a chair, propping her head with her hand, and letting out a long sigh. The reason I agreed to let Xiao Kai join the White Robe Bureau was that she wasn't afraid of Shen and even took a photo of him. Most importantly, after Li Chanxian and Wang Zai died, to stabilize Shen's emotions and mental state, there had to be a peer friend, and Xiao Kai is very kind and treats him well. So during the operation, I intentionally let Xiao Kai be with Shen. But I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Her voice grew fainter. The room fell into silence. Wang Jian's expression became heavy upon hearing this. Bai Jian continued, assuming our guess is correct, that means the Xiao Kai Shen sees now may not be the original Xiao Kai. Then conversely, is the Shen that this Xiao Kai sees the real Shen? What do you mean? Wang Jian furrowed his brows, not quite understanding. He felt a bit dizzy from the confusion. Bai Jian stared out the window. If Shen is completely normal, as long as he isn't blind, he should be able to see that something is wrong with Xiao Kai, and he would definitely take action. But now, he hasn't done anything, so I think there are only two possibilities. Bai Jian turned her head and voiced her speculation. First, Shen is not normal himself, so he hasn't noticed that something is wrong with Xiao Kai. Second, Shen is normal and has noticed that something is wrong with Xiao Kai, but he is acting. He wants to find out the person behind this on his own. At this point, the room became even quieter. No way. After a long pause, Wang Jian's eyes widened in disbelief. That kid can have such a mind? Just because you're stupid doesn't mean others are. Wang Jian's sword trembled in his hand, nearly making Li Si cry out. No matter what the current situation is, the higher-ups will take action to kill Shen, and you and I too. If we want to survive, we must find Shen immediately. Upon hearing this, Wang Jian turned his head to the side and called out, Suguan, hey, great immortal, did you hear Director Bai's words? If the blood for the divination isn't enough, draw some from him for backup. Wang Jian slapped Li Si's shoulder heavily. Ha, I've already said everything I needed to say. Wang Jian, you have no sense of justice. Justice? Wang Jian turned around and came back. I was going to just draw some of your blood, but now I've got a new idea. Suguan, take him along. He can serve as a backup blood bank on the way. Li Si was instantly petrified. Turning his head, he saw Suguan running over excitedly. All right, great immortal. In the clean room, the candlelight was dim and flickering, reflecting the swaying shadows. In the center stood an incense burner, 3 sticks of incense were inserted into the burner, and Shen knelt in the middle of the room, looking devout. Behind the incense burner was the wall. On the left side, a couplet was pasted in black characters on red paper, reading, 3 bows at dawn and dusk. On the right side, in the same manner, it read, 1 incense burner morning and night. Above the incense burner, in the center, there was a longer inscription, the incense position of the 3 officials of heaven, earth, and water. Shao Kai, I'm ready. And Shen picked up a knife beside him, aimed at his palm, and cut down directly. Blood flowed out, quickly dripping into the bowl. After a few minutes, half a bowl of blood was collected. According to the incense offering ceremony, this was the required offering, and Shen placed the bowl of blood in front of the incense burner and knelt down. Shao Kai handed over a piece of paper with the ritual incantation written on it. Are you ready? Let's begin. But Xinghe, are you sure you've really thought this through? I've thought it through. Shao Kai, you don't need to worry. I'll be fine. And Shen took the paper, his expression very serious. Taking a deep breath, he read the words on the paper aloud. With a sincere heart, I worship the kitchen god, providing us with the necessities of life. As the sun rises and the moon sets, life continues endlessly. After finishing the first recitation, and Shen continued to chant repeatedly. With a sincere heart, I worship the kitchen god, providing us with the necessities of life. As the sun rises and the moon sets, life continues endlessly. As he chanted faster, he suddenly felt a lightness in his body. Immediately, it was as if he floated into the clouds, a wave of dizziness washing over him. Before he could react, he found himself surrounded by swirling mist, wisps of smoke rising around him. Where is this? And Shen looked down, surprised to find himself standing in a closed space. Towering black walls loomed around him, reaching up into the clouds, and he couldn't tell how high they were. But it was clear that the walls were ancient, covered in dense, chaotic, rough scratches. The air was somewhat damp, emitting a strange smell, reminiscent of gunpowder. What is this place? And Shen hadn't expected to end up in such a strange location after completing the ritual. Just as he was puzzled, he suddenly felt a wave of intense heat wash over him. Unlike the burning sensation brought by the heart fire, this heat felt more like being thrown into a bonfire. Before he could react, he saw his skin rapidly turning red. It was as if the temperature around him was rising, causing him to burn. He then sensed something unusual happening to his body. His skin was rapidly peeling away. No, not skin, but the flesh on his body. It was as if it was being roasted and melting away, dissolving wildly. Thud, thud, chunks of flesh fell to the ground like raindrops or wax, disappearing without a trace. At the same time, new flesh quickly grew back on his body. His skin constantly felt the bizarre sensation of being torn and restored. Is this the pain Shao Kai was talking about? In the first few seconds, and Shen could still endure it, but as time passed, the speed of his flesh being stripped away increased, and the speed of restoration began to lag behind the rate of removal. His white bones were exposed. The skin on his cheeks was also dissolving, half-melted flesh and half-bleached bone. It looked extremely horrifying. At that moment, he felt as if someone was repeatedly cutting away his roasted flesh with a knife. Then, in the midst of intense pain, he was reborn again and again, over and over, as if it were endless. Enduring extreme suffering and torment, and Shen gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. I can endure this. Isn't it just stripping away my flesh? As long as I can have the shrine to save my parents and take revenge for Zihe, I can endure any pain. Crack! And Shen's leg bone dissolved and broke. He could no longer support himself and fell heavily to the ground. His flesh burst outward under the pressure. A hoarse, painful groan escaped his throat. He suddenly recalled the suffering he had endured when crossing the ascetic and walking corpse laws before. The pain from that time seemed much lighter compared to this moment. It hurt so much, and Shen had never felt such pain before. Here, the sensation of pain seemed infinitely magnified. Even his pores and breathing, every sensation and nerve in his body, were being tormented. Every second felt like hell. He didn't dare to let out a breath, fearing he might faint if he lost focus for even a moment. But the pain began to crazily wear down his will. This was no longer a suffering he could endure merely by relying on his body and gritting his teeth. It hurt so much, really so much. He couldn't bear it. Why couldn't he just die like this? In his mind, memories from the past began to uncontrollably resurface. In those memories, he felt he wasn't a smart child. So during high school, he always studied harder than others. While others were online, he was studying. Others are falling in love early, while he is studying. Others are playing games with their good brothers, and he is still studying. He reflects on his 3 years, and it seems that only grades are in front of him. After the difficult days of studying hard, he finally got into the medical school he liked. In college, he met Wang Zihe. It was a new world. He also found the next goal in his life. Originally, he had so much life ahead of him. How did it end up like this? Where did I go wrong? Or did I make the wrong choice? I have never considered myself extraordinary. I shouldn't be the protagonist of this story, and I don't want to be the protagonist. People always think that protagonists are glorious, but if this is a painful story, then what the protagonist possesses is only pain, and I just want to live my life simply. Mom, and Shen's vision became hazy, memories flashing wildly. He could no longer make a sound from his throat. Can you hug me? In the room, Xiaokai quietly watched Shen's physical body rapidly dissolve in front of her, then quickly restore and be reborn. Like ice cream melting in summer, only to clump together again as winter arrives. Unpredictable. After the incense offering ceremony, the user's physical body will remain in place, but the soul has already entered it. She did not touch it but took out her phone and dialed the young master's number. Soon, it was connected. Xiaokai took a deep breath and respectfully said, "Young master, and Shen has completed the incense offering ceremony, but his current physical body is unpredictable. Should I know, no need to worry, that is what I am refining." On the phone, the young master's uncontrollable laughter echoed. "Xiaokai, oh Xiaokai, you did well. It's just a pity that I really can't tell you how wonderful Shen's body is. There are countless refiners in the bizarre land, but none can compare to him. Even if our Lotus Fire sect doesn't take him, others will come to snatch him. Fortunately, I got him first. You just need to keep an eye on him for me. I am heading to you now." Yes. Half an hour later, Xiaokai looked through the window of the room and saw that the street below was gradually filled with cars and a dense crowd of people. She immediately recognized the black-clad members of the White Robe Bureau, the white-clad members of the Risk Bureau, and the red-clad members of the Heavenly Eye Bureau. Why did the three major bureaus come here? Just as Xiaokai was feeling anxious, she suddenly saw a person walking out from the dense crowd of the three major bureaus. It was the young master. By the roadside, Xiao Song lit a cigarette, looking at the tall, thin stranger standing in front of him with a complex expression. He didn't speak. The superior had issued an order, saying they had found Shen's location and required the three major bureaus to act immediately. But this time, the action was not the main force but rather assistance. Assisting its special personnel to kill Shen. Is this the special personnel? Xiao Song sized up the man, who was about 1.8 meters tall, slender, and had somewhat pale skin. His expression seemed a bit frivolous and arrogant, as if everything and everyone in his eyes was beneath him. In addition, he brought a few people with him. "You stay here and help the directors keep an eye on this place, so that some ill-intentioned people don't disturb us. I'll go find Shen." He left that sentence, and a few attendants stayed behind, not even glancing at the directors, and he left. Xiao Song, with a cigarette in his mouth, leaned against the car, watching the man leave. He felt something was off. "Old Zhao, do you know anything about this special personnel?" Zhao Yan shook his head beside him. "I've never seen him before." Xiao Song fell into silence, observing the few people who followed the man. It seemed he was deep in thought, and finally, as if confirming something, "After the incident with the Wang group last time, I went back and thought for a long time, always feeling something was wrong. What is it?" Xiao Song stared hard at the special personnel who followed the man, his gaze growing heavier. After a moment, he suddenly asked, "Old Zhao, let me ask you a question." "Go ahead. Would you betray humanity?" Hearing this, Zhao Yan was taken aback for a moment. Before he could speak, Xiao Song continued, "I just said that from the moment Shen withdrew from the White Robe Bureau, everything felt off. It seems you all know, but I don't. Old Zhao, tell me the truth, are these people hosts?" "Old Xiao, you." Zhao Yan's expression changed as he heard this, opening his mouth to say something but ultimately holding back. He just lowered his head and sighed. "So you know too, right? I'm the only one who doesn't." "Know what?" Upon hearing this question, Zhao Yan lowered his head as if trying to escape. "These people are hosts. The higher-ups are colluding with the hosts, and you dare say you don't know?" Xiao Son's voice suddenly rose. Startled, Zhao Yan quickly stood up and grabbed him. "Lower your voice. Are you trying to get us killed?" Xiao Song was pushed into the car, gritting his teeth tightly. "I should be damned. I actually thought that Bai Jian was punished just for catching an insider, and that killing Shen was only because he might lose control. I told myself it was just a difference in stance, but I never expected that I was standing on the opposite side of humanity." He grabbed Zhao Yan's hand with force. "You saw it from the very beginning, why didn't you tell me?" Zhao Yan's expression fluctuated, and finally, he sighed and said painfully, "What good would it do to tell you? You have parents, I do too, and I even have a wife and children. We're not like Bai Jian, she's alone and fearless. We're not like Shen, who's a madman, nor like Wang Jian. They have the right to resist, but we don't. If we dare to resist, the higher-ups will kill us, our children will die, our wives will die, our families will suffer." At this point, Zhao Yan suddenly raised his head, looking intensely at Xiao Song. "Protecting humanity is right, but protecting your own family is also right. Xiao Song was stunned. Then, as if deflated, he sat in the car and stopped talking, just smoking one cigarette after another. Old Xiao, I know how you feel, but people don't live just for themselves. You started out ordinary, working hard step by step to get to where you are now. You finally became the director. Do you really want to give up that identity? Hearing this, Xiao Song's head drooped even lower, still not speaking. He thought of his parents. When he was chosen as the director of the Risk Bureau, his parents were so happy. It was as if they were finally seeing their son succeed. Ordinary people often have only one chance in a lifetime to change their fate. He had indeed seized it. But when I told my parents that I wanted to protect humanity, that's why I took this position, I swore an oath. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yan opened his mouth. He wanted to say something but ultimately just sighed. The two sat in the car, no longer speaking. Meanwhile, across the street, in a dark alley, several figures were hiding in the shadows. Master! Master! And Chen is in the building across from us. The location is precise. I found it. Su Guan stared at the blood-painted bagua on the alley wall, his tone excited. The blood floated in the air, constantly changing, displaying the information of the hexagram. Hard work pays off. After tracking for so long, he finally found it. But soon, Su Guan's expression became somewhat uneasy. Master, the situation seems a bit dire. What happened? Behind him, Wang Jian placed Li Si, who had just lost almost half his blood, on the ground. The squad leader was so weak at this moment that he couldn't even speak, his face written with "Please spare me." Su Guan swallowed hard, nervously saying, "The blood hexagram shows that Chen is currently in a state of heavenly conflict, with officials but no seals, and there are disasters and calamities. Speak plainly." Wang Jian shouted impatiently. Su Guan quickly corrected himself, and Shen's soul is rapidly dissipating. He's dying. Hearing this, Wang Jian was stunned. Bai Jian beside him was also taken aback. Isn't Chen supposed to be immortal? That's from the perspective of normal people. Wang Jian furrowed his brows tightly, but there is no one in this world who cannot be killed. It's just a matter of method. As he spoke, he turned to Su Guan and asked, "Is it because of the formation?" The formation is merely a restraint, capable of trapping Chen, but it won't take his life. Something else is at work. Su Guan stared at the bagua, his palm quickly waving blood threads in the air. Under his control, strands of blood danced at his fingertips, constantly changing and combining into new hexagrams and patterns. He spoke rapidly, excitedly. "I just calculated his lifespan and calamities. The probability of Chen surviving this tribulation today is 0. I also drew a lot from the 60 Jiazi, and his chances of survival are equally slim. All the hexagrams indicate that Chen has absolutely no chance of survival today. He is doomed, no doubt about it, great immortal." Upon hearing this, Wang Jian fell silent. Bai Jian's expression also turned quite grim. Is there no way to break it? Su Guan's expression suddenly turned anxious. Chen's fortune and calamities have accumulated step by step. How could it be said that breaking it means breaking it? Killing me won't break this deadly situation. Bai Jian's body trembled in shock. Then there's no way? Suddenly, Wang Jian sneered. Su Guan, great immortal? You stay here to break the formation. But my abilities. Su Guan's words were cut off by Wang Jian's low voice. Then use your life to break it. If I return and the formation isn't broken, you die. Su Guan's face turned pale. What are you going to do? Bai Jian sensed something was off. I'm going to save Chen. This kid can't just die like this. He has saved many people and deserves to be saved once. As he spoke, Wang Jian's expression was calm, and with a gentle flick of his hand, a long sword surrounded by smoke appeared in his palm. His gaze darkened as he walked forward, his trench coat billowing in the wind. Since fate doesn't allow him to live, then I, Wang Jian, will bear this fate for him. In the room, Xiao Kai brewed a cup of tea and respectfully presented it to the man in front of her. The young master sat in a chair, crossing his legs, took the teacup, and took a sip. He looked at Chen, who was kneeling on the ground, trapped in the path of refinement, furnace, his body intermittently rotting and merging, constantly being refined. A cold smile crept onto his lips. Chen, do you know how many predatory eyes are watching you outside, all waiting to refine you? The containers in this strange core land are many, but those that can be called top-notch are few and far between. You truly are a lucky one. After finishing his tea, he stood up and sat cross-legged beside Chen, closing his eyes. Then, he shaped his hands as if lifting the furnace. Following his fingers, a large amount of incense ash slowly began to appear, surrounding Chen. Path of refinement refers to the exclusive refining method understood under different paths. The divine path I cultivate requires a censer and a ritual to perform. Path of refinement. You have bought the censer and performed the ritual, but most importantly, I must make you willingly be refined. The young master's palm slowly rotated, and the incense ash in the air increased. My skilled hands principle requires the other party to willingly be refined, and Shen, you are the last one for this principle. As long as I refine you, I will have a second divine altar. At this point, he suddenly sneered. It's a pity you don't even have a divine altar, yet you dare to walk so recklessly among the 100 ghosts, glowing all over. If we don't eat you, who will? With a series of thuds, and Shen's flesh fell off wildly. Amidst the smoke rising from the censer, his entire body became increasingly bizarre, sometimes twisting like a ball, and at other times changing like a table. His body was constantly being torn apart. The young master sat there, suddenly unable to contain himself. He reached down, picked up a piece of flesh that had fallen to the ground, and quickly stuffed it into his mouth, chewing quickly with a crunch. A thick, excited laugh escaped from his throat. Hiss, delicious, truly delicious. No wonder it's a top-notch delicacy. And Shen, I can't wait any longer. He flipped the food faster with both hands, and Shen was completely engulfed in the intense aroma, his body becoming increasingly distorted and grotesque. Xiaokai stood by, staring blankly at the scene. Her eyes widened, constantly licking her lips and swallowing saliva, as if she were going mad with hunger. Just then, a sudden commotion of fighting erupted outside the building. The young master paused for a moment, then his expression turned cold. Just as those old fools said, there are indeed lackeys coming. Is it that Wang Jian? Xiaokai fixed her gaze on the piece of meat closest to her, licking her lips, and asked with difficulty, so what if it is him? Humph, how could I let him ruin my big plans? As he spoke, he pulled out a pale object from his pocket and tossed it to Xiaokai. Go, take this skin painting, deal with him, and I'll give you a plate of meat when you come back. Hearing this, Xiaokai's expression turned exceptionally excited. Understood. She immediately took the strange object, skin painting, and ran outside. Bursting out the door, she stood in the hallway and looked down. Below, the crowd was bustling and chaotic. Some people were desperately trying to squeeze into a vehicle, shouting, "Found by Jian! Quick, chase!" Meanwhile, not far away, across the road, a pitch-black vehicle was parked, and Bai Jian glanced over with an expressionless face. Then he stepped on the gas and sped away. Behind him, people from the three major factions followed one after another, as if trying to snatch the credit. Xiaokai stood above, watching this scene, frowning, feeling something was off. A diversion? She hurriedly searched the crowd for Wang Jian's figure but did not see him. Meanwhile, in front of the building, several people brought by the young master stood guard, not having been breached. Where did Wang Jian go? Just as Xiaokai was curious, a cold voice suddenly came from above through the window. You are Xiaokai? Looking for me? The voice rang out abruptly. She instinctively looked up and saw a dark figure hanging upside down from the ceiling, like a bat, with its head facing down. Its feet seemed to be stuck to the ceiling, perfectly inverted compared to her. Wang Jian. Upon seeing him, Xiaokai's expression changed. She jumped back and immediately raised the skin painting. How did you get in? On the ceiling, Wang Jian let out a cold laugh. Are you blind? Didn't you see me walk in? As he spoke, he walked a few steps forward on the ceiling as if it were flat ground. Seeing this, Xiaokai gritted her teeth and flung the skin painting away. With a rustling sound, the skin painting elongated. Wang Jian saw that the object seemed to be a piece of yellowed paper, but upon closer inspection, he quickly realized it was a piece of human skin, dried and made into a cloak. It was inscribed with chaotic, frantic scribbles. Only by putting on human skin and looking in the mirror do I feel like a person, but if I peel off this skin, I will be restless day and night, feeling like a ghost. The object exuded an indescribable aura of evil. He stared at it for a few seconds, then turned his gaze back and asked in a deep voice, When did you take over Xiaokai? Hearing this, Xiaokai clearly froze for a moment, then immediately sneered coldly. It seems you already know. Wang Jian remained silent, his expression growing darker. But Xiaokai straightened her body, twisted her neck a few times, and her tone changed as if she had become a different person. The young master had me play this woman, flirting with Chen. Acting for so long made me sick. As she spoke, she licked her tongue. You have no idea how much I wanted to find a chance to take a bite of Chen. The fragrance he exudes is simply too tempting. Fragrance? Wang Jian's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he thought of something. Are you from the Lotus Fire cult that eats people by scent? It seems you have heard of us. Xiaokai let out a strange laugh. May I ask which sect you belong to? Why help the people of this monster core land while harming your own compatriots? Compatriots? Wang Jian seemed to hear a joke. You from the Lotus Fire sect really know how to flatter yourselves. Do you think you are worthy? Hee, your harsh words are meaningless. Xiaokai's expression grew even more sinister. Since we are all travelers from afar, you should understand that even if we from the Lotus Fire sect do not consume Chen today, others will. And Chen is a top-notch vessel. Who wouldn't want a piece of him? You saved him once today, but can you save him 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times? A vessel exists to be consumed. That is his honor. The more Shao Kai spoke, the more excited she seemed. Opposite her, Wang Jian remained expressionless, simply raising his sword gently. Have you finished speaking? Her smile froze in shock. Wang Jian suddenly flashed forward like a beam of light, his sword energy bursting forth. Skinning technique. She hurriedly swung the monster core object in her hand. Suddenly, Wang Jian's cold voice rang in her ears. I miscalculated before, but from now on, as long as I am here, no one can touch Shen. Just as the sword blade was about to touch Shao Kai, a loud clang echoed. Out of nowhere, a sword came flying in, striking towards him in the same manner. The blades collided instantly, producing a shower of sparks. The sword energy spread throughout the corridor. Wang Jian immediately withdrew his sword and instinctively stepped back. He then looked up and saw a person. Or rather, he saw himself. An identical Wang Jian stood opposite him, holding a sword, staring at himself. What is this? Wang Jian shook his head, thinking he had misseen, but soon, he realized it was real. There was indeed another Wang Jian, identical in both attire and sword stance. What was going on? He furrowed his brow. He tried to swing his sword. The other immediately mirrored his movement, even the facial expression was the same. It was as if a mirror was placed before him. An illusion? Wang Jian slapped himself. The person opposite also slapped himself. No, it's not an illusion, it's imitation. I think I understand what that skinning technique is now. He let out a cold laugh. You think that by turning into my likeness, you can stop me? Wang Jian tossed his sword into the air. If you have the ability, try this. Core technique, sword formation. As he flicked his fingers, countless sword blades appeared in the air. At the same time, the others shouted in the same manner, core technique, sword formation. In an instant, the corridor was filled with clashing sword formations. Countless blades began to flash rapidly, intertwining and slashing at each other, sparks flying, debris scattering, and within moments, the walls were covered in sword marks. The entire building seemed to tremble. Meanwhile, inside the room, the young master swayed slightly. He glanced outside the door, veins bulging on his forehead, gritting his teeth. Damn beast, making such a racket. If the building collapses, how am I supposed to refine? As he spoke, he quickly picked up the scattered meat on the ground to eat. With each bite, he displayed an expression of extreme enjoyment, even rolling his eyes back. And Shen, I have never tasted such delicious meat in my life. I almost feel reluctant to eat you. How do you feel now? Are you lost in beautiful memories, unable to extricate yourself? To refine you, I even specially wove a memory for you. Look, how much I love you. As long as you stay in the furnace, immersed in memories, the more you immerse yourself, the faster the meat falls, and I will advance faster. Ha ha ha. Come on, let the flames burn even fiercer. The young master's expression grew increasingly sinister. It seemed that from eating the meat, saliva continuously dripped from the corners of his mouth. The whole person looked quite mad. As he spoke, he stretched out his palm and touched the incense burner. Immediately afterward, he gently blew a breath towards the bottom of the burner. Boom! Suddenly, a lotus-shaped flame rose up out of nowhere, surrounding the burner. Refining a person is like stewing meat. The stronger the fire and the longer the time, the more tender the meat becomes, making it more delicious to eat. He. In the enclosed, empty space, the flesh of Shen's body fell like raindrops. As the incense burner was engulfed by the lotus flame, he began to tremble uncontrollably. It felt as if the temperature around him was rising. He lay on the ground, unable to move or breathe, his eyes vacant, like a dying person. Pain was all that remained. His mind could not think at all. How long has it been? He seemed to be asking himself. Shao Kai, how much longer until I can have the divine altar? In every passing second, Shen endured. He kept talking to himself, as if only by doing so could he avoid dying. Shao Kai, how can I leave? Where is this? Shen, I didn't eat you. That was eaten by me, the divine lord. Olden, can you wake up a bit? Why are you in such a mess? Shen muttered to himself. As he spoke, he suddenly felt something strange, but he couldn't help but want to laugh. What nonsense am I talking to myself? I look just like a madman. Yeah, you're a madman, didn't you know? Otherwise, do you think everything you see is real? Boom! Shen's head suddenly throbbed with pain. A white light flashed before his eyes. Shen, wake up quickly. There are no possessors. All of this is your imagination. This is a mental hospital. You were already cured. How did it flare up again? As the white light flashed by, Shen suddenly opened his eyes, realizing he was lying on a hospital bed, dressed in a patient gown. A man stood in front of him, frowning as he looked at him. Shen, are you okay? His head buzzed, and he stared blankly around. How did I end up here? Great. You're finally awake. You scared me to death. The doctor sighed in relief upon hearing him speak. I thought you wouldn't wake up again. I am your attending physician. What on earth is going on? And Shen looked at everything in front of him with an incomprehensible gaze. His mind was blank. You have a mental illness, a delusional disorder, and have been treated for many years. Long ago, you imagined a world where possessors invaded humanity, and you embarked on a path of cultivation, the doctor said, sighing uneasily. Not long ago, your illness was actually cured, but it suddenly flared up again, and this time you added drama, saying your parents were also possessed. Hearing this, and Shen's pupils trembled. Delusion? He was stunned. He slapped his head hard. How could that possibly be a delusion? I know it's hard for you to accept all at once. Here, have a candy. You used to love candy. The sweetness can help relax your mood. The doctor took out a red candy and handed it over, and Shen picked it up, hesitating before eating it. The doctor sighed again. You can take your time to digest this matter, but don't let yourself fall into delusion again, okay? If you feel uncomfortable, you can try to get out of bed and move around a bit. Alright, I'll go attend to other matters. After saying that, the doctor turned and left, and Shen got off the bed, staring blankly at everything in front of him, unable to regain his senses. This was not a dream. His sense of touch was very real, as if time had been reshaped. But just then, the door to the ward was suddenly pushed open. A woman in a white coat walked in. Seeing Shen get out of bed, the woman was taken aback. You're awake? Who told you to get out of bed? The doctor said I could get up and walk around, and Shen replied, looking at her. Hearing this, the female doctor was stunned. Doctor? I'm the only female doctor here. And Shen stood frozen in place, still unable to react. The female doctor spoke. You're talking about the patient next door, right? He likes to pretend to be a doctor. Don't listen to him, and definitely don't eat anything he gives you. And Shen's heart trembled. What will happen if I eat it? You don't even know what it is, and you're willing to eat it? He said it's candy. The female doctor sighed. Dead bugs, cockroaches, paper balls, anything is possible, but it definitely can't be candy. Upon hearing this, Shen suddenly felt a wave of nausea in his stomach, as if something was churning inside. Just then, a strange roar inexplicably echoed in his ears. Shen, wake up. This isn't real. You're about to die. This is the shrine messing with you. Spit out what you've eaten. Immediately, he felt a tightness in his throat, and an indescribable nausea surged in his stomach. He couldn't help but want to vomit. Looking up, he saw the female doctor's smile becoming increasingly strange and twisted. Suddenly, she transformed into a cloud of white smoke, rapidly dispersing. Amidst the smoke, a dark, hunched figure appeared, swaying as it raised its hands, as if it had achieved something. It turned around excitedly and vanished. Shen's vision swayed, but he remembered that figure was the Heavenly Mother of the shrine. How could it be here? Who is talking? It doesn't matter who it is, just spit it out. The old voice carried a certain angry command, and Shen's throat felt increasingly uncomfortable. He could only reach in to dig. With a loud retch, he knelt on the ground and quickly vomited. Black, water-like substance poured out. At the same time, in his fading vision, the scene of the hospital rapidly disappeared. He found himself back in the furnace of the incense offering ceremony. What is this? Shen knelt on the ground, staring blankly at what he had vomited, chunks of flesh. His own flesh. He had just eaten himself. Looking at the rotting pieces of meat on the ground, Shen couldn't suppress his nausea. His face turned pale, pain reaching its peak. I actually ate myself? I actually wanted to eat myself? The hospital scene was indeed just an illusion, but whose voice was it that reminded me I was about to die? Why would the Heavenly Mother come to torment me? Unfathomable images flashed in his mind. There were no answers. Soon, that familiar burning pain surged back. Almost in an instant, Shen collapsed to the ground, his body stiffening, unable to breathe. No! Even if that was an illusion, I didn't feel any pain. Why? He glanced down at the pieces of meat he had vomited, and as his mind grew heavy, he suddenly realized something. Could it be because I ate myself? Thinking this, Shen looked down at his limbs. The meat, the size of a fingernail, kept falling off and regenerating, seemingly endless. But the speed of regeneration was slowing down, far behind the rate of loss. At this rate, he would eventually turn into a skeleton. Forget it, I'll just eat first. Rather than thinking aimlessly, he decided to take action. Shen bit down on his pinky finger. The fallen flesh instantly dropped into his mouth. He didn't dare to chew or taste it, fearing it would disgust him. He swallowed it whole. Gulp! His throat moved. In an instant, Shen felt the pain in his body begin to retreat in an extremely clear manner, as if the stone pressing on his back had been removed. He suddenly felt a sense of relief. It actually works? His expression shifted from shock to wild joy. If that's the case, can I be self-sufficient? With this thought, he no longer hesitated, directly taking bite after bite of his continuously falling flesh. He spared no part of his body. The pain began to disappear, and Shen grew more excited as he ate. He felt an unprecedented clarity. He even felt an uncontrollable urge to get up and dance. Great! Now I feel alive. Even if I became an immortal, I wouldn't be as happy as I am now. He actually managed to crawl up, even though the flesh on his legs had already fallen off, leaving only white bones. But Shen was still dancing around, jumping and leaping in place, clapping his hands together, laughing excitedly and crazily. He even began to chant, "Masterson, Dan Xiao Shang, let's drink, don't let the cup stop. I'll sing a song for you, please listen closely." As he sang, his mouth began to split open. For long, narrow tentacles danced menacingly in the air, like 4 mouths, picking up meat from in front and behind him, constantly stuffing it back into his mouth. Inside the room, in front of the incense burner, the young master savored a piece of meat after swallowing it, his spirit in a daze. It was as if he had entered the clouds, his whole being floating. When he reached out to pick up more, he found nothing. He immediately looked down, stunned. The ground was clean, not a single piece of meat left. Finished eating? The young master frowned, having not eaten much himself. He looked up at Shen and froze. He saw that Shen's mouth had, he didn't know when, split open into 4 twisted tentacles, rapidly pecking at the meat that had fallen to the ground like little birds, frantically picking it up. The young master's face turned pale in an instant, instinctively slapping the ground to support himself as he jumped up, quickly pulling back. He jumped to the corner of the room, staring blankly at the scene, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. How can he still move? Looking at the twisted form of that strange core body, the young master's breathing grew heavier. I threw him into the incense burner for refining. It's impossible for him to still have strength. No, his state doesn't seem like he's being refined, it's more like he's self-cultivating. The young master seemed to realize something, his face turning pale with shock. I heard that cultivators, when there are no laws, will attract the attention of the divine shrine. If their behavior is deemed interesting by the divine shrine, it will intervene and conduct a law trial. If a cultivator can complete it, they can directly pass through the laws and possess the divine shrine. The young master clenched his fists, his expression fluctuating, his whole body cold. Could it be that this kid, after I refined him, not only wasn't refined but instead advanced further? I've only heard that Sun Wukong can refine fire eyes and golden pupils. Can you really break free and be reborn? The young master was stunned and furious. He initially wanted to strike and deliver a fatal blow to Shen, but then, smelling the aroma of the meat, he felt extremely reluctant. After all the effort and trouble, just to have a taste, how could he just let it go? Gritting his teeth, he approached Shen, pondering how to deal with those bizarre tentacles. Strange core objects all have their own unique rules. Just like painted skin and Wang Shizhu, they are not influenced by strength. As long as they are used properly, they will produce effects. What about Shen? Since he is a strange core object, he must also possess some special rules. What could they be? The young master was still thinking. Suddenly, one of the twisted tentacles hanging in the air reached out towards him. With a snap, it wrapped around his wrist and pulled him directly towards Shen's mouth. Crack! Shen seemed to instinctively bite down. Hiss, something that isn't afraid of death. You dare to eat me? The young master was shocked, raising his right hand's index and middle fingers and thrusting them into Shen's mouth. Core technique, fireworks. Bang! As the words fell, flames erupted from his fingertips like petals, rushing straight into Shen's throat. Blood splattered as it burst out from the back of his neck, skin splitting and flesh tearing. The young master immediately withdrew his hand and stepped back, watching the twisted tentacle severed by the flames, his brow furrowed. His mind raced. He absolutely could not let this delicious dish escape. Since he couldn't refine it, why not just eat it raw? First cut off the arms, then the head, that would make it easier to eat. Just as he was about to act, suddenly, a strange sound echoed. He turned his head to see the incense burner, which had been neatly arranged, had seemingly been impacted during the earlier commotion and had fallen over, crashing to the ground. The incense was broken. The couplet stuck to the wall had also been burned to ashes by the earlier flames. Not good. Seeing this scene, the young master's expression changed dramatically. He had just turned his head, not even waiting to see clearly. Bang! Suddenly, a hand shot out like lightning, gripping his neck tightly. A strong sense of suffocation hit him. Turning his head, he met Shen's crimson gaze. You dare! He hadn't even had time to say the words. Shen's mouth, which had been blown apart by the nuclear technique, suddenly grew back. The speed was astonishing. With a crunch, it bit down on the young master's head. Thud! Half of his skull was directly bitten off and swallowed. Then the young master's body was flung away, crashing against the wall and falling down. Shen's eyes were hazy, as if he was gradually coming to his senses. A few seconds later, his vision became clear, and he stared blankly at the corpse in front of him, stunned for a long time. Who is this? And Shen stood up, looking at the pieces of flesh that were rapidly regenerating. He took a deep breath, and before he could act, a series of white mist symbols suddenly appeared in the air before him. The Heavenly Mother personally intervenes in the cultivation, assigning a trial. Taste yourself, embrace yourself. The cultivator has passed the trial. The Heavenly Mother awaits to send off at the altar. Seeing these words, Shen was momentarily lost in thought. Especially the phrase taste yourself, embrace yourself, suddenly made him think of something. So it was really the Heavenly Mother influencing me just now? As he pondered, a strange sound suddenly came from in front of him. Looking up, he saw the corpse with half its head bitten off, now twisting and standing up. How can this be? I was clearly just one step away. To stop me here, could it be the will of heaven? Truly ridiculous. The corpse muttered to itself, as if mocking, its body swaying as it stood in place. Suddenly lifting its head, its entire face looked extremely twisted and horrifying due to the missing head. The skin had been torn apart, and the eyeball hung outside. It stared at Shen, a sinister laugh escaping its throat. You really don't understand anything, Shen. Hearing this, Shen frowned slightly. Who are you? He. The young master laughed strangely a few times, but the laughter sounded somewhat desolate. You ask me? I am the young master of the Lotus Fire sect. His head swayed as if he could barely stand. I don't know you. Shen couldn't be bothered with this stranger. His head still hurt, and he shook it a few times. I wonder if I've completed the incense offering ceremony, and whether I have the altar now. Speaking of which, where is Shao Kai? He seemed to remember something and looked around. There was no one in the room except for this strange man. Where is Shao Kai? Shen realized something was wrong, staring at the other person and moving his fingers. Ha ha, the young master seemed to want to laugh, but he truly couldn't. Clearly, this kid was about to be refined by him. Clearly that was just the incense offering ceremony, a furnace that devours people without spitting out bones. How did it instead truly attract the attention of the altar? He was even casually looking for Shao Kai. The expression on the young master's face seemed to grow increasingly sinister. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, bang! Outside the door, a panicked figure stumbled in. Young master, the Huapai has failed. Save me, save me. That Wang Jian. Following that, the figure uncontrollably fell to the ground. Looking up, seeing the young master's disheveled appearance and the scene in the room, they froze on the spot, eyes wide open, unable to speak. Shao Kai? Seeing the person who burst in, Shen was taken aback. He was just about to step forward. Suddenly, someone pulled him from behind. He hurriedly turned around. He saw a pitch-black shadow grabbing his hand. It was this shadow again. Xing He. The shadow suddenly spoke. You have to see what that is. Saying this, it pointed forward, and Shen looked in that direction. But before he could see clearly, he was suddenly pushed hard from behind, losing control and falling forward. At the same time, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye of a white light rushing in from outside the door. It was a sword. Not good. Clang! And Shen had no time to dodge, and in an instant, the sword blade pierced through his head with a thunk. The body leaned against the wall, pinned there. Great! Now you can remember me. In a moment of daze, Shen heard the shadow's joyful voice. Blood flowed down his cheek, and his mind buzzed. Damn! How did I stab you? At the same time, outside the door, Wang Jian, covered in wounds, rushed in. Upon entering the room and seeing Shen nailed to the wall, he froze in place. Before he could say anything else, Shen suddenly let out a sound. It's okay, brother Jian. As he spoke, one hand lifted, gripping the sword hilt, slowly pulling the sword energy out. His feet landed on the ground, and he steadied himself against the wall. He stared at the disheveled Shao Kai and the young master before him. As his gaze grew heavy, he suddenly raised two fingers and inserted them into his own split head. With a sudden force, a long, thin worm was yanked out with a splash, accompanied by strands of blood. The worm was a full meter long, slender like a roundworm. It struggled desperately in his hand, as if trying to find a place to burrow. Gripped by Shen, it looked utterly miserable. Heh, so it was this thing that harmed me so badly, even making me forget the most important things. Can this thing change a person's memory? Shen stared at the worm, his tone tinged with a certain sadness and confusion. This seems to be a human brainworm. Wang Jian stared, seemingly recalling something, an extremely rare monster core. I haven't seen it in many years, even in the Bazaar Land, it's rare. I didn't expect it to still exist. Hearing this, Shen looked at Shao Kai in front of him. After a few seconds of silence, as if understanding something, his gaze suddenly dropped, murmuring to himself, I'm sorry, thank you for being so brave to take pictures for me back then, and yet I couldn't protect you. Xing He, what are you talking about? I'm Shao Kai, Shao Kai, lying on the ground, forced to smile and reached out her hand. In a flash, and Shen did not hesitate and swung his sword. Thud! Shao Kai's head rolled on the ground. Then, and Shen looked up at the young master before him, his expression cold as he asked, "Brother Jian, what is the Lotus Fire Sect?" Behind him, Brother Jian, covered in wounds, looked at Shen's expression, uncertain of the situation, and could only respond hesitantly. "One of the 7 evil sects, corresponding to greed." "Oh, is it powerful?" Shen asked again. Brother Jian paused for a moment, then chuckled. "Average, on par with that He-Huan sect." "Then this kind of trash should be killed." Shen raised his sword directly, and the young master let out a hoarse roar. "Chen, if you dare to kill me, my father will mobilize all the disciples of the Lotus Fire Sect to torture you to death and send you to hell." "That's hilarious." Shen suddenly laughed, then pressed the blade against the other's neck. "In that case, let your father come find me." After saying that, the blade slashed. Whoosh! The young master's head rolled on the ground. Silence followed. Blood gushed from the severed neck. From the wound, countless worms crawled out, densely packed. They were almost identical to the one Shen held, crawling out along the blood and flesh. How many human bodies has this guy consumed to become like this? His insides have already mutated. Wang Jian gasped at this scene. "Brother Jian." Shen suddenly spoke, returning the sword to him, his gaze drifting through the window to the floor below. "What's wrong? I've figured out what to do." "What do you mean?" Wang Jian was taken aback. He still didn't know what had happened. He didn't know that Shen had jumped from one memory to another, experiencing the intertwined pain of hatred and emotion. Shen didn't say it, but that didn't mean it wasn't in his heart. "You said before that you wanted to save this world." Shen spoke calmly. "I suddenly want to as well." Wang Jian was momentarily stunned, then a smile spread across his face as he extended his hand. "Then welcome to join my grand cause." Shen grasped his hand, but a chilling smile appeared on his face. "Then let's start by killing the superiors." As Shen and Wang Jian walked out from the upper floor, the few attendants brought by the young master of the Lotus Fire Sect below still had no idea what had happened. When they encountered Wang Jian, their expressions changed, and just as they were about to act, their heads and limbs were severed in just 2 or 3 strikes. They died on the spot. As for the remaining ones surrounding the road, they were mostly from the 3 major bureaus. Each one held a gun, their expressions tense to the extreme, surrounding the two. Shen was recognized by them all. Even if they hadn't seen him before, they had heard plenty about him. Many were surprised to see the young man walking out from the building, looking like a student at such a young age. A few middle-aged men's expressions turned extremely astonished. "Is this the guy who goes mad and eats people?" At this moment, Shen stood on the steps, staring at the densely packed vehicles outside and the dark muzzles of the guns. He scanned the area but did not see Qiao Song and Zhao Yan. Just as he was puzzled, a somewhat overweight man behind a vehicle shouted through a loudspeaker, "Shen, you are surrounded. Surrender immediately. Lessen your punishment and do not be stubborn." Hearing the voice, Shen looked up and saw a stranger behind the car, unable to help but ask curiously, "Who is that?" "The newly appointed director of the White Robe Bureau, Sun Tzu." Wang Jian, also standing on the steps, glanced at him. He didn't think much of it. He didn't like this man. Turning his gaze back to the dark alley across the street, he suddenly saw a figure stumbling and struggling to run over. From a distance, Wang Jian initially thought it was Su Guan, but soon, he realized it was Li Si. How did this guy come out? Where is Su Guan? Wang Jian was momentarily stunned, still trying to process it when he heard Li Si across the road let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Help! Help! I am Li Si, the captain of the White Robe Bureau. I have been kidnapped by Bai Jian and Wang Jian. They are colluding with the possessors, trying to refine and eat me. Quick, save me." Upon hearing the voice, everyone turned back curiously. Seeing this, Sun Tzu immediately shouted through the loudspeaker, "Shen, as a rebel, you do not protect humanity, but instead collude with the possessors. How can you face your parents? How can you face humanity?" Upon hearing this, Shen's expression immediately darkened, his gaze coldly fixed on Sun Tzu. The new director was so frightened that his face changed instantly, and after holding the loudspeaker for a long time, he finally mustered the courage to say, "I advise you to put down your butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Do not. I think you are very noisy." Shen stared at him, his palm moving, nuclear technique, blood droplet. Suddenly, countless blood beads began to be crazily drawn from the surface of Sun Tzu's body, wildly gathering towards Shen's palm. "Shen, you, shoot, quickly shoot." Sun Tzu's face turned pale, letting out a painful cry as he immediately ordered. In an instant, the surrounding gunfire erupted. Bang bang bang. For a moment, the dense bullets sounded like firecrackers. While the other side was shooting, Shen turned back and said, "Brother Jian, step back, don't let the blood splatter on you." Hearing this, Wang Jian frowned. He didn't know what this kid was up to, but he still took a few steps back to a safe place. Following that, he saw Shen rotate his palm again. Nuclear technique, move flower and connect wood. Suddenly, the bullets flying towards him hit his body with a crackling sound. In an instant, snowflakes flew, and Shen's body was crazily pierced by bullets, continuously retreating until he was pressed against the wall. The dense bullets continued to shoot, piercing through his body, turning him into a beehive in an instant. And Shen allowed the bullets to shoot at him without resistance. He merely gazed through the flying gunfire at Sun Tzu beside the vehicle. The latter stood there, mouth agape, eyes wide and blood red, as if he had seen a ghost, his throat seemingly letting out a hoarse sound. "Cease fire, quickly cease fire." However, his voice was completely drowned out by the chaotic gunfire, and no one could hear him. Sun Tzu's body began to bleed profusely, and soon he collapsed heavily to the ground, unable to bear the burden. A shocked cry erupted from the crowd. "Cease fire! Quickly, cease fire! Director's son?" Everyone turned their heads, and in an instant, their faces turned pale. They saw Sun Tzu, for some unknown reason, covered in bullet holes, his body nearly torn apart, organs protruding. Lying on the ground, his eyes wide open, he had already breathed his last. "Director's son is dead! Director's son is dead!" Someone screamed. It was Shen who killed him. It must have been Shen who killed him. Shen, leaning against the wall, let out a cold laugh. "I stood here without moving, yet he was riddled with bullets. The ones holding the guns are clearly you, yet you turn around and say I killed him. Isn't that ridiculous?" As he spoke, he took a step forward, shifting his body. Clatter! A large number of bullets fell from him, hitting the ground with a piercing sound. "It was clearly you who killed him." And Shen suddenly raised his voice. "The gun was fired by him, the bullets were shot by you. Not only did you fail to protect humanity, but you also killed your own director. Why did you do this? Are you colluding with the possessors?" With that one sentence, everyone present was left dumbfounded. Their heads buzzed, unable to react. And Shen continued to question loudly. "What? Don't dare to admit it? Only I stood up to protect you. If you don't believe it, go upstairs and see. Which one did I kill that wasn't a possessor? When have I ever aimed my gun at my own people?" Silence fell over the crowd, a stunned stillness. Wang Jian, hearing this from behind, twitched his mouth a few times. "You little brat, are you going against the heavens? Now I want to leave. Whoever steps aside will live, whoever obstructs will die." And Shen began to move forward. "Those who want to live, don't test my temper. You all know I've eaten people before." After saying that, he took a step. In an instant, the crowd retreated to the sides like a tide, their faces filled with terror, creating a 1-meter wide gap. No one dared to stop him. "Go back and tell my superiors, ask them what kind of coffin they want. I, Shen, will buy it for them." He walked straight through the crowd, at this moment as if in a realm of no one. Wang Jian followed behind, his clothes tattered and covered in wounds. He looked more like a lackey. "You little brat, let you show off in front of Shen." Expressionless, he walked straight across the street and stopped beside Li Si. "Help! Help me!" Li Si looked up and saw him, his face pale with shock, rolling and crawling backward on the ground. But Wang Jian stepped on his chest, frowning. "How did you get out?" Turning his head, he saw Su Guan lying at the alley entrance, covered in blood, struggling to crawl out, his voice hoarse. "Master, I broke the formation. This bastard somehow untied the ropes and ambushed me." Wang Jian looked at Su Guan, who looked like a bloodied person, and nodded solemnly. "You've worked hard, leave the rest to me." He. Su Guan grinned, then collapsed on the ground, unable to hold on any longer, and fainted. Li Si stared blankly at the person in front of him, then looked back at the 3 major bureaus across the road, holding guns but not daring to move. In an instant, he fell into despair. "Spare me. Shen, we know each other. I supported you in your previous actions. Xiao Kai helped you too. She is my teammate, have you forgotten?" "I haven't forgotten, you even lent me an umbrella before." And Shen replied calmly. Right, I lent you an umbrella." Li Si forced a pale smile. "When I was alone upstairs, you and the other team members should have gone up to support, not let Xiao Kai, and in turn, go up alone." And Shen suddenly spoke. She was bold and unafraid, so she rushed up. "As the captain, what were you waiting for in the car?" Li Si's expression grew increasingly grim. "I was calling for reinforcements at that time. Is that so?" And Shen looked down at him. "If you had fulfilled your duty as captain back then, Xiao Kai would not have been possessed. So, her death now is partly your responsibility." After saying this, Shen grabbed his head. Nuclear technique, heartfire. Suddenly, the temperature of his palm rose rapidly. Ah! Li Si let out a heart-wrenching scream. In an instant, his head melted away. And Shen looked at the bloodstains in his palm, lost in thought, his gaze icy. "Whoever's pain should be returned to them. That is the meaning of cultivating the path of suffering. Let's go, we need to leave. At the end of the bridge, 3 cars were parked at a dead end. Xiaosong held a gun, standing at the bridge's edge, the gun barrel aimed at the woman in front of him, gritting his teeth. Bai Jian, there's no way out, stop running. His voice trembled slightly. Beside him was Zhao Yan, also holding a gun, looking tense. The two had chased Bai Jian all the way. Although it was clear that Bai Jian was deliberately attracting their attention, they had no choice but to pursue her. Zhao Yan instructed the people from the 3 major departments to stay put, and only he and Xiaosong continued the chase. At this moment, Bai Jian stood by the car on the opposite side, looking calm and unhurried. She looked up at the sky and said calmly, Xiaosong, if you want to shoot, do it now, but I won't go with you. Xiaosong gritted his teeth. Do you really think I won't dare to shoot? No, it's precisely because I believe you dare that I say this. Bai Jian shook her head, but you know very well that my death won't stir up any ripples. Killing me won't change anything. Xiaosong said nothing, his hand trembling slightly. Since the invasion of the possessors, things have escalated. We might just be one of the sacrifices. The possessors use humans as the source of their cultivation, and humans are referred to as the core, which means that in this model, humans must compete, and the numbers will only decrease. Bai Jian spoke calmly. Do you know how many possessors there are now? I don't, because it's impossible to keep track. Their world is already over, now they want to destroy ours. Xiaosong, what I want to do is very simple. You should also know that the higher-ups are colluding with the possessors. As for the reason, I'm not clear. Bai Jian frowned. You can follow orders and kill me, or perhaps you can choose another way, but the choice is yours. After saying this, she fell silent. Xiaosong's grip on the gun tightened, growing more anxious. He was deep in thought, clenching his teeth. Suddenly, bang! A gunshot rang out beside his ear. Caught off guard, Xiaosong's head was instantly filled with a deafening roar. In a daze, he stared at Bai Jian, a sudden splash of crimson appearing on his chest. Blood flowed out continuously. Bai Jian seemed stunned as well, disbelief filling her pupils, then she fell backward. Zhao Yan, what have you done? Xiaosong suddenly turned his head, eyes wide, staring at the person behind him. He was holding a gun, trembling all over, gasping for breath, his cheeks drenched in cold sweat. You have to kill her, Xiaosong. We must kill her. If she doesn't die, we both will. I have a wife and kids. What do I have to gamble with her? Just because of her few righteous words, I risk my family's lives? Xiaosong, wake up. Xiaosong's head buzzed. Ignoring everything, he rushed forward, grabbing Bai Jian, who was lying on the ground, coughing up blood and convulsing. I'll take you to the hospital, hold on. In his panic, Xiaosong tried to lift her, but Bai Jian grabbed him tightly. Her voice was hoarse and choked, weak. Don't walk to the opposite side of the light. Don't talk. Hold on. Just as Xiaosong was about to move, Zhao Yan suddenly pushed him aside, stepping forward, and fired several shots at Bai Jian's body. We need to reload. Zhao Yan's voice trembled. She can't live, she really can't live. As he spoke, shaking, he dragged the blood-stained Bai Jian up, step by step, back to the car. Xiaosong stood behind, staring blankly at the crimson trail on the ground, forgetting to breathe. Why has Bai Jian been gone for so long? Still not back? In the abandoned factory, Wang Jian pulled out his phone and dialed several times, but no one answered, feeling increasingly uneasy. He turned to Xian Shen sitting on the stairs, his brow furrowed as if deep in thought. An hour ago, under the gaze of everyone from the third bureau, they had swaggered out. They found a building to hide in temporarily. So, I was refined during the offering ceremony, and I should have died, but Tianmo saved me? And Chen looked very confused. But why would it save me? The divine altar is everywhere, every cultivator has it within them. It makes no sense for it to take a liking to me. He recounted everything he knew, and Wang Jian analyzed it with him. That wasn't saving you. Sometimes, when cultivators are without laws, they can attract the attention of the divine altar. That's quite normal, Wang Jian told him. The divine altar only cares about the laws. You should have seen it too. Without new laws, the white mist symbols will frequently appear to remind you. During this time, because there are no laws, the divine altar will focus all its attention on the cultivator themselves. If your actions attract its attention, it will intervene. Wang Jian paused for a moment, but not to save you, just for fun. And Chen's breath hitched. Wang Jian's tone remained calm. During the refining process, it was just bored and played a game with you, which we call trial. At this, Wang Jian turned to look at Shen, giving a bitter smile. But the trial is actually quite terrifying because no cultivator knows what the content of the trial is. Hearing this, Shen recalled. He indeed hadn't seen any hints about the trial, only the final prompt that he had passed it. So the trial is actually a bad thing. Most cultivators who encounter a trial can only rely on luck, and it's basically very hard to pass. Wang Jian sighed. In hindsight, the trial, it played with you was to consume itself, so it wouldn't feel pain, and you just happened to align with its brainwaves, that's all. Once again, and Shen fell silent. So that's how it was. Although the trial could replace the laws, it seemed now that it was better to stick to the stable cultivation laws. He took a deep breath, understanding the situation, and exhaled. But soon he remembered something else. Looking at the injured but no longer in life-threatening danger Su Guan, he couldn't help but ask, "What's up with the formation? Who is he?" At this, Su Guan, weak, forced a smile, enduring the pain to make himself familiar. "I'm just a performer, named Su Guan, and Dis Yen, we've met." Hearing this, and Shen was taken aback and looked at Wang Jian. "A member of the Hahuan sect? How did he end up here?" After I persuaded him earnestly, he chose to abandon the darkness and embrace the light, now firmly following the side of justice. And Shen glanced at Su Guan, who smiled stiffly, feeling he had to agree with this statement. "The Lotus Fire Sect set up a formation on you to prevent other possessors from finding you, but we have a divine officer, so even if it's a formation, it's not much use. Breaking the formation almost cost him his life." Wang Jian pointed. Su Guan quickly smiled, his whole body twitching in pain. "Serving Dis Yen is my honor," and Shen looked at him, silent for half a second, then stood up and walked over. Su Guan's heart trembled in fear. What was he going to do? However, and Shen suddenly squatted down and reached out his hand. "Thank you." Su Guan was instantly stunned. "You almost lost your life to help me. I owe you a favor. If you ever need anything in the future, I will definitely repay you." Su Guan opened his mouth, unable to speak. After a long while, as if he had just come to his senses, he immediately grasped that hand tightly, his voice choked with emotion. The Great One knows my identity and still spared my life. Su Guan is immensely grateful. "I do not seek favors. I only ask that in the future, we do not only share hardships but also share blessings, and that I am not abandoned." If he were to separate from Enshen now, as a traitor, no possessor would allow him to live, he might die even faster. Enshen smiled and patted his shoulder. "Take good care of your injuries." Su Guan was filled with gratitude, as if he had found a lighthouse in the darkness. Wang Jian glanced at Enshen, smiling meaningfully. He said nothing. Enshen returned to his seat, rubbing his head. The events involving the Mindworm and the Lotus Fire Sect made him feel a wave of panic. These possessors even had means to alter memories, which had truly tormented him, nearly costing him his life. It was completely different from the previous confrontation with the Wang group where he had slaughtered the Hehuan sect all the way. It seemed that these possessors could not be dealt with solely through brute force. The insidious tactics of the Lotus Fire Sect were indeed hard to guard against. Heaven knows what else he might encounter in the future, and most importantly, the Lotus Fire Sect was clearly colluding with the higher-ups. How many possessors had the higher-ups colluded with, including the Hehuan sect, and what was their ultimate goal? Shen's mind was a bit chaotic. He knew nothing about the higher-ups. Just then, Shen looked up and suddenly saw a series of white mist symbols floating before him. The Heavenly Maiden awaits to be sent off at the altar. What does this mean? He relayed the content to Wang Jian. This means you have successfully passed the trial, and by sending her off, you will have an altar. Hearing this, Shen recalled. First, he practiced as an ascetic, enduring physical and mental pain. Next was walking in the shadows, undergoing painful refinement. Finally, there was the Heavenly Maiden's trial, where an unexpected brainwave collision allowed him to pass smoothly. By this reckoning, he should have completed 3 laws. With this thought, Shen closed his eyes and let himself enter the altar. He wanted to see what this Heavenly Maiden truly was. Before him, clouds and mist swirled, surrounded by green mountains, with birds flying among the trees. Shen stood in the altar, gazing at the hunched, strange figure in the thick fog, the Heavenly Maiden. He did not dare to approach easily. He had been tormented by this thing for long enough, yet still did not understand its essence. The white mist symbols continued to drift out, clearly stating, "Practitioners offer incense, sending off the Heavenly Maiden." Shen hesitated for a few seconds, seeing the incense burner in front of the misty altar, where several sticks of fragrant incense were already placed. He walked over, picked one up, pressed his finger against the tip, and softly chanted, "Nuclear technique, Heartfire." Suddenly, he ignited the 3 sticks of incense. As wisps of smoke rose, he shook the incense and slowly inserted it into the burner. He bowed respectfully several times. "Safe travels." The Heavenly Maiden stood in the mist, turning to look at him, her 3 oddly shaped arms suddenly reaching out. One hand grasped Shen's wrist, and Shen's face changed dramatically. Before he could react, the Heavenly Maiden extended a long, sharp nail and swiftly sliced through his palm. Suddenly, a searing pain like a brand surged through him. and Shen quickly withdrew his hand and looked up again. He saw the heavenly maiden dancing in the mist, like a man who had just passed the imperial examination, gradually disappearing without a trace. What's going on? His palm throbbed painfully. He raised it to look and was astonished to find 2 golden characters written on it, weaving dreams. Weaving dreams? And Shen stared at the words, utterly confused. He looked up at the sky. The white mist symbols suddenly formed a string of words. The heavenly maiden has woven a dream for you. She has tasted enough pain, satisfied, and left, leaving behind the brush for weaving dreams. Now it is your turn to weave dreams for others. Weaving dreams for others? What is this thing? And Shen was still puzzled when the white mist in front of him suddenly dissipated. Immediately, the distant green mountains and flying birds all crumbled and vanished like a faded painting. In less than a few seconds, everything around him was pitch black. Nothing was there. The symbol, "The cultivator has not mastered the laws," appeared again. And Shen looked around, waiting for a few seconds, but there was no change. It seemed that there wouldn't be any movement for a while. Tian Mo has left, and even the scenery has changed. I'll come back when I find a new law. He exited the divine altar, returning to the abandoned factory. At this moment, it was already dark. Where is Brother Jian? At the corner of the stairs, only Su Guan was sitting in the corner, as if he had just woken up, looking a bit dazed. The great immortal has been unable to contact Director Bai, saying she is a bit worried and went to find her. How long has it been? And Chen stood up. He looked down at his palm. The writing had disappeared. It's been a couple of hours. It really is time for her to come back, Su Guan mumbled. When he looked up, he saw Chen talking to the air in the corner, muttering to himself. I know, you two don't need to worry. After saying that, he suddenly turned his head to look at Su Guan, frowning. Do you want to eat barbecue again? But can this meat be tasty? And Chen curled his lip and suddenly reached out, grabbing Su Guan's wrist. Nuclear technique, heart fire. Boom! Half of Su Guan's arm was instantly burned, causing him to scream in pain. Great Immortal! And Great Immortal! Spare me! He struggled desperately, but couldn't break free, as if Chen couldn't hear him at all. In a moment of desperation, Su Guan could only kick Chen and fell backward. This finally pulled the two apart. He sat on the ground, shaking his hand vigorously, his arm covered in blisters. And Chen stood up, shook his head, and stared at him as if nothing had happened. What are you sitting on the ground for? Su Guan opened his mouth wide, momentarily speechless. He had heard Wang Jian say before that Chen might be a bit abnormal, but he wasn't a bad person, so he tried to be careful after getting to know him. But isn't this a bit too abnormal? Su Guan got up, trying to distance himself from him, his expression somewhat resentful. And Great Immortal, who were you talking to just now? I wasn't talking, and Chen glanced at him. But suddenly, as if realizing something, he immediately turned back to ask, did you see me talking to someone? Great Immortal, you were talking to the air. I didn't know if you were communicating with someone and didn't dare to interrupt. Su Guan was already being very polite. After all, I almost had my arm ruined before I even interrupted you. Upon hearing this, and Shen's expression froze for a moment, then he lowered his head, lost in thought. Just now, he indeed saw Li Chanshan in Wang's eye, but he didn't remember speaking. What's going on? His actions seemed different from how others perceived them. This didn't seem to be the first time. What was happening? While he was puzzled, he suddenly heard rustling footsteps coming from downstairs. And Great Immortal, someone is coming. Be careful, it might be a possessor. You protect me. Shouldn't you be saying the 4 words, I will protect you? By the way, is it really appropriate to call someone a possessor? Su Guan, like a monkey, shielded his injured arm and quickly jumped behind Chen to hide. And Chen sighed, his palm slightly moving. The time had just ended, and they were like startled birds. Heaven knows if a possessor would jump out from somewhere. The higher-ups definitely wouldn't let them off. Being cautious was never wrong. Bang, bang. The footsteps were very heavy. It didn't sound like something a normal person could make. The weight was too enormous. Using the moonlight, Chen saw that person step by step up the stairs. As they turned the corner, they were about to make a move. Just as they jumped down, suddenly, a face devoid of expression looked up at him. And Chen was stunned. Brother Jian? He hadn't been able to continue speaking when he saw Wang Jian, drenched as if he had been caught in the rain, standing at the bottom of the stairs. He held a woman dressed in white in his arms. His expression was blank. Just then, the desolate moonlight filtered through the dilapidated unfinished building, casting a glow on the woman. A glaring bright red. Wang Jian opened his mouth and let out a hoarse voice from his throat. Bai Jian is dead, shot through the body. And Chen's body froze in shock. The two of them, one above and one below, looked at each other, and for a moment, silence enveloped them. I ran into Qiao Song and Zhao Yan on the road, stopped them, and discovered the body. It was Zhao Yan who fired the gun. I killed him. And Chen's palm trembled again. I let Xiao Song go. He was holding a gun to himself, wanting to commit suicide, and I stopped him. He told me something. Your parents at the White Robe Bureau have become very strange, especially your mother. It seems she really has started to think of herself as your mother. Hearing this, and Shen's heart sank, feeling suffocated. He remembered that he had undergone experiments at the White Robe Bureau before. The situations of his mother and father seemed to be quite different. However, now Shen looked at Wang Jian, his breath trembling. Let's send Director Bai off first. After Bai Jian was cremated, his ashes were placed in an urn. At night, when no one was around, Shen placed the urn in front of the White Robe Bureau. He hid in the dim light, waiting quietly. He saw the high-hanging plaque of the White Robe Bureau that read, "Dedicated to Humanity." For a moment, his emotions were complex. He didn't know if returning Bai Jian's ashes to the White Robe Bureau was the right choice. The position he placed it in was very obvious. As long as someone came out, they would definitely see it. These people couldn't possibly ignore Bai Jian's ashes. Waiting quietly, after a long time, someone walked out of the White Robe Bureau. It was Xiao Song, and Shen saw that he looked weary, as if he had aged significantly overnight. When Xiao Song passed by the urn, his body visibly trembled, and he stopped. Then he looked around, as if searching for something. After a long while, he picked up the urn and stood still for a long time. Finally, he just sat down despondently on the steps, staring at the city's neon lights, motionless. This was enough, and Shen turned and left without looking back. It was better to leave the funeral to Xiao Song than to do it himself. He believed Xiao Song would give Bai Jian a proper farewell. As for what happened after the funeral, leave it to me. I will take the heads of the higher-ups to honor you. After that, he returned to the unfinished building. The night was deep. 3 big men sat together under the moonlight, contemplating how to spend the night. They had originally planned to find a hotel to stay in, but now, checking into a hotel lobby required identity verification. Everyone had to read a passage from a text to prove their innocence, and Shen had no problem with this. But when he tried it with Wang Jian and Su Guan, he immediately gave up the idea of staying in a hotel. Su Guan pulled Wang Jian and suggested an idea. Big Immortal, how about this? Let's memorize it first, and then we can pass when we get there, right? He had been following Wang Jian and hadn't had a proper rest for many days. He wanted to sleep well, take a shower, eat a good meal, and live like a person instead of like a possessor. No, possessors are also people. It should be said, not like a possessor who only cares about fleeing. Those possessors come to this strange core land, and they don't just cultivate to improve their strength, they must be living well. Yet here he was, sleeping rough, and before coming here, he was a beggar, and now he was worse than a beggar. The fact proved that changing worlds wouldn't make you worry-free. Not going to work. And Shen's single sentence crushed Su Guan's hopes. The hotel front desk has a book with hundreds of pages. They randomly open it and ask you to read a passage. If you can't memorize it, you're out. Su Guan was still not giving up. Then, Big Immortalin, you go in first, and while the hotel staff is asleep, we sneak in. The hotel has security personnel at night for safety. Sneaking in is even less likely. And Shen sighed, seeing Su Guan's pitiful expression, and helplessly shrugged. Suddenly, Wang Jian spoke up. If you really want to stay, there's a place. Where? Follow me. With that, Wang Jian stood up and walked away. Su Guan hurriedly followed, excited. And Shen, seeing this, felt curious and followed as well. 10 minutes later, the three stood in front of a small street filled with bright lights and lively music. At the entrance of each shop, several women dressed in revealing outfits were casting flirtatious glances at passers-by. A brothel? Su Guan immediately understood upon seeing this scene. Master Jian, you're still full of energy, but I really can't keep up right now. Get lost. Wang Jian kicked him with an annoyed expression. These people are in a special line of work. They won't care if you're a possessor or a normal person. As long as you pay, they're all human. Possessors are also human, they have desires, and they come here too, but those who actually come to kill them are the minority. As long as we pay, we can check in. The three of them searched their bodies and finally found a few hundred yuan. Wang Jian took the lead, putting on a hat to cover his face, and found a relatively hidden corner room to enter. The women working there immediately brightened up upon seeing the three men. Hello, gentlemen, here to have some fun? How many do you want? Is it 3 sticks for 1 hole, or 3 sticks for 3 holes? Hearing such bold words, and Shen's face turned red from behind. How did I understand that so quickly? Luckily, the hat covered my face, or I would have been seen. Wang Jian handed over the money, his tone as familiar as an old customer. Just 1 room, we 3 will have fun ourselves. The madam was momentarily stunned, looking at the money on the table and then at the 3 big men. Even after years in this industry, having seen everything, she was still taken aback. But she picked up the money, twisting her body with a smile. We have plenty of rooms. Come, gentlemen, I'll take you. They passed through a beaded curtain and walked down a dark corridor, reaching a room at the end. After entering, she closed the door. Before leaving, the madam left a phone number, smiling. "Contact me if you have other needs, okay?" Inside the room, there were 2 beds. As soon as Su-guan entered, he flopped onto the big bed, and before he could stretch, Wang Jian kicked him off. "Go to that smaller one." Getting up from the floor, Su-guan pouted but didn't dare to speak. He wanted to go over but anxiously glanced at Shen. "You sleep, I'll sit on the sofa for a while." And Shen sat on the sofa. Hearing this, Su-guan's face lit up, and he jumped onto the bed, tossing and turning like a loach. The night grew deep. Unknowingly, the 3 gradually fell asleep. In his deep slumber, Shen had a dream. He dreamed he was sitting at an outdoor barbecue stall. In front of him, a strong man was busy by the grill. Shen looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings, completely unrecognizable. The whole street, apart from him, had only that man. After a moment, the man turned around with a skewer and sat down beside him, placing the skewer on the table. "Eat?" Shen felt a bit dazed in the dream. Upon hearing this, he reached out to grab it but then hesitated and pulled his hand back. The skewer was threaded with human eyeballs, severed fingers, ears, and other things, sizzling with oil. "Eat?" The man picked up a skewer of eyeballs and stuffed it into his mouth, crunching loudly. Shen stared at this scene, silent for 2 seconds, then slapped himself hard. Smack! He didn't wake up. He was stunned. He could clearly realize he was dreaming at that moment. But why didn't that slap wake him up? It hurt a lot. "Go ahead, don't resist, things in dreams aren't real." The man, with greasy hands, offered Shen a skewer of ears. "My name is Li Shinji, nice to meet you, let's be friends." Shen slowly pushed his hand away, his face serious. "That's too abrupt. I don't like making friends." "Why?" "Because everyone who has been friends with me has died." Li Shinji looked at him with a complex expression. "Then let's not be friends. Let's just get to know each other. I want to discuss a collaboration with you." He offered the skewer of ears again, Shen pushed the door open again. "Sorry, I don't like discussing cooperation either." "And why is that?" "Everyone who has cooperated with me is dead." The man slowly put down the skewers in his hand, his expression serious. "Is this the price of the path of suffering?" "I understand. But brother, since that's the case, I want to cooperate with you even more. You can achieve great things." "Why?" Shen was puzzled. "Generally, when everyone around you is dead, and you're the only one left, what does that indicate?" "It means you're the protagonist." Li Shinji slammed the table, his tone clearly excited. "What kind of logic is that?" Shen was somewhat speechless. Then the other party pulled out a piece of paper from somewhere and handed it over. He took it and found the words "Carry the corpse" written on it. "Is this a rule?" Shen was taken aback. Li Shinji nodded. "That's right, the next rule of the path of suffering. I recommend you choose this one. It's also one of the 24 basic rules, but this rule is relatively easier." Hearing this, Shen frowned and stared hard at the other man. A few seconds later, he slowly put the paper down and pushed it back. "I don't need it." It wasn't that he didn't need it, but that he didn't trust the other party. Who would dare to accept something just handed over like that? Li Shinji seemed to have anticipated this, smiling as he said, "You don't have to rush to refuse. This is a gift for our meeting, of course, I won't give it for free." As he spoke, he pinched the air with his fingers, and another piece of paper appeared, which he handed over. "Go check this place out. It is said that the higher-ups left something here, and this thing seems to be the key to killing them." Shen listened, took the paper, and glanced at it. He found it was an address. He put it down again and shook his head. "You won't tell me who you are. How can I know if you're not deceiving me?" Li Shinji chuckled. "You're very cautious. I like that. However, I am indeed not your enemy, at least not for now. You and I have a common enemy and friend." Enemy, Shen had already guessed, definitely referring to the higher-ups. "Who is the friend?" Li Shinji picked up a skewer, took a bite, and slowly said 2 words. "Bai Jian." Shen was stunned. This place is related to the higher-ups. Bai Jian was investigating it before, but unfortunately, she couldn't complete it. At this point, Li Shinji paused, his tone seeming a bit lonely, letting out a long sigh. Bai Jian has discovered the issues with the higher-ups. It hasn't been just a day or two. She's a good woman, but unfortunately, with just her abilities, she really can't contend with the higher-ups. The higher-ups aren't as simple as you think. From what we understand, there are even more terrifying things hidden behind them, possibly related to the truth of the abnormal land. The truth of the abnormal land? Shen frowned. Seeing the other party staring at him, Li Shinji seemed to realize something and quickly changed his tone, awkwardly smiling. "Sorry, I've said too much about our matters. It's better not to get involved. Let's find a way to save this place first." Shen opened his mouth. Since the other party didn't want to say, he didn't press further. "Why choose me? You've hit the nail on the head. Li Shinji slammed the table again, his tone excited. There are many reasons. What I just mentioned is one of them. Besides that, we've actually been observing you for a long time, and the conclusion from our votes is that you, kid, are trustworthy. Upon hearing this, Shen didn't speak, but he felt puzzled because he noticed the we in the other party's words. Clearly, there was more than one person. Of course, there's another reason, maybe it's out of my own selfishness. Li Shinji looked up at the pitch-black night sky, as if recalling something. Like you, I also cultivate the path of suffering. Upon hearing this, Shen's heart trembled in shock, staring at the other man. You should also know how difficult this path is. Almost no one cultivates the path of suffering. Out of 10 cultivators, 9 can die, and most of them aren't even voluntary. On this path of cultivation, surviving often depends on a person's luck rather than their strength. It's rare to meet someone with a common goal. Not making a friend would be a pity. At this, Li Shinji sighed and stood up. But if you continue to act recklessly as you have, you will definitely die. In the path of suffering, after entering the second shrine, there are many dead ends. If you choose recklessly, the probability of death is 80%. Li Shinji stood there, lost in thought. But this path actually has its tricks. It's a pity I can't tell you right now. Unless you go to your place and uncover the secrets behind your superiors, then I would be willing to help you. After saying this, he walked away with his hands behind his back. Alright, that's enough for now. When the time is right, I will come find you again. With that, he vanished without a trace. And Shen woke up from his dream. He noticed it was raining outside. The rain pattered against the eaves, making the night eerily silent. In the room, Su Guan and Wang Jian were sound asleep. And Shen looked down at his hand and was astonished to find that he was indeed holding a piece of paper. The things from the dream had come true? He furrowed his brow and hurriedly opened it, seeing a brief note written on it. Old Temple Village, Great Brahma Golden Bowl. Staring at the address, Shen felt puzzled. What was the Great Brahma Golden Bowl? He recalled the name from his dream. Who exactly was Li Shinji? At this moment, he was wide awake, contemplating, and sat in the room until dawn. When Wang Jian and Su Guan woke up, they were startled to see that Shen's eyes were bloodshot. You didn't sneak off to find the landlady for extra services last night, did you? Shen ignored Wang Jian's teasing and recounted the events of the dream. You can enter someone's dream and communicate? The things in the dream can even become reality? Wang Jian gasped in surprise. I've never seen such a method. If someone killed you in the dream, wouldn't you really be dead? It's possible, Shen replied, as it was the only way to explain the sudden appearance of the paper. So what do you think? Are you going? Yes. Shen nodded, having thought about it for a long time while sitting on the sofa. The other party said they were a friend of Bai Jian and were also observing me, clearly prepared. If they were truly an enemy, as you said, they would have acted by now. Besides that, there's another reason, Shen said, looking at the words back to the corpse on the paper. They are also on the path of suffering. Whether true or false, it's worth investigating. Wang Jian fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. It's a pity I'd never seen or interacted with the superiors. If I had known, I should have listened to orders more closely. Maybe I could have made contact. Shen glanced at him but said nothing. He tucked the paper away. There was no rush to enter the Shrine Land and choose a new rule. Although he didn't feel the other party was an enemy, it was best to keep a hand in reserve. Since we are here, we might as well see what they are up to. The three of them then tidied up, put on hats to cover their faces as much as possible, and left the place. As they were leaving, the alluring landlady waved and smiled at the door. Remember to come back and play next time. They took the bus all the way to the location written on the paper. Old Temple Village. This place was a sparsely populated, undeveloped village on the outskirts. The road into the village was still rough and unpaved. When Shen and the others arrived, they were surrounded by mountains and woods on both sides. They walked along the rugged path into the village, where low, flat houses lined the streets, some even being old mud houses. It was hard to imagine that such houses still existed in this day and age. However, it seemed that the village was celebrating some festival, as every household had red lanterns hanging in front of their doors. There were couplets posted, and some doorways even displayed colorful flowers. If they passed by any villagers, they would even smile and greet them. It was a scene of harmony and warmth. In contrast, the three outsiders felt somewhat out of place. They continued deeper into the village and stopped in front of a small supermarket. Shen used the excuse of buying water to enter and asked the supermarket owner, "Boss, can I ask you something? Is this village called Lomio Village?" "Yes." The owner spoke politely, and he seemed quite enthusiastic. He glanced at Shen's unfamiliar face and asked, "Are you here to petition as well?" "Petition? Ah, yes." Shen smiled. Recently, more and more people have been coming to petition, day and night. The Great Brahma Golden Bowl is always crowded. Hearing these 4 words, and Shen's heart stirred slightly. Oh, is this thing famous around here? If it weren't famous, would you come? The owner chuckled. He. And Shen also laughed and continued the conversation. I'm just here to join the fun, shoot a video to post online and follow the trend. What exactly is this great Brahma golden bowl? The owner patiently explained to him. Actually, I'm not sure either. I just know that after the possessor incident broke out, a big golden bowl appeared out of nowhere on the mountain, and later it was found that burning incense and making wishes there was particularly effective, so many people came. I see. And Chen asked, where exactly is the great Brahma golden bowl? What does it look like? It's right in that mountain. The owner pointed. It looks like a big bowl, like the monk's alms bowl? It's similar, just much larger. You came at the right time. These past 2 days happen to be the 15th, a day for burning incense and worshipping at the temple. Many people are going up the mountain, you can just follow them and see. And Shen looked in the direction towards the mountain behind the village. Indeed, there were quite a few people climbing up. However, seeing this scene made him even more puzzled. Aren't you afraid of that thing? What if it's a strange core object? It must be a strange core object. At first, we were scared. After all, the news said that, possessor, things can kill people. The owner laughed heartily. But our village, altogether, has only about 1,000 people. At first, we reported it to the White Robe Bureau and the Risk Bureau, but no one came to handle it. Later, some brave villagers went a few times, and nothing happened. Then someone made a wish, and it actually came true. The owner said this with a somewhat excited expression. After that, the 3 major bureaus sent people to classify this thing as a harmless strange core object, so there's no need to worry. More and more people came, and nothing happened. Harmless strange core object? This was the first time An Shen had heard this new term. A strange core object is just a strange core object. Does it really have to be classified as harmless or harmful? Do you think it's like garbage classification? Sounds quite interesting. He looked up at the mountain. Yet, his heart remained filled with doubt. According to the villagers' descriptions, this seemed to be a good thing, with no danger. But the person in his dream had a tone that felt full of danger. Could it be that he was really deceiving himself? Just like that idiot young master of the Lotus Fire sect, was he also playing some kind of conspiracy? And Chen took a deep breath. Whether it was the possessor or the strange core object, regardless of the danger, he couldn't trust it now. After all, he knew better than anyone how he had come this far and what he had experienced. Sometimes, the more relaxed a person is, the more they are in danger. The enemy is just waiting for that moment when you let your guard down to stab you in the back. And Chen picked up the water and turned to leave when he suddenly thought of something and turned back to ask, by the way, boss, you just said someone made a wish that came true. What was that person's wish? The owner, as if he had answered this many times, replied calmly, oh, that person found out his wife was cheating on him. He was so angry that he wished to curse his wife, saying she should be mounted by a pig and get pregnant with piglets. And Chen froze at these words. The owner continued, the next day, his wife's body was found in the pig pen, bare-bottomed, and she had been killed by the pigs. Her belly split open when she died. Guess what? Inside, she was pregnant with piglets. And Shen's breath caught in his throat, unable to imagine the disgusting scene. The problem is, those piglets aren't even fully formed, just little blood clots the size of a palm. They exploded out of the belly, and the ground was covered with them. It was still the hottest part of summer, sweltering, and the entire pig pen was crawling with maggots. Hearing the boss say this, and Shen's face visibly darkened. He hesitated and asked, so, boss, have you made a wish? I haven't, but my son has. The boss shook his head. He understands these things better than I do. He's going up the mountain today, so if you want to go, I can have him take you along. Really? That would be great. And Shen immediately thanked him and bought another bottle of water. The boss shouted towards the back, kid, hey! Soon, a chubby boy with bare arms came out. What's up, Dad? Aren't you going up the mountain? Take these guys with you. They're here to make a wish at the Great Fan Golden Bull. The boy, called Kid, was about 1.60 meters, a bit short but very fat. His body was round, like stacked tires. He looked at Shen and smiled, his eyes squinting as the flesh around them bunched together. Sure, big brother, just wait for me to get ready. He spoke enthusiastically. Turning around, he ran back into the house, quickly putting on some clothes while holding a bag in his hand, though it was unclear what was inside. Big brother, let's go, I'll take you there. The boy smiled broadly, his belly sticking out as he walked outside. And Shen thanked the boss again and left the supermarket. Outside, Wang Jian and Su Guan were waiting by the roadside, eating ice cream. When they saw Shen come out, they hurriedly asked how it went, and Shen recounted what he had learned. Upon hearing about the woman and the pigs, the ice cream in their hands suddenly lost its appeal, and they made disgusted faces. In the future, when you talk about such things, focus on the important parts, skip the irrelevant stuff. Wang Jian threw his ice cream away, and Shen laughed but saw Su Guan, holding back his nausea, grit his teeth and finish his ice cream. I paid for it. I can't waste it. This guy had a habit from years of begging, anything edible, he would never throw away. Since there really is this great fan golden bowl, and it's a strange core object, let's go take a look. It's perfect to have this little brother guide us. Hello, big brothers. The boy greeted them politely with a smile. Thank you for your trouble. The three of them, under the boy's lead, headed straight for the mountaintop. The path up the mountain was unpaved, just dirt roads, making the climb quite difficult. Many people had to stop and rest halfway up. When Shen was halfway up, he looked up and saw a huge golden object peeking out from the forest. It reflected golden light in the sunlight, looking as if it were radiating Buddha's light, very eye-catching. I've really never seen such a large strange core object. He stepped on a stone and took a breath. Su Guan, who had caught up from behind, stopped and quietly expressed his unease. Master, don't you think it's strange that these villagers going to make wishes aren't holding any incense? Shouldn't they at least bow a little? It can't just be standing there saying a few words and it comes true, right? This remark reminded Chen. Since earlier, he had felt something was off, but he had been too focused on climbing the mountain to think deeply. Now, upon closer observation, it was not hard to notice that these people going up the mountain to make wishes indeed had no incense in their hands. Some were carrying bags, but what was inside wasn't paper money or fruits and vegetables as offerings. Instead, it was something wrapped in oiled paper, and it was impossible to tell what it was from the outside. The boy was the same. You are all possessors, you should understand these strange core objects better than I do, and Shen retorted to Wang Jian and Su Guan. Wang Jian sneered. I am a possessor, but I walk the righteous path. I've never engaged in any ghostly or evil deeds. You should ask him. Su Guan, seeing Wang Jian point at him, immediately protested, Master, have you forgotten I used to beg? The worst thing I ever did was steal food. When I was at the Hahuan sect, there were indeed dirty deeds, but they didn't fall to me, he said, his voice lowering as he muttered a few more words. Besides, it was just sleeping with a few women, claiming it was for dual cultivation, but all I got was a sore back and legs. I didn't achieve anything. And Shen realized that asking these two was a bit unreliable. It would be better to ask the kid. So he turned and asked, Kid, what do you need to petition the golden bowl? I haven't seen anyone bring incense. No need for incense, just a little offering will do, the kid smiled. Chickens, cows, pigs, just livestock. Upon hearing this, Shen showed a look of sudden understanding. No wonder everyone was carrying a bag. What do you have in there? Pork head, wrapped in oil paper to keep it from drying out. The kid lifted a bag and asked in return, Brothers, are you really going to petition? We want to, but unfortunately, we didn't prepare any offerings, and Shen shrugged, continuing the conversation. He needed more information. The kid smiled again. No worries, there are offerings on the mountain too. Didn't you see many people coming empty-handed? Hearing this, Shen looked around. Indeed, many travelers had nothing with them. But at the same time, he felt even more puzzled. How can there be offerings on the mountain? Wild chickens and wild boars? Do we have to catch them ourselves? No need, you'll know when you get there. The kid shook his head. However, while petitions are very effective, not everyone can petition. Sometimes only one person is allowed out of 100. And Chen frowned at this. Wang Jian, curious, asked, How do we know if we can petition? It depends on the offerings. The better the offerings, the more satisfied the golden bowl will be, and then you'll be allowed to petition. The kid turned and continued up the mountain. Submit the offerings, and the golden bowl will respond, then you'll naturally know. There was no time to ask more. The kid had already climbed far away. The three of them followed behind, continuing upward. Gradually, they approached the mountain top. The enormous Great Brahma golden bowl became clearer and clearer, revealing its full appearance. When they reached the end, standing in front of the open space, Shen looked up at the colossal object before him, feeling quite oppressed and shocked. It was a gigantic golden bowl. Just as the supermarket owner had said, at first glance, it looked very much like something a monk would use for alms, only it was of immense size. It sat in the center of the mountain, as if it had fallen from the sky and crashed into the mountain. The most striking feature was its exterior, covered with a dense ring of eyes. But they weren't real, they were carved like murals, painted on the surface. Each eye was about 10 centimeters long and 5 centimeters wide, quite large. They were scattered all over the golden bowl, crowded together, and at first glance, it looked like a honeycomb of strange eye patterns on the golden bowl, creating a strong visual impact. Wang Jian and Su Guan looked at it for a few seconds, both feeling uncomfortable and turning their heads away, their expressions quite rejecting. This thing looks really ugly. Turning his head, he found Chen staring intently at it. Not only was he not rejecting it, but he also looked somewhat excited, even murmuring, "Treasure, this is a treasure." This startled Su Guan. "And Chen?" Wang Jian quickly called out to him. And Chen was momentarily stunned, his body slightly stiffening, then he came to his senses, as if he had become a different person, revealing an unpleasant expression. "Why does this thing look so disgusting?" Wang Jian stared at him, saying nothing. Su Guan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but was stopped by Wang Jian, who subtly gestured with his eyes and shook his head. Seeing this, he wisely closed his mouth and remained silent. Just then, a sudden sound of drumming came from ahead. Everyone turned to look. Under the enormous golden bowl stood 4 bare-chested men. 2 of them were wearing waist drums, holding drumsticks in their hands, and were vigorously beating the drums. Beside them, 2 other men held large gongs, striking them in rhythm with the drum beats, producing a loud clanging sound. "Yo, from the mountainside springs forth a great golden bowl. The immortals bestow their blessings upon me. I strike the gong, I beat the drum, offering a cup of wine to the immortals," the 4 men sang in unison. It was unclear what song they were singing, but it sounded catchy. The crowd of people who had come to petition clapped along in rhythm. And Chen watched this scene, feeling intrigued by the strong atmosphere. He walked over and curiously asked a nearby child, "What are they doing?" The child smiled and replied, "Before every petition, we have to wake the mountain, only then can we awaken the golden bowl, and the petition can come true." "Oh," and Shen nodded in sudden understanding. "Wake it up? It sounds like this golden bowl is alive." He. The child chuckled but said nothing more. Petitioning, offering tributes. With a shout, the drum beats grew louder. The villagers watching began to line up and rush towards the golden bowl. One by one, they opened the oil paper in their hands and tossed their offerings into the bowl. And Shen stood at the back, clearly seeing what was inside those oil papers. Some contained a whole pig's head, others had beef legs, lamb legs, or whole chickens and ducks. After each person threw in their offering, they would wait a few seconds in place. Seeing no reaction from the golden bowl, they sighed and turned to leave, muttering, "The offerings aren't good enough. I'll come back next time." "Now it's time to offer tributes. Throw in your own offerings. Whoever's offering satisfies the golden bowl can have their petition granted," the child explained beside him. And Shen noticed that although the piles of meat were thrown into the golden bowl, there was clearly no reaction. He didn't know what would count as satisfactory. "Brothers, if you also want a petition, there are tributes raised in the back. I'll take you there." "Sure." And Chen and Wang Jian followed the child over, not noticing Su Guan remaining in place, staring blankly. The 2 arrived at a clearing behind the trees, where there was an iron cage filled with chickens and ducks. These are raised by the villagers, specifically prepared for outsiders. However, these tributes aren't of high quality, just some chickens and ducks, meant to give outsiders a sense of novelty and participation. And Chen nodded at this, looking at the ducks in the cage, deciding to give it a try. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to learn more. He opened the cage, and the chickens and ducks inside were startled, flapping, and flying about. He and Wang Jian each picked a duck and a chicken, holding them by their necks as they walked back towards the golden bowl. "Hey, where's Su Guan?" Wang Jian suddenly asked, looking around. "I don't know, I didn't see him just now." "Big brother, you guys stay at the back." The child's shout interrupted their thoughts as they joined the long line. In front of the golden bowl, the crowd was dense and bustling. The drum beats were intense, and the gongs were resounding. The noise of the crowd was overwhelming. No one noticed that Su Guan was hiding alone in the farthest corner of the crowd, in the most inconspicuous spot, trembling, his face as pale as paper. He was more terrified than seeing a ghost. He stared intently at Chen and Wang Jian in the crowd. The 2 immortals, each holding a struggling, crying infant, excitedly rushed towards the golden bowl. The surrounding villagers opened their bags, continuously tossing their tributes into the golden bowl. Those were human heads, severed limbs, organs and entrails. In front of the entire golden bowl, it resembled a mountain of corpses and a blood feast. "Have you all gone mad?" Su Guan forgot to breathe. Terrified, his face turned pale. He wanted to shout to Chen and Wang Jian, but the distance was too far. The scene was too chaotic. The drum beats and gongs mixed together, making it impossible to hear clearly. His ears buzzed, and the sight before him was gruesomely bloody. "Don't the immortals see that they are holding humans?" Su Guan looked at Chen and Wang Jian, who were chatting and laughing, his heart trembling. Looking again at the surrounding crowd, it became even more gruesome. "Are these people crazy, or can they not see what they have in their hands?" The villagers were mad, Su Guan believed. And Chen was mad, Su Guan believed that too, but to say Wang Jian was mad, he wasn't so sure. Yet now Wang Jian was truly following behind the group, holding a crying child in his hands. This was clearly a problem. Could it be that these people can't see what they have in their hands? Or perhaps what they actually see isn't like this? Su Guan's expression was dazed. "Then why can I see it?" Just as he was puzzled, a voice suddenly came from beside him. "Hey, why aren't you going to pay tribute? You've come all this way, join in. It was the kid. He stood beside him, grinning. Sugwon looked at him, his face somewhat unpleasant, and waved his hand. No, I don't like to join in this commotion. You look a bit pale, as if you've been scared. The kid stared at him, frowning. Hearing this, Sugwon's heart jolted. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and mustered his courage to ask, little brother, can I ask you something? What is it? What exactly are these people holding? Chicken and duck meat, the kid said, then suddenly paused, looking at Sugwon with a complicated expression. Did you see something else? What do you mean? Sugwon's expression grew even worse. The kid spoke with some unease. This thing is ultimately a strange core object. I've heard that a very small number of people can be affected, experiencing hallucinations and mistaking the offerings. There was a report about it in the news. I don't know if you noticed. He paused for a moment. Some outside tourists saw those offerings actually turn into living people, saying the villagers threw living people in. But later, the people from the 3 major bureaus came to investigate, and what was thrown in were just poultry. Where were there any people? This golden bowl can affect a few people. Brother, if you really are hallucinating, you should hurry down the mountain. Hearing this, Sugwon's eyes widened. Looking at the bloody scene, he was momentarily unable to comprehend. So, is it my problem? Did I see it wrong? Is what they see real, or is what I see real? Sugwon shook his head hard, as if trying to wake himself up. The kid, seeing him like this, spoke with some unease. Brother, I should take you down the mountain first, otherwise, if something happens to you, I won't be able to explain. After all, I brought you up the mountain. Okay. Sugwon followed behind him, walking down the mountain path. Just around the corner, they encountered a few young men squatting on the ground eating something. The kid waved to the young men. Hey, come help. This brother is hallucinating. Hearing this, the young men turned their heads. Sugwon saw they were eating some kind of heads. Their mouths were covered in blood, with bits of flesh and brain matter stuck in their teeth. Terrified, he nearly collapsed to the ground. The young men dropped what they were holding and rushed over, reaching out to support Sugwon. What were you just eating? Sugwon jumped back in fright. Buns, one of the young men said. Big brother, are you really hallucinating? Buns? Sugwon hadn't reacted yet when he was helped down the mountain. After just a couple of steps, he felt a sudden itch in his arm. Turning to look, he saw the young man's Adam's apple suddenly split open, like petals blooming outward. Immediately, a blood-red strange mouth emerged from inside, with jagged fangs. Behind the mouth, there was something crimson that looked like intestines. It bit down on Sugwon's arm, starting to devour him frantically. Let go of me! Let go of me! Sugwon felt the pain, his face pale as paper, and he struggled desperately. The young men, seeing this, hurriedly held him down, their voices panicked. Brother, it's a hallucination. It's all a hallucination. It's not real. Let's go, down the mountain. It'll be fine once we're down. If we let go of you, it will be very dangerous. You won't be able to get out of the mountain. You want to eat me. Let go of me. Sugwon twisted his body, but he felt that the strength of those young men was immense. Their wrists were as hard as a tiger's claw, and he couldn't break free at all. Were they not human? Sugwon was forcibly pushed down the mountain, and strange mouths began to bite all over his body. Big brother, no matter what you see, it's not real. Just get down the mountain. Help me, great immortal. Sugwon screamed. However, his voice couldn't penetrate at all. Meanwhile, at the Great Brahma Golden Bowl ceremony, Chen and Wang Jian were at the end of the line. The people in front of them were similar, holding chickens and ducks, or at least better, pork, beef, and lamb. The difference was that the offerings brought by the villagers were all dead. Only the 2 of them were holding live ones. In the line, whoever got close would throw their offerings into the golden bowl. When it was Chen's turn, the sound of gongs and drums was very intense, making his ears buzz. The people in front tossed their offerings in, and the golden bowl showed no reaction. Just as it was about to be Chen's turn, Wang Jian behind him showed an impatient expression. Why is this chicken moving so much? He grabbed the chicken by the neck. When he took it out of the cage, the chicken had been flailing and squawking wildly in his arms. Feathers flew everywhere. In contrast, the duck in Chen's hands was much calmer. Let's switch. Wang Jian didn't like noisy things and directly snatched the duck from Chen's hands. Chen was caught off guard, and the moment he received it, he suddenly heard the chicken let out a wah sound. It cried, like a baby. He was stunned for a moment, his mind buzzing. Familiar voices of Wang Zihe and Li Qianxian came from beside him. I told you, this thing is fake. It's a child. Qinghe, what you're holding is a child. And Chen froze when he heard their hints. He hurriedly looked down and saw the chicken in his arms, astonished as it began to change unpredictably. Sometimes it grew a child's head, and sometimes it turned back into a chicken's head. Human limbs and chicken claws intertwined chaotically. It was as if a baby and a chicken had pieced together a strange creature at that moment. What's going on? And Chen stared blankly, until the chicken in his arms, in the blink of an eye, completely transformed into a baby, letting out a loud cry. He stood there frozen, forgetting to breathe. Meanwhile, the villagers behind urged him, "Hurry up and throw it. If you don't offer, don't delay us." And Chen, "What's wrong with you?" Wang Jian patted him from behind. And Chen suddenly turned around and saw that Wang Jian was also holding a child. No, not just Wang Jian. It should be said that all the villagers were holding not livestock meat at all, but people. The bloody scene unfolded rapidly. When Chen looked up again, the great Brahma golden bowl had disappeared. In its place was a gigantic head. That thing had only one head, yet its size was as enormous as a mountain, resting halfway up the slope. From chin to crown, the entire head was covered with countless small heads of varying sizes. Little human heads grew on it, like grass growing on a mountain. It looked twisted and bizarre. Its huge mouth was wide open, and between its teeth were stuffed human limbs and organs. Blood and corpses covered the ground. And Chen saw this scene, and his heart instantly leaped to his throat. He immediately turned back, lowering his voice. "What you're holding isn't a duck, it's a child." Wang Jian was stunned for a moment, not reacting, and Chen hadn't had time to explain. That gigantic head seemed to have seen him. Suddenly, it let out a strange laugh. "Hee, interesting, another one who sees through my illusion. But you're different from the others, your flesh smells so good." As it spoke, the enormous head suddenly stretched forward and snapped Chen up in one bite. When Chen saw that massive bloody mouth attacking him, his face changed dramatically. He instinctively threw the child in his hands towards Wang Jian. Immediately after, a tongue as thick as a python's wrapped around his body in an instant. The speed was incredibly fast, directly licking itself up and down. It let out an excited laugh. "Fragrant, so fragrant. You can't be the Chen they were talking about, can you?" The sticky, warm sensation made Chen feel utterly nauseous. Then, the tongue moved inside, directly pulling him into its mouth. Stunned, everything went dark, and Chen felt as if he had fallen onto a damp, warm beach. The ground beneath him was very soft but filled with liquid. He was standing on the tongue of that enormous mouth. Around his feet were countless severed limbs. The gaps between the teeth were stuffed with chunks of flesh and entrails, and a unique, foul odor emanated from the mouth, making one want to vomit. Come over here. Let this old monk have a good look at you." Suddenly, a strange voice came from one side, and Chen turned to look. In the dim light, he discovered that the space inside the mouth was quite large. Sitting on one side of the uneven teeth was a naked, overweight monk. "There are people inside this thing?" And Chen was stunned. He saw the monk holding a round object, taking a few bites, then tossing it aside and spitting. "Tastes bad, no fun." After saying that, his eyes lit up as he looked at Chen and jumped down from the teeth. Barefoot, he excitedly ran over, circling Chen and looking him up and down. "It's you, just like they said." "They?" And Chen frowned. This old monk looked quite old, with completely white eyebrows and age spots all over his body. He weighed at least 200 to 300 pounds. As he ran, the flab on his chest and belly wobbled like soft mucus. "I didn't expect you to come here." The old monk patted his belly. "I was thinking that since I couldn't get out of this mountain, I wouldn't be able to taste the good things of this strange core land. But unexpectedly, this knowledge obstacle, came right to my door." "Knowledge obstacle?" And Chen didn't quite understand. Suppressing the urge to act, he asked, "What is that?" He wanted to gather more information, especially anything related to his superiors. The old monk, perhaps having not spoken to anyone for too long, was quite chatty and spoke rapidly. "You don't even know what a knowledge obstacle is? Forget it. It's better you don't know. If I told you, wouldn't you really go mad?" Sigh, "Never mind, don't worry about whether it's true or not, I'm just rambling. Anyway, this strange core land is nothing more than the next strange land. Once we refine you, we can just move to another place, right?" As he spoke, he reached out to touch Chen. Just as he grabbed Chen's shoulder, Chen gasped in pain. "Hiss, so hot." He quickly withdrew his hand and saw white smoke rising from Chen's body, emitting a scorching heat. The old monk's fat eyes gradually squinted until they were barely visible. "Little benefactor, are you really going to fight me?" Chen's expression turned cold. He looked around, picked up a severed bone from the tongue. Something came to mind. Grasping the bone in his hand, he chanted, "Core technique, attach flesh." The core techniques he had previously comprehended, attach flesh, and sewing, he had never had the chance to use. Now was the perfect time to try. As the words fell, the bone in his hand suddenly made a clattering sound and instantly burrowed into Chen's arm. Following that, it seemed to merge with his own bone, causing Chen's arm to grow an entire meter in length. hanging down. It looked like the arm of a gibbon, quite bizarre, and Shen was momentarily stunned. Does this, attach flesh, mean integrating something into my body? Thinking this, he quickly moved his other hand. He drew out the dagger he always carried at his waist. Core technique, attach flesh. As the words fell again, the dagger whooshed and burrowed into his other palm. Following that, Shen's other arm began to rapidly swell and grow larger. In an instant, it transformed into a flesh-red blade. It seemed as if an arm and a dagger had combined, taking on a form of movement. Humph, flashy and useless stuff. The fat monk looked at this scene with indifference. He reached out and picked up 2 bones from the ground, weighing them in his hand. I've lived a long time, just a bit lazy, not diligent in refining the laws, only liking to use people for cultivation. So the divine shrine isn't much, but it's more than enough to deal with you. He spoke as he held the bones. The 2 skeletal hands clashed together, simultaneously chanting a phrase. Nuclear technique, Little Brahma sound. To his astonishment, the 2 bones collided, producing a buzzing sound. An invisible sound wave, like sword energy, surged towards Shen. The speed was incredibly fast, like lightning. Nuclear technique, Heartfire. Shen instantly ignited his heart, moving even faster to evade. Bang! The sound wave struck the dark yellow giant teeth, causing blood and flesh to fly. What are you hiding for? Let this old monk crush you and let you taste something fresh. The old monk jumped over in anger, swinging the bones to smash. Shen sidestepped, raising the transforming bone blade in his hand, and with one strike, plunged it directly into the old monk's lower back. The old monk howled in pain. Hiss, you beast! He jumped aside, a blood hole in his lower back, starting to bleed profusely. Yet the old monk seemed unfazed, bending down to pick up a piece of human flesh bone from the ground. With a swift motion, he slapped the flesh onto the wound. Immediately, the flesh fused in, and the wound began to heal rapidly. In this great Brahma golden bowl, strange nuclear object, do you think you can kill me? A grim smile spread across his face. Speaking of which, I'm also curious, how did you find this place? This old temple village, I've hidden it very well. The villagers offer sacrifices daily, and occasionally some outsiders come, thrown in as tributes. Though it doesn't stir up much, it doesn't starve me either. At this point, he sneered. I came to this strange nuclear land, unlike those people, fighting for the core to cultivate the laws. I just tasted a bit of the core. What's wrong with that? Is it too much? Shen looked at him with cold eyes. But you're different. You're not here to offer tributes. What is your purpose? Could it be that you intend to cultivate the laws and use me as a stepping stone? The flesh on the old monk's face trembled, and Shen remained expressionless, extending his hand. I'm here to investigate some matters. As for killing you, it's just a matter of my hands itching. Arrogant beast. The old monk gritted his teeth in anger and attacked again. But perhaps he hadn't fought in a long time. After a series of bone stick sound waves, his movements noticeably slowed down. Shen seized the opportunity. As his right hand thrust the bone blade forward, he activated Heartfire. The scorching bone blade pierced directly through the old monk's chest, lifting him into the air. The old monk let out a miserable scream, while Shen raised his other hand. Nuclear technique, Blood Droplet. He began to crazily extract the blood from the old monk's body. You beast! You hurt me! Under the relentless attacks, the old monk's voice reached a furious peak. Bite it to pieces for me. With a roar, Shen suddenly felt the ground beneath him shake. Immediately, he saw that massive tongues suddenly start to churn violently within the mouth. At the same time, the mouth opened and closed, the tongue writhing, pulling Shen towards the teeth, ready to bite down. Not good. Shen had no time to withdraw. His slender arm was bitten, blood and bone splattering. The pain made cold sweat break out on his face. His hand went limp, and the old monk fell to the ground, gritting his teeth in anger. Humph, this old monk will let you go this time. After saying that, he waved his hand. His entire body suddenly transformed into a black wind, directly drilling out from the mouth. Trying to run? Shen's expression changed upon seeing this. Without hesitation, he severed his own arm with a backhand stroke, turned around, and jumped out through the gap in his teeth. Once outside, the scene was a complete mess. The black wind circled in midair and suddenly began to rush down the mountain, as if trying to escape. Just as Shen was about to continue the chase, he saw the villagers surrounding Wang Jian in front of the large golden bowl, all of them with blood-red eyes. They looked completely transformed. Brother Jian? Shen exclaimed, raising his hand to help. Wang Jian, holding 2 infants in his left arm, shouted, "Don't worry about me, go after them." As he spoke, he swung his sword and directly decapitated a villager, snorting coldly, "These villagers are all body snatchers, but they're just a bunch of sham monks, afraid to dirty my clothes." Hearing this, Shen was momentarily stunned. He then noticed that the villagers looked indeed strange, their expressions twisted and fierce, completely different from their earlier enthusiastic demeanor. It turned out they were all pretending. He gritted his teeth, fully trusting Brother Jian's strength. To catch the thief, one must first catch the king. He absolutely couldn't let that old thing escape. With that thought, Shen hurriedly used his heart fire, quickening his pace down the mountain. Just as he reached the halfway point, the black wind suddenly dashed into the supermarket from earlier. Shen was about to chase after it when he heard a blood-curdling scream from the side, like that of a pig being slaughtered. "Help! Help me! Su Guan?" Recognizing the voice, Shen immediately turned to pursue. Just around a bend, he saw not far from the mountainside, the child and several people with strange mouths all over their bodies were pinning Su Guan to the ground. From their throats grew mouths of varying sizes, like long snakes, continuously biting at Su Guan's body. These people looked bizarre and distorted, with one of them shouting, "The master can eat the core. Why can't we? They say eating it will lead to knowledge obstruction. What nonsense! This place of strange cores has so many good things, yet we stay in this stinky ravine every day. I've had enough. Not allowed to cultivate, not allowed to eat. What's the point of coming here?" One person holding Su Guan said as he bit down hard on a piece of flesh from his shoulder. Smack, smack. The pain made Su Guan's eyes roll back, nearly fainting on the spot. Another person was choking Su Guan's neck, just about to bite when suddenly a sword came down from behind. Bang! With a loud sound, it split his head in two, brain matter splattering everywhere. Who? A few people, startled, immediately stood up. Turning around, they saw Shen behind them, his body emitting white smoke. His mouth split open like petals, menacing in midair. Strange core body? Seeing the scene, the child and the others' expressions changed drastically, instinctively stepping back. "You fat bastard, do you dare touch my people?" Shen blared at the child, gritting his teeth, his expression fierce. He took a step forward. The strange tentacles at the corners of his mouth shot out instantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, they pierced through several people's throats. Bones and blood flew out, and they fell dead on the spot. "Ah, no, no, don't kill me." Seeing this, the child was so frightened that his legs went weak, his face as pale as paper, collapsing to the ground. I am just a guide," he stammered, turning to run. Shen caught up, stepping on his back, pinning him to the ground. Then, Shen bent down, the four tentacles at the corners of his mouth gripping the back of the child's head. He forcefully pulled the child's head back, the neck cracking ominously. In a cold tone, he asked, "I ask, you answer. Answer well, and I won't kill you. What's the deal with the old monk in the golden bowl?" The child was clearly terrified, wetting himself. His voice trembled. That's my master, Abbot du Xin. "Then what about the petition?" It's my master's cultivation method." The child trembled uncontrollably. "My master cultivates without the laws. He practices the art of longevity, relying on eating people." Hearing this, Shen was taken aback. The art of longevity relies on eating people? Yes. The art of refinement relies on rules, while the art of longevity relies on eating people. But isn't this thing fake? Shen tugged at the other person's scalp. In an instant, a strip of flesh tore open along the forehead and hairline. Blood gushed out. The other person screamed in pain. He remembered clearly that the refinement art of the Hahuan sect, along with that old man in the yellow robe, had all failed. Wasn't this a scam? The boy cried out, "No, it's not fake. It's just a matter of method. My master said that ordinary cultivators can't comprehend this." "So your master is not ordinary?" "My master has lived for over 300 years. How can we compare?" Shen's heart trembled at this. This old guy had actually lived for over 300 years by eating people? How many heinous acts must he have committed to achieve that? "So, your master is here, using that damn golden bowl as a guise to attract outsiders, eat them, and extend his life?" "Yes, that's how it is." "Then why do the three great bureaus claim that this thing is harmless? Why are the three great bureaus helping you speak? Is there collusion behind this?" Shen exerted more force. The pained individual quickly replied, "If we don't say it's harmless, no one would dare come. That's between my master and them. I really don't know." "Then let me ask you, does your master have connections with the higher-ups?" "Higher-ups? Who are the higher-ups?" The boy was stunned. "I've never heard of any higher-ups." Shen thought for a moment. The term higher-ups was an internal reference within the three great bureaus, not a proper name. These people certainly wouldn't refer to themselves that way. So he rephrased his question. "What kind of people does your master deal with?" "There was a woman who came before. I heard she was the head of the White Robe Bureau, but my master almost ate her, and she managed to escape by luck," the boy said fearfully. "Then another man came, said his name was Cheng Huang, and he had a lot of power here. He seemed to get along well with my master. Other than that, there was no further contact." "Cheng Huang?" And Shen noted the name. Anything else? What does Chung Huang look like? Is he a soul snatcher or a normal person? Does he come often? He only came once. After that, he disappeared. He was just an old man. I didn't interact with him, so I don't know if he's from our side. I just remember he was very thin, wore a suit, and had a tuft of goat beard. The boy described in detail, but none of it was particularly distinctive. It would be hard to identify him in a crowd, and Shen increased his grip. The other person howled in pain and quickly spoke up. I remember he seemed to have 6 fingers, an extra pinky. 6 fingers, and Shen noted this point and finally released him. The boy felt light and quickly got up, kneeling on the ground. You really will let me go? Yes, I said I would let you go, so I will. And Shen stepped back, and the boy's face lit up with joy as he was about to run. Just then, and Shen added, but he might not let you go. After saying this, he turned to the side. There stood Su Guan behind him, holding a sharp stone. He swung it and smashed it down hard on the boy's head. Bang, bang, bang. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits, blood splattered, brain matter oozed out until he finally stopped from exhaustion. You go find Brother Jian, I'll go find that old bald donkey. If I don't skin him, I won't be surnamed. After saving Su Guan, and Shen glared fiercely at the supermarket down the mountain. At the same time, he used a bone blade to directly sever the boy's head, bloodily holding it in his hand. Just as he was about to leave, Su Guan hurriedly grabbed him, fearfully saying, Masterin, I can't fight in battle. Go find Brother Jin. I really can't help him. I didn't ask you to help him. It's he who can protect you. And Chen angrily kicked him in the butt. Get your head straight. Rubbing his backside, Su Guan finally realized. Oh, I understand. I'm going right now. Then he scrambled up the mountain like a rabbit, moving quickly. And Chen hurried down the mountain, carrying the severed head of a child, and arrived at the supermarket entrance. He walked straight in. The owner was sitting there smoking. Hearing Chen enter, he glanced up but didn't look closely. He didn't even notice the blood on Chen, only smilingly asked, Little brother, back again? Have you seen the child? He should be back by now. Your child is in my hands. Bang! And Chen suddenly slammed the head down on the table. Blood splattered out, spraying the owner's face. The supermarket owner was stunned, his mind buzzing as if it had crashed. For a few seconds, he couldn't comprehend the situation. Moments later, looking at the head on the table, his expression shifted from extreme shock to pale trembling. Then, a heart-wrenching scream escaped his throat. My son! You killed my son! Not only did I kill your son, but now I'm going to kill you too. And Chen gritted his teeth, swinging the bone blade directly at the owner's head. The owner's face turned pale with fear, and he hurriedly tried to dodge. Bang! The bone blade smashed onto the table, instantly shattering the glass and sending shards flying everywhere. You heartless thing! I helped you out of kindness, and you killed my son, and now you want to kill me too. Old bald donkey, are you still pretending? I saw you fly in from the mountain. I didn't expect to be played by you from the start. And Chen sneered. What old bald donkey? What nonsense are you talking about? The owner, terrified, sat on the ground, nearly wetting himself, his face a mix of rage and deep sorrow. Still pretending? And Chen gritted his teeth and swung the bone blade down. The owner turned to dodge, but his speed couldn't match Chen's fury. He was grabbed by the hair and slammed to the ground. Raising the bone blade, and Chen was about to strike, causing the owner to frantically wave his hands in surrender. Don't hit me! I give up! What do you want? Hearing this, and Chen sneered again, stepping on his face. No more acting? The owner's body began to swell on both sides, his cheeks slowly deforming. Gradually, he transformed into the grotesque figure of the abbot, sitting on the ground with a pained expression, pleading endlessly. I only tasted a bit of the core, didn't even let my disciples try, just stayed in this old mountain to retire. What did I do to provoke you? Though he was being stepped on by Chen and had surrendered, there was still a hint of resentment in his tone. Chen gritted his teeth. Who told you to eat? Everyone eats. I ate less back in the bazaar land. What happens there is none of my business. Chen twisted the old monk's face under his foot. But here, as long as I see you, I'll kill one for everyone I see. Possessors, go back to where you came from. You're not welcome here. Saying this, Chen squatted down and yanked his ear, pulling him outward. Since you like to eat, how about I taste your flavor? Upon hearing this, the old monk's face changed dramatically. No, please, I'll give you anything you want. I'll give you my core techniques. Your life is only worth that little? And Chen's tone was cold. The old monk began to tremble. I haven't practiced the laws. I don't know much. I ask you, who is Chung Huang? As soon as this was said, the old monk's expression turned extremely ugly. How do you know this name? Where did you hear it? Your child told me. And Chen pointed at the head beside him, and the old monk froze, then seemed to collapse, starting to wail and cry. This beast, saying this will surely get me killed? he began to weep uncontrollably. When I was young, I practiced Buddhism and did many good deeds, but once a wicked thought led me astray. I tasted meat and experienced the wonderful feeling, and since then, I couldn't stop. Coming here, I just wanted to hide in the mountains and live out my old age, but the world is unpredictable, and the cycle of reincarnation is also uncertain. The cycle of cause and effect cannot be escaped. In the end, I cannot escape the sins I have created. It seems today is destined to be unavoidable. And Shen knew that this old man must understand all of this, so he was not in a hurry and just watched him put on a tragic performance. After a long while, perhaps having accepted his situation, the old monk sighed and slowly spoke. Cheng Huang is just a title. I remember that day, a woman came to find me, claiming to be from the White Robe Bureau. We are called possessors. She was specifically responsible for dealing with people like us. Then she gave me two choices. One was to let me return to my original self and cooperate with her, and she wouldn't hold me accountable for taking over someone else's body. The second was, if I didn't cooperate, she would kill me. When I heard that, I found it amusing. This woman was so arrogant that I almost wanted to stuff her mouth. But she managed to escape. He sighed again at this point. Then, another old man came. I thought he was just like that woman, here to spout nonsense, so I was ready to take action. However, he told me that he could provide me with a continuous source of power, as long as I was willing to offer him some heavenly souls every 7 days. I agreed at that time, and later this great golden bowl inexplicably turned into a tourist attraction. Many people came to visit, and I just focused on my cultivation, ignoring everything else. With plenty to eat and drink, no one bothered me, and every day there were people offering things for free. Why not enjoy it? Hearing this, and Shen couldn't help but interject. What you just mentioned, what is a heavenly soul? The old monk replied uneasily, little benefactor, a person has 3 souls and 7 spirits. The heavenly soul is one of the 3 souls, also called the fetal light. To put it bluntly, it is a person's lifespan. He asked you to offer your lifespan? And Chen was stunned. Then, he gradually understood something. This old monk cultivated the longevity technique by consuming others, thereby increasing his own lifespan, and then regularly offered some of it to Cheng Huang. And Cheng Huang, the so-called superior, used power and means to turn this great golden bowl into a tourist spot, claiming it was harmless and promoting that it was very effective, causing people to flock here. And everyone in this village were possessors, disciples of this old monk, cooperating in the performance. Outsiders came and could not detect anything unusual. Even if they did, so what? Ordinary people, who could walk out alive? Thinking of this, and Shen understood everything. Bai Jian must have discovered this, which is why the superiors took action. The so-called forged orders and even covering for me were just excuses. These bastards are swallowing innocent people to increase their own lifespan. Why? Why must we become their feed? Then Cheng Huang, is he also a possessor? Of course, otherwise how could he absorb the heavenly soul's lifespan? The old monk answered truthfully, and Shen recalled the countless bones and flesh wedged in the great golden bowl. Clearly, the number of people who had died here was countless. But did these people not have families? Why was there no one coming to search or investigate? And Shen frowned, and thinking of this, he shook his head again. No, they must want to investigate too. But an ordinary person could do nothing. Without nuclear techniques, without immortality, and many had never even killed a chicken, how could they face such a scene that even they found terrifying? If it were someone else looking at a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, who would dare to investigate? Moreover, ordinary people faced possessors only to be killed. The more Shen thought, the angrier he became. His teeth ground together with a creaking sound. His anger stemmed from his ability to empathize with these people, because he knew all too well the despair of facing the overwhelming power and abilities of possessors. From his own parents being possessed, to Li Qianqian being possessed, and then to Prince He's family being framed by the possessor, forced to watch helplessly, such powerlessness, wanting to do something but being unable to do anything. He still remembers in the white-robed bureau, Mother crazily banging her head against the wall, shouting, "You must look at me, Xingha. Mother is going to smash her brain. The brain matter is flowing out." The oppression of that moment lingers in his heart, and just thinking about it brings a heart-wrenching pain. Our world is not perfect, it has flaws, wars, and bad people. People get tired and complain, life is not always as one wishes, but people still walk together, moving forward. Even if it is imperfect, it belongs to us. But your arrival not only wants to take it away but even to destroy it all. You just said that every 7 days, there will be a tribute to Cheng Huang for longevity. How does that work? Will he come here? No, he won't come. The old monk shook his head. To prevent being exploited, he created a unique, incense offering ceremony. As long as it is held once within 7 days, one can see his remnant shadow and offer tribute. Hearing this, Shen pulled the old monk to a table in the supermarket and pressed him down. Write it down. The old monk dared not disobey and could only pick up a pen from the side and start writing. After a moment, Shen picked it up and saw it written on it. Incense offering ceremony, 1 bowl of clear water, 2 fallen flower petals. Face north, drop 3 drops of blood from the offerer, hold 3 incense sticks, and bow 3 times. Recite the words, I see the green mountains beautiful as a painting, I expect the green mountains to see me as such. And Shen read it once, the writing was correct. The possessor can write and see, but cannot read. However, he was still a bit uneasy and kicked the monk hard. Bald donkey, you first perform this ceremony for me to see. If there's even the slightest problem, I'll kill you. I dare not deceive, the old monk trembled, preparing a bowl of water according to the ceremony, and picked 2 peach blossoms from the tree in front of the supermarket to throw in. Then facing north, he dripped blood and bowed, reciting the words, I see the green mountains beautiful as a painting, I expect the green mountains to see me as such. After finishing, suddenly, the water in the bowl soared into the air, slowly spreading outwards, forming something like a mirror. The old monk said uneasily, if it's the day, he will appear in this water mirror. Seeing this scene, Shen confirmed there was no problem before putting the paper away. Then he looked at the old monk with a heavy gaze. The old monk's expression was somewhat tense. Will the benefactor let me go, or, I'll give you a face, you can commit suicide. The old monk was stunned, then lowered his head in despair. It seems so, and Shen sneered. Only now at death's door do you know to repent. Why did you eat so happily? He threw the dagger directly at him. Whatever evil you do, you must bear the consequences. Isn't this the cause and effect theory of your Buddhism? It doesn't work when it's on you? The old monk fell silent, only able to pick it up, standing with one hand in front of him, murmuring, Amit Ba. With a long sigh, he plunged the knife into his heart. Thud, he fell to the ground. No more sound. And Shen walked over, picked up the knife, and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. He walked over, flipped a few times, but did not find the scroll, remnant core, the tangible object of the core technique. This bald donkey, how come he died without dropping any equipment? And Shen cursed, then his expression changed as if he thought of something, and he suddenly turned back. Could it be that he's playing dead? Core technique, blood droplet. He activated the core technique directly. Dense blood was instantly drawn from the old monk's body. The next second, the old monk's throat suddenly let out a spine-chilling, heart-wrenching scream. Spare me! Spare me! I haven't lived enough yet. And Shen's eyes widened. Seeing this scene, his heart almost jumped to his throat. He directly grabbed the other's neck and activated the heart fire. He burned his brain out and twisted it off. Only then did he lie down on the ground without moving. That dog actually tricked me. Luckily, I turned back to take a look, and Shen's heart raced. I almost let you escape. The possessors were truly cunning, one more than the other, and he had to be on guard. Fortunately, Shen was much more cautious now than before. Even so, he still placed the old monk's corpse and the child's corpse together, set them ablaze, and then turned to rush up the mountain. After wasting this little time, Shen felt a bit worried about Brother Jian. Although Brother Jian was strong, there were at least dozens of villagers on the mountain. Even if they were all weak possessors, using a swarm tactic to chop heads one by one could wear a person out. He couldn't help but quicken his pace. Just as he reached the top, whoosh, suddenly a sword flew overhead, accompanied by 2 screams. 2 villagers' heads rolled in front of him, and Shen looked up and saw Wang Jian standing in the center, covered in blood, surrounded by a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with bodies piled up like small hills at his feet. A dozen swords hovered behind him, and his expression was quite calm. He even yawned, and upon seeing Shen coming up the mountain, he waved his hand. You're here? Took your time. And Shen looked at this scene, took a deep breath, and walked over. In front of the Great Fan Golden Bowl, dozens of corpses emitted a foul stench. Did Brother Jian just finish killing? Su Guan, who was holding 2 infants, responded. When I came up, Brother Jian had already finished. He was just waiting for you to be bored in practicing sword carving on the corpses. If it weren't for the fact that he saw a few oddly shaped corpses, resembling unique carvings by some craftsman, Shen would have thought Su Guan was bragging. But now he believed it. At least he had a clear measure of Wang Jian's strength in his heart. Counting the corpses in front of the Great Fan Golden Bowl, there were over 40. He calculated in his mind, Brother Jian's current strength, able to kill 40 low-level possessors with flying swords in 1 minute. And Shen asked himself, he definitely couldn't do that in a minute now. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be curious and asked, Brother Jian, what law are you following now? Taoist path, hero law, Wang Jian replied. Are you almost done? Wang Jian shook his head. Using flying swords to leave 3,666 sword marks on a cultivator with at least 1 shrine, complete it 3 times. Saying this, he sighed. So far, I haven't completed it even once. Who can withstand your 3,660 sword marks? And Shen opened his mouth. How many laws is this currently? Wang Jian thought seriously for a moment, and after a long while, as if giving up, he shook his head repeatedly. Too many, I can't remember. Is this the confidence that comes from being strong? And Shen took a deep breath. Then you must remember how many shrines there are. I think it's the 6th one? Wang Jian pondered. And Shen felt a surge of respect. 6 shrines. Assuming one shrine has at least 3 laws, then Wang Jian had cultivated at least 18 laws. What does this concept mean? He realized there was such a powerful figure beside him, and Shen instinctively straightened his back and gave him a thumbs up. Brother Jian. Awesome. Really? Wang Jian glanced at him and calmly shook his head. We can't make horizontal comparisons. There are quite a few people with 5 or 6 shrines in the Taoist path, but their strength isn't necessarily very strong. But those who can have 5 or 6 shrines in the path of suffering must be very strong. However, there are too few who have lived to have 5 or 6 shrines in the path of suffering. Saying this, and Shen couldn't help but think of that Li Shenji from his dream. If what the other party said was true, then he should be the first path of suffering cultivator he encountered. Making friends is naturally good. If not, it's best not to become enemies. What information have you managed to gather? Wang Jian looked at himself, covered in blood, with a hint of annoyance. The stench was overwhelming, and Shen recounted the information he had learned, and after listening, Wang Jian was momentarily stunned. Is there really someone practicing the art of immortality again? He lowered his head as if deep in thought, and Shen couldn't help but ask, wasn't there any before in your place? There was at first, but then almost everyone died, and no one practiced it anymore. And Shen's expression darkened, but he could understand. After all, the art of immortality was indeed too costly in terms of lives. If everyone were to practice it, there probably wouldn't be enough people left. Su Guan, who had been relatively quiet, couldn't help but interject. Before, there were people practicing the art of life, now it's the art of immortality. Both of these dark arts have resurfaced, and I feel uneasy, master. Wang Jian nodded, his gaze heavy. Once these 2 dark arts are involved, it could lead to widespread death or even worse. I'm worried about the ambitions of those in power. It may not just be this village. Upon hearing this, and Shen looked into the distance. This village, nestled in the mountains, was indeed inconspicuous. Before the invaders came, the people living here might never have left in their entire lives. But small places have their own carefree existence. Now, however, as far as the eye could see, there was no one left alive. A whole village, so many lives, just gone like that. If they had discovered it sooner, could the outcome have been different? The more he thought about it, the more oppressive he felt. He took a deep breath, trying to adjust his emotions, not allowing himself to dwell on things that could no longer be changed. He glanced at the large golden bowl, frowning. How should we deal with this? Wang Jian stared at it for a long time, then suddenly moved his hand and flicked it. He muttered, nuclear technique, sword array. Countless sword blades instantly surrounded the large golden bowl, beginning to slice it apart frantically. In less than 10 seconds, the large golden bowl was cut into countless fragments, scattered everywhere. It's taken care of. And Shen exhaled. All right, the 3 of them turned to leave. Covered in blood, they couldn't take the bus. So, they broke into a car in the village and drove back directly. Taking advantage of the deep night, they drove without hindrance, until they passed a church, and Shen seemed to remember something and stopped. With no one around, he picked up the 2 sleeping infants from the car and went to the church door, hesitating for a few seconds before placing them in front. He had originally planned to find a family welfare home, but unfortunately, it was too far, and it was best not to complicate matters right now. The church might be a suitable option, he thought. Just as he set them down, the church door creaked open. He looked up suddenly and saw a young nun, probably in her 20s, standing at the door, seemingly about to leave, appearing right in front of him. Upon seeing the scene and the bloodied Shen, the nun was clearly taken aback. A look of surprise and unease crossed her clean face, and Shen was the first to regain his composure and quickly turned his head, preparing to leave. Sir! The nun called out urgently from behind. Wow! The 2 sleeping infants were startled awake, letting out anxious cries. Under the night sky, it felt eerily silent, and Shen turned his back to the nun, stopping in his tracks without looking back. He was afraid she would see his face and bring unnecessary trouble. After all, he was now a wanted man. Although not many normal people would dare to stop him, just being here was trouble in itself. Sir, you can't abandon the children. That's not right. The nun's voice trembled. She had seen Shen's bloodied appearance in the moonlight, but even so, she mustered the courage to speak up and intervene. These are not my children, and Shen replied almost instinctively, I saved them while passing by. He felt he shouldn't have answered. He could have just walked away, why respond? However, the nun, or rather, the church, seemed to possess a natural power that compelled one to open their heart and face their own truths. Then what about their parents? They are dead. Upon hearing this, the nun fell silent, tightly gripping the white cuff of her sleeve, trembling slightly. Under the night sky, and Shen stopped talking. He began to walk forward. Just then, a nervous, trembling voice came from behind again. Sir, may I ask if you are in trouble? Yes, a person covered in blood, holding 2 infants in the dead of night and placing them at the church door. How could he not be in trouble? The nun thought this, but at that moment, and Shen was taken aback. He heard the nun's voice gradually becoming clearer. Although seeing your appearance, I think I should call the police first. But compared to that, I feel you need to express your inner turmoil more at this moment. If possible, I am willing to listen. The moment the nun said this, and Shen froze in place, feeling as if something had brushed past his heart, like a gentle breeze. Yes, that was the feeling. The feeling of being cared for by a stranger's words. He liked it very much and longed for that feeling. It felt like being human, like being alive. Unfortunately, he could only enjoy that moment for a brief time, but could not truly stop to express himself. And Shen just smiled. He did not turn back. Instead, he lifted his foot and walked straight ahead, waving his hand. Thank you for your concern, but I am not in trouble. On the contrary, I have never been as determined as I am now. He stepped into the moonlight. After leaving the church, he continued on, parking the car by the roadside. The 3 of them returned to the vibrant street filled with lights and nightlife. When they appeared again in front of the small inn where they had previously stayed, the landlady was clearly taken aback upon seeing the 3 of them. Wang Jian was very direct, not knowing if the money came from someone in Shangmiao village. He took it out and slapped it on the table without any small talk. One night, you guys. The landlady looked the 3 of them up and down. Although it was night, the bloodstains were quite obvious. Who would dare to take them in under such circumstances? And Shen was actually prepared to be chased away. However, after a few seconds, the landlady took the money, turned to look outside, as if checking if anyone had noticed. Then she whispered, "It's still the same room as last time. The one across can take a shower. Clean up a bit. I don't want my room smelling of blood." Got it. Wang Jian strode in directly, and Shen was quite surprised. Was she really that desperate to make money? He exchanged glances with the landlady, taking a good look at this woman for the first time. She was probably in her 30s, not old, with a good figure, and there was a lingering charm in her demeanor. However, there was a clear weariness in her face and eyes, as if she was used to the mundane affairs of the world. The 2 of them stared at each other, and for a moment, neither dared to speak. And Shen gradually saw something in her eyes, a rather special emotion, pent up in his chest, about to burst forth. Until the landlady spoke. "Young man, would you like to have some fun with the ladies? I can give you a discount." "No, thank you." And Shen lowered his head and quickly walked inside, but suddenly stopped and turned back. The landlady, seeing this, smiled knowingly, revealing an understanding expression. "It's okay, you may not have much experience, but I know a lot." And Shen paused for half a second and slowly spoke. "Do you have incense?" "Incense?" The landlady was taken aback for a moment, then her expression became flirtatious. "What kind of incense do you want? Is it the mature woman scent or the neighbor girl scent?" "The kind for worship." The landlady's expression immediately darkened. "We have it. What do you want it for?" "Please get me 3 sticks, thank you." She looked somewhat reluctant, but in the end, she sighed and rummaged through a nearby cabinet, pulling out 3 sticks of incense. They seemed to have not been used for a long time and were somewhat damp. "Here." As she handed over the incense, the landlady did not let go but asked again, "Really not considering it? Young man, life is short. You should learn to enjoy it while you can." Really don't need it." And Shen smiled, and under the landlady's eye roll, he took the incense and left. Looking at the boy entering the room, the landlady leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, her gaze wistfully fixed on the neon-lit street, letting out a long sigh. "Alas, what a pity, such a handsome young man, and he won't take the bait. Hasn't let me sleep with him even once." Behind her, and Shen stepped into the room, staring at the incense in his hand. Just thinking about what he was about to do made a chilling smile creep onto his face. Sleeping with a woman? That kind of thing couldn't compare to the thrill of refining. Once inside, the 3 of them took turns showering, feeling much more relaxed afterward. However, Shen didn't rush to perform the incense offering ceremony but instead pulled out the note that Li Xinji had given him in his dream. Opening it, he saw the words "back to the corpse." It seems that Li Xinji really didn't deceive me. When he first received this rule, Shen had no intention of using it because he didn't trust the other party, so he had kept it on him all this time. But now, after experiencing it firsthand, he began to trust Li Xinji's words a little more. Everything had to be approached with caution. Remembering how he had been tormented by the Lotus Fire cult and their memory manipulation, and Shen felt a lingering fear. Too many people had died around him. If he truly wanted to protect something, he had to be more ruthless, smarter, and more cunning than those possessors. He had to remember the lessons learned from past losses. One must not forget the pain after the wounds have healed. And Shen stared at the words back to the corpse. Closing his eyes, he slowly entered the Shrine of the Gods. Ever since Tian Mo had left, the green mountains and bird forests had collapsed completely, leaving this place in utter darkness. He wondered if it was related to the missing rules. And Shen squatted down, thought for a moment, and tried to write those 2 characters. Back to the corpse. The moment the characters were inscribed, a sudden swirl of blood-red symbols floated before him. Back to the corpse rule: kill 6 individuals who possess at least 1 shrine through 6 different painful experiences. Attract the attention of new shrines. Chiyu is restless, inflicting pain on others, appeasing Chiyu. Chiyu? When Shen saw these 2 characters, his heart stirred. Tian Mo was gone. A new shrine, Chiyu, had arrived. But the name Chiyu gave Shen a bad premonition, especially the last line. Chiyu is restless, inflicting pain on others, appeasing Chiyu. Why does he need to be appeased? And Shen couldn't help but mutter. He remembered that when dealing with Tian Mo, the symbol was hunger. He had to occasionally feed Tian Mo with his own pain, or problems would arise. Now, what was Chiyu? Did he need to inflict pain on others from time to time? As he pondered, the darkness before him began to shift continuously, as if a curtain had been drawn back. Following that, a vast battlefield appeared before him. No, it wasn't just a territory, it was a battlefield. The ground was littered with broken weapons and sinking sands, scattered shields, and banners fluttering in the flames of war. On the grayish battlefield lay mountains of corpses. Atop the mountain of corpses, Shen saw a massive, crimson figure sitting there. Its fur was fiery red, with 2 horns protruding from its head. It wielded a large sword, resting it on its shoulder, its dark red gaze seeming to look down on everything. It was staring in Shen's direction, an invisible sense of oppression making it hard to breathe. And Shen looked at it, and it looked back at him. For a moment, the scene was silent. Should I take the initiative to greet it? After all, this is a shrine. My cultivation journey is taking place in its domain. And Shen's heart raced. His previous relationship with Tian Mo hadn't been good, and he had suffered greatly, even harboring some resentment. If he had a good relationship, would it help with his cultivation? But the question was, what identity and attitude should he adopt in conversation? The other party was a god. Theoretically, he should act like a servant, showing respect. However, upon reflection, the 2 were closely related in terms of cultivation. Being too respectful might make things feel even more distant. Moreover, the impression that Chiyu gives people is that of a wild and decisive figure, not suited for flowery language. After thinking for a while, Shen felt it was best to establish a positive and uplifting persona for himself. He pondered for a long time, gritted his teeth, and spoke up. Bro, let's get pumped up. After Shen shouted, Chiyu remained seated, shouldering his great sword, showing no reaction. It seemed as if he couldn't hear at all. Not even a movement. Unwilling to communicate? After standing still for a moment, Shen chose to silently exit the Shrine of the Gods. It wasn't a big deal. Perhaps the big brother was just introverted? Back at the inn, Wang Jian and Su Guan were still awake. The 2 had serious expressions, looking as if they were waiting for something. Did the ritual succeed? Seeing Shen open his eyes, Wang Jian, playing with a sword in his hand, immediately asked. And Shen nodded. It worked. Hearing this, Wang Jian slowly sheathed his sword and lay down on the bed. That's good. It seems that the one called Li Shinji really didn't deceive you. I was still thinking about how to avenge you if you got tricked to death. After saying that, he let out a long breath. Alright, I'm tired today, I'm going to sleep first. Wait, Jiange, I still want to do something. And Shen stopped him and took out a piece of paper. Seeing this, Wang Jian was taken aback. You want to hold the incense offering ceremony now? Yeah, it's just a matter of time. He stared at the writing on the paper, his brow furrowed. Everything was already prepared. It was time to put some pressure on the higher-ups, to let them know that the one who was sent to kill them had arrived. Wang Jian stared for a few seconds, sat up from the bed again, and asked seriously, What do you need me to do? Just keep an eye on me. If this incense offering ceremony causes any problems for me, remember what I said, don't go easy on me. Hearing this, Wang Jian straightened up and drew a sword. Don't worry, I've been wanting to see if you can withstand 3,660 strikes. And Shen looked at him with a complex expression, unsure if he was serious or joking. After that, he took out a bowl, poured in clean water, took out incense, and began the attempt in the empty space of the room. Su Guan, who was mindful of his identity and was eager and diligent, hurriedly approached Wang Jian, nervously asking, Does the great master need me to do anything? Wang Jian, upon hearing this, looked at him thoughtfully and after a while said, Go help me buy a cup of instant noodles and a sausage. Okay. Su Guan left reluctantly. After preparing everything, and Shen began the incense offering ceremony, according to the contents of the paper. First, he faced north, cut his finger, and let 3 drops of blood fall into the bowl. Then he lit 3 sticks of incense, bowed 3 times, and slowly recited, "I see the Green Mountains beautiful as a painting. I expect the Green Mountains to see me as such." As the words fell, the clear water in the bowl suddenly floated up, gradually forming a mirror in the air. And Shen watched, taking a deep breath. In the mirror, there was nothing. However, less than a few seconds later, a faint yellow, blurry figure suddenly floated out. Immediately, the shadow emitted a puzzled voice. "You are not the old monk Dushin. Who are you?" And Shen did not respond, just stared intently at the person in the water mirror. This was the higher-up, Chang Huang. Unfortunately, there was only a blurry shadow inside, and he couldn't tell what it looked like. The voice sounded steady and old, carrying a certain pressure. "I am asking you a question. Who are you? Where is Dushin?" The other party asked again, the tone growing heavier and more unsettling. And Chen frowned upon hearing this. He thought, could it be that he only sees a shadow of me too? Does he not know who I am? Is this thing still anonymous? With that in mind, he hesitated and spoke. "Dushin was killed by me." Instantly, there was silence on the other side of the water mirror. After a long pause, it slowly spoke in an extremely cold tone. "State your name." And Shen pondered for half a second and directly replied, "Second brother of the Yinshan sect, Shiming." He originally instinctively wanted to say Qiyuan, but then he thought of Qiyuan still being locked up in the White Robe Bureau, which could easily expose him, so he changed his words. However, on the other side of the water mirror, the person fell into a dead silence again. After a long while, as if uncertain, he said, "Yinshan sect, Shiming? I have never heard of it. You should have no grievances or enmities with me, so why did you kill my companion Dushin?" It seemed that this Shui Jing was indeed anonymous, and Shen straightened his body, and his tone became steady. "You captured my senior brother Qiyuan, so I killed your accomplice Dushin. This is very fair. Our Yinshan sect always repays grievances, and we will never suffer losses." Upon hearing this, the person in the water mirror fell silent for a few seconds and suddenly let out a cold laugh. Yet, within the laughter, there was an obvious threat. "Hee, little brother, do you know how important Dushin is to me?" "Of course I know," and Shen replied calmly. "You use Dushin to refine living people, absorb their lifespan, and practice the evil art of immortality. When you sleep at night, don't you hear their cries in your dreams?" The person in the water mirror clearly paused for a moment, seemingly stunned. Then his voice became extremely cold. "You know too much. Want to kill me?" And Shen raised the corner of his mouth. "No need to be anxious, because I want to kill you too. You want immortality, but I won't let you have it." As soon as these words came out, the person in the water mirror became noticeably suppressed, his words laced with restrained anger. "I have many enemies, and there are people who want to kill me day and night, but no one has succeeded so far. Ultimately, these mundane beings want to kill me merely out of greed for the art of immortality, wanting to take it away." At this point, he paused again and sneered. "Little brother, could it be that you also want the art of immortality? Since you have the ability to kill Dushin, you must be quite capable. There isn't such great hatred between us. Why not join me? I will also share a portion of this art of immortality with you. How about it?" Upon hearing this, Shin couldn't help but laugh, retorting word by word. "Is the art of immortality more important than my senior brother Qiyuan?" The person in the water mirror fell silent. After a moment, he became furious. "You ungrateful thing, don't you know that I can turn you into dust in the blink of an eye? Since that's the case, let's meet with blades and swords." After saying this, the other party angrily waved his hand. Crack! The entire water mirror shattered in midair, crashing heavily to the ground, disappearing without a trace. The incense offering ceremony was over, and Shen stood in place, stunned for a few seconds, then let out a long breath. How was it? Wang Jian beside him had been staring at him since the beginning of the ceremony, and Shen had been talking to the water mirror. As he was not the executor of the incense offering ceremony, he naturally couldn't see what was inside, nor could he hear what was said. And Shen calmed his emotions, tidied up his things, and sat on the sofa. Fortunately, the other party is indeed Cheng Huang, but it's a pity that I didn't gain any useful information. He paused for a moment. However, someone is likely to suffer tonight. Half an hour later, White Robe Bureau. In the detention room, Qiyuan, who was in a daze, was awakened by someone, forcibly injected with a sedative, and dragged out. "Wake up! Don't sleep anymore! What do you want?" Qiyuan felt himself being tied up. A beam of light shone on his face, blinding him. Interrogation. "You better be honest with me. What do you want me to confess? Are you plotting to escape? How did you contact the outside?" What is your Incheon sect plan? Chi Yuan's head buzzed, and he looked completely bewildered. What's going on? Suddenly, he thought of something, and his expression changed. Could it be that the master is here to save me? In the hotel, after the incense offering ceremony ended, and Shen was overwhelmed with fatigue, lying on the sofa, and unknowingly fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, he was in a daze. When he opened his eyes, he found himself sitting in front of a barbecue stall. Next to him, Li Shinji was flipping skewers back and forth on the grill. Add more cumin and chili. This way it will be flavorful. Sure enough, and Shen heard Li Shinji humming a little tune, sitting motionless in his chair. After a moment, the other party walked over with a skewer of roasted meat. He placed it on the table, and Shen glanced down and heard Li Shinji point and say, "Try it. Barbecue finger, chili eyeballs, cumin tongue." The roasted meat skewer was sizzling with oil, and Shen looked at him expressionlessly. "Can't you roast something normal?" Li Shinji noticed the obvious disdain in Shen's eyes and chuckled. "It's just a dream, not real. Even if you really eat it, you won't get full, don't worry. Having more fun is better than just sitting here." And Shen opened his mouth. "But the note you gave me was real." He still remembered that matter. The paper from the dream was really in his hand when he woke up. "That's different," Li Shinji shook his head, but he didn't explain why it was different. He handed in Shen a skewer. "Eat it. I'm not lying to you. How can you eat something in a dream and wake up full? If it were like that, no one in the world would starve to death." And Shen hesitated for a few seconds, took the skewer, and tried to take a bite. It really had no flavor, but it had texture, and it was softer than he imagined. "You went to Shangmyo village, now you believe I didn't lie to you, right?" Li Shinji also took a skewer and stuffed it into his mouth. "So tell me, what have you investigated? Why don't you tell me first what you want to do?" And Shen didn't follow the other person's words but suddenly countered. "Me? You didn't lie to me, but you didn't tell the truth either. If you want to know what I found out, trade your information." Li Shinji looked at Shen and slowly put down the skewer in his hand. "Good kid, you turned the tables on me. I dare not. You said we would cooperate before. I'm just following the normal process of cooperation." Li Shinji looked at him, fell silent for 2 seconds, his expression becoming quite serious, and spoke. "What I can tell you now is that we need to kill the superior." "I know that. Say something I don't know." Li Shinji's mouth twitched slightly. "The reason, I can't tell you right now." "Why? Is there no trust at all? I thought we were already partners." And Shen put down the skewer, switched to another one. The taste was too strange. "It's not a matter of trust. It's that I don't have the qualifications." Li Shinji sighed. "I came with a mission. I can only do what is within my scope, and I can't go beyond it." "What happens if you do?" "You'll face divine retribution, brother, don't mess with me." Li Shinji's face looked a bit bitter. "What I can say, I will definitely say. What I can't say, I really can't. We are not enemies." Seeing his serious expression, Shen realized that pressing further might not yield results. At least he already knew that there was definitely a larger organization behind him. Moreover, they were indeed not enemies. So, he shared what he had investigated in Shangmyo village. But he didn't mention the matter of the offering ceremony. After listening, Li Shinji sneered. "So it's called Chung Huan? This cursed thing feeds on human lives to cultivate immortality. It's truly not excessive to kill it 100 times. While cursing, he suddenly pinched the air with his fingers. And Shen thought he was going to pull out another piece of paper, but this time it was a phone. Actually, regarding Chung Huan, or rather the superior, we had already made contact with it early on. Li Shinji handed over the phone, and Shen saw a video on it. The video was exceptionally bloody. A blurry figure was surrounded by many people, making it impossible to see what it looked like. The camera shook violently, but it could be vaguely heard that these people were fighting. As the scene reversed, in the blink of an eye, only a ground full of corpses remained. "These are our own people. A battle when we encountered the superior during an accident." Li Shinji's tone revealed no emotion. "More than 20 people, among them, there were 10 cultivators with a shrine, but they all died without exception." And Shen's heart trembled at the words. "The superior's strength is that strong?" Li Shinji shook his head. "No, during our investigation, we found that his strength is actually not strong. But this bastard has mastered a very special nuclear technique, a very special one." "What nuclear technique?" "Reflux." When Li Shinji mentioned this, his tone carried a certain heavy unease. "I don't know how to explain it. I've only heard about it, and I haven't personally encountered it. I've only heard them say that this reflux allows him to continuously generate new bodies." Hearing this, Shen frowned. "What do you mean? Like me, if I cut off my arm, it can grow back?" "No, it's completely different." Li Shinji shook his head. "What you have is regeneration, but if you really die, can you regenerate?" And Shen was stunned. He suddenly had a bad premonition. It's this nuclear technique that makes it impossible for us to kill him. Li Shinji's teeth were clearly clenched. Our people have killed him at least 100 times, but every time he dies, a new one pops up at the scene. Can you understand? Every time one is killed, a new one appears, and the ground is covered with that bastard's corpses. But the problem is, he just doesn't die. As Li Shinji spoke, his hand unconsciously broke the stick he was holding. He used this method to gradually kill all our people. And Shen fell into deep thought upon hearing this. This nuclear technique sounded indeed different from what he had mastered. Even the style was different. Nuclear techniques could be comprehended and researched on one's own, but that was after mastering the path of refinement. So, you're saying, even if we find him, we can't kill him? Ordinary methods definitely won't work. Li Shinji calmed down. However, we thought of a very special method, which is why we found you. Me? What's wrong with me? You are very special. Li Shinji's gaze suddenly became intense. I know. And Shen replied indifferently. He was momentarily at a loss for words, as if the words he had prepared to say suddenly got stuck. No, wait. Shouldn't you first ask yourself what makes you special? I know I'm special. And Shen's tone was slow. As for how I know, because now even the soul snatchers want to refine or consume me, how could I not know I'm special? If I could survive to this day without realizing this, I wouldn't have made it this far. I just don't know how my specialness relates to killing Cheng Huang. Li Shinji paused and explained. You are both a vessel and a strange core entity. Looking at these separately, as a vessel, you can be possessed, but as a strange core entity, you can also maintain your own thoughts. So what method did you come up with? Li Shinji put down the stick, his tone extremely serious, speaking each word clearly. The method we thought of is to let the superior possess your body, and then, while you maintain your self-awareness, refine him. And Shen was stunned on the spot. He truly doubted if he had heard wrong. And Li Shinji continued at a rapid pace, even a bit excited. However, this requires you to first master the path of refinement. I am also on the path of suffering, so I know what the refinement on the path of suffering can bring you. You have to believe me. Looking at the confident smile on Li Shinji's face, and Shen really couldn't bring himself to speak. What you said is great, but I don't agree. Li Shinji's mind buzzed, and he was momentarily stunned. Why? He widened his eyes. Don't you want to kill the superior? I've seriously planned and simulated this. The success rate of this method is extremely high. It's not a matter of success rate. And Shen put down the skewer in his hand, his expression quite complex. First, let's not worry about how to make Cheng Huang wanna possess me actively. After all, he knows my situation and knows that I will maintain my thoughts if possessed. As he said this, he paused for a moment and suddenly looked up. The most important thing is, what you mean, is for me to refine myself. Li Shinji was able to think of this method so calmly because he was not in Shen. The one being refined was not him. And Shen disagreed because it was himself being refined. I want to kill my superior, but I want to be alive after killing him, to go to his grave and urinate on it, rather than perish together. He shook his head. Hearing this, Li Shinji stared at him, as if he wanted to say something more, but ultimately held back. His expression gradually calmed, and after a moment of silence, he said, You're right, so we won't force you, the choice is still in your hands. However, there's no need to dismiss it too early, you still have time to consider. At this point, he suddenly changed the subject. Also, let me give you another reminder, no matter where you go from now on, it's best to have that priest beside you set up a formation to surround the area you're in. It will be much safer. Make good use of the priest, his role is very significant, and many things will yield twice the result with half the effort. At least it won't let you be surrounded in your dreams without even knowing it. Upon hearing this, Shen was taken aback. What does that mean? He hadn't reacted yet when Li Shinji stood up, glanced at the meat on the table, and spoke calmly. Let's leave it at that for today. Next time, I'll treat you to something real. After saying this, Shen felt a flash before his eyes, and he woke up from the sofa. He first felt a slight bitterness in his mouth, tried to move, and was stunned. He discovered that a corner of his collar had been gnawed off. No wonder the meat skewers in the dream were so chewy. What does being watched mean? Shen hurriedly sat up from the sofa, his expression heavy. It was deep night outside. He walked to the window, lifted a corner of the curtain, and peered outside. People were coming and going on the street. This street, filled with lights and nightlife, never lacked people, no matter the time. Especially at night, there were even more people than during the day. He watched the crowd. Some were drunk, some were holding women, and others were eagerly releasing their desires in public in the alleys. There were all kinds of activities, and Shen observed for a long time but found nothing unusual. The room was quiet. Just as he was about to wake up Su Guan and Wang Jian, he suddenly sensed something was off. He quickly focused on a certain spot. 1, 2, 3, he counted something out loud. Gradually, his brows furrowed. This street is not right. From where he had been standing by the window, he saw a man in black and a woman in white walking arm in arm. There was nothing wrong with them at first, but in just this short time, these two had appeared 3 times on this street. And Shen noticed this detail and quickly scanned his surroundings. The people in the alley were still messing around. He had been observing for 10 minutes and they hadn't changed their positions. A drunk person walked past him again, even following the same route. The vendor selling fried skewers had also passed by at least 3 times. These people were not real passers-by, they were acting like passers-by. And Shen realized something, and his heart sank in shock. How many people were there? He didn't have time to count, but from what he could see, there were already quite a few. He immediately dropped the curtain and turned to wake up Wang Jian and Su Guan. Someone is watching us. Su Guan was still groggy, clearly not fully awake. Wang Jian reacted quickly, getting up from the bed with his sword already in hand. What's going on? And Shen briefly explained, then turned to Su Guan. Can you find out how many possessors are outside? How far are they from us? Su Guan was momentarily stunned, still looking a bit dazed. Upon hearing the words, he slapped himself hard to wake up. I'll find out right away. Saying this, he picked up some blood from the table, poured a little out, and quickly drew some strange symbols in his palm. Then, with bloodied hands, she covered her eyes, as if trying to sense something, her voice trembling with unease. There are many. A lot are right around us, getting closer. They seem to be coming. Hearing Su Guan's anxious tone, and Shen was taken aback. He hurriedly lifted the curtain with Wang Jian to look outside. Their expressions changed in shock, and Shen saw that under the night sky, everyone on the street was walking towards their location at the same time. Whether it was drunken men, scantily clad women, or vendors pushing carts, they all seemed to have transformed. They swarmed in from all directions, densely packed. Go! Quickly! They dropped the curtain, their faces pale, and without hesitation, turned to push open the door. Let's use the back door. They sprinted down the corridor. Meanwhile, inside the inn ahead, bang, bang, bang. The landlady, who had been dozing at the table, was awakened by a strange noise. It sounded like many footsteps moving around inside the room. She groggily lifted her head, her mind blank. The inn's door had been opened at some point. The room was filled with a dense crowd of people. Each one had hollow eyes, their expressions like mannequins, walking in an odd manner. They streamed in from outside, directly bypassing the landlady, as if they couldn't see her, heading deeper into the inn. Hey, who are you? The landlady snapped back to reality and was about to shout when she suddenly noticed something was off. Some of these people had an eyeball growing on their necks. Others had their features grotesquely twisted together, with one mouth split into 2 halves, misaligned, resembling an abstract painting. Most had limbs in strange positions. Some hands were attached to their chests, while others were fused with their legs. They looked as if they had been haphazardly molded from clay. There was no beauty or order, and some appeared almost inhuman, looking quite distorted, bizarre, and terrifying. Were they the possessors? The landlady stared at the bizarre scene before her, frozen in fear, unable to breathe or make a sound. No, that's not right. Even if they were possessors, they still resembled humans. These things were not human at all. Terrified, she quickly covered her mouth, desperately suppressing the instinct to scream, her face pale as she crawled under the table to hide. Fortunately, these people's attention seemed completely elsewhere. They continued to pass through the corridor, their goal clear, heading towards a certain room. I knew they were trouble, I should have charged more. The landlady cursed inwardly, or I should have known to sleep with that guy. What if they start a fight and wreck my shop? How much would it cost to renovate again? As she thought this, she heard the footsteps gradually fade away. They had all gone inside. Only then did she slowly crawl out from under the table. Are you my son? Just as she emerged, before she could lift her head, she suddenly heard a hoarse, strange voice. Immediately after, she saw a man standing by the front desk. She didn't know when he had arrived. He was wearing a suit, appeared to be in his 40s, and looked quite haggard. His eyes were dark, and his cheeks were sunken, resembling a drug addict. Are you my son? The man at the front desk widened his eyes, his expression desperate, reaching out as if trying to grab something. The landlady was so frightened that she quickly stepped back, but suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her chest, making it impossible to breathe. She hurriedly looked down and saw that her entire chest cavity had inexplicably caved in. Her ribs had all broken inside her body in an instant, causing her flesh to sag and wrinkle grotesquely. Ah! A sound like a tape stuck in her throat escaped her, wanting to scream but unable to. The man in front suddenly raised both hands and began to frantically rub her face. Are you my son? No, that's not how my son looks. He tugged at the landlady's face. In an instant, her entire facial structure was stretched. But the next second, the man seemed to feel something was off again and forcefully pushed her cheeks back. Her face instantly deflated, shattered, reformed. For a moment, the landlady in his hands seemed to turn into a lump of clay, being crazily molded into various shapes. "What's wrong with you? Why aren't you my son? I can't make it. I can't make it. Just a moment ago, it was still." The man seemed to be on the verge of a breakdown, his speech chaotic, but his hands moved faster and faster. Slap, slap, slap. From within the landlady's body, the sound of bones cracking continuously echoed. Her entire face was kneaded into an unrecognizable shape, her eyeballs and teeth popping out from the flesh, falling to the ground. You aren't my son." Finally, the man seemed to see something, letting out a scream of despair. "I must find my son. You go find him too." After saying that, the landlady seemed to receive some kind of command, writhing her twisted body forward, merging into the distorted crowd ahead as she ran out of the inn, moving down the street. And Shen turned back and saw shadows darting inside the inn. Those people were catching up. Who are those people? Su Guan, running beside him, looked pale. With Wang Jian and Shen by his side, he shouldn't have been afraid. But the sheer number of them was overwhelming. If it came to a fight, the two of them might not be able to protect him. "I don't know, but it looks like they're here to take our lives," and Shen quickened his pace. Wang Jian, after a moment of silence, said, "To be precise, they're here to take your life. You have more enemies than the two of us combined." And Shen glanced at him but said nothing. After running along the street for a while, he noticed more and more shadows behind them. At that moment, Su Guan suddenly sensed something, his expression shocked, pointing ahead. "And Shen, it seems like there are people coming from the front too." And Shen looked up at the sound. Using the light, he saw a dense mass of dark figures across the street, also heading this way. "So many? What a hassle just to kill me. Surrounded from both sides, there's nowhere to run, let's fight," Wang Jian said calmly, drawing his sword and pointing ahead. "I'll take care of the front, you handle the back, Su Guan. Time us to see who kills faster. Why are we suddenly competing?" And Shen didn't think he could take down everyone behind him right now. At least not now, but he had no choice. Taking a deep breath, he bent down to pick up a brick from the ground. At the same time, he drew a dagger with his right hand. Looking at the dense crowd rushing towards him, he gritted his teeth, his voice low. "Nuclear technique, flesh attachment." The moment the words fell, the stone in his left hand instantly merged into his palm, beginning to swell continuously. In an instant, his entire left arm transformed into a huge and hard mass of flesh, hanging like a hammer at his side. Meanwhile, the dagger in his right hand quickly merged into his palm, transforming in the blink of an eye into a sharp bone blade. Nuclear technique, heartfire. And Shen gritted his teeth again, white smoke bursting from his body. Then, he charged forward. The crowd surged in, each person expressionless, looking like the living dead. The person at the front swung their palm, seemingly about to strike. With the enhancement of Heartfire, and Shen saw clearly and moved at high speed, immediately dodging the attack. Not giving the opponent a chance, he countered with a knife, decapitating them, the head rolling on the ground. In the half-second he paused, and Shen couldn't help but look back, feeling inexplicably surprised. This person had shown no expression from the moment they were alive until death. It was as if they couldn't even feel pain. It felt like he was killing a wooden dummy. He looked up at the people rushing towards him, each one more grotesque and hideous than the last. Their distorted bodies, seemingly kneaded like dough, reminded him of deformed children born from inbreeding. Are these people even human? And Shen stared blankly at the scene, but there was no time to think further as more people surged forward. He swung the massive hammer in his left arm and began to strike. Wherever he went, corpses littered the ground in an instant, bones shattered, and the scene was extremely bloody. The Heartfire continued to burn. In the blink of an eye, he had already killed several people. However, the more he killed, the more something felt off. These people were not possessors at all. Their combat abilities were extremely poor. They didn't seem to know how to fight at all. They were even inferior to Su Guan. Their attacks resembled mechanical movements, as if they were merely following some kind of command. What's wrong with these people? After killing a few more, and Shen felt increasingly strange. He tried to create some distance. If the enemy sent such low-level people to kill him, regardless of whether they could win, they certainly couldn't kill him. The situation clearly hinted at something bizarre just as Shen was pondering. Suddenly, he heard a heart-wrenching scream from the crowd. "Ah, son, is that you? Father has found you. Father has finally found you." Immediately after, he saw a figure stumbling towards him, seemingly extremely excited. That figure violently pushed through the crowded people, even trampling some underfoot, not stopping even when their head burst into a bloody mess. With arms wide open, it seemed like they wanted to embrace Shen. Seeing this, Shen froze, quickly stepping back and raising his bone blade, shouting furiously, "Don't move!" A thunderous voice suddenly rang out, startling the other person into a momentary freeze, their steps instinctively halting, standing rigidly with arms raised. Their face was somewhat pale, looking at the person in front of them. "Son, you You don't recognize your father? I am your father. Hearing this, Shen's brows nearly knitted together. He stared intently at the unfamiliar man before him, gritting his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his expression angry and ugly. Go to hell, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll chop you up. The heart fire was burning, his body was boiling, his brain was in a state of extreme excitement. Why did it feel so uncomfortable not to chop something? Shen felt something was very wrong. He could clearly sense his emotions fluctuating. At the same time, red mist symbols began to float before his eyes. Chiyu was restless, inflicting pain on others, soothing Chiyu. Seeing this string of symbols, he was taken aback. Was it because of the shrine? Earlier, Tian Miao had influenced his emotions, amplifying his despair and struggle. Now, was Chiyu amplifying his bloodlust? Before Shen could figure it out, the man before him suddenly began to weep, and his cries were quite tragic, sending chills down Shen's spine. My son, you are truly confused. I am your father. You don't recognize me? As he cried, he suddenly fell to his knees, pounding the ground with his hands, wailing incessantly. They all say the damn rebel Shen killed you, but I don't believe it. He, Shen, is worthy? Just a mere ant core. What is he? I, the son of the great Lotus Fire Sect leader, could die at his hands? Hearing this, Shen was stunned as he looked at the man who was heartbroken, crying and cursing at the same time. Lotus Fire Sect? So you are that bastard's father. Good. You came just in time. I'll use you to offer my blade. Saying this, Shen directly swung his bone blade to strike. Seeing this, the man hugged his head and let out a heart-wrenching cry. Son, wake up! Why are you thinking of yourself as Shen? You are my son. You are the young master of the Lotus Fire Sect. Your name is Gutu. You absorbed Shen, but you didn't fully refine him. You've been influenced by him. That kid is a madman, but you can't become a madman. You are not Shen. Wake up! A voice boomed like thunder, Shen stood frozen in shock. He suddenly turned his head and, through the glass window by the street, saw his own face rapidly fading away. The person in the glass was not Shen, but the young master. He was momentarily stunned, staring at himself, his mind blank. The man kept shouting, Do you see it? Can you see clearly now? Your own face. You are not Shen. For a moment, he forgot to breathe. The person in the mirror is me? Am I Shen, or the young master? See, my good son, you finally see who you are. I've finally found you. At last. The man crawled up from the ground, using his hands and feet, and reached out to embrace Shen. His voice trembled with uncontrollable excitement, tears streaming down his face. Shen looked at the man in front of him, then turned to glance at his reflection in the mirror. His mind was a blank, as if he couldn't think. Suddenly, his expression changed, turning fierce. No, I am not some damn young master. I am Shen. Saying this, he pulled out a dagger and without hesitation, plunged it into his own face. I am Shen. You tampered with my face. This is not my face. As he spoke, Shen forcefully pushed the man away. One hand tore at his own face, while the other began to cut along the edge. In an instant, his face was covered in blood, a horrifying sight. Crack! He sliced off a piece of his own face and flung it to the ground, blood splattering onto the man. The man, witnessing this scene, broke down in tears. Like picking up his most cherished possession, he picked up the severed flesh and cradled it in his palm. This is my flesh and blood. Don't cut anymore. Please don't. You really are not Shen. It was Shen who harmed you. The man desperately tried to stop him. Shen created distance, swinging the dagger again and again. Still trying to deceive me? Do you really think I would fall for it again? In an instant, he sliced off half of his face, the blood-soaked appearance shocking. Shen turned to look at the puddle, his cheek rapidly regenerating. Yet, it was still the young master's face. He gritted his teeth, his muscles tensed, veins bulging on his forehead. Bastard, if that's the case, then I'll kill you first. I will surely return to normal. Shen no longer hesitated, swinging the bone blade directly at the man. However, just as the blade was about to touch him, suddenly, there was a clang. Accompanied by sparks, the man inexplicably drew a sword from nowhere, blocking the attack. Shen! Immediately after, an angry roar came from the man's throat. Have you gone mad? The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Shen was momentarily taken aback. He quickly turned his head and, through the glass surface by the road, was shocked to find that the person he was attacking was not the strange man but Wang Jian. Brother Jian? He was stunned, his expression changing dramatically, hurriedly retracting the bone blade and instinctively stepping back. What's wrong with you? Wang Jian frowned tightly, staring at him with a complex expression. Why are you cutting your own face? I just turned into someone else. Shen's tone was quite chaotic. He didn't know how to explain clearly in that moment, only looking around anxiously, gritting his teeth. Where is that bastard? the leader of the Lianhua sect. This is his doing. Killing him will solve everything. As soon as he finished speaking, before Wang Jian could respond, and Shen suddenly heard an anxious voice from behind. Chen, run! That's not me. The voice came out of nowhere. He turned abruptly and saw Wang Jian in the back of the crowd, looking anxious and waving desperately at him. That's not me. You! And Shen's face turned pale, hurriedly turning back, only to find that the Wang Jian in front of him had vanished, replaced again by the man. You dare to play tricks on me! And Shen gritted his teeth and swung his sword, striking the man's shoulder. Blood gushed out. The other party was caught off guard, stumbling backward and nearly falling to the ground. Follow me! Hurry! Came Wang Jian's urgent voice from behind. And Shen seized the opportunity, turned around, and quickly followed. They wove through the crowd, which moved like a horde of zombies, trailing behind Wang Jian, disappearing into the street. Watching Shen run away, the man standing still, clutching his shoulder, had a face that shifted between dark and light, as if he had never suffered such a great grievance. He gritted his teeth and shouted in anger, Suguan, WH what? Master? A frightened response came from a nearby alley. Suguan poked his head out like a startled mouse, his expression quite unpleasant. Hurry and chase. And Shen has gone mad. He mistook someone for another and ran off with that man. Upon hearing this, Suguan froze for a moment, then gasped sharply. And master, he's gone mad again? We can't get close to a madman. Looking at the wound on Wang Jian's shoulder, Suguan swallowed hard. Remembering the last time Shen nearly burned him alive with his heart fire, he felt a wave of panic. Wang Jian tore off a piece of his clothing to wrap around the wound, his expression more serious than ever. Just now, when Shen swung his knife, he hadn't fought back, and he hadn't expected to actually get cut. I told you to chase, so chase. With me here, what are you afraid of? As the crowd pressed in, Wang Jian swung his hand, sword formation, ahead, and Shen ran wildly after Wang Jian, glancing back to see that the enemy had not pursued them. He let out a sigh of relief, but suddenly, he felt something was missing and hurriedly looked around. Brother Jian, where's Suguan? Why is he gone? Wang Jian, running ahead, turned and dashed into an alley, gritting his teeth. Forget about Suguan for now, let's get out of here first. Hearing this, Shen paused for a moment. Then his expression hardened, and he immediately stopped, his face shifting between emotions. Let's go. We need to leave here first. Who are you if you're not Brother Jian? And Shen glared, raising his bone blade, his expression complex to the extreme. Could it be that I mistook him again? You really have gone mad? Wang Jian also seemed a bit angry, but Shen gritted his teeth, resolute. You're not Brother Jian. The Brother Jian I know would never abandon Suguan, even if it meant his own death. He would never say such a thing. He wouldn't leave any of us behind. And Shen's trust in Wang Jian had been forged through countless life and death situations. Just as he was pondering, suddenly, the Wang Jian in front of him began to cry. My son, why are you talking nonsense again? When did I say I was Wang Jian? You just barely recognized me. And Shen stared blankly at the face of Wang Jian before him, which was rapidly transforming into that of the previous man. For a moment, he forgot to breathe, his mind buzzing. He felt as if all the air had been let out of him, and he couldn't help but mumble to himself. Gone mad, really gone mad, who is the real one? Could it be that I am the fake? Is the problem with me? Damn it, everything is deceiving me. Fine. If I can't see you, how can you deceive me? As he spoke, Shen seemed to think of something. He reversed the grip on his dagger and swiftly slashed it across his own face. The sharp tip immediately grazed his eyeball. Put! A spray of blood shot out in shock. He could see nothing. 2 streams of blood tears flowed down his cheeks. Yet, a sinister smile crept onto Shen's lips. Now, how can you deceive me? At the same time, he heard a voice breaking down in front of him. You are not my son. You are Shen. You actually transformed into my son's appearance to deceive me. You beast. Where have you hidden my son? Give him back to me. Hearing this, in the darkness, Shen furrowed his brow. Then, he suddenly sensed something, a possibility flooding his mind. Wait, is it possible that I am not the mad one, but he is? It's him who has influenced me. Shen ran a simulation in his mind. The young master of the Lotus Fire sect was killed by himself, leading his father to break down and then go mad? This guy, unable to accept the fact of his son's death, engaged in self-deception, believing his son was still alive and searched everywhere for him. If that's the case, things seem to make sense. But the biggest problem is that he has gone mad. Why does that affect me? Shen's mind was still pondering, his vision rapidly recovering. He looked up and gradually saw the man's face in front of him. It wasn't Wang Jian. This time it was confirmed. Go to hell. Seizing the opportunity, Shen did not hesitate and directly swung the bone blade, slicing through the man's neck. Put! The man's neck immediately split open. His head hung at an angle, blood gushing out continuously. The other party was stunned for a few seconds, seemingly not reacting. Suddenly, with a strange angle, he flicked his head upward, and with a snap, the head restored itself. It was as if nothing had happened. Seeing this scene, Shen was stunned. Can't be killed? Damn beast! How dare you try to kill me? As the head restored, the leader of the Lotus Fire sect seemed to come to his senses, his gaze filled with ferocity. He raised both hands, ready to strike. Seeing this, Shen's mind flashed with inspiration, and he immediately cried out in despair. Dad! Dad! It's me! I'm Gutu! In an instant, the man froze, his hands suspended in midair. Staring blankly at the person in front of him, his expression fluctuated. It was as if he couldn't distinguish the situation before him. You are my son Gutu? It's me, Dad. Are you out of your mind? You can't recognize me? Shen pretended to cry, secretly observing the other party to verify his guess. He saw the man's face was quite pale, his eyes filled with complexity, his raised hand wavering uncertainly. It seemed this old guy really couldn't tell the situation anymore. Since that's the case, I might as well play along. Instead of trying to kill him directly, I could use him to complete a back corpse rule. Kill 6 people who each possess a shrine in 6 different painful experiences. Thinking of this, Shen's voice choked. I'm not Shen, I'm Gutu. The leader of the Lotus Fire sect slapped his own head. I really am confused. How could I want to harm you? His tone carried self-reproach. Just now, I clearly saw that bastard Shen right in front of me, wanting to kill me, and in a fit of anger, I wanted to refine him. Fortunately, you reminded me in time, or it would have been a big mistake. Hearing this, Shen lowered his head. Through the reflection in the puddle in the alley, he saw his own face. He was instantly stunned. The face in the water was not his own but had turned back into the young master. What's going on? Shen was now completely certain that his mind was fine. So why did his face change? Did it really change, or did he see it wrong? Could it be that this old fool's madness could also affect my mental state? Suddenly, Shen thought of something, a familiar feeling. This situation seemed to have happened before. There was no time to think deeply, and the leader snorted coldly. That Shen is indeed not quite normal, but since you have refined him, even if he hasn't completely died within you, he is merely hanging on. He patted Shen's shoulder, his tone reassuring. Don't be afraid, your father can protect you. Upon hearing this, Shen showed a grateful expression and continued to act. Dad, I'm so glad you came to find me. By the way, what's up with those strange-looking people? The leader frowned tightly at his words. You know, your father wasn't in a good state before. When I heard you were in trouble, my mind became even more chaotic. He sighed. I mistook others for you, and when I couldn't find you, I couldn't help but want to crush them into your shape. So, they were all ordinary people? Shen was stunned. What ordinary people? Just a bunch of useless cores. The leader snorted coldly. That kind of quality, I wouldn't even bother refining. Speaking of which, this is also the fault of that old bastard Cheng Huang. He used us up, and the things he promised have still not been given. Upon hearing this, Shen's heart stirred. Could it be related to his superior? Previously, he knew about the collusion between the Lotus Fire sect and his superior, but he was unclear about the specifics. After hesitating for a few seconds, Shen asked indirectly, is that thing really that good? The sect leader chuckled. Of course. It is precisely because of it that our people can come to this monster core land. My son, have you forgotten how difficult it was for us to come here? How could I forget? I remember it clearly. Shen responded, his heart racing. His breath was uncontrollably excited. It seemed he had found a crucial piece of information. How exactly did these possessors come here? They couldn't have simply taken a nap to possess the people of the monster core land. There must have been some kind of action involved. If I could know, would it be possible to stop them at the root? If that's the case, why not find that old thing and directly demand the item back? Shen hurriedly pressed. The sect leader snorted coldly. I tried, but that bastard is avoiding me, refusing to meet time and again. If that's the case, since the deal can't be made, then just kill him directly. Does he really think we're easy to bully? Shen said angrily. My son speaks well. Who wouldn't tremble at the name of the 7 great evil sects? That old thing is too much. Shen nodded in agreement. Yes, kill him. But I heard that old thing, Cheng Huang, has extraordinary skills and seems impossible to kill. Upon hearing this, the sect leader's expression changed, and he lowered his head, lost in thought. Indeed, that old thing is truly hard to kill. It's not the same as our rebirth bodies. If it comes to it, I will just follow this knowledge obstruction and perish together with him. Knowledge obstruction? Shen was momentarily stunned. It seemed he had heard this term somewhere before. After thinking carefully, It seemed to have been mentioned by the old monk in the upper temple village. However, he hadn't paid much attention at the time. Why did this bastard mention it too? What is this? Knowledge obstruction. While he was still pondering, the sect leader suddenly patted his shoulder. By the way, my son, I need to remind you about this. You must be careful when refining in Chen and absorbing him. I heard that kid has long fallen into the knowledge obstruction, so don't let it affect you. I understand. And Chen nodded, unable to resist asking, Father, what is this knowledge obstruction? Upon hearing this, the sect leader turned to look at him in shock, his expression suddenly changing. You don't know what knowledge obstruction is? Not good. And Chen's heart trembled. Too much talk leads to mistakes. The sect leader's expression darkened, pointing at himself with a trembling voice. How could my son not know what knowledge obstruction is? Who are you? Who exactly are you? It seemed he had been exposed and could no longer maintain his disguise. And Chen sighed, then revealed a chilling smile. Who am I? I am An Chen. Still looking for your son? Stop looking. I chopped off his head and kicked it like a ball. Ha ha. The sect leader's face turned pale, looking as if he had seen a ghost. My son is dead? No, impossible. He was clearly right in front of me just now. He was talking to me. You're lying. Where did you hide him? Give him back to me. The sect leader looked around frantically as if he had gone mad. Gu Tu, my son, where are you? Watching his frantic state, and Shen felt a surge of excitement. Is it painful? It should be painful. What I want is your suffering. There is something even more painful waiting for you. And Shen gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, and opened his arms. Divine altar technique, weaving dreams. The Heavenly Mother has woven a dream for you. She has tasted enough pain, satisfied and left, leaving behind the dream-weaving brush. Now it's your turn to weave dreams for others. And Shen remembered that this was the white mist symbol that emerged when he sent away the Heavenly Mother. And then, the Heavenly Maiden wrote 2 golden characters on his hand, weaving dreams. It was known as the technique of the Divine Altar. However, he had never found the opportunity to use it. At this moment, looking at the deranged leader before him, and Shen spread his arms, his tone icy. I remember. Your son said before he died that you would come to find me, making me wish I were dead. He altered my memories back then, indeed causing me great pain for a long time. I will return that pain to you tenfold. As he spoke, threads suddenly flew out from the 10 fingertips of An Chen. 10 silver threads intertwined chaotically. From all directions, like venomous snakes coiling up, they surged forward and pierced into the leader's skull. Ah! The leader let out a wretched scream. He struggled desperately, his eyes bloodshot, as if he saw something, and began to claw at the air in madness. Son! My son! Don't go! The moment the 10 silver threads entered his skull, and Shen's body froze, and strands of white light began to flash before his eyes. The surroundings first turned blood red. Then he saw chunks of flesh floating in the pitch-black void. Each of these chunks was about the size of a fist, densely packed, suspended above his head. They were of various colors: red, black, white, yellow, like fluid substances, slowly floating and writhing. Each different color seemed to represent different things. Hesitating, An Chen tried to touch one of the red chunks. To his astonishment, he saw an image. It was not like a memory, but something more direct. It was the young master. He stood still in the midst of memories, like a child, smiling, motionless. An Chen stared, hesitating again, and reached out to touch another chunk of flesh. Once again, the young master appeared, but this time it was different. No longer the smiling young master, but one that looked somewhat angry. Do these chunks of flesh all represent his son? And Chen seemed to realize something. He began to wave the silver threads in his hand, discovering that these chunks of flesh would sway and change shape in response to his silver threads. Even the images that emerged would float to different positions. So this is how you weave dreams, not by altering memories or deleting them, but by intervening and disrupting. Watching this scene, An Chen suddenly thought of a story about himself and Li Chanxian. He noticed that in the leader's memory chunks, there were scenes of the young master refining himself. There were also scenes of himself killing the young master, as well as the leader searching for his son. The more An Chen looked, the more interesting it became. In that case, let me weave a new story for you. He began to quickly wave the silver threads, constantly adjusting the shapes and positions of the flesh chunks. Instantly, he disrupted the original arrangement. In the memory, it was not the young master who refined me, but you who refined the young master. And Chen quickly swapped the positions of himself and the young master, especially the earlier scene where the young master refined him. He changed young master to leader, and the one being refined was changed to young master. This way, the memory confusion turned into the leader refining his own son. And Chen continued to wildly wave the silver threads, weaving the dream of memories. Continue to disrupt. In the scene of the young master's death, the killer becomes you. In this story, there is no An Chen. You failed to refine your own son, and then killed him with your own hands, yet you can still see him now, uncertain whether what you see is a person or a ghost. And Shen also wove the scene that had just occurred. He replaced every scene and every person he saw in the leader's recent memory chunks with the young master. In this situation, no matter where the leader went, everything he saw was his son, whom he had refined and killed. I want you to experience true pain. And Chen kept weaving. Unconsciously, he recalled a scene that had happened to him. Li Qianqian had previously asked him a question. Xinghe, where do people go after they die? He replied that he didn't know. Li Qianqian laughed and said, maybe they go into the stomach. I want to give you all the pain I've experienced, so you can taste it too. And Shen gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening. He wished he could stuff all his painful memories into the other person's mind. The silver threads in his hands danced wildly. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his brain. Immediately after, everything in front of him became rapidly blurred, as if covered by a thick fog. What's happening? His whole body suddenly went weak, and before he could react, it felt as if all his strength had been drained in an instant. In a moment of desperation, and Shen was forced to exit the dream weaving. Bang! 10 silver threads were torn from the leader's mind, fluttering in the air. He stumbled backward, falling. Looking down, he found that all 10 of his nails had broken, his fingers bleeding profusely. Most unsettling was that he saw his own body rapidly withering, as if a tree had been drained of its moisture. What's going on? And Shen tried to stand up from the ground, but he could only sit there, unable to move. Even breathing became extremely laborious. In front of him, the leader, whose memories had been woven, now wore a dazed expression, changing constantly. Sometimes he looked excited, sometimes he was in painful madness. Like a madman, his entire face was incredibly twisted. Bang! Suddenly, he fell to his knees, his hands gripping his scalp tightly, blood flowing. My son! Did I kill him? No! How could I do such a thing? I must have been possessed by a ghost. It's my fault. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought him to this land of strange cores. Let me go back. Let me go back. I just want to survive. What's wrong with that? Why is the way of heaven always right? Why is the way of heaven always right? He shouted, becoming increasingly deranged. After standing up, he began to tear at himself incessantly. Let me go back. Let me go back. I don't want this vessel. I don't want this flesh. I want to go back to my son. None of this ever happened. His hands moved faster and faster, with increasing force. Piece by piece, his skin was torn away, only to regenerate again. I don't want this regeneration technique either. Suddenly, he sat cross-legged. 2 fingers suddenly plunged into his temples. His eyes widened, staring into the air as if he saw something. Son, I'm coming for you, let's go back, okay? And Shen saw the leader's body rapidly dissolving, shrinking continuously. He was actually refining himself. In less than a few seconds, with a thud, the leader's body quickly shrank and transformed, melting into a thumb-sized human flesh pill, falling to the ground, motionless. Gurgle, gurgle. Accompanied by a gust of night wind, the human flesh pill rolled to Shen's side. He struggled to reach out and grab it, but before he could think, everything before him suddenly went dark. A string of blood-red symbols appeared. Kill 5 people who possess at least 1 shrine in 5 different ways of experiencing pain. The rule was fulfilled, and he fainted on the spot. In the last moment, he seemed to hear an old, strange voice in his mind. Interesting, this human flesh pill. I haven't eaten one in a long time. It's beneficial, very nourishing. By the way, it's better not to let this kid know what the obstacles of knowledge are, otherwise it would affect my plans. Now the shrine is Chiyu. No wonder he acts so recklessly towards others and himself. You just kill, but the trouble is for me. Forget it, let me meddle a bit with your memories. Meanwhile, in a dark corner behind the street, a shadow was hiding in the dark, recording everything that had happened from start to finish with a phone. It's going viral. I'm going to be famous now. This is really Inchan. Can Brother Inchan really wake up? Of course he will, don't worry. Then why isn't he awake yet? It's been a long time. Will he be hungry when he wakes up? Is there enough food? Should I go buy some more for him? I tell you, little sister, there's really no need. Even if he were a pig, he wouldn't finish this whole cart. He's not a pig. He's the person I'm going to marry in the future. Right. Amidst the noisy sounds around, Shen slowly opened his eyes. Above him, he first saw the blue sky and white clouds, and then suddenly a small, familiar face blocked his view. You're awake. Xinghe Gij, you finally woke up. Immediately after, Shen felt himself being hugged. He was taken aback, feeling it was unreal, like a dream. Manhwa, where am I? Shen sat up, feeling extremely tired, a heavy and exhausting sensation enveloping his entire body. At the same time, a cold mocking voice suddenly reached his ears. Kid, you really don't care about your life. Following the voice, he turned his head and saw Wang Jian sitting on a side step under the blue sky, staring at him. You broke the rules and used the divine alter technique, almost overdrawing your lifespan and dying directly. Fortunately, that human meat pill from the leader of the Lotus Fire sect is related to longevity technique. Eating it increased your lifespan, offsetting the damage, which is why you survived. If anything had gone wrong, we would be here mourning for you. Hearing this, and Shen was stunned, looking around. Wang Jian and Su Guan were sitting on the steps. Beside him was Wang Migua, along with a strange man in a suit and sunglasses. How could Migua be here? And Shen looked at her cute face, momentarily unable to believe whether it was an illusion or real, and hurriedly turned to ask Wang Jian, "Did you see that? Wang Migua is here. I saw it." Wang Jian replied with a complex tone, as if he wanted to scold someone but held back. "Is it really you, Migua? But weren't you in the White Robe Bureau? How did you end up here? You really haven't been paying attention to me. I left the White Robe Bureau and returned to the group a long time ago." Wang Migua pouted, holding up her phone. "I found you online, but when I got here, you were unconscious, and it was Uncle Wang Jian who took us to hide. Xinghai, I missed you so much, but I couldn't find you or contact you. Finally, I saw you online, so I had people search nearby streets and buildings, and I finally found you." "Uncle?" Upon hearing this, Wang Jian on the steps suddenly looked like he aged a few years. He stiffened his face and opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately said nothing. And Chen looked at the content on Migua's phone. His expression was somewhat astonished. The phone displayed a video of him fighting with the leader on the street. "Someone secretly filmed you and posted it online. Now the views have surpassed 100 million. And Chen let out a bitter laugh. "It doesn't matter, I'm already a top internet celebrity, so I don't care about this little traffic." As he spoke, he tried to stand up. "But Migua, what's your situation now? Who is this man?" He looked at the very pale man who had been standing next to Wang Migua. Just as he finished asking, before Wang Migua could respond, the man adjusted his tie, extended his hand, and spoke proudly. "And Chen, hello. I know you're quite extraordinary, but I still want to formally introduce myself. My name is Zhou Feng. I am Wang Migua's personal bodyguard and housekeeper, a martial arts champion for many years, skilled in Sanda and Jiu-Jitsu." And Chen shook his hand, applying a bit of force. The pretty boy let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, his face turning even paler. "Is this really a bodyguard?" And Chen looked at the pretty boy speechlessly, then glanced at Wang Migua, seriously saying, "Little girl, don't play the rich woman keeping a toy boy. What are you thinking?" Wang Migua rolled her eyes in disbelief. "He's my cousin. We used to play together a lot when we were kids. He was abroad for a long time. After the Wang group got into trouble, I left the White Robe Bureau and decided to take over. He came back and helped me a lot." Hearing this, and Shen glanced at the proud Zhou Feng and said calmly, "Since that's the case, take good care of her and don't have any improper thoughts. Otherwise, you saw what happened to your uncle Wang Minghui." Zhou Feng's throat seemed to be choked. "Xinghai, you don't go online anymore? The world has changed a lot. Many people are paying attention to you. Go online? I don't even have a phone. How can I go online?" And Shen forced a bitter smile, recalling the days of being on the run. Not to mention going online, he didn't even have a chance to catch his breath. Hearing this, Wang Migua lowered her head in thought and suddenly said, "Xinghai, I heard Uncle Wang Jian say that you have been on the run without a place to stay, and the people from the White Robe Bureau are also looking for you. I might be able to help you. You can help us?" And Shen immediately shook his head, denying it. He couldn't let Wang Migua get involved any further. After all, it had been hard to rescue her. The fact that she was safe now was the best answer after all their efforts, both for Shen and for Wang Ziyi. And Shen looked at her smiling face, knowing that at least his resistance had succeeded once. This was hope. "Don't be in a hurry to refuse," came Wang Jian's voice from behind. "The little girl has something we all lack that can be a big help." "What is it?" "Money." And Chen's mouth twitched immediately. Wang Jian leaned against the steps, seemingly reminiscing. "I once watched a movie called Batman. Can you guess what his superpower is? It's money. Seriously, the little girl can help us build a place hidden, solid, safe. This can be done as long as there's money. We can't keep running around without a home. The innkeeper's wife is dead. I recognized her clothes among a lot of distorted human corpses. I didn't expect that I ended up killing her." Hearing this, and Shen was taken aback, silently lowering his head without speaking. He had to admit that Wang Jian was right. Continuing to run like this, every place they went could bring harm to innocent people. "Xinghai, Uncle Wang Jian said you want to kill the higher-ups. I might be able to help you find many powerful people." And Shen's eyes widened as he stared at Wang Jian. "You told her about this?" Wang Jian waved his hand dismissively, looking indifferent. She insisted on asking. "I never lie to kids. that would be too unethical. Wang Mingwa beside them chuckled mischievously. I can help you find hackers, technical experts, intelligence gatherers, anyway, I can be of great help. Jingha Gij, how about it? Looking at her wide, expectant eyes, and Shen remained silent. Meanwhile, Su Guan, who had been quietly listening to their conversation from the steps, looked quite tense, feeling anxious inside. He was more nervous than anyone else. Yes, if the little girl really helped find a group of people to gather intelligence, wouldn't that make him useless? Su Guan clenched his fists. The crisis of unemployment had arrived early, and he suddenly felt immense pressure. Back in the day, begging on the streets, surviving to this day wasn't due to excellence but because he had uniqueness in a certain field. Others couldn't do it, only he could. Even if he didn't do it well, only he could do it. Back then, those beggars only cared about begging for food, while he was quick-witted, seizing the opportunity to dominate public opinion. He would let the boss have the food first, flattering him every day. So much so that later, when the boss went mad and lost his mind, everyone was eaten, but he was the only one spared. Of course, that's another story. But he couldn't let them agree to this. To survive, he had to sabotage this matter. Su Guan gritted his teeth, looking tense, when Wang Jian suddenly slapped him on the back. Are you straining yourself that much while taking a dump? Su Guan was startled and almost jumped up, quickly forcing a sheepish smile. No, Wang Jian looked at him strangely and asked, what do you think of the proposal I just mentioned? What do I think? Su Guan, absolutely refuse. He immediately stood up and rebutted. Suddenly, he heard In Shan sigh in front of him. Fine, I agree. Let's do it your way. Su Guan closed his eyes, tears streaming down. Su Guan, absolutely cannot think of a better way than this. The great immortal is truly wise. In a workplace context, In Shan and Wang Jian would be like a chairman and a shareholder representative, while Su Guan was just a worker. Once dismissed, it would mean the end for him. Trying to reason with In Shan or appeal to his emotions was utterly useless because he was a madman. How do you communicate with a crazy boss? Just saying, I'm hungry, could scare Su Guan half to death. And flattering Wang Jian or presenting facts was even more futile. No matter how well you spoke, if you didn't perform well, you'd get stabbed in the back. Forget it, I might as well just focus on surviving for now. Su Guan sighed, feeling depressed as he looked at his two bosses. Wang Mingwa, on the other hand, jumped up excitedly and hugged In Shan, refusing to let go. As long as the money was enough, many things in this world wouldn't matter. Wang Mingwa first had someone design 3 special phones for the 3 of them. They couldn't be tracked and could connect to the internet normally. Then, she took them to a safe house built underground. When In Shan entered, he realized that this little girl had clearly been prepared and was just waiting for this day to come. This place was evidently constructed in advance. The facilities here are complete. Besides the basic settings for daily life, there are specialized equipment to counter interference and surveillance, an information intelligence network, etc. And it's very convenient to enter and exit the surface. In case of an emergency, there are multiple escape routes. Zhou Feng spoke eloquently, introducing them to the underground safe house, saying a lot. He concluded with, this was all designed by me. Turning around, he found that apart from Su Guan awkwardly following behind, no one was listening. And Shen, holding his phone, realized that after a period without internet access, the world had undergone tremendous changes. After the death of Sun Tzu from the White Robe Bureau, the third new director is currently succeeded by Zhang Xing. After Zhao Yan from the Heavenly Eye Bureau died, the new director is succeeded by Zhang Changfeng. The ashes of former White Robe Bureau director Bai Jian were recovered after his death, but due to his crimes during his lifetime, no funeral was held. Upon seeing this information, In Shen just stared, suddenly thinking of Xiaosong. He wondered what his situation was now. He tried searching for information online. Soon, some bizarre content appeared on the webpage. Risk Bureau Director Xiaosong was caught by passers-by engaging in prostitution, and he firmly denied it, claiming he was comforting the victim's family. Xiaosong was photographed entering and exiting a nightclub. Xiaosong called 3 escorts, joined the group to watch Xiaosong's private video. What is this? And Shen looked at the content, stunned, beginning to doubt if he had the wrong name. Beside him, Wang Mingwa, seeing this, pouted helplessly and said, after Uncle Qiao sent me away from the White Robe Bureau, I heard he seemed to have changed into a different person. He doesn't work anymore, doesn't catch soul snatchers, and spends every day indulging in pleasures, only caring about sleeping with big sisters. And Shen was dumbfounded. Looking at Xiaosong's photo online, he was very surprised. How did he become like this? He just gave up. Wang Mingwa huffed. He's not as brave as Sister Bai Jian. Now he's just slacking off and avoiding responsibility. Hearing this, and Shen fell silent. After a few seconds, he asked Wang Mingwa for Xiaosong's phone number and called him. He wanted to understand some things. Beep, the call was quickly connected. Who the hell is this? Before Shen could speak, an impatient voice came from the other end. I'm busy, followed by the sultry, delicate voices of several women. Director Chiao, hurry up. We're all ready. How are we playing today? Today we're playing a tangled web. On the phone, Xiao Song's mischievous laughter echoed, and then he hung up abruptly, as if he had forgotten he was on a call. And Chen dialed again. This time, it took a long while to connect. Who is it? Is this never ending? A woman's voice could be heard in the background, and Chen paused for a few seconds before speaking. It's Chen. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Then Xiao Song let out a cold laugh. Who the hell are you? Are you messing with me? I just wanted to ask if you've arranged for Director Bai's funeral? No response came from the phone. After a moment, the sound of a woman being pushed aside was heard, and Xiao Song's tone changed slightly as he asked, Are you really Chen? Yes. Xiao Song chuckled. You've got some guts to call me. Hurry up and say what you need, don't waste my time. I just asked, and you haven't answered. Just asking about Bai Jian? Xiao Song sneered, haven't you seen the news? It's already been said that there won't be a funeral. His ashes are at my place. Anything else? And Chen held the phone, silent for a few seconds. Nothing else. Then I'm hanging up. Also, don't call me unless it's important. I can't be bothered to deal with you. Beep, the call was disconnected, and Chen frowned, somewhat confused. Wang Mingwa, sitting beside him, shrugged and sighed. Everyone online is cursing him, but I don't know why he hasn't been dismissed. Anyway, Uncle Chao doesn't care anymore. He doesn't arrest people or help anyone. Everyone says he's just coasting along. Is that so? And Chen lowered his head, lost in thought. Perhaps this is humanity. The same event can lead to different choices, and thus different outcomes. Bai Jian wanted to save the world, and then she died. Zhao Yan didn't care about the world, only about himself and his family, and he also died. Only the indecisive Xiao Song, unsure of what he wants, muddles through and has survived until now. And Chen couldn't help but think more about it, while Wang Mingwa smiled and said, Brother Qinghe, let me see how I can help you find some assistance. After saying that, she ran off. When she reached Zhou Feng, she whispered, Remember, don't find any women who are too good-looking. Zhou Feng. In the hotel, Xiao Song sat on the bed, lit a cigarette, while several women nearby got dressed and left. He laughed, Director Chiao, remember to call us next time you have free time. A bunch of old hags, almost killed me, hurry up and leave. Xiao Song cursed, and the women left with smiles. The room fell into dead silence. He took out his phone, opened it, and stared at the number from earlier, gazing for a long time. Click. Suddenly, he took a screenshot. He opened his phone, saved it in a document, and quickly edited something. After finishing, he stared at the text, sneering. What a load of crap. In this world, only a fool wants to be a hero. As he spoke, he got up, took a shower, and got dressed. With a cigarette in his mouth, he checked the time. About time. He left the hotel, hailed a cab, and stopped at an intersection. Then he sat by the roadside, bought a bottle of liquor, and drank while seemingly waiting for something. After a while, a voice came from beside him. Brother, do you have a lighter? Can I borrow one? Xiao Song glanced over. It was a fat man. He handed over the lighter, and the fat man took it, lighting his cigarette, and the two stood there. After a moment, the fat man spoke first. Brother, were you the one who applied to join us before? That was me. What's your position? Director of the Risk Bureau. Well, that's somewhat useful. The fat man exhaled a puff of smoke, a strange smile appearing on his face. Just to be clear, once you join, you can't back out. If you do, we'll eat you, literally. Upon hearing this, Xiao Song didn't respond immediately. Instead, he stood up, expressionless. He just held a cigarette in his mouth, gazing into the distance, and uttered 3 words. I know. That's good. Not everyone has the chance to cultivate without being possessed. The fat man smiled unpleasantly. According to the procedure, you need to submit a letter of allegiance first, bring 2 living people over. However, considering your special status, you can skip that. Just follow me. Xiao Song followed the fat man and turned the corner. They entered an alley and arrived at a door in a dark corner. The fat man pushed the door open and walked in first, with Xiao Song following. Behind the door was a pitch-black corridor. At the end of the dead end, the fat man fumbled around for a moment. With a click, a hidden door suddenly appeared in the wall. Let's go, but I must remind you, don't touch anything inside. I'll explain everything to you, and wait until you've thought it through before making a choice. Once you choose, there's no turning back. I know. Xiao Song nodded. He then followed the fat man through the door. As soon as he stepped into the room, the door slammed shut behind him. Rows of dim yellow lights quickly lit up in front of him. Xiao Song looked up and was momentarily stunned by the sight before him. In a concealed room, there were huge iron cages, each containing many people. A quick glance revealed young people, the elderly, and even children in their teens. They huddled together in the cages, raising their heads to look over when they heard the noise. Their eyes were frantic, and their expressions were filled with despair. At the same time, Xiaosong noticed that all of these people's mouths had been sewn shut with needle and thread, the scars at the corners of their mouths making one's scalp tingle. Some had their ears cut off, while others had their eyes gouged out. Each person had at least one or two deformities on their bodies. The fat man walked forward, grinning oddly. These are the core. We use them for cultivation. Upon hearing this, Xiaosong's expression shifted, and an excited smile appeared on his face. So many people. Doesn't that mean we can ascend quickly? It's not that easy. The fat man shook his head with a cold laugh. Those possessors are innate holy bodies. They can cultivate from birth. But even so, very few truly become immortals or Buddhas. As for us, it's even harder. As he spoke, he led Xiaosong into a closed room. The room was small, with squares embedded in the walls. The fat man walked over, grabbed one of the handles, and twisted it hard to open it. It turned out to be a cryogenic container. This is for you. He pulled out a container and tossed a sealed bag over to Xiaosong. Looking down, Xiaosong saw that it was a piece of vacuum-packed scarlet meat. There was even a label on it. Female, no shrine, thick earth path. The fat man explained. This piece of meat was cut from a possessor who cultivated the thick earth path. She was originally a woman without a shrine. If you eat it, you can cultivate according to the thick earth path. Upon hearing this, Xiaosong frowned and picked up the piece of meat. I'm an ordinary person, eating the meat of a possessor will allow me to cultivate? Yes. The fat man closed the container and pointed at the various cryogenic compartments in front of them. Although it's not as good as a real possessor, it's more than enough for an ordinary person. Xiaosong, hearing this, stared at the meat, as if recalling something, and asked, how did you discover that ordinary people could cultivate by eating the meat of possessors? After all, who would think of eating their meat? The fat man smiled mysteriously. Someone told us. Who? Xiaosong pressed for an answer. However, the other party did not respond and instead coldly sneered. Director Qiao, you're here to take something, not to be a reporter. Don't ask too much. Knowing too much isn't good for you, right? Xiaosong looked at him, silent for a few seconds, then stuffed the meat into his pocket. You're right, I'll take this meat back to eat. That's not allowed. The fat man immediately shook his head. You can only eat here, and I want to watch you eat it. That's the rule, Director Qiao. Don't make it difficult for me. If you refuse to eat now, I can only kill you. As he spoke, he reached into his waist and pulled out a gun. Xiaosong was momentarily stunned by the sight of the dark gun muzzle. Seeing the other person's serious expression and tone, it was clear there was no room for negotiation. He sighed. Carrying a gun privately is against the law. Heh, is there still law now? With so many possessors on the streets, who can the law control? The fat man sneered with an ugly expression. Xiaosong stopped talking and stared at the piece of meat in his hand. After hesitating for a few seconds, he tore open the packaging, picked it up, and began to wolf it down. Gulp, gulp. He ate with blood and meat scraps all over his mouth, looking like a hungry beast. Watching him finish, the fat man's smile grew even wider. Captain Xiao eats quite well. He seemed to mockingly put the gun away. After you finish, there will be a reaction within 24 hours. You have my number. If you have any problems, just contact me directly. Xiaosong nodded in response, not saying a word. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, spat out some meat scraps from between his teeth, and then followed the fat man, turning to walk out. As they reached the corridor, he casually glanced and suddenly saw a little girl, about 10 years old, in a cage, reaching out to him in fear. Xiaosong was slightly taken aback and instinctively stopped. He heard the little girl speak in a trembling, anxious tone. Uncle, I recognize you. I've seen you on TV. Mom said you catch bad people. Uncle, can you save me? Her voice sounded soft and heartbreaking, as if she were grasping at the last straw of hope. However, Xiaosong just stood there, unmoving, expressionless. The fat man, seeing this, suddenly raised his foot and kicked the cage hard. The little girl was so frightened that she quickly retreated, hiding in the corner of the cage, her face pale, hugging herself, not daring to make a sound. The fat man grinned maliciously. Little girl, do you know where this place is? Do you know why he came here? Do you know what he just ate? Let him save you? It's already good enough that he didn't need you. Catching bad people, ha 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 ha. How do you know he's not a bad person? The fat man's laughter was extremely harsh. The little girl just hugged herself tightly, trembling all over, not daring to speak or move. Xiaosong stood outside the cage, hesitating for a few seconds, then suddenly took out his phone and snapped a picture. What are you doing? Why are you taking a picture? The fat man immediately frowned, alert. Xiaosong expressionlessly put away his phone, pointed at the little girl, and said calmly, she recognized me. Just in case, I need to remember her face. You keep this little girl for me. When I can cultivate, I'll use her to practice. Hearing this, the fat man chuckled. Director Chiao is indeed professional, heh, no problem. He patted his chest. Then the two turned and left. Behind them, the sound of the little girl's heartbreaking and helpless sobs echoed from the cage. Xiao Song did not look back. After leaving the basement and standing on the street, the fat man turned around. That's it for today, Director Chiao. When you can cultivate, remember to contact me. Also, welcome to officially join that Anti-Scientific Anomaly Foundation. Your current level is trainee. I am honored. Xiao Song shook his hand. After the other person left, he stood on the street for a while. After a long time, he walked forward, arriving at a deserted alley. He squatted down, suddenly shoved his hand into his throat, and forcefully scraped a few times. Instantly, he painfully retched out a large amount of minced meat. He vomited for a long time until he finally expelled bile, then stopped, weakly sitting on the ground, leaning against the wall, breathing heavily. So damn disgusting. He didn't know if he was cursing himself or others. Looking up, he suddenly saw many missing person notices posted on the wall at the mouth of the alley. The notices were densely packed, overlapping, and crumpled together. He remembered that there had been reports in the news recently about the increasing number of missing persons, yet not a single one had been found. What had happened seemed self-evident. Xiao Song stared at the missing person poster, slowly lit a cigarette, and watched in silence. Soon, among the multitude of notices, he saw a familiar face. It was the little girl from earlier. Staring for a few seconds, Xiao Song suddenly let out a cold laugh. I'm just a damn ordinary person, not a hero, and I don't have superpowers. I can save those I can, and if I can't, don't blame me. He took out his phone and looked at the photo he had just taken. He opened a hidden password memo, dragged the photo into it, and wrote a line below. Anti-Scientific Abnormality Foundation, selling the flesh of possessors, kidnapping multiple people for cultivation. As he wrote, he seemed to think of something, and at the end, he added a question mark. Behind the question mark, he wrote two words, superior? Walking out of the alley, Xiao Song looked around to ensure no one was following him. He hailed a cab back to the Risk Bureau. On the way, the driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror and quietly asked, Brother, are you also going to protest at the Risk Bureau? Protest? Yeah, how did you know? Hearing the driver's words, Xiao Song was momentarily taken aback. He quickly reacted and continued the conversation. The driver chuckled, one hand on the steering wheel, disdainfully saying, so many people have gone missing recently, who doesn't know? Overnight, the entire street was plastered with missing person notices. Wherever you take a cab, you don't even need to guess, it's definitely for the protest. Xiao Song lowered his head and said nothing. The driver continued to talk to himself. A lot of people don't understand. What's the use of not looking for people and making a fuss at the three major bureaus? Nonsense, if they could find them, they would have done it already. The three major bureaus haven't done a damn thing. If you ask me, they can't find anyone at all. This is definitely the work of the possessors. Those missing people are probably already dead. Yeah, Xiao Song echoed, turning his head to look out the car window at the street. He remained silent. Almost every stretch of road was filled with posted missing person notices. Such things could never have happened before. But now the whole world had changed. It seemed that daily bloodshed and tragedies had become commonplace. The three major bureaus can't handle it. Now everyone online is saying that the world's rules and systems are about to change. It probably won't be long before the human world is no longer what it is now. In the past, people thought the apocalypse would be an earthquake, a tsunami, or even a new world war, but I bet no one expected that the apocalypse would actually be people from another world. Listening to the driver passionately discussing apocalyptic rhetoric, Xiao Song simply stared outside, remaining silent. When the car stopped in front of the Risk Bureau, he still hadn't gotten out. Through the car window, he could already see a large crowd gathered in front of the office building. Many were holding banners, raising signs, and shouting in protest. The densely packed crowd filled the street, their anger palpable, their shouts deafening. Some even threw rotten eggs and vegetable scraps at the office building. Security personnel were blocking the entrance, afraid to engage directly, and the scene was chaotic. Xiao Song hesitated for a few seconds at this sight. He didn't enter through the main door but instead circled around to a smaller side entrance and returned to the bureau. As soon as he arrived at the office, a subordinate came to report. Director Chiao, we've received a new batch of missing person cases. This time, there are nearly 100 people, and combined with the previous ones, this is already the 6th batch. The subordinate held a thick file, looking flustered. Once inside, Xiao Song didn't even glance at it, sat down in his chair, lit a cigarette for himself, and pointed at the table. Just put it there. The subordinate was taken aback. Director, aren't we going to respond? These people. I will consult with my superiors. Xiao Song interrupted him coldly. Just do your own job, don't ask what you shouldn't. Yes. The subordinate put down the documents and left anxiously. In the office, Xiao Song leisurely finished a cigarette. Only then did he slowly take out his phone and search for a message from a few days ago. Notice, the investigation into recent missing persons cases is suspended. No personnel are allowed to act independently, wait for new orders. This order came from above. But the problem was, the message had already been sent out 5 days ago. At that time, the missing persons incidents were far from being as serious as they were now. What did this indicate? It indicated that the higher-ups had anticipated, 5 days ago, that serious missing persons incidents would occur in the days to come. As for why the higher-ups could foresee this, Xiao Song did not want to think about it. Staring at the superior's order, he simply obeyed. Even though the entire bureau and even the outside world were saying that he, Xiao Song, was just a dog for the higher-ups, doing whatever he was told, even if it meant eating shit. What's wrong with eating shit? If you can swallow it, you can survive. A person must first live before thinking about anything else, right? He silently gazed at an urn placed on top of the office cabinet, falling into silence. In the safe house, and Shen was having breakfast while staring at the content on his phone, his brow furrowed. Overnight, almost everywhere was discussing the issue of missing persons. Someone had specifically filmed the scene of protesters surrounding the entrance of the 3 major bureaus and posted it online, further inciting public outrage. More people were spontaneously posting online, searching for their missing relatives and friends. The situation seemed quite chaotic. So many people are missing, why isn't the 3 major bureaus looking for them? Wang Migua, beside him, was drinking porridge, looking quite puzzled. Wang Jian peeled an egg and stuffed it into his mouth, speaking somewhat unclearly. If only one bureau is not acting, there might be an excuse. But if all 3 major bureaus are not acting, there can only be one reason: it's an order. The higher-ups are really bastards. Wang Niguo was smart and immediately understood. While cursing, she casually took the yolk out of the egg and secretly placed it on Enshen's plate. Enshen didn't even look at it. He picked it up with his chopsticks and shoved it back to her. Eat the yolk. Wang Niguo pouted, cheeks puffed out, looking very reluctant. It's just like the way my brother used to talk, she muttered softly. Enshen ignored the little girl's complaints. He was looking at the news on his phone when suddenly a call came in from a friend. A name that was somewhat familiar yet strange, Su Qingqing. Seeing this name, Enshen was momentarily distracted. As soon as he answered, before he could speak, a tense and hurried voice came through. Oh my god, someone actually picked up. Hello? Is this Enshen? I'm Su Qingqing. Do you remember me? I'm Chen Qian's roommate. Hello? Can you hear me? Can you come save me? Please. The voice sounded very flustered, even with a hint of crying. And Chen was taken aback and responded, what happened? Hearing the voice, the person on the other end was clearly very excited, speaking rapidly with a trembling voice. It's really you. Can you come save me? I've been targeted. Someone is trying to pry open my door. They must be here to kill me and silence me. And Shen frowned at this, not yet continuing to ask. On the other end, Su Qingqing spoke fearfully. I live at 502, Building 1, No. 20, Watercolor Street, Tianhe Community. The little girl next door has gone missing. I went downstairs to buy something last night and happened to bump into 2 men carrying a sack, coming out of the house next door. It definitely contained a person. I was so scared at the time that I hurried back inside and locked the door, and I reported it to the 3 major bureaus, but no one has come to help. Now those 2 men are definitely outside. The lock seems to have been pried open. They're coming in. And Shen, the news says you are a resistor. You can definitely beat them, right? I live alone and really can't find anyone else. Please, save me. I know you like Qian, and I even helped you pursue her. Do you remember? Damn, this woman is hiding really well. Suddenly, a deep voice came from the phone. Hee, this body looks good. The flesh must be valuable. Hiss, let's take this meat away. Hurry up and take it away. No, please, I beg you, let me go, don't. Bang! Ah! Accompanied by a dull thud and a scream. On the other end of the line, there was silence, and Shen stood up, speechless, and walked straight out. Wang Jian followed suit. Lastly, Su Guan, who was having breakfast, immediately put down his yotio and quickly followed. And Shen had an impression of Su Qingqing. She was Li Chanxian's roommate. Back in school, Wang Zai had often asked Su Qingqing about Li Chanxian's schedule to help Shen create opportunities for chance encounters. Su Qingqing had a somewhat carefree personality and seemed to particularly enjoy playing games. After helping her, it was said that Wang Zai would reward her by booking the best esports hotel for her to stay in, not for a day, but for a month. Su Qingqing often expressed to Shen, I can help you, but you have to lend me Wang Zai. Although Shen didn't interact much with this girl, he remembered her as very easy to get along with, so he had a good impression of her. Recalling this, he left the safe house and directly got into the vehicle provided by Wang Nigua, heading to the address mentioned in the call. The place wasn't far, it was even closer than he had imagined, taking only 10 minutes. When Chen arrived in front of door 502, the door was half ajar. He pushed the door open and walked in. The room was a mess. Chairs and tables were all overturned, the computer had fallen to the ground with a shattered screen, and many dolls and anime figures were scattered around. There was a lot of blood on the floor. It was clear that a fierce struggle had taken place here. Looks like we were a step too late. Wang Jian squatted down, dipped his hand in the blood on the ground, and sniffed it at his nose. Not a host. And Chen looked around, frowned, and spoke. Su Guan, can't you find someone? Look for them. Master, I can find them, but I need blood, Su Guan replied uneasily. Where could they get blood in this place? He didn't dare to speak up, genuinely afraid that these two might suddenly get the idea to draw blood from him and take his life on the spot. Hearing this, and Chen didn't hesitate at all. He pulled out the dagger he carried and aimed it at his wrist, slicing down directly. Put! The flesh split open, and blood gushed out. How much do you need? Su Guan turned pale with fright and quickly picked up a box from the ground to catch it. Not much, just one box is enough. With a rush, blood flowed into the box, and Su Guan hurriedly drew a blood hexagram on the ground. Then, he stood in the center of the hexagram and began to chant. In less than a minute, as if he had discovered something, his expression changed in shock. Master, the person hasn't gone far. They're right next to another door downstairs. Hearing this, Wang Jian yanked open the window, stepped on the wall, and shouted, "Nuclear technique, flying cloud." Immediately, he hung upside down, walking straight along the wall, heading down from the window. I'm fast, I'll go first. Before he finished speaking, a whoosh sounded by his ear as something zipped past. Looking closely, and Chen had jumped directly from the 5th floor. Bang! In less than 2 seconds, he crashed onto the 1st floor ground. Bones shattered. He struggled to slowly get up, quickly recovering, and walked forward. Crazy, I told you, they're all crazy. Su Guan, who was peering out from the windowsill, watched the two and swallowed hard, choosing to obediently rush out the door and climb down the stairs. And Chen took a few steps forward. His broken leg and organs quickly returned to normal. He raised his head and saw not far ahead, a van. 2 strong men had just loaded a burlap sack into it, got in the car, and quickly drove away. Seeing this scene, Wang Jian, who had caught up, swung out his long sword and was about to act, but Chen stopped him, shaking his head. Don't rush, follow them and see where they are taking the people. Wang Jian hesitated for half a second upon hearing this, then turned around, just about to call Su Guan to drive. As he turned his head, he saw Chen pick up a brick from the ground, raise it high, and smash it into the nearest car, then got in. This kid, Wang Jian's mouth twitched a couple of times. Is his style of action so rough now? Get in! The car had a one-button start, no key needed, and Chen stepped on the gas to chase after them. The van ahead clearly hadn't noticed they were being followed. The vehicle sped down a road, heading towards an area with fewer and fewer people. Gradually, they moved away from the city center. Half an hour later, they stopped in front of a dilapidated building. 2 strong men got out of the car, opened the back door, and carried bags inside the building. Speaking of which, how many is this now? One of them asked. If I remember correctly, it should be the 10th one. How much lifespan can we exchange for this? Didn't we say before? It depends on the quality. The man in front frowned. A better one can be exchanged for a year of life, a worse one at most half a year, and the worst, not even a month. Tisk, in that case, for the lower quality ones, it's still more cost-effective to exchange for money. That's right, in this world, living another day is worth it. The two chatted as they entered the building, not going upstairs but heading to the basement. Surprisingly, there were already 2 people standing by the basement door, seemingly waiting for a long time. Upon seeing the newcomers, one of them blocked their way and spoke. What are you doing? Hello, brothers, we are here to provide the core. The 2 men saw the bags on their shoulders, glanced through the opening, and after confirming, nodded. Is it for money or for life? The 2 exchanged glances and hurriedly said in unison, for money, for money. Wait here, after the immortal inspects it and confirms the quality, I'll bring you the money. Alright, thank you, brothers. The 2 nodded and bowed. Watching the others carry the bags inside through the back door, they stood anxiously rubbing their hands. How much do you think this can be exchanged for? I don't know, but I heard that previously, those with high quality exchanged for over 1 million. So much? One of them showed a look of surprise. By the way, did you know? They say that the immortal eats human flesh and can spit out money. As he said this, he deliberately lowered his voice. The other person frowned, about to speak through gritted teeth. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the side. How much can it spit out? The voice suddenly rang out, and the 2 were instantly stunned, quickly turning their heads to see a young man standing in front of them, having appeared out of nowhere. Who are you? Just passing by, borrowing your face for a moment. The young man ignored their doubts. From his pocket, he pulled out a fox mask human skin. Without any hesitation, he slapped it directly onto one person's face. Ah! The person screamed in pain as the fox mask human skin pierced his cheek. What the hell? You motherf! The other person, seeing this, turned pale and drew a knife from his waist, slashing it towards the young man. The young man stood there expressionless and threw a punch. Heart fire. Boom! His fist made contact with the other's face, directly penetrating through, creating a large hole in the cheek, the flesh and blood inside cooked and sizzling. Don't kill me! The other person, seeing this scene, turned white with fear. He turned to run but was grabbed by the hair and yanked back by the young man. I ask, you answer. If your answers satisfy me, I won't kill you. The man had the fox mask human skin pressed against his face, needles piercing into his flesh all around, blood everywhere, trembling in pain. Pressed against the wall by Shen, he nodded repeatedly in fear. I'll tell you. I'll say anything. Just don't kill me. What is behind this door? Shen asked. It's the Anti-Science Freak Foundation. The other party quickly replied. Hearing this term, Shen was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard of it, so he pressed further. What do they do? It's just a place for transactions. Using people, you can exchange for lifespan, for money. Does it have to be living people? Shen thought of how they had taken away Su Qingqing, probably for this reason. Dead people are fine too. The other party trembled all over in pain, the fox mask skin pressed against his face, causing considerable discomfort. Upon hearing this, Shen turned to glance at the tightly closed door. How many people are inside? Who is operating it? I don't know. I'm just providing the goods. There are strict rank requirements. We don't count as internal personnel. We don't have the qualifications to go in. I see, then you don't seem to be of much use. Shen tightened his grip around the other party's neck, causing him to shudder in fear and struggle to speak. Why, you said you would let me go. I did say that, but I'm not satisfied with your answer. As he spoke, Shen directly activated his heart fire. He raised a finger and plunged it into the other party's neck. Put! A tremendous heat surged forth. In an instant, it melted through the skin and penetrated the trachea. In the blink of an eye, it was a bloody mess. The man struggled a couple of times, lay on the ground, eyes wide open, and fell silent. Shen crouched down, tore the fox mask skin from his face, and put it on his own. With a wave of his hand, he transformed into the appearance of the man from before. Then, he moved the two corpses and placed them at his feet. He waited quietly. After a moment, the door opened, and the two earlier individuals walked out. They were still holding a bag, which seemed to contain money. Upon seeing the scene outside, they were instantly stunned. Before they could speak, Shen calmly said, first, I forgot to mention, there are 2 more corpses in the car. Take them to exchange as well. The two looked at the corpses on the ground, their faces mangled, making it impossible to identify what they looked like. When they looked back at Shen, their expressions were filled with suspicion and caution, their brows furrowing. What about the person who was with you earlier? He couldn't hold it and went to pee. Upon hearing this, one of them shook his head while pointing at the corpse. The damage is too severe, it can't be exchanged. Saying this, he tossed the money in his hand over. This is from earlier, 200,000, take it. Shen took the money, weighed it in his hand, and shook his head. Not enough. What? The other turned to go back, not understanding the meaning of his words. The money is too little, it won't do. The two were instantly stunned, exchanging glances and unable to suppress a laugh. What do you think this place is? Take whatever amount we give you. If you want more, bring us some higher quality cores. Shen replied, I still have cores. Can I let the immortal appraise them again? Where? Bring them over for me to see. He pointed at himself and laughed. Me. The two were stunned again, and one of them suddenly looked a bit ugly. Are you messing with us? He placed his hand on Shen's shoulder. Before he could react, he suddenly gasped in cold air. Hiss, the pain made him immediately retract his hand. Looking down, he found his entire palm burned, bloody and mangled, emitting a strong smell of cooked flesh. Why, you're a cultivator? Seeing this scene, the other party's expression changed drastically, and Shen revealed a strange smile. With a wave of his hand, he removed the fox mask skin, revealing his original face. Then, with a loud slap, he pressed the fox mask skin onto the other party's face. The man instantly screamed in pain, crashing against the wall behind him. The other person, seeing this, had a serious expression and gritted his teeth, shouting angrily, You're seeking death. Core technique, condensed fire. As the words fell, a ball of flame surged from his palm, shooting straight at Shen. A soul snatcher? Seeing the other party, Shen frowned. Sidestepping to avoid the attack, he instead harnessed his inner fire, gripping the opponent's neck with both hands. With a piercing scream, the head was burned off along with the body, falling to the ground, dead on the spot. Then, Shen looked at the corpse on the ground, feeling something strange. Not like a soul snatcher, he glanced at another person, just about to make a move when that person suddenly produced a pill from his palm, swallowing it without hesitation. "You won't get anything from me." Gulp. As the pill was swallowed, his body suddenly began to shed its skin like a snake, layer after layer. First, the outer skin sloughed off, revealing the crimson flesh and tissue beneath. Then, chunks of flesh seemed to lose their adhesion, falling away from the bones. In the blink of an eye, the entire person melted into a disgusting puddle of blood and bones. And Shen stared at this scene, momentarily stunned. Did he just commit suicide? He crouched down, using his hands to sift through the meat and bones, tearing open intestines to find the fox mask human skin, wiping off the blood, and putting it back on his face. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into the other person's appearance and walked through the door. Behind the door was pitch black. However, the deeper he went, the larger the space became. Gradually, light appeared around him. But this light was not from candles or fluorescent tubes, it was from severed human heads, neatly hanging on both sides of the wall. And Shen saw that each head had a thumb-sized hole drilled into the crown. The holes were filled with corpse oil, which, when lit, burned slowly through the openings in the skulls, emitting waves of nauseating odor. The air was thick with the stench of corpse oil, and Shen continued forward until he entered a dimly lit hall. He witnessed a disturbing scene. Above the hall, there was a chair. Rather than a chair, it was more like a pile of flesh stacked together in the shape of a chair. Sitting on it was a naked old woman. Judging by her physiological structure, she was clearly a woman, though her age was indiscernible. Her hair was sparse, with a few long braids scattered behind her head. Her eyes were murky. Her skin and flesh hung down exaggeratedly, layered upon one another, covered in wrinkles, and her breasts drooped grotesquely, directly touching the ground, infested with maggots. Bent over, she held a cracked open skull in her hands, desperately gnawing at it. Surrounding her were many people kneeling. These individuals had strange postures, their hands raised. They had no eyeballs. Or rather, their eyeballs were pierced with incense sticks, leaving trails of blood tears, all of them tilting their heads back, with holes drilled into their crowns. Inside, corpse oil was burning. They looked extremely pained, like the dead, yet mechanically murmuring words. Blood and flesh, compassionate mother of fortune, corpse mountain and sea, mother of 10,000 bones, divine spirit, grant us survival. And Shen stared blankly at this scene, still trying to process it. The woman sitting in the chair suddenly let out a piercing scream. Meat! Meat! As the words rang out, a few people stepped forward. They carried a bound man on their shoulders, quickly approaching the woman on the flesh chair. And Shen stood to the side of the hall, watching as they placed the man at the feet of the old woman. No, please let me go. The man, bound and filled with despair, struggled desperately, trying to escape. But it was futile. Once placed on the ground, the large, wrinkled old woman extended a finger toward him. "Light the sky lantern," she suddenly shouted. And Shen had never heard such an unpleasant voice. It sounded like someone trying to speak while vomiting, choking on their throat, yet it was complex like laughter. As the shout fell, the old woman suddenly extended a finger, with sharp, dark tips. In a flash, she poked the man on the crown of his head. Ah! The man let out a piercing scream on the spot. A hole was brutally punctured in the top of the man's head, and blood gushed upward from below, scattering along the scalp. Yet the man did not die. Immediately, someone beside him held him down and poured corpse oil into the hole that had been made in his skull. At the same time, they lit it with incense. Boom! A wisp of fire shot out from the man's head. He knelt on the ground, screaming in agony, rolling back and forth, unable to break free. The flames scorched his brain, emitting a nauseating smell. This continued for nearly a few minutes before the man finally rolled his eyes back and stopped moving. His body twitched occasionally, then fell silent. Due to the burning of his brain, his eyes turned red. An old woman bent down to flip the man over and took a look. "Another useless one, this defective core is worthless. I've gone through so much trouble, can't you find something useful?" she shouted angrily. The few people around her quickly knelt down, repeatedly bowing their heads. Those around, with incense burning in their eyes, trembled in response. "Corpse collector, come here," she croaked hoarsely. No one moved. "Corpse collector," suddenly pointing a finger, and Shen realized she was calling for him. With a fox mask on his face, he was unrecognizable, and seeing the old woman staring at him, he hurried over. He knelt on the ground, feigning a look of panic. "Your subordinate is here. That girl just now, you said she was a high-quality one, bring her here. I'll verify it myself, if it's fake, I'll refine you." "Yes." And Shen's heart stirred. He then got up and walked toward the direction where the man had been taken out. After passing behind a screen, he was astonished to see that the back of the hall was filled with people. Their wrists were all tied with blood-red intestines, hanging from the ceiling. A dense crowd, at first glance, looked like bats hanging above the hall, both men and women, old and young, a shocking sight. And Chen trembled at this scene. So many living people. What kind of grotesque, anti-scientific gathering was this? How could the three major bureaus completely ignore so many people? He raised his head, searching for Su Qingqing among the crowd. After walking for a while, he finally spotted her in a corner, bound and hanging by intestines. Put her down. And Chen said to the person in charge nearby. Yes, yes. The person immediately jumped forward, leaping 3 zhang high, grabbing Su Qingqing's feet and pulling hard. Crack! The intestines above snapped under the force, and a dark liquid poured out. Su Qingqing fell to the ground, her face pale with fear, trembling all over. Sir, how many have you eaten today? When can we leave here? When can we become immortals? The person seemed to stutter a bit, and after helping, looked at Chen with a silly grin. At the same time, he pulled out a small bag from his pocket and handed it over. This is the corruption pill that the master asked us to refine last time. After eating it, it will dissolve into bones in a moment, to be offered to the master. I hope the master can take care of us. And Chen, curious, took the small bag and opened it to take a look. Inside was the pill that the man had just committed suicide with. At least you're sensible. He accepted it, staring at the person in front of him. The person's appearance was quite unpleasant, as if their skin had rotted away. Receiving the praise, he pointed at Su Qingqing on the ground, grinning strangely. This girl, indeed, is high-quality meat. I can smell it. It's really fragrant. I want to have a taste. Hearing this, Chen frowned. Turn around. The person was taken aback, seemingly not understanding the meaning, but obediently turned around. Then Chen stepped forward and kicked him to the ground. Master? The person hadn't reacted yet when Chen pressed his head down and drew out a dagger. A knife pierced into the back of the opponent's head. Put! Blood splattered out. The man's eyes widened, and he fell to the ground, quickly becoming still. Become an immortal? I'll send you to heaven. After the kill, Chen kicked the corpse aside and turned to Su Qingqing. Don't kill me, please. I can give you money. I beg you. Su Qingqing was so frightened that she kept retreating. Chen squatted down beside her, leaned in close, and whispered, Don't be afraid, I'm Chen. Hearing this, Su Qingqing's tear-filled eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the person before her. Chen, is it really you? How did you change into? There's no time to explain. Just listen to my instructions from now on. Do whatever I say without asking questions. Only then can I save you. Do you understand? Okay. Su Qingqing hurriedly nodded in panic. Then Chen wiped his cheek and took off the fox mask, revealing his original face. He handed the skin mask to her. Put this on, then take it off and give it back to me. It might hurt a bit, but don't worry, the wound will heal automatically. Su Qingqing, feeling uneasy, took the fox mask, looked at it, and became even more frightened. Although she didn't know what Chen wanted to do, there was no time to think. She quickly put it on her face, and suddenly felt a sharp pain. Ah! Unable to suppress a scream, she quickly bit her lip, enduring the pain, her whole body trembling. Around the fox mask, sharp fangs pierced into her cheeks, rapidly altering her appearance. After about 10 seconds, Chen extended his hand. Take it off. He couldn't help her remove it. The fox mask could only be taken off by the wearer themselves to avoid injury. If someone forcibly removed it, it would be like tearing off the entire face. Earlier, during the Hahuan sect incident, that fox heart had experienced just that. Hearing this, Su Qingqing carefully took it off. The holes left by the fangs around her face began to quickly heal. Chen took the mask, turned around, and directly pressed it onto the face of the dead man on the ground. With a slap, in the blink of an eye, that man transformed into Su Qingqing's likeness. At the same time, Chen pulled out 2 corruption pills from the bag he had just used. He pried open the man's mouth, pulled out his tongue, and stuffed the pills under it. Old thing, just watch me poison you. He gritted his teeth, hoisted the Su Qingqing up, and turned back. You wait here. Do you see that door? When you hear me shout to run, just run straight out without worrying about anything. Understand? Hearing this, Su Qingqing looked at the door behind the screen, swallowed hard, her face pale. Can I not go with you? If that old thing isn't dead, we can't escape. I need to find a way to kill her first. Chen shook his head. You don't have to be afraid. These things only look bloody. It's nothing. Once you run out, someone will be there to help you, and you'll be safe. Su Qingqing looked up at the ceiling filled with intestines and people, her head buzzing. Okay, she hugged herself and hid in a corner, not daring to move. Chen carried Su Qingqing and walked out from behind the screen. He returned to the hall, keeping his head down and trying to stand in the shadows, not allowing anyone to see his face clearly. The old woman seemed impatient, her attention not on Chen's appearance, but she kept waving her hands. Come closer, come closer. The old man seems to smell something delicious. Back to meet mother, this is indeed top quality core. And Shen chuckled, immersing himself in the role. I wish meet mother could become an immortal soon. As he spoke, he placed Su Qingqing on the ground. A strange smile squeezed out from meet mother's plump face. Why isn't this girl moving? She seems to have fainted from fear. And Chen smiled. Hearing this, meet mother bent down, her two almost rotting lumps of flesh crashing to the ground. At that moment, Shen realized how thick her skin was. In the two lumps of flesh on her chest, something seemed to be wriggling. Good. A fine product. So fragrant. The meat mother stared at Su Qingqing, letting out a strange laugh from her throat. Suddenly, the eyeball of her left eye turned at an odd angle, fixating on Shen. How come I smell something nice on you, old man? The meat mother is joking. Perhaps it's because I was carrying her, and I've picked up the meat fragrance. I smell good myself now. And Shen continued to lower his head in response. The meat mother laughed strangely. Speaking of which, I've been in this strange core land for a while now, and it's been some time since I joined this bizarre gathering. Cheng Huang, that old thing guarantees a steady supply of cores, but there's hardly anything edible. I wonder why the bizarre gathering has to cooperate with him. Wouldn't it be better to stand on our own? The meat mother is right. What is that, Cheng Huang, even worth? And Shen bent down to agree. Just as his words fell, he suddenly felt a gust of cold wind. He looked up. A slap came right at him. Bang! It landed on his head. And Shen was caught off guard, knocked back, and fell heavily to the ground, spitting out blood. His vision blurred. Cheng Huang, no matter how bad, is it something a lowly beast like you can insult? Serve me well, and after eating the meat, I might even leave you a bowl of soup. Otherwise, in this strange core land, I'll refine you first. And Shen hurriedly scrambled to his feet, staring at the other party. Yes. He bent down again to agree. Then he saw the meat mother grab the Su Qingqing on the ground, open her mouth, and bite down. Good. And Shen thought to himself. She bit the head first. 2 corruption pills would directly melt you into liquid. Gulp. The meat mother swallowed it down. Smacking her lips, she stared at Shen, about to say something, when suddenly her expression changed. Immediately, her eyes bulged wide, and her body began to tremble. There are corruption pills in here. You beast, dare to harm me. The meat mother seemed to sense something, and her palm slammed heavily on the meat chair. In an instant, chunks of flesh and bones flew everywhere. And Shen hurriedly bowed his head in fear, saying, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. It must be that girl who secretly hid the pills, wanting to perish together with you, meat mother. Hearing this, the meat mother let out a gurgling sound from her throat and suddenly stood up. With a whoosh, her entire flesh seemed to stick to the chair, remaining still. However, the bones, due to inertia, burst forth from the flesh. Poof! The flesh bag ruptured, blood exploded. The white bones were exposed. The meat mother let out a piercing scream. Ah, bring water! Quickly, bring water! She cried out in agony, as chunks of flesh on her body began to rot, as if a mountain of meat was slowly dissolving. The ground was covered in blood and pus, emitting a foul odor. Especially her lower body, which had completely rotted, was a sight too gruesome to behold. The people kneeling around, with incense burning in their eyes, began to bow their heads more rapidly and frantically. The chanting grew faster and faster. The entire scene was chaotic, and Shen hurriedly went to grab a bucket of water, and amidst the chaos, he threw in a corruption pill. Meat mother, the water is here. And Shen ran to her, his heart filled with excitement. The meat mother melted rapidly. She snatched the water bucket, lifting it into the air, tilting her head back. And Shen stared at her, about to drink, his expression gradually turning excited. Suddenly, the meat mother flipped her arm, and her enormous palm turned around, grabbing Shen by the waist. Immediately, a sinister smile spread across her face. You little fool, I wondered why it was so strange, daring to impersonate my servant and play tricks on me, thinking I would fall for it. You want to use the corruption pill to kill me? Come, let me show you what a real corruption pill is. As she spoke, her palm rubbed against the rotting flesh on her chest. She managed to knead out a lump of gray, which quickly took the shape of a pill. With a slap, she stuffed it into Shen's mouth. Ugh! Shen's eyes widened in shock. It was too late to resist. He quickly activated his heart fire. However, the next moment, his legs went weak, and he fell backward onto the ground. Looking down, he saw his body dissolving from his heels upward, rapidly turning into a pool of blood. Not good. As he began to rot, Shen hurriedly tried to gag himself, wanting to expel it. But after several attempts, he was unsuccessful. As the decay reached his waist, his entire abdomen became a bloody mess, with his intestines exposed. Shen's heart sank, and he quickly drew out a dagger. Gritting his teeth, he plunged one hand into his rotting intestines. Grasping his intestines, he pulled them out and swung the dagger, severing them in two. Put! Blood sprayed from the intestines, and Shen lay on the ground, unable to move, his eyes rolling back in pain. He gritted his teeth and endured. Fortunately, his pain tolerance far exceeded that of ordinary people. He began to rummage through his intestines with both hands. Like milking a cow, he gripped the intestines tightly and pushed downward. Piece by piece, he forcefully squeezed the corruption pill out of his intestines. Slap! It rolled on the ground. The decay of his body also came to a halt, and Chen propped himself up with one hand, feeling utterly drained. One hand shoved the intestines back into his belly haphazardly, while the other hand struggled to crawl backward. The body needs time to recover. He gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down his face. But then he saw the flesh mother on the meat chair, standing up with a strange smile. I wondered why it smelled so good. Turns out I know you, and Shen, you are that rebel. They all say you smell amazing. I didn't believe it at first, but it really is that delicious. Thud, 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 the flesh mother said as she quickly approached. Her feet thudded heavily against the ground. The previously decaying flesh was rapidly regenerating. She reached in Shen's side, yanked his intestines, and dragged him back to the ground. Then she lifted him into the air. The intense pain nearly made In Chen faint. He tried to struggle, but the flesh mother laughed maniacally, pulling the intestines out little by little, until she had pulled all of them out of In Chen's belly, swinging them back and forth like a jump rope. I want to kill you. After being grabbed, it felt as if his throat was about to be torn out. He couldn't move, only able to swing his hand and fiercely cut the intestines. Only then did he break free from her grasp. The flesh mother laughed a few times, hanging the intestines around her neck, wrapping them several times. What a stroke of luck. I was just thinking about whether to find you and taste you, and here you are, delivering yourself to me. The flesh mother waved her hands as she spoke. Just as she was about to make a move, and Shen suddenly waved his hand. Divine Altar Technique, Weaving Dreams. He gritted his teeth and activated it, intending to quickly enter the flesh mother's head and create a dream for her. However, the next second, his body suddenly ached, and he was slammed back to his original spot, unable to move. Seeing this scene, the flesh mother was momentarily stunned, then began to laugh maniacally. He, I see now, you abused the Divine Altar Technique, thinking there would be no backlash? You must have overused it before. This kind of defiant technique, using it once shortens your lifespan by one. How many lives do you have to spare? Hearing this, En Chen froze in place. He suddenly remembered that Wang Jian had mentioned before that he fell into a coma after overusing the Divine Altar Technique. Could it be that this ability, unlike nuclear techniques, couldn't be used at will? However, in a moment of desperation, he couldn't think too much. Nuclear technique, Heartfire. En Chen gritted his teeth and lunged forward, crashing his entire heated body into the flesh mother while shouting, "Run!" This voice echoed throughout the entire hall. The flesh mother didn't understand the meaning of it. Her abdomen was hit and quickly burned and dissolved. En Chen gritted his teeth and pushed inward. Burn through her, beast! The flesh mother clutched his head tightly, and as she turned her head, she saw a slender figure hurriedly running out the door. So that's it, you came to save that girl? Forget it, with you here, the old man no longer needs a subpar core. Come, let the old man refine you. The flesh mother suddenly lifted En Chen from her abdomen, holding him in midair. It seemed that burning her could cause some harm, but it was not significant. This guy was clearly different from those previous possessors she had encountered. He was evidently stronger and much harder to kill. A mere divine altar dares to barge into the old man's boudoir, truly unafraid of death. Fire up the furnace. She turned around, and Shen saw Su Qingqing had already run out the door. At least the person was saved. Next, he needed to think about how to escape. And Shen currently had no confidence in killing this flesh mother. He had to run out first. He activated his heart fire, burning the flesh mother's palm, but after a certain point, he found he could not penetrate it. The layer of flesh on that palm was thicker than he had imagined. In a moment of desperation, En Shen's gaze suddenly fixed on the two masses of rotten flesh on the flesh mother's chest. Something was wriggling inside them. Seeing this, En Shen's heart stirred, and he quickly gripped his dagger. Core technique, flesh attachment. The dagger fused with his arm, transforming into a bone blade. Suspended in midair, he swayed his body and slashed down. With a whoosh, the blade directly cut open one of the masses of rotten flesh. It burst open like amniotic fluid. To his astonishment, a grotesquely twisted, bloody head emerged from within. It opened its mouth wide, letting out a wailing cry. It was a baby, a hairy baby. It looked as ugly as a newborn monkey. The piercing cries rang out, and the flesh mother was stunned. It seemed she hadn't expected this to happen. Almost instinctively, she reached to embrace the baby in her chest, loosening her grip, and En Shen fell to the ground. Don't cry, don't cry, mother is here, mother is here. The flesh mother croaked from her throat. Seizing the opportunity, Shen turned and ran, bursting out the door. You dare to hurt my child. From behind, the flesh mother's heart-wrenching roar echoed. Thud, thud, thud. The ground shook with the sound, and when Shen turned back, he saw the flesh mother with a twisted expression, charging out in a frenzy. Bang! Her massive, monstrous body crashed through the iron door, hot on his heels. Damn it! Shen's scalp tingled at the sight. He dashed up the stairs, escaping the basement. Outside, Wang Jian and Su Guan were helping Su Qingqing into the car, inquiring about Shen's situation. Hearing the commotion, they turned to see Shen running up. However, before they could react, they heard Shen waving his arms and shouting, "Run! Run fast!" The two were momentarily stunned, looking up to see a gigantic, hideous figure, like a mountain of flesh, chasing after Shen. As they ran, the entire ground trembled. Holy crap! Su Guan's face turned pale at the sight, and he quickly jumped into the car and started the engine. Big Immortal, hurry up! Wang Jian looked at the scene, furrowing his brow, standing still. Then, he flicked his hand lightly, and a long sword flew out of its sheath. Following that, he leaped forward, landing behind Shen. He stood straight in front of the flesh mother, his tone icy. This kid is under my protection. As long as I'm alive, no one can touch him. After saying that, he swung his sword. Whoosh! A massive flash of sword light cut through the air, accompanied by the sound of flesh tearing, as the flesh mother's abdomen was sliced open, blood gushing out. However, this strike left Wang Jian stunned. So thick? His intention was to cut her in half, but he hadn't expected the situation to be different from what he imagined. Just as he prepared to swing a second strike, the flesh mother showed no signs of stopping, moving at incredible speed, darting past him. Wang Jian was taken aback, quickly realizing her target was only Shen. She completely ignored him. What did this kid do to provoke her? Wang Jian's mouth twitched twice at the corners as he hurried to get into the car and give chase. Ahead, Shen, using his heart fire to sprint, was moving at an incredible speed. Hearing the commotion behind him, he quickly turned to look, only to see the flesh mother with her belly cut open, her intestines trailing on the ground, still relentlessly pursuing him. Damn crazy woman! Shen cursed. In the blink of an eye, he ran out of the dilapidated housing area and headed straight for the street. Just then, he heard a loud bang from behind, and the ground trembled slightly. Turning around, he discovered that the flesh mother had tripped over her own intestines and fallen to the ground. The baby on her chest seemed to have fallen out as well, wailing incessantly. My child, my child. She looked utterly frantic, disregarding her own body, only wanting to pick up the baby. Seeing this scene, Shen was momentarily stunned. Then, something flashed through his mind. He couldn't help but show an excited expression on his face. He sprinted over at high speed and hoisted the intestines that the flesh mother had dropped onto his shoulder, dragging them away quickly. Just ahead, less than 30 meters away, was a truck. Without hesitation, Shen swung the flesh mother's intestines around the latch at the back of the truck, tying a tight knot. Can't kill you? I want to see just how hard it is to kill you. At that moment, someone got out of the driver's seat. What's going on? It seemed to be the truck driver, who had just gotten out of the vehicle and saw Shen, covered in blood, at the back of the truck. Looking back at the bloody scene, the massive flesh body with intestines dragged out for 30 meters. The driver was instantly stunned. His eyes rolled back, and he couldn't catch his breath, fainting from fear. Shen kicked the truck driver to a safe spot in the nearby bushes. Then he sat in the driver's seat, started the engine, and slammed the gas pedal to the floor. Virum, accompanied by the roar of the engine, he couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Dragging the flesh mother's intestines and body, he sped down the road at 60 miles per hour, racing towards the city. Behind him, the flesh mother had just grabbed her child when her body suddenly jolted, pulled forward by a force. Bang! Skid, her entire body slammed onto the ground. Then, her flesh and skin, like tires, scraped along the surface, leaving long trails of blood. 60 miles per hour. Blood splattered across the main road. Flesh exploded everywhere. Shen kept shifting gears, the speed increasing. Meanwhile, further back, Wang Jian got into Su Guan's car, closely following behind. They both stared in shock at the scene of blood and flesh flying through the air, unable to speak. Su Qingqing was even more rigid, forgetting to breathe. Not good. We're about to enter the city. Wang Jian's expression changed. It wasn't that he was worried about Shen, but rather that there were many civilians in the city, and if this continued, it would be extremely easy to injure many innocent people. Wang Jian's thought was simple. To avoid such incidents, they should not happen at all. However, given the current situation, stopping Shen was clearly not going to be easy. Beast! A roar came from ahead. The flesh mother, like a ball, let out a piercing scream. Her body kept rolling on the ground, intestines being pulled out segment by segment from her abdomen. In the chaos, she stuffed the baby back into her chest with one hand while using the other to pull her intestines back. It seemed she wanted to use the force to force the vehicle to stop. The truck's speed did indeed slow down a bit, but it was of little effect, and Shen had already shifted into high gear. At this moment, the truck's speed reached 90 miles per hour. It could have been faster, but the flesh mother was resisting with immense strength from behind, causing it to slow down considerably. And Shen looked through the rearview mirror at the scene of blood and flesh flying on the road, feeling increasingly excited. He didn't know where this excitement came from, but he just felt thrilled. In fact, he even enjoyed it a bit. The truck sped into the city at breakneck speed. Around them, the roads became increasingly crowded with vehicles and people. At first, people only heard a chaotic noise, then turned around to witness an unforgettable scene in their lives. A truck, seemingly out of control, raced through the city, dragging a thick, crimson intestine behind it. A mountain of flesh was dragged behind the car, crashing through everything in its path, leaving a sky filled with blood and meat. The streets and shops on both sides were stained red. The crowd screamed, and some brave souls hid to take pictures with their phones. And Shen laughed maniacally from the driver's seat. But at that moment, the car suddenly jolted. Bang! A tremendous force from behind forced the car to a halt. The tires screeched as they frantically rubbed against the ground, producing a piercing sound and white smoke, unable to move forward. And Chen leaned out of the window. Looking back, he saw the flesh mother had stuffed the baby back into her chest. She stood there, gripping her intestines with a fierce expression, forcing the vehicle to a stop. Seeing this, and Shen gritted his teeth. Fine. If you won't come to me, then I'll come to you. He shifted into reverse, slammed the gas pedal, and charged straight back. Bang! The flesh mother seemed unprepared for the sudden counterattack. She didn't have time to dodge and was solidly hit, losing her balance and falling to the ground. Before she could get up, and Shen continued to floor the gas, and the truck rolled right over her. Bang bang bang! In an instant, the sound of flesh exploding filled the air. The flesh mother pushed against the car, allowing the tires to grind against her. Her expression was twisted to the extreme, and suddenly, she slammed her palm against the ground, roaring, "Nuclear technique, starry sky." The moment the words left her mouth, and Shen suddenly felt a cold wind sweep over him. Immediately after, he saw the steering wheel, the front of the car, and even the entire massive vehicle being torn apart at a visible speed. It was as if it were being dismembered, or like blocks of tofu being sliced. Crack crack crack, accompanied by a strange sound, the whole car broke into irregular chunks, scattering around. And Shen fell from his seat, too stunned to think, and hurriedly got up. He saw the flesh mother rising from the ground, raising her hands, and the scattered pieces of the car began to coalesce in her palms. Gradually, they merged into a ball of iron, suddenly hurling towards him. He quickly dodged. Bang! With a loud crash, the iron ball of car parts smashed against the wall behind him, shattering everywhere. The surrounding crowd panicked, and those who couldn't escape were crushed on the spot, blood and flesh everywhere. Hee, and Shen, look at the mess you've made of me. Do you know that I was once the courtesan chosen by the people of the Red Mansion, and now you've humiliated me like this? The flesh mother said as she walked forward. With each step she took, the ground beneath her feet cracked and shattered. The asphalt road was marked with continuous fissures, and Shen looked at her, his expression heavy. Is that what you call a courtesan? Any pig in the village could run for that title. Upon hearing this, the flesh mother didn't get angry. Instead, she let out a strange laugh. Time waits for no one. When we were young, we both looked like celestial beings, but one day we will grow old. Growing old is like yesterday's withered flowers, unworthy of admiration or appreciation. The flesh mother paused for a moment, her expression suddenly turning fierce, her speech quickening. If it weren't for the fact that I later married a greedy husband who believed a mad old ghost and ate my 2 children, how would I have ended up on this path? She swung her hand in a fit of rage. The cracked ground began to rise piece by piece. In an instant, stones rained down on Shen. Bang bang bang! And Shen quickly dodged as the stones crashed to the ground, shattering everywhere. He wasn't worried about dying. He was just frustrated that he couldn't find a way to kill this old woman. Having her intestines dragging on the ground for so long and still not killing her. The shrine technique can't be used, he thought. And Shen forced himself to calm down and assess the situation. He realized he had been a bit too excited earlier. His inner desire wasn't to kill but to torture. It seems the shrine really does affect me. When he had the celestial maiden before, he hadn't experienced this state. As Shen pondered, he kept his eyes fixed on the 2 lumps of rotten flesh on her chest. Suddenly, a thought struck him. When he had just cut this thing open, the old woman had panicked terribly, even though she didn't know what that baby really was. But this seemed to be her weakness. With this in mind, Shen's mind sparked with inspiration, and he quickly flicked his palm. Nuclear technique, flesh attachment. Your knife is fast, but if you want to kill the old man, I'm afraid that's not enough. Seeing his arm transform into a bone blade, the flesh mother sneered. Nuclear technique, starry sky. At the same time, raising her arm, and Shen's body was rapidly dismembered. But at that moment, he suddenly shouted again. Nuclear technique, flower and wood exchange. Suddenly, he bound himself to the flesh mother. In the next second, as he was dismembered, the flesh mother's body was also dismembered piece by piece. Before the other party could react, and Shen swung his arm, which was not yet completely severed. Raising the bone blade, he cut open his own chest. Pooh! A loud sound echoed. Opposite him, the flesh mother's chest similarly exploded in a spray of blood and flesh. Clap! 2 baby-sized objects fell out from the thick blood. The flesh mother froze in place. The next second, she let out a heart-wrenching scream. Child! My child! She suddenly seemed to lose her sanity, crawling forward recklessly. Releasing Starry Sky, her body quickly returned to normal as she rushed to embrace the 2 babies. No one can harm the old man's children anymore. No one. And Shen also returned to normal, crashing to the ground. This series of actions made him realize one thing. That baby was indeed this old guy's weakness. He didn't give the other party a chance to wait and once again used flower and wood exchange to bind himself to the baby. Then, without hesitation, he turned the knife and cut open his own neck. Pooh! The sound of flesh being sliced open. Blood instantly sprayed out from his neck. At the same time, the baby in the flesh mother's arms also had its neck cut open, blood gushing out. The flesh mother's face changed dramatically, and she looked utterly terrified. No, no, no! My child! She desperately pressed her hands against the wound, seemingly trying to stop the blood from flowing out. But it was futile. A large amount of blood gushed out, and the baby cried twice before falling silent. You killed my child! You killed my child! She seemed to break down, crying out. Her massive body suddenly appeared to swell like a balloon. Nuclear technique, light the sky lantern. The flesh mother raised her palm. The moment her words fell, and Shen clearly felt his head suddenly stiffen. Immediately, something strange happened. He sensed that his crown was being peeled back like petals, layer by layer. His brain seemed to be surgically removed, floating away. Not good. And Shen's vision suddenly blurred, and he realized he might be in trouble. Maintaining the last shred of rationality, he quickly waved his hand. Nuclear technique, flower and wood exchange. Binding himself to the flesh mother again. In direct combat, he truly couldn't kill the flesh mother. At least he hadn't found a way to do so. And Shen racked his brain, and the last method he could think of was to perish together. Binding himself to the other party with flower and wood exchange, injuring himself would equal injuring the other. As long as he died, the other party might also die. And he knew how to kill himself, he had always known. As his crown bloomed, he felt his brain being pulled out like a carrot. This scene probably wouldn't be pretty. And Shen used the last bit of his strength, no longer hesitating. Gritting his teeth, he plunged the blade into his heart. I die. You die too. Zing! The moment the blade pierced his heart, and Shen thought death would come instantly. However, he was stunned, because just as the blade entered his body, he distinctly felt his heart shift from the left to the right, as if it had its own will, deliberately avoiding this fatal blow. Under some force's suppression, it quickly turned away. And Shen felt the change within his body, his eyes widening in shock, completely stunned. The heart is running on its own? He couldn't comprehend it for a moment. He quickly drew his knife and stabbed towards his right side again. Whoosh! The blade pierced through his lung. Blood began to flow out. At the same time, and Shen noticed that his heart had suddenly shifted to below his ribs. He was utterly furious. What are you running from? What are you running from? Are you afraid of dying? He seemed to be shouting to himself as he gripped the knife, frantically stabbing at himself. One stab after another, blood splattered everywhere. If I'm not afraid, what are you afraid of? And Shen gritted his teeth, trying to calm himself down. He was attempting to reason with his heart. Listen to me, don't run yet. If you don't die, I won't die. If I don't die, that old thing won't die either. If we don't perish together, we'll all end up dead. However, the heart seemed to have a mind of its own, continuously shifting positions. Where are you running to? My body, can't I be in control? And Shen gritted his teeth and quickly made 2 cuts, forming a cross on his chest. In an instant, his entire chest cavity split open. He reached in with one hand and grabbed the heart that was darting around. A smile of excitement appeared on his face. Let's see where you run. Thump, thump, thump. The heart kept beating in his palm. Meanwhile, the body of the flesh mother across from him was also cut open. However, these injuries were clearly of no consequence to her. She looked at him with a strange expression, momentarily confused about what this kid was trying to do. And Shen pulled on his heart, and in that moment, he froze. He saw that behind his heart, what was connected was not blood vessels or muscle tissue. Instead, it was a very small hand, seemingly made of flesh and blood, tightly gripping the heart. As he pulled, that hand stretched out, connecting to his chest, pulling out a blood-red thread. But it couldn't be severed. This is. And Shen saw that hand and was completely stunned. He forgot to breathe. Slap. He didn't have time to think about why his heart had turned into this. His head felt empty. His brain seemed to be pulled out. Not good. I'm going to lose my mind. Almost instinctively, he hurriedly used his other hand to grab his floating brain, quickly pressing it back into his skull. However, with just a little force, the brain matter splattered everywhere like tofu, scattering all over the ground. At the same time, Shin felt dizzy, losing strength, collapsing to the ground, his vision darkening. In the last second, he couldn't think about anything else. Or rather, he couldn't think at all. Gripping the knife, driven by instinct, he stabbed at his heart. He didn't even know if he hit it. He lost consciousness. The brain is the essence of the human body. I wanted to savor it. What a pity. The flesh mother's head was also opened, but she remained unaffected. As Shen died, the transference was lifted, and her body began to restore itself continuously. But you killed my child. Even in death, that old man won't let you off lightly. She angrily walked over and lifted Shen off the ground. Just as she reached out, slap. Suddenly, on the ground, Shen, caught off guard, raised a hand and firmly gripped her wrist. Not dead? The flesh mother was momentarily stunned, quickly trying to turn around. Yet Shen's hand, like a vice, held her tightly, unable to move. After struggling a few times, she still couldn't pull away. You little brat, really stubborn. She lifted her foot, preparing to stomp Shen into the ground. Suddenly, a strange voice came from her mouth. There are people beyond people, heavens beyond heavens, old hag. No one dares to step on the divine. After saying that, Shen exerted force with his palm. Bang. With a loud sound, her entire arm exploded. Her face turned pale with shock, and she hurriedly stepped back. Seeing Shen slowly stand up from the ground, the split in his skull rapidly healing. His body also returned to normal in an instant. Who are you? The flesh mother looked at Shen, who seemed like a different person at that moment, completely unlike before. Shen sighed. This is troublesome. If I could win against you, it wouldn't be my turn. But this kid, relying on the fact that he can't be killed, really thinks he has an immortal body, charging forward without fear of anyone. He basically doesn't care about my existence, sometimes even ignoring it altogether, which is a good thing. But now it's different. He almost really died. When he wakes up, I, the God Lord, will definitely not be able to avoid it. Tisk, troublesome, so troublesome. As he spoke, he looked up at the flesh mother, his expression somewhat puzzled. You say you're a courtesan? I've been to quite a few red light districts. Which one are you from? Opposite him, the flesh mother was stunned. It wasn't because the other party had crushed her arm, but because she heard the words God Lord. God Lord? Do you know someone named Sun Saiji? Sun Saiji? Shen looked up, as if trying to recall. I can't remember who this person is. Liangzhou, Shower Street, a tea seller. The flesh mother's voice trembled slightly. Liangzhou, Shen thought for a moment. I've been there many times, the food there is delicious, better than anywhere else, but I don't remember any tea seller. You deceived him. He followed you to the temple and came back insane, eating his own child. Upon hearing this, Shen was slightly taken aback, then started to laugh strangely. You mentioned the temple. I remember there was such a person. You're talking about that honest man, right? The flesh mother was stunned, Shen continued to laugh. It wasn't me who deceived him, it was that he truly had no spirit. I remember I was injured at the time. He heard I was an immortal and wanted to follow me to cultivate, so I gave him a piece of my flesh as a reward. He only sniffed it, didn't even eat it, and ended up going mad. The flesh mother's expression grew increasingly grim. Just a sniff and he went mad? How terrifying was this person? Moreover, I also remembered that your 2 children were not eaten by him. The flesh mother was stunned. What are you? He went mad, but he never laid a hand on the children. It was me who later needed to heal and was refined and consumed by him, turning into his form, and then he ate your children. But unexpectedly, you survived. As the words left his mouth, the flesh mother turned pale, as if struck by lightning. Her body stiffened in place. She murmured as if going mad. No, he is not my husband. It's you. It's actually you. We just wanted to live a good life. Why did you do this to us? It's all because of you that we ended up like this. Liangzhou was originally a safe place, protected by the golden body Arhat. You evil spirits could never enter. The flesh mother's voice grew increasingly frenzied. Chen, however, sneered. There are many evil spirits in the world. If he wants to cultivate, this is the price. Many things, just a sniff or a glance, either drive ordinary people mad or make them foolish. But you, aren't you doing quite well now? How many people do you need to refine to become what you are now? Upon hearing this, the flesh mother gave a miserable smile. But I never had to walk this path. Today, the old man will definitely kill you to honor my child and husband. After saying this, she raised her hands, gritting her teeth and glaring. Path of refinement. Suddenly, an incense burner made of flesh and blood descended from the sky, placed right in front of Chen. An incense burner? It seems to be a Taoist path, but the quality of your burner is too poor, quite unsightly. Chen stared at the incense burner and reached out, giving it a gentle twist. Crack! The entire incense burner shattered on the spot. The flesh mother was stunned in place. How is this possible? In the next second, before she could react, Chen had already extended a hand and gently pointed at the flesh mother. Refinement, turning stone into gold. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the flesh mother suddenly compressed, turning into a golden pill. Chen wore an excited smile as he quickly walked over. He picked it up and stuffed it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, chewed it up, swallowed. After swallowing, he spat out something that resembled a scroll with a whoosh. It was a remnant core. Chen squatted down, picked up the remnant core, observed it for a few seconds, and shook his head. This time's core technique really doesn't amount to much, but still, it's better than nothing. He muttered to himself as he stood up. Looking around at the crowd hiding in the chaotic scene, he let out a strange laugh from his throat. I still need to wait for the right moment. I can't let this kid focus his attention on me, the Divine Lord. Although continuing to reshape memories will affect the progress, I have no choice but to do it. After saying this, he shivered slightly. He concealed himself and returned. Moments later, Chen felt a haze before his eyes. He thought he had died, but as his vision gradually cleared, he stared at the scene before him, his mind buzzing. Instinctively, he touched the crown of his head. The wound had healed normally. Looks like it worked. Chen stared at the remnant core scroll on the ground, a wave of joy swelling in his heart. He hurriedly picked it up. He clearly remembered how he had killed the flesh mother. He had originally planned for them to perish together. However, due to his uniqueness, under the ability of the transplanting core technique, a flurry of stabs had instead struck the flesh mother's vital points, killing her. Then, in a puff of smoke, he had survived. Quickly searching through his memories, Chen felt a lingering fear. This time was luck. Next time, I might not be so fortunate. He sighed to himself as he picked up the remnant core. Reading the above core trace, he recalled, light the sky lantern, the human brain is the essence of gathering energy. This is what my husband told me. After witnessing the children's brains being devoured by him, I realized this. Using the brain as material, one can refine 100 things. Light the sky lantern, hang it in front of the window, as if the red night is lit by candles. Leave a lamp for the traveler, a light to guide them home. The core technique, light the sky lantern, had been integrated. Looking at the blood mist symbol that emerged before him, Chen exhaled. He didn't know the specific function of this core technique. When the flesh mother used it, she opened a flower on the crown of a person's head, extracting the brain. But this blood mist symbol mentioned refining. Could it be that this core technique could refine? Chen pondered while looking around. Finally, in a deserted street corner behind him, he spotted a vehicle. Inside were Wang Jian, Su Guan, and Su Qingqing. His face lit up with joy as he hurried over. Meanwhile, inside the car, Su Guan swallowed nervously, saying, Master, he's coming. Is he still in Chen, or someone else? Wang Jian stared, silent, his expression extremely serious. From the beginning, he had instructed Su Guan to drive behind, watching Chen being beaten without any ability to fight back, originally planning to deal with the flesh mother himself. However, Chen's state suddenly seemed to change as if he had become a different person. This made Wang Jian very cautious, starting to observe. After all, this wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. He knew that, but what he didn't know was who the other person inside Chen was, what they wanted, and why they chose to share the same body with Chen. If it was a possessor, what was their purpose? Wang Jian stared at him, his mind racing. When Chen reached the front of the car and sat in the back seat, he spoke nervously, Brother Jian, it was so close. Just now, I almost really died. Luckily, I managed to counter-kill that old hag at the last moment. Did you see it? Wang Jian, hearing this, gave him a complex look and nodded. I saw. The question was, did you really kill her? Why is your memory so muddled? Wang Jian didn't say anything further. Chen noticed Su Qingqing beside him looking quite pale, smiled, and tried to appear as friendly as possible, hoping to help her relax a bit. Just now, Su Qingqing had witnessed the scene where Chen's brain flew out and was pressed back and crushed by her own hand. She now felt a dull pain in her crown. She smiled fearfully at Chen, deeply grateful that he had saved her, but truly afraid to speak. Su Guan, drive back to where we were just now. Chen calmed down and patted the driver's seat. Okay. Suguan didn't ask further and directly stepped on the gas, heading back to the previous basement. The car quickly left the street under the watchful eyes of those who were hiding and secretly observing. In less than 3 minutes, videos of Shen battling the Flesh Mother spread across the entire internet, from various angles, close-ups, side views, and frontal shots. Meanwhile, Wang Migua, sitting in the Wine Group office building, stared at her phone, her eyes wide open. Especially when she saw the part where Shen pressed his head, she felt both fear and excitement. She quickly called for Zhou Feng. Use this segment, edit it a bit, and make it into a promotional video to recruit for Brother Qinghe. Zhou Feng was taken aback, staring at the bloody scene on the phone, stammering, "Isn't this a bit inappropriate? It's so scary." "What's inappropriate? It's so cool." The car sped back to the basement, and Shen got out and headed straight for the Flesh Mother's hall. The hall was filled with corpses. Those with incense sticks stuck in their eyes seemed to have committed suicide along with the Flesh Mother. And Shen ignored these minions, took out the fox-masked human skin, and transformed into a man's face that had never appeared before. He then walked directly behind the screen, his target clear, looking at those who were hung by their intestines. Some were alive, some were dead, some were unconscious, and some were awake. But upon seeing Shen again, no one dared to speak. No one knew what had happened. And Shen used a dagger to cut one of the ropes and brought the person down. He turned to Wang Jian. "Help me out, Brother Jian, let them all go. You came back just to save these people?" Wang Jian looked at him, pointing with his hand, a flying sword circling in midair. Whoosh, 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 it quickly cut several intestines, bringing the people down. And Shen nodded, "Yes, the Flesh Mother is dead, so they're fine." Upon hearing this, Wang Jian said nothing, but his gaze at Shen held more appreciation. He was surprised that Shen still remembered this matter. Initially, Wang Jian planned to confirm that Shen was okay before coming to save these people. It seemed that this kid was quite pure-hearted, but the person within him was still contemplating. After seeing Shen bring everyone down, he suddenly pointed and said, "You all gather together, squatting on the ground is fine, don't move around." As he spoke, he took out his phone and opened the camera. Wang Jian stood by, stunned. "What are you doing?" And Shen didn't answer immediately. Instead, he flipped the phone's perspective, using the front camera to face himself, while also capturing the rescued people behind him, their faces gradually revealing a somewhat eerie smile. "Hello everyone, I am the second senior brother of the Yinshan sect, Shiming. I will officially declare war on the higher-ups with this video. Those he cannot protect, I, Shiming, can protect. Your missing family members, the 3 major bureaus don't care, but I do. They are afraid of death, but I am not. This life of mine, I, the Yinshan sect, will secure it." In front of the 3 major bureaus, the crowd protesting grew larger every day, yet the missing persons case remained unaddressed, until a video was released. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Suddenly, all the missing persons had leads. Turns out they had been captured by the Soul Snatchers. More people began to spontaneously participate in the protests and investigations. The public's trust in the 3 major bureaus plummeted. A single video turned them into the rats everyone wanted to beat. In the interrogation room, Xiao Song sat in a chair, watching the video on his phone, his expression heavy. In the video, a strange man with a chilling smile claims to be the second senior brother of the Yinshan sect. He pushes the phone forward, looking at the person handcuffed in front of him, and sighs, asking, "Do you know your junior brother?" "No, who the hell is this?" Shi Yuan, who had been beaten to a pulp in recent days, stared at the video, his eyes wide with anger. Unexplainably being interrogated, he initially didn't know what was going on, but after being beaten a few times, he gradually understood one thing in his pain. The higher-ups just want an excuse to wipe out our Yinshan sect. When has the Yinshan sect ever suffered such humiliation? Xiao Song glanced at him, thinking there was no saving him. Truly, there was no saving him. The video was right in front of him, and he couldn't grasp the logic behind it. Clearly, someone was impersonating, yet he believed it was arranged by the higher-ups. One could only say his perspective was quite different from that of a normal person. "What? You look like you disdain this, isn't it like that?" Qi Yuan gritted his teeth, glaring. "Yes, it is." Xiao Song opened his mouth but couldn't help asking, "But if the higher-ups want to kill your Yinshan sect, why not just take action directly? Why use this method?" Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan sneered coldly. "Because he doesn't dare." Ah, Xiao Song was taken aback for a moment, doubting if he had heard wrong, unable to react. Who in the world doesn't know the strength of our Yinshan sect? If he has the ability, let the higher-ups come openly. He is no match for us? Qi Yuan gritted his teeth in anger. He doesn't dare to confront us head-on but resorts to some underhanded tactics behind our backs. Does he really think I can't see through it? I didn't expect you to be quite clever. Hearing this, Qi Yuan raised his swollen face, disdainfully snorting, as if to say, "How could you ordinary people understand my meaning?" Xiao Song silently put away his phone. He could understand why Qi Yuan had such a foolish idea. He could also understand why this guy had been locked up here for so long without anyone being able to rescue him or escape. In their eyes, the Yinshan sect was the best in the world, known to all. The people of the Yinshan sect were all talents, all very clever. Xiao Song sighed, his mind pondering. The person in the video was clearly fake. But the problem was, he could see it, while most of the public could not. The public didn't know what had happened, so they would naturally take it seriously. Especially at this current juncture, the video was highly provocative. But what does this have to do with me? Xiao Song laughed self-deprecatingly. Who lives or dies? What does it matter to me? He stood up just about to leave. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in, looking somewhat flustered. Director, the higher-ups have issued a new order. He handed over a display screen. Xiao Song took it and saw the words on it. Execute the remaining members of the Yinshan sect, Qi Yuan. Xiao Song looked at this order, his gaze filled with pity as he turned back to look. Qi Yuan snorted coldly. What? Are you trying to play some tricks again? If you have the ability, come openly. Xiao Song handed over the display screen. It has come openly. Qi Yuan looked at the line of text, initially not reacting, but a few seconds later, he froze on the spot, as if struck by lightning. Staring at the words, he almost uncontrollably muttered aloud. The fish swam away, stealing the money. The old man was drilled by the loach in his pants. You have no right to kill me? Wasn't it you who said it was open and above board? Xiao Song didn't waste any more words with him. After receiving the order, he walked out of the interrogation room. Behind him, unwilling roars continued. Why? Do you really think our Yinshan sect is easy to bully? Xiao Song walked down the corridor. Having visited the White Robe Bureau many times, he was already accustomed to it. As he passed by the 2 rows of detention rooms disguised as hospital rooms by Jian, he suddenly heard an anxious voice from one side. Director, please, let me out. This voice suddenly rang out, and it was very familiar. Xiao Song was taken aback for a moment and stopped in his tracks. He turned his face, peering through the barred door. He saw the familiar woman, the one who had been locked up here for a long time, almost forgotten. I really don't know what I did wrong, the woman said, her face haggard and her eyes red. Her face was covered in scars, seemingly from previous self-harm, and her voice trembled with anxiety. My son is all alone, he's still in college. Please let me go. Or, let him come see me, or at least call me. It would be good to know how he's doing now. Hearing this, Xiao Song looked at her with a heavy gaze. He realized that the woman's eyes and expression didn't seem like an act. She genuinely seemed to worry about her child. Finally, Xiao Song couldn't help but ask, "What's your son's name?" "My son's name is Shen," the woman replied, her tone very tense. "He has lived with family all these years, only leaving home for college, never going far. He doesn't have many friends, he's honest and doesn't even know when he's being bullied. I really worry about him, sir. He's out there all alone and can't earn money. He doesn't even know my bank card password. Please, sir, let me see him." Xiao Song looked at the woman's pleading expression, suddenly feeling a sense of oppression and unease. He leaned in, his gaze cold, and asked in astonishment, "Still acting?" The woman was taken aback. "Acting? Acting what? Sir, I don't understand. What's your name?" "My name is Baisuya," she answered nervously, her eyes filled with fear. The name was indeed correct. Xiao Song fell silent for half a second, took out his phone, and casually flipped to a piece of text. "Here, read what's on the screen." Baisuya stared at the phone, swallowed hard, and read word by word. "If the spring breeze has any pity for the flowers, may I be allowed to be young again?" At that moment, Xiao Song froze in place, holding up the phone, his body stiff, forgetting to breathe. He was sure he hadn't misheard. This was a poem. Who wrote it and what it meant didn't matter. What mattered was that the woman in front of him read it correctly. But she was a possessor. Read it again. To prevent any deception, Xiao Song immediately flipped a page, changing to new content. His expression became somewhat grim, making Baisuya even more anxious, as if she didn't know what was happening. She read word by word. "The affairs of the world are but a grand dream. How many autumns have we experienced in life?" Correct. She really read it correctly. Xiao Song held up the phone, frozen in place. But how could this be? He looked at her with a suspicious and complex gaze. Was she really a possessor? He remembered that Jian had previously experimented on this woman, and she indeed had aphasia, reading content that was clearly jumbled. But how could she read it correctly now? Had she memorized it? That was impossible. Possessors wouldn't be aware of their mistakes. Or was it that possessors had found a new method to enable themselves to read? Had they discovered the secret to breaking aphasia? If that were true, what was inside her now? Was it a person or a possessor? How could he distinguish? Inject a sedative? Xiao Song's mind was still in turmoil when a team member happened to pass by. He quickly pointed and asked, Has there been any abnormality with this woman recently? The team member paused to take a look. After fiddling with the electronic screen in his hand, he retrieved a report and said seriously, "It's still the same as before, but the situation has worsened." What situation? Sometimes she seems unable to tell whether she is a possessor. Most of the time, she thinks of herself as Shen's mother. What if she tries to read? Xiao Song pressed on, still aphasia, jumbled. The team member held up the screen. Her consciousness is a bit confused, but her reading ability hasn't changed substantively. I see, Xiao Song nodded, not mentioning what had just happened. After the team member left, he stared at the woman behind the bars. Bai Suya had clearly heard the conversation between the two and her tone became even more anxious. Sir, what did he just say? Why can't I understand? What is aphasia? Am I sick? My mind isn't confused. I remember my son. I remember everything. Why is this happening? Xiao Song didn't answer the woman. He seemed to think of something and turned to walk toward another ward. He arrived in front of Shen's father. Through the barred door, he looked at the man hiding in the corner facing the wall. The man seemed to sense something and slowly turned his head. An old, haggard face, with a twisted expression. He. The man suddenly let out a strange laugh. What are you looking at? Think it's funny? You've locked me up for so long. If you have the guts, just kill me. Xiao Song said nothing. This was clearly abnormal. It's strange why the two people's conditions are different. He observed for a while longer, took out his phone, and snapped 2 photos. He recorded it and then left. Outside the White Robe Bureau, there was another group of protesters. Rotten eggs, spoiled vegetable leaves, even stones and bricks were continuously thrown in, and the crowd was shouting loudly. The glass door of the White Robe Bureau had already shattered days ago. Xiao Song didn't leave through the front door. He felt he might get hit by a stray brick. He exited through a hidden side door, and the street was in chaos. Many people were holding banners, shouting, "Abolish the 3 major bureaus. Inaction, no rescue, afraid of death. Abolish the 3 major bureaus." When the possessor incident first started, the situation was still under control. But now, anyone could sense that it was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Xiao Song put on a hat and covered his face as he walked forward. Suddenly, he collided with a man coming straight at him. The man grabbed Xiao Song's wrist. I recognize you. You are the director of the Risk Bureau, Xiao Song. I've seen you before." As the man spoke, he directly yanked off Xiao Song's hat. Xiao Song was taken aback, his expression angry, just about to snatch back his hat when the man suddenly knelt down. With a choked voice, he cried out, "Please, save my wife and my child. She was taken away several days ago. It's already exposed online. It must be the possessor who took her. Please, save her." The man's face was haggard, and he looked incredibly weak, as if he were about to die. Clearly, he had gone through tremendous upheaval recently. His eyes were bloodshot, and Xiao Song had never seen such a desperate expression. He was momentarily stunned. The man's cries were so loud that they caught the attention of the protesters in the distance, who all turned to look. Xiao Song's heart sank, and he immediately pulled his hat back on. "You've got the wrong person." He turned to leave, but the man, kneeling on the ground, tightly clung to his leg. "You are Xiao Song. I can't be mistaken. It's definitely you. Why isn't the 3 major bureaus taking action? You just watch us die without helping. What kind of law enforcers are you?" The blood vessels in his eyes were increasing. "Are you just going to watch us get killed by the possessor? Aren't we all compatriots? So many have already died, and you still don't act. At this rate, who will believe you? You might as well go find that Incher sect online." Hearing this, Xiao Song looked at him expressionlessly and slowly said, "Then go find him." The man was instantly stunned, as if he had heard something he could never have imagined. "Go find that Qiming from the Incher sect. Maybe he can really help you. The 3 major bureaus can't help now, and I can't help either." Xiao Song turned to leave. Not far along, his phone suddenly vibrated. He opened it to find a multi-party call. Xiao Song's heart stirred. Such a multi-party call was generally only used when the superiors issued a secret order. It seemed something big was about to happen. He turned into a deserted corner and connected the call. The directors of the 3 major bureaus were all online. Inside, a voice announced, "Latest orders, the possessors are exploiting the crowd mentality to create chaos, severely disrupting the normal operations of the 3 major bureaus and causing great harm to society. Effective immediately, special task forces have been dispatched to apprehend the resisting crowd, all to be sent to Black Mountain Prison. The 3 major bureaus will cooperate. Those who resist fiercely will be executed on the spot." Listening to the orders, Xiao Song's gaze was cold and somber, devoid of any emotion. He said nothing, merely peering from the corner at the man who had been kneeling and crying for help just moments ago. He remained on the ground, seemingly engulfed in despair. Motionless, the crowd passed by him, as if they could not awaken this man. After a while, as the protesting crowd swept past, Xiaosong saw that the man had pulled a knife from his pocket. Thud! He stabbed it into his own stomach. He committed suicide. Xiaosong held the phone, frozen in place, forgetting to breathe. His mind buzzed, and the cold, mechanical voice on the phone continued to echo. Act immediately, apprehend the resistors. At the same time, he saw many people rushing out from the Bureau of White Robes, guns and handcuffs in hand, charging towards the protesting crowd to beat and capture them. Rebel! Kill them! Kill them! They don't protect us, so we protect ourselves. The once passionate crowd seemed to be ignited with rage at that moment. They charged recklessly towards the Bureau of White Robes. Unable to kill the possessors, they could only resist in the only way they knew how. The two sides clashed, and the entire street was instantly engulfed in chaos and slaughter. Some pulled out knives, others seized guns. Who could have imagined the world would turn out like this? Xiaosong stood at the other end, seemingly a trivial character in this chaotic drama. However, when he witnessed this scene, he smiled. It was as if he trembled with excitement, muttering to himself, "By Jian, I finally waited for this moment." As he spoke, he quickly scrolled through his phone. Online, he posted one photo after another, text, videos, various records. Everything stemmed from the moment Bai Jian died, when he began to feign madness, infiltrating the possessors, consuming human flesh, step by step walking towards the abyss. In his pain, alone, he collected all the evidence of wrongdoing related to his superiors. At this moment, Xiaosong sent it all out without hesitation. He gripped his phone tightly, trembling all over, tears streaming down his face. Bai Jian, am I, Xiaosong, not standing on the side of light? I didn't bring shame to humanity, did I? The three major bureaus are killing people. The three major bureaus are killing people. Fight back. It's all fake, all fake. They won't protect us at all. They even want to harm us. After Xiaosong sent out all the information he had, an unprecedented heated discussion erupted online. Especially in front of the three major bureaus, under the intense protest and conflict, the public's dissatisfaction turned into hostility. More and more people began to join the protests. Although the people from the three major bureaus held guns and suppressed the crowd, many did not dare to actually fire. Even though orders had been given from above, it did not mean they were cold-blooded animals. They had families, children, and everything they loved. When facing the invasion of the possessors, they remembered the passion with which they had joined the three major bureaus, willing to dedicate themselves to humanity. Especially after seeing the videos and content exposed by Xiaosong online, many people even voluntarily withdrew from the three major bureaus. They stripped off their uniforms on the spot, turned, and walked into the crowd outside, raising signs to protest. If all this was not for humanity, then what was the meaning? The entire city was plunged into chaos. In the Hall of the Flesh Mother, Shen rescued everyone and then let them find their own way home. And tell them that I am Qiming, the second senior brother of the Yinshan sect, and I will always stand on the side of humanity. After the people hurriedly left, only Su Qingqing remained. She looked very nervous and scared, but still mustered the courage to speak. And Shen, thank you for saving me. I don't know how to repay you. No need to repay, and Shen shook his head. If it were Qian Shen, I would have come to save you too. Hearing this, Su Qingqing was taken aback for a moment, then seemed to think of something and asked, after Qian Shen died, did you see her parents? Parents? And Shen was stunned, blinking, no, why do you ask? Her parents came from the village specifically to find me, not believing that their daughter is dead. I heard that the two elders were traumatized and have become a bit eccentric in the village. And Shen's expression darkened at this. Since Li Chanxian's incident, he indeed hadn't thought about how her parents would be. It was Bai Jian who had informed the outside world about the death. He hadn't been involved. By the way, can you tell me where Wang Zai's grave is? I want to pay my respects. While Shen was still pondering, Su Qingqing spoke again. He helped me a lot when we were at school. Hearing this, Shen nodded noncommittally. He knew that Su Qingqing's relationship with Wang Zai was much better than with him. I'll send you the address. After sending the address via her phone, Su Qingqing left. Before she left, she thanked Shen repeatedly. Then, with Su Guan driving, the three of them returned to the safe house. On the way, Shen saw a dense crowd of protesters. They were holding signs and marching down the street. Groups of people shouted deafening slogans. The crowd was clearly much larger than before. The scene became quite chaotic, with many shops closed and numerous stores ceasing operations. It even caused vehicles to be almost unable to drive normally. At first, Shen couldn't understand why so many people had suddenly appeared. Until the passenger seat, Wang Jian turned around and handed him his phone, which was filled with content recently released by Xiaosong. Seeing this, Shen was taken aback, then his expression darkened as he smiled. Well done. We know about the schemes behind the higher-ups, but the public doesn't. Now that the public understands the truth, it's only natural to eliminate the higher-ups, especially at this critical juncture. Such news, if released too early or too late, might not have the same effect. Only now, once sent, the destructive power it would cause was unimaginable. This information included collusion between the higher-ups and the earlier Wang group, along with the Hahuan sect, the Lianhua sect, Shangmiao village, and the so-called anti-science abnormal society, among many other crimes and evidence. The amount of information was vast. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was for Qiao Song to gather all this information and endure until now. I'm afraid his current situation won't be too easy, and Shen browsed through the information, frowning. I estimate the higher-ups will act against him immediately. At this point, he paused, raised his head, and said, I want to bring him to the safe house. Qiao Song's existence is very significant. Do whatever you want, I'm not your superior, not responsible for managing you. In the passenger seat, Wang Jian took back his phone, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes to rest. And Shen took out his phone and quickly dialed Qiao Song's number. It was soon connected. Hello? This is Chen. I know. On the other end of the line, Qiao Song's voice sounded slightly hurried and breathless. Why are you calling? Why do you sound so out of breath? And Chen frowned. Are you still doing some group exercise? Should I call back another time? I'm running. Qiao Song gritted his teeth on the phone. Running? Are you being followed? And Chen realized something. What do you think? Qiao Song's words sounded very urgent. I sent those things out, and I had a premonition in my heart that I probably wouldn't survive tonight. He paused for a moment and then continued, speaking of which, I was going to call you, but I didn't expect you to call first. Where are you? I'll come find you. I can take you to a safe place. Not now. Qiao Song shook his head directly, refusing without a second thought. What I need now is not safety, but to stand up. After people see that information, they will be even more confused and lost. They need someone to tell them what to do. If I hide now, it will all be for nothing. At this point, he suddenly laughed. 2 days ago, I had someone read my fortune, and the master said I was facing a great calamity. There's a 90% chance I might die. I'm not afraid of death, I'm just afraid of dying for nothing. But now, I've found a way to die that is worth it. And Shen held his phone, listening quietly without speaking. Qiao Song continued, Before, Bai Jian asked me which side I wanted to stand on. I hesitated and couldn't figure it out. Now I understand. My life may not be long, but the meaning of life is not measured by its length. And Shen, I will do everything I can, and the rest will depend on you. At this point, and Shen did not continue to persuade him. The reason was simple. After releasing the information, Qiao Song intended to join the crowd and fight alongside them. Then he would die. He decided to use his death to intensify the crowd's emotions, turning their wavering attitude towards the authorities into outright hatred. Only then could people firmly protest and overthrow everything. So, he had to die. Only by exposing the darkness with his death could it be confirmed that the darkness truly exists. Suddenly, and Shen thought of a saying, I walk into the darkness to seek the light. He held the phone, remaining silent, while the other end was equally quiet. Finally, Qiao Song seemed to think of something and spoke up. And Shen, you should go to the White Robe Bureau and take your parents away. Something is not right with their situation. You need to hurry. If you're late, things might go wrong. After hanging up, and Shen's expression tightened, and he immediately turned the car around, heading to the White Robe Bureau. Upon arrival, across the street, he saw the protesting crowd clashing with the White Robe Bureau's members. The situation was very clear. The members of the White Robe Bureau had no intention of resisting, being pushed into the bureau by the crowd, and were turning to flee. The densely packed crowd surged in, starting to smash the bureau's facilities everywhere. And Shen put on the fox mask and quickly changed to a strange face, getting out of the car and blending into the crowd. We'll be waiting for you outside. Okay. Wang Jian and Su Guan did not follow in. The situation was too chaotic, just in case. And Shen rushed into the White Robe Bureau, the noise of the crowd ringing in his ears, glass, tables, and chairs all shattered, creating a scene of devastation. He was very familiar with this place, but there was no time to think about anything else. He headed straight for the ward area upstairs. The second floor was almost empty. Most of the White Robe members had been threatened and had already evacuated, leaving the entire floor desolate. And Shen walked quickly forward, remembering his parents' room. However, when he arrived, he froze in place. The ward door was open. There was no one inside. He confirmed several times that he was in the right place, but the people in the room were gone. Moreover, the doors of the surrounding wards were all open. Only his parents' door was ajar. Did someone take them away? And Shen was stunned, and just as he was puzzled, a voice suddenly came from behind. Hey, you, that person, can you let me out? Hearing the voice, he immediately turned around. He saw a pale-skinned girl with pink hair locked in the ward on the right side. Upon seeing this girl, and Shen paused slightly, his expression changing. Why was she still locked up here? He still had an impression of this pink-haired girl. When I first came to the White Robe Bureau and saw Bai Jian walking out of the ward, the first possessor I encountered was this girl. I remember she was the one who initiated the conversation, calling herself something like Deep Sea Path and saying she had walked into a dead end. She seemed a bit crazy. So much time has passed, and this little girl is still locked up here. And Chen was momentarily taken aback. Are you looking for those two people? I know where they are. Let me out, and I'll take you there. Hurry! The girl with pink hair grabbed the bars and shouted incessantly. Hearing this, and Chen hurried over, furrowing his brows and asking suspiciously, you really know? I saw it. Someone took them away. You let me out, and maybe we can catch up. You're not lying to me, are you? And Shen's gaze was very wary as he stared at this possessor. Lying to you would have no good outcome. Why would I lie to you? If I were lying, you could just refine me. Upon hearing this, and Shen no longer hesitated and directly opened the door from the outside, asking in a low voice, where? The pink-haired girl ran out, her face filled with excitement. I'm out. I'm finally out. I'm asking you a question. Where are they? The girl scratched her scalp, as if her happiness made her scalp tingle, and her whole body shook. There was a man who injected them with a sedative and took them away through the back door. Follow me. After saying that, she ran ahead. Her running was quick, almost like an animal, using both hands and feet, leaping as she ran. Seeing this, and Shen didn't ask further and hurriedly followed. Just after running a couple of steps, a voice suddenly came from a room on the side. Wait, brother, saving her is one thing, but you might as well save me too. I'm willing to go through fire and water, no matter the cost. Hearing this, and Shen turned his head and saw Qi Yuan, bruised and battered, desperately clinging to the barred door, his eyes filled with pleading. It was as if he saw a glimmer of hope. This place is simply unfit for humans. As long as you're willing to save me, I, Qi Yuan, will repay you generously. I can offer you nuclear techniques, strange nuclear objects, alchemy recipes, and alchemy furnaces, everything you need. How about it? Looking at Qi Yuan, and Shen truly stopped, his gaze complex as he stared at him, pondering for half a second before speaking. I know who you are, you're from the Yinshan sect. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan was momentarily stunned, then revealed an excited smile. It seems my Yinshan sect is indeed well known. In that case, please let me out, and I will never go back on my word. I heard your junior brother declared war on the higher-ups. And Chen spoke again. Qi Yuan's expression changed instantly. I have no junior brother. Before he could finish, and Chen interrupted, continuing, actually, I'm also at odds with the higher-ups. In a way, we can be considered comrades. This statement forced Qi Yuan to swallow back what he wanted to say, his face shifting through various emotions. To escape, he gritted his teeth and had to admit he had a void junior brother. Is that so? What a coincidence! Indeed, our Yinshan sect and the higher-ups have a grudge that cannot coexist. Great! I'll let you out right now. And Chen hurriedly opened the door. Qi Yuan rushed out, exhaling a breath, nearly moved to tears, gratitude overflowing, his eyes shimmering with tears. Brother! You are my savior, my reborn parents. I, from the Yinshan sect, will repay you greatly. Let's leave here first. And Chen ran forward with the pink-haired girl. Qi Yuan quickly followed, puzzled. By the way, why are you looking for those two people? And Chen initially wanted to say they were his biological parents, but then thought about how he was wearing the fox mask human skin, and saying that would surely give him away, so he changed his words. I received news that the situation of those two people is a bit unusual, so I need to investigate. Hearing this, Qi Yuan showed a look of sudden realization, as if recalling something. So it is indeed the case, those two people are Shen's parents. Ever since they became vessels, they have been quite unstable. And Chen, is he the rebel? He ran ahead and turned back to ask. He noticed Qi Yuan's expression instantly turned fierce, gritting his teeth. Yes, that little brat is the one who caused me to end up like this, trapped here day and night, suffering torment. If I ever meet him, I will make him pay with his life for the blood feud. And Shen glanced at him with pity but did not respond. He thought to himself, is the hatred between us really this great? I only think of the Yinshan sect when I need someone to take the blame. As for you, Qi Yuan, I almost forgot who just ran out the back door. The pink-haired girl in front suddenly flipped like a spider and jumped to the ceiling. Hanging upside down, she pointed forward and shouted, over there, over there. That's the person. And Shen looked up and saw a man outside by the roadside, frantically throwing his unconscious parents into a car, looking extremely anxious and flustered. Just as he was about to ignite his heart fire to chase after them, suddenly, there was a puffing sound by his ear. A long string of silvery white threads, like silk, shot out from the pink-haired girl's mouth at incredible speed. In an instant, it flew over and ensnared the man by the car. Seeing this scene, Shen was momentarily stunned. Looking up, he saw 3 or 4 eyeballs popping out in a fan-shaped arc from the girl's forehead. At the same time, several furry, strange hands grew from her back, gripping the ceiling. Hanging upside down, she looked like a white spider. "I've caught him! I've caught him!" The pink-haired girl laughed excitedly, scuttling back and forth on the ceiling. Shen watched this bizarre scene, not having time to think too much, and hurriedly rushed out, heading straight for the car. The man, suddenly ensnared by the web, changed color and fell to the ground, unable to move. In a moment of desperation, he pursed his lips, creating a small gap, and blew out. With a whoosh, a flame shot from his lips, directly burning through the web. Then he quickly got up and ran towards the car. Just as he opened the car door, a hand grabbed his hair and yanked him out. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen pressed the man's head down and slammed it hard against the car. With a loud bang, blood spurted out. Half of the man's skull caved in from the impact. He struggled to get up from the ground, seemingly unaware of the pain, and did not let out a cry. After standing up, one eyeball hung from his face, staring blankly at Shen. "Who are you?" When Shen locked eyes with this strange man, he noticed something very odd about him. Just as he asked, the man suddenly scratched his neck with his nails. Shen quickly saw that the man's neck was covered in bloody scratches made by his own nails. It seemed he had actually done this. "My name is Wang Ergu. My mother is dead. My father is dead. I'm just here to catch a couple of long snakes and find something to eat. Why are you hitting me?" Hearing this, Shen was taken aback. "Long snakes?" He drew his dagger, about to shout in anger, but turned back to look and was instantly stunned. His parents were not in the car. Instead, there were 2 massive pythons, one black and one white, as thick as arms, thrown inside, motionless, as if dead. Seeing this, Shen froze. He instinctively rubbed his eyes, thinking he must have seen it wrong. But indeed, there were 2 giant pythons in the car. Another illusion? Shen had experienced this many times. Faced with such a situation, he didn't need to think about whether it was reasonable, because, to a large extent, the concept of reason did not exist here. First, kill this man. With that thought, Shen raised his hand and without hesitation plunged the knife into the man's chest. A squelching sound echoed as flesh was pierced. However, strangely, unlike the brain, when this man's chest was pierced, no blood gushed out. Instead, a thick white liquid sprayed from within. Then, he suddenly stepped back, looking extremely flustered and chaotic, waving his hands repeatedly. "Don't kill me, please, I just want to save my mom and dad. Please let me go." After saying this, he suddenly began to kowtow on the ground, begging for mercy. Shen was taken aback. "Your mom and dad?" He turned to look again and found that the giant python in the car was gone. Instead, his parents, who were unconscious, were thrown inside the vehicle. Seeing this, Shen gritted his teeth in anger. "You took my parents." Upon hearing this, the man was clearly stunned for a moment, quickly trembling as he got up from the ground, while his head was rapidly regenerating. "How is this possible? This is clearly..." He looked around the back of the car, his expression frozen in shock. "Ha! Where are my mom and dad? They were just in the car." As he spoke, his words faltered, and his expression changed again as he pointed and laughed. "Hey, look, I told you, these are my mom and dad, right?" Shen's eyes widened, and as he looked again, he found that the people in the car had changed. From his own parents, they had transformed into the faces of strangers. He stood there dazed for a few seconds, his mind buzzing. He knocked on his forehead, gritted his teeth, and shook his head. "Impossible. This is definitely an illusion. I think you are the one using an illusion." The man shouted angrily, "You can't even find your parents, can't tell what's real and what's fake. What do you want to do with my parents? Bullshit. These are my mom and dad." Shen no longer hesitated. He swung his hand and shouted, "Nuclear technique. Light the sky lantern. Stop talking nonsense. I'll just refine you directly." As his words fell, the man's crown suddenly popped open with a sound, like petals blooming, spreading outwards. "Ah, it hurts." The man screamed, "Why do I have flowers growing on my head?" As he spoke, Shen was astonished to find that the cracked skull had vanished in an instant. Instead, as if by magic, it transformed into a flower perched on top. It was extremely abrupt and bizarre. "What's going on?" Shen had never encountered such a scene. This couldn't possibly be an illusion or a hallucination because his attack had indeed caused no harm. An illusion or hallucination only makes the eyes see something false, but what actually happens is real. Nuclear technique. Heartfire. Nuclear technique, blood droplet. Nuclear technique, flesh attachment. Shen quickly launched his nuclear technique attacks. First, he dissolved the man's chest with a punch, yet the man bizarrely cried out, "Oh no, why are flowers growing on my chest too?" The wound instantly transformed into a flower. When he tried to use the blood droplet technique to drain the blood, the man began to laugh maniacally. Ha, my body is raining. Water began to ooze out from the pores all over his body. And Shen was stunned. The man seemed to be completely unpredictable, and his attacks appeared to have no effect. Meanwhile, the girl with pink hair squatted on the ground, letting out a strange giggle. How interesting, he's so interesting. Only Chi Yuan had a face that looked as if he had eaten something foul. From the moment he stood behind, he had seen the people in the car changing continuously. One moment they looked like this, the next they looked like something else. At first, he thought it was the other party's illusion, but as the figures kept changing, he suddenly realized something. With a tense expression, he pulled the pink-haired girl back. Stay away. We are affected by the obstacle of perception. Obstacle of perception? The pink-haired girl was slightly taken aback, tilting her head, and then as if she understood something, she showed a look of realization. She immediately jumped back, creating some distance. When they looked at the people in the car again, they had all returned to normal. In contrast, Shen was talking to the air, with a body lying in front of him, its head blooming with flowers. But it seemed as if he couldn't see anything, continuously unleashing his nuclear techniques, attacking the air again and again. His voice sounded extremely frustrated. How can this guy not be killed? The pink-haired girl stared blankly at this scene. She tried to take a few steps forward, and suddenly saw the corpse on the ground disappear, with two men fighting in front of her. Stepping back, only Shen remained. The scene kept changing, and the pink-haired girl was stunned for a long time, murmuring to herself, "This is the obstruction of knowledge. How can he not be killed?" And Shen looked at the man in front of him, his expression gradually turning angry. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard a strange noise coming from behind. He turned around immediately and saw the pink-haired girl with disheveled limbs on her back, moving quickly, wrapping her parents in a circle and pulling them out directly. "What are you doing?" And Shen's heart tightened at the sight, and he instinctively chased after her. But after just 2 steps, he immediately realized something was wrong. Turning back again, he looked behind and found that the man from earlier was already dead. He lay on the ground, the bones on his skull opening up piece by piece, revealing the brain matter inside. Dead? When did he die? And Shen stared blankly, still not coming to his senses, when the pink-haired girl shouted from behind, "Don't be fooled by yourself." Then, she threw her entangled parents over to him, and Shen hurriedly caught them, just hearing the pink-haired girl leave behind a sentence. "If fate allows, we shall meet again." Then she turned and left directly. He stood there dazed for a few seconds, and Chi Yuan, seeing this, also bent down and bowed. "Thank you for saving my life. How about leaving a contact number so I can repay you in the future?" And Shen paused for half a second and left a string of phone numbers. "Farewell." Then Chi Yuan also left. The two of them left in a bewildered manner. And Shen carried his unconscious parents, pausing for a moment, feeling as if there was a vague voice calling in his ears. But he couldn't make out what it was. He shook his head, trying to clear his chaotic thoughts, feeling a bit dazed, but he couldn't afford to think about anything else right now. Since he had already rescued his parents, he should hurry back to find Wang Jian and Su Guan. With that thought, Shen quickly ran off with his parents. By the roadside, the pink-haired girl and Chi Yuan stood still, looking at each other. They stared blankly at Shen, who had just run off, saying goodbye to them. After glancing at the things left in the car, their expressions grew increasingly grim, and they hadn't said a word from beginning to end. "This is bad. We've encountered a real madman." Chi Yuan felt a pang of sympathy. After all, most cultivators' madness is driven by their unscrupulous pursuit of goals, but this person clearly had an unstable mind. He had already run away, and neither he nor the pink-haired girl pursued him, as catching up might not be useful anyway. The two hesitated for a moment, mentally repeating that string of phone numbers a few times, watching the figure gradually fade away, disappearing from sight. And Shen ran forward frantically with his parents. He stopped repeatedly to confirm his parents' appearance. No mistake, it was them. "Mom, Dad, I finally brought you back. You have no idea what I've been through during this time. I didn't expect we could see each other again. Don't worry, I will find a way to save you." He spoke to himself, running quickly back to the roadside opposite the White Robe Bureau. "Su Guan, open the car door." Hearing the voice, Su Guan hurriedly got out to help, but when he saw Shen's appearance, he froze for a moment, standing still, not daring to reach out. Master?" And Shen ignored him, placing his parents in the back seat, urging, "Hurry up." Just as he sat down, Wang Jian, sitting in the passenger seat, gave him a complex look and said heavily, "Why did you bring back 2 pieces of wood?" "What?" And Shen was taken aback. "Wood?" He instinctively turned his head to look. His mind buzzed. Where were his parents? In the back seat, there were clearly 2 thick pieces of wood. This is impossible, and Shen's eyes widened, stunned. "No way. I just brought back the obvious, could it be? His expression changed, as if he thought of something, and he hurriedly got out of the car and ran back. On the other side, the pink-haired girl approached the car and lifted the unconscious man and woman. Shi Yuan watched this scene, puzzled. Aren't you going to wait for him to come back? No need to wait. Since it's a knowledge barrier, even if he comes back, he might not see clearly. It's better to take the people away first. The pink-haired girl grinned. After a day, when he's back to normal, I can contact him again. Hearing this, Shi Yuan looked at her with a complex expression. You don't have another method, do you? The pink-haired girl licked her lips, shouldering her parents. What other thoughts could I have? I just want to thank him for saving me. All right, goodbye. After saying that, she quickly moved, spitting out silver threads from her mouth, binding her parents to her back. Once secured, she crawled away in a strange posture, disappearing from sight. Shi Yuan stood in place for a while, steadied himself, and bowed in a certain direction. Thank you, brother, for saving my life. I will repay you in the future. After saying that, he also left. Less than 10 minutes after the two left, and Shen rushed back in a panic. He stopped by the truck, jumped in, and searched frantically. However, after searching everywhere, he couldn't find his parents. Where did they go? Where could they have gone? The more he searched, the more he broke down. Wang Jian, who felt something was off and had followed him, saw the bodies by the truck and then looked at Shen's uncontrolled state. He walked over and grabbed his wrist. Calm down, brother Jian, something's wrong here. And Shen's face was extremely pale. I really saved them just now. How could they be gone? How could I have carried back 2 pieces of wood? Those are my parents. How could I mistake wood for my parents? Wang Jian looked at him, opened his mouth, and truly didn't know what to say. And Shen kept doubting and denying himself. No, wait, did I get it wrong from the start? Do they not exist at all? Did I not save them at all? Are they still in the hospital? As he spoke, and Shen wanted to return to the hospital to search, but Wang Jian hurriedly stopped him, shaking his head. They must have been saved, but something else must have happened at the scene. He cautiously observed the surroundings. Go ask Officer Su for help. We will definitely find them. Hearing this, and Shen's expression calmed down slightly. You're right. Let's ask Officer Su for help. He patted his head, as if trying to clear his mind. I was too agitated. I need to calm down. Talking to himself, he turned back with Wang Jian. When they returned to the truck, Officer Su was sitting in the driver's seat, looking tense and uneasy. In situations like this, he usually hid in a corner and kept silent to avoid getting hurt. And Shen opened the car door and called him out, holding a dagger, and cut open his wrist. I'll give you my blood. Find my parents' location. Upon hearing this, Su's face turned pale, and he hurriedly stopped him. Master, you can't find them this way. I haven't seen your parents' faces. I can't search out of thin air. Do you have a photo? Let me see what they look like, or any of their belongings. His earlier divination to find someone was based on the same principle. Either he had seen the person or had their belongings. In any case, no divination is without roots. It cannot come from nothing. And Shen shook his head at this. No photos. The phone was new, and there was nothing in it. Where could he find a photo? Then we can't find them. Su said anxiously, there's nothing. This is called an empty divination. It can't work. Just as Shen was about to say something, his phone suddenly rang in his pocket, interrupting his thoughts. He picked it up and saw it was Chao Song. He quickly answered. Inside, a panicked voice shouted, Shen, it's Cheng Huang. He wants to refine the entire city. Hearing this, Shen's heart trembled. Immediately after, he suddenly heard a series of intense screams coming from afar. The sound did not come from the phone. It was from across the street. When Shen turned his face, he saw a terrifying scene. The protest crowd that had originally surrounded the street suddenly convulsed as if electrocuted, emitting painful, grotesque sounds. One by one, their faces turned ghastly pale, and then their chests bulged outward, as if being pulled by a tremendous force. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, dozens of chests exploded simultaneously, ribs bursting outward. Blood filled the air, and scarlet hearts floated into the sky, rising continuously, rushing toward a certain direction. In an instant, a crowd lay dead on the road. People fell to the ground in droves. Ah, help! Help me! Help! As a large number of people collapsed, anguished screams echoed around. And Shen saw that even the white-robed agents who were trying to stop the protesters had their chests explode in an instant, their hearts flying out. In that moment, hearts filled the sky. They seemed to be drawn by an invisible hand, flying toward the north of the city. What is this? And Shen stared blankly at the scene, feeling suffocated. In an instant, dozens of people died before him, bodies strewn everywhere. A painful voice came from the phone. It's Cheng Huang. He is refining us. He wants to refine everyone. Hurry and stop him. And Shen, only you can stop him now. Xiao Song's words sounded extremely pained, as if he were trembling uncontrollably. It seemed there was someone beside him who was screaming in agony. "Save me, I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. My chest hurts so much. Why are we being treated like this? Aren't you supposed to protect us? I don't want to be refined. I don't want to be material for humans. I don't want to die." Bang! It was the sound of ribs breaking, and Chen's head buzzed, and he looked up at the sky, staring at the direction where the hearts were collectively flying, gritting his teeth tightly. Chen Huang. His forehead throbbed with veins. He hung up the phone, and quickly got into the car. "Go toward the direction where the hearts are gathering. Hurry!" Su Guan dared not linger and immediately started the car. The vehicle sped down the street, and Shen looked out the window. Everywhere the car passed, almost every place, every corner, was filled with screams. Someone crashed through a window from above and fell to the ground, their chest exploding. Someone rolled on the street, clutching their chest in pain, while others tore and struggled from restaurants and the protest crowd. In every corner of the city, hearts floated out, creating a hellish scene, and Chen watched this, dead bodies everywhere. He couldn't speak. Wang Jian's expression was extremely grave. It seems that after being exposed, Cheng Huang doesn't intend to play anymore and is ready to act directly. Su Guan looked at the purgatory-like scene, as if recalling something, swallowed hard, and said anxiously, "This isn't a method of refining. A method of refining couldn't reach such a scale. This must have used a monster core." As he spoke, his face grew even paler. "This is such a familiar scene. My village was wiped out like this, master. We need to hurry, or everything will be gone in the blink of an eye." "Wang, that's how it was wiped out." Wang Jian suddenly spoke, his gaze heavy. He looked as if he was recalling something, making him appear extremely cold, and Shen trembled at their conversation. Turning to look at the scene before him, he found it hard to breathe. Such a large-scale refining method existed, capable of refining all the people in a region. If this could really be done, how could the people in this world possibly survive? In an instant, and Shen suddenly understood why the bizarre land they spoke of was on the brink of destruction. There's still time. There must be time. He gritted his teeth, urging Su Guan to speed up. The car raced down the road. "I said I wanted to save this world." Wang Jian drew his sword, lowering his head to rub the blade, as if speaking to himself. "Starting with this city. Run, run, get out of this city. If you leave here, you'll definitely survive." The streets were in chaos. Many people didn't bother to gather their belongings, directly clutching their children, pulling their wives, and hurriedly getting into their cars. They wanted to speed towards the suburbs. However, everyone had the same thought, and the densely packed vehicles caused a traffic jam, quickly leading to a standstill. In an instant, the road was impassable, the sound of horns blaring, extremely piercing. "Move, we're stuck. Are we going to die? This is the apocalypse. The end is here." Someone crawled out of a car, standing on the roof, arms wide open, shouting, "Where can we run to? Our world is destroyed. It's all gone." Bang! His chest suddenly burst open, his heart flying out, and he fell from the roof, crashing onto someone's car windshield. Damn! The driver turned pale with fright. Looking outside, the crowd was in disarray. Some people were even holding hands and singing. Some men had bloodshot eyes, grabbing a woman by the roadside, forcefully trying to strip her. "Since we're all going to die, I might as well enjoy myself before I go." Others crazily squatted in a supermarket eating, seemingly wanting to stuff themselves before dying, but as they ate, their chests exploded, blood splattering all over their faces. They didn't even have time to swallow what was in their throats. Many chose to do what they wanted before dying. Yet, amidst all this, some still held up banners, shouting into megaphones amidst the chaos. "Everyone, don't run, don't panic, you can't escape. With the refining speed so fast, where can you run to? This is all the upper-ups harming us. Unite! We just need to kill the upper-ups, and everything will be fine. Quick, look at that big screen." Suddenly, strange cries arose from the crowd, and the huge screen in the square displayed an image. It was Chao Song. He held a gun, staring into the camera, as if asking, "Is it on?" Beside him, someone seemed to be holding a camera, responding nervously with a "It's on. Thank you for your hard work. You can go now." Chao Song took the camera, but the person stepped back, shaking his head, nervously saying, "Director, I'm not leaving. If you don't leave, you'll die." "I know, but leaving is also death. I've decided to go up with you. I'll carry this camera and film everything." The person sounded very scared, but his tone was filled with determination. "Someone has to do this, to let everyone know that even if we die, we're not afraid of these possessors." As the ancients said, everyone eventually dies, some heavier than Mount Tai, some lighter than a feather. Xiao Song looked at the camera and sighed. "Since you've made up your mind, I won't persuade you otherwise. Let's go. As humans, we must have the appearance of humanity and do what we should do. He gripped the gun and walked up a set of steps. As the camera tilted up, the lens captured a soul-stirring scene. The camera recorded a towering set of steps. At the top, an endless mass of hearts, gathering and merging together. They formed a gigantic ball of flesh, suspended in the sky. Below, an ancient four-legged bronze cauldron stood on the steps, as if supporting that massive ball of flesh. From the four directions of east, west, south, and north, hearts continued to fly in. This represented that people were still dying. The camera's footage clearly reflected on the square screen, and people stood there, watching this scene. Occasionally, someone would let out a scream, collapsing to the ground, dead. Yet no one moved, because they saw Chao Song ascend the steps, and at the top stood a figure. It was an old man, thin and wiry, dressed in loose yellow ancient robes, the gown reaching the ground, with wide sleeves. The clothes were adorned with dragon and phoenix patterns. He stood above, hands clasped behind his back, floating like an immortal, as if he could see the person ascending the steps, his tone low. I never expected to fall at your hands, old man. Well, it's just a matter of being early or late. The old man spoke, his voice hoarse and weathered. Chao Song stopped. The camera seemed to tremble incessantly, causing the image to appear somewhat blurry and shaky. Clearly, the person filming was terrified to the extreme at that moment. He raised his gun, aiming at the old man. The old man, however, let out a cold laugh. Do you really think you can kill me with that? Chao Song said nothing. Suddenly, the gun's muzzle turned, pointing at the bronze cauldron behind him, and he gritted his teeth, shouting angrily, "For humanity, I will sacrifice myself." After shouting this, bang! He pulled the trigger. The bullet struck the bronze cauldron with a clang, sparking violently, yet it had no effect. "Heh, you overestimate yourself." The old man smiled strangely, making it hard to tell if it was mockery or sarcasm. But Chao Song did not stop. He continued to sprint upward. Gritting his teeth, he rapidly pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang! One bullet after another struck the bronze cauldron. The piercing sound accompanied by intense sparks echoed all around. In front of the screen, the crowd in the square felt their hearts race. Everyone gritted their teeth, seemingly exerting themselves in secret, imagining themselves as the gun in Chao Song's hand, capable of shattering the bronze cauldron in an instant. As long as it shattered, everyone would be saved. However, as Chao Song continued to approach, he climbed to the top level, standing beside the old man. Bang! The last bullet was fired, hitting the bronze cauldron. Aside from the sparks, there was still no substantial damage. In the square, someone collapsed with a thud, their chest split open, heart flying out, yet they only gritted their teeth, not letting out a scream. Are you too naive? In the video, the old man looked at the person standing before him, his expression somewhat grim. He reached out, grasping the other's neck, lifting him into the air. Trying to end all this with a broken gun? You really underestimate me. Heh, Chao Song, caught by the neck, showed no fear. Instead, he let out a hoarse laugh. Releasing his grip, he threw the gun away. You're right, I figured this thing wouldn't work. After all, that's not how movies go. Is that so? It seems you want to learn from the movies to play the hero. Then tell me, in this situation, how should it play out in a movie? The old man chuckled strangely, and as he spoke, he suddenly tightened his grip. With a crack, Chao Song felt the bones in his neck snap. It hurt. A sharp pain. He knew that if the other party exerted just a little more force, even just a bit, he would be dead. Yet, even so, he remained calm. Slowly moving his hands, he fished out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He opened it, took one out, placed it in his mouth, and then lit it. Enduring the pain in his throat, he took a slow drag. Then, he exhaled a smoke ring towards the old man's face. A smile crept onto Chao Song's lips. You see, in movies, heroes always do this. After saying that, he suddenly forcefully flipped his coat back. With a whoosh, a circle around his waist, including the inside of his upper body, revealed several rows of tightly packed grenades. The old man was stunned, his mind buzzing. But Chao Song's smile grew even more reckless. At the same time, he pulled the pins from the grenades. Clink! The pins fell to the ground. He bit down on the cigarette butt, his face twisted into a fierce grin. This place is ours. We will never lose to you. Bang! A violent explosion erupted, and amidst the flames, the bronze cauldron flew, two bodies shattered before the screen in the square. The crowd looking up fell into a dead silence. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Mom, my chest doesn't seem to hurt anymore. After a while, a child's tender voice broke the silence. After speaking, the child looked up at their mother, only to find her eyes red, staring at the screen, tears streaming down her face. Not only did Mom turn her head to look around, but she also found that many people in the square had red eyes. "Child, we are saved." She squatted down and hugged her, her voice choked with emotion. "We are saved." And Shen heard the sound of an explosion and saw flames rising from the north of the city. A sudden sense of foreboding gripped his heart. The car sped along but was soon blocked. The three of them had no choice but to abandon the car and walk. After just a few steps, they heard the cries of people fleeing around them. "Don't run! No need to run! We are saved! We are saved!" Director Chow blew up the bronze cauldron. "We don't have to die." The crowd erupted in a wave of cheers, a joy of rebirth. And Shen was momentarily stunned, staring in the direction of the flames. A wave of suffocation washed over him. He began to understand something. Suddenly, someone raised their phone and screamed, "Not dead! That old thing actually survived." He crawled out of the fire. "Ha! Then Director Chow, what are you afraid of?" Someone shouted angrily. "If he didn't die the first time, then blow it up twice. If Director Chow can do it, so can we. Let these possessors know this is our city. Why should they?" "Well said. I remember there are armories in the Risk Bureau and the White Robe Bureau. We should be able to get guns and grenades there." Someone shouted, "I'm an orphan, I have no family, let me go blow it up." "I don't care if I die. I'll go with you. My parents just died, I have no family left." "Damn it, I'm free now, let's fight those bastards." "Damn it, no family, no kids, anyone who wants revenge, let's go together." The passionate voices echoed in the crowd and on the road. The crowd, dense and packed, began to form groups heading towards the White Robe Bureau and the Risk Bureau. "This is our city, our world, why should we be bullied by them? If we don't resist ourselves, who else will come to help us? Damn it, these possessors have bullied us for so long, I've really had enough. It's just a life, blow it up." Watching the crowd move away, and Shen fixed his gaze on the direction of the flames. His heart raced wildly. "Xiao Song, you got what you wanted. You succeeded. You are a hero." Watching the crowd rush into the White Robe Bureau and the Risk Bureau, starting to arm themselves with guns and grenades, fully equipped, from head to toe, and Shen did not try to stop them. He was not even worried about the death they might face. In this world, to engage in so-called resistance, could one still hope for a drop of blood not to be shed? If he really tried to stop them, Xiao Song's death would be meaningless. People must be angry themselves, must see the truth clearly, to find the direction they should go. What Shen could do was to be a step ahead of the crowd, to eliminate some unnecessary sacrifices for them. As he moved closer to the direction of the flames, Shen suddenly saw a man standing at the intersection ahead. He was bare-chested, his bronze body covered in strong muscles, reflecting light in the sunlight. The man had white bandages wrapped around his hands and wore a large string of prayer beads around his neck. He pressed his palms together, facing the approaching direction, bent down, lowered his head, slightly closed his eyes, and bowed, speaking in a low tone. "You cannot go any further, this road is blocked." And Shen frowned upon seeing him and asked, "A servant of Cheng Huan?" "He is a servant of the revered one," the man replied calmly. Without saying a word, Shen walked over, ready to strike, but was stopped by Wang Jian. "Leave him to me, you go kill Cheng Huang." "Brother Jian, you really have confidence in me." And Shen paused for half a second, then nodded, "Okay." He then stepped forward. The man across from him remained silent, raising his palm and extending it forward. Boom! Suddenly, a gigantic golden Buddha palm rose from the ground, appearing out of thin air, crashing towards Shen. The ground cracked beneath it, yet Shen didn't even look, just kept moving forward. At the same time, a loud clang rang in his ears. Wang Jian, with lightning speed, blocked in front of him. In his hand, the sword met the golden light of the Buddha's palm, slicing it into two segments and sending them crashing to the side, causing the house to collapse with a thunderous roar. "Don't you know to dodge a bit?" Wang Jian's mouth twitched. "If I hadn't managed to strike in time, wouldn't you be turned to dust?" And Shen, hearing this, fixed his gaze straight ahead. "No need to dodge, I trust Brother Jian." Upon hearing this, Wang Jian kicked forward, sending Shen flying several meters, crashing to the ground. "Stop dawdling, move faster. This is pure revenge." And Shen rose with a cold face, brushed off his clothes, and said nothing as he quickly moved forward. Soon, the sounds of fierce battle erupted behind him. He ignored it, as if he hadn't heard anything. Just as he was about to approach the steps, suddenly, his phone dinged with a new message. He paused for a moment, instinctively glancing at it. It read, "I am Li Shinji, and I am watching you." Upon seeing this, Shen stopped and looked around, as if searching for something. The person from Li Shinji's dream, was he nearby? "Are you here to help?" And Shen replied, "Sort of, but not really," came the quick response. "What do you mean?" "I'm actually here to back you up," Li Shinji replied. "I mentioned before that our people can't kill Cheng Huang, so we were waiting for you to act. Now, it's to prevent you from being unable to kill him as well, to provide a backup. Reading this message, and Shen furrowed his brow. He didn't quite understand. Backup? How does that work? What if I can't kill him either? What do you plan to do? A few seconds later, Li Shenji sent a hey emoji, but he didn't answer the question directly, instead saying, "You'd better be able to kill him, even though none of us have high hopes for you right now." And Shen stared at the text, silent for a few seconds. He finally asked the question he had been wanting to know. "Who are you people, really?" Li Shenji still didn't answer directly. "If you can survive, I'll tell you. If you can't survive, it won't matter what I tell you now." The man's response was cryptic, revealing no information at all, and Shen was too lazy to reply again, putting away his phone and walking up the steps. At the same time, he looked up, and at the top of the steps, a ragged, thin old man, covered in wounds, was crouched on the ground, fiddling with a shattered bronze cauldron in front of him. The old man had clearly been affected by the explosion earlier, with flesh hanging out. Long, thin, black worms, resembling nematodes, were crawling out of his body, weaving through the debris, seemingly stitching the flesh back together. "You wretched beast, I should have killed you first, but you went and blew up my heart cauldron," he muttered strangely, suddenly turning his head sharply at the sound of footsteps behind him. And Shen saw a bloodied, mangled face. The face, due to the explosion, was completely rotting, with flesh hanging limply like wilted petals. The dark, thin worms inside seemed to be crawling back and forth on the face, trying to stitch the flesh together, undulating and writhing. It's you, Chen." The old man recognized him immediately, letting out a series of harsh, grating laughs from his throat. It didn't sound human, the voice was too shrill, more like a monkey's screech. "I was thinking of refining all these people before coming to find you, but you came first, so impatient to seek death?" And Shen stared at the bloodied old man across from him, sensing something unusual. The old man's neck and legs, as well as many joints, were covered in thick black hair. These tufts of hair grew in clumps all over his body, looking quite disgusting and utterly chaotic, some sprouting on his knees, others beneath his neck. As Shen was lost in thought, the old man seemed to sense something too. He slapped the black hair on his neck, and with a thud, it shrank back into his body. "Who let you all out? What are you in such a hurry for? It's not time to eat yet." The old man scolded, and the dense hair all quickly shrank back, and Shen looked on, feeling it was quite strange. "Is this the superior Cheng Huang? What is that pitch-black thing? If it's ruined, then so be it. At worst, I can make another one." Cheng Huang kicked the nearby broken bronze cauldron, then raised his head, staring at Shen, as if a bit hungry, licking his lips. "You've ruined my good deeds countless times, old man remembers it all. I've long heard you smell delightful, those people couldn't get their hands on you, and it turns out you were left for me." Hearing this, Shen frowned. Before he could respond, he heard him let out a strange laugh. "I've been refining this longevity technique for many years, but no matter how many people I eat, I'm always missing that last bit." After pondering for a long time, he suddenly realized that just eating meat probably wouldn't work, he must eat some special meat. At this point, he let out a hissing laugh. "How about this? You voluntarily give me half your body, and I won't kill you. Once I've eaten you, I'll leave and spare these people. How about it?" And Shen remained expressionless upon hearing this. Then, he took out a dagger and softly chanted, "Nuclear technique, attach flesh." In the next second, the bone blade connected. The whole person moved at lightning speed, directly charging forward, and with a swift motion, he cleaved Cheng Huang in half. With a twisted smile on his face, he also licked his lips. "How about you also give me half of yourself? I'll eat you, and I won't kill you. How about it?" Looking at Cheng Huang, now cut in two with organs scattered on the ground, and Shen frowned. He was puzzled as to why the other party didn't dodge or fight back. Suddenly, a cold laugh came from beside him. "Hee, what are you in such a hurry for?" The voice suddenly rang out, and he turned his head sharply to see another Cheng Huang standing beside him, having appeared there without him noticing. And Shen was momentarily stunned, then looked down. There lay a corpse of a Cheng Huang on the ground, and behind it, what was going on? Two Cheng Huangs? And Shen's mind seemed to click, and he immediately turned around, swinging the bone blade again. Swish! This time, he struck directly at the neck, severing the trachea, and blood sprayed out like a faucet. The head rolled on the ground, but before he could regain his senses, he heard another cold laugh from the other side. "You might as well save your strength." He turned around to see a third Cheng Huang standing to the side, hands behind his back, eyes coldly fixed on him. "Every time you kill one, another one appears, and the more you kill, the more there are, with corpses all over the ground." And Shen suddenly recalled what Li Shenji had told him in a dream. Staring at the Cheng Huang in front of him and the two corpses on the ground, his heart sank. Just like what Li Shenji said. Wouldn't that mean the more he killed, the more there would be? Gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, a sharp, strange sound came from his feet, and Shen looked down and was instantly stunned. From the severed body of Chang Huang, long, thin black iron wireworms were crawling out of the wound, rapidly repairing the damaged body. They dragged intestines and stomachs all over the ground, frantically stuffing them back into the abdomen. Using their own bodies as threads, they connected the flesh and organs together, and in the blink of an eye, restored to their original form. Then, the two figures stood up from the ground, dusting off their clothes, and seemed momentarily stunned to see each other. Looking at Shen, they revealed a strange smile. "Why do I smell the scent of meat?" One of the Chang Huangs pointed a hand forward and chanted, "Nuclear technique, skinning." As the words fell, there was a sudden ripping sound, and Shen suddenly felt a chill all over his body. Immediately after, a searing pain. He looked down to see that his entire body, from head to toe, had been completely skinned. His bloody flesh was exposed, with veins and bones clearly visible. Standing in the air, as a gust of wind blew by, he felt a burning pain all over. The wrinkled skin was like clothing, completely thrown on the ground, and Chen was stunned. He instinctively reached out to pick up the human skin, but he heard Cheng Huang let out a strange laugh in front of him. "I'll keep this human skin for myself. I can use it to change into a new one later. As for you, they all say your flavor is exquisite, hee. Let this old man have a taste." As he spoke, his whole body suddenly floated forward, instantly appearing beside Chen like a ghost. He reached out a hand and forcefully pinched Chen's exposed arm. With a snap, a piece of flesh was torn off, and Chen gasped in pain, but saw Cheng Huang immediately shove the piece of meat into his mouth. Gulping sounds followed as his tongue savored the taste. After swallowing a piece, Cheng Huang's face showed extreme excitement, as if he had lost control. "Delicious, truly delicious. This is indeed a rare delicacy." He seemed to go mad, starting to tear at Shen's body with both hands. Piece after piece of flesh was ripped away, like a hungry beast, continuously stuffing it into his mouth. And Chen was in so much pain he could barely breathe. "So good, really so good. I've never eaten anything this delicious in my life. Good, good, good. This strange land of the core is truly worth the trip." After saying that, he reached for Chen's head. And Chen, almost enduring the excruciating pain, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Core technique, heartfire." White smoke erupted from his entire body, and he quickly dodged backward. At the same time, Cheng Huang was burned by the piece of flesh he had just torn off, letting out a scream. Yet, even so, he seemed unable to part with that piece of meat, enduring the high temperature as he stuffed it into his mouth, causing his tongue to crack. Core technique, light the sky lantern. And Shen changed his method of attack. He no longer directly severed the opponent's body. Clearly, that approach was ineffective. As his words fell, with a snap, one of Cheng Huang's skulls opened up like petals, revealing the pale and bloody brain inside. Without hesitation, Shen raised his palm, and with a pop, directly plucked the entire brain out. Bang! Cheng Huang fell to the ground, motionless. Did it work? Shen felt a surge of joy, not even having time to think. Suddenly, on the other side, a fourth Cheng Huang appeared out of nowhere. "You dare touch my brain?" Cheng Huang's expression twisted into a snarl, and as he spoke, he lunged forward, snatching his brain back. Then he slammed it hard onto the ground. With a crack, it shattered like tofu, and he even stepped on it a couple of times before looking up at Chen with a strange smile. "What other tricks do you have? Show them all. Come." Chen watched this scene, his heart racing, his eyes wide. His body was recovering. The human skin that had been stripped away was rapidly regenerating. But the pressing issue was not his injury, but how to kill Cheng Huang. Chen took a few steps back, creating a safe distance to calm himself. He stared at the four Cheng Huangs in front of him, his mind momentarily confused. If he could regenerate infinitely, what was the basis of his regeneration? If I keep killing him, how many can appear at most? The key point was that no matter what core technique he used, the goal was to kill him. But as long as he killed him, another one would regenerate, and wouldn't that be unsolvable? Chen pondered, hesitating for a few seconds, and pulled out something from his body. "Sea tongue spell shell." He quickly opened it facing one of them. A flesh-colored tongue stretched out, writhing rapidly, making a piercing sound. "Sea god of the mouth, spit out the curse and accept the spirit, let the ghost perish, I become a true person." "Sea god of the mouth, spit out the curse and accept the spirit, let the ghost perish, I become a true person." The tongue chanted several times in succession. With a thud, a water hole opened in the ground, and Cheng Huang fell into it. Then, Chen quickly closed the sea tongue spell shell, sealing the water hole. After waiting for 2 seconds, he turned his head and saw the fifth Cheng Huang appear in front of him, and Chen's expression darkened, falling into silence. No, it should be said that it is still the fourth one, among which one fell into the water hole and was sealed inside. But this also proves that this method cannot kill him. And Chen silently put away the sea serpent curse shell, while the four Cheng Huang across from him looked at him, their expressions a mix of smiles and mockery. They didn't seem in a hurry to act, as if they wanted to see what other tricks he had up his sleeve. And Shen scratched his head and finally sighed, appearing quite helpless. It really can't kill me. Wait for me to change my number. Upon hearing this, Chung Huang was momentarily stunned, as if he didn't understand the meaning. But then he saw Shen suddenly raise his knife and stab it straight into his own heart. And Shen's thought process was simple. If he couldn't win, then he would let another self come. He knew there was a problem with his heart, as previous actions had confirmed this. Although he still didn't know what this problem specifically was, he was sure that every time his heart was damaged, he would faint. Then when he woke up, everything would be over. Moreover, each time it didn't cause him significant harm. So Shen treated it as a kind of special core technique. At that moment, he stabbed towards his heart, but just as the blade was about to touch, suddenly, he couldn't move at all. The bone blade abruptly halted in front of his chest, his body petrified, unable to act. At the same time, he heard a cold voice from Chung Huang in front of him. Core technique, shadow puppet. And Shen felt as if his limbs and body were being held by a string, unable to move. Chung Huang extended his finger, made a slight motion, and with a snap, and Shen's arm twisted at a strange angle towards his back. It was directly broken and hung behind him. The pain made Shen grit his teeth, wanting to struggle, but he couldn't move at all. I understand you, and I know what you are. Chung Huang's voice was filled with a strange pity. Your heart has a problem. I saw it when you were killing the Hahuan sect. You are a vessel, and there are others inside you. You have reached a symbiotic state, but I am really curious about how you did it. Upon hearing this, Shen was momentarily stunned. Seeing the expression on the other's face, Chung Huang's eyes gradually narrowed, and his expression grew darker. You don't know? No, it should be said that you know, but you are unwilling to admit that you like this feeling. No, that's not right. Perhaps you really don't know. Just like how the Lianhua sect uses brainworms to modify memories. As a vessel, your memories may not even be real. What are you talking about? And Shen furrowed his brows, his face filled with confusion. However, Chung Huang seemed to have taken an interest, controlling him while his voice became hoarse. You don't believe it? He laughed strangely and suddenly asked, let me ask you, in Shangmia village, do you remember how you killed Du Xin? Upon hearing this question, Shen involuntarily began to recall. He remembered clearly that he had burned the body of the old monk, the abbot Du Xin, with fire. Was there a problem with that? However, Chung Huang let out a strange laugh. What you believe in your heart about how you killed him, I don't know. But in reality, do you know that you ate him? As soon as the words were spoken, Shen's mind buzzed, and he was stunned on the spot. What? No, or rather, it was that person who refined and consumed him. Did he also want to experience this longevity technique? Chung Huang's laughter became somewhat piercing. And do you remember how you killed the flesh mother? You also refined and consumed her. Besides that, how did you kill the leader of the Lianhua sect? The leader of the Lianhua sect? And Shen's breath gradually froze. He remembered very clearly that he had woven the leader's memories using the alter technique, causing him to refine himself. And thus, he completed a rule. This was absolutely correct. But Chung Huang sneered coldly. You would definitely say that he refined himself, which is true, but was it really you who consumed the alchemist? And Shen's body trembled again, his face growing increasingly pale. Ah, I almost forgot. There's someone you've been brooding over, the person you like, that girl, what was her name? Li Qianqian. Upon hearing this name, Shen's breath completely froze. He didn't even dare to listen further. However, Chung Huang continued, you should remember, you ate her, right? But do you remember which part of her you ate? And Shen gasped, instinctively speaking, it was her heart. Chung Huang shook his head, the smile on his face becoming even more peculiar. Are you really sure it was her heart? Was it eaten? Or did you just think it was eaten? What do you mean? Chung Huang did not explain, instead questioning him. Everyone speculates that you ate her heart, but did you really eat it? Is there any evidence? And Shen, you should understand now, this world no longer belongs to you. What is real? What is fake? Are the things you see, the experiences you have, really like that? Is memory necessarily true? I tampered with you, can you tell the difference? The harsh laughter sent chills down one's spine. I don't know who the person inside you is, but I know very well why he chose to be inside you. If it were me, I would do the same. At this point, Chung Huang's eyes widened, a strange excitement flashing within. After all, a prime vessel like you is truly rare. Who wouldn't want to refine you into an immortal product, taking a step to the heavens? As he spoke, he suddenly waved his hands. Suddenly, from his sleeves, a golden scroll floated out. Although I am greedy for longevity, I have also diligently practiced and not wasted time. It's time for you to witness the refinement of the Qingshan path. As the words fell, he gestured with his palm. The golden scroll slowly unfurled, continuously expanding outward, like a massive curtain surrounding Shen. Following that, dense, twisted characters floated from above, like a magical array, trapping him inside. Path of refinement. At the moment Cheng Huang's voice fell, with a clang, the pitch-black characters suspended around Shen began to spin rapidly, emitting beams of golden light. Accompanied by a rustling sound, Shen, trapped within, started to feel his flesh as if it were being thrown into a blender, peeling away bit by bit. Those characters seemed to carry a certain suction, pulling away his flesh piece by piece, grinding and slicing. Each path has its unique refinement method, Cheng Huang sneered as he watched the scene before him. I remember, the Buddhist path requires a golden bowl, covering the person under the bowl while continuously chanting scriptures, dissolving them bit by bit, also known as scripture refinement. The Taoist path requires a dan ding, throwing it into the cauldron, igniting it, suffocating it, also known as dan burning refinement. As for the divine path, it must have an incense burner, refining through the incense, also called incense refinement. As for my Qingshan path, it requires a scroll, using the scroll to peel away the flesh bit by bit, also known as flesh disassembly refinement. However, this scroll is not an ordinary scroll. It is one that I raised with human flesh, which took quite a bit of effort. He kept muttering to himself. Meanwhile, Shen, undergoing flesh disassembly refinement through the Qingshan path, was wildly crashing within the characters. He felt as if he had been thrown into a washing machine, constantly stirring, the world turning upside down. His flesh was frantically peeling away, turning into meat paste the size of sesame seeds, continuously gathering together, gradually forming a complete object like a pill. Shen gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain, his mind in chaos. The speed of this refinement was incredibly fast, and his body's recovery could not keep up. In a moment of desperation, he could no longer think of anything else. He hurriedly activated the nuclear technique transplanting flowers and trees. In an instant, as he was being refined, the Cheng Huang connected through the nuclear technique was also being refined. Its body rotted away in an instant, even faster than his own. However, Cheng Huang stood still, seemingly unperturbed. After all, even if one of his cells was refined, there were still 3 left beside him. It was completely inconsequential, but Shen could no longer think further. He knew he could never kill Cheng Huang. He watched helplessly as the Cheng Huang closest to him slowly transformed into a pill. The unrefined flesh floated around. At that moment, a sudden rage surged within him, Shen gritted his teeth tightly. Even if I die, at least I'll take one of you down with me. With that, he reached out and grabbed the floating pieces of Cheng Huang's flesh in front of him. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and bit down, swallowing it with a gulp. After a few bites, Shen suddenly felt something was off. The flesh was covered in clumps of black hair. Without time to react, he swallowed it whole. The next second, everything went dark before his eyes. He fainted. A few seconds later, as if in a dream, he suddenly heard a strange voice ringing out. My son, come, quickly help your father hold down your sister. Her head won't come off. Shen's eyes flew open, as if jolted awake from a nightmare, gasping for breath. Before him was a completely unfamiliar scene. A rustic thatched cottage. The room was dark, with a few dim candles flickering on the table. And on the table lay a girl bound up. Next to her stood a bare-chested man holding a knife. The man tugged at the girl's hair, pulling her head back, exposing her pale neck, raising the knife as if ready to strike. His expression was one of great excitement. Good son, what are you waiting for? Come hold down your sister. The girl struggled incessantly, Shen stood frozen, looking down at himself. He found he was wearing ancient clothing. An old bronze mirror hung on the wall. Turning his head, Shen saw his face in the mirror. A completely unfamiliar young boy. Who is this? Where am I? The furnishings of the thatched cottage looked ancient. Before Shen could process this, he heard the man shout impatiently. Are you stupid? Damn it, I told you to come hold her down. Do you still want to follow me to become an immortal? The man's anger twisted his face, and suddenly the flesh on his face began to writhe. With a pop, the skin split open, and several long, thin worms crawled out, like iron wire worms. Shen's face changed at this sight, and he quickly raised his hand. Nuclear technique, heartfire. As soon as he spoke, the man gritted his teeth and suddenly walked over, raising his hand and slashing a knife directly at his face. With a splatter, blood sprayed out, Shen felt half of his face was cut, blood gushing forth. He lost control and fell to the ground, covering his face, feeling a burning pain, staring blankly at his palm, his mind buzzing. The nuclear technique was ineffective. It wouldn't activate. What was going on? Get up! Damn it, if you don't listen, I'll throw you into the pot to boil. The man came over, grabbed Shen by the hair, and pulled him up. He pushed him next to the girl on the table, gritting his teeth. Hold her down. Shen hadn't even raised his hand when he locked eyes with the girl, who was crying and struggling. Brother Cheng Huang, please let me go. Don't go crazy like Daddy. You and Daddy have already eaten Mommy. Do you want to eat me too? Hearing this, Shen froze in place. What did you call me? Slap. The man struck the girl across the face, drawing blood, and sneered. If you cooperate like your mother, you'll suffer less. Saying this, he grabbed the girl's wrist and brought the knife down. Clang! Scalding blood splattered out, drenching Shen's face. Then, the man took that hand and tossed it directly into the boiling cauldron beside him, grinning with a twisted expression. The rules are very clear. As long as you sacrifice 2 relatives, you can become an immortal. Your mother is one, and you are the other. Good son, once your father becomes an immortal, I'll take you with me. The man heavily patted Shen's shoulder. After speaking, he directly swung a knife, severing the girl's neck. Blood gushed onto the ground, and Shen stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the scene. He didn't move at all, watching as the man chopped the girl into pieces and tossed them into the boiling furnace beside him. Then, the man excitedly ran to one side, lit an incense burner against the wall, and began to chant. The heavenly beings favor me, and have offered my kin to help me become an immortal. Help me become an immortal. As he chanted, his gaze suddenly became dazed, staring into the air as if he saw something. His whole body froze. What? Then, as if he had seen something unbelievable, he jumped up. Is my wife not considered kin? Just because we don't share blood, it must be flesh and blood? But what flesh and blood do I have left? As he spoke, he seemed to think of something, suddenly turning to stare at Shen. Son! He rushed over and grabbed Shen's arm. Help your father this time. Once I become an immortal, I will definitely go to the underworld to bring you back. Okay? Shen felt his head buzzing. Where the hell am I? How did it turn into a ride on a yellow dragon? Could it be because I ate his flesh? While he pondered, he shook off the man's hand and hurriedly pulled back. The man's expression darkened instantly, his tone turning extremely cold. What? You don't want to help your father? I went through so much trouble to raise you, and when it's time for you to repay me, you refuse? Do you want to be an ungrateful wolf? A father is the guide for his son. Don't you understand this principle? Do you want to be a disobedient child? Shen remained silent, watching the approaching man. He kept retreating, knowing that his abilities were useless here. He could only quickly scan the surroundings for anything he could use as a weapon. Damn it, you die too. Suddenly, the man swung his knife horizontally, and Shen's face changed dramatically, and he quickly crouched down. His hand just happened to touch the girl's head that had fallen to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed her hair, wrapping it around his palm, using his sister's head as a weapon, swinging it around and smashing it into the man's face. The force was tremendous. The blow made the man see stars, his nasal bone fractured, blood gushing out wildly. You beast! I'll kill you! The man was furious, swinging his knife and chasing after him, and Shen hurriedly dodged, running in circles around the table. The man struck several times, the blade hitting the girl's severed abdomen on the table. The bloody intestines were exposed, looking gruesome. Seeing this, Shen's mind sparked with an idea. He threw the head in his hand forcefully, smashing it onto the man's head. Taking advantage of the moment the man covered his face in pain, Shen quickly grabbed the exposed intestines and yanked them out, wrapping them around the man's neck, tightening it. Beast! You beast! The man gasped, his voice hoarse as he was choked, and Shen used almost all his strength. The man kept swinging his knife backward, hitting Shen's face, but even so, Shen still didn't let go. The scene was bloody to the extreme. After less than a minute, the man finally lost strength, his legs kicking out, and he fell silent. Shen still held onto the intestines tightly, not daring to let go. Sitting on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, he panted heavily until he confirmed the man was dead, then finally relaxed his grip. Exhausted, he leaned against the wall. What on earth is happening? He looked at the bloody scene before him, puzzled, when suddenly, the door was pushed open. A person burst in, excitement in their voice. Dad! I'm back! I've eaten the infinite meat. Have you tied up my sister? As soon as the person entered the room, their steps froze in shock, the air thick with a pungent smell of blood. They saw the scene before them, their face turning pale, and then turned to see Shen sitting on the ground. Their eyes widened. Who are you? Shen looked at the other person, equally stunned, because he discovered that the other person looked exactly like him. Or rather, it was another Chen Huang. You impersonated me and killed my father? Chen Huang quickly understood something upon seeing the scene in the room, and his expression changed drastically. I know now, you must have come to steal the limitless flesh, too. You covet our ascension. Tell me, who exactly are you? As he spoke, he roared and lunged forward. Shen, seeing this, hurriedly picked up the knife that had fallen to the ground. Without hesitation, he struck it against Chen Huang's neck. Splurt, blood sprayed out. Die! He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. Pulling out the knife, he was just about to strike again when a sudden flash of white light appeared before him. Before he could react, and Shen found himself standing on the steps, surrounded by a dense mass of floating text. In front of him stood 3 Chang Huangs. Strangely, each of them had a matching gash on their necks, blood gushing out wildly. Chang Huang himself was clearly stunned, not knowing what had happened, covering his neck in shock. "Why haven't you been refined yet? How could you have hurt me? This is impossible, you." He was still speaking, and Shen himself hadn't even processed what was happening when another flash of white light occurred. Immediately after, he saw himself holding the knife, back in the ancient thatched cottage. In front of him was the young Cheng Huang, who he had just wounded, rolling on the ground and screaming, "It hurts! It hurts! Ah!" And Shen stared blankly at this scene. He quickly looked around, as if suddenly realizing something. Could this place be the land of the bazaar? After eating Cheng Huang's flesh, he had arrived here. He only guessed that this place was clearly different from his own world. He thought it might be the land of the bazaar. But the question was, why had he come here? Why had he just gone back? Before he could think it through, the young Cheng Huang stood up in anger. From the wound on his neck, slender worms crawled out, quickly stitching the injury together. "I will kill you." Cheng Huang lunged at him again. "Forget it, just kill him first." And Shen gritted his teeth and swung the knife directly, but it was dodged. Immediately, Cheng Huang seized the opportunity, using his shoulder to slam into Shen's chest, knocking him to the ground, and mounted him, swinging his fists. "You dare to kill my father! I will kill you! I will kill you!" And Shen blocked the punches and retaliated with a knife strike to his arm. "Ah!" Cheng Huang cried out in pain as he fell to the ground, and Shen hadn't even gotten up when another flash of white light appeared before him. He was back on the steps. In front of him, the 3 Cheng Huangs had deep gashes on their arms. Cheng Huang was clearly stunned, and then he angrily approached. "The refining speed is so slow, truly hard to kill, I might as well just eat you myself," he said, reaching out a hand. He grabbed Shen's shoulder and tore off a piece of flesh. The intense pain made Shen grit his teeth and close his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself back in the thatched cottage, but with a strip of flesh torn from his arm. The young Cheng Huang got up, covering his wound, and upon seeing Shen's appearance, he was clearly taken aback, puzzled about how that injury had come to be. "So that's how it is." And Shen seemed to realize something, a rather excited smile appearing on his face. "I can't kill you over there, but I can kill you here. Let's see if your speed is faster or mine." The young Cheng Huang clearly didn't understand what that meant. Before he could react, Shen had already lunged at him with the knife. The blade struck his back. Blood sprayed. In pain, he cried out loudly. Without a weapon, the young Cheng Huang hurriedly tried to run out, but Shen grabbed his hair, forcibly pulling him back and pinning him on the table. "You like to eat, right? Come, I'll let you eat your fill today." And Shen reached into the girl's mangled belly, grabbing wildly. He pulled out a messy handful of blood and flesh and stuffed it directly into Cheng Huang's mouth. "Didn't you want to eat your sister? Here, eat it, eat your fill." Cheng Huang's mouth was stuffed with flesh, emitting a painful whimper, yet he lacked the strength to struggle free. Then, Shen swung his hand and chopped off 3 of the boy's fingers, picking them up and continuing to stuff them into Cheng Huang's mouth. "Eat faster." As he roared in anger, Shen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his cheek. Hiss! This sensation felt like a chunk of flesh being sliced off. He hurriedly touched his face and discovered that a piece was missing from one side. "Damn it, this old thing actually ate my flesh." And Shen immediately realized something, veins bulging on his forehead. He grabbed the boy Cheng Huang by the ear and sliced it off with a swift motion, then stuffed it into his own mouth. He chewed madly. "You thought I wouldn't eat?" The boy Cheng Huang was pinned to the table, his face turning pale with fear, unable to move. As Shen continued to bite and devour, he noticed that the flesh on his own body was also rapidly falling away. He ate faster and faster, cutting off an ear to replace it with another, and finally went straight for a bite. "Don't beg me." The boy Cheng Huang finally began to break down under the intense torment. "Let me go. I'll give you everything, the infinite flesh, too. I'll leave right now." "Infinite flesh? What is that?" And Shen furrowed his brow, pressing the knife against his neck. "Hand it over." The boy Cheng Huang trembled, not daring to refuse, when suddenly, with a loud pop, a mass of pitch-black hair sprouted from his neck. Seeing this, Shen was stunned. He had noticed this hair during their earlier battle but didn't know what it was. It just looked like a living thing, and Shen yanked it, pulling it out. "What is this thing for?" The pained boy Cheng Huang trembled all over. The infinite flesh is a monster core that attaches to the body. As long as the consumer's breathing stops, it can continuously generate new consumers. "Aren't you here for this thing?" Upon hearing this, Shen's eyes widened in shock. So that's it. No wonder this guy couldn't be killed, he had such a monster core hidden inside him. Without hesitation, he pulled hard, and with a loud pop, he forcibly yanked out the infinite flesh. It was like a furry creature writhing in his hand. After losing this thing, the boy Chung Huang was terrified and quickly begged for mercy. Please, spare me, immortal. And Shen glanced at him, then at the infinite flesh in his hand, and suddenly his expression turned strange, filled with suspicion. Are you trying to trick me? The boy Chung Huang was taken aback and quickly waved his hands. No, I wouldn't dare. But Shen pressed down on him firmly, angrily saying, if this thing is really as good as you say, you should eat it now. I can't kill you, you shouldn't be afraid of me. You can't die at all, so why are you afraid of me killing you? Just hand over the thing? At this, Shen raised his hand and directly chopped off the boy's other hand, gritting his teeth. Tell me, what the hell is going on? The pained Cheng Huang let out a heart-wrenching scream. I'm not lying to you, I swear. I wouldn't dare. Still pretending. And Shen didn't believe him at all, using the blade to start peeling off his flesh piece by piece. You can't die, but it will still hurt. I have plenty of time to torture you. Ever heard of Ling Chi? Cheng Huang's face turned pale. And Shen said this just to bluff him. In reality, he knew he didn't have enough time. The flesh on his own body was also falling off piece by piece, and this bastard must have sensed that, so he was enduring it. Let's see who can't hold on first. No, this won't do. And Shen saw that one of his arms was almost completely eaten away. He couldn't afford to think too much. Anyway, this thing must be on you. Saying this, he began to slash wildly at Cheng Huang. Bang bang bang. No, no. At first, Cheng Huang screamed and struggled, but when a knife struck his neck, severing his windpipe, he fell silent and finally calmed down. And Shen continued without stopping. With a single stroke, he cleaved open his head, and to his astonishment, a mass of black hair emerged from within, writhing as if trying to burrow out. And Shen, seeing this, was momentarily taken aback, then plunged his hand into the brain matter and pulled the thing out. Upon closer inspection, it was clearly different from what Cheng Huang had just given him. Inside this mass of black hair seemed to grow a fleshy ball, covered in a dense layer of meat paste, and Shen stared at it, deep in thought. Cheng Huang, whose body was gradually recovering, caught sight of this scene with his eyes askew, trembling and pale. No, no, give it back to me, give it back. Suddenly, he was filled with a surge of strength from who knows where, shoving Shen aside and frantically trying to snatch it away, as if he were risking his life. And Shen was slammed against the wall, unable to dodge in time. Looking at Cheng Huang's blood-red eyes, he gritted his teeth, opened his mouth, and, fighting back the nausea, swallowed the thing whole. Cheng Huang froze in place, his face pale, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, crying out uncontrollably, "Mother! That's my mother!" And Shen was momentarily stunned by this revelation. He had already swallowed it. At the same time, he suddenly felt a wave of indescribable nausea rising in his stomach. This nausea was not psychological but a physiological instinct, as if something had touched his threshold. Even when eating human flesh, he had never felt this nauseous. He was on the verge of vomiting. It wasn't that the thing was rejecting him, but rather trying to burrow out of his body. Spit it out. You better spit it out. Give me back my mother. The young Cheng Huang screamed like a madman. He grabbed Shen, trying to claw at his throat, but Shen bit off his finger. Ah! Cheng Huang cried out in pain, retreating, looking at Shen with a mix of fear and anger. Is your mother a freakish core? Shen fought back the urge to vomit, continuously swallowing the thing back down. Cheng Huang's expression turned extremely twisted. At first, she wasn't, but my mother volunteered to be refined to protect me. Hearing this, Shen was momentarily taken aback, then sneered. What a volunteer, your father didn't say that just now. Now that there's no more infinite flesh, let's see how you survive. As Shen spoke, he swung his knife toward him. Seeing this, Cheng Huang's face changed, knowing he couldn't win, and turned to run. Just as Shen was about to chase him, suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his abdomen. Looking down, he saw that his abdomen had been opened. His intestines were being pulled out by some force. That old bastard. Shen gasped in pain, a flash of white light before him, and he found himself back at the steps. He saw Cheng Huang, pulling his own intestines out, his gaze icy and filled with rage. What have you done to me? Shen was dragged along the ground by his intestines. Eating my flesh is one thing, but you ate my mother. Why? How did you do it? After losing the infinite flesh, Shen saw that the other two Cheng Huangs were visibly disintegrating and disappearing. Seeing this, he knew he had succeeded. Although he was unclear why there were two overlapping instances, his mind was still racing, while the Cheng Huang before him seemed to have already collapsed. In a fit of rage, he stomped on Shen's chest, yanking on his intestines with all his might. He forcibly tore Shen in two, organs spilling out with a splatter, and he fell silent on the spot. Then, he gasped for breath, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. Before he could catch his breath, suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he seemed to catch a glimpse of something. He turned his head sharply, stunned. A new Shen, appearing from who knows where, stood beside him, coldly staring at him. Cheng Huang's mouth gaped open, but no sound came from his throat. Shen, however, wore a spine-chilling smile. How does it feel? Refreshing? After saying this, he turned his hand and severed his own head with a bone blade. A second later, a third Shen appeared, repeating the same action, again and again. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 Shens surrounded Cheng Huang. No, no! Cheng Huang clutched his head, his eyes filled with utter despair as he looked around, feeling the world spinning around him. Don't help him anymore, mother, don't help him. You should protect me. I'm your child. Cheng Huang completely broke down, his expression twisted beyond recognition. He charged at Shen. However, for everyone he killed, another appeared. The more he killed, the more despair filled him, suffocating and oppressive at that moment. How could this happen? I finally made it this far. Why not? No! I'm not willing. I'm not willing. Shen watched him, his gaze gradually calming. Yes, the outcome was already decided. Without the infinite flesh, Cheng Huang was no different from an ordinary cultivator. After all, like Master Du Xan, he was on the path of longevity, and in terms of cultivation, he didn't possess much. However, living longer didn't necessarily mean becoming stronger. Shen looked at him and extended his hand. Since it's so painful, let me help you once, how about that? After saying this, many Shens around reached out, pressing down on Cheng Huang's head. You want longevity? I'll give you a dream of longevity. Divine altar technique, weaving dreams. The moment the words fell, Shen entered Cheng Huang's memories. Pieces of flesh connected together represented different memories. Shen began to intervene and weave. He altered the story in Cheng Huang's memory. Originally, it was a tale of seeking the art of longevity, where he, alongside his father, refined his mother into a monstrous core, devoured his sister, and then killed his father. After Shen's modifications, it became a story of someone who didn't want longevity but was forced by his parents, reluctantly refining his mother and father, then devouring his sister, wanting to escape everything. The only difference in the story was the shift from active to passive. Previously, Cheng Huang was active, but now, everything in his life was forced. When he exited weaving dreams, Cheng Huang knelt on the ground, his eyes hollow as he gazed at the sky, murmuring to himself, "Finally, I've escaped this art of longevity. The infinite flesh no longer belongs to me. I'm free. I'm liberated." He looked up at Shen, his gaze dull, his tone calmer than ever. "Thank you, could you take me one last time?" Shen said nothing, merely nodded. Then he raised his bone blade and with one stroke, severed Cheng Huang's head. It rolled on the ground, motionless. In the next moment, Shen saw a blood mist symbol appear before him. Corpse backing law. Kill 4 individuals who possess at least one divine altar using 4 different experiences of pain. When killing the cult leader, Shen inflicted the pain of regret. For Cheng Huang, he chose liberation. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Shen suddenly saw a remnant core fall out from within. He picked it up and opened it, seeing the words written inside. Core technique, shadow play. When I was little, my mother loved to take me to see shadow puppetry. One day, I whimsically asked her if shadow puppets were made from human skin. Mother scolded me, telling me not to say such ominous things. Later, when I refined my mother, I deliberately kept her human skin to make a few shadow puppets. Now I occasionally take them out, manipulating those little puppets like a master. I always feel like my mother is still by my side. Core technique integrated, shadow play, Shen paused slightly, staring at the blood mist symbol in midair, took a deep breath, and stood up. He roughly understood this core technique. Like Cheng Huang, it could manipulate others. Its potential should be significant. As Shen pondered, he held Cheng Huang's head and turned to prepare to descend the steps, only to see a crowd approaching from behind. It was the people. They were all dressed in combat gear, carrying guns and ammunition, their expressions filled with anger as they climbed the steps, seemingly unafraid of life and death. "Where is Cheng Huang? Where is Cheng Huang? Old man, I'm going all out with you. Where are the people? Damn it, I'm strapped with explosives. I've even stuffed 3 in my pants. I'm not afraid of blowing this bastard to bits." Looking at the boiling crowd surging up the steps, Shen smiled. He suddenly remembered a phrase that Bai Jian had told him when they first met. "We will not lose." Yes, we will not lose. From the very beginning to now, every step, every person who has died, has meaning. Below, as people flocked and climbed up, they looked up to see Shen, covered in blood, holding a severed head, and all were stunned. Soon, someone recognized him. It's him, the rebel Shen. It really is him. He killed Cheng Huang? The people who had just climbed up were squeezed so tightly they couldn't see clearly and shouted, "Hey, what are you blowing up? Just say the word, and I'll pull the trigger right now. Calm the hell down. Don't blow things up randomly. Everyone has explosives on them now. if you blow yourself up, we'll all go up in flames. Are you setting off fireworks? Shut up, Cheng Huang is dead. It's In Chen, the rebel, he killed Cheng Huang. The crowd's gaze and voices gradually focused on the person at the center of the steps. Finally, it fell into dead silence. And Chen looked at everyone and raised the severed head in his hand. Cheng Huang is dead, we have one. On the road, Wang Jian's face was somewhat grim. Yes, he was still fighting this muscular man. On the steps, the crowd was cheering wildly. At this moment on the road, Wang Jian's expression was quite grim. Yes, he was still fighting this muscular man. Something was off, very off. This person was too strong. Initially, he let In Chen go first, hoping for a stroke of luck, deliberately making things a bit harder for In Chen. But now he was starting to feel fortunate that he hadn't really let In Chen stay to deal with this person. Because this person was definitely stronger than Cheng Huang. Wang Jian had just used the nuclear technique, sword formation, intending to directly eliminate this person. However, the opponent not only withstood 3,666 strikes but didn't even die, just injured. This strength was almost equal to his own. Wang Jian's gaze was heavy as he looked at the wound on his abdomen. When the opponent was attacked by the sword formation, he even managed to punch him back. How could Cheng Huang have such a strong subordinate? He gripped his sword, his gaze icy. You don't need to act, Your Excellency. Cheng Huang probably can't control someone like you. Who exactly are you? The other party remained calm upon hearing this. With hands clasped together, he spoke steadily. It seems you have seen through me. Who are you? Your sword formation is astonishing. Fortunately, I am the one who came to this city of orphans. If it were any other brothers, they would probably be dead by now. Hearing this, Wang Jian was taken aback. City of orphans? Are you talking about here? It seems you are completely unaware of what is happening outside. Should I praise you for being well protected or call you ignorant? The muscular monk paused for a moment, looking back at the steps, and slowly said, Cheng Huang is dead. I had previous correspondence with him, but he never replied and claimed to be the master of this city. But now it seems he is not worthy of the title. He told me that he used a special method to completely seal off the people and information in this city. What you see is more false than true. What do you mean? Wang Jian frowned, increasingly confused. From what you say, it sounds like you came from a very distant place? Not far, from the west outside the city of orphans, from Central Plains City. At this point, the other party paused. In my view, the true master of this city should be the one who just killed Cheng Huang. I heard his name outside the city before, the rebel. Now it seems he really is something. However, the situation has changed, and I fear I cannot visit in person. I trouble you to pass this letter to him for me. Fate brings us together and separates us. We will meet again. Saying this, he took an envelope out of his pocket and gently pushed it forward. The envelope floated slowly through the air and landed in Wang Jian's hand. Then, the man clasped his hands together and murmured, Amitba. In an instant, he transformed into a puff of white smoke and vanished. Wang Jian stood there, staring blankly at the envelope. When he opened it and saw what was inside, he forgot to breathe on the steps. And Chen looked at the cheering crowd. They were celebrating as if it were a festival, their faces lit up with joy. Some were taking photos, others were sharing the moment, and some were excitedly hugging those next to them, causing one person to shout in alarm, Dude, don't bump into me. I've got explosives in my pants. Don't blow us up. No need to die. We don't have to die anymore. This is amazing. We're saved, really saved. It's like a dream. This is the first time in my life I've held a gun, and I never expected it would be against otherworldly beings. And Shen listened to the cheers and slowly stepped away from the scene. He didn't join in, nor was he surrounded by the crowd. He simply turned around, hands in his pockets, and quietly left while no one was paying attention. However, the corners of his mouth still lifted in a smile. The cheers behind him made him feel that all of this had meaning. This meaning was not about enjoying being revered, but rather that he had truly done it. With his actions, he had protected these people and this city. In that moment, and Shen felt very cool. Yes, very cool. He even felt a bit smug inside. He had always been such a simple person. Growing up at home, well taken care of by his parents, he had never traveled far. The farthest he had ever gone was when he left home for college. After the possession incident occurred, he never thought of himself as invincible. He just faced enemies with a greater willingness to take risks. He reminded himself each time, what's there to fear? It's just death. He armed his exterior while softening his heart. Wasn't it the same for him? Saving someone or helping others would make him feel pleased for half a day? And Chen walked outside and onto the road. He saw Wang Jian and Su Guan running towards him. Cheng Huang is dead? Dead. Is that satisfying? Very satisfying. Wang Jian nodded and then said, but I have some bad news to tell you. After saying that, he handed over the envelope in his hand. What is it? Wang Jian didn't rush in to open it but spoke with a heavy tone. Before this, did you ever think about something? What? Since the possessor invasion happened, it must be occurring all over the world, right? And Chen was taken aback by this and suddenly had a bad premonition. I won't read the letter. Avoiding it won't help. Wang Jian's tone remained serious. That person told me something. He said Cheng Huang used a special method to cut off the information of the people in our city, but he didn't say what the method was. I don't understand. There's so much information online, could it all be fake? Then, he gave me this. This letter is about the world outside this city. What I need to tell you is that because of the information blockade, the outside world is completely different from what we imagine. You need to be mentally prepared. And Chen could tell that Wang Jian was not joking, although he hoped it was just a joke. The unease in his heart grew stronger, and Chen couldn't help but ask, you don't mean that many cities have fallen into chaos and become cities of possessors, do you? Yes. How many? Wang Jian opened the envelope, revealing a map. It was all red, with only a small blue spot in the corner. He took a deep breath. In the whole world, we are the last city that hasn't fallen. And Chen stared blankly at the map, standing still, forgetting to breathe. End of Volume 1. Volume 1 summary. Volume 1 has ended, and I'd like to summarize it. I also want to take this opportunity to get to know everyone. Thank you very much for reading this far. I sincerely appreciate the support of all the readers who finished the first volume. First of all, I have to admit that I tricked everyone at the beginning. I said I was a tentacled monster, an octopus, but now I confess, I'm actually not an octopus. I'm not even close to being a starfish. My writing speed is really not fast, but I still manage to keep up with 3 chapters a day. The reason is simple. I want readers to remember. Hey, there's a book that updates 3 times a day, faster than others, so I'll read that first. Yes, that's the reason. I believe everyone can see that this book is inspired by Dao Gui. There's nothing wrong with that, I admit it openly. Gaining inspiration from great authors is a path every struggling writer like me must take. It's called standing on the shoulders of giants to look ahead. The author of Dao Gui was also influenced by Guini and wrote Guini Di Hai. Dao Gui pioneered this genre of cursed cultivation, and it has taken this genre to its extreme. You can't deny it. But being inspired doesn't mean I'll write the same thing again. Writing the same setting would be like showing off a big knife in front of Guangdong, and it's meaningless. Why would I look at the great works and then come to read yours? So I want to write some new elements under this cursed cultivation theme. Thus, I added a cultivation system and reverse time travel invasion. I hope you will like it. The number of readers for this book is not many, as you can see. Originally, the data was rising quite well every day. But suddenly one day the book's tags were inexplicably changed. Then, it was said that changing the tags would switch the traffic pool, and the data just plummeted. I don't know why Tomato changed the tags without notifying the author. The author has to appeal to change it back. I also don't know if the drop in data is related to this. Later, the tags were changed back, but the traffic didn't recover. It's really frustrating. No wonder authors online say that sometimes luck is very important when writing books on Tomato. I hope more people will read it in the future. To be honest, I haven't looked at the back-end reviews at all while writing up to now. I only looked at book reviews and comments at the end of chapters, because I'm afraid to look. The data is so poor, I'm afraid of being scolded for writing too badly or various other issues, and then my mindset would collapse, and I wouldn't be able to write anymore. So I simply don't let myself look, insisting on finishing the story I want to write first before checking. If I get scolded then, well, I've already finished writing. Self-comforting victory method. Of course, everyone who tags me will definitely see it because there are reminders in the back end. Next, I will reflect on the issues of the first volume. The biggest problem is that the cultivation system is not clear enough, the use of nuclear techniques is not rich enough, and the differences in each cultivation system are not obvious enough. This is where I didn't write well, and I accept the criticism. The second volume will address this. Including nuclear techniques, I will elaborate in more detail, adding specifics to clarify the cultivation system. In fact, during the writing process, I have deleted a lot of content. Sometimes I finish writing something the day before, and the next day I delete it all because I feel it's just not exciting enough. At least I feel it's not exciting. I am demanding that every battle of enchants be different in some way, and every fight must be resolved in a different manner. I try to avoid the same way of dying as much as possible. From killing the Hahuan sect to the young master of the Lianhua sect, the sect leader, and the village of Qingmiao, to Chen Huang, if the methods of killing the enemies are similar, I delete it and rewrite it. So it takes a lot of time and increases the workload. I could have updated directly, but I don't want to. Moreover, I will maintain this approach in the second volume. Why? Because I don't want to use the same material to pad the word count, to be perfunctory with myself and the readers. If I don't write seriously, the readers won't read it either. By the way, I learned to solve each enemy with different methods from anime, where every battle is different, striving for excitement. I really appreciate everyone's support. If the data can hold up, I will seriously finish writing this book. I'm just afraid that something inexplicable, like changing labels, will come up again, something unrelated to my efforts, leading to a day where I earn less than 10 yuan. And then after a month, 20,000 words, not even 300 yuan. I just don't know how to keep going. After all, typing out 200,000 words on a computer is worth more than this. I'm not being arrogant. It's just that sometimes I feel that what I write shouldn't be worth less than 10 yuan a day, right? But sometimes when I look at the data, it really seems worthless. Damn! Oh right, there's one more thing. The world in the book is fictional, so I can't write real place names. Nor can I allude to real governments, which everyone understands. Especially with this kind of theme, when it comes to eating meat, real names absolutely cannot appear, so I made it fictional. Just consider this place as Blue Star. Don't get tangled up with the fact that it doesn't match real locations. It can't match. If it really matched, I could write it, but can Tomato let me publish it? There was a chapter before that had to be revised 3 times because it included real place names before it could be uploaded. There's really no way around that. Also, if possible, I kindly ask for help in recommending this in the book shortage area. This is really very important to me, and please give a 5-star review, but it has to have a certain reading duration, because it seems Tomato doesn't count ratings from readers with too short reading times. This is also very important to me. Thank you so much. The next volume will be even more exciting. Below the dividing line is the current content and data organization. If interested, you can take a look to get a sense of the protagonist's growth. The 24 laws. The laws mentioned in the current chapters include ascetic, walking in shadows, coroner, maid, hero, Deadpool, same route, slavegu, credit knife, skillful hands, carrying corpses. The above laws appear in different chapters. Some are just mentioned, while others are described. Currently, the protagonist possesses a shrine. The path of cultivation and the law route, path of suffering. First shrine stage laws, ascetic, walking in shadows, trial of the heavenly maiden. Second shrine stage, carrying corpses, ascetic, laws, physical suffering 3 times, mental suffering 2 times, pleasure is prohibited. Walking in shadows, law, use suffering to refine others 2 times, become a vessel of suffering twice, madness is prohibited. Trial of the heavenly maiden, eat oneself. Carrying corpses, law, kill 6 people who each possess at least 1 shrine and 6 different ways of experiencing pain. Currently, the protagonist possesses nuclear techniques, blood droplet, heartfire, stitching, weaving dreams, flower and tree switching, shadow puppetry, lighting the sky lantern, pain refinement, flesh attachment. Currently, the protagonist possesses strange nuclear objects, delusional tongue pearl, needs refining, fox face human skin, see tongue curse shell, infinite flesh. Currently, the protagonist masters shrine techniques, weaving dreams, and so on. 3 days after the death of Chung Huang, the entire city fell into a frenzy. People held a funeral for Chao Song and cleared by Jian's name, who had been falsely accused earlier. Until now, heroes and villains are clearly defined. The 3 major offices were not dismantled because the city still needed management, and Chen was tirelessly elected by the people as the new manager. Although there was no formal process or ceremony, almost everyone in the city had tacitly accepted In Chen as the guardian. Even the 3 major offices began to obey him without exception. Of course, In Chen did not actually take over the 3 major offices. After all, after obtaining that map from the outside world, his views on many things had changed. So he handed the 3 major offices over to Wang Jian, who had been in the profession longer and had more experience. Wang Jian was initially very reluctant, but seemed unable to find a more suitable candidate, so he had to take on the role. His management style was very rough and simple. Anything illegal, kill. This made everyone extremely afraid, and they all became quite law-abiding. There was once a witness who saw someone driving accidentally hit a car parked by the roadside. The person who was hit hurriedly got out of the car to bow and apologize to the other party, constantly claiming, "You crashed into my car, how about giving some compensation?" The situation looked quite favorable. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit building, Li Shenji held a skewer of meat, chewing away. Next to him was a portable grill, smoke swirling in the room, yet a delicious aroma lingered. Chung Huang is dead. I never expected In Chen to actually win. A few days have passed, and it seems the city is safe for now. He sounded like he was stating a fact, but there was a hint of disbelief. Beside him sat another man in a suit, legs crossed, wearing 10 different rings on his fingers, his expression somewhat indifferent. "So, you didn't mistake him for someone else?" "I admit there was an element of gambling at first," Li Shinji bit into the skewer. "But I won the bet." And Chen is quite a unique existence. Initially, not many discovered him, but now, it seems the outside world has caught on. Li Shinji said helplessly. There was only one Cheng Huang, but now all sorts of spirits and monsters have come. The city might be in trouble. Hearing this, the man in the suit toyed with the rings on his fingers, falling into silence. After a moment, he spoke. "What's meant to come will eventually arrive. You need to speed things up. If he chooses to trust others, our losses will be even greater. The problem is, will he agree to join us? After all, we don't sound like good people," Li Shinji muttered. "Then it depends on your eloquence," the man in the suit replied calmly. "Although, I never thought we were good people either. In this world, all crows are black, but people are products of interests and desires. In negotiations, as long as you present relevant benefits, the other party cannot remain unmoved." "Benefits?" Li Shinji lowered his head in thought, and after a moment, as if suddenly realizing something, he said, "In my previous observations, Shen's parents were taken away. I had someone follow them. There should be news in the next few days. Perhaps we can start from this angle." "Well, to be honest, it's not a good thing for Shen to stay here," the man in the suit said. Li Shinji's expression changed slightly at this. "What do you mean? Too many people want him. He can withstand one Cheng Huang to protect this city, that's strength and luck. But can he withstand all the Cheng Huangs in the world?" The man in the suit stared at the rings on his fingers. "People need to be a bit more realistic." Li Shinji gazed out the window, lost in thought, and said nothing more. After a moment, he stood up. "I'll go talk to him." In the safe house, Shen had just fallen asleep. When he opened his eyes, he found himself sitting in front of a barbecue stall, with Li Shinji beside him, seemingly waiting for a long time. "Do you really enjoy sneaking into people's dreams?" Shen walked over and sat down across from him. This time, the skewer was normal. However, he still didn't eat. After all, he remembered the last time he ate a skewer in a dream and woke up to find a corner of his collar missing. "Don't say that. We are partners in a way," Li Shinji smiled. "You killed Cheng Huang, and in a way we never expected. I'm curious, how did you do it?" Shen looked at him, recalling the scene of killing Cheng Huang. It was strange. To be honest, even he didn't know what happened. Two scenes overlapped. He was eating Cheng Huang on one side, while Cheng Huang was eating him on the other. They harmed each other, and Shen briefly recounted the situation. After listening, Li Shinji was quite surprised. "So, Cheng Huang was difficult to kill because of the limitless meat, and that thing is currently inside you?" "Yes," and Shen nodded, his tone becoming complex. "But this thing feels a bit strange to me." "What's wrong?" "Ever since I swallowed it, I've felt nauseous, or rather, extremely nauseous, and not just psychologically, it's a physical instinct, constantly rejecting it." And Shen seemed unsure how to describe it. "It seems like it always wants to run out, but that's not quite right." He lowered his head and thought carefully. "Or rather, my body instinctively rejects it, causing it to become unstable and want to escape, which in turn makes me feel nauseous." Li Shinji picked up a meat skewer and took a bite. He didn't say anything because he couldn't understand. "If you're really uncomfortable, just spit it out." "No way." And Shen shook his head. "This thing is a strange core. It allows the user to continuously be reborn. It's very useful for me." Li Shinji opened his mouth, somewhat surprised. This kid really doesn't care about his life. "Now that Cheng Huang is dead, you should tell me who you really are and what you want to do?" "No problem." Li Shinji put down the meat skewer. "But before that, I need to tell you something about your parents." Upon hearing this, Shen's expression changed. "You saved a girl with pink hair at the White Robe Bureau, remember?" "I remember. It was she who took your parents away." "Her?" Shen was stunned, quickly recalling the scene at that time. "Where did they take them?" Li Shinji shook his head. "I had someone track that girl later, but her trail was really hard to find. This girl is not simple, and we were a step too late. She seems to have already left here." At this point, without waiting for the other to ask, Li Shinji continued. "She went outside, and our people followed her outside, tracking her for 2 days, until yesterday, when our people finally returned." "Can you call him over? I want to ask some things in person," Shen said seriously. However, Li Shinji paused for a moment and shook his head. "No. Why? Is it another one of your secrets?" "It's not that our people have returned, but the one who came back is not him." Saying this, Li Shinji scratched his head, looking quite uncomfortable. To be precise, what returned was a walking human skin. A walking human skin, and Shen tried to picture the scene in his mind. He couldn't quite imagine it. Li Shinji spoke with a complicated tone. The whole person was empty, not even bones, let alone blood and flesh, just a hollow human skin, propped up there, and it even knew the way back. When he saw us for the first time, he kept repeating, "Burn me, burn me, burn me," and Chen was stunned. "So what did you do?" "We burned it." Li Shenji's expression grew more serious. "After burning it, we discovered that it wasn't just an empty human skin, but it was filled with maggots. The maggots had propped up the skin, and when the skin was burned open, the maggots all ran out, covering the ground, making it impossible to give a proper burial." And Chen felt a strange mix of eeriness and disgust after hearing this. Why did he end up like this? "I don't know," Li Shenji shook his head. "What happened to him is impossible to know, but it's certain that it's related to the outside world. But fortunately, at least some information was left behind. On the phone he brought back, there was a trace of that pink-haired girl, who went to Hanging Corpse City." Hanging Corpse City? And Chen frowned upon hearing this name. "I don't remember a place by that name." "You received the map, did you think everything was the same as before?" Li Shenji sighed. "After the usurpers occupied many places, they changed everything here. What they want is not just simple cultivation. Here, we are called Orphan City. Do you know why it has such a name? Because we are the last safe place in the world, just like abandoned orphans." And Chen said nothing. Li Shenji silently looked at the meat skewer on the table, his tone becoming heavy. Not every city is as lucky to have an Chen, a terrifyingly powerful Wangjian, and the three major bureaus along with a populace that refuses to give up. Most people face only death, so this place is fortunate, but at the same time, it is also tragic. Now that the outside world knows of your existence, they will inevitably come here to seize this piece of flesh, and there are many more terrifying than the Cheng Huang. At this, Li Shenji raised his head. "The best way, in fact, is for you to leave here first. This way, their attention will be diverted from this city, and the people can be safe. When the time is ripe, you can return. It is not a bad strategy." After he finished speaking, Chen lowered his head, lost in thought, and did not respond. After a moment, he suddenly asked, "You still haven't said, who exactly are you?" Li Shenji was taken aback for a moment. Seeing that he was unwilling to discuss this topic, he could only continue. "This is also the main reason I came to find you today." After saying this, he clasped his hands in the air, and a piece of paper was pinched between his fingertips, which he placed on the table and slowly pushed over. He looked very serious, his tone earnest. "I want to invite you to join us." And Chen looked down and saw 3 words written on the paper. "Request for number." "Sorry, I took the wrong one." Li Shenji froze for a moment, smiled awkwardly, and quickly took the paper back, replacing it with another one. This time, Chen saw 3 words written on it, Jietian Dao. "To be honest, whether in the strange land or the strange core land, we are not exactly noteworthy existences. You've seen it, killing a Cheng Huang is quite a struggle. But that was before, it will be different in the future. Do you know why?" And Chen glanced at him. "Because we have a number now?" Li Shenji's mouth twitched slightly. "Seriously, because we found you." As he said this, his tone began to grow excited. "We suspect the reality of this world, no, or rather, we believe that the heavenly way of this world has problems. The heavenly way is leading us towards destruction and death. For example, why can we cultivate? What is the end of cultivation? If it is to become an immortal, then where do immortals go after that? Do gods really exist in this world? Where do gods come from? In the strange land, there is a book that records a mythological story. It says that one day, a person accidentally saw a hand reaching out from the sky, and that hand actually tore the sky apart, making the sky look like a curtain, behind which a huge face emerged, secretly observing the people on the ground. Hearing this story, Chen's expression changed slightly. He even instinctively looked up at the deep sky, only to realize in a daze that this was a dream. Although this is just a myth, myths do not arise out of thin air. Later, we found various strange stories in many books. Those mythological tales seem to have been distorted. Li Shenji articulated each word carefully. "So we believe that the world has problems, and the heavenly way has problems too. How should I put it? It gives a sense of traces of human modification. Refining others to cultivate, this method is destined to end in destruction. You killed the Cheng Huang, but under this system, thousands of Cheng Huang will still pop up. Without destroying this heavenly way, nothing can be changed." At this point, he took a deep breath. "So our goal is to destroy the existing heavenly way, to find out if there are truly some unknowns behind it, and then change the rules, to walk a truly different path. To put it bluntly, we want to change this world." And Chen was stunned for a long time, staring at the meat skewer. "This plan sounds a bit grand. So, will you join us?" Li Shenji's gaze was intense, and Chen looked at the paper, fell silent for 2 seconds, and then asked, "If I join, what do you need me to do?" "You don't need to do anything, just be yourself." Li Shenji smiled. "We are not as complicated as you think. We are just a group of like-minded people gathered together, and there are no hierarchical relationships, just different positions and jobs. And it's not mandatory to join, you can choose for yourself. But once you join, it is assumed that you agree with a certain idea. That is, this heavenly path is distorted, it has problems, and you truly want to overthrow it. If you don't agree, then there's no need to join. In fact, even if you don't join, but still hold this goal, we can still be friends. At this point, Li Shinji paused for a moment. However, ultimately, we are an organization, and for the sake of convenience and action, we can only provide help if you join. Previously, it was already an exception. And Shen nodded in understanding upon hearing this. After a moment of silence, he raised his gaze and said word by word, I join. What a joke. That's about overthrowing the heavenly path. Especially in such a distorted world, who wouldn't want to give it a try? Upon hearing this answer, a flower-like smile blossomed on Li Shinji's face as he pointed and said, on the back of this paper, write your reason for joining. Anything will do. This is the process. We have to go through a process. Hearing this, Shen flipped the paper over, thought for a long time, and wrote, Shen joins. Reason, because overthrowing the heavenly path sounds very cool. Then he handed it over. Li Shinji took a glance. This reason, is it not good? No, it's very good. Li Shinji extended his hand to him. Welcome to the great cause of overthrowing the heavenly path. And Shen's expression also became somewhat solemn as he shook his hand. Regarding your responsibilities, there are people in the organization specifically responsible for assigning positions. I will tell you what your position is in a few days. At that time, I'll find an opportunity to introduce you to others. We will refer to each other as core friends. And Shen nodded. By the way, what is your position? Finding people, Li Shinji replied, just like I found you. I am responsible for searching for like-minded friends. Oh, isn't that just like the HR person responsible for company interviews? After all this, I thought you, Li Shinji, were something special. After the conversation ended, Shen opened his eyes and woke up. It was almost dawn. He walked to the window, frowning as he looked outside, where the distant edge of the city was a pale white. At that moment, his phone dinged. Li Shinji sent a message. He opened it and found a geographical location. It read Hanging Corpse City. Below it was a message. I know you will definitely go to save your parents. This route was taken by our core friend. Right now, there are no extra hands in the organization to help you, so you can only rely on yourself. The next day, in the safe house. Brother Chingha, are you really going? It's not like I'm not coming back. Seeing Wang Migua's red-rimmed eyes, Shen patted her head and smiled to comfort her. Wang Jian beside them looked solemn. Are you sure you don't want me to come with you? Shen shook his head and said, I thought about it carefully, Li Shinji is right. If I stay here, I will definitely attract more people, and going out is actually the safest. At least those who want to eat me won't come here anymore, making it safer for the public. And besides, you staying here is more useful than me. And Shen had no doubt about Wang Jian's strength. If he could win, Wang Jian could definitely do better. The reason he couldn't take Wang Jian with him was simply that if everyone left, no one would guard the home. He trusted Wang Jian to guard the home. As for why he didn't consider overthrowing the heavenly path, Shen felt that an organization that couldn't even kill a mere Huang should be seen as weak. It was better not to be cannon fodder. Upon hearing this, Wang Jian did not refute but simply said, in that case, you go ahead, I'll hold the fort here. Unless I die, no one can come in. Wang Migua cried for a long time while hugging Chen. Su Guan, who was crying beside them, was not crying because he was reluctant, but because Wang Jian stayed behind, while he was taken by Chen. This suggestion was also mentioned by Li Shinji. Li Shinji said, sometimes, outside, the Xingguan can be more useful than a powerful figure like Wang Jian. After hearing this, Chen relayed the exact words. Su Guan's eyes darkened, and he felt a surge of hatred, wishing he could directly skin Li Shinji alive if he weren't so desperate to find someone else. Take good care of him. If you come back with even one hair missing, I'll take your head. Before leaving, Wang Jian patted Su Guan on the back. Su Guan turned pale with fear, internally cursing. If losing a single hair meant losing my head, you might as well kill me now. Cursing aside, a worker is still a worker. He had to hit the road. He shouldered his pack and left with Chen. The two drove until they reached the outskirts of the city, where the car could go no further. The road was severely damaged, with trees lying haphazardly across the street. Cars were overturned all around, and there were even corpses and bones, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. This was Chen's first time leaving the city since the possessor incident. He truly hadn't expected the outside to look like this. It seemed that Cheng Huang had indeed used some special means to create an illusion. After abandoning the car, they could only proceed on foot, each carrying a pack as they walked along the road. The further they went, the more desolate and silent it became. Weeds of varying colors grew wildly through the cracked asphalt, while the roadside was littered with decomposing bodies, pecked by crows that cawed harshly as they feasted on the eyes and flesh. The weather was foggy, as if a thin veil covered their vision, with cold winds and dark clouds. the wilderness overgrown. A silence like death enveloped them. And Shen took out his phone and followed the route given by Li Shinji. Turning off the main road, they entered a narrow path through the woods, which became increasingly rugged until it felt like they had walked into the mountains. The sky grew darker. After stopping, and Shen and Su Guan found a clearing, built a fire, and prepared to rest for the night. At this speed, it will take about 3 days to reach Hanging Corpse City, he said, staring at his phone, his mind heavy. He had no mental preparation for what awaited him in Hanging Corpse City. Was it possible that his parents were already dead? Would he find only their remains? Or perhaps they were alive but had become monstrous beings? Could he even rescue them? And Shen's mind was a chaotic mess. He lay down on the mat, surrounded by silence in the woods. Soon, both of them fell asleep. And Shen's sleep was shallow. In a half-awake, half-dream state, he suddenly saw a flicker of light in front of him. It looked like something was there. He opened his eyes in shock. Next to Su Guan's head, there was a person squatting there. The person held a torch, their eyes wide, skin as pale as a corpse. Their expression was one of intense curiosity, even somewhat eerie, as they squatted in the darkness and poked at Su Guan's face. Su Guan was sound asleep, completely unaware. Seeing this, Shen immediately jumped up from the ground and shouted, "Who?" Startled, the person quickly crawled back. Su Guan, groggily awakened, turned his head and, upon seeing the figure, let out a terrified yelp and scrambled backward. At the same time, he pulled out a talisman from his pocket, clutched it in his palm, and shouted, "Protect me. Immortal, protect me. All spirits, retreat. Calm down, both of you, calm down." The person with the torch said, looking equally nervous, "I'm a person, a living person, not a possessor." Hearing this, Shen paused for a moment and threw a book he had specifically brought from his pack at the stranger, saying warily, "Turn a page," and read it out loud. The other person, seeing this, did not hesitate and quickly opened a page to begin reading. "I opened the history book, but it has no dates, and every page is scribbled with the words benevolence, righteousness, morality." After he finished reading, there was no issue. He was indeed a normal person. But it was strange, how could there be someone out here in the wilderness? The stranger seemed to realize his appearance was abrupt, giving a sheepish smile and nervously saying, "I've confirmed myself. Can you two read a bit as well, just to make sure you're human and not a possessor?" As he spoke, he pulled out a book from his pocket and handed it over. Those who wander outside are clearly more cautious. They all bring their own books. And Shen didn't pass the exam, so he tossed it back, picked it up, and glanced at the cover. Jean Ping Mei. You really know how to pick a book. He opened it and read a few lines. Upon hearing this, the other person suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Great, we're all human. After saying that, he looked at Su Guan, ready to have him read. And Shen threw the book back and said, "I can read it just fine. He's with me, I'm a normal person. Can he still be a possessor?" "That's true," the man replied, as if he found it reasonable, and didn't pursue the matter further. He put the book away and then began to explain. "Don't blame me for scaring you, it's just that times are not peaceful right now. I came out while it was dark to scavenge for something, hoping to find some food to bring back, and I ended up seeing a fire in the woods, so I got curious and came over." Hearing this, Shen was even more puzzled. "Where did you come from?" "Just ahead, a very small town," he said, pointing outside the forest. "Aren't the cities all occupied by possessors?" The other person chuckled. "That's the big cities, small places are too scattered. How could they all be gone? Besides, just because the cities are occupied doesn't mean everyone is dead. Many people in the cities have secretly escaped and are hiding everywhere. So that's how it is. It seems the situation isn't as dire as I imagined." The man smiled. "Since we're all normal people, there's no need to be on guard. Why don't you come back to the town with me? There are plenty of empty rooms there. It's better than sleeping here at midnight and getting eaten by those creatures." And Shen thought for a moment and turned to Su Guan. "Pack up our things, we're going." Su Guan quickly gathered all their belongings. "My name is Zhang Feng, just follow me." The two followed behind, and Su Guan whispered nervously, "Master, are we really going with him? What if he's a scammer? Then we'll kill him," and Shen replied in a low voice. "If he can read smoothly, he should not be a possessor, but if he dares to have ideas to harm us, we'll just take him out and have some meat for rations." Su Guan glanced at him with pity but said nothing more. Possessors are hard to kill, but humans are easy to kill. Following Zhang Feng through the woods, Shen curiously asked, "With possessors occupying the cities, isn't there anyone resisting?" "It's not that there's no one resisting, it's that there's no way to resist. It's not just a matter of weapons," Zhang Feng said as he walked forward, pushing aside the branches in his way. "Our superiors, the garrison in the cities, have all become possessors. Who can resist? Even if there were weapons, it wouldn't help. The superiors are possessors, pretending to be normal people giving orders. It's impossible to tell them apart. Not to mention some possessors can't be killed with guns. Now, those who have escaped and survived gather together, and every day they still have to read books to prove themselves. After all, who knows if the person opposite them has suddenly been possessed. At this point, Zhang Feng suddenly turned around and asked, "By the way, where did you come from? Where are you planning to go?" Just as Su Guan was about to respond, and Shen spoke up first. "We came from a small village. We originally planned to go to the Hanging Corpse City, but we didn't expect the outside to have changed like this." "Oh, people from the village, no wonder you don't know what's happening outside," Zhang Feng chuckled. "I heard there's an orphan city nearby. It seems quite safe there. You can check it out later. Also, don't trust random news online, because a lot of the information comes from possessors pretending to be people. Some areas can still access the internet, but some can't at all. The signal has been completely destroyed. Our current location is one of those places." And Chen noticed this. His phone had completely lost signal since earlier. Beside him, Su Guan couldn't help but ask, "Brother Zhang Feng, what did you mean by those creatures? How should I explain this?" Zhang Feng's tone became somewhat complicated. "I'm not sure of the specifics, but it's said that some failed soul possessors turn into human toads. They start by draining the body from the human brain, leaving just a layer of human skin, then they spit out many maggots inside, filling the entire body, making it swell up, and it looks like a living person walking." Upon hearing this, Shen and Su Guan exchanged glances. "Isn't this the thing that Li Shenji mentioned earlier? These things move in the wild?" He held on to his suspicions and said nothing more. After walking for less than 10 minutes, Zhang Feng stopped and pointed. "We've arrived." And Chen looked through the trees. Outside the forest was a very small town. Rather than a town, it was more like a small village built along the road. There were about dozens of houses, some of which had lights on. "You're really lucky, the electricity here is still working," Zhang Feng said as he walked toward the town, and the two followed him. Once they entered the town, many houses still had people living in them, lights on, and the sounds of conversation could be heard. And Shen and Su Guan had barely sat down when Zhang Feng brought in an old man and introduced him. "This is our town's former mayor, Lu. There are very few people here. He has lived here all along, and after the city fell, he took in many who escaped." The old man looked kind-hearted. He seemed to be of advanced age, and his legs appeared to be inconvenient. He walked unsteadily. The most crucial thing was that he seemed to be mute, only able to make ah sounds without being able to speak. After the introduction, Zhang Feng sent him back to rest. He then arranged housing for the two and brought some food. There was porridge, steamed buns, and pickles. As Chen ate, he felt the texture was a bit strange. He didn't know if it was because it had been left too long, but it didn't taste like food. Turning his head, he saw Su Guan eating heartily, clearly very hungry. He hastily ate a bit, and soon drowsiness hit him again. He lay down on the bed and quickly fell asleep. Not long after, he was awakened by a strange noise. And Shen suddenly opened his eyes, turned his head, and found Su Guan squatting on the bed, laughing strangely. "What are you doing?" "Master, I'm hungry." "Hungry?" Before Shen could react, he saw Su Guan suddenly jump off the bed and head straight for the door. "Su Guan? Su Guan!" He hurriedly called out a few times, but it seemed the other party couldn't hear him. He opened the door straight and quickly ran downstairs. When he caught up, he saw Su Guan downstairs, frantically searching for something to eat. "I'm so hungry, master, is there any food left? On the table, aren't there still steamed buns?" He pointed. Su Guan glanced at it but immediately shook his head. Not this kind of thing. It's." As he spoke, he seemed to suddenly catch a whiff of something, his expression changed, and he quickly ran outside. He circled to the back of the house and actually dug out a rotting dead cat from the grass. Its fur was matted and bald, covered in maggots. Like a madman, he opened his mouth and started to bite into it, making slurping sounds as if it were incredibly delicious. "Delicious. This is the taste." And Chen's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. This was clearly not normal. He didn't have time to think about what was happening and hurried over, kicking Su Guan over. He pinned him to the ground and slapped his face several times. "Wake up!" But Su Guan's gaze was fixed on the dead cat's corpse, his mouth full of wriggling maggots, as if he still wanted to eat. "I'm so hungry, I'm about to starve." And Chen dragged him back. Just as they reached the front of the building, they saw Zhang Feng with a look of astonishment. "I heard some noise. What's going on?" "He's a bit abnormal," and Chen held onto Su Guan tightly, unsure how to explain. However, upon seeing this scene, Zhang Feng's expression suddenly changed drastically. "What did he eat? The corpse of a dead cat? How is that possible? He's infected with human toad." Upon hearing this, Chen was stunned. Looking again at Su Guan, it turned out that milky white maggots began to crawl out from his ears and eyes from time to time, and his whole body emitted a foul smell. Can a human toad be infected? Didn't you say it was due to the refining? Zhang Feng, unable to answer, said urgently, there's still a chance. You drag him into the house, and I'll go call a doctor. There's a doctor in town. He saved someone once before. After saying this, he quickly ran off. And Shen, suppressing his inner doubts, could only drag Su Guan into the house. Infected by a human toad? Su Guan had been with him the whole time. Why hadn't he been infected? It felt strange that Su Guan kept shouting he was hungry, and Shen couldn't afford to think too much about it. Looking at his condition, it really seemed like he might die. Soon, Zhang Feng returned with a middle-aged man. This is the only doctor, Li Chongqing, in town. He used to work in a top-tier hospital in a big city. His skills are very high. The middle-aged man nodded at Chen as he entered the room, his brow furrowed. Without much pleasantry, he immediately opened Su Guan's eyelids to examine him. Several maggots crawled out instantly. He pried open Su Guan's mouth to take a look and said anxiously, "It's worse than I imagined, but there's still time. If you want to save him, he needs to be put in a vat and burned with fire." Put him in a vat and burn him? And Chen was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, "What vat? How do we put him in?" Zhang Feng quickly ran outside, and a few seconds later, he brought in a large water vat and set it down heavily. "This is it. That person was treated this way before. Put him inside, cover it, then start a fire around it. Keep it burning. Under high temperatures, the maggots will crawl out and suffocate inside." Hearing this, and Shen's head buzzed. "But that person suffocated too, right? That depends on his fate. Some survive, but others are cooked alive." He opened his mouth. This was not treating an illness, it was clearly steaming human flesh in a big vat. "You need to decide quickly, there's no time," Li Chongqing urged anxiously. "Do it." And Shen gritted his teeth. He couldn't think too much. He was indeed a medical student, but he only knew how to treat normal illnesses. This kind of difficult and complicated case probably wasn't recorded in the entire medical field. They could only try, and together with Zhang Feng, they threw Su Guan into the vat. After covering it, they placed firewood around and lit it, starting a fierce blaze. Moments later, the temperature of the vat clearly rose. The outside was already glowing red from the fire. And Chen frowned and asked, "How long will this take?" "Not certain." Li Chongqing shook his head. "The human toad is very special. These maggots come from the brain, and it could take a whole day, but as long as the high temperature is maintained, the maggots won't eat him." "How do you know so much about human toads?" Zhang Feng glanced at him and sighed. "Because before, many people got infected, but very few were saved. We can't just watch them die." And Shen, upon hearing this, fell silent. "I'll go outside for some air." He really couldn't bear to watch the scene. Stepping outside, he took a deep breath to calm himself. He looked up at the lights of the houses on both sides. The house across the street was lit, and he could see shadows and hear voices. There seemed to be quite a few people in this small town. He focused on one of them, and suddenly felt something was off. And Shen's heart trembled. After hesitating for a few seconds, he walked straight to one of the houses. The door was surprisingly open. He didn't pause and quickly went upstairs. When he reached the window and saw the shadow, he was stunned. It was actually a mannequin. On the table beside it was a tape recorder, playing the sound of conversations. And Shen's mind buzzed as if struck by lightning. He hurried to another room, where on the bed lay another mannequin and the same tape recorder. At this moment, Shen stood in front of the window, looking out. The entire small town, dozens of buildings, all lit up. Were they all mannequins? In an instant, he realized something. Not good. Hastily, he ran back. There he saw Zhang Feng and Li Chongqing squatting beside a large vat, seemingly anxiously waiting. It was as if they were unaware of Shen's arrival. Shen said nothing and approached them from behind. After hesitating for a few seconds, he secretly ignited his inner fire. He reached out and touched Zhang Feng's neck. "Ah, what's so hot?" Startled, he stood up and immediately turned his head. Shen looked at his face, forgetting to breathe. Zhang Feng's face twisted grotesquely in an instant, something writhing beneath his skin. Eyes, mouth, nose, and ears began to erupt with a mass of white maggots. They intertwined, utterly disgusting. "Are you a human toad?" Shen murmured. "Ha, me, a human toad? You must be mistaken." Zhang Feng opened his mouth, and maggots spewed out from within. He seemed completely oblivious. "Right, I must have made a mistake," Shen said, extending his hand, and with a loud slap, he lit the sky lantern. Crack! Zhang Feng's crown split open. A cacophony erupted like a tide. Maggots, like eggs, surged out from his brain, spilling onto the ground. Zhang Feng's body convulsed. His skin began to change continuously, his whole body pulsating. It was as if the flesh all over him was scrambling up and down. Shen didn't give him a chance to react, directly pressing his head and throwing him into the flames beside the vat. Instantly, he twisted and struggled, as countless maggots crawled out, his entire body deflating. All that remained was a rough, wrinkled, yellowed human skin. "I'm going to die." Li Chongjing screamed at the sight and turned to run. "Still want to run?" And Shen was quick, grabbing his clothes just as he was about to act. However, Li Chongjing's entire body inflated rapidly like a balloon. It looked like it was about to burst, and Shen kicked him out with one swift motion. Bang! He crashed to the ground outside, exploding. In an instant, maggots scattered everywhere like white snowflakes. 2 human toads, and Shen stared blankly at the scene. Coming to his senses, he hurried to open the lid of the vat. Inside, he saw Suguan curled up, his entire body flushed red, as if he were about to be steamed to death. Indeed, a large number of maggots were crawling out, which confirmed that human toads feared fire and high temperatures. But the problem was, this could only kill human toads, not cure them. And Shen dragged him out and placed him in a cool spot. "The doctor just said that the maggots come from the brain. Perhaps the solution lies in the brain?" Thinking of this, and Shen looked at the unconscious Suguan. The doctor's words had some credibility, but it was impossible to assess. After all, he himself was a human toad. Yet he did mention the fact that they feared fire and high temperatures. "Let's give it a try." And Shen picked up a pair of chopsticks from the table. Then he squatted down and cradled Suguan's head. Gently, he pointed. He lit the sky lantern. Crack! Suguan's crown immediately opened like petals, revealing a walnut-like milky white brain inside. Countless maggots scrambled out in a panic. It's been written in surgical texts that simply opening the skull won't kill a person, as long as the brain matter isn't harmed, and Shen muttered to himself. This was his first time performing surgery on someone since becoming a medical student. It was just that the method was somewhat special. He held Suguan's head with one hand and raised the chopsticks with the other. Bit by bit, he extracted the maggots from Suguan's brain, one by one, as if picking vegetables. At first, Shen was a bit nervous, worried that if he trembled, the chopsticks might accidentally pierce Suguan's brain, causing him to die on the spot. After all, Suguan didn't have the ability to be reborn like he did, especially since he still had the infinite flesh enhancement within him. It seems that to move forward, I must find a way to increase Suguan's resistance to death, he thought. Otherwise, it's uncertain whether we can complete this journey. As he continued, Shen gradually calmed down, his speed increasing. It was as if he had already developed the psychological qualities of a surgeon. Just as he was halfway through his grasp, a hand suddenly reached out from behind. Caught off guard, it slapped down and directly grabbed into Suguan's brain. Following that, it stirred. With a whoosh, it turned the brain into a mushy mess. Then that hand seized the brain, which was as soft as tofu, and quickly pulled back. And Shen was stunned on the spot, his head buzzing. Turning around, he saw an old man standing behind him, who had appeared out of nowhere. The old man was gaping, crazily gnawing on the brain in his hand, making strange sounds from his mouth. It was the mute town mayor. When did he come here? And Shen hadn't heard any noise, not even footsteps. He hurriedly got up and activated the nuclear technique to light the lantern. With a crack, the mayor's head split open, but the next second, he wiped it, and the top of his head instantly restored. As he swallowed the brain, a sound emerged from his throat. Oh dear, what a pity, so close. Just a step away from refining it into a human toad. How did you find out? He looked up, his gaze suspiciously fixed on the person in front of him. You ate that dinner too. I clearly put enough drugs in it, so why weren't you bewitched? Hearing this, Shen was taken aback. No wonder Suguan had turned out like that. It was the food's fault. Are you a soul snatcher? Aren't you the same? The mayor sneered. There are only so many cores in the city, not enough to share, so I simply came outside the city. Although there are fewer people in the small town, they are sufficient. But what about you? The human toads I sent out shouldn't have made a mistake. They couldn't possibly bring back our soul snatchers. Tell me, who exactly are you? At this point, the mayor seemed to think of something and laughed strangely again. Oh, I remember now. You must be one of those anti-science freaks, eating our flesh, gaining a bit of spiritual energy, and then starting to cultivate. Ridiculous. Little do they know they are turning themselves into something neither human nor ghost. And Shen knew about this anti-science organization, but he had never interacted with them. He stared at the old man in front of him, his expression dark. It seemed this old guy had refined the townspeople after taking over as mayor, leaving only a few turned into human toads to help him deceive outsiders. Damn, this was truly insidious. No wonder the human toads could read normally but couldn't discern anything. It seems he is also a soul snatcher. I ended up eating one of my own kind. The mayor wiped the brain matter from the corner of his mouth, staring at the fallen Suguan, then sighed and waved his hand. Forget it, no matter who you are, as long as you're not part of the core here, I don't want to be your enemy. I have a medical book that can refine human brains. Leave him half a head, and if you find another half, I can help you refine it, and he won't have to die. Upon hearing this, Shen was taken aback. There was such a refining method? But where am I supposed to find a human brain? That's your problem. As long as you find it, I will help you refine it. The mayor waved his hand, turned to leave, muttering to himself. This human toad might be improved to be smarter and tougher. And Shen grabbed him, gritting his teeth. You give me half of your brain. The mayor was stunned, not yet reacting when Shen activated his heartfire and reached forward. Under the intense heat, the other party quickly dodged while cursing. You ungrateful thing, I clearly wanted to spare your life, and you want to kill me instead? He snorted coldly. Old Confucian cultivates the Green Mountain Path, with 2 shrines already established. What do you think you are to be so arrogant? After saying that, he waved his hand and chanted, just right to use you to assist my penknife, law cultivation, nuclear technique, birth, aging, sickness, and death. As the words fell, Shen suddenly felt his whole body sink. He hurriedly looked down and found his wrist, skin, and face rapidly aging. In an instant, he had transformed into the appearance of an old man. Not only that, but even the organs were rapidly failing, as if his lifespan was being consumed in an instant, nearing its end. Have you ever experienced this process, from life to death? This is what refines you. In a moment of desperation, Shen quickly drew out a hidden dagger. Using nuclear techniques to attach to flesh, he transformed it into a bone blade, trembling as he raised his hand with great difficulty. With a swish, he cut his own throat. Mayor Lu took a step forward, seemingly not understanding the situation. However, the next second, he suddenly saw a new Shen standing on the other side, staring at his own body as it aged and turned to ashes, frowning deeply. Mayor Lu was stunned. At the same time, Shen suddenly flashed over. Like the heavenly lantern. Crack! Mayor Lu's crown split open, and his brain flew out with a whoosh. Shen caught it in his palm, neither eating it nor crushing it, but gently placing it aside for Su Guan to use later. Looking back at Mayor Lu, he found that he was not dead. In fact, he had not suffered any significant harm and was still standing straight in place. Do you think I would die without a brain? Too naive. It seemed this guy could not be killed by normal means. Seeing this, Shen furrowed his brow. Mayor Lu, however, snorted coldly. As a child, I loved to study medicine and the human body, but unfortunately, there were not many materials available for research. At that time, I started with the corpses of animals, but the differences with the human body were enormous, and I couldn't grasp the essentials. Later, I killed Xiao Rou, who had been betrothed to me. At this point, his expression became extremely excited. On the day I cut open her corpse, I, the old Confucian, suddenly understood the truth in an instant. I stepped onto the path of the Green Mountains. Marvelous. Marvelous. The mysteries of the human body are truly endless. Every bone, every drop of blood, even every organ and every hair is full of charm. As he finished speaking, he extended his hand. Nuclear technique, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Shen stood opposite him, a bad premonition rising in his heart. No matter what the other party intended to do, he almost simultaneously activated flower moving and wood connecting, linking himself with Mayor Lu. The next second, Shen suddenly heard a crack. Looking down, he was stunned. He saw his entire being rapidly becoming fragmented. It was not like the shattering of a mirror, it was more like a Lego toy that could be disassembled. His head, limbs, and even internal organs were being cut and separated into individual parts. His entire head began to float upwards, while his arms and legs fell to the ground. As for the heart, lungs, stomach, intestines, and everything else, they scattered and floated in the air. Shen was dumbfounded. He did not feel pain, just an indescribable sense of strangeness. Before he could react, an astonished roar came from the opposite side. What's going on? Why am I being separated too? Looking up, he saw that Mayor Lu, like him, was scattered in an instant. In a moment, the entire room was filled with 2 fragmented bodies. The 2 heads locked eyes in mid-air, and a bad premonition surged in Shen's heart. He saw Mayor Lu's expression change dramatically. The head floating in the air began to control the hands that had fallen to the ground, reaching under the table to grab the intestines and stuff them into the upper body that lay in the corner. The body can still move? Shen was quite shocked at this sight. At the same time, he hurriedly tried to sense his own arms. He began to control his hands, just like Mayor Lu. He started searching for organs in the air, piecing himself back together. The 2 fragmented beings frantically assembled hearts, heads, intestines, stomachs, and brains. Shen's speed was quick. After all, he had studied medicine and was quite familiar with the structure of the human body. He first placed the heart into the torso, then the lungs, and finally the stomach and intestines, step by step piecing himself back together. Meanwhile, Mayor Lu was also nearly finished. Shen finally placed the floating brain matter back into his skull. The next moment, a series of chaotic and bloody images flashed before his eyes. He saw himself sitting amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, surrounded by organs. One body after another was being cut apart. The combination of medical skills and refining, the collision of cultivation and the human body, stepping onto the ultimate path of seeking medical knowledge, and so on. This is not my memory. The more the memories flashed, the more terrified Shen felt. He could clearly sense the struggles and desires within the memories, how much he wanted to achieve greatness through medical skills. But this is not me. The brain matter is in the wrong place. This is not my brain. Shen finally reacted, his face suddenly turning pale. At the same time, he looked up sharply and saw Mayor Lu with a similarly twisted and ferocious expression. I ate the girl I liked? This is a lie. All of it is a lie. Why should the pain be mine? The two of them had mistakenly swapped each other's brains during the process of piecing themselves together. Shen realized this, his expression shifting between dark and light. What about the stomach, intestines, and even the lungs? Could they also be in the wrong place? This is trouble. He didn't have time to think it through and hurriedly lit a heavenly lamp for himself, opening his crown and removing the brain matter. He intended to crush it with a palm, but ultimately held back. After all, this thing still needed to be left for Su Guan to use. Mayor Lu clearly sensed this as well. The memories in his head were a chaotic mess. However, he did not have the ability to instantly open his skull and remove the brain matter. In his anger, he opened his mouth. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? After saying this, he suddenly spat out a fist-sized, crystalline object from his throat. It landed on the ground with a thud. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a lustrous jade stone. Its surface was crystal clear and incredibly smooth, resembling a snow-white ice sculpture. But what was unsettling was that at the center of the jade stone, a pitch-black eyeball had grown, staring directly at him. The moment Shen locked eyes with the black eye of the jade stone, his body inexplicably sank. Before he could react, he saw Mayor Lu's mouth curl into a strange smile as he walked towards him. Shen hurriedly prepared to make a move. But as he raised his arm, he was shocked to find his body felt extremely heavy. He couldn't lift it at all. No, that's not right. It wasn't heavy, it was slow. Shen realized something, his heart racing. It seemed as if he had been slowed down, causing his movements to become extremely sluggish. Whether it was his expression, the movement of his limbs, or even his breathing, everything felt as if it was being played back at a slow speed. It was slowed to the extreme. Although the thoughts in his mind were spinning rapidly, his body seemed to completely ignore his commands. The effect of the white jade black eye is to infinitely slow down the one being watched. Like quicksand, the more you want to act, the slower you become, until you are as if petrified. Mayor Lu stood beside Shen, sneering, but his gaze held a certain interest. Killing you might not be easy, but there are plenty of ways to deal with you. There are methods in this world that can make life worse than death. I have mastered medical skills throughout my life. Making you unable to move for a lifetime is not a difficult task. Moreover, you have extremely high medical value. I really can't bear to waste you like this. After saying this, he seemed to think of something, his expression excited. He rummaged through some strange instruments in the cabinet of the room, even pulling out some household appliances. Shen glanced over and saw various items like iron medicine grinders, mortars and pestles, kitchen meat grinders, models, and so on laid out on the table. Let's try your lungs first. With that, he walked over to Shen's side. With a stretch of his hand, he directly extracted Shen's lungs as if it were a simple task. He stuffed them into the meat grinder and pressed the switch. A deafening buzzing sound erupted. Shen watched as his lungs were instantly ground into powder by the blades of the meat grinder. He struggled desperately, but he couldn't move at all. Even the speed of the nuclear technique released from his palm was extremely slow. Mayor Lu took out the minced meat and kneaded it into the shape of a ball, then began muttering something. 2 tails of lung, 3 grams of hair, 3 sprigs of Chihuan grass, half a bowl of rat soup, made into pill form. After taking it, one can absorb spiritual energy for half an hour and research new nuclear techniques. While muttering, he actually started to prepare the prescription. Shen felt like a human meat rack, providing him with materials. Think of a way. He felt a wave of oppression inside. The white jade black eye restricted his movements, causing his body to become extremely slow. He couldn't even complete the distance of 1 meter to the other party, but his thoughts seemed unaffected. Suddenly, Shen thought of something. Perhaps the nuclear techniques related to thought wouldn't be affected? He glanced at Su Guan's corpse, his heart silent for 2 seconds, and silently chanted, "Nuclear technique, shadow puppet." In the next second, Su Guan's corpse surprisingly moved slightly on the ground, almost imperceptibly. Then, it suddenly got up, like a walking corpse, standing at the door with its eyes rolled back. It works! This shadow puppet can even control a corpse. Shen was overjoyed. Suguan, move forward. The already dead Suguan, who had to get up and work, paused slightly. Then, as if receiving some command, he began to walk forward slowly and unsteadily. At this moment, Mayor Lu was completely focused on making the prescription, oblivious to the situation behind him. And Chen controlled Suguan to approach the white jade black eye. However, just then, Mayor Lu seemed to remember something and suddenly turned around. He happened to bump into the sneaky Suguan. For a moment, he was stunned. "Hey, what are you doing?" Mayor Lu exclaimed. Before he could react, he suddenly heard a strange sound coming from Suguan's mouth. "You dog, look at this." As he spoke, and Chen controlled Suguan to direct the white jade black eye at him. Whoosh! At that moment, Mayor Lu seemed to freeze, his expression extremely twisted. His body movements, however, became extremely slow, as if he were immobilized. And Chen, on the opposite side, suddenly felt light all over, returning to his original state. He stood on the ground, exhaling deeply. Looking at the scene before him, and Chen knew he had won. But it was a narrow victory. And Chen's heart was still racing, and the wounds on his body were healing continuously. Fortunately, that strange nuclear object couldn't control thought-related nuclear techniques. Otherwise, today he might really have been trapped here for a year and a half by this old guy, turned into materials for making medicine, which would have been a real hassle. "Well done." And Chen patted Suguan's shoulder. Bang! Suguan fell asleep immediately, lying on the ground, motionless. He had to think of a way to extract Suguan's brain quickly. First, he took a knife and cut open Mayor Lu's skull, replacing his own brain, then circled behind him, searching back and forth. "Old man, where did you hide that medical book you mentioned?" However, after searching for a long time, he found nothing. Not on him? He gradually lost patience. With a wave of his hand, he made a cut. He opened Lu's chest. The flesh parted to the sides. Just as Chen was about to take out his internal organs, he suddenly saw that the inside of this old man's flesh was carved with numerous dents, nuclear marks. Soul-calling soup, half a skull, crushed. Seeing the nuclear marks above, and Chen's heart trembled violently. It was as if he had discovered something. He hurriedly grabbed a corner of the torn skin and frantically pulled it outward. Rip! As Lu's chest skin was torn open, and Chen saw that the deeper he went into the flesh, the more nuclear marks there were. His scalp tingled. This old man actually carved the medical book into his own skin, and Chen's heart raced. Then, he carefully and diligently used the tip of the bone blade to peel off Lu's skin bit by bit. Although he had never been a formal surgeon, and Chen was extremely quick to get the hang of it. There was no trembling hand, nor was there any tearing, just like peeling an apple. From start to finish, it was extremely intact. "I knew it. I have a talent for medicine." And Chen spread the bloody human skin on the table. Wiping away the bloodstains, segments of the nuclear traces emerged one after another, and the more he looked, the more excited he became. It recorded various methods for making medicines. Treasure! This is truly a find. This human skin medical book could be considered a bizarre version of the Compendium of Materia Medica. And Chen glanced over it and found a recipe called brain loss. This should be it. Half a brain of the injured, half a new brain, 2 tails of lung slices, 1 eyeball, half an inch of tendons, mixed with thick blood, crushed and stuffed into the injured's brain. Wrap it in white cloth, and in 3 hours, it can heal. After reading, and Chen immediately tried to follow the method. He first placed half of Suguan's head properly, then cut open Mayor Lu's skull. He removed the brain, cutting off half. Then he cut open the lungs, removing 2 tails. The eyeball and tendons were all there. He crushed them and stuffed them into Suguan's brain, found a piece of white cloth, and wrapped it up. He lit an incense stick and began to count the time. While waiting, and Chen suddenly heard a crack. Turning around, he saw Mayor Lu, who had been struggling to move for a long time, accidentally scrape against the glass shards on the floor. And Chen came back to his senses in a daze. "I almost forgot you old thing are still alive." Peeling off the skin would hurt, but it wouldn't kill him. He immediately walked over, staring at the bloody Mayor Lu, his expression turning into a cold smile. "You are so eager to achieve in medicine, but I won't let you succeed." After saying that, Chen activated the shrine technique Weaving Dreams. His consciousness instantly entered Mayor Lu's brain. Before him began to emerge dense memories. Wang Jian had said before that the shrine technique consumed a lot of mental energy, and excessive use could even lead to backlash. And Chen had already fainted several times because of this, and he had learned from the experience. So he usually chose to use Weaving Dreams only when the enemy was helpless. Otherwise, if he faced resistance, his situation could be even worse. Looking at the memory fragments before him, hidden within them were Mayor Lu's obsessions and desires for medicine. And Chen selected some important memories to interfere with. He changed achievement to failure, obsession to delusion, future became unwillingness. Mayor Lu killed his childhood sweetheart, who was betrothed to him, and later killed his family, using their lives to refine his medical skills. But after doing all this, there was no progress. For the rest of his life, he traveled across the land, visiting everywhere, constantly accumulating knowledge. Yet his medical skills never improved in the slightest, and Shen made him suffer endlessly in his unwillingness, until the moment of his death. After exiting Weaving Dreams, Shen felt slightly dizzy, his body clearly heavy and fatigued. He walked over and moved the white jade black eye aside. In an instant, Mayor Lu regained his speed and fell to the ground with a thud. Without the skin wrapping, his flesh hit the ground, and with the impact, flesh splattered everywhere. But he seemed to feel no pain, only raising his bloodied gaze towards the door outside. In his eyes, despair was all-consuming. "Why is it like this?" he croaked, struggling as if he wanted to crawl outside. "I have sought nothing in my life, only wishing for my medical skills to be recognized by the heavens, yet they refused to look upon me, not even once. If I had known this, why did I have to kill her, and even more so, my mother? Walking this path, what is all this for? Is it worth it?" He crawled to the door, and suddenly, his body froze. Bang! His hand rested on the threshold, and there was no more movement. At the same time, Shen saw blood mist symbols emerging before him. The corpse-bearing law: kill 3 individuals who possess at least 1 shrine through 3 different experiences of pain. Staring at the symbol, his expression was calm. He then walked over and lifted Mayor Lu. Suddenly, a scroll fell out from inside, Remnant Core. Shen picked it up, and at the moment it was in his hand, a doubt involuntarily flashed through his mind. Remnant Core, it seemed, did not drop from every soul snatcher? He recalled his earlier experiences, and indeed, that was the case. Wang Jian mentioned before that the Remnant Core is the embodiment of core techniques, but these soul snatchers clearly all possess core techniques. Why do some leave behind a Remnant Core after death while others do not? Could it be that the embodiment of the Remnant Core also has limitations? Shen carefully thought about the situations where the Remnant Core had manifested before. He compared these individuals side by side. However, after thinking for a long time, he could not find a reason that convinced him. "I'll wait for Su Guan to wake up and ask him." Shen stopped his aimless thoughts, opened the Remnant Core in his hand, and began to read. Core techniques, 5 organs and 6 bowels. I have seen too many people die from illness in my life. Disease is so despairing. In our place, there is a custom: if someone falls gravely ill and cannot be cured, we simply throw the family member on the back mountain and wait 3 days to collect the corpse. My mother fell ill with an incurable disease, and so did Xiao Rou, but I did not follow the tradition because I must cure their illnesses. That day, I cut open my mother's body and also cut open Xiao Rou's body. From their bodies, I extracted 2 lumps of pitch-black rotten flesh and discovered that it was this thing that harmed them. I was very happy, but unfortunately, they died from the pain of being cut open. But it's okay because I know how to save people now. To save someone, you must first cut them open and see what the illness is. Integrated core technique, 5 organs and 6 bowels. A blood mist symbol floated before him again, and Shen exhaled. This situation was more dangerous than he had imagined. This was still the first day out of the city. However, Shen also felt a bit fortunate. He didn't know if it was because of his good luck, but not only had he comprehended a new core technique, he had also obtained a strange core object, white jade black eye, and harvested a book, human skin medical book. No matter how he thought about it, it was still a gain. Next, he just had to wait for Su Guan to wake up. Shen calmed himself, sat in a chair, and began to flip through the human skin medical book. Since this item was made from a whole piece of human skin, its size was too large, making it very inconvenient to carry. Therefore, he cut and sewed it. He folded the wrinkles of the human skin together and stitched them with needle and thread, creating a true book-like form. This made it much easier to carry. After that, Shen started reading the book and found that it recorded many strange and peculiar medicines. But frustratingly, many of the medicines did not have annotations explaining their specific effects or side effects. It felt more like a book that was still being compiled and not yet finished. Among them, Shen saw a medicine called Solid Flesh Pill. The effects of this medicine were recorded in great detail. It was similar to a supplement. Long-term consumption could enhance bones, strength, muscles, and so on. In short, it could strengthen the physical body. I can get some of this for Su Guan later, Shen thought. His physical body could regenerate, and with limitless flesh, it was very difficult for ordinary means to kill him. But Su Guan was truly fragile. If it weren't for the luck of leaving half a brain intact, allowing for brain repair, he might have really been lost. Thinking of this, Shen first dragged Su Guan back to the bed in the room. He then dragged Mayor Lu outside and tossed him into a corner, clearing the room. He began to attempt alchemy. Following the prescriptions in the book, he rummaged through the materials in the room. Unknowingly, 4 hours passed. Daylight broke, and Shen felt no fatigue at all. Instead, he became more energetic as he refined, until he heard a weary voice coming from the room. "Great master, it's dawn. Shouldn't we start cooking?" And Shen looked at the sleepy Su-guan and, after a few seconds of silence, asked, "Are you feeling hungry?" Su-guan paused for a moment, rubbed his stomach, and replied, "I don't seem to be hungry, but I feel a bit full." How could he not feel full? How much did he eat yesterday? "Master, what are you doing?" Su-guan noticed a boiler in front of Shen, which seemed to be boiling something. Half a stone of crushed rock, a section of human bone, half a bowl of fragrant ash, 2 tails of raw meat. The quality of this medicine is closely related to the raw meat. The higher the quality of the meat, the better the efficacy of the pills produced. And Shen did not answer him but muttered to himself, continuously tossing things into the pot. After a moment, he took out a black, sticky mass, shaped it into a ball, placed it in a bag, and handed it to Su-guan. "Eat this." Su-guan was taken aback, took it, and examined it curiously. "May I ask what this is, master?" "It's a tonic. Eating it can strengthen your body." And Shen stood up, stretched his waist, and yawned. After sitting up all night to refine medicine, he was indeed a bit tired. Hearing this, Su-guan was overjoyed. "Master, you can refine medicine too? Your body is too weak. I will regularly give you some tonics in the future," he said calmly. "1 pill a day. The amount in here is enough for you for a while. As for the quality of these medicines, they are all top grade. You don't need to ask more, just eat." Upon hearing this, Su-guan's face suddenly lit up with joy. "Great, great. I will listen to you, master." Saying that, he directly tilted his head and swallowed the solid meat pill. Instantly, his complexion seemed to change. And Shen could say this because the pill required raw meat. The higher the quality of the raw meat, the higher the quality of the pill produced. He used his own flesh. And Shen was quite clear about how exceptional his own flesh was. "Pack up your things. Let's go." It was about time to set off, and Su-guan did not dare to delay, hurriedly returning to the house to pack. After everything was ready, he followed Shen out of the town. They walked back onto a dirt road, and Su-guan sighed. "The town chief and brother Zhangfeng are really nice. They even gave us so much food. At first, I thought he would harm us. If I had known he was so good, I should have greeted them before leaving." And Shen turned his head, his expression complex, his gaze fixed on Su-guan's head, as if he were looking at something. For Su-guan, yesterday was like a good night's sleep. He might not yet know that the kind-hearted town chief Lu was currently in his mind. Just remember the kindness others show you, and Shen did not speak the truth, fearing Su-guan's fragile heart could not bear it. "Master, why do I feel like you have something to say?" "I just suddenly feel that your sleep quality is quite good." Su-guan, upon hearing this, smiled awkwardly. "I got used to being a beggar. I've slept on graves and in treetops. I can sleep anywhere, not picky about the environment. The sky is my quilt, the earth is my blanket, and the sun, moon, and stars accompany my sleep." And Shen suddenly blurted out. Su-guan was taken aback and began to flatter him. "Master, you are so cultured. That's exactly how I think. The sky gives me a quilt, and the earth gives me a bed. But I thought for a long time and just couldn't express it so elegantly." "Then you need to read more." The two chatted idly as they continued walking. They passed through the woods and came to a road. After crossing the road, they entered another forest. In different areas, they trudged through mountains and waters, until they stood on a hillside, and Shen saw, under the gloomy weather, the tall buildings of a city gradually appearing in the distance. "We're almost there." However, they definitely wouldn't reach it tonight, so the two found a clearing in the woods to rest for the night and safely pass through. The next day, the first thing Su-guan did upon waking was to eat a solid meat pill. It must be said that this thing indeed had an effect. At least the obvious situation was that after 2 days of eating, Su-guan was more nimble and energetic while packing and working. "Master, are we going into the city today? At this distance, we should be able to arrive by evening." And Shen stood on the mountaintop, estimating in his mind. "Let's move forward." The two continued onward. There was no signal for their phones here, and Shen wanted to contact Wang Jian and Li Xinji to understand the situation, but it was clearly impossible. This made him very distressed. They kept walking, getting closer as dusk approached. When Shen reached the road, he stopped. It was completely different from the desolate woods. People began to appear sporadically. Occasionally, 1 or 2 figures could be seen moving in the distance. For safety's sake, Shen did not take the main road. Instead, he continued along a smaller path, even if it meant taking a longer route, to avoid those people. Whether they were soul snatchers or ordinary folks, it was best not to attract trouble. As they drew nearer to the city, when the two reached the edge and prepared to venture further in, suddenly, there was a thud, and Shen felt as if he had bumped into something. He froze for a moment, staring at the air in front of him, his brow furrowed. Immediately, Su-guan, caught off guard, bumped into something with a bang, feeling dizzy and seeing stars. Is there something in the air? And Shen paused slightly and reached out to touch. Then, he felt a wall of air. Although there was nothing visible in front of him, his palm distinctly touched something hard. It's a formation. Master, it's a formation. Su Guan's eyes widened as he rubbed his forehead, quickly realizing something. This place has been sealed off by a formation. Outsiders are not allowed in. Hearing this, Shen was taken aback. He knew about formations. The last time he encountered one was when dealing with the Lotus Fire sect. Aren't you able to break formations? I can, but the problem is, this formation is too large. Su Guan looked up at the dome, his expression clearly troubled. I've never seen a formation this big in my life. It completely envelopes the entire city. What kind of person can create a formation to this extent? Seeing Su Guan's shocked expression, Shen frowned as well. According to the information on the map, that girl with pink hair came here. If she could get in, it means there must be a way to enter. As he pondered, a strange voice suddenly came from the side. You too, are you trying to enter the city? Hearing the noise, Shen immediately turned his head. At that moment, he noticed that behind the broken wall by the roadside, there was actually a person sitting. The person was cross-legged on a stone. The upper body was bare, looking as thin as a stick. A skeletal appearance. Most importantly, there were no eyeballs on his face, only two dark eye sockets, yet it seemed as if he could see, staring in Shen and Su Guan's direction. He waved his hand back and forth. You want to enter the city? Shen stared at him, noticing that the person's position was right at the edge of the formation. Although they were very close, it felt as if they were separated by a transparent glass, unable to touch each other. He, looking at you too. I can tell you want to enter the city again. Saying this, the person waved his hand. Go back. Go back. Since this formation was established, no one has been able to break it. You two better be careful not to lose your lives here. Hearing this, Shen did not respond. Instead, he stared at the person, unable to determine if he was truly blind. He had originally planned to find a place to rest for the night, but hearing that the person clearly had something to say, seemingly knowledgeable about the formation, he asked, Do you know about this formation? Of course. The person nodded immediately. This formation is called the mother and child formation. Ordinary people can enter freely, but once inside, they can't get out. Soul snatchers can't enter, but they can come out from within. You can't come in, I guess, mostly it's the same kind, and a bit as that group of scientific aberrations. I hate hybrids the most in my life. Are you two hybrids? As soon as the person finished speaking, Su Guan suddenly seemed enraged, pointing at the person's nose and cursing back directly. You bastard, show some respect. This is my brother Xiener, the great Indicien. You can curse me, but you can't curse my brother Xiener. Shen looked at him speechlessly. What the hell is brother Xiener? By the way, Su Guan, what are you doing? Why are you so agitated? What nonsense about brother Xiener? The old man inside sneered. Just two bastards. If you can't get in, you can't get in. If you really have the ability, try breaking this formation. Bastard, do you really think you're someone? You son of a bitch. Su Guan was choked by the other party's words, filled with rage. Whether it was due to the medication or not, he looked very spirited and charged forward to hit someone. As a result, he slammed into the formation and was bounced back. He found a stone and started smashing it. The more he smashed, the angrier he became. In the end, he even sat cross-legged, spread his hands, and prepared to cast divination. Brother Xiener, I, Su Guan, swear that I won't be human today if I don't break his formation. After saying that, he used his spare blood to draw a bagua formation on the ground. Then, he dipped his fingers in blood and began to write in the air. Shen looked at him, stunned. Just as he wanted to advise him to calm down, Su Guan gritted his teeth and slammed his hands heavily against the barrier that felt like an air wall. Waves rippled around him. Heaven and earth formation, attack the heart first. With a roar, a fierce wind rose around. The old man inside was startled, gasping in shock, his expression changing, almost jumping up from his spot. You are a divine official? No way! Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise erupted. Su Guan was sent flying with a howl, crashing heavily to the ground, his eyes closed, unconscious. Shen and the old man exchanged glances across the formation. Neither of them spoke. The old man silently sat back down, stroking his beard, his hands trembling, as if it took him a long time to recover. Damn it! You scared me. Shen was speechless. Su Guan, usually so timid, didn't have this kind of courage. It was probably due to the drug's effects. After all, drugs can be toxic. He walked over and shook Su Guan awake. His arms seemed to have broken from the impact. As he groggily opened his eyes, he soon came to his senses and began to scream in agony. You bastard! you actually made me happy." Inside the formation, the old man saw the scene and cracked a smile. Suguan raised his broken arms, writhing in pain. Brother Siener, my hands are broken. My hands are broken." "I see, don't panic," and Shen patted his shoulder, comforting him. "Go take the pills I gave you, they'll grow back soon." Hearing this, Suguan first shot a fierce glare at the old man, gritting his teeth as if he couldn't let go of his hatred. Finally, he endured the pain and began to search for the solid meat pill. And Shen stood up, turned back to stare at the old man, his expression quite calm, and asked, "This formation is indeed hard to break, but I'm curious, what are you doing? Are you the gatekeeper? I remember only dogs like to guard gates." The old man sneered at this. "Young man, your mouth is quite sharp. If you really have the ability, break this formation. If you don't, just get lost, all you can do is talk. I've seen too many fools who can boast themselves to the sky, but when it comes to action, very few can break my formation." Hearing this, and Shen was slightly taken aback, looking at the bony man in front of him, frowning. "Did you design this formation?" The old man chuckled strangely. "So what if I did? Can you break it? If you can't, get lost." And Shen didn't respond, walked over, and touched the formation. It felt icy cold, like an ice wall. The thickness and height were unpredictable. He stood there for a few seconds, activated the solid meat technique, and struck with a bone blade. There was a clang. He was bounced back, and Shen shook his head. It was indeed very solid. Then, he took out the Sitang curse shell, and white jade black eye, and aimed them at the old man, but they had no effect. Attempting nuclear techniques yielded the same result. It seemed this formation could even isolate nuclear techniques and strange nuclear objects. The old man, seeing this, wore a smile that was not quite a smile, his expression somewhat gloomy. "I thought you were impressive, but after all this, you're just a reckless fool. You're a bit stronger than that idiot, but do you really think you can break my formation? How laughable." Ignoring the other's mockery, and Shen kept his head down, as if deep in thought. "I'm not boasting, but this formation, in this strange core land, is probably unbreakable by anyone. Don't take yourself too seriously, young man," the old man continued. "If you haven't experienced anything, don't embarrass yourself any further." Hearing this, and Shen looked up at him. "You just said this formation is called the mother and child formation. Ordinary people and soul possessors have limitations, right? So what? Can you break it?" And Shen ignored him again and suddenly took out the human skin medical book, quickly flipping through it as if searching for something. After a moment, he said to Suguan, "Go catch me a few birds, snakes, earthworms, and cicadas." Hearing this, Suguan, whose arm had already healed, did not dare to delay and turned to find the items. And Shen found a stone and walked down, opening his backpack to take out a censer. Seeing this, the old man was momentarily stunned. "What are you planning to do?" And Shen ignored the man's confusion. This censer was something he had brought with him when leaving the town, not very large, about the size of 2 fists. And Shen lit a fire underneath, gradually heating the censer until it glowed red and became scorching hot. Moments later, Suguan returned, with a snake wrapped around his waist and holding birds, cicadas, and earthworms in his hands. He looked like a hunter just returning from the hunt. "Brother Siener, I've got the things. Are you planning to refine medicine?" "Yes," and Shen nodded. He said that soul possessors and ordinary people have limitations when entering the formation. "I thought about it, and the commonality between the two is that they are human. If it's not human, wouldn't there be no limitations?" After saying this, and Shen directly twisted off the heads of the snake and the bird and threw them inside. This statement not only stunned Suguan, even the old man within the formation was dumbfounded, his eyes wide open, unable to come to his senses for a moment. It seemed he had never considered this novel perspective. Whether soul possessors or ordinary people, as humans, they were all restricted. If it were not human, would there be no restrictions? What a brilliant idea! Suguan clapped his hands in approval, looking quite excited. "But there's one problem. How not to be human?" And Shen replied calmly. "Last night, when I opened the human skin medical book, I saw it recorded a medicine called four-legged pill, which said that after taking it, the body would undergo a transformation, becoming beast-like." As he spoke, and Shen crushed the twisted bird and snake heads in the censer. Mixed with blood, he also added the earthworm and cicada to scald them to death, and a nauseating smell began to emanate from within. And Shen then squatted down, grabbed a handful of soil, and added it in, cutting open his wrist to let his blood drip in. Mixing it all together, he rolled out 2 pitch-black pills, handing one to Suguan and keeping one for himself. He frowned and said, his tone serious, "Don't eat it yet, watch me first. If something happens to me after I take it, then you shouldn't take it." Hearing this, Suguan was taken aback. "Can something really happen? I'm not sure what this transformation is. What if something happens and I can't revert back?" And Shen said earnestly, "This is dangerous. I'll take the risk first. If something does go wrong, you won't need to take it. He paused for a moment, then spoke very seriously. If you can't save me, just go back and find Brother Jian. Don't waste time on me, focus on surviving first. After saying this, Shen did not hesitate and swallowed the four-legged pill whole. He did not know if these things would produce the expected effects or lead to a very bad situation. He only knew that he could not give up trying just because of uncertainty. Just like how he had come this far, every step was filled with blood and tears, and it was impossible to predict whether the next moment would be more dangerous or more fortunate. It was either encountering a soul snatcher who wanted to devour him or unexpectedly stumbling upon more core techniques and strange core entities. The future was uncertain, but doing nothing while standing still meant having nothing. Watching Shen swallow, Suguan stood by, holding the pill, his expression dazed. His heart raced faster and stronger, almost to the point of tears, because he knew that Shen could have easily deceived him. After all, the pill was concocted by a great master. He wouldn't suspect anything and wouldn't dare refuse to take it. Testing himself to see if it would be dangerous was entirely possible, just like testing poison. But Shen didn't do that. Throughout this journey, he hadn't made things difficult for Suguan. He even sacrificed his own flesh to refine the solid flesh pill. Even now, when life was at stake, he hadn't forced Suguan to do anything. At this moment, looking at Shen, Suguan's eyes secretly turned red. It seemed he remembered something, certain past images surfacing before him, and he gritted his teeth softly. Boss Qian, who says no one in this world will treat me, Suguan, well. After Shen swallowed, his gaze grew heavy as he waited a few seconds. At first, he didn't notice anything unusual. Moments later, a sudden pain shot through his back. An indescribable sense of strangeness enveloped him. The pain felt as if his back was being torn apart, but it wasn't just his back, it was his entire body, every corner, as if something was trying to break free. Shen clearly sensed his bones rapidly undergoing a transformation. Crack, crack, accompanied by a series of strange sounds. He suddenly looked down, his mind buzzing. 1, 2, 3, 4 more strange legs sprouted from both sides of his legs in an instant. It was as if limbs were connecting together, fanning out in all directions. At the same time, Shen heard a loud bang from behind. His spine cracked, an arm emerged. Following that, a second arm sprouted from the palm of that strange arm. The second palm then gave birth to a third. It just kept extending outward. 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to countless beings. In less than a few seconds, Shen's back spread open like butterfly wings. A massive pattern formed from countless arms, writhing like the flames of a Buddha statue behind him. The intense pain nearly drove him insane, Shen felt his consciousness gradually blurring and slipping out of control. He couldn't focus on thinking. Beside him, Suguan stared at this scene, completely forgetting to breathe. This sight reminded him of the thousand-handed Guanyin, Shen's body continued to grow larger and larger. Before he could speak, a sudden exclamation came from within the formation. Strange core limbs, how is this possible? You're a strange core entity? The old man's face turned as pale as paper, clearly frightened, his dark eye sockets wide open. He looked up at the colossal figure before him, unable to utter a word. Shen was still growing, becoming larger, his height nearly reaching 20 meters. His body had twisted and deformed to the point of being unrecognizable. The 1,000 hands behind him suddenly came crashing down. A massive shadow loomed like a mountain. Bang! With a loud crash, the ground seemed to tremble. Suguan tightly covered his ears but still clearly heard a crack sound. The formation had broken. His heart trembled. In midair, it seemed like countless shards of glass were falling down. It only took one attack. At the same time, within the formation, the old man let out a miserable scream as he flew out, crashing to the ground. With the formation broken, he was clearly affected as well. No, this is impossible. He struggled to crawl on the ground. Help me, Lord Wu, save me. He reached out toward a direction in the city, as if calling for help, his expression extremely grim. Suddenly, a hand reached down from above. It grabbed his hair and lifted him into the air. No, let me go. The old man struggled desperately in midair, but before he could react, Shen grabbed him and threw him upwards. A mouth opened. Gulp! Clothes and all, he was swallowed whole. Suguan stood beside him, his face devoid of color as he stared at the 1,000-handed Guanyin before him, swallowing hard. One limb after another spread out like a centipede. The densely packed hands were as terrifying as a spider. This four-legged pill can actually make Xian's monstrous core limbs grow wildly? He stared blankly at the object in his hand, not daring to eat it. The formation had already been broken, and there was no need to consume it anymore. But Suguan instinctively felt that something was off. No matter how powerful this thing is, it shouldn't be able to affect the monstrous core limbs. The monstrous core limbs belong to the monstrous core itself. To become like this was equivalent to altering the monstrous core itself. A single four-legged pill couldn't possibly have such an effect. Then, why did Chen turn out like this? Looking up, Su Guan's heart trembled in shock. He saw Chen, towering at 20 meters high, staring down at him with blood-red eyes. This is bad. The moment their eyes met, Su Guan's scalp tingled, and he turned to run. After just 2 steps, he suddenly heard a loud pop. He hurriedly looked down, astonished to see his chest flesh exploding, and a human head sprouting out. It was Chen's head. The head was connected to a long neck that quickly extended from his chest. Like a snake, it coiled around Su Guan's body, grinning menacingly at him. Why are you running? Seeing this scene, Su Guan's face turned as pale as paper, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Then, something suddenly struck him in his mind, as if he understood. It's the knowledge obstruction. This is the knowledge obstruction. Xian, spare me. Don't infect me. If I get infected with the knowledge obstruction, I'm done for. Su Guan struggled desperately, but Chen's snake-like neck wrapped tightly around him, rendering him completely immobile. Xian Ergu. If the knowledge obstruction goes mad, it truly goes mad, and it can't be cured. That's more painful than refining me. You might as well just refine me directly. As soon as Su Guan finished speaking, he suddenly saw an ancient street appear before him. Many people stood around. Before he could react, these people suddenly began to punch and kick him, cursing incessantly. What the hell are you doing begging in the middle of the road? Looking for death? Get the hell out of here. Damn it, you're just dirtying my clothes. Caught off guard, Su Guan was kicked to the ground, his head buzzing. He couldn't understand what was happening. He suddenly turned his head and found that Chen was gone, as was the thousand-handed Guanyin, and there was no hanging corpse city. It seemed he was standing on a very familiar old street. Staring blankly at the scene before him, Su Guan trembled. This street, he would never forget until death, how he survived here by eating the flesh of his friends and brothers bite by bite. This is a bizarre place. How could I be here? I clearly left already. Why am I back? No, wait. Su Guan slapped himself hard several times, drawing blood from the corner of his mouth. It's over. I must have fallen into the knowledge obstruction. He stared blankly at the scene before him, his scalp tingling, his breath constricted, his face looking as pale as a corpse. Just then, someone suddenly tapped him on the back, impatiently saying, I told you to go out and beg for some food, and it's been ages without a word. What the hell are you doing? Do you still want to live? Turning around, Su Guan saw a familiar face. His body froze, his mind blank. Qian Lauda? This face was too distant yet too profound. So profound that even in another world, he couldn't forget it. Su Guan's last memory of this face was the pain and despair of cutting the flesh off it bit by bit with a knife. How he mixed tears with blood and flesh, devouring it clean. This isn't real. This isn't real at all. Su Guan shook his head, taking 2 steps back. Suddenly, he saw the head of Big Money elongate rapidly, twisting around him like a snake. It spun a few times, facing him with a strange smile. Who is your Big Money? In the blink of an eye, that head transformed into Chen's face. Xianer, can you hear me? It's Su Guan. Wake up. You've fallen into the obstacle of perception. None of this is real, and you aren't like this either. Obstacle of perception? Chen's expression froze for a moment, then his mind seemed to stretch upward, like a long rope being pulled straight, growing longer and longer. Obstacle of perception? What is that? Don't spout nonsense to scare me. Don't I look abnormal like this? His tone sounded utterly confused. You say I'm not real right now? Then tell me, what is real? Su Guan's face was drenched in cold sweat, his lips trembling. It's real and not real. I don't know what's real. He couldn't explain it at all. This was the most terrifying aspect of the obstacle of perception. Su Guan had no idea how to explain the obstacle of perception. Most people in the world had heard of it, but what exactly it was, no one was clear. The most common phrase used to describe the obstacle of perception is it really real, or is it fake? True and false cannot be distinguished in the world of the obstacle of perception. If it is fake, then everything Su Guan is doing here will truly happen. Even the deceased Big Money would come back to life before him. But if it is real, how could it possibly be real? He had just been in front of Hanging Corpse City. I say it's real, so it is real. And Chen let out a strange laugh from his throat. I say it's fake, so it's fake. As he spoke, suddenly, his expression stiffened. His tone began to change. It's over. It's over. You've fallen into the obstacle of perception. What should I do? After saying that, Chen's body seemed to be electrocuted, his neck suddenly contracting rapidly, his whole being dissolved at a visible speed. Finally, he returned to his original form, collapsing to the ground, unconscious and motionless. Su Guan stood there in a daze, as if he had been saved, breathing heavily. He had no idea what had just happened. Looking around at the ancient, familiar street, he gritted his teeth and picked up Chen, running forward without looking back. At the end of the ancient street was a modern asphalt road. After running onto the asphalt road, Sugwon turned to look back, astonished to find that the ancient street still existed. It was as if a street had fallen from the sky, abruptly intersecting the ground. The bizarre scene felt completely out of place. It was as if it had been dyed. This is the obstacle of perception. This is the obstacle of perception. Sugwon swallowed hard, not daring to look back, desperately running deeper inside. And Chen had caused such a commotion, it would definitely attract the attention of the people in the city. He needed to find a place to hide first. Midnight. A pitch-black figure stood at the junction of the ancient street and the asphalt road. Frowning, his expression was heavy. The man held a heavy iron chain in his hand. At the other end of the chain was a person. However, this person's appearance was extremely distorted. The head was abnormally large, while the limbs were quite short, pressed against the ground. At first glance, it looked like it was squatting on the ground, its posture resembling that of a toad. The neck was bound by the iron chain, the chin was very swollen, and the cheeks had layers of patterns resembling fish gills. The eyes were extraordinarily large, looking quite unusual. The man gripped the iron chain, glancing at the ancient street and then at the asphalt road, as if confirming the scene before him. But his expression was overly serious. After a moment, he rubbed his eyes, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Toad, I didn't see wrong, did I? Did a street just inexplicably appear? And judging by the style, it looks like a street from our place? The person squatting on the ground opened its mouth and let out a GUH sound, as if in agreement. But it sounded quite uneasy. Even the formation has been broken. Can that old fool's formation be broken by a mere human? Who on earth could achieve such a feat? And yet, nothing was left at the scene? Why did they come to Suspended Corpse City? The man's tone grew increasingly anxious. I have a bad feeling. I must hurry back to tell the master. The man tugged at the iron chain and immediately turned around. The person squatting on the ground let out a soft coo. Poof! The two transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished. Hiss, pain. His head throbbed intensely, and his whole body felt as if it were splitting apart. And Chen painfully opened his eyes from unconsciousness. A string of blood mist symbols appeared before him. Shiyu was unusually excited, attempting to devour the cultivator. The dim, old tungsten light flickered in front of him. His head felt like it was about to explode. This was a rather dilapidated room. Xienergu? Xienergu? Are you awake? How do you feel? Are you okay? A familiar yet anxious voice came from beside him, and Chen struggled to turn his head and saw Sugwon's worried face. He was still clutching that human skin medical book, and there was an incense burner in front of him, seemingly burning something. Under the dim tungsten light, smoke slowly rose. And Chen opened his mouth, his voice hoarse and unpleasant, unable to produce sound. As he spoke, he suddenly felt something was off. Just as he was about to look down, Sugwon hurriedly blocked his view. Xienergu, don't look yet. His voice sounded extremely tense. Your condition isn't good. I'm looking through this human skin medical book to find something. I'm checking to see if there's a pill that can help you recover, he said. But before he could finish, Shen pushed him away with a grim expression. Looking down at himself, he froze in place, his mind buzzing. His neck had become extremely long, like a snake, and hanging below his neck was a ghastly white skeleton. There was no blood or flesh. It was his own body. But what was unsettling was that within the eerie skeleton, there were clear internal organs and veins. The bare heart was beating rapidly. The lungs rose and fell, creating an extremely bizarre sensation. It was as if a person had been stripped of their skin, blood, and flesh, leaving only the skeleton and internal organs. How could this happen? And Chen moved his neck slightly. Instantly, it twisted like a snake, coiling in midair. Sugwon turned pale with fright. Great Immortal, don't panic. This must be a side effect of the medicine. There must be a way to resolve this in the book. He was sweating profusely as he flipped through the pages. But many things were beyond Sugwon's comprehension, and Chen's condition was simply too strange. He looked neither human nor ghost, but like some kind of strange creature. How could I have turned into this? And Chen's face twisted in a grimace. His mind raced, and he shouted to Sugwon, Sugwon, go get a knife. Cut off my neck. Ha! Sugwon was stunned upon hearing this. Hurry, okay. Sugwon dared not refuse and quickly rummaged through his bag for a knife. And Chen tilted his neck back, which was at least 3 meters long, hanging in midair, taut and straight, gritting his teeth. Chop! Cut from the base. But, Great Immortal, what if it doesn't grow back if I cut it? Sugwon trembled in fear. What if he really died? I'm not afraid of death. What are you afraid of? Just do it. and Shen's expression was somewhat ferocious. Then I'll cut it. Suguan steeled his face, no longer hesitating, and swung the knife. Swoosh! Accompanied by a piercing sound, his neck was severed. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The 3-meter-long head hung from the neck, falling to the ground. However, Shen was astonished to find that he could still remain conscious. He could even wiggle his neck. Like a gecko's tail, it twisted on the ground autonomously. "Hold me down, quickly!" Shen shouted. Hearing the commotion, Suguan's face turned pale as he rushed over. Like hugging a giant python, he tightly pressed down on Shen's neck, his body struggling incessantly. "Keep cutting, start from 10 centimeters below the neck." "Okay." Suguan's mind was buzzing, and he no longer knew what he was doing. He didn't know what Shen was planning to do, but he just followed the instructions. He pressed down on the twisted neck, found the right position, and with a swift motion, Suguan brought down the knife. Crack! The neck snapped. Master?" Suguan, covered in blood, raised his head and found that Shen could still think normally. The more than 2-meter-long neck twisted chaotically on the floor of the room, like a severed earthworm, mixed in with blood, which was quite disgusting. "Put my head back on my body and find something to tie me to the skeleton." "Ha!" Suguan was stunned. It could be done this way? Trembling, he picked up Shen's head and placed it back on the original neck. Then, from his bag, he took out a long red string and tied Shen's neck to the bones. The next second, he saw lumps of flesh starting to grow from under Shen's neck, continuously filling the skeletal frame, gradually forming a complete person. Even the skin and flesh began to regrow. Suguan watched this scene in shock, speechless. Was this still a human? Even cultivators didn't play with themselves like this. I knew this would work. As his body continued to restore, Shen touched the lines in the flesh around his neck. They were pressed in the meat, leaving marks. "My flesh can regenerate. If I tie my neck to the skeleton and keep regenerating, it will definitely fill the skeleton." Shen expressed his idea and tried it out. The result proved it was indeed feasible. Including before, this fully demonstrated that no matter how absurd it looked, it could really be done. Moreover, his logic was quite simple. The neck was too long, so just cut off a part, right? But Suguan was dumbfounded, swallowing hard, unable to speak. He had seen man-eating cultivators and those who went mad from alchemy, but he had never seen anyone play with themselves like this. "Ha, have we already come in?" Shen suddenly asked. Suguan was stunned. "Brother Xiener, what happened? You don't remember?" Hearing this, Shen frowned and tried to recall. "I just remember we were trying to break the formation. By the way, why did I end up like this?" Suguan's eyes gradually widened in disbelief. He didn't even remember this? He hurriedly recounted what had happened. After listening, Shen's expression turned quite ugly. He muttered to himself, "It seems my memory has a problem again, just like what Cheng Huang said before." He remembered that Cheng Huang had mentioned this before. The things he remembered might not be true, they could have been tampered with. Shen thought for half a second and suddenly asked, "Did I act very strangely?" Suguan internally scoffed, "You never acted normally, did you? Strangely as in, did I suddenly seem like a different person or talk to myself?" Hearing this, Suguan seemed to recall something, and his whole being tensed up. "Yes, you said, if I fall into the knowledge barrier now, what will I do, Lord God?" "Lord God?" Shen's expression changed upon hearing this. He knew there was something else inside him, and that thing was related to his heart. But now, it was the first time he heard this name. "What is Lord God?" He opened his mouth to say something, but suddenly his expression changed. His demeanor froze, his gaze became vacant, and he stared blankly at the air for a few seconds, then asked strangely, "By the way, we were trying to break the formation. How did we get in?" Suguan was dumbfounded by the question. "Master, I just told you." After saying this, he also froze, as if realizing something at the same time. Shen's memory had clearly vanished for a segment just now, especially when it came to mentioning Lord God and the knowledge barrier. Suguan immediately understood. It was that thing inside him causing trouble. It was currently listening to their conversation while simultaneously altering Shen's memory. Realizing this, Suguan quickly asked, "Master, do you know about Lord God and the knowledge barrier?" Shen furrowed his brows at the words and shook his head. "What is the Divine Lord and the knowledge barrier?" "The thing inside you is called the Divine Lord," Suguan hurriedly replied. But as soon as he finished speaking, Shen's expression froze again, his face a mix of complexity and uncertainty. A few seconds later, he countered with a question. "Aren't we discussing how to break the formation? How did we get in?" Suguan was completely bewildered, his mind buzzing, mouth agape, frozen in place, unsure of what else to say. The terms Divine Lord and Knowledge Barrier were like forbidden words to Shen. The moment they appeared in his mind, they would be automatically filtered out. Suguan knew what was happening. but he couldn't tell Shen. Even if he did, the memory would be immediately altered. The thing inside him was listening to them. Xiener, the thing inside you is altering your memory. I've told you so many times. Su Guan, undeterred, tried again. But Shen's expression kept changing. After a few exchanges, it reverted to, aren't we discussing how to break the formation? How did we get in? We snuck in. Su Guan could only find another excuse. After he said this, he suddenly heard Shen let out a strange laugh. The laughter sounded somewhat smug, as if he had successfully played a trick on the person in front of him. Hee hee, how amusing. Su Guan's body stiffened in place. The moment he locked eyes with Shen, he could tell that the look just now was definitely not Shen himself. It was sinister, cold, and even carried an indescribable madness. Just a glance made Su Guan's heart chill. He immediately shut his mouth, his heartbeat quickening, while he realized some terrifying truths. He almost wanted to slap himself. Just now, he had been desperately trying to tell Shen the truth, but he had forgotten that the person inside Shen could emerge at any time and take over. This meant that the other party could kill him at any moment. Shen would not kill him, but that Divine Lord definitely would. Su Guan swallowed hard, suddenly grateful for his life. If he angered that Divine Lord, he might really die. Looking at Shen's bewildered expression, Su Guan dared not speak carelessly again. Just then, the phone in the package suddenly rang. Dingling, Shen hurriedly pulled it out, surprised to find that there was actually a signal in the city. He looked down and saw it was a call from Li Xinji. He quickly answered, "Hello, Shen?" A suspicious voice came from the other end. "It's me, what's up?" "Damn!" Li Xinji suddenly let out a long breath, sounding relieved. "Finally, someone picked up. I couldn't reach you and thought you were dead. There was no signal outside the city. I only got it once I entered." Shen felt helpless. "You guys have entered the city?" "Yes." "Great. We have a core friend in Hanging Corpse City who can help us with the heavenly path. After the invader took over, he has been there." Li Xinji's tone sounded somewhat serious. "I had already contacted him to help investigate your parents' situation. He sent me a message yesterday saying he has leads. I'll give you the address so you can go find him for help." Hearing this, Shen's heart skipped a beat. "Okay. Also, your position in the heavenly path has been decided. I don't know if there's been a mistake, but your task is to become an immortal." Shen didn't understand. He even doubted if he had heard it wrong. Li Xinji's tone seemed quite complex. "I don't know why they would assess such a result, but it seems that on the path of resisting the heavenly path, your goal is indeed to become an immortal. Don't mess with me, organization." Shen felt a bit speechless. Others were gathering intelligence, replacing some people, but for him, it was to become an immortal. That was quite a leap, wasn't it? Hee hee, I'm serious. Li Xinji was not joking. Not only that, after confirming this internally, they also decided to spare no effort to help you become an immortal. According to what they say, they want to know if it is possible to become an immortal at the end of the laws. And everyone unanimously believes that only you can achieve this. Or rather, they have placed all their hopes on you. After listening, Shen fell into silence. Is this a game of poker? A big gamble? I have a question. Ask away. When you say they, who are you referring to? Who evaluated me? Upon hearing this, Li Xinji was momentarily taken aback. Alright, I haven't told you, the Jie Tiandao has 5 elders. Of course, they are not considered superiors. It's just that Jie Tiandao was founded by these 5 old folks, so for many matters, everyone lets these 5 old folks make the decisions, like position distribution. As he said this, Li Xinji chuckled. Of course, if you really don't like this position, you don't have to listen. You can write a letter, and I'll help you submit it for a re-evaluation. Can I really refuse? Sure, I mentioned before that Jie Tiandao doesn't restrict anyone. You could even run over and beat up the 5 elders if you wanted. Li Xinji said, there was a newcomer before who didn't like the assigned position and requested a change, but the 5 elders disagreed. So that newcomer beat up the 5 elders, broke a few teeth, and then the 5 old folks agreed. And Shen was stunned, momentarily unable to respond. Isn't it a bit much for a newcomer to beat up the 5 elders with such strength? The newcomer wasn't that strong, mainly, the 5 elders were too weak. Li Xinji smiled. You might not believe it, but all 5 elders are actually useless. The strongest among them has been cultivating for 62 years, has passed through 4 laws, and just now possesses a divine altar. And Shen clicked his tongue in disbelief. His eyes widened, unable to speak. 62 years. Even if a dog were to cultivate for that long, it wouldn't be at this level, right? In any case, if you have any thoughts or opinions, just let me know. Currently, your position is to become an immortal. The entire Jie Tiandao has already been notified. As long as they are our core friends, everyone will help you. After saying this, just as he was about to hang up, Li Xinji suddenly remembered something and reminded him. By the way, you must be extra careful and keep your wits about you. I've heard that the place called Hanging Corpse City is quite abnormal. It's much more twisted than Orphan City. Be mentally prepared. Also, Wang Jian has contacted me. He can't reach you. He wants to inquire about your situation, so it's best if you give him a call." At this point, Li Shenji suddenly paused and chuckled. "I have to say, I really envy you for having such a good brother in such a twisted world." After hanging up the phone, Shen felt a hint of bitterness in Li Shenji's words, but he didn't want to think too much about it. He called Wang Jian, chatted for a bit, and reassured him. Wang Jian simply and calmly left a message. "Take care of yourself." When it was Su Guan's turn to report his safety, Wang Jian was taken aback, sounding quite surprised. "You're still alive? Thanks to Brother Shanner, I'm not dead yet," Su Guan said with an awkward smile. "Alright, take good care of him." Then he hung up. Su Guan gritted his teeth and handed the phone to Shen. Seeing his strange expression, Shen was a bit curious. What did he say that caused such a big emotional reaction? "Wang Daxian cares about me and told me to take care of myself." Shen put away his things and then followed the address sent by Li Shenji to find that core friend of Jie Tiandao. Outside, the sky was already getting bright. Another night without sleep, but he didn't feel too tired. The two walked onto the street, using the faint light to see the ruins and the dilapidated streets. Flyers and advertisements flew in the air. Many houses had collapsed, and in some places, there were dried bloodstains, even faintly visible bones among the ruins. However, the further they walked into the city, the better the environment became, and even the number of people started to increase. This left Shen both surprised and quite puzzled. In a city occupied by a usurper, why were there still so many people living here? He had Su Guan try to discern the situation and found that most of the people were just ordinary folks. This doesn't make sense. Why haven't the usurpers refined them all? Shen was confused but kept his thoughts to himself. They tried not to attract attention. Fortunately, not many seemed to care about these two unfamiliar guests. However, Shen noticed that the expressions of these people were quite calm, and there was no emotion even when they made eye contact. The most critical point was, despite the number of people, the streets were remarkably quiet, and almost no one was communicating. The scene was rather strange. The two of them turned down several streets and arrived at the designated location. Looking up, they saw a house that was clearly different from the others. This house looked like a villa, quite grand in appearance, and it stood out awkwardly from its surroundings. Shen approached the door and turned back to look. Many people on the street were curiously peeking at him, their eyes filled with a kind of awe and trepidation. The atmosphere was evidently odd. "Knock, knock, knock." He knocked on the door. "Who are you looking for?" A startled voice rang out, and Shen was taken aback. Looking up, he found a distorted, patchwork face peering out from the door. It was staring at him, repeating the question. "Who goes there? Who are you looking for?" This patchwork face looked quite horrifying, with cheeks covered in patches, messy stitches intertwined, resembling a lump of flattened flesh, making one feel nauseous. "I am Shen, here to see Wu Yuanshan." He glanced at the information on his phone and spoke truthfully. Upon hearing this, the patchwork face froze for a few seconds. Suddenly, with a click, the door opened. Then, a heavy voice came from inside. "Come in." Shen and Su Guan exchanged glances, feeling a bit strange. The two of them walked in, and just as they entered the house, bang! The door slammed shut behind them. Immediately, a man with dark circles under his eyes, looking quite haggard and dressed in rags, hurriedly walked out from inside. "And Chen?" the other party asked nervously. "It's me. Are you crazy to use your real name in this place?" The man gritted his teeth and pulled out his phone. On it was a photo of Chen. He held it up for comparison, his eyes widening even more. "Using your real name is one thing, but you dare to use your real face? Don't you know your existence has already reached Hanging Corpse City?" Hearing this, Shen was somewhat surprised. "Do the people here know me?" The man shook his head anxiously. "Most of them probably don't know what you look like, but the news about Orphan City has spread. They must have heard your name." "I see," Shen nodded, realizing that after entering this city, he would need a new identity. The man put down his phone and then extended his hand, his tone becoming quite polite. "Wu Yuanshan, my position in the Jietiandao is intelligence. Nice to meet you." Shen shook his hand. "Shen, my position is becoming an immortal." Upon hearing this, Wu Yuanshan didn't seem surprised, clearly having received the news long ago. He turned and walked into the house. "Elder Wu has already said that Jie Tiandao will do its utmost to assist you in becoming an immortal. To be honest, do you really think you can become an immortal at the end of the laws?" Shen fell silent for a few seconds, not answering the question. "I actually don't believe it much. The longer I live, the more I feel that the end of the laws is actually another form of death." Wu Yuanshan's voice sounded quite calm. As he spoke, he walked into the house and began rummaging through a simple cabinet. "A few days ago, I received a message from Li Shinji. He asked me to help investigate your parents' situation, and there are already some leads." Saying this, he took out several photos and placed them on the table. And Shen was astonished to see that the people in the photos were his parents. They were tied up, seemingly unconscious, and based on the background, it was impossible to tell where they were. "I have good news and bad news for you. Which one do you want to hear first?" "Good news." Upon hearing this, Wu Yuanshan pointed at a photo. "The good news is, your parents are not dead." "Then what's the bad news?" "They might be worse off than dead." And Shen's heart trembled in shock. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Wu Yuanshan slowly continue. "I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Before we take action, I need to tell you some very important things. First, I can only help you investigate information. Rescuing people and killing, those are your own matters. My strength isn't that great, and even if I go, I won't be able to help you. Second, the situation in Suspended Corpse City is different from that in Orphan City. In Orphan City, Chung Huang wants to refine everyone to supply himself with the means to achieve immortality. But Suspended Corpse City is not like that. When you came here, you should have seen many people on the streets, right?" And Chen nodded. "They are all ordinary people, with food and clothing, and they live quite well. But do you know? The things they need to live are all provided by the soul possessors." Hearing this, and Shen's mouth slightly opened, feeling quite astonished. "The soul possessors didn't refine all these people?" Wu Yuanshan shook his head. "No, the soul possessors here are different from Chung Huang. After my investigation, I deduced that they seem to be raising these people." "Raising?" "Yes." Wu Yuanshan's expression gradually became serious. "I'm not strong, and being here alone, the things I can investigate are quite limited. I don't know why they are raising them or what the purpose is. The soul possessors take good care of the people in the city, they have enough to eat and wear, and they won't harm them. There's only one problem." "What?" "They can't speak. The soul possessors have cut out everyone's tongues." And Chen was stunned. Suddenly realizing something, he understood why there were so many people on the streets, yet it felt so quiet. "So, I also want to ask you for a favor." Saying this, he took out his phone and opened an address. "Your parents have been taken to this place. When you go to rescue them, I want you to help me bring back something." "What is it?" And Shen was astonished to see a photo on the phone. It was a picture of a person. A person who looked quite deformed, locked in a cage. This person's body was half human, half dog, crouching on the ground, as if stitched together, staring at the camera with hollow eyes. It looked as if it were dead. "I don't know what this is either." Wu Yuanshan frowned, staring at the photo, his tone somewhat uneasy. "These people call themselves Twin Gate. I've heard it's one of the 7 evil sects, corresponding to love. Your parents were taken by them." The implication of this statement was that Shen's parents might also become this ghastly sight. And Shen could certainly tell, and he instinctively clenched his teeth. He was more familiar with the 7 evil sects than anyone else. They were love, hate, anger, ignorance, greed, evil, and desire. Hawan sect corresponds to desire. Lianhua sect corresponds to greed. And this, Twin Gate, corresponds to love. This, Twin Gate, is quite sinister. They seem to be concocting a very special drug. "I want you to help me bring back a sample," Wu Yuanshan said. "I'll send you the photo. This thing has great research value and is likely related to the raising of people." Upon hearing this, Shen opened his phone to take a look and was immediately stunned. "This is a drug?" The photo showed a strange worm. It looked somewhat like a centipede, with a brownish-yellow shell and antennae. It just had far fewer legs, but its body was longer. It looked very bizarre. "It's a drug, a special drug." Wu Yuanshan's expression was complex, as if he didn't know how to explain. "In any case, if you see it, please bring back a sample for me. I'll be waiting for you here." And Shen nodded, memorizing the appearance of this thing, turned to leave, and suddenly thought of something. He stared at Wu Yuanshan and couldn't help but ask a question. "You are also a soul snatcher, right? Why didn't you take those people as the core to cultivate?" Upon hearing this, Wu Yuanshan let out a bitter laugh. "Cultivation is something no one forces you to do. If you don't cultivate, you won't die. It's just that your strength will remain the same. Most people shout about cultivation, but in reality, they are just cultivating their own inner desires. I can't stand this, so I've never cultivated." And Shen was slightly taken aback after hearing these words. Now he understood why those who decipher the heavenly path were so weak. In such a world, without using lives to cultivate, it was impossible to become strong. Perhaps many people in the heavenly path were similar to Wu Yuanshan. "I see." And Shen showed a look of sudden realization. Wu Yuanshan noticed the change in his expression and suddenly seemed worried, hastily reminding him, "I'm telling you this, but you must never mention it to outsiders. Why? Most people don't know about the heavenly path. Some who do only see us as ants. Wu Yuanshan frowned. After all, there aren't many strong ones, and some people, upon learning our goal, treat us as evil spirits. Many of our core friends have been eaten, and Chen was stunned. After all, using lives to cultivate is the default. We are going against the rules, which to them is like being an evil spirit against the heavenly path. In short, don't casually claim to be someone from the heavenly path. If they find out, they'll treat you as an evil spirit. If they don't know, it won't help you either. So what exactly have I joined? And Chen was momentarily at a loss for how to position himself. After bidding farewell to Wu Yuanshan, he and Su Guan headed directly to the location on his phone. Once they arrived, and Chen saw that it was a huge mechanical factory, looking somewhat aged, with yellowing walls and overgrown weeds around. The factory seemed to still be in operation, with thick black smoke billowing from a large chimney at the back. "Xiener, something seems off in here," Su Guan said, and at some point, he had drawn a small bagua with his hand. His tone sounded quite uneasy. "Let me first draw a divination for Xiener." Saying this, he took out a short knife and, with a swift motion, cut open his palm. Blood flowed out, and he flicked his hand upward. Suddenly, blood droplets hovered in midair, moving around like prayer beads, changing unpredictably. Gradually, they formed a hexagram bagua pattern. "Fire Earth Jin, Water Heaven Su, Marsh Wind Great Over, Xiener, this is the Wandering Soul hexagram." And Shen wasn't very familiar with the hexagram and asked Su Guan to explain its meaning. The Wandering Soul hexagram is a changing hexagram. Simply put, this trip is fraught with uncertainty. It could lead to life or death, or even special changes in situations, but the outcome is unpredictable. Special changes? And Chen stared at the factory, lost in thought. Su Guan's hexagrams generally didn't have issues. These people don't seem to know what they're doing, but something is clearly off. There's likely danger. "You wait for me outside. I'll find a way to sneak in. Let's keep in touch by phone." After Shen finished speaking, he put on the fox mask and changed his face. Then, without daring to delay, he stood up and walked forward, leaving Su Guan standing there, staring at the empty factory with a look of confusion and unease. People? Where are the people? It was precisely because this place had no one that he felt strange. He looked up, pale-faced, and saw Shen had already run far away. And Shen arrived outside the factory. He saw that the entrance was filled with many people. However, these people looked quite strange. They all stood at the entrance, looking up at the dim sky above, expressionless. They stood still. If it were just one person, it would be fine, but looking around, there were countless people. Standing straight like this, he had no idea what they were doing. And Shen walked over, blending in among them, and as he looked further inside, he discovered even more people deep within the factory. The strangest thing was that he found these people seemed completely indifferent to his presence. "Can't they see me?" And Shen hesitated for a few seconds, stopping next to a man, and tried to ask, "What are you looking at?" The man continued to look up at the sky and suddenly replied, "I'm eating." "Eating?" And Shen was taken aback by his demeanor. Looking up at the sky is eating? Everyone has their own way of eating. Is that not allowed? And Shen ignored the man's strange tone. Just as he was about to walk away, the man suddenly grabbed him, still looking up at the sky, and asked, "I'm asking you a question, and if you don't answer, that's fine, but to just walk away like that, how rude of you." And Shen tried to struggle a bit, only to find that the man's grip was very strong, like a vice. He pulled a few times but couldn't break free. "Let go." For some reason, and Shen felt a fire ignite within him, extremely irritated. "You answer me first. If you don't answer, I won't let go." "What do you want me to answer? Isn't it true that everyone has their own way of eating? What kind of ridiculous question is this?" And Shen glared at him. "Are you deliberately trying to cause trouble? I'm just asking you a question. Can't we communicate properly?" His tone sounded very calm. But in this situation, especially when faced with trivial matters that obstructed him, and Shen felt inexplicably annoyed. "I'm going to save my parents. Who do you think you are wasting my time here?" With that thought, and Shen couldn't be bothered to waste words and directly raised his other hand, grabbing the man's neck. Heart fire. With a whoosh. "What are you doing?" The man hadn't reacted yet when his neck was instantly burned through, collapsing to the ground, eyes wide open, motionless. Hiss, and Shen suddenly froze, stunned. "What have I done?" Looking up, he saw a string of blood mist symbols appear before him. Shiyu was becoming more restless, and Shen looked at the corpse on the ground, his expression shifting unpredictably. He felt a surge of excitement in his mind, an inexplicable desire to tear the body apart. There was no special reason. He just felt that doing so would be very satisfying. There are so many people standing around. If we could tear the body apart and scatter it in the sky like petals, it would definitely be beautiful. No, or I could use the body to build a house, I remember Qian Shen used to love playing with Lego. Or I could refine these bodies into medicinal materials, it could help me cultivate. No, how could I forget Ziyi? And Shen looked at the crowd before him. Ziyi, let's take out his intestines, stitch them together, and make them long enough for Qian Shen to jump rope with. He muttered to himself, and when he turned his head, he saw Li Qian Shen and Wang Ziyi squatting on the ground, starting to tear the skin off the corpse. Li Qian Shen had somehow gotten a knife and was cutting down from the corpse's abdomen. She pulled out the intestines and handed them to Wen Shen, smiling shyly. But this one intestine isn't long enough. Wang Zi, he said immediately upon seeing this. Just kill a few more. Saying this, he also pulled out a knife and rushed towards another person nearby. Next to them was a woman, looking up at the sky as if she didn't know what was happening. Wang Zi, he walked over and sliced her neck open. Blood sprayed out. Qian Shen, come here. The two began to cut open the corpse and take out the intestines. And Shen watched, his mind buzzing, his expression filled with panic and unease. No, why do I like doing this so much? Don't kill, he shouted. The two in front of him stopped, looking at him with strange expressions, and Shen knew that Li Qian Shen and Wang Ziyi were fake. They were reflections of his own thoughts. But the problem was, why was he so eager to kill and cultivate right now? Could it be that the shrine's Qiyu is influencing me? And Shen suddenly realized something, just like before with Tian Miao. Thinking of this, he immediately shook his head, trying to cast away this terrifying thought. Don't kill. We're here to save our parents. The more noise we make, the more likely we are to get into trouble. He spoke as he turned and walked inside. A series of blood mist symbols floated before him. Qiyu was restless, craving blood, indeed. And Shen gritted his teeth and waved his hand to disperse the symbols. What the hell are you craving? I'm here to save people, don't mess up my plan. The symbols were scattered but reappeared again, and Shen grew increasingly irritated. The more agitated he became, the more frequently the symbols appeared, as if they were deliberately opposing him. In the end, Shen simply ignored them, pretending not to see. He squeezed through the crowd and entered the factory. Behind him, Su Guan crouched in a corner, staring blankly at Shen's strange behavior. Just moments ago, he had cut open his own stomach, pulling out his intestines, not knowing what he intended to do. After a while, he stuffed them back in and walked into the factory in a bizarre manner. It must be that thing. Definitely that thing. That so-called god is causing trouble again. Su Guan swallowed hard, watching Shen's figure gradually disappear into the factory. His heart raced. I need to think of a way to help Xiener. As soon as Shen entered the factory, he smelled a strange odor. The air was thick with a strong smell of blood and an indescribable stench, like rotting wood soaked in water. The surroundings were quite dim, with flickering lights as if there were poor connections. A loud, clattering noise echoed around, resembling the sound of machines operating, creating a cacophony. With the dim light, Shen saw shadows moving in front of him. It seemed many people were walking back and forth inside the factory. Hey, you, come over here, we're short a person on the processing line, go help out. Suddenly, a voice called from the side, and Shen turned to see a man who weighed at least 300 pounds approaching him. The man held a knife, wore an apron, and was covered in blood, looking just like a butcher. With each step, his flesh jiggled. I'm talking to you. Seeing Shen's lack of response, the man shouted, yes. Shen snapped back to reality, a buzzing ringing in his ears. He touched his changed face and quickly nodded. The man seemed to take him for one of the factory workers. As the fat man turned, Shen discreetly followed. However, the blood mist symbols floating before him made it hard to control his thoughts. He wanted to dismember the fat man. Over 200 pounds of meat must be a lot. The intestines are big, the stomach is fat. Pulling them out must feel great, he thought while following the fat man through a blood-stained curtain into the factory's interior. Shen saw that inside the room, quite a few people were already standing. These individuals were all extremely thin, dirty, and pale, looking as if they were on the verge of death. In stark contrast to the fat man's robust figure, they all stood still, motionless. You go over there, stand with them, the fat man shoved Shen. Caught off guard, Shen was forced to stand among the crowd. Accidentally, he bumped into a thin man, nearly knocking him over. The man looked a bit flustered, took a few steps back, fearfully glanced at Shen, and quickly lowered his head, not daring to say anything. Shen looked the man up and down, thinking, he's too thin. There's probably not much meat to cut off. Listen up! Bang! The fat man slammed the knife into a nearby wooden board, pointing inside the room. A new batch of goods arrived in the last couple of days. We need to speed up the work. Your task is simple, just cut. Don't worry about anything else. If you do well, I'll have the master reward you with elixirs to help you become immortal. Got it? Upon hearing the words elixirs and become immortal, the previously deadpan faces of the group suddenly lit up with excitement. Get to work! they all moved deeper into the room. And Shen followed, turning his head to see the frail man he had bumped into earlier walking to the side, looking timid and occasionally sneaking glances at him. The expression in his eyes was very strange, a mix of fear and terror. He didn't know what he wanted to do. Following the crowd deep into the factory, and Shen looked up in shock. He saw a massive machine in front of him. Or rather, it was not an ordinary machine. It was a blood and flesh mechanical monstrosity, a grotesque fusion of human flesh and machinery. The dark gears were covered in writhing chunks of meat. Beneath the skeletal mechanical framework, crimson blood surged. On either side of the blood and flesh machine stood two enormous glass containers. One container was filled with human remains. The other was filled with animal parts. And Shen noticed that the densely packed human fragments seemed to be alive. They were crammed into the massive vessel, piled on top of each other. Countless heads and limbs clawed at one another, writhing as if trying to climb out, creating a gruesome sight. And Shen stared blankly, quickly lowering his head. He was afraid that his expression of excitement would be seen by others. The new batch of goods is all in there. The fat man pointed, and everyone looked in that direction. On the other side of the machine, there were two huge black iron cages. One contained many people. The other held numerous animals. You few, go deal with the humans. The rest, handle the animals. Move quickly. The fat man casually pointed to several people, including in Shen, who were assigned to deal with the humans. Approaching the cage, he looked inside. The people locked up were lying in the cage, their faces pale, huddled in the corners, too afraid to move. And Shen saw someone beside him walk over, open the cage, and forcibly drag a man out. No, please, let me go. I have money at home. I'll give you all my money. Let me go. I beg you. The man was dragged out, letting out a heart-wrenching scream, but he couldn't escape at all. You murderous usurpers. You won't die a good death. Beasts, all of you. Thud. He was thrown into the container. The next second, with a splash inside the container, he was instantly cut into pieces, scattering within. His eyes bulged, unable to make a sound, and Shen stared blankly at this scene. Judging by the number of body parts in the massive container, at least dozens of people had been dismembered. Were these people all ordinary? Why were they being dismembered? What use were those animals? He turned back to stare at the cage. His heart raced. Several people around him had already started working. The people inside the cage tried to struggle, but it was futile. When faced with fierce resistance, the fat man walked over and directly chopped off their arms with a knife, rendering them unable to fight back. These people were like livestock waiting to be slaughtered. And Shen suppressed his inner emotions and squeezed into the cage. He scanned the area and suddenly froze. He saw his parents. In the corner of the cage, the two were huddled together, pale-faced, their eyes bloodshot, looking incredibly haggard. They didn't even dare to move, as if waiting for death to arrive. And Shen's heart raced faster. Seeing them, he hurriedly pushed his way inside, grabbing his mother and father's hands. Suya trembled in fear and quickly knelt down. Please, let me go. Hearing his mother's voice, and Shen's heart ached suddenly, almost bleeding, and he nearly shed tears. Yes, he was sure that this person was his mother. The tone, the inflection, the accent were all so familiar. How could a son mistake his own mother? Mom, and Shen's voice choked, almost slipping out. However, just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, he quickly swallowed them back, glancing at the fat man and changing his tone to a fierce one. You all come out. With the fox mask human skin on his face, his parents naturally wouldn't recognize him. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw his father, and Shang, kneeling on the ground, pleading, Please let us go, Immortal, we really aren't worth much, our meat isn't tasty. Hearing this, and Shen was momentarily stunned. He had previously heard Xiao Song mention that something was off with his parents. His mother seemed to have returned to normal. Could it be that his father was normal now too? Listening to the choked voices of his parents, and Shen's nose couldn't help but sting, his heart aching to hold them. But hold on, just a little longer. Wait until I can save you. Come out. And Shen forcefully dragged the two of them outward. At that moment, and Shangsheng suddenly struggled violently, lunging forward. Caught off guard, he knocked Shen to the ground, turning back to grit his teeth and say, Wife, you need to run. Run! Suya, seeing this scene, turned pale with fear. She quickly crawled out of the cage and ran straight outside. Go find our son. He must still be alive. Wife, go find Xinghe. And Shangsheng held the person in front of him tightly, shouting through gritted teeth, You body snatchers, I'll fight you to the end. He raised his fist to strike, and Shen didn't dodge, he only felt unbearable pain inside. His parents were still thinking of him when bang, a punch landed on Shen's face, and Shangsheng looked extremely furious, ready to strike again, when suddenly, a splatter sound rang out, and Shen suddenly felt a large amount of blood spray onto his face, scalding hot. He hadn't even processed what was happening when something hit his head. In the chaos, he hurriedly grabbed it with both hands and lifted it up. Through the blurred vision of blood, he saw that it was his father's head. Boom! And Shen's mind buzzed, blanking out, his whole body stiffening in place. Hurry up, move faster. Behind him, a hefty man with a knife sounded extremely impatient. After speaking, he swung the knife in another direction. Ah! Accompanied by a woman's scream. Then silence. The fat man walked heavily over, grabbing the woman's ankle and dragging her across the ground, pulling her back step by step. And at that moment, Shen was trembling all over, stiff, even unable to breathe. His throat felt blocked. He saw his mother's body being dragged by the fat man, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. You. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Something in his chest felt like it was about to burst out. The pain was excruciating. I'll kill you. And Shen got up from the ground, his eyes wide, his body shaking uncontrollably. Move faster. If you're this slow, I'll throw you in first, the fat man roared. Just as the words left his mouth, a shadow lunged at him. With almost no time to think, the fat man felt a scorching heat on his face and couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. Ah! I'll kill you. Following that, accompanied by a heart-wrenching roar, Shen was enveloped in white smoke, veins bulging on his forehead, and he jumped onto the fat man's body. Stepping on the man's shoulders, he bent down and grabbed his head, forcefully driving his thumb into the fat man's eye. Splurt, flesh was squeezed out, and the eyeball seemed to explode, blood gushing out. The entire face began to dissolve under the intense heat. Bastard! Stung by the pain, the fat man began to swing the knife in his hand, hacking at his own face. Bang! The knife plunged into Shen's back. The immense force pierced through his chest. Yet even so, Shen did not let go. Instead, he yanked the knife out of his chest with one hand, along with broken ribs. He grasped the severed rib as a weapon, turned around, and stabbed it fiercely into the fat man's head. Ah! The fat man let out a heart-wrenching scream, and Shen disregarded everything, opening his mouth wide. His monstrous limbs began to twist and fly out, dancing menacingly in midair. Like razors, they tore the fat man's flesh into strips in the blink of an eye, scattered all over the ground. I'll kill you. And Shen had lost all reason. After he tore the fat man apart, he turned around to search for his father's body. Suddenly, he froze in place. He saw his parents sitting in a cage, looking at him in fear. Shen stared blankly at his parents in the cage, his mind buzzing. What is this? He stumbled backward and looked down, seeing a headless corpse of his father on the ground. On the other side was the body of his mother being dragged back. But in the cage, there were his living parents. What's going on? Shen looked at the ground and then at the cage. He saw that his parents in the cage seemed to be stunned as well, their expressions filled with terror and unease as they stared at the corpse on the ground. Why does the person on the ground look exactly like us? Bai Suya's voice trembled, and Changxing's tone was even more panicked. Wife, we can't be dead, right? No, that's not right, this is an illusion. Shen shook his head vigorously. He turned to look at the people around him and found that they were all staring at him with surprised and uneasy expressions. The corpse of the fat man was undeniably real on the ground. It was said to be an illusion, yet it felt so real. Could it be that it wasn't an illusion, but the truth? Then why were there two sets of parents? Shen's mind was a mess, unable to comprehend what was happening. Just then, he heard a voice from outside the room, filled with confusion. What's going on in there? Could someone be resisting? Let's go see, then we'll know. Following that, hurried footsteps echoed, and Shen's heart trembled. The situation was urgent, and he couldn't afford to think any further. He was here to save people, not to kill. If more people from the other side came, it would be troublesome. With that thought, he tore off the fox mask, revealing his original face. He rushed over, grabbed his parents' hands, and gritted his teeth. Dad! Mom! I'm your son, Shen. Bai Suya and Changsheng were instantly stunned. They looked up at the person in front of them, mouths agape. Xingqinghe, how did you end up here? There's no time to explain now. I'm here to save you. Come with me. I will protect you as we get out. Upon hearing this, Bai Suya and Changsheng exchanged glances. Of course, they believed their son. They stood up and walked out of the cage. Suddenly, Bai Suya thought of something and said anxiously, Xinghe, why don't we save the others in the cage too? They look quite pitiful. Shen, upon hearing this, turned to look at the people his mother was pointing at, who were also locked in the cage, his expression filled with sorrow. No, I can't save so many people. Shen shook his head, walked over, and opened the cage completely, gritting his teeth. I can only help you this far, the rest is up to you to find a way to escape. I can't take care of you. The people in the cage, seeing this, looked terrified as they crawled out one by one, hurriedly running outside. The people standing around seemed to want to stop them, and Shen gritted his teeth and shouted, I dare you to try and stop them. The workers were immediately frightened into inaction, but they looked unwilling, their expressions twisted in anger. Someone muttered quietly, if we let them all escape, how will we find the sect leader to get the elixir? Who is this person? Should we just kill him? Is he easy to deal with? Hearing their conversation, Shen didn't pay them any mind. He couldn't be bothered with these small fry. Dad, Mom, follow me. He then led his parents down another path, running quickly. This route was completely unobstructed. They didn't encounter a single person blocking their way. They ran straight out of the factory and returned to the spot where Su Guan had been waiting earlier. From a distance, he saw Su Guan squatting in a corner, waiting for him. Great Immortal? What's this? Su Guan, hurry up and go. I've rescued Mom and Dad. And Shen's face was filled with excitement. After saying this, he turned around to run with them, but just after taking 2 steps, he suddenly heard a call from afar. Great Immortal, why are you back? You! And Shen heard the commotion and abruptly turned his head, instantly stunned. He saw Su Guan running wildly towards him from the other end. Turning his head again, he was surprised to find another Su Guan in front of him. What's going on? And Shen stood frozen. How could there be 2 Su Guans? His mind buzzed. In the distance, the other Su Guan suddenly stopped running, as if realizing something. His expression changed, and he dared not come closer. He began to shout from where he stood. Xienerge, are you seeing things? That's not me. No, wait. That's what you think is me. You've fallen into the obstacle of perception again. Obstacle of perception? And Shen heard the voice from afar, his expression blank. Don't fantasize, Xienerge, don't fantasize. Jump out of the illusion. That's just what you wish was true. Su Guan's voice continued to echo, and Shen was stunned. He immediately turned around to look behind him. There were 2 people standing there, but they were no longer his parents. Instead, they were 2 strangers. These 2 seemed just as bewildered, their faces filled with confusion, not knowing why they were there. Seeing the unfamiliar faces in front of him, Shen was instantly frightened, his face turning pale as he stepped back. Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. Stumbling, the 2 turned and ran away, leaving Shen standing there in a daze, unable to chase after them. This can't be happening. He held his head, suddenly feeling an unbearable headache, as if it were about to split open. I clearly rescued my parents. How could they be someone else? Obstacle of perception? Is all of this just my imagination? Did I not rescue anyone at the factory just now? Or did I never even enter the factory from the start? But which parts are my imagination? Which parts actually happened? And Shen suddenly felt extremely lost. He couldn't distinguish what he had done or who he had killed. Everything became uncertain. The things I imagine can become real, can affect the reality before me. Then how do I know if what I'm experiencing now is real or just an illusion? He looked up at the distant Su Guan. Is Su Guan real, or did I imagine him? No! And Shen suddenly thought of something. He abruptly drew a knife, aiming it at his own chest. If it were an illusion, there was only one way to verify it, to see if he would die. He thought, without hesitation. He plunged the knife toward his heart. Just as the tip of the knife was about to pierce his chest, a voice rang in his ear. All right, this batch is good. He. Immediately, the scene before him changed dramatically, and Shen saw that he was standing in the factory. In front of him were huge cages and boiling machines. The fat man, covered in flesh, was standing nearby, staring at them. Everyone was continuously pulling people out of the cages and throwing them into the machines. And Shen turned to look inside the cage. There were no signs of his parents, just a bunch of strangers. So, everything that had just happened, from running out to all of it, was his imagination. Get to work. You, what are you standing there for? From behind, the fat man's angry roar came, and Shen was jolted awake, hurriedly slapped his face, and walked toward the cage. His mind was still buzzing. Obstacle of perception, obstacle of perception. What exactly is the obstacle of perception? He muttered repeatedly. He dragged a person out of the cage. Next to him was the thin, frail person he had bumped into earlier, who suddenly leaned in and whispered, You know you bumped into me, right? And Shen paused for a moment, turned to look at the person, feeling it was strange. Yeah, so what? The person seemed quite timid, looking down, also holding on to someone, speaking uneasily. You bumped into me, you need to apologize. Hearing this, Shen was taken aback, frowning, suddenly feeling a bad premonition. What do you want? I just want you to apologize. You bumped into me. If you don't apologize, I'll tell the master. Go ahead. And Shen was somewhat speechless as he dragged the person out. The thin man chased after him, relentless and unyielding. I just heard you talking about the knowledge barrier. The sect leader mentioned before that whoever can catch the knowledge barrier will be greatly rewarded. You must be the knowledge barrier, right? If you don't apologize to me, I'll report you. The sect leader will definitely refine you. Upon hearing this, Shen's heart stirred, and a flash of inspiration struck his mind. He quickly put on a look of unease. No, I'll apologize to you. Just don't tell the sect leader. Then apologize. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have bumped into you just now, it's my fault. Hearing this, the thin man immediately chuckled, and his expression seemed to improve quite a bit. Don't worry, I won't report you anymore, just wanted to scare you. And Shen felt that this guy was a bit mentally unstable, so he decided to play along and continued to ask, May I ask, what is your name, brother? Ma-da-hu, brother who? And Shen whispered. This made Ma-da-hu look quite pleased. He dragged the person in his hand and threw him into the vessel, laughing, What brother, we're all brothers. Ma-da-hu, I. As soon as Shen changed his address, he noticed the man's expression immediately darken. He quickly reverted back. Brother who, I want to ask you something. Ma-da-hu's face brightened again. Ask away, what's the matter? Taking advantage of the fat man's inattention, Shen quietly asked, Why do you throw these captured people into this vessel? To refine them. Ma-da-hu chuckled strangely. How do you not even understand this? I know about refining, but I don't understand what use animal corpses have. How long have you been with the twin sect? Ma-da-hu suddenly countered. Just arrived. Oh, no wonder you don't know. He sneered. Listen carefully, our twin sect is different from other sects. The sect leader isn't cultivating right now, he's creating people. Creating people? And Shen didn't quite understand. Look, the left side is animal corpses, the right side is human corpses. If you mix these two types of corpses together, what do you think will happen? It will turn into new people. Ma-da-hu lowered his voice, filled with a certain excitement. Half animal, half human, hybridized together, half human, half beast. Haven't you seen? There are many in the room behind the factory. Hearing this, Shen was stunned, his mind buzzing. Half human, half beast? Why do you want to refine these things? I heard that the sect leader wants to create a unique life. I don't know what for, but it seems like he's never satisfied with what he has now. Upon hearing this, Shen looked at the glass vessel, his heart feeling heavy. The people of the twin sect actually used hybrids of humans and animals to refine what comes out. Are they still human? Brother who, there's another thing. Have you seen a girl with pink hair? Upon hearing this question, Ma-da-hu's expression suddenly changed. What do you want? Just curious, asking. Let me tell you, don't have any ideas about the young lady. Ma-da-hu lowered his voice, filled with threat. The young lady is mine. She likes me. And Shen opened his mouth. The young lady? That pink-haired girl is a villain of the twin sect? I'm just curious. I heard the young lady came back a couple of days ago? Yes, she did. Ma-da-hu nodded. She was captured before and couldn't be found, but she came back by herself these past few days. Did she bring 2 people with her? How would I know? Ma-da-hu dragged another one out of the cage. If you want to know, you can go ask yourself. The young lady is in the room behind. After saying this, his expression suddenly changed again, and he gritted his teeth. No, you are not allowed to talk to the young lady. She is mine. Did you hear? Yes. And Shen quickly nodded, ignoring this guy's delusions. However, he had indeed obtained some useful information. That pink-haired girl is really here. If he could find her, he would definitely be able to find his parents. Thinking of this, Shen found an excuse to go to the bathroom and left the room. Turning around, he walked directly towards the back of the factory. After the earlier perceptual obstruction incident, Shen was now walking quite cautiously. Whenever he encountered something uncertain, he would raise his knife and stab his own heart first. Only after being obstructed would he be sure of the scene before him. Walking down the factory corridor, it wasn't long before he reached the end, where a group of naked men were lining up in front of a room. These men were completely undressed, bare-bottomed, entering one after another. Every 10 minutes, another man would go in. But while he saw men going in, he did not see anyone coming out. What is going on here? Shen felt a wave of confusion as he approached. Suddenly, he heard sounds of pleasure and passion coming from deep within the room. Shen immediately stopped and listened carefully. The sounds were quite intense. About 10 minutes later, they stopped. Then another man eagerly walked in, and soon the same sounds echoed from the room again. What was happening? These men were entering one by one like sex slaves, and Shen observed their expressions from outside. They seemed quite excited. What is going on here? He joined the end of the line and curiously asked. The person in front did not turn around or notice anything unusual, excitedly replied, What else could it be? Of course, it's with the young lady. The young lady has been especially thirsty since she returned this time. She finally favored me, I've been waiting for so long. Hearing this, Shen was stunned. He stood at the back, tiptoed, and hurriedly peeked inside. His mind buzzed. Inside the room was a bed covered in crimson corpses, blood clots, dismembered heads, severed fingers, and an overwhelming stench of blood. Amidst the intestines and flesh, two naked bodies were intertwined, rolling and writhing together, making sounds of pleasure. He recognized it was the girl with pink hair, entangled with a man in a grotesque display of flesh. The scene before him was both sensual and bloody, continuously assaulting Shen's vision. Amidst the cries, he saw the pink-haired girl with disheveled limbs and hair. After a few minutes, her mouth suddenly opened wide, her hair standing on end, and several legs wrapped around the man in front of her, biting down hard to sever his neck. Blood sprayed everywhere in an instant. Yet her expression seemed to show immense enjoyment, as she continued to caress the man's corpse. After a moment, she pushed him aside onto the ground. Then, the next man entered the room, and the same situation began to repeat. Shen stared blankly at this scene. The more he watched the girl's appearance and actions, the more familiar they felt. Soon, he realized something. This girl was actually a female spider. In nature, after mating, female spiders eat the male spiders. The purpose of this is to gain more nutrition for better reproduction. Spider hybridization. Shen fixated on this scene, recalling the earlier flesh machine, a twisted species formed from animals and humans, and gradually began to understand something. Could she also be a hybrid? No one is born looking like a spider, right? Conversely, there shouldn't be a spider with a human body. Shen thought, standing at the end of the line, secretly putting on the fox mask human skin, changing his face, removing his shirt, and joining the queue. He waited as one man after another went in, mated, and was killed. Until it was his turn, there was no one left behind him, and Chen was the last one. When he walked in, the pink-haired girl's hair had already been stained red with blood. She lay on the bed, her expression lazy, delicately licking the blood from her fingers, her movements reminiscent of a cat. In her other hand, she held a heart, seemingly ready to taste it at any moment. 8 long legs spread out like petals, also stained red with blood. Shen looked at the bizarre and stimulating scene before him. He stepped inside, took a deep breath, and maintained his composure. The girl with pink hair didn't even glance at him to see what he looked like. She simply set her heart down and patted the blood-red bed frame with her hand. Slap! The sound stirred the blood to dance, and in a lazy tone, she said, "Take off all your clothes and sit here. Why are you still dressed?" Hearing her voice, Shen lowered his head and walked over. After hesitating for a few seconds, he took off his pants, leaving only his underwear on. The pink-haired girl suddenly turned over in the blood on the bed, and 4 long legs wrapped around him. 2 legs encircled Shen's waist, while the other 2 rested on his shoulders. "Take it all off." She lay back on the bed, closed her eyes, and opened her mouth as if preparing to enjoy herself. Shen looked at her, his expression gradually darkening. He raised his hand and slowly grasped the ankles of the 2 legs on his shoulders. With his other hand, without hesitation, he thrust directly into her eye. Heart fire! Boom! His 2 fingers plunged with great force into the pink-haired girl's eyes, igniting instantly. Ah! The pink-haired girl let out a scream that tore through the air, caught off guard. At the same time, Shen tightened his grip on her ankle and yanked down hard. Under the influence of the heart fire, he forcibly severed one of her legs. "Who are you?" Blinded, the pink-haired girl screamed and quickly jumped back. Shen intended to continue attacking, to tear off her other legs as well. However, she was more agile than he had imagined, managing to break free. She hung upside down from the ceiling, her legs flailing chaotically. A new eyeball squeezed out from the burned socket, staring down at him. "Who are you? How dare you attack me? Little girl, it's only been a few days, and you don't recognize me anymore?" Shen gritted his teeth and removed the fox mask. The pink-haired girl froze upon seeing his face, then suddenly became excited. "It's you, Chen! How did you end up here? Are you here to see me? Where are my parents?" Shen didn't waste words and flicked his hand. Nuclear technique, internal organs. Instantly, the pink-haired girl's limbs shattered like meat chunks, floating in midair. However, this nuclear technique, while capable of dismembering a person, could not cause direct harm. It could only temporarily control her. Yet the pink-haired girl seemed unconcerned about being dismembered, her expression still filled with excited laughter. "Oh my god, you actually chased me all the way here. So you really like me that much. Hee. I've liked you for a long time, you smell especially good." Upon hearing this, Shen frowned. He jumped up, grabbed one of her floating legs, and burned it with heart fire. Sizzle, her flesh was instantly charred. However, the pink-haired girl suddenly rolled her eyes back, as if both thrilled and pained, and screamed, "Ah, it hurts so good, so refreshing." Her expression began to distort, becoming quite grotesque, even saliva flying out. "And Chen, I really like you." As she spoke, her body suddenly reassembled with a loud pop. Immediately after, she spat out long threads from her mouth, wrapping around Shen and flinging him onto the bed. At the same time, the pink-haired girl jumped down quickly, straddling Shen and pinning him down, starting to sniff him incessantly. "This is the scent. Ah, you really smell so good." Shen gritted his teeth and immediately activated Heartfire, burning through the threads on his body. At the same time, the girl's skin and flesh burst open from the flames, yet she still clung to him, unwilling to let go, as if she were incredibly greedy. "You must have come to find me, right? This is what liking someone is." Seeing this scene, Shen gritted his teeth, something clicked in his mind, and he calmed down. He immediately stopped the Heartfire and spoke. "Yes, I came here because I like you. You left last time without saying a word to me." Upon hearing this, the pink-haired girl showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. "I can't be blamed for that. You're affected by your own ignorance, and I don't dare to get close. I've been away for too long. I need to hurry back and let Dad know I'm safe." "Oh, I see. It's fine. I don't blame you." Shen gently stroked her head, suppressing the urge to crush it, and swallowed hard before asking, "Where are my parents?" "You took them away last time." "Your parents?" "Hee, I won't tell you." The pink-haired girl suddenly grinned mischievously. She turned over and sat on the bed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "If you really want to know, sleep with me. Stop messing around." Shen sat up, looking at the corpses scattered around. "Sleep with you? You want to eat me, don't you?" "I'm not messing around." The pink-haired girl bit her lip. "You have no idea how much I like you." "Oh right, you don't know my name yet, do you? I'm Yang Xiaoqing." She extended her hand, and Shen shook it, standing up with a worried expression. "Xiaoqing, can you help me just this once? Help me find my parents, and I promise I'll sleep with you every day." "Really?" Yang Xiaoqing's face lit up, but the next second, she pouted. "I don't believe you. Dad said the same thing. That men can't be trusted." "I'm not lying to you, I swear." Shen raised his hand, swearing to the heavens. He clenched his teeth, his patience wearing thin. "Damn beast, why won't you just tell me?" The white mist symbol appeared before his eyes. Shiyu was restless, uncertain how much longer he could endure. Dad said that when a man swears, it's like sleeping with a girl. After sleeping, he remembers nothing and can't be trusted. "Then what do you want me to do?" Shen forced a smile, losing his patience, really losing it. Shiyu was getting more restless. Just sleep with me now. After we sleep, I'll tell you." She stuck out her tongue. "This mother spider clearly wants to eat me, using the excuse of liking me. Perfect. You can help me cultivate." Yang Xiaoqing smiled happily. "I'm cultivating the path of calamity, and I've reached the 5th, Gravekeeper, rule. As long as I can sleep with the person I like, and then marry him, that's all I need." "Then you'll eat him, right? You clearly meant to say that just now." "Unfortunately, I can never find someone I truly like. I've tried to like these men, but I just can't. But I really like you, Shen, I can feel it." Dad said our twin gates are all about love, and for the first time, I feel what it's like to love someone. Loving someone means you have to eat him. No, you have to marry him. The more Yang Xiaoqing spoke, the happier she became. Shen gritted his teeth. He really wanted to slap this woman to death, but doing so would mean he couldn't find out where she had put his parents. She clearly wasn't afraid of torment. In fact, the more she tormented, the more excited she became. What a pervert! Do I really have to sleep with her? Shen thought, still undecided, when suddenly he found himself saying, all right, let's sleep now." He was stunned, and immediately, his body seemed to move against his will, lying down. Yang Xiaoqing's face lit up. "Really? That's great." She pounced on him, and Shen's head buzzed. "No, that's not right. It's that thing inside me causing trouble." He could feel it clearly, but he couldn't resist. "What on earth is this thing?" Yang Xiaoqing climbed on top and began to kiss him wildly. At the same time, Shen heard a strange voice in his head. Kid, enjoy yourself. What's wrong with that? Who are you? Who the hell are you?" Shen roared inwardly, unable to control his body. "Does it matter who I am? Stop. She'll eat me." "Don't worry, I'm here." "Can she really eat you? A bastard like you? What a joke." The old voice laughed mockingly. "After you finish sleeping, let's turn the tables and eat her, shall we?" Shen's eyes widened. Watching Yang Xiaoqing's body tremble with excitement, her face began to sprout thick hair like a spider. Clap, clap. 3 pitch-black eyeballs gradually split open on her forehead, lined up side by side. Her entire face started to deform, widening more and more, with thick fangs growing out from the sides of her mouth, looking increasingly like a spider. Put! The fangs pierced into Shen's neck. The pain made him roll his eyes back. It was incredibly intense, more painful than pulling out his own intestines, as if the sensation had been magnified. "Stop! Quickly, stop!" Shen gritted his teeth and struggled. What's wrong? You can't even take a nap without being dissatisfied?" The voice in his mind echoed. And Shen shouted angrily, "If you don't stop, when I get up, I will definitely rip out your heart. If one time doesn't work, I'll do it twice. If it comes to it, we won't live at all. If you have the guts, let's try it." Upon hearing this, the voice in his mind fell silent. Whether it was pondering something, after a moment, it suddenly snorted coldly. "Boring." After saying that, and Shen's body suddenly felt lighter. At the same time, Yang Xiaoqing in front of him began to take off his underwear, her expression quite excited. "Ha ha ha, I have someone I like now too. I can cultivate the rules as well. Dad, now do you still look down on me? Are you still going to call me a monster?" She was still talking to herself when suddenly, and Shen flipped over and pinned her down. "You want to take the initiative? Great! Hurry, open your mouth!" And Chen shouted. Yang Xiaoqing obediently opened her mouth, and Chen reached out, grabbing her fangs and twisting them hard. Bang! He forcibly broke the fangs. Yang Xiaoqing's eyes widened in pain. "You like this? Say it! Say it!" And Chen held the fangs, stabbing them into her face one after another. Crack! Crack! The sound of her facial bones breaking echoed continuously. "Where are my parents? Say it!" Ha ha! The more she was tortured, the more excited Yang Xiaoqing seemed, thrashing her legs in the pool of blood on the bed. And Shen's heart fire had no effect on her. His goal was not to kill her but to make her tell the truth. And Shen's mind raced, thinking about what methods to use. Offensive nuclear techniques clearly weren't effective, and strange nuclear objects like the Situng Curse Shell and White Jade Black Eye were out of the question. He wanted to write but suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly jumped down, picked up his clothes, and rummaged through his small bag to find a pill and swallowed it. Delusional tongue pearl. This thing is useful. After swallowing it, and Shen looked at Yang Xiaoqing and immediately spoke. "I am your father, and Shen is here. Quickly tell me where his parents are. He can't be allowed to escape." After saying that, he saw the other person's expression freeze for a moment. Then, Yang Xiaoqing suddenly started to laugh strangely. "Ha ha ha, delusional tongue pearl? I knew you had this when I was at the White Robe Bureau. It's useless against me. You don't think this thing is invincible, do you? Ha ha ha, the delusional tongue pearl only works on the unexpected. As long as I guess in advance that what you ate might be this, it becomes useless. Ha 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 ha." And Chen was stunned. He really didn't know this. "Strange nuclear objects are things from our side. I am more familiar with the rules than you." Yang Xiaoqing chuckled, seductively beckoning with her hand. "Come, finish your nap, and when I complete the rules, I'll tell you where your parents are. Don't waste your effort. You don't dare to kill me. You can't do anything to me, so just behave." And Shen looked at her, gritting his teeth. Then, suddenly, his expression became extremely calm, even letting out a bitter smile. "I didn't want to do this." Yang Xiaoqing was taken aback. "Whether it's you or Su Guan, I've noticed you both have one thing in common. You're both very afraid of knowledge barriers." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoqing's expression suddenly changed. "But what exactly is this knowledge obstruction? I have no idea, I just know it's within me, and you all are afraid. Once infected, a person will become mentally unstable. The world will fall into chaos, and it might even affect your original world. It's very bizarre." At this point, Shen suddenly raised his head, glaring furiously. "But you forced me. I just want to save my parents. What wrong have I done? What's wrong with the possessor? Aren't you all afraid of falling into chaos yourselves? Once the knowledge obstruction occurs, I will go insane, and I might never return to the real world again. But so what? I can drag the whole world down with me. Who's afraid of whom? Since you refuse to speak, fine. Then let's fall into the knowledge obstruction together. Come on." Hearing about falling into the knowledge obstruction, Yang Xiaoqing's face turned extremely pale. She almost reflexively jumped up from the bed, quickly waving her hands to back away. Don't do that. I said, I'll tell you where they are." Faced with someone as reckless as Shen, she felt intimidated. She still had opportunities to cultivate again. It wasn't worth it to fall into the knowledge obstruction for him. Yang Xiaoqing pointed in a direction. "Your parents' situation is very strange. I handed them over to my dad. If you want to find them, go ask him for them." "Your dad? Who is your dad?" Huang Bowine. Upon hearing this, Shen gritted his teeth in anger. "Who are you trying to fool? Your surname is Yang, and your dad's surname is Huang?" Yang Xiaoqing quickly explained. "I take my mother's surname. Get up, take me there." "No way." Yang Xiaoqing immediately waved her hands to back away, her face showing terror. "My relationship with my dad has always been bad. We can't meet, we can only." "What does that have to do with me?" And Shen cursed, then opened his mouth to chant, "Shadow Puppet." In an instant, Yang Xiaoqing's body froze, her gaze becoming vacant. Controlled, she stood up. It was meaningless to control her when he didn't know where her parents were, but now that he knew, he could naturally take her along. And Shen turned around, put on his clothes again, feeling a wave of unease in his heart. The influence of that thing inside him was getting stronger. It could even control his body at any time. Once he rescued his parents, he had to find a way to deal with it. As Chen pondered, he controlled Yang Shaoqing to put on her clothes and walk towards the door. He donned the fox mask and changed his face again, making himself look like a servant, following behind Yang Shaoqing. He controlled her to move forward. By the way, where is her dad? Is it deeper inside the factory? Chen was thinking when he came down the corridor. After walking a few steps, he happened to encounter someone ahead. The person looked up and quickly bent down to bow. Miss. Chen, with his head lowered, controlled Yang Shaoqing to speak. Where is my dad? Still in the back room, miss. I just heard some noise in your room, is it? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Yes. The person was startled, bowed again, and quickly stepped back. Then Chen controlled Yang Shaoqing to walk further back. As they passed by, the person looked at Chen with suspicion, seemingly very curious, but said nothing. Turning around a corner, a longer corridor appeared before them. Chen walked forward and saw that both sides of the corridor were densely packed with people. The machinery in the factory was smoking, and these people were bustling back and forth. The flesh and blood machines continuously emitted roaring sounds. What are the people from the Twin Gates trying to do by using the factory to process these half-human, half-ghost things? It looks like they don't know how many people they need to kill. Wu Yuanshan said earlier that the possessors in the city are raising ordinary people. Could it be that they have clear divisions of labor, with others responsible for raising, while the Twin Gates handle the processing? Are all the raised people sent here? Chen pondered as he walked forward, arriving at a huge room. There was no one here, but many large transparent glass vessels were placed around. Each vessel was filled with a thick green liquid, the exact nature of which was unknown. Within the liquid floated human bodies. Chen's gaze quickly swept around, and he suddenly froze. He sought his mother among one of the vessels. Bai Suya was floating in the liquid, appearing to be in a coma, with various twisted soft tubes inserted into her neck, abdomen, and back. The purpose of these tubes was unclear. Mom! Chen's heart trembled. He looked around again, and strangely, he couldn't see his father anywhere. Just as he was puzzled, he suddenly heard voices and footsteps coming from outside the room. Not good, someone was coming. Chen hurriedly hid himself in the shadows, controlling Yang Shaoqing to stand in the center of the room. Soon, he saw two people walk in from the other side. Huang Zhangmen, even if you don't trust me, you should trust the Qingxin Society. I really don't know what happened to my junior sister. Hearing this familiar voice, Chen turned his head and saw that one of the men was actually his father. He was walking in with another man. Qingxin Society has never had much interaction with my Lian Shangmen. It was my daughter Shaoqing who brought you back, and I still don't know what happened. The man sighed, seemingly helpless. I didn't want to take over at all. Qinger planned to refine you too. If you hadn't woken up in time, I wouldn't even know who you are. As for saving your junior sister, little brother, everyone is on edge in this strange core land, and this sect leader doesn't want to stir up trouble. As they spoke, the two men entered the room and suddenly saw Yang Shaoqing, who was draped in clothes and looking quite disheveled in the center of the room, clearly stunned. Shaoqing? Dad! Chen, hidden in the darkness, controlled Yang Shaoqing to respond. Why are you here? Huang Buwen's expression suddenly turned somewhat ugly for some reason. He abruptly turned around, facing away from Yang Shaoqing, gritting his teeth. You! Hurry and leave. Why can't this father and daughter meet? Chen frowned at this scene, feeling it was strange. Dad, what do you plan to do with these two people I brought back? He asked, controlling Yang Shaoqing. Huang Buwen's brow was tightly furrowed. It's still unclear, but there's a problem with that container, and it might affect us. But Qinger, you know that Dad has never liked violence. It's rare to survive in this strange core land. Dad's only wish is to keep you and your brothers alive. The less trouble, the better. Hey, you should leave, you know you can't stay here. Dad, Yang Shaoqing said anxiously, pointing to the side. Can you hand her over to me first? I want to study her. As soon as she finished speaking, the father beside her suddenly spoke up. Miss, that's definitely not possible. She's my junior sister. Not your food. But she's not your junior sister anymore, Yang Shaoqing said. Maybe I can help her. No, who doesn't know you're a spider? The father didn't finish his sentence when Huang Buwen suddenly grabbed his wrist, his expression turning somewhat angry. I want to keep the peace, but I won't allow you to insult my daughter. The father changed his expression and quickly bowed. I misunderstood you, Huang Zhangmen. I was just worried about my junior sister. Worrying about your junior sister has nothing to do with us, Huang Buwen said, tearing off the facade, clearly displeased. You all chose the wrong container to welcome your master, and not only did it fail, but it also led to that and Shen now turning around to kill us. Speaking of which, you are the traitors. In my opinion, I should just refine you for Qinger. After saying this, he suddenly reached out and grabbed the father's crown. And Shen, seeing this, felt a jolt in his heart. He hurriedly controlled Yang Shaoqing to block Huang Buwen. Dad, don't act yet, hand him over to me, and let me handle it. Huang Buwen stopped, still with his back to his daughter, and sighed. Then, take it away. Father himself doesn't like killing, Huang Buwen said, and after finishing his words, he directly opened the vessel, spilling liquid all over the ground. Bai Suya also fell out, and Shen immediately controlled Yang Shaoqing, lifting his mother and heading outside. He himself remained hidden in the shadows. He saw father following them out, seemingly worried about what Yang Shaoqing would do. For a moment, only Huang Buwen and Shen were left in the room. Sigh, Huang Buwen looked in the direction his daughter had left, sighed again, his tone seemingly helpless. But he said nothing and turned back into the room. And Shen seized the opportunity, quickly slipping out of the house, and saw father closely following Yang Shaoqing in the corridor, speaking anxiously. Miss, what exactly do you want to do? Huang Zhangman has already agreed to help me, you. Bang! Before he could finish, and Shen caught up from behind. Without saying a word, he struck the back of the man's head. Caught off guard, the man was knocked unconscious on the spot. Then, while controlling Yang Shaoqing, he dragged his father back to the original room quickly. He closed the door and let out a long breath. Now, can you let me go? After releasing the shadow puppet, Yang Shaoqing's mind returned to normal, her face looking quite uneasy. And Shen, hearing this, glanced at her, gritted his teeth, and said fiercely, let you go? Are you really naive or just pretending? In this situation, you want me to let you go? Stay put. Don't think about going anywhere. After saying that, to be on the safe side, fearing this woman might attack him, and Shen waved his hand and activated the nuclear technique 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Instantly, he sliced Yang Shaoqing into pieces, scattering them all over the ground. You are not trustworthy. Yang Shaoqing floated in scattered pieces, her expression a mix of panic and fear. Her feelings towards Shen were quite complex. She liked him but was also afraid of him. In a moment of desperation, she cried out, help! Father! Save me! Hearing that voice, Shen's heart raced, and he hurried over, grabbing her head with both hands, saying fiercely, I didn't plan to make a move. Why are you shouting? After saying that, he activated Weaving Dreams. Aren't you looking for someone you like? Come, I'll help you find one. As Weaving Dreams activated, Shen instantly dove into Yang Shaoqing's mind, his vision rapidly darting around. Floating before him were memory fragments the size of fists. Shen hesitated for a few seconds, then had a sudden inspiration. He replaced all his own images with Cheng Huang. Let you like enough. After that, he withdrew from the dream weaving. Looking at Yang Shaoqing again, her face turned pale, filled with despair, her eyes wide open, murmuring to herself, the person I liked is already dead? Then I can never fulfill the Tomb Guardian rule? Have I reached a dead end? Her body trembled continuously. Shen had never seen such a desperate look in someone's eyes. This soul snatcher reaching a dead end was so painful? Isn't my life meaningless? He hadn't reacted yet when Yang Shaoqing suddenly began to spit out long silver threads from her mouth. Shen's expression changed at the sight. He instinctively wanted to dodge, but after pausing, he realized that these silver threads were not coming towards him. She was just spitting out threads, and the amount kept increasing. In a matter of seconds, the entire room, the ceiling, and the surrounding walls were covered in silver threads. There was no place to step. As she continued to spit out, Yang Shaoqing's body began to grow thinner and thinner. Her flesh seemed to be melting away. A few seconds later, with a bang, she fell to the ground, still holding onto the unbroken thread in her mouth. There was no more movement. At the same time, Shen saw a string of blood mist symbols floating before him. The corpse-bearing rule: kill 2 people who each possess at least 1 shrine using 2 different experiences of pain. He stood frozen in place, his mind buzzing. Had she committed suicide? This time, the method of suffering was despair. He hurried over to take a look and found Yang Shaoqing's body had become as thin as a skeleton, resembling a mummy, which was quite horrifying. So the threads she vomited were made from her own flesh, Shen thought in surprise. He rummaged through Yang Shaoqing's body but found nothing useful. Bah! Shen spat. Not even a remnant core dropped. What a cheap trick. After cursing a few times, he hesitated for a few seconds, then took out the fox-masked human skin and placed it on Yang Shaoqing's face, only to take it off again. At least he could collect a face. Out of caution, being able to transform into her likeness would make it easier to act in this place. Then, he removed Yang Shaoqing's head and kicked it onto the floor to prevent it from being discovered. After doing all this, Shen suddenly heard a painful groan coming from behind. Where am I? He turned sharply and saw his unconscious mother slowly opening her eyes. She looked extremely weak, barely able to muster any strength. In her hazy vision, Baisuya seemed to see someone in front of her, and she struggled to reach out her hand. Xinghe, is that you, Xinghe? Mom! And Shen's heart trembled violently. He quickly knelt down and grasped his mother's hand, his tone urgent. It's me! Mom, I'm in Shen. Baisuya, weak and uncertain, had a very blurry gaze. She tried hard to see the person in front of her, her throat a bit hoarse. Is it really you? Mom can't be dreaming again, right? Where is this place? Mom, it really is me. And Shen's eyes turned red. You really recognize me? Silly son, you are my son, how could I not recognize you? Baisuya reached out to touch the face of the person in front of her. This dream is too real. It's so good to see you again. You must live well and take care of yourself. Mom, this isn't a dream. It's all real. I'm here to save you. And Shen could no longer control his voice, choking up. This was the moment he had waited for too long. The person in front of him was not a usurper, not someone else, but his own mother. Upon hearing this, Baisuya clearly froze for a moment. Silly child, Mom doesn't need you to save her. What Mom needs is for you to live well. I will definitely save you out. I swear. And Shen gritted his teeth. Just then, he suddenly heard a series of knocks coming from outside the door. Bang bang bang. Xinghe, a servant said they heard your scream. What's going on? Are you in the room? Xinghe, open the door. It was Huang Buwen. And Shen's heart sank, and the knocking grew increasingly urgent. He quickly turned to his mother. Mom, time is tight. There's no time to explain. You need to pretend to be unconscious. No matter what happens next, don't move. Just leave it to me. I will definitely save you out. Hearing this, Baisuya's expression changed. Xinghe, what are you going to do? Are those bad people coming? You must find a way to escape. Mom will help you hold them off. As she spoke, she trembled and tried to stand up. Those bad people are very cruel. You haven't seen what they look like. They will kill. They even dare to eat people. But Mom isn't afraid of them. You must find a way to hide. Mom! And Shen's nose soured, and he finally disregarded everything, tightly hugging her. Don't worry, I'm not that little fool who has never left home anymore. This time, I'll protect you. Xinghe, open the door. Are you still in the room? Xinghe, bang bang bang. The knocking grew more and more urgent, even heavier. Huang Buwen suddenly had a bad premonition. He was about to force the door open. Creak! Just then, the door was unexpectedly opened. Yang Shaoqing stood behind the door, looking bewildered. Dad, what's wrong? The moment he saw her, Huang Buwen quickly lowered his head, avoiding eye contact, and stepped aside. Why haven't you opened the door for so long? Father still thinks that this dog thing from the Qingxin Society did something to you. He said this while glancing at the unconscious in Shangshang, then paused for a moment. Did you knock him out? Yang Shaoqing licked her tongue. I'm hungry. I want to eat something. Hearing this, Huang Buwen smiled. Then, he walked into the room, looking at the blood and flesh scattered everywhere, as well as the numerous entangled spider silk, his expression somewhat puzzled. Why did you spit out so much spider silk? I couldn't help it, just playing around. Yang Shaoqing replied. You still like this? It's not good for your health. Huang Buwen lowered his head, sighed, and his tone softened. That spider silk is all your flesh. I'll find someone to bring you some more later. For your cultivation, what else do you need? Yang Shaoqing pretended to think. Then she saw Huang Buwen sit down, and suddenly, his foot kicked something. Looking down, he saw a pile of shriveled, disordered limbs on the ground. Why are there still such skinny ones? He frowned at the shriveled corpse, seemingly dissatisfied. But Yang Shaoqing's expression changed, and she hurried over, smiling. I just wanted to change my taste. As she said this, an idea seemed to strike her, and she spoke up. Father, why don't you try this too? Huang Buwen was taken aback for a moment, looking at the limb that resembled jerky being handed over, hesitating for 2 seconds, then took it in his hand and sniffed it. Suddenly, his entire head cracked open at a strange angle, and huge fangs extended from his mouth. With a crunch, he forcibly swallowed the shriveled limb. Yang Shaoqing's expression changed at this scene. How could it still be like this? What kind of monster is this? She opened her mouth and asked, Father, is it good? To be honest, not that great. Huang Buwen smiled, like a kind old father. Have another one. Yang Shaoqing picked up another shriveled leg from the ground and handed it over. Huang Buwen initially wanted to refuse, but seemingly because it was offered by his daughter, he accepted it. His head cracked open again and swallowed it. Stuck in my teeth, really stuck in my teeth. He laughed, speaking, but suddenly his expression froze, as if something was off. Put! He spat out a silver ring from his mouth, which fell to the ground. Huang Buwen was taken aback, picked it up, and played with it in his hand, turning it over to examine. Xiaoqing, this silver ring looks familiar, isn't it the one you wore on your foot? How? Before he could finish, his face went pale, staring intently at the silver ring in his hand, his expression shifting unpredictably. It was as if his mind was racing and thinking at that moment. Your daughter, is she good? At the same time, a cold laugh came from in front of him. Huang Boren's face turned almost as ugly as it could get. He suddenly looked up to see Yang Xiaoqing slowly tearing her own face apart. In her place, a young man appeared. Who are you? What did you do to my daughter? Huang Boren's mind buzzed, blank. The young man had slightly curly hair and a thin face. This kind of thinness looked somewhat like hunger, making his bones very prominent. His skin was pale, as if he had been lacking blood for a long time, with a pointed face. His eyes, however, were quite spirited. The brows and corners of his mouth seemed to carry a playful, wicked smile by nature. The whole person exuded an alternative sense of evil. Your daughter wanted to sleep with me, and when I refused, she committed suicide. And Shen held the fox-masked human skin in his hand, sneering coldly. The pretense could no longer be maintained. He simply laid it all bare. Huang Boren was stunned, his expression changing unpredictably. For him, everything had been fine until just now. But how did it suddenly turn into this? I ate Qinger? Did you kill her? Return my daughter. Huang Boren suddenly exploded, the veins on his forehead bulging. Immediately after, with a loud pop, the veins burst out from his forehead, writhing in the air like a worm, dancing menacingly. At the same time, it wasn't just the veins on his forehead, even the veins on his palms, soles, and the long, thin veins emerging from beneath the skin on his neck were piercing towards Shen. It seemed incredibly fast. Shen activated the heartfire almost simultaneously, but even while dodging at high speed, he was still a step too slow. Two of the veins, with a soft thud, pierced into his arm. In the next second, he saw a continuous stream of some green liquid rapidly injecting into his body from the side of the veins. Shen's heart trembled, and he swung his hand to try to interrupt this thing. However, strangely, even after he slashed wildly with his bone blade, the veins showed no signs of being affected. This thing can't be cut? Shen's expression changed slightly. In a moment of desperation, he swung his hand and struck his own arm, forcibly severing it, which finally interrupted the connection of the veins. At the same time, the severed arm began to regenerate rapidly. However, in the next second, Shen was stunned. He saw that his regrown arm was covered with numerous green pus-filled blisters the size of thumbs. Before he could react to what was happening, there was a loud pop, and the blisters burst. With a splatter, accompanied by strange noises, a mass of something resembling tadpole eggs exploded out, a vast array of white dots emitting a foul odor, oozing thickly onto the ground. Shen's face changed dramatically. He noticed that a piece of flesh was missing from his arm, seemingly transformed into tadpole eggs. Are these veins planting eggs inside me? Shen suddenly realized something, and at the same time, he discovered that the missing flesh had not regrown. It was as if his regenerative ability had failed. Just as he looked up, another vein suddenly shot towards him, seemingly incredibly fast, and with a soft thud, it pierced into his throat at the Adam's apple. Not good. Shen felt a wave of dread, but there was no time to react. The vein burrowed into his trachea, and he suddenly felt a wave of nausea. He could clearly feel a thick substance spraying in one after another. His mouth opened uncontrollably, and he bent over in pain. He began to vomit out a mass of white eggs, like white worms the size of tadpoles, which started to frantically crawl out of his nose and mouth. At the same time, amidst the ringing in his ears, he heard a heart-wrenching roar in front of him. You killed my daughter. I will turn you into an egg. The place where the egg was planted couldn't regenerate? Shen's expression changed dramatically. This meant his margin for error would be greatly reduced. He quickly took a step back, pulled out the white jade black eye, and immediately aimed it at the opponent. The eyeball rotated around, locking onto Huang Buwen. You think I'm scared of you with just one eyeball? His expression suddenly enlightened, but just as the words were about to leave his mouth, his speech slowed down drastically. Along with his body's speed and movements, everything seemed to be pressed on a slow-motion button. The white jade black eye was taking effect. Seeing this, Shen let out a long breath. The strange core object is indeed better than core techniques. Generally, rule-based things were indeed hard to resist. He endured the pain in his arm and throat, tightened his grip on the bone blade, and moved forward, preparing to directly kill the opponent. But just as he got close, suddenly, Shen felt a wave of dizziness. A strange sensation surged in his heart. Following that, he discovered that his perspective had become extremely bizarre. The tactile sensation of his body was also quite strange. Everything around him felt sticky, as if he had fallen into some kind of liquid. What's going on? He hurriedly turned his head around, and then he noticed that his perspective was continuously descending. The slowing Huang Buwen in front of him was becoming larger and larger. No, That's not right. He wasn't getting bigger, he was getting smaller. After a few seconds, as Shen's vision shifted, he saw himself. He was standing in the room, staring blankly ahead. What's going on? Why can I see myself? Shen froze for half a second, and then he looked down, finally seeing his own appearance. He had turned into a larva. Shen's mind buzzed, but soon he realized that he hadn't turned into a larva. His body was still in place. Instead, it seemed that his consciousness had been inserted into the larva on the ground. How could this happen? He froze for a moment and suddenly looked at the huge Huang Buwen. He quickly thought of something. The white jade blackite could slow down the opponent's speed, but it couldn't prevent the mental nuclear ability. Could it be that he had become like this because that old man used some kind of mental nuclear technique? Anger ignited within Shen, feeding him his own daughter's flesh, or was it not enough? He struggled, trying to move his body, but mixed in the viscous liquid, he couldn't move at all. His gaze shifted, and he was astonished to see Yang Xiaoqing's head, which he had kicked under the bed. He had been too afraid to look directly at his daughter's face. What would happen if he saw it? Thinking this, Shen quickly recited in his heart, "Shadow puppet." Whoosh! Yang Xiaoqing's head shot out from under the bed like a bullet. Bang! It crashed against the wall, bouncing back and forth. The nuclear technique can still be used. In the form of a larva, Shen immediately controlled Yang Xiaoqing's head, spinning it in the air until it stopped in front of Huang Buwen. The moment Huang Buwen saw his daughter's face, his body trembled in shock. Even under the effect of the white jade black eye, it seemed as if he was impacted by some force. With a loud bang, his eyes actually caught fire. It was as if he had seen some forbidden object. At the same time, his body flew backward heavily, crashing to the ground, losing control. No, no, no! He covered his eyes tightly, letting out a painful cry. Xiaoqing, you run! You go! Shen controlled Yang Xiaoqing's head, making it spin back and forth in front of Huang Buwen like a ball. At the same time, he made her throat emit hoarse screams. Dad, look at me! Please look at me! I am your daughter, why are you afraid to look at me? Huang Buwen seemed to go mad, in extreme pain, trembling all over. You must go! I can't look! Spare my Qinger, spare me! Bang! Shen controlled the head, crashing it heavily against Huang Buwen's face, trying to knock his arms away. However, that old man tightly covered his eyes, never daring to open them. Bang, 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 Shen kept crashing into him. Huang Buwen's body trembled continuously, as if in extreme pain, yet he refused to let go, mumbling, Qinger, Dad is sorry for you, it's Dad who is sorry for you. He cried, and suddenly, he felt an unusual silence around him. There were no sounds of crashing, nor any sounds of the head moving. It was as if everything had returned to silence. Huang Buwen's injured eyes gradually recovered. He secretly opened a seam in his hand, not daring to look up directly, but first glancing at the ground. He didn't see the shadow of the head. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. But immediately after, his heart tightened again as he realized something, and his face changed drastically. No! He had been too panicked. The nuclear technique turned heart had probably already failed. That kid should no longer be a larva. Thinking this, Huang Buwen's heart trembled. Why was there no sound in the room? Did he run away? Huang Buwen didn't dare to turn his head recklessly, being extremely cautious at this moment. If he really ran away, then let him go. Let him run, revenge is not urgent today, but it's a pity that my daughter has died in vain. Thinking this, he sighed deeply, unable to stop the sorrow from rising within him. I came to this strange nuclear land, wanting to live a stable life with the twin gates. Why is it so difficult? That hybrid machine is not what I wanted. He sighed and stood up from the ground. From behind, he looked very desolate. By the way, who exactly was that kid? Why did he break in here? What grievances do I have with him that he would go so far as to harm me? While thinking, Huang Buwen stealthily glanced back. Confirming that there was no one behind him or in the room, he finally breathed a cautious sigh of relief. It seemed he really had left. If you're not careful, you won't even know how you died. After confirming the situation, Huang Buwen turned around and strode out. Stepping outside, he turned and looked. In front of him, a head was hanging on the wall, staring right at him. At the moment their eyes met, the head let out a piercing scream. Dad, look at me. Look! Stunned, Huang Buwen felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. Qinger! He hurriedly closed his eyes in panic. However, at that moment, a pair of hands suddenly reached out from behind, forcefully prying his eyelids open. They pushed him forward. Look! Look! Look at your daughter! And Shen, who had already returned to normal from being a larva, was pushing him forward. Huang Buwen's eyes widened, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. No! Don't! Suddenly, two beams of fire burst forth from his eyes, and he tilted his head back, engulfed in pain. At the same time, a strange gurgling sound began to emanate from his entire body, like the noise of water boiling. Seeing this, Shen felt something was wrong and quickly jumped back. He saw Huang Bowine's skin starting to rise and fall rapidly, as if something inside was pushing against the human skin, turning pale, wanting to break free. What is that? Shen stared in shock. Bang! At the same time, accompanied by an explosive sound, Huang Bowine's entire body burst open like a balloon. Organs and flesh flew everywhere, and skin splattered onto Shen's face. He didn't have time to think and hurriedly wiped it off, focusing his gaze. His head was buzzing, and Shen saw a huge, milky white soft-bodied worm crawling out from the flesh of the skin, appearing right in front of him. The more he looked, the more familiar the worm seemed. This is a maggot. This old thing was actually a giant maggot. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Shen would never have imagined such a scene. The sight before him was a bit too contrary to common sense. Even after witnessing so many bizarre things, he couldn't fathom that the giant milky white worm could wear human skin. His daughter was a spider, and he was a maggot. Could it be that there are no humans in this twin gate at all? A terrifying thought emerged in his mind. The giant maggot in front of him was larger than Shen's own body. It could even emit human sounds. You cannot be forgiven. You cannot be forgiven. Twin Gate, will eliminate you on behalf of the heavenly path today. Eliminate me? Shen sneered, clenching his fists. Just because you turned into a maggot, do you think you can dream of becoming a butterfly? Get lost. His body suddenly lunged forward. With a fiery heart, he punched, directly smashing through Huang Bowine's body. A disgusting pus sprayed out in shock. Zzz, splashing onto him, it instantly burned a layer of skin. This liquid can corrode? Shen jumped back. Nuclear technique, 5 organs and 6. He opened his mouth but hadn't finished speaking. Huang Bowine suddenly roared. I won't spare you. Nuclear technique, parasitism. At the same time, his body suddenly shrank. Like a bullet, at lightning speed, it shot straight into Shen's throat with a whoosh. Shen didn't have time to react. The speed was too fast. By the time he realized it, something had already been swallowed down. Ugh! He hurriedly tried to gag, making a disgusting retching sound. Pooh! He vomited out a pool of green liquid. It was bile, but there were no worms. Let you taste the flavor. Stunned, he heard what sounded like an angry voice coming from his stomach. It was as if the parasite inside his belly was speaking. This old thing had actually burrowed into his stomach. The next second, Shen felt a tearing pain inside him. I'll ruin your intestines. I'll burn your stomach open. Your liver, your lungs, everything inside you. I'll clean you out completely. The pain was unbearable, and Shen knew this wouldn't be enough to kill him. But the organs inside the body were being eaten away bit by bit, more painfully than if they were being directly pulled out, not to mention that the maggots could spray corrosive liquid. It felt as if the entire interior of his body was being burned by fire, and Shen saw his belly growing larger and larger, as the organs were being destroyed and piled together. Overwhelmed, he collapsed to the ground. The intense pain made it impossible for him to breathe. Flesh attachment. Enduring the agony, Shen immediately transformed into a bone blade and, without hesitation, cut into his own belly. Crack! The blade sliced open the skin of his abdomen, producing a harsh, grating sound. The internal organs spilled out like garbage, sliding from his abdomen, but the maggots quickly crawled up into his chest cavity and burrowed into his brain. Good, good. Your brain matter is just enough for me to swim in. As the voice echoed, Shen's head throbbed with excruciating pain. He could clearly feel a little figure in his brain treating his brain matter as a swimming pool, rolling around and stirring everything up. This was a brain matter swimming pool. He painfully slapped his head, and the wound on his abdomen was rapidly healing. Just as he was about to cut into his brain, he felt the maggot suddenly shift to another location. No, at this rate, I won't be able to catch it. Enduring the pain, Shen got up. A flash of inspiration struck him, as if he had thought of something. He quickly ran down the corridor, the maggots inside him stirring incessantly, seemingly intent on destroying everything, until Shen ran to that flesh machine. Looking up, he saw many possessors at the twin gates, continuously transporting people from cages and throwing them into the vessel of the flesh machine. Meanwhile, the people in the cages were terrified, crying out for their parents, struggling desperately. But in the end, they could not escape the fate of being dismembered. Don't let me go. My flesh is really not good, really not good. You damned beasts. I'll fight you to the death. Some, in extreme fear, chose to make a last-ditch effort. They charged madly at the nearby possessors, tackling them to the ground. But the next second, they were lifted up from behind by a 300-pound fat man, who wore a cold smirk. A damned life is a damned life. Why do you always think you can change your fate? As he spoke, he threw the person in his hand into the vessel. Just then, a figure suddenly rushed in from the side, pushing everyone aside. With lightning speed and a remarkably smooth motion, he jumped up and thrust himself into the vessel. Everyone present was stunned. They watched as the person entered the vessel, their body quickly being sliced into pieces. To their surprise, he even started laughing loudly. Ha 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 ha, let's see how you hide this time. Go ahead and hide. He even thought he hadn't cut himself into small enough pieces and actively leaned toward the blade on the side. Inside the massive vessel, he mixed with the other chunks of flesh, stirring continuously, creating a scene that was gruesomely twisted to the extreme. Who the hell is this? The fat man threw the person in his hand aside, frowning. But the next second, the person in the vessel let out an excited shout. Got you, Huang Buwen. As he spoke, a severed hand reached out from the vessel with a thud. In its grip, it tightly held a maggot. Oomph, overestimating yourself. Jumping in here, you'll be the one to die in the end. The maggot emitted a strange sound, falling to the ground with a bang, its body quickly returning to its original form, becoming enormous. The surrounding crowd turned pale, as if they had seen a ghost, screaming and running back. Meanwhile, Chen in the vessel gradually fell silent, his eyes wide open, as if he were dead. Huang Buwen stared intently at the person in the vessel, and after a few seconds, as if confirming that the other party would not come out again, he let out a long breath. Humph, this kid is truly difficult to deal with, but fortunately, this sect leader is one step ahead. Indeed, your move is really hard to counter. A voice suddenly chimed in from the side. Huang Buwen did not look aside, only nodding slightly while letting out a cold snort. Of course, this parasitic core technique was formed when Qinger consumed all the flesh and drank all the blood of her mother while she was in her womb. It's a pity that Qinger has a pair of glaring eyes. Once they make eye contact, her true form will be revealed. Otherwise, her mother wouldn't have met such a tragic end. As he spoke, Huang Buwen's tone grew weaker. His thoughts seemed to gradually shift, leading to a great confusion. Who was beside him? Suddenly turning his head, he felt as if struck by lightning. He saw Chen standing next to him, casting a cold, sinister smile. Infinite flesh brought a new body. So, your daughter's eyeballs are still quite useful? That's wonderful. I love collecting these strange things. And Chen cackled, pulling out another item from his pocket. Sea tongue spell shell. Without hesitation, he opened it. A tongue suddenly emerged, intertwining and producing the sound of a chant. Sea god of the mouth, expel the evil and accept the divine, let the spirits perish, I become a true being. Sea god of the mouth, expel the evil and accept the divine, let the spirits perish, I become a true being. Bang! The next second, a sea cave unexpectedly appeared beneath Huang Buwen. Caught off guard, he had no time to react and fell in. However, his body was too fat, he fell halfway but got stuck at the cave's entrance, suspended in the middle. Seeing this, Huang Buwen hurriedly tried to climb back up, and Chen stepped forward, placing a foot on his head and pushing down. Still want to come up? Aren't you afraid to look at your daughter? Come, I'll let you see her enough in the future. After saying this, he locked his hands around Huang Buwen's head and unleashed the shrine technique, dream weaving. Through the shrine technique, Chen altered Huang Buwen's memories. He transformed everyone in the old man's mind into the likeness of Yang Shaoqing. When Huang Buwen recalled, or rather did not recall, only Yang Shaoqing's face would appear before him. Huang Buwen even dared not to open his eyes again, nor think, nor reminisce. In despair and pain, in endless struggle, he could no longer wear a human skin, and could only maintain this ghostly appearance. Afterward, Chen held his head and activated the heart fire. Bit by bit, he dissolved it into a puddle of liquid. He died in extreme fear. This was the fifth type of suffering, and Chen called it fear. At the same time, a string of blood mist symbols appeared before him. Corpseback rule. Kill one person who possesses at least one shrine using one different experience of suffering. The rule is almost complete. And Chen stared at the symbols, exhaling a long breath. Turning his head, he saw the crowd around him, each one looking at him in terror. That bug is the sect master. He killed the sect master. Avenged the sect master. The people of Twin Gates finally reacted, letting out a roar of anger at that moment. The stout figure of a fat man was the first to charge forward with a knife, his expression ferocious. The ground trembled as he ran, but before he could reach, whoosh, a shadow suddenly flashed before him. The fat man froze. He felt a draft sweep through his chest. Lowering his head, he discovered that his chest had been pierced through. A cold wind whistled through the hole. He looked through the hole in his chest and saw the person standing behind him, still holding a bloody heart, staring at him expressionlessly. Your sect master could at least contend with me, but you are even less than maggots. Bang! And Chen crushed the heart in his hand. Blood splattered all over his face. The fat man's massive body fell to the ground, his eyes wide open as he died on the spot. The others, seeing this, turned pale with fear, retreating in an attempt to escape. But Chen stepped forward slowly, raising his hands. I have destroyed 2 of the 7 evil sects. You, Twin Gates, are the third. At this moment, he resembled a magician, his hands waving. All around, the possessors either turned into chunks of flesh in an instant or were dismembered, one after another, killed in the blink of an eye. Not a single person could approach him. In less than a minute, the area around the blood-soaked machine was littered with corpses. Not a single one remained. And Shen stood amidst the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, slowly lowering his hands, the silence deafening in his ears. He moved his body slightly, staring at his palms, seemingly dissatisfied, muttering to himself, "If only I had mastered the method of refining, then I could refine all these people instead of killing them one by one." Speaking of which, Li Shenji mentioned the matter of refining methods before. I can ask him about it next time, and Shen continued to talk to himself, fixated on his hands. Suddenly, a sound broke the silence. A strange noise came from nearby, along with a pitch-black shadow, and Shen's brow furrowed, and he immediately ignited his heart fire. Whoosh! His body suddenly darted like lightning to the source of the sound. He grabbed the dark shadow, trying to run. Just as he was about to act, he looked down in shock and froze, realizing the person in his grasp was a little girl trapped in a cage. "Are you going to kill me?" The little girl looked at him anxiously, and Shen was taken aback, and when he looked up, he found that everyone in the cage was staring at him with terrified eyes. Their expressions were as if they had seen a ghost. "Sorry, I mistook you for someone else." And Shen released the little girl, gradually calming the turmoil within him. The little girl clutched the iron bars, looking very uneasy, peering outside as if to confirm whether anyone was still around. "If you're not going to kill me, can I run?" Upon hearing this, Shen smiled. "Run, run far away." The others in the cage, hearing this, began to voice their anxious questions. "You really won't kill us?" And Shen met their hopeful gazes, as if amidst despair, they had finally seen a glimmer of dawn. He took a deep breath and spoke clearly, "I won't kill you. My name is Chen, and I'm here to save you." Upon hearing this, the people in the cage were stunned. Then, as if someone had thought of something, a trembling voice emerged. "Chen? I think I've heard that name." "Right, you're the rebel. I remember now. The Chen from Orphan City. I remember too. I heard he saved the entire city. Is it really him?" At that moment, the crowd seemed to forget their fear, eagerly crawling out of the cage, their emotions running high. "Great! We're saved. I told you, there must be someone who isn't afraid of those possessors. I heard that people from your place are resisting the possessors. Can I go to Orphan City? I want to join you. I'm not afraid of death. This place has been completely occupied by the possessors, but I refuse to give in. Why should I let them have it? Let me join you. I want to be part of the rebel army." The voices of the crowd grew increasingly fervent. This was something Shen had not anticipated. He never expected that after being treated so cruelly for so long, these people's emotions were not despair but resistance. He looked at them and then at the little girl, whose eyes seemed to carry hope. It was as if he saw something that stirred his heart. After a few seconds of silence, Shen slowly spoke, "All right, I'll take you to Orphan City." Upon hearing this, the crowd's faces lit up with excited smiles, some even crying tears of joy. "Great! This is really great! We still have hope! We still have hope!" Watching their expressions, Shen felt as if he was infected by their joy. He spoke, "Let's leave this place first. You all wait for me outside, and when the time comes, I'll take you to Orphan City." Shen said. Hearing this, the people wiped their tears, continuously thanking him as they walked outside. Yes, Shen's appearance had brought them hope. If one had never been trapped in darkness, they would never know how dazzling a ray of light in life could be, even if it was just a glimmer. After the crowd left, Shen crouched down and searched Huang Bowen's body for the core technique. It can't be like his daughter, having nothing, he muttered. Just as his words fell, a thud sounded as a scroll fell out from Huang Bowen's body. Shen's expression brightened, and he hurriedly picked it up and opened it, only to see the words written on it: Core Technique, Heart Transfer. All things in the world have spirits, but what would happen if a person's thoughts were transferred to a dog? What if a dog's thoughts were transferred to a person? If thoughts could move freely, what would you want to become? Heart Transfer Core Technique integrated, Shen looked at the blood mist symbol before him, his heart stirred. He had just experienced this core technique firsthand, which could transfer a person's thoughts to a certain object, just like he had turned into a larva. In fact, it was a highly developmental core technique. For example, he could transfer Su Guan's thoughts to a beautiful woman. That would be equivalent to turning Su Guan into a woman. Having a beautiful woman follow him might be more pleasing to the eye. Of course, if he wanted a pet, he could transfer it to a cat, which would mean Su Guan turned into a cat. He could even transfer it to a scorpion or a venomous snake, and he could even become a beast master, and so on. As Shen pondered, he suddenly froze. Why should I experiment with Su Guan? He paused slightly, amused by his strange thoughts. Then he steadied his mind and shook his head helplessly. He couldn't keep using Su Guan as a tool, it was already pitiful enough, so he should treat him better. While thinking, he turned around and went back upstairs to find his mother and father. Just as he reached the door, he saw his mother standing up inside the house, looking around nervously, anxious and restless. The bloodstains and chunks of flesh on the floor made the room look extremely bloody, contrasting sharply with his mother's panicked demeanor. Upon seeing In Chen, Bai Suya hurried over. "Xinghe, Mom!" In Chen rushed over and tightly embraced her, his voice trembling uncontrollably. He spoke rapidly. "It's over, everything is over. Mom, I won. I protected you. I did it. I saved both you and Dad all by myself. Mom, now I can really protect the people around me. I won't have to watch you die in front of me anymore. It will never happen again." And Chen spoke quickly, his tone particularly excited, filled with genuine joy. But as he spoke, he felt his mother trembling. He paused and quickly looked down, only to find that his mother was crying. "Mom, what's wrong? Why are you crying? I came to save you. Aren't you happy?" Bai Suya said nothing, just shook her head sadly. With tears streaming down her face, she looked at her son, as if her breath was trembling. She reached out and gently touched In Chen's cheek, hot tears continuously flowing from her eyes. "Silly son, you saved your mother. Of course, I'm happy. It's just that seeing you like this makes my heart ache. I can't bear to think about how much suffering you must have endured to get to today." At that moment, In Chen's body froze in shock, forgetting to breathe. How much suffering had he endured to protect the people around him? He felt as if something had struck his heart, his nose tinged with acidity, his voice choked, yet he smiled from the heart. "Mom, that's not true. Actually, I haven't suffered at all on this journey. Really, look, I'm perfectly fine. I haven't suffered any hardships. I've been really lucky. No one has paid me any mind, and I haven't even been hurt. Mom, let's go home." Bai Suya wiped her tears and nodded with a smile. "Okay, let's go home." Inside, Suspended Corpse City. In the dim hall, Lord Wu. A man knelt on the ground, his hands pressed to the floor, his body trembling uncontrollably, his words unclear. "We've received new information. The Twin Gates seems to have been destroyed." After speaking, the man secretly glanced up. A man dressed in an oddly styled ancient robe sat to one side, holding something in his hand and observing it back and forth. It was unclear if he had heard the servant's report, as he hissed continuously, "It's him. So it's him. The one who broke the formation and intruded into my city is this young brat. Good. Truly a case of treading on iron shoes without finding a place, and getting it all without effort." As he spoke, he threw aside the object in his hand, which turned out to be a photo of In Chen, then heavily slapped the chair and stood up. The man kneeling was so frightened that he trembled, pressing his head even lower, not daring to speak. With a rustle, as Lord Wu stood up, his clothes made a strange sound. The ancient robe looked like Han clothing, dark red in color, with tattered fabric scattered on both sides, appearing somewhat heavy. However, upon closer inspection, it was not made of cloth, but of human skin. It was an ancient robe woven from pieces of human skin, looking quite bizarre, with even the wrinkles of skin visible on the garment. The Twin Gate is a group of useless people, and that Huang Bo is even more useless, dreaming all day of living in peace, not daring to touch anything, even letting someone steal his wife without daring to resist, Lord Wu said as he walked down from above. "The formation being forced is no big deal. I will set another one. It's that filthy thing that sneaked in. We must catch him. Do you understand?" "Yes," the servant quickly responded. Lord Wu snorted coldly. The human skin robe on him actually opened and closed, as if it could breathe, rising and falling. "I, Heart of Disaster, am about to complete the third shrine. I have always been missing one crucial element, and now that something has come to my door, why not take it? Moreover, it's that ultimate item." The servant trembled and raised his head to ask, "My lord, do you know that person?" "How could I not know?" Lord Wu's tone was filled with anger. "My brother, Cheng Huang, died at his hands." Upon hearing this, the servant was stunned. "Not long ago, my brother wrote to me, saying that in his city, there was an ultimate item, and if he could refine it, he would surely achieve immortality. But unexpectedly, that thing actually killed my brother." At this point, Lord Wu's expression turned increasingly cold. "What my brother did not finish, I will do. I am still a few corpse infants short of completing the midwife law. If I can refine that ultimate vessel, I will surely succeed in crossing the third shrine in one go. My lord is wise." After saying this, Lord Wu sat back down in his chair, gradually calming down, and asked, "How is the matter of breeding?" "Reporting to my lord, everything is proceeding in an orderly manner, with no mishaps." This matter must be taken seriously. Nurturing these cores for repeated use, rather than exterminating them completely, is the long-term plan, the principle of life and death. My lord is wise." When In Chen left with his mother, Bai Suya, he took precautions and used Shadow Puppet to control his father and Changsheng. After all, the situations of the two were completely different. It was better to be cautious. Passing by Huang Bo's room, he suddenly remembered something. "Mom, wait for me here for a moment." He then quickly ran into the room, rummaging around. He indeed found a transparent glass bottle containing a worm. At first glance, the worm resembled a centipede. Its body was covered in a brownish-yellow shell, with long antennae on its forehead. However, compared to a centipede, it had far fewer legs but a longer body. It looked quite unusual. Wu Yuanshan asked me to help him bring this worm back, saying it was medicine, but I don't know what it's specifically for. And Shen put it away and returned, taking his parents out of this flesh and blood factory. As soon as they stepped outside, they saw the group of people from earlier surrounding something and beating it, shouting incessantly, "Hit! Kill him! Don't let him escape! He is a usurper! Avenge our dead family members!" The crowd was in an uproar, their emotions running high. "What are you doing?" And Shen was taken aback for a moment, then curiously walked over. One person beside him gritted his teeth and said, "As soon as we came out, we saw someone lurking outside. Everyone suspected he was a soul snatcher, so we caught him and made him read something, and that bastard actually read it wrong. He's definitely a soul snatcher. Let's deal with him first." And Shen looked down and saw Su Guan crouching on the ground, holding his head. When their eyes met, Su Guan almost cried out, "Xian Gu, please help me. For the love of heaven." Su Guan grabbed in Shen's leg. "These ruffians don't distinguish right from wrong and just came up to hit me. I told them I was with you." And Shen looked at the shoe prints on Su Guan's face and felt a pang of sympathy. He rubbed his nose and awkwardly smiled. "It's a misunderstanding, we're all on the same side." "You're friends with a soul snatcher? You actually believe them?" Someone's tone was filled with anger and disbelief. "Not all soul snatchers are evil." And Shen pulled Su Guan up and looked at the crowd with a calm demeanor. "You all need to accept this point before heading to the Lost Orphan City. Right now, it's managed by a soul snatcher named Wang Jian. I know you harbor hatred towards soul snatchers, as you've suffered some bad experiences, and so have I. But some soul snatchers are indeed on our side, and Su Guan is one of them." As In Shen spoke, he gave a heavy pat on the shoulder of the person next to him. "If you can't trust him, can you not trust me?" Hearing this, Su Guan felt a sudden sting in his nose, deeply moved. "Did you hear that? Xian Gu said I'm one of us." Upon hearing him say this, the crowd no longer voiced any objections, as they had indeed been saved. "So where do we go now?" Someone asked anxiously. "Do we head straight to the Lost Orphan City?" "First, come with me to a place." And Shen didn't elaborate much. He planned to take these people to Wu Yuanshan first. Then he would see if there was any way to send them to the Lost Orphan City. After all, just swaggering back would be too risky. "Mom, let's go." And Shen turned around to look at his mother. Bai Suya was behind him, watching her son walk ahead with a determined gaze. The crowd followed him, their eyes filled with resolve. She felt an indescribable emotion within her, both warm and uneasy. "My son has truly grown up. He can stand on his own now, he's become a hero." Perhaps the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Being a hero is not easy. It means you have to endure more hardships and suffer more difficulties than others. What mother in the world would want her child to suffer more? Which parent wouldn't rather bear all the hardships themselves to leave their child with a bit more sweetness? Bai Suya followed behind, watching in Shen's back. The son in her memory was still that child who couldn't even pack his suitcase properly when going to college. And Shen returned to Wu Yuanshan's residence with a large group of people. Seeing so many people appear, Wu Yuanshan was stunned. "I asked you to bring me back the medicine bugs, and you brought me so many people instead?" "These people were locked up by the twin gates. I let them go, and they have nowhere to go for now." And Shen walked in and took out a glass container to hand over. "The bugs you wanted, I brought them back, and I wanted to ask if there's a way to send these people to the Lost Orphan City?" Hearing this, Wu Yuanshan was taken aback. He first took the bugs, glanced at them, confirmed they were correct, then looked at In Shen with a frown. "You brought so many people on the road. Are you crazy? Isn't this just sending food to those wild guests outside?" Wild guests? In Shen heard this term for the first time. Those who are not in the city, have no organization, and have not joined any faction are all called wild guests, Wu Yuanshan explained. "You should have encountered them on the road." This explanation made In Shen think of Mayor Lu. He should be one of those so-called wild guests. "You look like you don't understand these things at all." Wu Yuanshan glanced at him, and Shen smiled awkwardly. "I only know that there are 8 paths. You don't understand anything. It's a miracle that you've survived this long." Wu Yuanshan's words were hard to tell if they were sarcastic or serious. He explained, "Earlier, Li Shenji asked me to help you more, so I'll take this opportunity to explain a bit. Actually, there are classifications among the possessors. Those with organizations and power have fixed factions. Besides them, there are wild guests, who can sometimes be more dangerous than regular possessors. After all, they come in all shapes and forms. Wu Yuanshan continued, and the 8 cultivation paths aren't that complicated. Let me put it another way, they correspond to many professions. The Buddhist path is generally only cultivated by those who practice Buddhism, mostly monks, and outsiders find it hard to make progress. The Taoist path is only chosen by those who practice Taoism. As for the Qingshan path, it's usually pursued by scholars, some Confucianists. Regarding the deep sea path, most practitioners are skilled individuals, like craftsmen, painters, and performers. The thick earth path is chosen by people from various trades, such as beggars, horse bandits, and singers. At this point, Wu Yuanshan took a sip of tea before continuing. Speaking of the malicious heart path, it's mainly cultivated by people from the 7 major evil sects. You can see that they are essentially a group of morally corrupt perverts, and their level of cultivation isn't high. The divine path consists of some special individuals, like shamans, spirit mediums, witches, and priests. These people are somewhat sinister. As for the suffering path, Wu Yuanshan paused and looked at him deeply. Generally speaking, no one would choose it, which leads to the suffering path automatically selecting others. Like you. Wu Yuanshan's explanation made Chen suddenly see things more clearly. No wonder most people from the 7 major evil sects are on the malicious heart path. It turns out their commonality is psychological perversion. In this sense, the malicious heart path can be seen as a gathering of perverts. The suffering path, however, seems a bit absurd. And Chen sighed. You want to take these people out, but on one hand, the wild guests outside will definitely come like rabid dogs if they catch a whiff. There aren't many ordinary people left who can survive wandering outside these days. Secondly, Wu Yuanshan said, his expression becoming serious. Some people in the suspended corpse city probably won't let you leave. Hearing this, Chen's heart stirred. Who is in charge of this suspended corpse city? Warengshan. The name sounded a bit strange. You probably don't know him, but he has a brother named Cheng Huang. And Chen's heart sank. A bad premonition surged within him. Wu Yuanshan sneered. You first killed his brother, then came here and broke the formation set by his subordinates, and right after that, you wiped out the twin gate that had submitted to him. To be honest, between you two, unless one of you dies, I don't know how this will end. And Chen was a bit speechless. This was the first time he had heard of Warengshan. How had the grudge already run so deep? Qinghe, why don't we avoid this? At this moment, Bai Suya, who had been listening all along, looked at her son with a face full of worry. And Chen smiled. It's fine, Mom, you don't need to worry. We won't stoop to his level. We'll just go our own way. The person had already been rescued, and Chen didn't want to stir up more trouble. He asked Wu Yuanshan if there was a way. Why don't you contact Li Xinji and ask? I'll handle the intelligence investigation, and he can handle the contacts. He must have more methods than I do. Upon hearing this, Chen noticed that Wu Yuanshan's attention was still on the medicinal insects, not sure what he wanted to study. He seemed disinterested in further communication, so Chen didn't disturb him any longer. He then took out his phone and contacted Li Xinji. Once connected, Li Xinji was the first to probe. Did you rescue your parents? Yes. How are they doing? My mom is doing okay, and Chen glanced back, but my dad is still the same. On the phone, Li Xinji said, oh, then asked again, have you found the reason for this change? Not yet, and Chen shook his head. Li Xinji fell silent, seemingly lost in thought, and after a moment suddenly asked, are you planning to come back? Yes, and Chen recounted the current situation. After listening, Li Xinji nodded while speaking seriously, no problem. I said before, the Jie Tiandao is now fully supporting you. As long as you want to do it, we can even die for you. Hearing this, Chen was taken aback, thinking the other party was joking, and reminded him, you'd better think it over. This matter will be very dangerous. You want me to think it over? Li Xinji laughed, his laughter somewhat perplexing. Brotherin, do you still have misunderstandings about Jie Tiandao? What do you mean? I told you before, becoming a core friend of Jie Tiandao means you implicitly agree with our ideology that the heavenly path of this world has problems, that it needs to be overthrown, and that the truth must be uncovered. Our actions are all based on this foundation, so we are placing our bets on you. At this point, Li Xinji's tone became serious. You are now more like our guide. Find the right direction and lead us forward, while we take care of clearing the obstacles. Of course, you might not know whether the direction is right or wrong. In fact, we don't know either. Li Xinji chuckled lightly at this. If you choose wrong, we might all die if we rush in, but you must understand that even if we die, we do so willingly, because we are all dying for the ideology, not for you. This is a gamble. We might win or lose, and as for whether it's death, life, or danger, we understand it better than you do. So what you need to worry about is not our lives or deaths, but rather to firmly walk your own path. Upon hearing this, Chen was stunned. It was only now that he realized how powerful the goals and inner drive of Jie Tiandao were. For that ideology, they could charge forward without hesitation. I understand, and Shen turned to look at the people in the room, taking a deep breath. You arrange for someone to take us back. Okay. Also, there's one more thing, and Shen spoke again. You mentioned before that I should use the path of refinement to deal with Cheng Huang. Is it hard to learn? Li Shenji fell silent for a few seconds upon hearing this. It's not easy to learn, but you're lucky because I am also from the path of suffering and I can teach you. Hearing this, and Shen fell into thought. How hard is it to learn? Let me put it this way, each path has a different method of refinement. For example, in the Taoist path, if you want to learn its refinement method, you must first refine your own alchemy furnace. Each path's refinement requires its own specific items. Only the path of suffering has a more unique refinement method. It doesn't require any items, just the use of emotions. Emotions? Yes, for instance, when you are refining someone, regardless of whether the other person is in pain or joy, as long as you grasp the emotion, you can refine them. At this point, Li Shenji spoke again. I have the incantation for the path of suffering's refinement. You can listen to it first. Whether you understand it or not is not important. Saying this, he began to recite earnestly. All beings suffer, with suffering held in high regard. Seeing flowers in the fog is unattainable. It is ultimately a mirage. At times joyful, at times compassionate, refining suffering returns the spirit, refining difficulty returns the person, with many distracting thoughts, changing colors like the 7 emotions, called the fire of the 7 emotions. Black is revered, red is anger, white is joy, gold is transcendence, purple is arrogance, yellow is fear, blue is cold malice. Grasping the fire of the 7 emotions can refine all beings. After reciting, and Shen felt a buzzing in his head. It seemed he understood a bit, yet not entirely, as he listened to Li Shenji say, the fire of the 7 emotions represents the 7 human emotions, displayed in different colors. The most difficult step on the path of suffering is controlling emotions. If you can't grasp a person's emotions, you won't be able to refine them. Hearing this, and Shen furrowed his brows, puzzled. But how do I grasp emotions? Normally, once you master it, emotions will become tangible things, floating above a person's head, easily recognizable. You'll understand once you learn. Oh, and Shen suddenly turned to look at Su Guan and asked abruptly, is it like a fluffy cotton candy thing floating above a person's head? Exactly. Just different colors. Once you can see it, you'll know. On the other end of the phone, Li Shenji paused in disbelief. There was a moment of silence for 2 seconds, followed by an incredulous exclamation. You can see it already? I really see it. There's something floating above Su Guan's head, and Chen waved to Su Guan, calling him over. As he leaned in to look, the thing became clearer. It's yellow. On the other end, Li Shenji fell into a dead silence, speechless. Hello? Are you still there? And Chen asked, confused. I'm here, Li Shenji finally replied after a long pause, taking a deep breath before his voice broke down. You just listened to the incantation once and understood the path of refinement? I guess so. And Chen wasn't entirely sure, but he did see that some people had cotton candy-shaped colors floating above their heads. Is this what they call being exceptionally gifted? Li Shenji seemed to be gritting his teeth. I spent a whole year trying to understand the path of refinement. A whole year. Do you know how much I suffered during that time? But you just listened to the incantation once and got it right away. Now I understand why people say you're an exceptional vessel. I want to refine you right now. And Chen felt a bit awkward for a moment. He stared at the person in front of him, frowning in confusion. But why do some people have colors above their heads while others don't? That's because your skills aren't up to par. Upon hearing this, Li Shenji seemed to finally find a bit of psychological comfort and balance, smugly like a villain. You can't see all 7 emotions right away. You need to practice. Right now, you can only see yellow, which means you can only refine the emotion of fear. Nothing else is possible. You must. He didn't finish his sentence when Chen suddenly interrupted. Oh, sorry, I misread. The others have white above their heads, looking somewhat transparent. I thought they didn't have any. On the other end, Li Shenji, holding the phone, was left speechless with his mouth agape. And Chen looked at the crowd in front of him and scanned again. Confirmed, there are currently just 2 colors, yellow and white. Just 2 colors? Upon hearing this, Li Shenji's hands trembled, nearly crushing his phone. For some reason, even though everyone was friends and fellow disciples, he felt a twinge of envy and resentment. 2 colors are enough, although it's not many, it's really sufficient, especially since you just learned. And this is nothing. Really, it's very ordinary. Everyone starts with at least 4 colors. Alright, I have to get busy now. I'll contact you again when I find someone. Li Shenji laughed and hung up the phone. And Chen held the phone, feeling a bit dazed. Why do I feel like his laughter is so forced? Coming back to his senses, he stared at the 7 emotions flames above the heads of the crowd, finding it quite interesting. This meant that if he could comprehend the 7 emotions, he could master each refining situation. However, this path of refinement should also be related to strength. And Shen recalled how he had been refined earlier. It didn't seem to go smoothly. I only have 1 shrine. If I face an enemy with 3 shrines, even if I can see their 7 emotions flames, it probably won't be possible to succeed in refining. Thinking of this, he calmed himself down, now waiting for news from Li Shinji. Qinghe, at this moment, his mother, Baisuya, walked over, looking somewhat uneasy. Your dad. And Shen followed the direction his mother pointed. At this moment, his father, and Shangsheng, was still in a controlled state, and his own shadow puppet wouldn't last much longer. It would eventually be undone. Let's tie him up first, and Shen thought, calling Su Guan over for help. His mother stood by, her expression clearly sad. I still don't understand why this is happening. Was Mama Qinghe like this before? And Shen looked at his mother's complex gaze and shook his head. Mom, it doesn't matter how it was before, what matters is now. You've recovered, and that's better than anything. But I don't even know how I recovered, and why your dad couldn't. This was also a mystery to Shen. Being locked in the White Robe Bureau, his parents should have had the same experience, so why was it only his mother who returned to normal, and his father remained the same? And Shen pondered the events that had transpired. Yang Shaoqing brought his parents here, intending to hand them over to the Twin Gates for refinement. But during that time, his father and Shangsheng suddenly woke up, and Huang and the young father-daughter duo realized they were the usurpers. His father even pleaded with Huang Boring to save his junior sister. During this, the Qingxin Society was mentioned. What was this Qingxin Society? Was it the sect of the 2 people who usurped his parents? But what Shen couldn't understand the most was, if his mother had returned to normal, then where did the usurper inside her go? Mom, do you remember anything? Baisuya, upon hearing this, recalled anxiously. I don't remember many things. I just remember that in the end, you were on summer vacation, and I picked you up from university, and then somehow, it turned into this. No, Qinghe, did I hurt you? And Shen saw his mother seemingly recalling some painful memories and hurriedly interrupted. No, Mom, can you still feel that person inside you? Baisuya shook her head. It seemed her memory had also been affected, and Shen, upon hearing this, did not press further. He didn't know why this was happening. His mother's recovery felt more like a stroke of luck. It's okay, Mom, as long as you've recovered, I'll definitely find a way to cure Dad. Upon hearing this, Baisuya opened her mouth, her expression somewhat worried. She wanted to say something but ultimately didn't, only nodding. At that moment, Wu Yuanshan called out gravely, Brotherin, come here for a moment. And Shen, hearing the call, comforted his mother a few more times before turning to leave. Watching her son's back, Baisuya's expression was filled with worry. Suddenly, she spotted 2 familiar figures, her heart skipped a beat. Ah, it's those 2 kids, they're still alive. She remembered those 2, and Shen had mentioned them before. One of the boys had even visited their home once. His surname was Wang, but what was his name? She couldn't recall at that moment. Staring at the 2 following Shen, Baisuya hesitated, feeling a bit awkward, and quickly walked over, wanting to say a few words to them. At the very least, to express her gratitude. During this time, they must have taken good care of Qinghe, she thought, quickening her pace. But as she turned through the crowd, she froze. Looking around, she couldn't find those 2 anymore. Baisuya stood there, a bit dazed. I clearly saw them just now. Where did they go? She felt a bit panicked, caught in the middle of the crowd. She hurriedly stepped out, standing on the periphery to look, but still couldn't find those 2. Even beside Shen in the room, they were nowhere to be seen. Strange, Baisuya stood there, momentarily lost in thought. After a moment, she turned stiffly, sat down in a chair, gazing at the scene before her, her head feeling heavy. There was a warmth in her chest. She picked up the water on the table and took a sip. Just as the water entered her mouth, suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her tongue. She quickly opened her mouth, not yet realizing what was happening, and with a splash, she spat out a mouthful of blood. What is this water? Baisuya's eyes widened, her mouth burning with pain, while her head buzzed. She looked down and saw that what she was holding was not a cup of water, but a knife. She had put the knife in her mouth. No one around seemed to notice her abnormality. Baisuya stood frozen, staring at the knife in her hand. How could I? She slapped her head hard, as if trying to wake herself up. Really, how distracted can I be to mistake this? She quickly put the knife down and glanced around. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, she sighed in relief. Secretly, she licked the wound in her mouth. Fortunately, it wasn't too serious. There wasn't much blood either. Baisuya turned her back to the crowd inside. Qinghe is a hero now, very busy. I can't add to his troubles. She looked up at her lover and Shangsheng, who was tied up with ropes and slumped in a corner chair, still unconscious. Baisuya walked over and sat beside her lover. She held in Changxing's hand, gazing blankly at the crowd around her. The faces of these people were filled with excitement and joy, but she couldn't understand what they were talking about. When we get to Orphan City, we'll join the Three Great Bureau. I'm full of passion, ready to fight these usurpers. Do they really think they own this place? Let them know this land has an owner. Everyone seemed so excited, like soldiers ready to rush into battle. Only in the corner, Bai Suya sat still, holding her lover's hand. She felt out of place among these people, remembering how she had brought Xinghe home, wondering how the world had suddenly changed. Olden, our son has grown up, but you and I seem to have aged. She tightened her grip on her lover's hand, murmuring to herself. At this moment in the room, what do you want? And Shen looked at Wu Yuanshan, who was fiddling with medicinal worms at the table, and asked curiously. Shoo! Wu Yuanshan made a silencing gesture. Carefully picking up a pair of scissors, he pressed one hand down on the worm's tail, immobilizing it. Then, with the other hand, he snipped the worm in half with a crisp sound. In an instant, a brownish-yellow liquid, like urine, sprayed out from the worm's body, splattering on the ground. The worm struggled and writhed, appearing to be in great pain. Look! Wu Yuanshan held up both ends of the severed worm, his expression somewhat excited. And Shen watched as the broken worm began to regenerate. From each severed part, new bodies sprouted. From one worm, it had turned into two. And Shen was taken aback, suddenly feeling that this thing looked familiar, involuntarily reminding him of the limitless flesh inside him. See, it's this kind of worm. Wu Yuanshan placed the worm on the table and covered it, snorting coldly. The martial artists use this kind of worm to feed the people in the city. Hearing this, and Shen was somewhat confused. How do worms feed people? Do they eat these worms as food? Wu Yuanshan shook his head. Your imagination isn't ruthless enough. Seeing that Shen still looked puzzled, he picked up a worm and set it up. Then, he took a mouse from a nearby container. Using a sharp knife, he pried open the mouse's mouth, stuffed the worm inside, and covered it with a glass dome. After a moment, Shen saw the mouse suddenly convulse, then lie on the ground, its belly visibly swelling at a rapid pace. Like an inflating balloon, it stopped after reaching a certain size. What is this? And Shen looked on in astonishment. Moments later, he saw the mouse dragging its heavy belly on the ground, gasping for breath, appearing to be in great pain. Wu Yuanshan took it out, gently poked the mouse's belly with the sharp knife, turned to Shen, and asked, Want to know what's inside? Shen frowned tightly, remaining silent. Wu Yuanshan had already made a cut. With a soft sound, it split open. The mouse's abdomen was cut open, struggling in pain for a few moments before going still. Then, Wu Yuanshan tore open the mouse's skin and flesh, his fingers probing inside its belly, and with a splash, pulled out a small object. Shen looked at the object, his expression one of shock. It was actually a tiny mouse. Do you understand now? Just a moment ago, this mouse was pregnant, and the whole process took less than a minute. Wu Yuanshan's smile was more of a smirk, sending chills down one's spine. Was it caused by that bug? Shen realized something and asked. Wu Yuanshan nodded, placing the bloody little mouse on the table, sneering. The most important thing is, this mouse is actually male, and from a physiological perspective, it shouldn't be able to get pregnant. Male? Shen was stunned. I had speculated about this before. This time it's a verification, and the results indeed confirm my hypothesis. This kind of drug bug can make any creature that consumes it reproduce, regardless of gender. At this point, Wu Yuanshan paused, his expression turning serious. What would happen if a person were to consume this bug? In an instant, Shen seemed to understand something, his mouth agape. You mean this hanging corpse city is feeding people bugs, making them pregnant and continuously giving birth? Doesn't that sound quite fitting for the term farming? Wu Yuanshan snorted coldly, though his expression was somewhat angry. The martial immortal probably uses this method to achieve what he calls endless life. I suspect he has other means, even capable of affecting infants. In this way, he can continuously cultivate the core without having to compete in the outside world. People are like wheat seedlings growing on the ground, harvested batch after batch. Damn it, he really found a method for this bastard to cultivate. Shen frowned at the bug, his emotions too complex to describe. Coming out of the orphan city, if it weren't for witnessing various monsters along the way, he wouldn't have known what the outside world had become. Looking at it this way, Cheng Huang seems far more humane compared to this martial immortal. At least Cheng Huang kills cleanly and decisively, rather than using such a pathological method to raise people. Are you investigating these matters to save those people? Shen frowned at Wu Yuanshan. Upon hearing this, the latter blinked, as if finding the question intriguing, and chuckled. Save them? You're overthinking it. I'm just investigating what's behind this. The heavenly path isn't some sentimental person, parading as a savior? Forget it, we are pragmatists. Some sacrifices are inevitable if we want to overthrow the heavenly path. After saying this, he ignored In Shen's confusion and bent down to study again. This left In Shen with an indescribable feeling. Through his interactions with Li Xinji and Wu Yuanshan, he finally reached a conclusion about the heavenly path, a rational and neutral pragmatist. In Shen was still pondering when his phone suddenly rang. It was Li Xinji calling. He hurriedly answered, and before he could speak, Li Xinji's voice came through first. "Hello? I found a way to get those people out of the city, but it's a bit risky and will require you to make a sacrifice." And Shen held the phone, and as he listened to Li Xinji outline the plan, his expression grew increasingly grim. Midnight, Hanging Corpse City. The dimly lit streets were eerily silent, and Shen hid alone in a dark corner, wearing the fox mask human skin, transforming into the appearance of a stranger. At the same time, he carried a bag, the contents of which were unknown. He glanced down at the time. It was around 2 in the morning. It was almost time. There were a few scattered people moving about on the street, along with a couple of patrolling possessors. The martial immortal had crafted this hanging corpse city very meticulously. From the power structures down to the domesticated populace, it formed a complete chain system. Such possessors were truly the most terrifying. Because he had a strict organizational structure and plan, he was able to form a complete group. Unlike Cheng Huan, who, for the sake of his own longevity, disregarded everything and could easily be broken, making it difficult to form a power. And Chen took a deep breath and walked down the street. His goal was a warehouse at the end of the street. On both sides of the road, lights were on, and there were some people who had not yet fallen asleep. They sat by the windows and in front of the doors, each looking despondent, as if they were dead, gazing at the moonlight in the sky. These people had different appearances, but what they had in common was that their bellies were all swollen as if they were pregnant. Men and women sat together, each with their bellies protruding, expressionless, and the scene was filled with an indescribable sense of the uncanny. And Chen walked forward, trying not to think too much. He focused his mind only on the plan regarding Li Xinji. To get so many people out, there's only one way: make sure the Warangshan can't see them. You go create some noise to attract Warangshan's attention, making him focus solely on you. Then I'll take the opportunity to lead the people out of the city around 2 o'clock at midnight, and you just need to find a way to escape. This plan was straightforward. It was no different from directly saying, just go kill Warangshan, and Chen would have definitely disagreed before. This was clearly sending himself to be cannon fodder, but now it was different because he was not just sending these people away, but also his parents. If you want to create some noise, I suggest you go to the warehouse. Before taking action, Wu Yuanshan proposed. 2 streets away, there's a large warehouse that used to store express logistics, but later, I heard that Warangshan turned it into a breeding ground. He paused for a moment, his expression somewhat serious. I don't know what they're breeding, but I suspect it's those drug worms. You go make some noise there, and Warangshan will definitely focus all his attention on you. Of course, that place is not easy to get into. I've heard there are many people guarding it, so you can weigh it yourself. At this moment, and Shen walked along the street towards the warehouse. The further he went, the more patrolling possessors there were around, and Shen hid in the shadows, contemplating how to get in. Just then, he suddenly heard some harsh noises coming from a nearby corridor. Hee, as long as you agree, I won't feed this worm to you. How about it? This deal is worth it, right? And Shen, curious, turned his head to look. He saw a man in the dark corridor pulling a slender girl in her 20s, holding a transparent glass bottle in his hand. Inside the bottle were those strange worms that made people pregnant. The girl's expression was clearly one of strong resistance. She struggled continuously, opening her mouth as if she couldn't make a sound, her expression panicked, pressed firmly against the wall by the man. What's wrong? Are you so unwilling? Is your body more important or your life? The man coldly laughed, holding up the bottle. Lord Wu said that by tomorrow night at the latest, everyone on this street will be fed the pregnancy worm. You are the new batch. Do you want to get pregnant and give birth to one? Or, after tonight, will you follow me? I'll secretly hide you, and I guarantee you'll live well. How about that? The girl struggled desperately but was firmly held by the man's wrist. With his other hand, he began to tear at the girl's clothes. In a moment of desperation, she kicked back, her foot landing hard in the man's groin, causing him to let out a low howl of pain. He involuntarily released his grip. Damn it, you filthy bitch! The girl turned and ran. Stung by pain, the man reached out to grab her but missed. The girl had just taken 2 steps when suddenly, a shadow appeared in front of her. Bang! She collided with someone. Caught off guard, she fell to the ground. With her hair disheveled, she looked up at the person in front of her, her expression pale. The man behind her caught up, his expression ferocious, and upon seeing In Shen, he sneered. Brother, thanks a lot, this woman. He didn't finish his sentence. And Shen, expressionless, pointed a finger. Turn your heart. With a whoosh, the man's body suddenly stiffened in place. Looking back at the worm in the bottle, it suddenly began to struggle violently for no apparent reason, as if stimulated by something. The technique of mind transfer could temporarily shift a person's thoughts elsewhere. And Shen walked over, removed the fox mask from the human skin, and placed it on the man's face. After absorbing a face, he turned to look at the pale-faced girl, his tone calm. "Hurry and run." The girl finally reacted, trembling as she got up, her eyes red as she bowed to him, her mouth opening to emit two sounds. And Shen noticed that her tongue had been cut, rendering her unable to speak. He was slightly taken aback and replied with 3 words. "You're welcome." The girl wiped her tears and quickly ran away, disappearing into the night. And Shen squatted down, picked up the bottle that had fallen to the ground, and stared at the writhing worm inside, sneering. "I suddenly thought of something fun." As he spoke, he twisted off the bottle cap and pulled out the struggling worm. He stuffed it into the mouth of the man whose body was stiff in front of him. "You've probably eaten quite a few people, so why not taste yourself?" At the moment the worm was swallowed, and Shen turned and left without looking back. Not far into his walk, the mind transfer lost its effect. He heard a piercing scream from behind. "I've never seen a man give birth." And Shen's lips curled into a smile. Wearing the fox mask, he waved his hand, and his cheeks instantly transformed into the man's appearance, striding into the moonlight. Step by step, he approached the warehouse, tightening the bag on his body. When he got close, he saw several possessors standing in front of the door. One of them spotted him and immediately waved. "Wang Si, you're back? Hee hee, how was it? Did you manage to deal with that woman this time?" And Shen touched his face, smiled, and said nothing. "Look at his demeanor, you can tell he failed again." Another person snorted. "If you ask me, you should have settled it last time. After all, Lord Wu doesn't know, and you would have been satisfied. But you insisted on keeping that girl around. Once isn't enough, you want a lifetime? Once isn't enough." And Chen chuckled awkwardly and replied. At the same time, he looked up to glance inside the warehouse. The pitch-black room seemed to shimmer with specks of red light in midair. Shadows intertwined back and forth. It seemed like something was hidden inside, but he couldn't tell what it was. And Shen instinctively moved closer, but was quickly stopped by the person beside him. "Hey, are you trying to die?" The person's expression suddenly turned a bit grim. "Have you forgotten your identity? We don't have the right to go in. We can only guard outside. Don't act crazy and get the brothers in trouble." And Shin paused for half a second, frowned, and asked back, "What's inside? How would I know? Besides, is that something you should be asking?" The person widened his eyes. "I said you can't go in, so don't ask. Have you forgotten what happened to the one who mistakenly entered before? What if I force my way in?" Upon hearing this, the person was stunned, and after a long pause, as if amused by anger, said, "Wang Si, are you crazy?" Just as he finished speaking, Wang Si suddenly asked very seriously, "What if I burn this place down? Do you think Lord Wu would be angry?" The person's mouth twitched a few times, unsure how to respond. After saying that, Wang Si took off his bag, bent down, and pulled out a pitch-black object. Ding! It seemed he had pulled out something and stuffed it into the other person's hand. "What is this?" And Shen's lips split into a smile. "A gift for you, we call it a grenade." Bang! In the middle of the night, a deafening explosion suddenly echoed in the center of the hanging corpse city. Following that, something quickly caught fire. The flames soared into the sky, arousing the curiosity of those who were still awake and waking many who were asleep. Many people ran barefoot into the streets, looking towards the distant flames, unsure of what had happened, their expressions uneasy. In the corner, Wu Yuanshan looked at the distant flames, his expression slightly excited as he spoke into the phone in his hand. "I told you, I have a collection of grenades. Sooner or later, they'll come in handy." On the other end of the line, Li Shenji's voice came through, tinged with helplessness. "Now's the time, you need to get the people out quickly. There are people waiting for you outside the city. Leave it to me." Wu Yuanshan hung up the phone and waved to the crowd behind him. Soon, a group of people followed him, quickly slipping out of the city under the cover of night. "The medicine warehouse has exploded. There's a fire, hurry to put it out." On the way, the patrolling possessors saw the flames and rushed over, shouting in alarm. Many figures hurried toward the direction of the explosion. Wu Yuanshan led his group in the opposite direction through the darkness. Fortunately, at that moment, there were many people on the streets watching the commotion, making it hard to distinguish them. After running for a while, they soon arrived at a damaged path, where he stopped and turned back to say, "You all go out this way, keep going forward, there will be someone waiting for you not far ahead. I can only take you this far." Upon hearing this, the crowd thanked him and hurriedly ran out. "What about Qingqing? Will he be okay?" As she passed by Wu Yuanshan, Bai Suya suddenly stopped and grabbed him, her face filled with worry. "So many people are going that way, can he handle it alone?" Seeing the possessors all rushing toward the warehouse, Bai Suya couldn't help but be concerned. "Ha, you don't need to worry too much," Wu Yuanshan chuckled. trying to reassure her. What you should be worried about is whether so many people can handle your son. After saying this, he patted Su Guan beside him. Take good care of these people. The road ahead isn't far. Don't let anything go wrong. Su Guan, carrying the unconscious in Changsheng, had a determined look in his eyes. He had deliberately eaten 2 more solid meatballs today and felt incredibly strong. Hearing this, he nodded vigorously. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, nothing will go wrong. With that, he took Bai Suya and ran ahead. Wu Yuanshan watched the crowd leave and dialed Li Shinji's number. However, after waiting a few seconds, no one answered. He frowned, hesitated for a few seconds, and dialed the contact person. Beep. The call connected, and Wu Yuanshan immediately spoke. The people have already passed. You need to be careful. Ha ha. Before he could finish, a cold laugh suddenly came from the other end of the line. Wu Yuanshan, holding the phone, froze in shock, a bad premonition flooding his mind. Who? Do you really think you can escape me? The person's voice sounded somewhat grating. I've been lying in wait on a path just to catch you all. Where is In Chen? Hearing this, Wu Yuanshan seemed to realize something, his heart sinking in shock. Why you are Wu Renxian? What have you done to our people? What have I done? I refined and ate them. It was a casual thing. Do you expect me to serve them tea? The tone of Wu Renxian on the phone sounded somewhat exasperated. Wu Yuanshan suddenly looked up, his face as pale as death. He gazed at the crowd rushing ahead and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Come back! Everyone come back!" However, the people at the front were moving too quickly and could no longer hear his voice. Some vaguely saw a group of people standing on the small road ahead. I see them! They're right in front of us! We're saved! We're really saved! Excited shouts echoed back from the front. But Wu Yuanshan gripped the phone tightly, his face turning white. Are you here to pick us up? Yes, haha. He heard some commotion on the phone. Almost using all his strength to shout, he said, That's not our people. Come back! Hurry back! The people at the front, unsure if they heard the voice from the phone, became extremely tense. What's going on? Then, Wu Yuanshan heard Wu Renxian's cold voice coming through the receiver, word by word. Pathway, refine. Ah! In the next moment, a heart-wrenching scream came from the other end of the road. They're soul snatchers! They're soul snatchers! Run! Run! The crowd finally reacted, frantically running back. However, Wu Yuanshan saw in the pale moonlight that at the end of the road, chaotic and blurry figures were being torn apart like minced meat in an instant. Hee, this kind of thing could have been left to the servants. A cold laugh came from the phone. But when I think about the other party being in Chen, I have to take it seriously. I can't let him grow. My brother Cheng Huang was so foolish, waiting step by step for the enemy to grow before dealing with them, and naturally, he lost. But I'm different. I want to completely strangle and shun from the very beginning. Hee, I see you. The other party's words suddenly changed, and Wu Yuanshan was stunned. He hadn't reacted yet when he suddenly felt an itch in his ear. He hurriedly lowered his head, frozen in shock, as he saw his phone screen suddenly pop out an eyeball, staring intently at him. Come here! A voice came from the phone. In the next second, his vision flashed, and he found himself standing at the front of the road without knowing when. How could this be? In front of him, a dark crowd stood under the moonlight, filled with an indescribable sense of oppression. Wu Yuanshan recognized that the leader was Wu Renxian, dressed in a strange human skin outfit that glowed with a cold red light under the illumination. Where's In Chen? Wu Renxian, using some method to pull him over, grabbed his neck and turned to look. All the fleeing crowd had already been controlled by his subordinates. Looking at the faces, a cold smile appeared on his face. In Chen, aren't you coming out? I know you're wearing the G Fox mask. If you don't come out now, he will really die. As he spoke, he tightened his grip. Wu Yuanshan immediately let out a painful sound. He's not here. Hearing this, Wu Renxian didn't believe it at all, sneering, Not here. From my perspective, if a few people die, he'll be here. Just as Wu Renxian was about to act, Wu Yuanshan hurriedly raised his phone. Call him. He really isn't here. Seeing this scene, Wu Renxian was momentarily taken aback. The person in front of him indeed didn't seem to be joking. He hesitated for half a second, snatched the phone, snorted coldly, and dialed the number marked as In Chen. It was quickly connected. Before he could speak, a cold voice came from the other end. I blew up Wu Renxian's drug warehouse. Did you all escape? Stunned, Wu Renxian held the phone, his mouth agape, his mind buzzing as he was momentarily dazed. He immediately turned back, looking towards the city, watching the distant flames, as if only at that moment did he confirm something, his eyes wide. I thought the noise was so loud and the city was so bright. I thought someone had lit a lamp. You dared to blow up my drug warehouse? I have a fever today and I'm not feeling well, so the writing might be a bit chaotic. If my fever gets worse tomorrow, I might take a day off, but I'll try not to stop. If there's no update, it means I'm taking a break, sorry. And Shen was stunned upon hearing the voice on the phone. His tone quickly turned cold. Who are you? Who am I? Wu Rinxian let out a strange laugh, mixed with the sound of grinding teeth, as if filled with hatred. He didn't answer directly but kicked Wu Yuanshan over, stepping on his head and pressing the phone to his mouth. Come, let him tell you who I am. The microphone was brought to his lips, and Wu Yuanshan was sweating profusely, his cheeks pressed into the dirt, gritting his teeth tightly. He knew that if he resisted, it would be the end. For Wu Rinxian, refining him with a wave of his hand was as simple as crushing an ant. The heavenly path was too weak. Wu Yuanshan's own talent was high, but he had never cultivated anyone. Brethren, I'm sorry, this bastard has been ambushing here, killing all our people. Before he could finish, Wu Rinxian squatted down, his finger tracing over Wu Yuanshan's lips. Who are you calling a bastard? As his fingertip brushed past, Wu Yuanshan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his mouth. The row of teeth above seemed to be suppressed by some force, instantly starting to loosen and tremble wildly. With a crack, they were yanked out as if by someone's hand. Wu Yuanshan's eyes rolled back in pain, and just as he was about to spit it out, Warengtian yanked his hair upward, his tone fierce. Who told you to spit? Swallow it. Pa! Wu Yuanshan endured the pain and forcefully spat out the broken teeth, spraying them onto the other's face. Damn you! Without teeth, his speech was slurred, and his voice changed. Warengtian was splattered with broken teeth and blood but was not angry, he just let out a strange laugh. He picked up the phone and spoke into it. Did you hear that, Chen? On the other end of the line, Chen, hiding in the darkness, looked at the flames in front of the medicine warehouse, his expression cold. Among the flames lay several charred corpses, emitting the smell of burnt flesh, but the medicine warehouse in the back remained intact. The grenade had exploded at the door, not inside. Holding the phone, Chen took a breath to calm himself and asked, What do you want? Now not only were those people in their hands, but even his parents were. What do I want? Heh, do you know that I've been waiting here for you for a whole day and night just to catch you? And what do? You don't show up and go blow up my medicine warehouse instead. You destroyed my processing plant and killed the twin gates. And Chen, do you really think no one can defeat you? Warengtian's voice sounded somewhat sinister, and Chen remained silent. He then heard the other continue, Bring the people over. I want this kid to hear the screams of these people being refined. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen coldly replied, If you touch them, I'll blow up your medicine warehouse. Medicine warehouse? Warengtian was taken aback. Haven't you already blown it up? Are you messing with me? Why don't you call your subordinates and ask? Upon hearing this, there was a pause on the other end of the line. Beep, the call was disconnected. And Chen, hiding in the darkness, watched the soul snatchers desperately trying to put out the fire in front of the warehouse. He gripped his phone tightly, remaining silent. The situation was more urgent than he had imagined. The plan had evolved into this, and even Li Shinji probably hadn't expected it. Or rather, no one could have anticipated that Warengtian would choose to wait for him on the road for a whole day and night. Generally, such matters would be handled by subordinates. Encountering such a situation with an enemy who was patient and clever was indeed difficult to deal with. The most important thing now was to get Warengtian to release the people first. While he was pondering, the phone rang again, and Chen answered. Immediately, Warengtian's voice came through. Well, you and Chen, interesting. It seems you want to negotiate with me. Upon hearing this, Chen knew that the other party must have called to confirm the safety of the medicine warehouse. Since that was the case, Chen spoke up. I heard that there are many things in your medicine warehouse, even related to the people you raise in the city. If it really gets blown up, wouldn't your endless plan be ruined as well? How about this, you let the people go, and I won't blow up your medicine warehouse. We can settle our grudges another time, a win-win situation, how about it? On the other end of the line, Warengtian listened to the words, gripping the phone tightly, the force too great, and with a crack appeared on the screen. His face turned extremely ugly, his teeth grinding audibly. Frustrating, so frustrating. If the medicine warehouse really got blown up, there would be no hope left, and he could act recklessly. But now it couldn't happen. The medicine warehouse was fine. That meant that everything he had worked hard to build had not been in vain, containing many important things, and whether it could continue depended entirely on his next thought. Chen's proposal was reasonable. Both sides could take a step back, and as for the grudge, it could indeed be settled later. But Warengtian felt frustrated. He looked at the crowd in front of him, gritting his teeth. The voice on the phone came through again. I'm serious, these lives mean nothing to you. Killing them is just like killing a bunch of ordinary people, insignificant. But you lost a drug warehouse because of it, which is really not worth it. And you didn't even manage to kill me. And Shen's words made Wu Rinxian's heart tremble in shock. There was silence for a few seconds. He grasped his phone and let out a series of cold laughs. "Ha, and Shen, it seems I really underestimated you. Now I understand why my brother Chung Huan lost to you." And Shen said nothing, just listened quietly. "Fine, I'll let the people go. You leave the drug warehouse, and we'll settle our grudge another day. And Shen, you truly exceeded my expectations, hee." After saying this, he threw the phone back. Wu Yuanshan hurriedly picked it up from the ground, his voice weak and hoarse. "Hello? Take the people and leave. Get out quickly, and let me know when it's safe." "Okay." Wu Yuanshan got up from the ground and waved to the controlled crowd. "Go!" The crowd followed him, their expressions terrified, fleeing under the strange gazes of Wu Renxian and the many possessors. Wu Yuanshan kept holding the phone, staying on the line with Shen, not daring to relax. After walking a short distance, he looked back at Wu Renxian, who was staring at him. "Is it safe?" "Not yet." Wu Yuanshan gritted his teeth against the pain and continued forward. Behind him, Wu Renxian's face was cold. The veins on his forehead began to throb occasionally, as if blood was surging. "Master, are we really just letting them go?" A subordinate beside him said unwillingly. Wu Renxian said nothing, watching the crowd gradually walk away, his gaze fixed on Wu Yuanshan's back, growing darker. "Let them go, but also send a gift to Shen." As he spoke, he flipped his palm, and a pitch-black object rolled out from his fingertips. With a whoosh, it shot towards Wu Yuanshan. With a thud, Wu Yuanshan suddenly felt a chill at his neck, as if a drop of water had splashed on him. He instinctively touched it, finding nothing, and looked back at the receding Wu Renxian, feeling somewhat suspicious. But there was no time to think too much. He could only quicken his pace to escape. After getting far enough away and confirming that Wu Renxian wouldn't follow, Wu Yuanshan spoke into the phone. "We're safe." "Good. Don't stop, keep moving forward. Suguan knows the way back, let him lead you." "Okay." And Shen hung up the phone, and after confirming safety, he let out a long breath. Then, he fixed his gaze on the drug warehouse, pondering for a few seconds. He pulled out a few more grenades from his pocket, pinched the safety pins, and walked forward. "Sorry, I'm the kind of person who always goes back on my word when it comes to enemies." Talking about morality and honesty with a possessor like Wu Renxian, who controls the entire city, is as futile as drawing water with a bamboo basket, meaningless. Taking advantage of the chaos in the crowd, Shen held the grenade and entered the warehouse. "Fire! Quickly, put out the fire. Immediately search the surroundings. We can't let anyone enter the drug warehouse. Lord Wu is on his way back." The crowd was in disarray. Once inside the drug warehouse, Shen found himself in dim light. He moved deeper, and upon entering a room, he was stunned by an extremely bizarre scene. He stood frozen in place. Inside the warehouse, many large glass vessels were suspended. Each vessel contained a person. It was clear that these people had large bellies, obviously pregnant, both male and female. Beside them were two busy people. Rather than people, they were more like hybrid human-beast creatures processed through the twin-gate flesh machines. They were very short, about a meter tall. One had a body where the left half was a woman and the right half was a dog, with a head that seemed to be pieced together. Its lower body was even more deformed, with messy hair growing from its back. Its two legs twisted together like ropes, swaying as it walked. The other had the left half of a man and the right half of a pig's head. Its legs were extremely short, but its body was long, making it look like a pig standing up at first glance. The two hybrid beings dragged a man with a huge belly out of a container and pressed him onto a table. "No, no, let me go, let me go." The man's face was as pale as paper, struggling desperately, but he couldn't break free at all. His hands and feet were bound, lying naked on the table in a big shape. "One born is one, a pair born is a pair." The strange-looking hybrids next to him chuckled ominously. They picked up a scalpel and directly cut into the man's abdomen. There was no anesthesia, no measures taken, just the knife cutting him open. Blood gushed out in spurts. The man seemed to be in excruciating pain, trembling violently, letting out heart-wrenching screams. "Damn you, just kill me, I beg you, just kill me." The hybrids seemed to be used to such sounds, ignoring him completely. They put down the knife and plunged their hands into the man's abdomen, starting to stir around as if searching for something. "Come on, let me see. Is it a boy or a girl? He. With that, they yanked hard. A bloody chunk of flesh was pulled out. Wow, the twisted, grotesque piece of flesh squirmed as it was brought out, emitting a piercing cry. "Hiss, how is it another freak? Quick, weigh it. Weigh it first. Even if Lord Wu doesn't want it, we can take it." The female hybrid beside them spoke excitedly, quickly pushing over a scale. They placed the indistinct, writhing mass of flesh on the scale. Ding! 7 pounds and 8 ounces. The eyes of the two lit up as they picked up the bloody, indistinct mass. "But this guy didn't produce anything good today. We need to make him give birth again." Hurry, before he dies. The half-man, half-pig spoke as he opened a door behind him, revealing a room filled with transparent glass jars, each containing a brownish-yellow worm. He took one out, walked over, and stuffed it into the mouth of the man who was about to die from pain. The next second, there was a gurgling sound. The man's cut-open abdomen began to heal and regenerate. A few seconds later, as he returned to his original state, his belly started to swell up again. Where am I? The man spoke weakly, his eyes hazy as if he couldn't comprehend what had happened. A few seconds later, when he saw the scene before him, especially his belly swelling again, his expression froze in shock. His eyes widened in despair, and he began to tremble uncontrollably. You're simply beasts. Why won't you just kill me? I beg you. His miserable cries gradually turned into sobs of despair, contrasting sharply with the laughter of the two hybrids holding the flesh. The scene before him was incredibly shocking. That worm can actually help the human body regenerate? At this rate, a person could give birth repeatedly? In the shadows, Shen watched the scene, feeling extremely astonished. It seems that Wu Renxian has indeed realized the creation of a continuous source. The warehouse must be where he cultivates the worms. No wonder no one is allowed in, only these two ugly things are here. As Shen pondered, his gaze shifted to the door behind the two hybrids. The key was the pregnancy worm. Without that worm, Wu Renxian probably couldn't achieve this. Then let's blow this up. With that thought, Shen no longer hesitated and walked straight in. He headed directly to the door. The two hybrids were still excitedly holding the deformed flesh, only realizing after a while that someone had walked past them. Hey, who are you? What are you doing? This place is off limits. One of them shouted in surprise, immediately reaching out to grab the stranger in front of them. Shen turned around, and before he could speak, he suddenly saw a ball of yellow cotton candy floating above the person's head. He was taken aback. The fire of the 7 emotions, yellow represents fear. Something suddenly came to mind. Did Master Wu not tell you that you are not allowed to enter here? You should leave, hurry up. This hybrid man looked extremely flustered. He was nearly 80 centimeters shorter than Shen, and even looking up, he couldn't see the other person's face. Shen ignored the man's frantic shouts and just stared at the cotton candy, his hand feeling a bit itchy. After hesitating for a few seconds, he reached out, preparing to touch it. To his astonishment, a pulling force seemed to burst outward from his palm. Whoosh, there was a startling sound. That ball of yellow cotton candy was instantly sucked into his hand, and Shen gently clenched his fist. Bang! The cotton candy exploded. At the same time, the person in front of him went poof, and in the blink of an eye, transformed into a round yellow pill the size of a glass bead. It fell to the ground, motionless. It had been refined on the spot. Hey! Another hybrid woman screamed at this sight. Someone come! Quick! Someone has intruded! Poof! The other person didn't finish speaking, and Shen stood a few meters away and pretended to grab the yellow cotton candy above her head. Bang! That ball of cotton candy exploded right there. Another yellow pill rolled onto the ground. Refining is actually this easy? The surroundings fell into dead silence, and Shen stared blankly at the pill on the ground. Maybe it's because these two people are too weak? He pondered as he walked over to pick it up and examined it closely. The pill was golden yellow and had a sort of matte texture. He didn't know its specific function, and Shen leaned in to sniff it. There was no smell. Refining it into a pill and swallowing it will greatly increase my power, just like those who wanted to refine me before. The things I refined myself should be safe, right? With that thought, Shen opened his mouth and swallowed it. A few seconds after it entered, he didn't even feel any change in his body. Suddenly, his heart thudded. It jumped heavily, so forcefully that it almost pushed his ribs up, and Shen gasped in shock, and then a sinister voice echoed in his mind. Wretched beast! What filthy thing dares to be fed to me, the God Lord? Get it out! This time, Shen heard it incredibly clearly. He widened his eyes, almost reflexively asking, Who are you? This situation had happened many times before. However, after asking, the voice seemed to die away, not saying another word. Playing deaf and mute? Shen gritted his teeth, immediately picked up another golden pill he had refined, and swallowed it directly. Pa! In his mind, a sudden retching voice came. I told you, don't swallow these things again. After saying that, Shen's body trembled, and then, his hand unexpectedly became uncontrollable. Without a second thought, he swung his hand and cut open his own belly. In the next second, he acted as if he had gone mad, skillfully pulling out his intestines and quickly cutting them into segments. Then he squeezed the pill out from the inside. After that, he stomped on it with a kick, crushing it all. I told you, don't feed me this filthy stuff. can't you hear me? Ha! At the same time, a harsh and sinister voice came from his mouth. After cutting, he stuffed his intestines back in. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. And Shen stood there, his head buzzing. He didn't even have time to feel pain. Staring blankly at his blood-soaked hands, he couldn't react to what had happened. Only on the ground lay 2 crushed golden pills. What happened? And Shen opened his mouth and tried to move his fingers. He could control his body again. That thing inside him, in order to spit out the pill he had swallowed, actually chose to cut open his own intestines? His face turned pale. His abdomen began to heal and grow back. Although he wouldn't die, didn't that mean that his body had no ownership at all? In reality, it was still just a container? And Shen thought of this and his mind buzzed. But he did not rush to resist. Instead, he swallowed, took a deep breath, and let the oppressive emotions gradually ease. He forced himself to calm down and think. So, I wasn't completely without being possessed at that time. Rather, when my parents attempted to have the master of the Chinshin society possess me, there was already someone inside me, this thing that is now. This thing has been following me from the very beginning, until now? What does it want? And Shen's heart raced wildly. Then, he realized something. The fact that this thing has been with him until now indicates that it does not want his life. At least not now, it clearly has another purpose. I must find a way to deal with it. But how can I resolve this? And Shen stared intently at the pills and suddenly realized something. It seemed to resist eating what I refined? Could it be that this thing would harm it? And Shen's mind raced. He noted this in his heart but did not rush to try it. After all, there was no guarantee of success. Moreover, it might drive the other party even crazier, leading to more terrifying actions against him. Conversely, the fact that it hasn't directly killed him means that the other party's goal has not yet been achieved, so he still has time. Then, taking a deep breath, he pretended as if nothing had happened. And Shen picked up 2 grenades, turned around, and opened the door. Inside the room, among the densely packed glass vessels, were filled with twisted, pregnancy insects. Martial artist Immortal, I send you a greeting gift from Orphan City. He pulled the pin and threw the grenades inside. At the same time, outside the city. Run faster. Hurry! Wu Yuanshan led the crowd, hurrying under the moonlight. He tried to call Li Shinji again, but the line was still busy. What the hell is this bastard doing? Wu Yuanshan cursed angrily. After crossing a small hill, surrounded by dense, dark jungle, various animal sounds echoed around. He looked back to confirm that the martial artist Immortal would not chase after them anymore, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Wu, why don't you come with us? Su Guan panted beside him in the dark. You definitely can't go back to Hanging Corpse City. The martial artist Immortal won't let you go. Yeah, let's go together. Everyone echoed. Wu Yuanshan looked back at the distant city lights, gritting his teeth. He still had many things to study left in the city. If he just left like this, he probably wouldn't be able to get them back. I used to wander in the bizarre land, running around like this to survive, without even a place to stay. He sighed. I didn't expect it to be the same here. Maybe this is fate, so be it. Survive first. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Su Guan comforted him. Just as he finished speaking, a strange rustling sound suddenly came from the dark forest around them. It was as if something was approaching this way. Everyone's expressions changed, some in fear and unease. What is it? I don't know. Run. Hurry. It could be a wild guest. There were many possessors wandering outside, and their level of hunger was unimaginable to ordinary people. The crowd hurriedly ran forward. Wu Yuanshan followed behind, running a few steps when he suddenly felt a chill on his neck, an indescribable strange sensation. He instinctively touched it. The sticky feeling made him quickly look down, and he froze. There, on his finger, was a piece of skin. This. Wu Yuanshan was stunned, anxiously rubbing his neck. With a swish, a piece of skin was directly rubbed off, and blood gushed out wildly. Wu, brother Wu, what happened? Su Guan, who had caught up, was stunned at the sight. Before he could react, the strange sounds around them became more pronounced. Shadows could even be seen approaching the crowd. Don't stop, run. Don't worry about me, just run. Wu Yuanshan gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. He ran and began to feel the ground beneath his feet becoming softer. Looking down, he saw his entire skin peeling off rapidly as if it had been soaked. The more he ran, the weaker his legs became, and his speed inevitably slowed. Brother Wu, what on earth is happening to you? Su Guan clearly sensed something was wrong, his face pale. He reached out to grab him. How about I carry you? But Wu Yuanshan immediately dodged, retreating with a grimace and gritted teeth. Don't touch me. Su Guan, frightened, stopped in his tracks, withdrew his hand, and looked at him anxiously. I might be poisoned. Don't touch me. It could infect you. He looked down at his flesh continuously falling away, as if he were gradually turning into a puddle of blood. Raising his head, he saw Su Guan and a group of people frozen in place, staring at him, unable to speak. He gritted his teeth. "What are you looking at? Are you trying to get yourselves killed? Keep running." "But you, it doesn't matter if I die. Am I important to you?" Wu Yuanshan cursed at Su Guan. "Don't forget you still have to bring these people back." Su Guan stood there in a daze, the strange noises around them growing louder. He turned his head and saw shadows in the dark forest rushing towards them. He couldn't tell what they were, but they emitted a terrible stench. Just as Su Guan was lost in thought, suddenly, Wu Yuanshan lunged forward. Bang! He tackled the dark shadow that was attacking, bringing it down to the ground. The force of the impact caused both of his legs to snap with a sickening crack, blood gushing out. "Now's your chance, run!" Wu Yuanshan shouted through gritted teeth. Su Guan saw the dark shadow, twisted and terrifying, resembling a human yet not quite. It crouched down and began frantically tearing at Wu Yuanshan's flesh, stuffing it into its mouth. As more and more dark shadows surrounded them, like hungry beasts, Su Guan swallowed hard. Go, go! His breath trembled, and he could only grit his teeth and turn to run forward. After covering some distance, he looked back and saw those strange shadows in the dark woods all pouncing on Wu Yuanshan as he ran far away. Left behind, Wu Yuanshan watched the dense shadows before him gnawing at him. He struggled to pick up the phone that had fallen to the ground. Using all his strength, he dialed Li Shenji's number. Yet, no one answered. Damn it, facing death and there's not even anyone to leave a message for. He could only type a text message to Li Shenji before his arm was bitten off. Jie Dao, Wu Yuanshan, this is the end of the road. I fear I won't witness the reversal of the Tao. I hope my friends will continue to strive, and if fate allows, we shall meet again. Boom! In the center of the hanging corpse city, a violent explosion erupted. Accompanied by flames shooting into the sky, the rear of the warehouse caught fire. Thick smoke filled the surroundings, flames spraying everywhere. At that moment, the crowd seemed to go mad, especially those possessors who had no idea what was happening, all falling into immense terror. It exploded. The drug warehouse exploded. There's no time to save anyone. It's over. Everything is over. And Shen emerged from the flames, quickly disappearing into the darkness. Silent in arrival, silent in departure. He stood in a dark corner for a while, watching the raging fire rise, as if symbolizing a hope that was rekindling. And Shen put on his mask and turned back. On the road, he saw many ordinary people rushing over with curious faces to watch. The scorching light of the fire reflected on their cheeks, illuminating their features. Rarely, and Shen saw a kind of joy on their faces. It seemed that the destruction of the drug warehouse made them incredibly happy. With the warehouse gone, it meant the pregnancy worm was also gone. Did that mean these people were temporarily saved? And Shen didn't know. He hadn't planned to save the people in this city, but doing a good deed casually seemed quite nice. It's time to leave. Along the road, and Shen quickened his pace, and just then, he heard his phone vibrating in his pocket. He took it out and answered. Inside, Su Guan's anxious voice came through, astonished. Xianer Ge, we got away. We ran back to our previous town. The martial artist Xian didn't catch up. Good, that place can rest for a night. I'll rush over immediately. And Shen felt a surge of joy in his heart, just about to hang up the phone when he heard Su Guan's voice, strained. Xianer Ge, Brother Wu is dead. Hearing this, and Shen tightened his grip on the phone, momentarily stunned. He instinctively asked, "What did you say?" "Wu Yuanshan, he's dead." "What nonsense, wasn't he with you guys?" "No." On the other end of the line, and Shen could hear Su Guan struggling to swallow. "Just now while we were running, his flesh inexplicably started to dissolve, and we were surrounded by some wild guests. He told us to run first, and then." And Shen held the phone, listening quietly, not speaking. Su Guan's emotions were clearly agitated. "This isn't normal, Xianer Ge. Before he let me run, he said he was poisoned, but how could he be poisoned out of nowhere? There must be a reason. What are you trying to say? This must be that bastard martial artist Xian's doing. Xianer Ge. He caused Brother Wu's death." And Shen turned to look at the flames behind him. The light reflected in his pupils. His tone remained steady. "And then? You want me to risk my life to take revenge for him?" Su Guan stiffened, his voice becoming low. "No, Xianer Ge, I just think it's such a loss for him to die." Su Guan's voice grew smaller, eventually fading to a whisper. He felt more sympathy for Wu Yuanshan, especially since Wu Yuanshan gave him a feeling that only those who have wandered could understand, rootless, unburdened, lonely yet hiding something unspeakable within. "It's fine, Xianer Ge, I'm just a bit angry." Su Guan prepared to hang up. Suddenly, and Shen's tone turned calm. "Just say your anger out loud." "Ha?" Su Guan was taken aback. "If you want me to take revenge for him, say it out loud. Don't be so timid, not even daring to say revenge." Hearing this, Su Guan was stunned. Synergy, I never said I would refuse. Suddenly, Shen's voice came through the phone, gritting his teeth in anger. That bastard martial artist Xian really dares to bully me? I'm not afraid of dying, why would I be afraid of him? If he plays dirty, I'll play dirty too, fine. Then let's both play dirty. Not only will I kill his brother, blow up his drug warehouse, but now, I will also seize his city. And Shen's voice carried a sense of rage. After saying that, he left one last sentence. You take people back to Orphan City, wait for my news. Synergy, Su Guan's words were cut off as Shen hung up. He held the phone, feeling a bit frustrated. Looking at the crowd around him, he didn't know what to say. Beside him, Bai Suya walked over anxiously. How is it, Xinghe? Old lady, you don't need to worry. Synergy will definitely be fine, just rest for now. Su Guan quickly reassured her. Bai Suya opened her mouth, wanting to ask something but couldn't, only able to sigh and return to her room. There were many houses in the town, but for safety, everyone still huddled together. She sat in the corner of the room, her gaze melancholic. After a while, Su Guan brought her a plate. Old lady, eat something first. Oh, okay, thank you. Bai Suya took it, glancing down. Instantly, her face turned pale with fright. On the plate lay a bloodied, mangled human brain. Old lady? Su Guan looked at her in confusion. What's wrong? Your face looks so bad. No, I'm just not very hungry. Bai Suya waved her hand, pushing the plate aside. When she looked again, the contents had turned into slices of bread. She stared blankly, rubbing her eyes repeatedly. Yet she found that the things on the plate alternated between a bloodied, mangled human brain and slices of bread. She dared not look again. I must be too tired. Bai Suya let herself lie down and fell into a deep sleep, but it was not a restful one. She was constantly worried about Shen. At this moment, in the suspended corpse city, the martial immortal stood in the middle of the street, looking at the raging fire at the end, his face as pale as a corpse. In the direction of the medicine warehouse, flames spread everywhere. The veins on his forehead bulged, and the red blood-stained clothes on his body seemed to dance with anger. Chen! He roared, his voice piercing. Immediately mobilize everyone in the city, search everywhere. Whoever can capture Shen, I will take him to Ascend. The surrounding possessors erupted in excitement. Ascend? Each of them showed expressions of exhilaration, as if they had been injected with adrenaline, rushing in all directions. The martial immortal's teeth ground together. He never expected that Shen would resort to such underhanded tactics. A vendetta. This is a vendetta. If I don't refine you tonight, I, the martial immortal, swear I will not be human. He angrily flung his sleeves and strode forward. The flames around him rolled and surged upward. Shen hid in the darkness, watching as more and more people rushed into the city, taking a deep breath. The situation seemed more severe than he had imagined. He felt in his pocket, there were only 2 grenades left. He contemplated whether he could simply use them to blow up the martial immortal. Wearing the fox mask, he moved through the crowd, and no one could see through his disguise. At that moment, a deafening shout suddenly came from one side of the street. Catch Shen, the Lord will take us to Ascend. Someone was running wildly along the street, shouting continuously. The Lord said, whoever can catch Shen will be taken to Ascend. The person ran at an incredible speed, his voice booming like a trumpet. The surrounding possessors, hearing this, immediately became excited, rubbing their fists in anticipation. Ascend? Is it true? As long as we catch that person, we can ascend? This is a great opportunity. No one steal him from me. That kid is mine. The crowd went wild with shouts. Seeing this, Shen touched the fox mask on his face. He immediately rushed over and stopped the shouting man. Brother, wait a moment, is what you just said true? As long as we catch Shen, the Lord will take us to Ascend? The man, out of breath, stopped and looked excited. It's true. This is what Lord Wu said himself. Shen is currently in the city. Whoever catches him, the Lord will take them to Ascend. But the Lord hasn't ascended himself. How can he take us to Ascend? Shen countered. Hearing this, the man was stunned. He stood there for a few seconds, as if he had never thought about this question, and after a few seconds, he gritted his teeth and retorted, the Lord has his own ways, how can we speculate? You just need to catch him. Even if you can't become an immortal, the rewards will definitely not be less. Understand? Understood. Where is the Lord now? Right by the city gate behind us. Why, do you want to see the Lord? Shen nodded, yes. I've already caught Shen. Hearing this, the man was clearly taken aback, then immediately showed an excited expression. Really? Where? Right here. As Shen spoke, he suddenly tore off the fox mask from his face, revealing his original appearance. The other party saw this face and felt a buzz in their head. Hey, you! Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Shen struck him heavily, knocking him unconscious on the ground. Then, Shen tied the 2 grenades to the inside of his clothes, took off his fox mask, and put it on the man's face, transforming him into his likeness. After that, Shen hid in the darkness, his gaze shifting. When another possessor passed by, he immediately reached out. Nuclear technique, shadow skin. Instantly, the possessor who happened to be searching froze. His eyes were blank for a few seconds as Shen took control of him, making him walk forward like a puppet. He approached the Shen on the ground, hoisted him onto his shoulder, and then headed toward the city gate. As he walked, he controlled the man to shout, "I caught Shen! I caught him!" The voice was not loud, but it was enough to attract the attention of those around. Soon, Shen saw many ordinary people peering curiously from both sides of the road. In their gazes, there was a complex and uneasy emotion, as if Shen being captured was a matter of great importance to them. These people have been tormented by the martial artists for so long, their hearts must be filled with resentment, hoping to change this situation. They had all had their tongues cut out, and although they could not speak, the expressions in their eyes clearly conveyed a certain emotion. Shen followed in the darkness, silently controlling everything, no longer lost in thought. As he drew closer, he soon saw the martial artist standing at the end of the street, near the city gate. Dressed in a striking red human skin outfit, it rustled in the wind. Sir! I caught Shen." Controlling the other, he quickly approached. The martial artist, with his hands behind his back, turned upon hearing the voice. Seeing one of his subordinates running over with a person slung over his shoulder, he frowned and quickly walked over. He yanked the person off the subordinate's shoulder and threw him to the ground, staring in disbelief. "It really is this kid. How did you catch him?" He looked at him with suspicion. "This Shen was hiding in the dark, and I ambushed him. I knocked him out. Was it really that easy?" The martial artist clearly did not believe it, kicking the unconscious Shen and observing closely. "It's true, sir." The subordinate squatted down and turned Shen over, grinning. "Sir, he also asked me to bring you these 2 things. Suddenly, there was a clink. 2 grenades fell to the ground. The martial artist looked down and saw 2 grenades rolling at his feet, his mind buzzing, and almost simultaneously, he cursed through gritted teeth. "Damn you!" He quickly swung his hand, using the human skin blood outfit to shield himself. At the same time, bang! A violent explosion erupted. Flames engulfed the surroundings, and body parts flew everywhere. Shen watched the scene in the darkness, his expression unchanged. He walked over and picked up the blasted fox-faced human skin from among the scattered corpses, brushing off the bits of flesh. Fortunately, this strange core object was unharmed. Just as he was about to turn around, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. "Kid, we finally meet." He turned sharply and saw the martial artist, covered in blood red, standing unharmed, staring at him with a sinister gaze. The fire blazed around them. The human skin blood outfit on him writhed continuously, as if it were a living thing. It had a membrane that breathed, rising and falling, looking quite eerie. This grenade caused no harm? Shen was taken aback, not having time to speak. Suddenly, he saw the martial artist raise his palm in front of him. The air seemed to pull at him. Bang! His facial bones instantly broke through the skin, as if being pulled by a tremendous force, yanked out. His eyeballs followed, bursting with a pop. Shen didn't even have time to react, and at the same time, he heard the bones throughout his body begin to crackle and shatter. In an instant, he was reduced to a pile of debris, falling silent. "Is that all? Humph, I thought you were more formidable." The martial artist scoffed coldly. "I can't even be bothered to refine you." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from behind. "What kind of core technique is this? How can it be so brutal?" The voice sounded astonished, and the martial artist's expression changed as he turned around. He saw a new Shen standing there, not knowing when he had arrived. "This is my brother's limitless flesh? How could you?" Shen looked at him, a dark smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "That's right, your brother consumed your mother after refining her into limitless flesh. How cruel. But I'm different. I couldn't bear to see them separated, so I not only ate your mother but also your brother. I brought them together." Upon hearing this, the martial artist's face turned ugly, ashen. The veins on his forehead bulged. "Do you think that with the limitless flesh, you can't deal with me?" As he spoke, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Shen's shoulder. With a crack, without hesitation, he tore off a piece of flesh and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Seeing this scene, Shen's heart trembled. He vaguely felt something was wrong. This was the method he had used against Cheng Huang before eating the flesh produced by the infinite flesh and unexpectedly entering Cheng Huang's world. Could this be a specific way to deal with the infinite flesh? Shen's mind raced. Then, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and pain. He saw the expression of the martial immortal change unpredictably, and then he felt his own body begin to sprout chaotic wounds. Not good. He really entered another me. And Shen couldn't understand the principle of the infinite flesh at the moment. After eating it, the two worlds produced were mutually influential. In other words, if he were to kill himself in another world, his current self would truly die, even with the infinite flesh. After all, that was how he had killed Cheng Huang. It seemed that this martial immortal knew how to break the infinite flesh. Thinking of this, Shen immediately activated his heartfire and attacked the martial immortal. He had to resolve the opponent before he was killed. Just as the scorching heat was about to touch the opponent, suddenly, the human skin blood robe on the martial immortal began to writhe on its own. With a snap, it blocked the attack. It forcefully stopped Shen's assault. His thick smoke began to rise from the human skin blood robe, yet it suffered no damage. Was this blood robe alive? Shen frowned. Nuclear technique, skin shadow. He tried to control the martial immortal, but at that moment, his body suddenly trembled, and Shen clearly felt some force ejecting him. This was the result of the disparity in strength, causing his control to fail. Realizing this, Shen quickly took out the white jade black eye and aimed it at the martial immortal in front of him. The effect of the strange nuclear object was very significant, far greater than that of the nuclear technique. The martial immortal immediately froze in place, his movements slowing down. Got it! Shen felt a surge of joy. But soon he noticed that although the martial immortal's speed had slowed, the human skin blood robe moved extremely quickly, as if unaffected by the white jade black eye. From beneath the flesh, long, thin, red strips, densely packed like seaweed, suddenly emerged. Bang! One of them, like lightning, struck Shen's body. He felt a sharp pain and hurriedly looked down. He saw that the touched area was a bloody mess, the skin rapidly dissolving. Shen quickly retreated, frowning, and stared intently at the human skin blood robe. What on earth is this? How can it be unaffected by the white jade black eye? Just as he was thinking, suddenly, beneath the blood robe, there was a tearing sound, as if a piece of skin had been ripped open. A bloody woman's face forcefully emerged from inside, her eyes wide open, letting out a scream. Oh, it's my young lord, my young lord. You've made me wait so long. Shen was taken aback, watching as the human skin blood robe began to swell continuously around him. The distorted face seemed to want to break free from within. It was as if human skin was being torn apart bit by bit. Snap! Suddenly, from beneath the blood robe, a grotesque blood hand reached out and grasped the white jade black eye. Bang! Accompanied by a piercing sound, the white jade black eye was crushed, and Shen's eyes widened, his heart sinking. Before he could react, he saw a woman emerge from beneath the skin, only her upper body visible. Her lower body was connected to the blood robe. The edges of her open clothing floated slowly like a skirt, looking very eerie. At the same time, Shen noticed that the woman had two curved horns on her head, rugged and strange like dragon horns. At this moment, the woman's waist coiled like a snake, wrapping around the martial immortal, her palm resting on his shoulder, revealing a bizarre smile. Little Langjun, you smell so good. Shen stared at the blood-red woman, momentarily lost in thought. But the next second, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. He hurriedly looked down, accompanied by a spray of blood. Shen discovered that his wrist had inexplicably snapped off. Before he could react, he quickly noticed that the severed wrist did not slowly grow back. It seemed frozen in place. Did she do this? No, wait. It was Wu Renxian. He cut off my hand from another place. Shen realized something, his expression turning to shock. He immediately looked up and saw Wu Renxian, standing frozen like a piece of wood, exactly like when he had dealt with Cheng Huang earlier. That bastard had entered another place to kill him. It seems he knows that by consuming the limitless meat, he can enter the user's other place, and Shen furrowed his brows, his mind racing. He stared intently at the blood-red woman in front of him, unsure if she was human or ghost. This meant that at this very moment, he was facing two enemies simultaneously, and one of them was invisible to him. What if the other in Shen couldn't defeat him in the place Wu Renxian went to? If the other in Shen died, he would truly be dead. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. Here, even if he was cut in half, he wouldn't lose his life. So the most important thing right now was actually Wu Renxian. I must stop Wu Renxian first. And Shen blared at the blood-red woman, gritting his teeth. Now was not the time to settle scores with her. Realizing this, Shen no longer hesitated, immediately bent down, and picked up the severed wrist that had fallen to the ground. He opened his mouth, biting down hard on a piece of flesh and swallowed it. He quickly gnawed at his own arm, taking one bite after another. The expression of the blood-red woman in front of him clearly froze for a moment, as if she couldn't understand why he suddenly started eating himself. Gulp! And Shen swallowed his own flesh. Bang! A flash of white light startled him. It worked! Then, he found himself standing in a classroom. He had arrived in another dimension of his own world. The classroom was in disarray, buzzing with screams, and people were running around in panic. Turning around, he suddenly saw a grotesque face charging towards him. "And Chen, come here. Ha ha ha, do you really think that by swallowing the limitless meat, I can't deal with you?" It was Wu Renxian. Covered in blood, he stood on the podium. In contrast, Shen had a severed arm, blood gushing everywhere. Shen stared blankly at the scene before him. Was this his university classroom? He couldn't understand why it was his university classroom. But one thing was certain, his severed wrist did not immediately regenerate here. Injuries sustained here could not be healed. At the same time, nuclear techniques could not be used, which meant he could only rely on hand-to-hand combat. Injuries from the outside world would also affect him here, but as the body outside healed, this place could also heal. The question was, where did the main source of the damage come from? Shen figured this out and stood up straight. The pain continuously stimulated his head and brain. Wu Renxian, not knowing where he got a chopping knife, held it in his hand, letting out a sinister laugh. "And Chen, why are you running? Without nuclear techniques, you can't kill anymore? Come." And Shen stared hard at him, gritting his teeth. That bastard looked completely insane. He immediately tore open the shirt on his upper body, enduring the pain, and wrapped the severed wrist. Then, he swung a chair with one hand, preparing to charge forward. "No turning back now. Are you afraid?" And Shen gritted his teeth, about to step forward. Suddenly, from the side of the classroom, a figure rushed out at high speed. Like a madman, the figure swung a chair and with a bang, smashed it against Wu Renxian's back. And Shen turned around, momentarily dazed. "Olden, run!" It was Wang Zai. He had been in the same classroom as him in university. But here, was he really alive, or just an illusion? And Shen hadn't reacted yet when the martial artist, holding a knife, was struck on the head by a chair, blood flowing out as he gasped. "You've got some guts." He moved with incredible speed, clearly a trained fighter. He lifted his leg and kicked directly at Wang Zihe's chest. With a crack, Shen heard the sound of bones breaking from a distance. Wang Zihe flew back and crashed to the ground, spitting out blood. "Run!" And Shen hurried over, not bothering to thank him, helping him up and moving towards the classroom exit. "Damn, Olden, I think my rib is broken. This thug must have trained. Damn it, thug!" At that moment, Wang Zihe's mouth was full of blood. After just a couple of steps, the pain nearly made him faint. He turned to look at Shen, who was supporting him with a severed wrist, and asked in surprise, "Aren't you in pain?" Blood continuously seeped from the severed wrist, but Shen seemed oblivious, shaking his head. "Pain doesn't matter. You need to listen to me. This person is here for me. You need to leave quickly." He wasn't sure if this Wang Zihe was truly alive. If he was, he couldn't let him die again. This situation was akin to someone dying in the future, but still being alive at some point in the past. "What nonsense are you talking?" Wang Zihe gritted his teeth against the pain and glared. "If he's here for you, I can't leave. How could I just abandon you here? Someone has already called the police. We just need to hold him off." As he spoke, Shen turned around and saw the martial artist chasing after them from behind, his tone laced with some confusion. "And Chen? Heh, looks like you've also eaten yourself. Since you're here, why are you running? This illusory realm isn't unfamiliar to you, is it?" And Shen ignored his words, gritting his teeth and moving forward. Wang Zihe, hearing this, froze and turned to look at Shen. "Olden, what is he talking about? What do you mean you've eaten yourself? What past realm are you?" Before he could finish, Shen interrupted him. "You go first, trust me, I won't die." Wang Zihe clutched his chest, unsure of what was happening. But he believed in Shen, believed him from the beginning to the end. Seeing Olden's serious expression, he stopped talking and ran ahead. "Then hold on, Olden, I'll find someone to help you." Wang Zihe turned to leave. Shen looked back and saw the martial artist standing still, not pursuing them, but his expression was somewhat grim. "Run, there are so many people here. Do you think I'm afraid of not having a core to use?" Saying this, he turned and walked into a nearby classroom, pulling out a terrified student who had been hiding behind the door. "Don't kill me! Help!" The student struggled desperately, but the martial artist swiftly cut his throat with a knife, as if slaughtering livestock. Blood gushed out. The student's eyes widened, lying on the ground, motionless. The illusory realm created by infinite flesh is half real, half fake, depending on the user's mind. After killing the student, the martial artist began to slice open his chest with the knife. Then, he reached in with his hand, starting to feel around. However, after a few moments, a strange expression appeared on the martial artist's face. He seemed to sense something was off, pulling out the student's lungs. He reached in again, pulling out bones, then fascia, even some chunks of flesh. He looked as if he were digging for something. After a long search, he gradually began to voice his confusion. Something's not right, where's the heart? At this point, he suddenly looked up at Shen, his expression twisted with rage. You little brat, don't tell me you don't have a heart? Shen stared at the bloody scene, taking a deep breath to keep calm. But he didn't quite understand what that meant. Being injured here couldn't be healed, and with the martial artist being so brutal, it was hard not to feel a sense of oppression. Where's your heart? I ask you, Shen, where's your heart? The martial artist directly grabbed the student's chest, and with a crack, he tore it open. Organs lay scattered on the ground beside the classroom corridor, splattered blood staining the walls on either side. Look for yourself, where's your heart? He repeated this phrase, forcing Shen to lower his head for a glance. Among the scattered organs of that student were lungs, a liver, intestines, everything except for one missing heart amidst the flesh and blood. What does it matter to me that this person has no heart? Shen frowned, and upon hearing this, Wu Renxian seemed momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter as if he were enraged. You little brat ate the limitless flesh but never used the illusory realm? This is my mother's flesh. Mother, can you hear me? I'm your son, Renxian. My brother is dead, don't you care? He suddenly shouted into the air. Shen was taken aback, still trying to process what was happening. Then, from his own throat, an elderly woman's voice suddenly emerged. My son, Renxian? How did you end up here? Where is this, mother? As the words echoed, Shen felt a wave of nausea surge in his stomach. Gurgle. At the same time, a strange noise came from his throat, almost uncontrollable, and he collapsed to the ground, retching violently. A stream of black liquid was expelled. Slap! A fist-sized chunk of dark, hairy flesh was vomited onto the ground. Shen's eyes turned red, choking, almost in shock. Then he saw the flesh suddenly begin to writhe on its own. With a pop, an eyeball split open from the center of the meat, staring intently at him. You killed my son? This limitless flesh was actually alive. It even had eyes. Shen truly had no idea about this. Tap, tap, tap. He heard hurried footsteps, and when he looked up, he saw Wu Renxian's eyes suddenly shining as he rushed over, his gaze fixed on the limitless flesh on the ground. Mother, I'll bring you back. We can't let outsiders bully us. Seeing this scene, Shen's heart trembled. This bastard was going to steal something. He stared at the limitless flesh soaked in black water, covered in hair. Holding back his disgust, Shen quickly picked it up and stuffed it into his mouth. Son, save me. Quickly save your mother. The limitless flesh let out a piercing scream as it was gripped. A strange eyeball spun wildly, caught between Shen's teeth, as if it were about to explode. He stuffed it desperately into his mouth. But as he did, he suddenly felt the dark, coarse hair on the meat start to writhe. Like tiny tentacles, they struggled in his mouth, trying to escape. Renxian, save your mother. The limitless flesh emitted a heart-wrenching cry. Still trying to run? Shen opened his mouth wide, stuffing it in without hesitation. He didn't know why this thing was alive or what use it had, but he absolutely couldn't let Wu Renxian get it. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his tongue. It felt like something had bitten it. A large amount of blood gushed out. A mouth had grown on the dark meat. This damn thing was actually biting my tongue. Shen pulled the meat apart, tearing it to the sides with a crack. The approaching Wu Renxian turned pale as a sheet, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Mother! You! The meat was torn in two, clearly no longer moving, and Shen successfully swallowed it all back, feeling a wave of nausea in his stomach. Even so, he could still distinctly feel the coarse hair on the meat scratching at his stomach and intestines. This thing was too strange. It was clearly just a bizarre core, yet it was so twisted. Not only was it alive, but it even recognized its own son. You madman! Wu Renxian suddenly stood up, letting out an angry roar. That was made by my brother using our own mother. Do you know the significance of this thing? What use is it for an outsider to eat it? If I don't kill you, I swear I won't be human. He shouted, swinging his knife toward Shen. Shen quickly dodged, using his shoulder to charge forward, knocking him to the ground. Go die! The martial artist Xian endured the pain, grabbing Shen's hair and pulling back his neck. Just as he was about to strike down with his knife, suddenly, a strange sound came from Shen's throat. Son, if you kill him, your mother will die too. There will be no way to continue benefiting our descendants. You have to make him spit me out before you kill him. Hearing this, the martial artist Xian was stunned. Before he could react, Shen suddenly contorted his face in a grimace, seizing the opportunity to snatch the knife from Xian's hand. Without hesitation, he turned the blade and struck it directly against Xian's neck. Blood immediately sprayed out, splattering across his face. Shen's expression grew increasingly terrifying, a harsh laugh escaping his lips. I just made up a couple of lines, and you believed it? You beast! The martial artist Xian finally reacted, realizing that Shen's earlier words had been a deception. In a fit of rage, he clutched his neck and stepped back. He knew he couldn't last long in this state before bleeding to death. In this place, it was the same for everyone, no nuclear techniques could be used. There was no way to recover. Being injured first would lead to a passive state, especially with a fatal wound. The martial artist Xian was aware of this and, before Enshen could act again, kicked him hard away. Enshen fell to the ground but scrambled up recklessly, swinging the knife and gritting his teeth as he charged at Xian. Suddenly, with a poof, the martial artist Xian vanished without a trace. Enshen's knife struck nothing but air. He froze for 2 seconds, turning his head around but seeing no one. But he quickly realized, could he have run back? Thinking this, he hurriedly closed his eyes, then opened them again, bringing himself back to the present. As he opened his eyes, Enshen was stunned to see himself hanging in midair in a pitch-black room. 2 massive iron hooks pierced through his shoulder blades and chest, suspending him in the air. Below, the martial artist Xian clutched his neck, his expression dark and coldly smiling. You really have guts. Knowing there are people here, you still dared to run over and kill me. He spoke. The woman made of blood clothes floated behind him, wrapping around the martial artist Xian in a sickly manner. Enshen tried to move, but the pain was excruciating, cold sweat pouring down. With his shoulder blades pierced, he could hardly muster any strength. It was likely that when he and the martial artist Xian entered the so-called illusory realm, that woman in blood clothes had hung him up. Enshen, killing my brother is one thing, but you even specially ran over from Orphan City to destroy my factory. And you wiped out Twin Gate, devoured my mother. What? Does our family have some great enmity with you that makes you so obsessed? Below, the martial artist Xian's questioning tone sounded extremely furious. And Chen frowned upon hearing this. I don't acknowledge what you said. You don't acknowledge? And Chen truly did not acknowledge it. I don't know what connection Cheng Huang has with you. I came here to save my parents, and as for what you said, it was all just a series of coincidences. As soon as he said this, the martial artist Xian was dumbfounded, his eyes wide. You mean to say that killing my brother, devouring my mother, destroying my factory, wiping out my twin gate, and blowing up my medicine warehouse were all just coincidences? And Chen, do you really think I'm a fool? Can there be such coincidences in the world? And Chen endured the pain and sneered. Killing your brother and blowing up your medicine warehouse is true, the rest are all coincidences. The martial artist Xian's eyes turned red with anger, his inner fury seemingly reaching its peak. My brother used my mother to refine limitless flesh. Then today, I'll use you to refine something new. After saying this, he crossed his legs and extended his hand. Suddenly, Chen felt a wave of dizziness, and then, enduring the excruciating pain, he forcefully pressed his body down, tearing his upper body apart and crashing to the ground. You! The martial artist Xian saw this scene and hurriedly got up, and Chen was incredibly fast. Seeing the red cotton candy floating above his head, he reached out, and with a slap, directly refined the martial artist Xian. A red pill fell to the ground, and Chen walked over, not picking it up, but instead stepped on it, crushing it with a sinister laugh. Refine me? Xinghe, that's great. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. He immediately turned around and saw Li Qianqian clapping for him. Qianqian. And Chen hurried over and hugged her. You were here the whole time? Yeah, I knew you could win. Where's my mom? And Chen turned his head. He saw his mother, Baisuya, sitting nearby, looking at him with a satisfied expression. I'm glad you're okay. Alright, class is about to start. Let's hurry to the classroom. Okay. And Chen turned back to his mother. Mom, I'm going to class now. Go on, go on. Remember to bring Zihe and Qianqian over for dinner tonight. Sure. Baisuya smiled. And Chen and Li Qianqian walked out together, pushed open a door, and entered the classroom. The teacher was already teaching, and the two were late. Sneaking into a corner, Wang Zihe, who had already entered the class, complained, Why are you so late? Didn't we agree not to be late today? Hee, something happened just now, and Shin said, pausing for a moment, who was he fighting? Never mind, it wasn't important. Don't go out to eat tonight, come to my house, my mom made dinner. And Chen said, that works. The rich second-generation Wang Zihe thought for a moment and agreed. The three of them sat at the back, chatting quietly, until school was over, and Shen took the two back home. His mother, Baisuya, had already prepared a table full of dishes, and his father, and Shangsheng, placed a bottle of wine on the table. What wine are you bringing? They're all kids, and, oh, they're college students now. They can drink a bit. And Shangsheng laughed, opened the bottle cap, and poured a lot for Chen and Wang Zihe. Although Wang Zihe was wealthy, he could drink both good and bad wine. Previously, he had always drunk erguatu with Chen, and the dishes were all ready, so everyone sat down to eat. Halfway through the meal, and Shangsheng had a bit to drink, his cheeks slightly red, and he spoke up. Shanqian, you and Xinghe should get along well. If this kid dares to treat you badly, I'll help you beat him up. Ah, uncle. Li Qianqian's cheeks flushed. She lowered her head, stole a glance at Chen, and whispered, we're not at that stage yet. And Shen was speechless. Dad, you've had too much to drink. Shanshan and I haven't even started dating. Alright, you say you haven't started dating. But last night, I passed by your room on my way to the bathroom and heard you mumbling Shanshan's name in your sleep. Ha! Don't talk nonsense. And Shen's face turned red, and Li Shanshan's head lowered even deeper. Wang Zihe, on the side, gleefully said, Olden, don't have any spring dreams. Get lost. And Shen quickly filled his cup with wine. His mother, Bai Suya, shot in Shangsheng a glare. Look at what you're saying, making it so awkward for them. Shanshan, don't mind your uncle, he's had a bit to drink, that's all. It's okay, Auntie, Li Shanshan smiled. Perhaps because of the wine, and Shen turned to look at her face and momentarily lost his focus. This was probably the face he liked. Among the crowd, Li Shanshan was definitely not the most beautiful, but she just happened to be the one Shen liked. It's hard to say that one likes someone just because they are the most attractive. No, it's not like that. When you like someone, you generally can't distinguish between beauty and ugliness. No matter how she looks, she's beautiful. So in love, everyone is blindly foolish. And Shen looked a few more seconds, quickly turned his head back, and found everyone was looking at him. You brat, are you lost in thought? His father, and Shangsheng, teased. And Shen's face turned red with embarrassment, not knowing how to respond. Wang Zihe patted his shoulder and asked with a smile, Olden, are you having fun? Is it enjoyable? Just as he was about to speak, his mother, Bai Suya, suddenly stood up, staring at him with a somewhat strange smile. Is it fun? Is the memory beautiful? Why did you break it? And Shangsheng also stood up, holding his wine glass, seeming a bit impatient. It'll be refined soon. At that moment, and Shen's head buzzed, and his face turned pale. Qinghe, let's stay here, and we will never be apart. Shanshan held his hand tightly. Bang! And Shen suddenly stood up from the chair, his eyes wide open, feeling a suffocating breath. This isn't real? It can be real, as long as you want it to be, Wang Zai said with a smile. Memories can't be false, everyone has to die. Isn't it good to immerse yourself in memories? And Shen felt the scene before him becoming a bit chaotic, and he quickly patted his head. What was I just doing? And Shen instinctively stepped back. Bang! His body collided with the wall. At that moment, he heard a strange laughing voice in his ear. Kid, this is the refining method of the path of malice, also known as illusion refinement. Creating illusions based on the other person's memories, allowing them to be refined without realizing it. You are lucky to have me, the Divine Lord, helping you. Upon hearing this voice, Shen's heart began to race violently. Refining, scenes started flashing in his mind, and the person in front of him quickly changed. Li Shanshan became drenched in blood. Wang Zai's face turned pale and lifeless. And his own parents, this he remembered. But what was unsettling was that this kind of refining could completely immerse him in an illusion, making everything that happened seem real. He had never realized this point from the beginning to the end. That martial artist, the Immortal, possesses 3 shrines and practices the path of malice. His strength far surpasses yours. Refining you may take some effort, but it won't be too difficult. I actually know about their family. They used to run a black shop, selling human meat buns. And Shen was stunned for a moment as he listened to the voice in his ear. His mother isn't actually human. She's a yiksha that ran up from the underworld. After disguising herself as a woman, she opened an inn, only selling human buns. Later, she married his father and had 2 sons and a daughter. This yiksha didn't like her daughter, so she killed her and made her into buns. As for the 2 sons, one is Cheng Huang, and the other is the martial artist Immortal. That Cheng Huang isn't actually human either, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, both sons were raised on human flesh, and the whole family ate their sister's meat. At this point, the voice of the Divine Lord in his mind let out a cold laugh. Do you know why Cheng Huang later refined his mother into boundless meat? To be honest, she did it willingly. But that was also because the underworld was coming to capture people. If she got caught, she would experience unimaginable pain. So she simply let her son refine her, turning into boundless meat to bless her descendants. But unexpectedly, you ate her, But I must say, that boundless meat not only has the function of rebirth but also other abilities. Unfortunately, that yiksha only recognizes her own family and refuses to help you. The voice in his head continued for a long time. After listening, Shen was left in a daze. The underworld? Yiksha? What are these things? Before he could think it through, the voice continued. Let's make a deal, Shen. Today, I, the Divine Lord, will show mercy and help you this once. But afterward, you must not eat the pills you refined yourself. How about it? Upon hearing this, Shen frowned. Sure enough, the pills I consumed earlier would affect him. First, tell me, who exactly are you? No rush, I won't harm you. If I wanted to harm you, could you have lived until now? The Divine Lord chuckled. But the pills you took are too low quality. I can't stand it. What do you say? think about it. Otherwise, he will really refine you. Anyway, I, the Divine Lord, can't die, I can just run away. But you will truly die. You saved your parents, and you just died like that? The voice seemed to be filled with a certain seduction, making Shen feel very uncomfortable. Then it continued, do you really think that with your current 1 shrine, you can defeat someone with 3 shrines? Don't be delusional. If it weren't for me secretly helping you all along, how would you recover from your injuries? Do you really think you have the ability to be reborn? You have no reason to possess the ability of rebirth. Upon hearing this, Shen was stunned. Don't believe it? Then try it. The voice in his head echoed, and in the next moment, Shen uncontrollably grabbed the knife on the table and slashed his own arm. Blood flowed out. But the next second, it did not heal as it usually did. He, do you understand now? The god's piercing laughter rang out. At that moment, Shen stared blankly at the wound. An indescribable feeling of oppression surged within him. It was almost suffocating. So it was like this. From the beginning until now, it was this unknown thing causing trouble. No, how could this be possible? Shen couldn't believe it. This guy must be lying to me. He used an illusion. He wants to use me. Or is it because of the refining that I can't recover? Kill him. I must kill him. If you don't help me, you're just an ordinary person. But as long as you agree, we can make a deal. Of course, to prevent you from going back on your word, I will make a contract with you, the god continued. At the same time, Shen realized that he couldn't escape the path of malice through the illusion refinement. No, I must calm down and think. My current strength isn't that strong. These people could easily kill me. Previously, I barely survived against someone with 2 altars, but now, dealing with a martial artist with 3 altars is indeed very difficult. If what he said is true, should I agree first and let him help me once? With this thought, Shen's heart stirred. In the next second, he suddenly gritted his teeth. At the same time, a series of red mist symbols appeared before him. She was restless, following that, Shen felt a wave of irritation and even some anger rising within him. No, what if he is also playing me? Especially with this talk of a contract, even if he helps me this time, once I get out, I would still be under his control. He is just another martial artist. These soul snatchers can't possibly be so kind. I would rather die in battle than compromise with them. So, how are you considering it? In his mind, the god let out a strange laugh. It seemed he was certain that Shen had no choice at this moment. Go to hell. However, Shen suddenly cursed through clenched teeth. The voice in his head was clearly taken aback. You! In the next second, Shen suddenly turned around, pushed open the door, and walked into the bathroom. He stood in front of the mirror, staring hard at himself. Even if I can't win, I won't admit it. If I die, I'll die together. In his mind, the god seemed unprepared for this situation. What are you going to do? Shen stood in front of the mirror, looking as if he had found some direction, a sinister smile gradually spreading across his face. He stared intently at the top of his head, as if searching for something. What are you laughing at? Because I am very happy right now. I want to refine myself. Ha 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 ha. As Shen laughed loudly, a white cotton candy actually floated above his head. The fire of emotions. White, representing joy. Shen's face grew even more excited as he reached for the top of his head. Let's die together. You brat! In the chaos, the god's angry voice erupted. Following that, Shen felt a force beginning to counter him. Clearly, it was trying to stop everything, but it was too late. He grabbed that white cotton candy. The next second, bang! He crushed it. Are you really insane? The god's furious voice echoed in his mind. Immediately after, Shen felt a wave of dizziness, his consciousness spinning wildly, unable to see anything. He actually didn't know whether this method would work. He was just taking a gamble, but it seemed like he had bet right. In the next second, Shen felt his body rapidly changing, as if he were about to turn into a pill. It seemed he was really going to die this time. However, dying by his own hand was not so bad. His vision gradually blurred, and he lost consciousness. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit room, the martial artist Xian looked at Shen, who was still hanging in front of him. Suddenly, he felt something was off. After refining for so long, why is there no reaction? Just a moment ago, there was some effect, and Shen's body would constantly change as he fell into illusions. But as time passed, there was no sign of anything happening. It looked more like he was asleep. Xian felt that something was clearly wrong. He got up and walked over, just about to reach out to touch him when suddenly, with a loud slap, Shen's eyes shot open, his gaze sharp and his speed incredibly fast, grabbing Xian's wrist in an instant. At the same time, a strange, sinister sound came from his throat. This kid is indeed not easy to fool. He would rather refine himself than make a deal with me, the God Lord. Fortunately, it was just an illusion. If he really refined himself, wouldn't all my plans be ruined? He muttered to himself, his voice sounding somewhat harsh. As he spoke, he looked up and met the stunned gaze of the martial artist Xian. "Hiss, you old thing." And Shen glared at him, his eyes wide, and stood up directly. Then, with a single palm, he struck Xian. Bang! The other person was stunned and smashed through the ground, half of his body sinking in, his eyes wide open. Bold! The woman in blood-red clothing nearby changed her expression, her blood-red garments swirling and rushing over, seemingly to protect her master. However, before she could reach him, and Shen reached out and grasped her neck in midair. He squeezed tightly in his palm, tilting his head to observe her back and forth. "What are you?" The woman in blood-red struggled desperately but could not break free at all, and Shen looked her up and down, seemingly finding her interesting. He grabbed her arms from both sides and lifted her up like a piece of clothing. With a toss, he unexpectedly draped her over himself. Hee, surprisingly fitting. The next second, the woman seemed to be glued to him, slowly being absorbed into the flesh on Shen's back. She let out a piercing scream, her hands desperately clawing at herself as if trying to break free, contorting and twisting. "Master, save me. I'm in so much pain." She reached out to Xian, her entire blood-red garment starting to turn into strips, flailing about like spider silk, and Shen pressed her head down with one hand, continuously stuffing her into his body. His expression looked exceptionally excited. "This thing is good. It's actually a monster core." And Shen? "No, that's not right." On the opposite side, Xian stood up, coughing up a mouthful of blood. His brows furrowed tightly. He stared at the bizarre scene before him, faintly sensing an indescribable strangeness. Looking again at the blood-red woman, who was now grotesquely pleading for help, his eyes gradually filled with bloodshot veins. "Let her go." Xian suddenly gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Upon hearing the commotion, Shen turned his head, chuckling, and did not loosen his grip. Instead, he tightened it further. "Let her go? What? Are you actually feeling sorry for a mere monster core? Could it be that the monster core was made by refining some woman of yours?" As he said this, he noticed the change in Xian's expression, which shifted in surprise and uncertainty. "Did I really hit the nail on the head?" And Shen showed an astonished expression. "This woman calls you master and refers to herself as a servant. She can't possibly be your wife, right? Ha ha ha, let her go." Xian's expression suddenly changed, letting out an extreme roar. "Divine altar technique, sever life." The moment Xian's words fell, his entire body suddenly began to swell with countless fist-sized flesh lumps. Each lump was a deep crimson, arranged in a line from the base of his skull down his spine, one after another popping out. Thud, 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 accompanied by the sound of flesh being inflated. At the same time, Xian's mouth split open, his tone clearly filled with a certain rage. "Unforgivable, unforgivable." With a reverse motion, he pulled off a crimson flesh lump from his back with a pop, like pulling a cupping jar, and threw it to the ground. Gurgle, gurgle. In an instant, that flesh tumor spread outwards, gradually transforming into an extremely twisted entity. It was a pillar made of human bones, wrapped in long strips of flesh. But what was most unsettling was a completely naked person, their skin stripped away, with a gash cut into their abdomen. Their intestines were pulled out, wrapped around, binding themselves to the bone pillar. It looked incredibly bloody, like some sort of sacrificial ritual. Rule, no resistance. As the martial artist's voice fell, the flesh figure on the bone pillar suddenly tilted its head back, emitting a wretched ghostly wail from deep within its throat. The sound seemed to be filled with torment, overflowing with pain and despair. It continued without pause, without a breath, maintaining a bizarre frequency, screaming into the suffocating sky. At the moment the scream erupted, and Shen was momentarily stunned. In the next second, he suddenly felt as if something within him had changed. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but it felt like he was being influenced. Playing tricks? And Shen sneered coldly, taking a step forward, extending his index finger, pointing at the position of the other. Bang! To his astonishment, he saw his own chest explode. Blood and ribs burst forth, and his body seemed to be pulled by gravity, flying backward and crashing to the ground. And Shen furrowed his brow, seemingly confused. This finger was clearly an attack on the martial artist. How did it end up hitting himself instead? Rising from the ground, he wiped the wound, and the pierced chest healed as if it had never been injured. He looked up at the martial artist, pondering for half a second, twisting his palm in the air. Suddenly, there was a crisp crack. He heard his own bones shatter. Hiss, and Shen fell to the ground again, his eyes wide open. So that's how it is. He looked at the bone and flesh pillar, gradually understanding something. This thing seems like a flag, establishing a rule, no resistance. Does that mean I can't lay a hand on this old thing anymore? With that thought, and Shen immediately tried again. He pointed at the other, silently reciting in his heart, "Light the sky lantern." In the next second, he distinctly felt the sensation of his crown cracking open. Just as I thought. Interesting. And Shen slapped his crown, pushing the cracked bone back into place, restoring it to its original state. Old thing, your shrine technique is quite interesting. He looked at the martial artist, sneering. If you won't let me strike, I can't kill you, but you can't kill me either. How about we sit down and have a drink? The martial artist's gaze darkened to the extreme. He remained silent, reaching behind his back to pull down another piece of flesh tumor, throwing it to the ground. Rule, mortal flesh. This time, another bone and flesh pillar grew, standing on the other side. But what was puzzling was that Shen felt the martial artist seemed to age significantly in an instant. No, it wasn't just a feeling, it was real. The martial artist's hair began to turn gray, his facial skin sagging, and his back bent at an exaggerated angle. He suddenly appeared as an old man, struggling under the weight of several flesh tumors, looking half-dead. Breathing heavily, his eyes were murky. And Shen realized something and sneered again. So your shrine technique is actually about sacrificing your own lifespan to establish rules. Interesting, no wonder it's called cutting life. As soon as he finished speaking, the martial artist suddenly raised a hand, pointing at him, while an aged voice emerged from his throat. Crack! In the next second, Shen abruptly felt as if his skin had dried out like parched earth, with a series of crisp cracks. It was covered in fissures, excruciatingly painful. Hiss, he opened his mouth, desperately trying to restore himself. However, it was futile. At that moment, he seemed no different from an ordinary person, having lost his regenerative ability. Mortal flesh? Shen realized something, his expression changing dramatically. The martial artist let out a hoarse and suppressed laugh. Rules are rules, even celestial beings in the heavens, gods from beyond the 9 skies, cannot resist. I exchanged my 40 years of life for your life, Shen. It was worth it. As he spoke, he staggered over, pointing forward again. It hurts. In the next moment, Shen suddenly let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground. My heart, my lungs, it's going to explode. His cries nearly drowned out the sound of the flesh and bone pillars. Yet, the more he screamed, the broader the smile on the warrior's face became. Scream! Scream! I want you to wish you were dead. He struggled to approach, step by step, his tone laced with a certain obsession. They all say you are a rebel, but what can you resist? Foolish and ignorant thing, have you ever seen the way of heaven? Have you seen the end? I have. You are nothing but an ant in this way of heaven. Do you dare to dream of ascending? It hurts so much, please let me go. Shen began to roll on the ground, clutching his head, blood pouring from his mouth. His movements were extremely exaggerated, thrashing about wildly. But the more he acted this way, the more excited the warrior became. To crush you with a mortal body. This is true pain. As he spoke, the warrior spread his palm, gritting his teeth fiercely. First, I'll explode your lungs. In the next moment, Shen clutched his chest, rolling violently. My lungs are exploding. Then it's your liver. The warrior continued relentlessly. My liver, and then your heart. My head, oh no, it's my heart. Sorry. Just as Shen was about to scream, clutching his head, he paused, as if sensing something was off. He quickly covered his chest again, his expression pained as he screamed. My heart. It's going to split open. The warrior stared blankly at this scene, frozen, his body stiff. Shen was still rolling around when he heard the strange sound and finally stopped. Seeing the other staring at him, shocked, he couldn't help but let out a strange laugh. Don't I act well? After saying that, he pointed at the warrior and uttered a phrase. Explode. Bang! The warrior exploded from the neck down. How is this possible? The warrior's head rolled on the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. His shattered body began to rapidly restore and reorganize. However, the expression on his face was as if he had seen a ghost, utterly horrified. Staring blankly at Shen in front of him, he couldn't comprehend why this was happening. After Shen got up, he dusted off his clothes, and his wounds began to heal rapidly. I played along with you, and you actually believed it. He mocked coldly, walking briskly towards the 2 flesh and bone pillars. He approached one, looked it up and down, and flicked his finger. Bang! One of the flesh and bone pillars shattered instantly. The warrior stood frozen in place, his mind buzzing. Once his body restored, his expression turned grotesquely furious, as if he had gone mad. No, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This is the art of the shrine. It's the rule. You cannot break it. He shouted in despair, desperately pulling at the flesh tumors on his back. He tore them off one by one and threw them forward. Rule, certain death. Rule, cannot disguise. Rule, no. After throwing 2 more, he seemed to lose all his strength. He collapsed to the ground with a thud, unable to move. As his body gradually restored, he was left looking extremely old. His skin hung limply to the ground, completely losing its luster, dark yellow like wax, resembling a dried corpse. All his hair had fallen out, his mouth unable to move, even the strength to raise his hand was gone. Let me calculate, 4 pillars, so you should have used 80 years of life. And Chen looked at the motionless warrior on the ground, grinning. He squatted down beside him. Your lifespan is much less than your brother's. At this moment, the warrior's eyes were filled only with terror and unease, along with an incomprehensible rage. Why would you? His voice was hoarse and weak, almost inaudible. You ask why? And Chen patted his bald head with a laugh. The reason is quite simple. Just 4 words, you're too weak. As soon as the words left his mouth, the martial artist lay on the ground, his murky eyes trembling. He seemed to want to struggle to his feet but couldn't manage it at all. I, the official, possess 3 divine altars. 3 divine altars, and you dare to say that? And Chen scoffed. Finally, the martial artist stared at him, his eyes like candles about to extinguish, as if he understood something. Who are you? And Chen, or rather, the god, did not answer the question. Instead, he looked up and pondered for a few seconds. And Shen's corpse-bearing rule just needs one more time, so I'll use you. I hope this kid can appreciate my kindness. After saying that, he looked at the martial artist and extended his hand. Divine altar technique, weaving dreams. In the next second, the memories in the martial artist's mind were transformed, and Chen replaced all the people he had ever been angry with, turning them into himself. He endowed him with the pain of anger. When it was over, the martial artist looked so old that he could only stare with wide eyes, his whole body trembling slightly. The inner rage was unprecedented, and he couldn't utter a word. Yet, his complex gaze seemed to convey 1,000 words, his chest constricted to the extreme. Hatred, anger, even at this point, could not bring about revenge. Kill, he gasped out the last word. And Chen reached out, and with a snap, he pulled another piece of flesh from his back. On the spot, the martial artist stared wide-eyed, turning into a dry corpse, motionless. Now it's done, but Shen's progress is still too slow. I should think of a way, path of suffering. As long as there is enough suffering, one can comprehend more than ordinary people. He stared at the dry corpse, lost in thought. Does this kid still have anything he cares about? I made him eat Li Chanshan, and he did nothing to save Wang Zai. Now he only has Wang Jian and Su Guan left by his side. He seems to care a bit about these two. After thinking for 2 seconds, the god suddenly had a thought. Right, and his parents. Hiss, which of these 4 should I target first to force him a bit? Or should I just go for all of them at once? If I really drive this kid mad and plunge him into the barrier of knowledge, never to come out again, it doesn't matter as long as this body is still here. As he thought about it, he gradually fell silent. A few seconds later, his body suddenly shook, and Chen felt a wave of whiteness before his eyes, as if he had suddenly awakened. He stared blankly at the scene before him, forgetting to breathe. Blood was everywhere, and there lay a dry corpse. In his mind, chaotic memories flashed wildly. At the same time, a string of blood mist symbols appeared before him. The corpse-bearing rule has been completed. Shiyu is restless, craving a new rule, and Shen's mind buzzed. The previously confused emotions vanished in that moment. Staring at the corpse, he felt a bit agitated. He couldn't even be bothered to think about the situation. He simply kicked the dry corpse over, squatted down, and tore at it a few times. From the split flesh, a yellowed scroll of paper was revealed, and Chen tugged at it but couldn't pull it out. Frowning, he kicked it hard. After a few kicks, he crushed the dry corpse, finally pulling out the scroll, cursing under his breath. Troublesome thing. Looking down, he saw a passage written on it, nuclear trace. This time it wasn't about nuclear techniques, but something strange. Incense offering ceremony, borrowing eyes to observe immortals. I have known since I was young that my mother was not human. I saw her eating human flesh at night, and she loved to eat people's eyeballs the most. But my brother didn't know, though it doesn't matter now. I found something among my mother's relics. It was an ancient sacrificial ritual, recorded on it, that through this method, we could see things we had never seen before. My brother and I tried it once, and we saw the immortal realm. Below this passage, the specific method for the incense offering ritual is written. 1 incense burner, 1 pair of eyes for the ritualist, 1 pair of eyes for others, with different eye shapes like peach blossom eyes, phoenix eyes, triangular eyes, etc. Observe different immortals. Place the ritualist's eyes into the incense burner and insert 4 sticks of incense. After digging out one's own eyes, simply replace them with the corresponding eyes. Incantation, borrow eyes to observe immortals, look up to the celestial immortals, look down to the underworld immortals, do not pursue or question, immortals do not blame. After reading the above content, Chen was momentarily stunned. Borrow eyes to observe immortals? He muttered in confusion. He had performed the incense offering ritual many times, but this was the first time he had seen such a gruesome core burst from a corpse. What immortals to observe? Are there really immortals in this world? This group of soul snatchers kept shouting about becoming immortals. They rushed forward one after another, even willing to destroy their own bizarre lands. Yet in reality, it was just a disregard for human life. Where is there an immortal? One by one, they are not even as good as Sword Brother. And Shen spat, seemingly unsatisfied, and kicked the dry corpse on the ground twice. The red mist symbols kept appearing before him. Shi Yu was restless. What the hell are you restless about? Is it never ending? And Shen shouted suddenly, his vision blocked, impatiently waving his hand to disperse the red mist. You know you are far worse than Tianmo, right? As soon as the words fell, the red mist gradually disappeared, and Shen was taken aback, his emotions suddenly stabilizing, as if his personality had switched. He stared blankly for a moment, looking around the air, his heart pounding. He quickly calmed down. Did I scare him away? And Shen felt a pang of anxiety, his pupils trembling. Shi Yu couldn't possibly be that fragile, could he? Was he waiting for me to enter the Divine Shrine Land next time, holding back to strike me with a direct blow? And Shen swallowed hard. He knew very well that these divine shrines should not be provoked casually, even the soul snatchers were wary of them. The divine shrines represent rules and frameworks. The foundation of the laws exists because of the divine shrines. Without the divine shrines, the laws would also become ineffective. Destroying oneself would be like playing a game, right? And Shen steadied his mind, calming himself down. Staying calm was more important than anything else. He put away the incense offering ritual, unable to find anything more, and then focused his attention inward. Focused on that greatest enemy, that unknown entity. He claimed to be called God Master? After the incident with the martial immortal, and Shen truly realized that the most important thing for him right now was just one: kill this bastard inside his body. I must kill him. This bastard has been toying with me for so long. He has been mocking me from the very beginning. Moreover, he can control my body, influence my memories and thoughts. If I don't kill him, how do I know if I am still in Shen? Am I truly in Shen from the heart, or the in Shen he wants me to play? His head buzzed. But the question was, how to kill? And Shen didn't even know who this bastard was. First, I need to go back to Orphan City to find Sword Brother, ask Li Shinji, they must know something. Thinking of this, and Shen was about to turn and leave. Suddenly, he heard a faint sobbing sound from behind him. He froze, instinctively turning around, and came face to face with a woman's face, almost nose to nose. His mind buzzed as if struck by lightning, and Shen then realized that a human head had actually grown on his back, its neck stretching long like a snake, hanging behind his head. Seeing this scene, he instinctively wanted to activate his core technique, but the woman suddenly cried out in terror. Don't hit me. I was deceived. I beg you. Hearing this, and Shen was taken aback. Glancing sideways, he then noticed that he was still draped in that human skin blood garment. So it was this thing. He steadied his mind. But strangely, this blood garment was connected to his body from his back, rather than being worn on him. It grew inside the flesh, with a part of it even still embedded in the back. Are you growing with me? And Shen suddenly looked up, locking eyes with the woman. She had long hair cascading over her shoulders, pale skin, and her eyes were actually heterochromatic. No, this wasn't the woman from earlier. The one now looked younger, even like a girl in her early 20s. My lord, I was also deceived by the martial immortal. He had someone alter my memories to make me his wife. I only remembered after he died. The woman spoke nervously, clearly agitated. Hearing this, and Shen frowned. How do I know you're not lying to me? I wouldn't dare. Get out of my body first. Otherwise, I'll kill you. And Shen was now extremely resistant to anyone entering his body. He had already been traumatized by the deity. The woman was frightened. My lord, I want to, but I can't. I don't even know why I'm here. I can't get out. Upon hearing this, and Shen paused for a moment, then spoke coldly. Turn your head. It's too exhausting to talk while twisting my neck. Oh, okay. She quickly stretched her neck, her head hanging in front of Shen. My lord, how about this? Slap. And Shen suddenly grabbed her neck and pulled with all his might. Ah, my lord, please spare me. And Shen remained silent, gritting his teeth with a fierce expression. He pulled for a long time, feeling a sharp pain in his back. The flesh gradually tore apart, and the woman struggled and screamed, her hair in disarray. My lord, it hurts. Please let me go. I was truly deceived. With a whoosh, blood sprayed out, and Shen yanked the neck out of his body and looked down, stunned. The woman's neck was actually connected to his spine. You turned into my spine? And Shen was bewildered, feeling something strange in his body. The flesh began to heal rapidly, but the spine did not regenerate. What was happening? This woman had become my spine. Without her, I would be without a spine? The woman cried out in pain. My lord, it hurts. Please let me go. I'll do whatever you say. And Shen hurriedly released her, and the woman's neck quickly retracted, filling the gap in his spine. He stared at the weeping woman, his mind buzzing. This is troublesome. Carrying you is like carrying a ticking time bomb. My lord, I wouldn't dare. The woman quickly pleaded for mercy. Just because you say you wouldn't dare, what if you take the chance to kill me while I sleep? My lord, if you really don't feel at ease, please take this. The woman reached behind her, and with a snap, she spat out a red orb from her red lips and white teeth, handing it over. What is this? This is my red Zhang Dan, and it is my lifeline. If this thing breaks, I will vanish as well. It was with that old martial man before. When he died, it came back. Hearing this, and Shen examined the red orb back and forth. It looked like a contract of servitude. Moreover, he could vaguely see something red wriggling inside, but he didn't know what it was. You're not lying to me? And Shen turned to stare at her. I wouldn't dare. She quickly lowered her head in fear. Then, and Shen opened his mouth and gulped it down, swallowing it whole. The woman was stunned on the spot. And Shen, however, sneered. Since you've entrusted it to me, then let it stay in my belly. The woman's expression fluctuated between fear and uncertainty. She seemed to want to say something but hesitated for a long time before stammering. I'll do whatever you say. What's your name? My name is Nonglien. Nonglien? And Shen noted the name and glanced back. You can't just grow on my back. I can't carry you everywhere I go. I can hide. As she spoke, her head shrank back, and boom, she directly hit into Shen's back, looking no different from usual. It can be like this? Can you change into other forms? Just as he finished speaking, Shen suddenly felt something drilling out from his back. Immediately, with a whoosh, a blood-red robe extended from his back, spreading out to the sides and lightly draping over him in midair. It was a human skin blood robe, reaching down to his legs, resembling an ancient robe worn in winter, very eye-catching. And Shen was momentarily stunned, touching the blood robe and frowning. What use is this? I can help you heal, and I can protect you from harm, keep you warm and shield you from heat, and I can even serve as your bed, she said weakly. As long as you wear me, your sight and hearing will become sharper, and in times of danger, it might just save your life. Hearing this, and Shen was taken aback. He looked up and found that his vision seemed to have become much clearer. He could even see the legs and ears of mosquitoes in the air, and his hearing had sharpened significantly. He heard the sound of crunching and turned to find a rat in the distance gnawing on food. My senses have been enhanced. Not only that, and Shen felt that his strength and spirit had also increased considerably. He seemed to be more alert. He never expected this human skin blood robe would have such an effect. You are a monster core, right? Monster core? I don't understand what that means, the blood robe emitted an uneasy voice. And Shen was taken aback. You don't know how you became like this? I only remember that during a famine, there was no food at home, and my father gave me to someone, saying I would learn a trade there to earn a meal, and that he would come to pick me up when I finished learning. But after that, I never saw my father again. That person took me away, suddenly stripped me of my clothes at night. I ran away, and later was picked up by a martial artist. Hearing this, and Shen's expression remained unchanged. Your father sold you for food. Ha! No way, Nonglien instinctively wanted to refute, but soon her voice fell into silence. And Shen didn't want to discourage her and said no more. But looking at it this way, it was likely that the martial artist had turned her into a monster core. She only knew that her memory had been altered. She could recall past events, but nothing else. I don't care what you were like before, just follow me well. As long as I have a bite of meat, you will too. I treat my own people very well. As Shen spoke, the human skin medical book came to mind. If he could concoct some medicine for her to take, would her growing strength indirectly enhance his own? He pondered while wearing the human skin blood robe and walked out of the room. The moment he stepped onto the streets of the city, he was instantly stunned. The streets were filled with a dense crowd of possessors surrounding him. Each one looked at him with complex expressions. And Shen, in his blood robe, stood at the door, very conspicuous. Are you here to take revenge on your master? He stared at these people, rummaging through his pocket for something, a four-legged pill. Earlier, when breaking the formation, and Shen had taken this thing once, which had directly triggered his monster core mutation, turning him into thousand-handed guanine. But the price was that his consciousness was not very clear, so he wouldn't use this against the martial artist. However, facing so many possessors, he had no choice. Of course, and Shen could also take a step back and consider another option, which was to trade with the God Lord. The God Lord could definitely resolve the current situation, but Shen would not do that. He only wanted to kill the God Lord or be killed by him. Although it seemed that the God Lord would not kill him now, this old thing liked to satisfy his own desires by playing tricks on people, so his words and actions could never be trusted. Trading with him, unless I am not Shen, he thought, pulling out the four-legged pill. Let's go all out, either I eat you, or you eat me. And Shen opened his mouth to swallow the pill. Suddenly, a possessor in front of him knelt on one knee. Following that, a rustling sound erupted, and the densely packed possessors behind also knelt down to the ground. Immortal Lord. We were all deceived by the martial immortal, and now that the martial immortal is dead, we sincerely wish to submit to the immortal Lord. We hope the immortal Lord can grant us a way to live, sparing us from death. The voices rose like crashing waves, assaulting in Shen's eardrums. His temples throbbed wildly. What was happening? We implore the immortal Lord to take us in. Bang! Everyone began to bow their heads, and Shen stood still, his heart racing. His pupils gradually widened. These people were surrendering to him, but why? He forced himself to calm down as much as possible. The logic of the soul possessors had to be understood clearly, otherwise, who knew how they might conspire against him? He glanced around, at least 100 soul possessors. Logically, if they all attacked together, it would be very likely they could kill him. Why surrender? And Shen's mind raced, and he feigned a steady tone. Take you in? First, give me a reason not to kill you. The man kneeling in front looked anxious. Immortal Lord, you may not know, but we are just small fry, not strong at all. Some of us can't even master a single principle. We merely carry the title of cultivators, but in reality, we are no different from ordinary people. We followed the martial immortal before just to make a living, to survive. Now that the martial immortal is dead, if we wander out, we will likely be refined by wild guests or other factions. If the immortal Lord is willing to take us in, we can at least serve as errand runners, can't we? Immortal Lord, please take us in. So that was it. And Shen looked at these soul possessors. They weren't foolish. They knew that if they could kill the martial immortal, they must be stronger than him. Following someone powerful was never a mistake. And Shen furrowed his brow. Suddenly, he felt this was an opportunity. Rather than letting these soul possessors roam free and harm others, it would be better to manage them himself. With people under his command, he could even send them to help in the orphan city. I can take you in, Shen said, adjusting his blood-stained robe. But you must give me a token of loyalty, otherwise, I can't trust you. Upon hearing this, the people exchanged anxious glances. Immortal, what does the immortal Lord want us to offer as a token of loyalty? And Shen pondered for 2 seconds before speaking. This token of loyalty isn't asking you to die, it's to complete a task. If you can accomplish it, I will take you in. If you fail, I can't let you live. Otherwise, it would harm more people, and I can only refine you all. Hearing this, the group turned pale with fear. Immortal, just give us your orders. And Shen's tone was cold. The tongues of the townspeople have been cut out, and they cannot speak. Many of them have suffered at the hands of the martial immortal. Before nightfall, find a way to restore their tongues, then seek their forgiveness. I will ask them, no matter what method you use, as long as they forgive you, I will forgive you. If they do not forgive, then I will refine you. Remember, the ones you should seek forgiveness from are not me, but those townspeople you have harmed. People must pay the price for their wrongdoings, especially these soul possessors. After Shen finished speaking, they rushed into the city like madmen. Some soul possessors indeed had the means to heal and restore tongues, so helping the townspeople was not difficult. Those without such means had to cut out their own tongues and give them to the townspeople, using other medical techniques to reattach them. At first, the townspeople were terrified, but later, upon hearing that the martial immortal was dead, they began to believe it was true. Once many could speak again, the first thing they did was point fingers and curse at the soul possessors. Of course, most people directly swung their knives at them. Anger was uncontrollable. That day, the streets were filled with scenes of townspeople hacking at the soul possessors with knives. Some soul possessors were tough and survived, while others died on the spot. And Shen didn't care whether they lived or died. What did they care when they were killing? He was helping the townspeople seek justice, and the rest was left to fate. By nightfall, everything that needed to be resolved had been. There were fewer than 100 possessors still alive, each one battered and bloodied. Every strike had been aimed at the evil they embodied. The townsfolk had chopped enough, but they had no means to kill those possessors with extremely strong regenerative abilities. In the end, they chose to let them go. When they saw Shen, they all burst into tears of excitement. I know you. I saw you online, you are Shen. It really was you who saved us. Not only did you save us, but you also saved the entire city. As Shen comforted these people, he looked at the surviving possessors. He thought to himself, the people of our world are ultimately too kind. That's why they have been bullied like this. In such circumstances, they could actually forgive those possessors. It was a sign of being too soft-hearted. After venting their anger, they were unwilling to continue the slaughter. If it were him, he would have killed them all. If he couldn't finish them in one day, he would do it over 2 days. Not a single one would be left alive. But the townsfolk had already forgiven them, and Shen, unusually, spoke to the possessors with sincerity. Normally, he would always contradict them. From now on, follow me. You are not allowed to harm anyone in the monster core territory. If you do, I will kill you. As for cultivation, I have my own methods. You don't need to worry about it. Yes. The possessors knelt in unison, not daring to say anything more. And Shen turned to the townsfolk in front of him. It seemed they had been waiting for this day for a long time. His gaze was heavy as he raised his voice. Tell everyone in this city, from now on, the Hanging Corpse City is liberated. This place is under my control. Outside the orphan city, Su Guan was panting, gradually seeing the city tower not far away. He had finally returned. God knows how difficult this journey had been. Looking back at the crowd behind him, each face showed joy. At least he hadn't let down all the hardships of the journey. We are almost there. We will be safe soon. He led the people toward the city. The task Shen had given him was to complete it at all costs. He rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a small bag. Taking out a solid meat pill, he stuffed it into his mouth. He had eaten quite a few over the past 2 days. Yesterday, to ensure everyone had a good night's sleep, he had kept watch all night. But now, he hadn't slept for several days. Every time he felt tired, he would eat one. Eating too many had obvious side effects. He couldn't even sleep when he wanted to. His muscles ached all over, and his skin felt like it was about to crack. But after swallowing it, he felt rejuvenated, as if he had been injected with hormones, pushing forward. As long as he was alive, he would eat to the limit. He could no longer care about his own body. The bag of solid meat pills was nearly empty. After swallowing one, Su Guan felt refreshed and regained his state. He immediately waved to the crowd to follow. Just a few steps later, his phone rang from his pocket. He hurriedly took it out and found it was a call from Li Shinji. There was signal here. He hadn't been able to reach Li Shinji for the past few days and didn't know what was going on. He quickly answered. Hello? Su Guan, where are you? I'm at the edge of the city. Everyone is safe, and I'll be there soon. Why couldn't I reach you? Wu Yuanshan is dead. Don't come yet. Before he could finish his sentence, the voice on the phone hurriedly interrupted. Su Guan was momentarily stunned. What do you mean? Something happened in the city. Someone from the outside has come. On the phone, Li Shinji's tone was somewhat urgent. Someone has cut off communications in the city and let some unclean things in. They are still investigating. If you enter recklessly, it could be dangerous. Then what should we do? What about Brother Jian? I can't reach him for now. Li Shinji's tone was quite serious. Send me your location. I'll come to meet you. Do not enter the city casually. Okay. After hanging up, Su Guan sent the address. He stood still, pondering the situation, feeling uneasy. If someone as powerful as Wang Daxian can't defend against this, who exactly are the newcomers? Could it be targeting Brother Xian? He thought, feeling a bit uneasy. A sixth sense urged him to call Wang Jian. Although there might not be anyone to answer, he decided to ask anyway. The call went through. Beep. After a few seconds, it was directly connected. Su Guan was taken aback. Dida Xian? Is there something you need? On the other end, Wang Jian's voice was muffled by the sound of him eating. It sounded perfectly normal. Dida Xian? Is there something wrong in the city? You wrong? What's wrong? Wang Jian's tone was somewhat heavy. What do you mean? Su Guan, aren't you bringing people back? Haven't you entered the city yet? I haven't entered. Su Guan suddenly had a bad premonition. Just now, Li Shinji told me that something happened in the city, and we can't go in recklessly. He asked us to give him the address. As he spoke, Su Guan suddenly shivered, his face turning pale and his scalp tingling. He thought of something. Wait, Su Guan, are you sure the person who just called you was Li Shinji? Suddenly, Wang Jian's serious voice came through the phone. Su Guan's breath caught in his throat. Just because nothing happened in the city doesn't mean Li Shinji is safe. I gave him the address. If he's not Li Shinji, what does he want my address for? At that moment, Su Guan's voice nearly trembled. You need to leave quickly. Hurry, don't stay where you are. Wang Jian immediately ordered over the phone. Get into the city right away and bring everyone with you. I'll find a way to support you. Okay. Su Guan, filled with dread, hung up the phone and hurriedly waved for people to follow him. But just as he took a step, his phone rang again. He pulled it out to see it was Li Shinji. Trembling, he hesitated to answer, and before he could say anything, an anxious voice came through. Su Guan, listen to me. I just got news that Wang Jian is in trouble. If Wang Jian calls you and tells you to enter the city, you must not come. You can't go into the city. Also, stay where you are and don't move. I'll come find you right away. Whatever you do, don't enter the city. At that moment, Su Guan held the phone, his mind buzzing. Hello? Su Guan? Are you still there? Can you hear me? Click. He hung up the phone, his expression almost in tears. What on earth happened in the city? Who is real? Who is fake? Can I even go in? Xian Gu, please save me.